You clearly awakened an incredible ability to copy and amplify with just a glance. Yet you have never encountered powerful techniques or cultivators. Each time, you either come across pure young techniques that you cannot cultivate or meet cultivators like Emperor Zhuang who are at the chi refining stage. If you cannot come into contact with strong individuals, you might have to be a servant for the rest of your life. But on this day, due to a shortage of manpower, you finally have the opportunity to enter the core area of the sect. Immediately, you glanced at the old man on the nearby grave mound, smiled slightly, and said to the system, copy the cultivation of Elder Gu and lock onto Elder Gu. After assessment, Elder Gu's cultivation is at the 7th level of the solid body realm, and the copy amplification is activated. As soon as the system finished speaking, streams of spiritual power surged into your body. From the 7th level of the solid body realm, you were promoted to the 1st level of the Cloud Sea realm, and then the system prompted, congratulations, host, you have copied and amplified the 7th level of the solid body realm to the 3rd level of the Cloud Sea realm. Upon hearing this, you were overjoyed, as this is the 3rd realm among the 7 great realms of this continent. If the information you heard is correct, even the leader of the soul-devouring sect is only at the 3rd level of the Cloud Sea realm. You couldn't help but exclaim, system, this enhancement is too exhilarating. The powerful strength brings an extreme sense of security. At this thought, you decided to leave the sect immediately. After all, what development could there be in such a hopeless sect? It would be better to leave early. However, just as you were about to set off, a powerful low shout came from the grave ahead. You all leave here first. Wang Kuan, immerse your mind and absorb all the lingering souls around. As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding eerie wind grew stronger, sending chills down one's spine. This scene startled you from a distance, realizing that this soul-devouring technique was actually a soul-stripping method. No wonder the soul-devouring sect did not allow the miscellaneous disciples to communicate with each other and even prohibited them from living together. Remembering that every task involved unfamiliar faces, your eyes narrowed. This was clearly the soul-devouring sect's intention to prevent the miscellaneous disciples from colluding on information, especially since the broken soul technique in your mind also had such sinister methods. You thought to yourself, why is this old man bothering you for no reason? With this thought, you instantly appeared in front of the ancient elder. Without any psychological burden, you pinched a hand seal with one hand and shouted something similar to old man, swearing replaced, while swiftly placing your 5 fingers directly on the ancient elder's crown. The ancient elder's pupils constricted at the sight, and his aura surged violently. Just as he was about to resist, he felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy from the hand above his head. In the terrified eyes of the surrounding soul-devouring sect disciples, his head exploded like a watermelon. Sitting beside the headless corpse, Wang Kuan stared wide-eyed, covered in blood, and crawled back in fear. The other disciples trembled all over, their faces pale as death, and someone shouted, Elder Gu, run! Seeing this, your eyes narrowed as you glanced at the turning crowd, waved your hand, and with a puff, instantly shattered the heads of more than 10 disciples of the soul-devouring sect present. This group of people had shown no mercy towards you, clearly a bunch of morally corrupt cultivators. You thought to yourself, what does it matter if I kill them? Holding back your disgust, you raised your hand to summon the storage bags from the corpses and flew away from the scene. In the air, you took a deep breath, suppressing your churning stomach. After all, it was your first time killing someone, and feeling a bit uncomfortable was perfectly normal. Soon after, seeing 2 people standing under the big tree below, a cold light flashed in your eyes as you thought, that Zhang Chang actually set me up. When Zhang Chang assigned the tasks earlier, he had made sure I stood closest to the mass grave. As the head of the miscellaneous workers, Zhang Chang clearly knew that the moment the disciples of the soul-devouring sect broke through was the death knell for the miscellaneous disciples. With this thought, in the next moment, Zhang Chang's head suddenly vanished. The miscellaneous disciples who witnessed this were so frightened that they felt their livers and gallbladders split. Their eyes rolled back, and they fainted on the spot. Before long, you placed the storage bags and items of Elder Gu and the other disciples into the system space. Sure enough, the system's prompt came the next second. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a mid-grade spirit returning pill of the 3rd rank, top-grade spirit stones, and a low-grade blood revitalizing pill of the 4th rank. No matter what the items were, you operated on them all, copying and amplifying everything. Even the storage bags were not spared. After all, the system's copying and amplifying had no limits. You could do whatever made you happy. After copying and amplifying, the original items were still there, which was simply wonderful. Like having double the joy. You thought to yourself, if I encounter a cultivator wielding a divine weapon, I must directly copy and amplify it. Thinking this, you smiled and took out a treasure with the strongest amplification effect, a 5th grade inferior mosquito cutting knife, a pair of golden, shiny scissors. Even a cultivator at the Transcendence realm would find this thing extremely troublesome. Looking at the sharp blade, you smiled slightly and said, I wonder if there are any hidden guys in the soul-devouring sect for me to amplify. As soon as the words fell, you stood up, pointed your toes at a branch, and flew into the distance. Meanwhile, a patrolling elder of the soul-devouring sect had a flickering light in his eyes and said, I wonder which friend from afar has come to my soul-devouring sect. After notifying his fellow disciples, he flashed outside the hall. Upon seeing this uninvited cultivator, his brows immediately furrowed. A young man dressed in the attire of a miscellaneous disciple stood in the center, holding a pair of golden scissors. This miscellaneous disciple actually had cultivation. Upon seeing the visitor, you wasted no words and directly laid it out. Elder Gu wanted to extract my soul for cultivation, and I killed him. What do you have to say about that? Hearing this, the old man's heart trembled. Elder Gu, at the 7th level of the body refining realm, was actually dead. But just then, a loud shout rumbled from not far away. Then there's nothing more to say. Sect Master. At the same time, the old man in front of the hall swiftly retreated into the grand hall. One by one, the ghostly figures with blood flowing from their 7 orifices shot out ghostly light, staring at you with a grim expression. The 4th tier high-grade formation of the soul-devouring sect, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts, was activated, and the first move was a killing strike, with no nonsense. Clearly, the golden scissors in your hand had already alerted the sect master of the soul-devouring sect to the impending danger. The sect master shouted, Elders, hold the formation and kill this beast. The fierce ghosts in the formation let out eerie laughter, exuding a sinister aura. However, seeing this scene, you were not afraid at all. Instead, you grinned and said to the system, copy the soul-devouring sect's formation and lock it in. After assessment, this formation was identified as a 4th tier high-grade disposable formation, and the copying enhancement effect was activated. The system prompted, Congratulations, host, you have obtained a disposable formation of 6th tier low-grade, Forest of Swords. Upon hearing this, you smiled slightly and raised your hand to throw out a pitch-black flag, shouting Forest of Swords. In the blink of an eye, the entire flag ignited spontaneously, erupting with dazzling white light. The overwhelming 100 ghosts evaporated the moment they came into contact with the white light, and then, numerous giant swords with a sinister aura rose from the flag, directly breaking through the dark curtain and tearing apart the soul-devouring sect's formation. The sect master and elders holding the formation spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces turning ashen as they looked in terror at the swiftly approaching swords. With a loud rumble, amidst the intense roar, several great halls of the soul-devouring sect were destroyed, and dust rose everywhere. As for the sect master who was presiding over the formation, he couldn't even utter a sound and was killed on the spot by the sword shadow. You looked at the buildings destroyed by the sword formation, sighed with regret as you glanced around, only to find that not a single disciple was watching. You couldn't help but say, quite clever. Then, you slowly walked to the corpse of the sect master of the soul-devouring sect, summoned the spatial ring on the ground into your hand, and said in a deep voice, The soul-devouring sect is hereby disbanded. If you dare to act recklessly again, this will be your fate. The sound waves spread out, echoing throughout the entire soul-devouring sect. Just as your words fell, you felt a chilling sensation in your soul. Without thinking, you instantly left your original position. In the next moment, a purple cold light shot out from the dust ahead, revealing an old man. Seeing the newcomer, you smiled slightly and thought, the younger one is here, and now the older one has come. You said to the system, directly copy the opponent's cultivation. If it weren't for the system, you might have run away like the male protagonist in the novel. But now, you couldn't wait for the soul-devouring sect to bring in a few more powerful ancestors. Locking onto Gusiyu, the name might be incorrect, as it is in the original text. After assessment, his cultivation was identified as the 2nd level of the Transcendence realm, and the copying enhancement was activated. The old man glanced at the golden scissors in your hand and sneered, You think that just because you've gained some fortune, you can come and disband my sect? You don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. His voice echoed throughout the sect, causing the anxious disciples of the soul-devouring sect to tremble. The ancestor of the soul-devouring sect has appeared. We must hurry to assist the ancestor. Hearing the sound of wind from the disciples rushing in, Gusiyu's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he thought to himself, It's time to show you the powerful strength of your ancestor. His aura surged, and then he looked at you with a chilling smile. A mere 3rd level of the Cloud Sea realm dares to speak so boldly. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a trembling aura emanating from the body of a servant disciple in front of him. A powerful aura erupted from your body, illuminating the surrounding area with a brilliant glass-like divine light. This is a treasure body. And Gutu was greatly shocked. Damn, this kid is hiding so deeply. Seeing this scene, the soul-devouring sect's ancestor, whose soul was in turmoil, did not hesitate and directly activated the blood within his body to escape, seeking a glimmer of hope. After all, with the 7th level of the Transcendence realm, combined with the terrifying enhancement of the treasure body, crossing the gap of 5 levels is simply beyond his ability to contend with. You shouted, "Can you run away?" As you raised your hand to throw the mosquito-slicing blade, you unleashed the soul-breaking technique and shouted, "Break soul!" An invisible ripple of divine soul swept out like a great wave in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding disciples of the soul-devouring sect bled from their 7 orifices and died on the spot, and the fleeing ancestor of the soul-devouring sect was also cut in half right there. Seeing this, you slowly walked to the side of Gutu's corpse. Xinfan flexed his fingers and flicked out a thread of aura, untying the ring. Without the soul-devouring sect, this surrounding area is considered peaceful. Whispering, he looked at the silent scene around him, picked a direction to toe the ground and disappeared. Upon seeing Xinfan throw out the corpse of an elder, pinched from the treasure pavilion, only then did the disciples on the periphery who were peeking at the scene stop thinking about seizing the treasure and quickly fled the place. The old man's thinking is quite beautiful. Tossing the spatial ring in his hand, Xinfan slowly walked away. It's a good thing he got here early, or he would have been sitting ducks. As for the other soul-devouring sect disciples, where could Xinfan care so much? He was not a person who was addicted to killing, so it was hard for him to kill those who ran away one by one. Pure idleness. Seeing the handyman's robe and straw shoes on his body, Xinfan secretly said in his heart, "System, increase the costume on me." Locked straw shoes, tunic, liner, pants, hair tie, identified as mundane. Reproduction increase opens. Too many impurities, clothing increases to the lower first order. Not bad at all. In the blink of an eye, Xinfan's clothes then became a long black shirt, and his shoes became cloud-treading boots. Smiling and taking out the sheer gel blade, Xinfan stepped on the large golden scissors and flew towards the accommodation area for the handyman disciples. It was all a bunch of innocent people who had been screwed over, and it didn't take time for him to stop by and give a reminder. System, tally this income. Answer to the host, various types of elixirs, 826 of the first rank, 98 of the second rank, and 12 of the third rank, 8,625 lower-grade spirit stones, 86 middle-grade spirit stones, 20 upper-grade spirit stones, and 1 extreme-grade spirit stone. Various types of feats, 56 books of the first rank, 15 books of the second rank, and 3 books of the third rank. Various types of magic treasures, 36 of the first rank, 18 of the second rank, and 5 of the third rank. Listening to the series of prompts in his head, Xinfan grinned. Increase them all. It's not high quality, but who would mind having more treasures, right? Okay host. Reproduction increase opens. A series of item increase prompts sounded in Xinfan's mind. The quality of the item was a bit low though, so he automatically ignored it. When Xinfan passed by the miscellaneous disciples' living area, he looked at the silhouettes gathered below and drank in a deep voice. You all leave quickly. The soul-devouring sect is hereby disbanded. Chapter 4, Cultivation? Doesn't exist. Go and sneak around outside the top clans. It seems like the soul-devouring sect has offended a certain great power. Seeing the distant golden light in the night, a group of miscellaneous disciples looked at each other with mixed feelings of joy and worry. It's finally a relief. I don't know if my mother has remarried or not. Woo-woo. Hey, go rummage through the treasures inside. Quite a few soul-devouring sect disciples were scared away earlier. Go! A group of bold people rushed into the ruins of the soul-devouring sect in a group. Hey, at least we are still alive. Let's go. An old man looked at the crowd running away, shook his head, and turned away with the crowd. He was young once, too. There were also fantasies of white clothes and flying swords. Nay, it was not to be. Cultivating immortality is not something you can do just because you want to. When Xinfan, who had left the soul-devouring sect, came to a town, it was light and there were already pedestrians on the streets. Seeing that the inn ahead had opened its door, Xinfan slowly stepped forward. He needed to plan the rest of his trip and get a good night's sleep along the way. The store assistant who was sprinkling water at the entrance of the inn watched him approach and smiled. Egu, guest, you want to stay? Well, arrange a room for me. While speaking, Xinfan reached into his pocket and pulled out his hand, and was slightly stunned. I only have spirit stones. He then realized that he didn't even have broken silver or anything. The old shopkeeper who was clearing the accounts in front of the counter, seeing the guests early in the morning, could not help but be full of smiles. But by the way the other man froze, it was obvious that he had forgotten his money. However, looking at this person's imposing appearance and even more extraordinary clothes, the old shopkeeper laughed. You can stay here. There are still empty rooms in the store. Now is not the peak season. If the other side really forgot to bring money, naturally will not have the cheek to stay too long. It is only a day and a half of work. The old shopkeeper didn't feel the need to offend such seemingly extraordinary people for the sake of some money. At that moment, when he saw the man who came closer, placing a stone with a light blue glow in front of the counter, the old shopkeeper was shocked and came closer to take a look. This, inferior spirit stones? Looking at the spirit stone in front of him that was the size of an egg, the old man was filled with nervousness. This place was a mortal inn though, and very few immortal cultivators stayed here. But the old shopkeeper was also a man of great experience, and he could tell at a glance that it was a spirit stone. The store assistant was even widening his eyes, looking at the generous immortal cultivator lord in amazement. In the past, there were also cultivators who stayed there and used the broken pieces of lower-grade spirit stones as their accommodation fee. That's still several times more valuable than silver. But when you compare the two, the difference is obvious. Seeing that Xin Fan walked up the stairs, the old shopkeeper hurriedly picked up the spirit stones on the counter and quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Immortal, I'll find you an elegant room. No one will disturb you. Thanks a lot." Xin Fan smiled faintly. "Dare not dare not dare," the old shopkeeper cautiously responded, his heart jumping as he bowed and led the way. This spirit stone could have directly bought his entire inn. More importantly, the cultivator behind him was so generous. He was bound to be someone who came out of that supreme great religion. This kind of character is afraid that even the royal family will be treated as a superior guest, actually coming to my small temple to stay. Close the door first in these few days. We can't let anyone disturb the immortal's rest. Inside the room, Xin Fan, who had closed the door, came to the bed and lay down, stretching his body in comfort. Then he took out a fourth-rank technique from the system space, as well as a spirit marrow. This was the product of the extreme spirit stone being increased by the system, and the aura was extremely dense. Cultivation has no years off. It's far better to slip around the neighborhood of the top powers and replicate your cultivation conveniently and quickly. Thinking of this, Xin Fan smiled slightly and collected the item. Since he had the system, there was no need for him to give up and waste time. In this way, his gongfu, cultivation, and even his physique and so on, all of them can be improved at the fastest speed, and there is no need to spend energy on cultivation at all. As for treasures and pills and whatnot, isn't it all there when you have a chance to wander around within these great powers? Thinking of this, Xin Fan had no interest in checking out the treasures that he had obtained within the soul-devouring sect today. It's too low of a level. After all, determined to plan for the future, Xin Fan sensed his cultivation level and saw a set of information projections floating before his eyes. Host, Xin Fan. Realm, the seventh heaven of the dematerialization realm. Physique, treasure body. Spiritual roots, medium-grade spiritual roots. Divine soul, first grade. Looking at the attribute layout in front of him, Xin Fan raised his eyebrows and smiled. According to his information in the miscellaneous books, the spiritual root qualifications for cultivation are divided into mortal, inferior, medium, superior, extreme, perfect, and innate. The strength of the divine soul, on the other hand, is divided into 1 to 12 grades. It was rumored that only the great emperors of the ancients could reach the 12th grade extreme. Since we want to raise our strength, we don't need to go to a clan whose strength is too low. We have to find a powerful clan. When Xin Fan was in the soul-devouring sect, he hadn't pried out much of this type of information. He decided to get in shape and go out tomorrow to see Manhwa City, inside a restaurant that occupied an extremely high area. Sitting by the window, Xin Fan sipped his tea and watched as one cultivator after another went out of the city gates and gathered in the open space in the distance. Xin Fan, who had been poking around all the way, had arrived from a town hundreds of miles away. Manhwa City, built by relying on the eastern region's top power, the heaven-asking sect. Many of the luxurious guests in the building, like Xin Fan, sat down in a location with a good sightline and talked and laughed. It's another year when the heaven-asking sect accepts disciples. I hope my little boy can worship this mountain. Ha ha, Prime Minister Wang is being modest. Who knows that your family's Qilin child has been gifted since he was young and is quite qualified to cultivate immortality. I don't think it will be much of a problem. Ha, isn't that group of people the disciples of the heaven-asking sect? This first person is actually Elder Qin Chongqing. It looks like they're returning from a training trip. Unlike the gasps of surprise from the guests in the building, Xin Fan, who had extremely strong hearing, turned his head sideways early and surveyed the road below. A group of cultivators wearing white long shirts. Elder Qin, it's Elder Qin. Ha ha, the old immortal master still has the same elegance. Old immortal master hasn't come to my place for a bowl of wine for several years, so you must come and try it. The man at the head of the group had crane hair and a kindly appearance, and from time to time, he would nod his head with a smile to the surrounding crowd. Most of the people were also greeting the old man and were obviously extremely popular. As for the children of the questioning heaven sect behind him, they looked calm about the lively market. The surrounding pedestrians automatically stepped aside, all looking at their group with respectful faces. The Manhwa city hadn't even been established when the questioning heaven sect was. The cultivators and people who were fortunate enough to live in this city were invariably sheltered by the heavenly questioning sect. Even murder and fire are extremely rare in the city. not to mention being slaughtered by evil cultivators. This was also commonly known as the prime location in the immortal cultivation world, and the degree of prosperity could be imagined. When they encountered the disciples of the heaven-asking sect, they naturally respected them from the bottom of their hearts. He should be quite a bit stronger than the elder of the heaven-asking sect who recruits disciples outside the mountain gate. Raising his cup and taking a sip of tea, Xinfan smiled at the corner of his mouth and secretly said in his heart, "System. Duplicate Qin Changqing's cultivation. Locked on Qin Changqing. Cultivation identified. 4th sky of the Dharma realm. Reproduction increase opens. Dharma realm 4th heaven. 5th sky of Dharma realm." In an instant, Xinfan trembled. The majestic aura fluctuations within his body shook the teacup in his hand. Spirit drawing realm, granite body realm, cloud and sea realm, transcendent realm, soul condensation realm, Dharma phase realm, celestial realm. He duplicated a hand and directly jumped 2 large realms from the dematerialization realm. Chapter 5, Monkey. I'm going to borrow your setting. TSK, worthy of being an elder of a top-tier power. The previous soul-devouring sect's old ancestor was only at the dematerialization realm, and it's still in the process of ascending. Xinfan, who was secretly delighted, could clearly feel his own strength, which was gradually increasing in all directions. When he had used copy increase before, he hadn't felt it carefully, but now it sinks in. It was only then that he realized that no matter if it was the strength of his physique, the degree of condensation of his aura, or the strength of his divine soul, etc., all of them had extremely strong changes under the increase in strength. It's probably because it's too fast to improve to have this illusion. Xinfan took a sip of tea and stabilized his breath. Dharma realm 6th heaven. Dharma phase realm 7th heaven. Dharma realm 8th heaven. 9 heavens of the Dharma realm. When the increase ended, Xinfan let out a long breath. Terrifying replication increase. How much time would this take if you were to cultivate on your own? Xinfan's eyes were filled with laughter. Although he hadn't directly broken through to the celestial realm, one couldn't be too greedy. And again, there was no limit to the use of his copy increase effect, and he could copy it when he met one with a higher strength than his own. The crowd below, Qin Changqing seemed to have a feeling, and looked sideways at the young man in the restaurant on the side of the road. At the same time, the young man happened to put down his teacup and look over. Qin Changqing nodded with a smile and slowly left, but his mind was quite surprised. This son's aura is actually so condensed. In his perception, Xinfan's breath was extremely introverted and firm as a rock. It was also vaguely elusive, but as an outer deacon of the questioning heaven sect, Qin Changqing's memory didn't have any information about the young man from earlier. As he exited the city gates, he looked at the cultivators lined up in front of him waiting to test their qualifications. Murphy, seeing him stop, a disciple behind him inquired, "What is it, elder?" After pondering slightly, Qin Changqing smiled at the few people behind him and said, "You and the others leave first. I still have things to take care of." "Yes, elder, since the strength has been raised, the next thing to do is to make some whole feats and stuff, and enrich your strength." Xinfan, who was eating the small dishes of the restaurant, began to calculate what ability he should copy. After all, the soul-breaking skill of the upper third rank was already difficult to utilize his full strength and could no longer keep up with the pace. Hey, this is the golden finger of a traveler, raising cultivation so violently. Then host, you can take your time. There's no rush. Can you not be in a hurry? I haven't taken a good look around such a big world yet. Mustn't strengthen my strength a bit, and I can win steadily when I make waves. Xinfan, who was in a good mood, had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Host, you don't have a problem even if you wave. I'm just being a good boy after getting a treasure. You don't understand the joy of it. If you were a human being, you'd understand how I'm feeling right now. Host, be a man. After fighting with the system for a while, Xinfan heard a series of chairs moving in the building. He looked back. He saw the surrounding guests rise in unison, bowing towards the old man who walked up the stairs, his tone full of respect and excitement. King Yin Wenru, meet Elder Qin. Yen Marshal General Zhao Feng, meet Elder Qin. Greetings, Elder Qin. Ha 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 ha, you all don't have to be like this, and drink slowly. Qin Changqing smiled as he stroked his beard and pressed his hand at the crowd, signaling them to sit down. But no one dared to actually sit down. They all watched him with smiling faces as he walked toward the curious-looking young man at the window. I told you that this son has an extraordinary temperament, and I really guessed it. Could it be that this person is related to Elder Qin? But it doesn't look like it. The heaven-asking sect accepts disciples, and this person is so young. It's hard to believe that Elder Qin, personal referrals? The young man in black, in particular, remained seated in his original position and did not get up. Hiss. Some diners with active minds thought about this, and their eyes were filled with shock. But then I think about it and think it's a bit outrageous. An elder of a top power personally recommending his clan? After a few people present exchanged glances, they stood still and waited for the situation to unfold. Little friend, old me, Qin Changcheng, uninvited to bother you more. I hope not to be offended. Xinfan looked at the old man in front of him who could be his ancestor, and actually arched his hand slightly at him. Only then did he get up somewhat awkwardly, arching his hand and smiling dryly. Ha! Senior doesn't have to be like this. My name is Xinfan. Sit, it doesn't matter. Qin Changcheng stroked his beard and smiled, sitting opposite Xinfan and looking at him warmly. I don't know if young friend has come to Manhwa City for the matter of asking Heaven Sect's acceptance of disciples? Could you be interested in worshipping in the Heaven Asking Sect? Single-handedly, straight to the point. But when he heard these words, Xinfan froze slightly. He hadn't thought about joining the clan. Looking at the young man with an extraordinary temperament in front of him, he revealed a look of dismay. Qin Changcheng smiled indistinctly. Ha 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 ha, it's the old man who has been abrupt, so I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Qin Changcheng was also spontaneous and took the tray with the wine bowls prepared by the shopkeeper and drank 3 cups with a smile. The crowd watching this scene was once again surprised. Although Qin Changcheng was kind and widely admired by the cultivators and people of Manhwa City, but it was the first time the crowd had seen him this polite. One must know that behind Qin Changcheng was the top power in the eastern region, the Heaven Asking Sect. The people who had taken their seats each drank wine and tea, but their after glances looked in unison at the young man holding the wine jug. What exactly is this son's origin? The old man gave Xinfan a very amiable feeling, and did not hide anything, and was extremely quick. He didn't think there was anything abrupt about it, and smiled as he clinked glasses with the old man and inquired, Senior Qin, if it's possible, I'd like to visit the questioning Heaven Sect. I wonder if it's convenient. Hearing this, Qin Changcheng raised his eyebrows and laughed. Ha ha, what's wrong with that? I don't know where little friend Shin comes from. I see that little friend's temperament is not bad, so I think he is also a son of a famous family. It's kind of casting stones. But Xinfan, a traveler, didn't have much of a background. Seeing that he fell silent, Qin Changcheng was not in a hurry and slowly sipped his wine, looking at the young man's demeanor in front of him, but not for a moment. His brow furrowed. It was seen that Xinfan drank a mouthful of wine and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before tilting his head to look at the azure sky outside the window and said softly, I don't know where I came from. I should have popped out of the stone, as if I were a rootless floating weed, not remembering where I came from, not knowing where I'm going. Monkey, I can only apply your setting. Xinfan's tone was ghostly, full of bewilderment and incomprehension, paired with the despondency and loneliness on his face. It made the hearts of all the diners present sigh. There are only 2 possibilities in his case: orphan, amnesiac. Diners who could observe the inquiring Heaven Sect's acceptance of disciples within this high-level restaurant. All of them are of distinguished status and have an old-fashioned eye. It was impossible to hide the emotion and look in Xinfan's tone from them. What the young man said was true. I didn't expect such a heavenly pride to have such a sad experience. As for the knowledgeable Qin Changcheng, his scalp was already numb at this time, and his eyes were filled with horror. Popped out of the stone? Could it be that he was once sealed in a life source stone? This is shocking news, because in the history of the Xiantian continent, every big time comes, then a character who had sealed himself in the source stone came out to compete for the chance of a lifetime. Prove that you are an emperor. And the young man in front of me is so young and out of the stone. The identity has been made clear. The Ancient Ones. Chapter 6, Qin Changcheng Shock. People of the Ancient World. Imperial son of the Imperial clan. Life Source Stones. A strange divine stone that can isolate the heavenly Daoan cultivators from prying eyes. After sealing a cultivator in it, it could reduce the passing of the opponent's lifespan to the freezing point and fight against the erosion of time. It's not just the Life Source Stones. There was also the Sacred Bloodstone on the Xiantian continent, which also had this effect. Compare this to a natural born and bred Life Source Stone. Sacred Bloodstones are made by plundering the chi and blood of cultivators and demonic beasts with powerful physiques. It is quenched by a cultivator of supreme strength who quenches the divinity in it and obtains its vigorous life force, thus sealing his own longevity. However, this tactic was very ruthless and made the cultivation world extremely unfavorable. Moreover, the duration and effect of the Holy Bloodstone was not as strong as the Life Source Stone. But there's no way. The only people who could find the existence of the Life Source Stone were those with great fortune, like the ancient great emperor. Unfortunately, it was difficult for such a supreme powerhouse to seal himself even with a Life Source Stone. Every drink and every peck is fixed. However, regardless of the Source Stone, the identity of the young man named Xinfan in front of him was all extraordinary. Qin Changcheng, who had recovered his thoughts, pondered for a while, looked at Xinfan, who was still sentimental, and inquired in a low voice, Little friend Shin, I don't know what color those stones are. As he spoke, he had isolated the small world from the prying eyes of those around him. If the stone that the person in front of him was sealed with was the Holy Bloodstone, then Qin Changcheng was going to leave, though I don't know how old or how long the other side has been self-sealed. However, Crossing paths with an existence sealed by the sacred bloodstone inevitably caused discomfort in his heart. Hearing Qin Wentian's question, Shen Fan pretended to ponder. He actually cares about rocks? Can it be that there really is a monkey-like existence in this world? Color. How about I say a 7-color mending stone? Forget it, it's better to be ordinary. Shen Fan recalled the half-life stone of the Monkey King in the TV series and recalled. Plain as day, just the usual brown boulder. Nothing unusual. The corner of Qin Changqing's eyes jumped, and his tone whispered with a hint of tremor. Is there a dark red stone like that? He wanted to make sure again. Dark red? Shen Fan looked at him with a puzzled face and shook his head. No. Could it be that senior knows what kind of stone I have there? Can you tell me? Shen Fan looked at Qin Changqing with an odd and curious expression, but his heart was in shock. Scratch that. Is there really a monkey in this world? This would be half a hometown if we met. How to copy a hand. Hear this. Qin Changqing then saw the doubt and curiosity in Shen Fan's eyes, and only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes filled with shock. Never would I have thought that this son was actually sealed by the great emperor of the ancients. And senseless. It's hard to believe that it's been sealed since infancy. It had been recorded in the ancient books that the life source stone was as plain as a mundane stone. The symbolism is to return to the basics, and the great emperor of the ancients would use the life source stone to seal the outstanding sons and daughters of his descendants. After it breaks through the stone, it will compete for the great power and fortune and seek to prove the path of the Tao emperor, and such people are addressed as emperor's sons. Coupled with the fact that Shen Fan was so young, his identity was self-evident. Compared to the historical draconic ancient family and holy land forces, the top power, the heaven-asking sect, didn't have much information about this aspect of understanding. After all, they had only been passed down for thousands of years. However, the identity of the emperor's son had already been pressed on Shen Fan by Qin Changqing. Fellow Daoist Shun, what I understand is only a general. Qin Changqing took a sip of wine and informed Shen Fan that there was information about the life source stone and the holy bloodstone. After listening to his explanation, Shen Fan then nodded. So it is. So he thinks of me as an emperor's son? Or an orphaned emperor's son? This identity is quite suitable for me. He didn't think anything of the shift in the old man's address, calling Qin Changqing senior. That was when people were older and still bowed to him. It wasn't as if Shen Fan was arrogant and didn't know the ways of the world. Addressing a fellow Daoist, it should be that the other party had guessed his cultivation level. Seeing that Shen Fan was somewhat silent, Qin Changqing said in relief, Fellow Daoist Shen doesn't need to think too much. There are no years in cultivation. The deceased has gone. This is all a necessary path for those seeking immortality. In his opinion, Shen Fan was remembering his deceased relatives. If his forces still existed, it wouldn't be so bad that he would come out of the life source stone alone without even a protector. Combined with what Shen Fan said before, it's like a rootless duckweed that doesn't remember where it came from and doesn't know where it's going. Qin Changqing had already determined that the other party's forces had already died out in the River of Ages. Hey, even the ancient Imperial clan, it's difficult to survive for ages. Qin Changqing looked at Shen Fan and laughed after letting out a soft sigh with a tense face. Since fellow Daoist Shen is interested in going to my heaven-asking sect at a glance, how about moving now? Exactly. Shen Fan smiled and got up, leaving the restaurant with Qin Changqing. Ask the heavenly sect. Shen Fan, who walked slowly on the white jade steps, looked at the door plaque on the huge mountain gate in front of him. For the first time, he had seen the depth and vigor of a top clan. This mountain gate alone was dozens of times larger than the third-rate power soul-devouring sect. When people compare themselves with it, they will feel small. Wherever the duo passed along the way, the plants planted along the roadside were all low-grade spirit grasses. In the light of the sun, spiritual grasses emitted aura like smoke and mist, covering the magnificent hundreds of meters of white jade steps with a thin veil. The scene was exceptionally strange. TSK, if this was discovered by a lower-ranked cultivator, they'd think it was a medicinal field. Shen Fan swept his eyes at the spiritual mist surrounding his feet and the spiritual grasses on the roadside. Remembering 2 months ago, the disciples of the soul-devouring sect brought their miscellaneous disciples with them. That excited look of discovering a low-grade spirit herb in the deep mountains. A mountain is even higher than a mountain. Shen Fan, who recovered his thoughts, slowly stepped forward. From time to time, there were disciples going up and down the mountain who bowed and saluted when they encountered Qin Changqing. For him, a cultivator outside the mountain, he would also take a curious glance. Have to say, compared to the looks of the disciples of the soul-devouring sect, the face value and temperament of the disciples of the heaven-asking sect were quite impressive. The appearance of men and women is at the very least clean-cut. This is known as a spiritual root, and one's appearance is naturally higher than that of a mundane person. Watching the two of them make their way up the mountain, conversing a few sentences from time to time, some of the passing disciples of the heaven-asking sect were filled with curiosity in their hearts. This person looks so familiar. Can't it be that he's a latecomer to Elder Qin's clan? Nope. I also heard Elder Qin address him as a fellow Taoist before, so it should be Elder Qin who recommended him to enter the Heavenly Questioning sect, right? Fellow Taoist? It seems that this person's cultivation is extraordinary, definitely will become a core disciple, or even come to be an outer sect deacon elder of our Heaven Asking sect. No way. I've got to go and take a look at it, and I'm not going to do this downhill quest. Go with the same. Maybe he becomes our senior brother. There is a chance to get acquainted and take care of each other. For the discussion of the disciples behind him, Qin Changqing did not put it to heart, but looked at Xinfan curiously and asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Shun, I wonder what realm your cultivation level is." Ha ha, if it's inconvenient, it's fine not to say. Chapter 7 Touring the Heaven Asking Sect, Acquisition of Saint-Level Heart Technique, Star Luo's Secret Scrolls. In fact, this question had already made Qin Changqing curious for a long time. The realm is honestly not very clear to me. Xinfan shook his head with a blank expression. You're going to say he's in the Dharma realm? Maybe not after a while. It's not as easy as just asking. This reply rather caused Elder Qin to reveal a look of relief. Indeed, this son must have been sealed in the life source stone at a young age, and has only just come out recently. If I expected correctly, fellow Taoist Qin isn't even very clear about the cultivator realm. Normally, this kind of Emperor's son level character, when he breaks through the stone, the information band set by the clan in the Sea of Consciousness will be automatically unlocked. However, symptoms similar to Xinfan's memory loss could not be said to be absent. Qin Changqing wasn't the type of person to get to the bottom of things and reveal people's scars. Moreover, he looked at Xinfan's expression and tone, not so much as to swindle himself. Ha ha, there's no harm in that. My Heaven Asking sect has a cultivation testing monument, as long as it's infused with spiritual qi. If fellow Taoist Qin doesn't mind, you can go and try it out later, and then my clan's patriarch will also come to observe the ceremony. Qin Changqing stroked his beard and smiled. The Emperor's son sealed by the ancient great Emperor himself. Even the headmaster of a superpower would meet with them, not to mention the questioning Heaven sect. That's not kissing Tycho's ass. Rather, the weight of the witnessed great Emperor was just too thick to know this throughout the ages. There are very few who have claimed the title of Emperor. This was the reverence and honor that cultivators had for great emperors. Then I am grateful to Elder Qin. Xinfan slightly arched his hand, stealing joy in his heart. Ha! Looks like cultivation is going to crunch and take off again. But this time, I'll have to get a few feats. Not for a while. The two then walked up to the end of the alabaster steps. Xinfan's vision opened up. As far as the eye could see was a huge plaza-like platform with people coming and going. On either side of the avenue at the end of the plaza, there were also large halls and tall buildings going up one level at a time. As the steps on the mountain stretched up, obscured by clouds and mist, there was no telling where it would end. In the misty clouds, the pavilions looked like palaces in the sky. From time to time, a crane swept by with a few long chirps. There are also shadows that move through the clouds and disappear in a flash. What an immortal! Other than that, at least it looked far more decent than the gloomy Soul Eater sect. Seeing Xinfan curiously surveying the surrounding peaks, Qin Changqing smiled and introduced. That's where the outer disciples cultivate and live, and upwards is where the inner disciples are. When the two came to an ink-colored detection stone tablet, Xinfan saw a line of people flying not far away. Fellow Taoist Shun, the person in purple clothes at the head is Patriarch Mo Changkong. As for the two white-robed old men, they are the elders of the sect. Listening to Qin Changqing's introduction, Xinfan smiled slightly and said in his heart, "System, directly copy Mo Changkong's cultivation. Locked on Mo Changkong. Cultivation identified, 3rd level of the Celestial Realm. Reproduction increase opens. Celestial Realm Triple Sky. Celestial Realm 4th Heaven. Celestial Realm 7th Heaven. Celestial Realm 8th Heaven." Xinfan, who was at the 9th level of the Dharma Realm, had reached the 8th level of the Celestial Realm in just a breath. One small realm, one ascension. It looks like it's easy for him to elevate, but if an ordinary cultivator came to cultivate, it was extremely difficult. Feeling the surging cultivation in his body, Xinfan didn't feel rusty, but rather had a feeling of integration. This way of replicating cultivation was not the kind of enlightenment found in martial arts novels, which still required one to adapt to the cultivation in one's body. And like he had refined it himself, mobilizing the aura in his body was extremely smooth. That's how strong the system's golden finger is. At the same time, Xinfan also discovered a problem. Previously, when I copied the cultivation of soul-devouring sects Bone Elder and Pavilion Slaughter, I increased by 5 heavens. When I copied Qin Changqing's and Mo Changkong's cultivation, I still increased by 5 heavens. The system, won't it be because the higher the cultivation, the smaller the increase will be, is it? And when Xinfan increased his physique, items, and soul, the enhancement was not as exaggerated as his cultivation. It was all random. In answer to the host, yes, The cultivation increase will not decrease the higher the realm. This is to ensure that the host has enough security when facing any opponent. Not bad for a sweet little coat. Powerful enough. Thank you for the host's compliments. As it should be. The system is designed to make the host's strength increase like a rocket. It won't engage in snail upgrades or flashy rolls. Shinfan deeply recognized it. How long has it been? And he's at the celestial realm? As for increases in physique, divine soul, spiritual roots and such, with his cultivation as a guarantee, he was still afraid that the increase would not be extreme. The thought was only a few breaths away, when he saw Emo Changkong landed and brought 2 elders with him smiling. Shinfan locked onto an elder and said in his heart, "System, copy and increase his heart technique." Once one had a heart technique, only then could one maximize one's strength. Locked on Mo Wenyu. The heart method is identified as the lower grade of the 9th order, the secret scroll of questioning heaven. Reproduction increase effect on. Ding! Congratulations to the host, increasing the questioning heaven secret scroll to a saint grade medium mind technique, the Star Luo secret technique. Star Luo secret technique, a saint realm absolute powerhouse combines the 12 stars of the zodiac to open up the 12-star palace points in the body. When performed at full strength, it can absorb the power of the 12 stars, and when performing the technique, it can increase its power by 2 times, which is extremely astonishing. Note, it has been automatically cultivated. Awesome. Isn't this an invincible mind technique of the same rank? But it seems to be useless to me. Once he thought of his system ability, Shinfan's excited heart calmed down. If he really encountered an opponent stronger than himself, he would directly copy their cultivation. It wouldn't be as simple as being invincible in the same realm. It's likely to be a realm directly above, but it was good enough to boost the power of the feats. Then, Shinfan locked his gaze on the elder who looked the oldest beside Emo Changkong. System, copy his strongest technique. Locked on Mo Wuchen. The strongest technique was identified as a 9th order middle grade, Bijou Yellow Spring Seal. Reproduction increase effect on. Ding! Congratulations to the host, increasing the Bijou Yellow Spring Seal by a half-saint medium grade technique, the Silent Floating Buttress Seal, Silent Floating Butte Seal, Semi-Saint level technique, possessing the 3 major nodding techniques of Silent Seal, Ultimate Bliss Seal, and No Regret Seal, which are powerful. Note, after casting the Seal of No Regret, the enemy will enter the battlefield position, and the only way to break the formation is to severely injure the caster of the seal. I ask the heavenly sect to miss a long-distance welcome. I hope that fellow Taoist Shin will not be offended. Mo Changkong, who was dressed in purple, came close and arched his hand at Shinfan and smiled. As for the 2 elders behind him, they stared intently at this young man who was recognized by Elder Qin as an emperor's son. But this look, the 3 of them were shocked in their hearts. This son's cultivation is so great that even old man can't see through it? After Shinfan nodded to the crowd with a smile, he slowly walked to the giant stone monument on the side. Next moment, boom! A majestic aura surged out from his body. Only for a moment, Mo Wuchen, the oldest of the 4, sensed how amazing Shinfan's strength was and couldn't help but tremble his sushi eyebrows at the corners of his eyes. It was then that Shinfan raised a palm and lightly pressed it on the cultivation detection stone tablet in front of him. Rumble! A violet roar resounded throughout the entire questioning heaven sect. The ground of the entire testing plaza was like an earth dragon turning over, trembling continuously. The underground formation that fixed the detection monument was the first to light up, and the light shone all around, prevent the monolith from crumbling. As for the disciples who were on the sidelines, those with slow reactions were directly shaken to the ground. The gazes of everyone present all looked in unison at the blue aura engraving that soared all the way up on the testing stone tablet. When a line of blue font lit up on the stone tablet, everyone around them sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss! Celestial Realm. 8 Heavens? Chapter 8, Cultivation is not easy. I just have a billion more points of bottom line. You have to know that the young man in front of you is only 20 years old. It actually reached the 8th heaven of the celestial realm? What if this were to be practiced for a few more years? Patriarch Mo Changkong and the 3 elders, with a face of admiration, looked at Shinfan after closing his hand. I never thought that fellow Taoist Shin's cultivation level would be so high. It makes me ashamed. Mo Changkong smiled bitterly and arched his hand. As for the 3 elders, they were also slightly arching their hands with smiling faces. The chief senior disciple of their clan was only at the 9th sky of the soul condensation realm. Compared to this kind of heavenly pride, the gap wasn't half a star. Previously, they were still a bit skeptical of Elder Qin's words. Only now did they recognize his judgment. An emperor's son who had just emerged from a life source stone. The strength is comparable to that of a son of the Holy Land. Once the other party sinks their teeth into cultivation, there was no doubt that the posture of the emperor's son would inevitably exceed that of the holy sons of the lands. Unfortunately, Elder Qin had already transmitted his voice to them, and the other party had no intention of worshipping the heavenly questioning sect. Fan arched his hand to the crowd and looked at Mo Changkong and smiled. Patriarch Mo. I would like to browse through your clan's book collection. I wonder if it's convenient. Mo Changkong laughed aloud. Naturally convenient. I will arrange a Dao Peak for fellow Daoist Shin to meditate on. So why not stay for a few more days and visit the scenery of my clan? Since there was no chance of taking under the door, making friends would be a good thing for the questioning heaven sect. Fan understood and smiled. Thank you, Patriarch Mo. Ha ha, there's no harm in letting Elder Qin accompany fellow Daoist Shun. Looking at the departing back of Fan and Qin Changqing, Mo Changkong let out a light sigh. The Xian-Tian continent has not produced a great emperor for tens of thousands of years. It seems that a great power is coming. At his side, Grand Elder Mo Wuchen, stroking his beard, smiled faintly. Patriarch, why do you need to feel sorry? Even if Dao Lord Xing joins our clan, the heaven-asking sect can't afford to supply the other party with cultivation resources, and it's not as if he has to go out and look for them himself. Ha ha, I'm afraid that only the Holy Lands, desolate ancient families and superpowers have this ability. It's enough for my heaven-asking sect to befriend the other side. Mo Wenyu, who was on the side, laughed. Mo Changkong nodded and smiled as he turned to leave. Let Qinger go to make some friends. If you can talk to Shin Dao Yu is not bad. Hi, just as a mixed face. Hearing these words, Mo Wuchen and Mo Wenyu looked at each other with amusement in their eyes. They naturally heard the pity in Mo Changkong's tone. Although Mo Qinger was the most outstanding disciple of the heaven-asking sect, however, it was obviously impossible to be a Dao couple with an emperor's son-level demon like Fan. Such a golden son-in-law is placed in front of you, only to find that your own daughter is not worthy of him? That's bound to be a mixed bag of emotions. If they forced Fan to enter the heavenly questioning sect, unless they were brain-dead. Hey, it's true that you can only mix it up. The two elders shook their heads and followed their own sect leader as he leaped away, leaving behind a crowd of shocked and whispering disciples of the questioning heaven sect. Inside a side peak of the questioning heaven sect, Fan in the small courtyard was lying on a bamboo chair, flipping through the Cultivation Realm chapter in the Xian-Tian Continent Wind Journal, drawing the spirit into the body. Spirit chi quenches the body like a rock, spirit refining like the sea, quenching the blood, bones, tendons and organs in the body in order to get out of the ordinary, refining the soul and cultivating the spirit, entering the soul condensation realm. When the realm chapter was finished reading, Fan then became clear about the cultivator realm of Xian-Tian Continent, spirit-inducing realm, granite body realm, cloud sea realm, transcendental realm, soul condensation realm, dharma phase realm, celestial realm, avatar realm, king realm, semi-saint realm, sage realm, quasi-emperor, and proof of great emperor. Under the great emperor, one realm and 9 heavens, one step and one day to heaven. Unconsciously I'm almost at the avatar realm. System, you're really bullish. Fan directly covered the book over his face and paralyzed on the bamboo chair. It's just a great feeling not having to practice. Just swing for the fences. It's still the host that's great. Utilizing the system's functions wisely. Where would an ordinary person be able to have this kind of divine speed? Ha! It's a pity that I don't know where the inquiring heaven sect's supreme elders and old ancestors live. Or else I could have copied them in passing. Fan crossed his arms and wiggled his feet in succession, pleased with himself. If you ask directly it gives the impression of something else. Could have copied something else. Thinking of this, Fan just took down the books on his face. Just outside the small courtyard, he saw a woman dressed in a strong white dress coming. The woman's willow eyebrows were like a painting, and her pink lips were smiling under her delicate agaric nose. Seeing Fan looking over, she smiled and bowed with her hands. Greetings Senior Shin, Junior Mo Qinger. The voice was crisp and pleasant, not at all pretentious, and gave a feeling of crispness. There's no need to call me senior. You and I can just be on equal footing. Fan smiled and got up, secretly saying in his heart, System, copy her spirit root. Daring to come alone in the middle of his small courtyard, this person must be deliberately arranged by Mo Changkong. If you don't have some ability to want to make friends with him, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to come over. Locked on Mo Qinger. Qualification identified, upper grade spiritual root. Reproduction increase opens. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing the top grade spiritual root to an extreme grade spiritual root. When the system's lifting sound dropped, with Fan's current strength, he obviously felt that his sense of the aura of heaven and earth had been raised by a large margin compared to before. Not only that, he had gained a deeper level of understanding of the Star Luo mysterious technique and the silent floating seal that he had just acquired. Once it was cast, I'm sure the power would be enhanced by a few points. That's one of the biggest roles of cultivating spiritual roots. The higher the cultivation qualification, the better the enlightenment, complementing each other. This is a good boost. Compared to the spirit root that can increase the speed of cultivation, this is the most important thing for me. Looking at Fan with a smile at the corner of his mouth and in a good mood, Mo Qinger laughed softly. Then Qinger is high on the list. Senior brother Shin. Shinfan smiled and waved his hand. No harm done. I haven't wandered around the Heavenly Inquirer sect yet. You show me around. Qinger also came because she wanted to show senior brother around the mountain gate. Mo Qinger's eyes lit up as she lightly responded. At first, she was a bit unsure, not realizing that this emperor's son in front of her was so good at talking. Although befriending Shinfan was her father's intention, Mo Qinger did not reject it. At a power like theirs, cultivating immortality was not only about qualifications, but also about connections and relationships. Mo Qinger had also recovered from her initial constraints to her previous spirituality, and the smile on her face was much more natural. The two who left the small courtyard walked and chatted happily with each other, attracting sideways glances from the surrounding disciples. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful. What a pair! Upon learning of Shinfan's strength, some of the disciples of the Questioning Heaven sect who adored Mo Qinger instantly lost their minds to find fault. Can't afford to mess with it. Senior brother, at your kind of qualification, isn't it easy to cultivate? Mo Qinger, who was walking on the mountain road, looked at Shinfan with a curious face. I need to cultivate what? I'm afraid that if I say it, your Dao heart will collapse. Shinfan, who secretly said in his heart, shook his head with a deep face and softly said, qualifications are only part of the equation. If the Tao is not strong and the heart is not persistent, even the best qualifications are useless. I just have a billion more points of substance than others. It doesn't mean that cultivation is that much easier. The road to immortal cultivation is long and difficult, and who can say in the future? Senior brother Shin is so modest. Mo Qinger looked at him with a radiant look. It wasn't that she hadn't seen the heavenly figures of the major powers before, but that innate condescension radiates from the bones. It's not the same level of people who are with them. Even if the other person smiles, it's superficial, which is like Shinfan is so easygoing, and even told her that cultivation requires a strong Taoist heart and can't be based on qualifications alone. It seems that Elder Qin was right. Senior brother Shin is indeed a friend worthy of deep friendship. Mo Qinger, who was sizing up Shinfan, saw that his gaze was directed to the great hall not far away and couldn't help but laugh. That's our Questioning Heaven sect's pill hall. Go senior brother. I'll take you there to take a look. With pleasure. Shinfan nodded haughtily, his heart secretly happy. I'll give him copies of all of them, and the originals are still here. Great. It's no trouble. Mo Qinger spread a smile and led him towards the Hall of Pills in front of him. Chapter 9 A Meal of Replication in the Hall of Pills. The male main character's kingly dominance? The Hall of Pills of the Questioning Heaven sect was divided into two areas, inner and outer. Outside is where the medicine boy sorts the herbs. Inside, there was an alchemy area. Under Mo Qinger's introduction, Shinfan nodded frequently, all the way to the eyes and ears. Not moving, Mo Qinger, brought to the location of the hidden Dan room. Seeing Shinfan's footsteps showing hesitation, Mo Qinger laughed softly. It's alright senior brother. It's not like we're going in to steal pills. It doesn't matter if we take a look. In her opinion, Shinfan had just come out of the world and most likely had never even seen a high-level elixir. This mustn't show off the depths of the Questioning Heaven sect? A thoughtful and good girl. Shinfan nodded with a smile and stepped into the Dan collection room with her. As soon as he walked into the room, Shinfan saw a dozing old man behind the counter in front of him raise his eyelids and sweep him. This is Elder Yuan. Not much of a talker. It should be that senior brother's aura is too strange to attract his old man's attention. Listening to Mo Qinger's voice transmission, Shinfan slightly arched his hand towards the old man and secretly said in his heart, System, directly copy the other party's cultivation. An elder who guarded such an important place was bound to have extraordinary strength. The current Shinfan, as long as he met someone with strength, directly a copy, locked on Yuan Ji, identified cultivation, 8th heavenly realm of celestial beings. Since the other party's cultivation level is equal to the host's, copying has failed. Shinfan did not feel disappointed, but looked at the surrounding medicine shelves darkly. System, copy the elixir that increases the hidden elixir room. Locking all elixirs, copying increase on. Congratulations to the host. Increasing the second order top grade spirit gathering pill to the third order middle grade, Chi Hai pill. Congratulations to the host. Increasing the fifth order medium grade dragon and tiger Dan to seventh order medium grade, Xian beast Dan. Congratulations to the host. Increasing the 6th order lower grade dragon transformation Dan to the 9th order middle grade, Yin Yang Tui Dan. Listening to one of the increase prompts, Shinfan's heart was so cool. Without the slightest effort, the very best elixir came. This would be a beautiful thing to think about if you go to the Alchemy Union on the Xintian continent and slip around Shinfan's mouth with a smile. At this moment, Mo Qinger, who was on the side, introduced herself with a smile. Senior brother, look. Here is the area for pills from the 5th rank upwards, but they're all under a ban and require the sect leader's jade slip to take them away. one could see a rack of medicinal shelves made of jade and stone, displaying a single exquisite small jade bottle. Each jade bottle was isolated by an array of light masses to prevent others from stealing it. While speaking, Mo Chinger looked at Shinfan with a smug expression. Alchemists are divided into 1 to 9 grades, and above the 9 grades are half-saint Dan Masters, Dan Saints, and Dan Emperors. For an ordinary power to want to cultivate an alchemist, the resources spent would not be half a star. Although the heaven-asking sect only had 1 5th grade alchemist, it was considerably stronger than any other power of the same level. That's where the bottom line of a clan comes in. Awesome! Let's go, Miss Mo. Go and take a look at other places. Shinfan laughed. Okay. Mo Chinger laughed and left the hidden Dan room with him. When Shinfan passed by the alchemy area, looking at an old man who was inspecting and patrolling back and forth, he directly copied the other party's divine soul strength. Locked on Zhang Chuan. Identified soul grade, 2nd grade. Reproduction increase opens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the strength of the 2nd grade divine soul to the 3rd grade. He shouldn't be the Dan Palace's main alchemist, but this time, coming to the heavenly questioning sect, it's kind of a bumper harvest. Shinfan was secretly happy in his heart. He was very satisfied with this trip to the heaven-asking sect. Next, the two of them went to the inner gate of the questioning heaven sect to browse through books, the pavilion of merit and goodness, the martial arts arena, and so on. Shinfan copied all the feats in the hidden scriptures in his hand. At the same time, a stance was copied and increased from the elder guarding the hidden scripture pavilion. Follow the shadow, half-saint grade upper grade stance, walking like smoke, body like mist, like a shadow, exceptionally treacherous. As for the Gongfu on the other elders, their grades were too low, not even increasing to the half-saint level. As for those secret books of Gongfu after copying and increasing, Shinfan did not intend to use them. It's just as much of a waste of time as practicing. It's not as easy and quick as copying the increase, and it doesn't take time. Having a system is convenient. Shinfan traveled out of the sky with a smile on his face. Mo Chinger, who was on the side, looked at the beautiful scenery of the setting sun and the clouds and whispered with a smile on her face. It's so beautiful. I've been practicing before, and I've rarely been able to come to the Cloud Sea Terrace to view the scenery. Shinfan, who had returned to his senses, smiled faintly. The view is really nice. Yunhai Terrace, as the name suggests. This was considered the highest area of the heaven-asking sect, with a sea of clouds below and strange peaks peeking out, covered with a layer of clouds made golden by the setting sun. It looks gorgeous. Senior brother Shen, what are your plans next? Mo Chinger whispered softly, although there wasn't a lot of communication with Shinfan, but the other person's aura was like an abyss, which made her feel very at ease. It was as secure as if his dad was by her side. Is this the temperament of someone who has lived for countless years? But he doesn't seem to know anything about it. Intend to. Shinfan pondered for a while and looked at her and smiled. I should be looking around the Xian-Tian continent, checking out the scenery of each place. After all, I've never even been there. How vast is the Xian-Tian continent? Without a teleportation array, an ordinary cultivator would not be able to walk all the way in his lifetime. There are naturally a number of exciting things about this. Shinfan was definitely going to check it out. His tone was sprightly, but with a hint of loneliness. This was Mo Chinger's most intuitive feeling when she heard these words. Thinking of Shinfan out of the world, not even a relative, she could not help but tremble in her heart, pursed her pink lips and changed the topic. Pursuing the great Dao. Senior brother Shen has such natural talent. Why don't you strive for the path of the emperor? Throughout the ages, those who come out of the world are all seeking to prove empire and seek immortality. Senior brother Shen can't be too lazy. The light of the setting sun illuminated her clear smile more and more delicately. I fight for a dare. Who became an emperor to copy a hand is not beautiful. Shinfan raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a raised eyebrow and laughed. It's too dangerous. I'm afraid of dying. Ha ha. After saying this, Shinfan directly leaped onto the viewing guardrail, turned his body around, and fell down with his back to the sea of clouds below. Senior brother Shen, you're too skinny. Ha ha. What do you know? This is called fun. Shinfan pillowed his head with both hands, laughed loudly, and disappeared into the clouds. What fun is there in cultivating immortality if you don't brush up when you have a light power? Watching him act like an urchin, Mo Chinger snorted a laugh and leapt into the sea of clouds below. Over the sea of clouds, looking at the empty observation deck below, Mo Changkong whispered to the old man beside him, Elder Ancestor, this son has no desire to witness the Tao. Is he really an emperor's son? Which one of those holy sons of the lands did not set proving the Tao and becoming an emperor as their lifelong goal? When it came to Shinfan, he actually looked at it so lightly? The old man faintly said, throughout history, even if it is an emperor's son, there are only a few witnesses. Rather, this son's spontaneity is quite difficult. Do not underestimate anyone. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man had disappeared into the air. asked the Sky Sect side peak. Mo Chinger, who was standing outside the small courtyard, waved her hand at Shin Fan. Senior brother Shin, have a great day today. Ha ha, me too. Seeing that Mo Chinger did not leave, but stood in place with a hesitant face, Shin Fan's heart jumped. Rub, am I too handsome? Directly attracted this girl? Looks like this is the novel. The male lead's kingly aura. Shin Fan, who was quite self-satisfied in his heart, began to measure the spirited girl in front of him. At 1.77 meters, she was dressed in a power suit and had a great front and back, paired with a delicate face and a forthright personality. It's truly absorbing. The little girl is quite good looking. Would it be too fast if she confesses to me? But looking at how forthright she is, she should be a girl who dares to do something. Hey, it's not easy to mess up. Too much charm can be a pain in the ass. Seeing that Shin Fan had been staring at herself, Mo Chinger no longer hesitated and inquired with a smile. Senior brother, I'm going to go out for a trial in 2 days. I need to prepare for the next few days. Are you still staying in the heavenly questioning sect? Ha, ha ha ha, so it is like this. I should have left already. Shin Fan's face stiffened, looked at her and laughed dryly, secretly saying in his heart, sure enough, it's better to be realistic as a human being. Chapter 10, we also want to enjoy the Emperor's son. What's wrong with senior brother Shen? Muttering in her heart, Mo Chinger sounded somewhat regretful. In that case, I don't know when I'll be able to see senior brother next time. The journey of cultivation is a matter of several years respectively. After all, the Shin Tian continent was so big that if they wanted to meet again, they could only rely on luck. Shin Fan thought about it and looked at her and smiled. It's fine, let me know if you're heading out. I don't have much to do if I stay here. The matter of coming to the questioning heaven sect was considered to have come to an end. Shin Fan hadn't settled on the next place yet. Why don't we take a stroll to the place of trials that Mo Chinger had mentioned? Maybe we can meet a being with excellent cultivation qualifications. It would be nice to duplicate a hand if you could meet a heavenly pride that possessed a physique. Hearing these words, Mo Chinger's eyes lit up. Really? Don't go back on your word. Ha ha, don't worry. Shin Fan laughed and waved his hand as he turned to leave. Returning to his room, Shin Fan closed the door and took out several small medicine bottles from the system space. 8th order upper grade empty spirit epiphany pill. After taking it, the cultivator's spirit, and wisdom will increase extremely dramatically, and the higher the qualification, the more obvious the effect of the epiphany will be. 9th order lower grade breath creation elixir. After taking it, not only does it possess the ability to raise the dead and turn them into white bones, but it can also heal any wounds below the king's realm. Note, half-saint realm Dao scar injuries cannot be erased. It is ineffective for those under the saint realm and those with depleted life chakras. 9th order medium grade yin and yang 2-year pill, a sacred healing medicine that breaks the lesions of the extremely yin and yang body types. Once taken, cultivators with one of the two body types can fuse the energy of extreme yin and yang in their bodies, and their strength rises dramatically. It's all precious. Looking at the system information projection in front of him, Shin Fan opened the small pill bottle of the biocreation pill. A wisp of Dan mist emerged from the small pill bottle, and a slight sniff was refreshing. TSK, it's worthy of being a superb elixir. Smelling it gives me an urge to eat it. Shin Fan barred his mouth. Then he aimed his nostrils at the little pill bottle and took a wild swig. Suck in. The aroma instantly floods the nostrils and the taste is intoxicating, especially after the powerful medicinal power entered his body. It made his entire body float a bit and feel soothed. Burp, I want to eat it in one bite. Shin Fan, who had a Dan burp, glanced at the biocreation Dan suspended in the center of the small pill bottle and emitting light. He saw the Dan mist that he had finished sucking, once again filling up inside the bottle. After covering the lid, Shin Fan lay down on the bed and raised his eyebrows and smiled. Hey, we'll use it later when the realm is upgraded. After putting the elixir into the system space, Shin Fan, who was lying on the bed, stretched his waist. Then he waved his hand and extinguished the candle flame on the table. 3 days later, Shin Fan and the crowd of the questioning heaven sect left the place in a flying boat. This time, the one leading the team was the 5th elder of the inquiring heaven sect, Mo Wenyu. It was one of the elders who followed Mo Changkong a few days ago. The old man had a somewhat blonde figure, and his appearance appeared to be that of the Maitreya Buddha. Smiling as he stood by the fence of the flying boat, Shin Fan, who was standing beside him, looked at the surrounding cluster of flying boats that were moving in unison high in the sky and laughed. Elder Mo, it seems like there are quite a few forces heading to the land of trials this time. Mo Wenyu smiled as he stroked his whiskers. This time, the relics of the Sevenstar Mountain in the eastern domain are extraordinary, and many forces will naturally send their disciples to practice a bit, and most likely there will be super forces as well. It's a pity that the relic boundary only allows cultivators under the Dharma phase realm to enter, so it won't allow fellow Taoist Shin to show off his skills. Honestly, Mo Wenyu also wanted to see how strong Shin Fan really was. After all, It wasn't just anyone who could wait for the Emperor's son to come out. Elder Mo was joking. There are so many handsome people in the world. Shinfan smiled and shook his head. He went to the Sevenstar Mountain in order to replicate the increase in strength. As for trials and whatnot, go to whoever you like. Speaking of replication increases, Shinfan looked at the flying boat under his feet and said in his heart, "System, copy this flying boat." Okay, host. Locking the ferry boat. Identified as a 7th order medium grade magic treasure. Reproduction increase opens. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Increasing the sea crossing boat to the top grade of the 9th order, the cloud piercing shuttle. Cloud piercing shuttle, made of star meteorite, it can travel thousands of miles in a single instant, and has the ability to jump in space at full sprint. The system beeped. A silver gray flying boat, suspended within the system space. The walls of the ship emanated dots of starbursts that were extremely divine. Good stuff. It'll be easier to catch up in the future. At that moment, seeing Mo Chinger walk over, Mo Wenyu smiled as he stroked his beard and left the place to the two young men. Coming to Shinfan's side, Mo Chinger laughed. Senior brother Shen, in the future, you'll have to come and sit in the heavenly questioning sect. Ha ha, if it's on the way, I'll be sure to stop by. As he listened to the youngster's conversation behind him, Mo Wenyu smiled and narrowed his eyes. Seeing the disciples of the heaven asking sect inside the cabin, poking their heads out to survey this side, they couldn't help but blow their beards and drive the crowd inside. None of you need to adjust your state? Entering the land of trials doesn't give you guys time to rest. If there's an accident, there's only one life left. 5th Elder. Isn't senior sister also outside? We also want to admire the Emperor's son. If you had the cultivation of a senior sister, I wouldn't bother with you. How dare you talk back? I dare not. You're right. Sevenstar Mountain in the eastern region, featuring 7 rolling, towering peaks and many surrounding peaks, named for its resemblance to the Big Dipper. This place stretched for tens of thousands of miles, with many demonic beasts and abundant spiritual medicines. It was a place of trial for the surrounding clan forces, casual cultivators, and adventure groups to gather. When Shinfan and his group arrived here, this place was already surrounded by cultivators from many forces. I heard that a 9-colored haze has appeared within the Sevenstar Mountain, and it seems that a cultivator has ascended to immortality. Is it true? Outrageous. Who are you listening to? It's clear that an ancient relic has appeared, but the 9-colored haze is true. Quick look, another top-tier power. It's from the eastern region's heaven-asking sect. Listening to the surrounding cultivators' comments, Elder Mo Wenyu looked at Shinfan and the others and laughed. The entrance to the relics within the mountain has been blocked by the major powerhouses, and there are still 2 hours before it opens. You and others will first go to the quarters to adjust your state. Yes, Elder. The disciples led the order in unison. As a local top power in the eastern domain, the heaven-asking sect naturally had its own residence in a trial site like this one. The act of these forces blocking the entrance was the result of a compromise between the forces stationed at the Sevenstar Mountain. It was also to prevent other cultivators from entering it, causing the disciples of the sect to be one step behind. However, Shinfan learned that these forces did not do everything. When the relics opened, the scattered cultivators on the periphery were also able to enter them to explore the mysteries. Nobody's complaining. Who made this group of forces powerful and have a strong background? The group was led by Elder Mo Wenyu as they walked towards the compound where the Heavenly Questioning sect was located. Seeing Shinfan curiously surveying the surroundings, Mo Wenyu caressed his beard and laughed. Fellow Daoist, why don't we let Chinger show you around? The trial is still early anyway. Shinfan also wanted to see what forces were around, smiled, nodded, and said softly, if it's no trouble, hey, definitely not troublesome. Senior brother go. Mo Chinger on the side directly pulled his sleeve and slipped out of the group. Not for a while. The two then arrived in an overcrowded marketplace. Senior brother, there used to be stalls here, but now they're all gone. Probably because there are too many people. Looking at the crowded crowd ahead, Mo Chinger couldn't help but feel a bit chagrined. She was still thinking of taking Shinfan for a stroll to see the bustle outside of the Questioning Heaven sect. No harm. Go to the front and take a look. Sweeping the surroundings, Shinfan slowly walked towards the boundary line of Sevenstar Mountain. Inside the boundary line, 10 cultivators from the major powers scattered in all directions to prevent anyone from rushing inside the Sevenstar Mountain. There was also an old man among them, sitting cross-legged on a boulder with his eyes closed. When he saw a treasure boat flying from the distant void descending, it directly descended into the Sevenstar Mountain. The cultivators gathered outside the boundary line were talking. TSK, so overbearing, it looks like it's someone from the Holy Land Forces. This is strength. I don't know if there's any chance for me and other casual cultivators to enter it. If it weren't for the many rules of the sect, I would have wanted to join the forces. Hey, just blame me for being Thai. Hiss, that's the draconic willow family? Upon hearing the shocked cry of a cultivator in the crowd, The surrounding people looked at a short distance away in unison. Next moment, the scene fell into place. This sudden silence made the corner of Shinfan's eyes jump. The deterrent power of the desolate ancient family is so strong? It's not so. With doubt in his heart, he took a sideways glance and his heart was suddenly enlightened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These old bastards. Chapter 11, The First Beauty of the Eastern Region. Pouring heaven and the absolute Lu Qingcheng, only to see the crowd in front of them automatically make way. The head of the group was an old man wearing a purple and gold Chinese dress with a bland face. Behind him followed 5 young men. That's not the point. The point was that there was a purple-skirted woman's appearance among these 5 people, and she actually had the appearance of pouring the heavens into the world. The woman wore a long lavender dress. Her face was absolutely beautiful and her skin was like gelatin. The green silk is draped over the back, and there are red silks gently pulled back. At this moment, she was whispering notes to the young female cultivator beside her. Her voice unusually soft, the picturesque willow eyebrows, the starry eyes, and the lightly opened pink lips were all very attractive. The face was overwhelmingly beautiful, coupled with a soft and gentle voice, and it was a person from the draconic ancient family. No wonder it was able to silence many cultivators. TSK TSK. The sun and the moon for the loss of color. Ah, this girl actually looks so beautiful. Shen Fan, who exclaimed out in praise, hastily attached his aura to his eyes and drew closer to take a fixed look. Bubbly beautiful indeed. It's still really magnificent, murmured Shen Fan, who rubbed his chin. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators turned around to look at him with admiration in their eyes. Even the few young sons of the desolate ancient Willow family were attracted by the sudden sound of praise and sidelong glanced at Shen Fan. Older brother, you are so bold. I only dare to look. I don't even dare to speak. Fellow Daoist, this is the #1 beauty in the eastern region. You really haven't heard of it? The pretense is too realistic. Taoist friendship has guts. To actually use such tactics to attract the eastern region's #1 beauty. I admire you. A whisper was heard and Shen Fan rolled his eyes. Then he locked his sight on the back of that old man from the Lu clan and said in his heart, System, copy the increase of the opponent's cultivation. Locked on Lu Songlong. Identified cultivation, 4th sky of the Avatar realm. Reproduction increase opens. Avatar realm 4th heaven. Avatar realm 5th heaven. Avatar realm 7th heaven. Avatar realm 9 heavens. A wave of replication increases and it takes off straight away. Cool. It's not in vain. Feeling the growing strength in his body, Shen Fan's mouth was tinged with a smile. Greetings, Elder Lu. Seeing the people from the desolate ancient family walk over, the cultivators of the major forces guarding the borderline bowed and saluted in unison. Even the old cultivator sitting on the boulder opened his eyes and smiled archly at Lu Songlong. Fellow Daoist Lu, I haven't seen you in a few years. You still look the same. Lu Songlong arched his hand and smiled. Ha ha, this time I came to bring 4 juniors from my clan for some training. I still hope that fellow Daoist Fawn will be accommodating. That's a bit of a redundant statement. How strong is the draconic family? But after all, it was these forces that were the first to discover the strange movements in Sevenstar Mountain. Although the desolate ancient Willow family was powerful, it was not yet so domineering and unruly. Fang Qi stroked his beard and laughed. Fellow Daoist Lu was joking. Just enter on your own. It seems that the immortal cultivation world also talks about human feelings. Ah, Shen Fan secretly said, when he saw the old man surnamed Fang arching his hand at the stunningly beautiful woman. His heart stirred. Looks like this woman is not simple. Seeing that she did not enter the Sevenstar Mountain, but turned away with Lu Songlong, Shen Fan directly locked onto the other party. System, copy her strongest jutsu. Locked on Lu Qingchang. The strongest Jedi is identified as quasi-emperor grade medium grade technique, floating life like a dream finger. Reproduction increase opens. So exciting. A quasi-imperial level technique? Shen Fan's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had copied a quasi-emperor level technique, worthy of being from the desolate ancient family. I hope it's not a quasi-emperor grade upper grade technique. Shen Fan was full of anticipation for the system's increase effect. I can't help but be nervous. Earlier, when he was in the questioning Heaven Sect scripture pavilion, some of the feats he had copied only increased by 1 grade and did not jump realms. Right at this moment, a system prompt sounded in Shen Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, increasing the quasi-emperor's mid-grade technique, floating life like a dream finger, to the great emperor's mastery, the void transformation Dao finger. Void transforming Dao finger, a finger is offered. The emperor's shadow descends, transforming and destroying all laws. Powerful, great Imperial Jedi. If it wasn't for the wrong scene, Shen Fan really wanted to yell. At the same time, Lu Qingcheng inexplicably felt as if someone was spying on her, and could not help but frown and turn back. A cultivator in the crowd was seen excitedly tilting his head and waving his fist toward the sky. By its side, there was another female cultivator who stared at him with raised eyebrows. Oh my god, Goddess Willow is looking back at me. It seems that I'll have to take the initiative to make a trip to the Lu family. Life takes off close at hand. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That was looking at me. Phew. Mo Chinger tilted her head to look at the relieved Shin Fan and raised her eyebrows. Senior brother, why are you so excited? Are you also an admirer of Lu Qingcheng? Shin Fan said with a smile on his face. No, I don't even know her, but she sure is pretty. Really? Then how would I compare to her? Mo Chinger brightened with anticipation. Hearing this, Shin Fan patted her shoulder with a heavy face and whispered, although you are quite delicate looking, don't think of comparing yourself to her, no? There is a saying that you are also the scenery. Don't make a fool of yourself. You are also the scenery yourself. That's a great line. Make a fool of yourself? Damn it. When she heard that she had made a fool of herself, Mo Chinger was furious and red with shame, and hammered her fist on the arm of Shin Fan, who was grinning. In the next few moments, Shin Fan listened to Mo Chinger's introduction of the forces that had come while looking for an opportunity to replicate the increase. It was a pity that an overwhelming power like the desolate ancient Willow family did not appear. They were all mostly mid-level and top-level forces within the Eastern Domain. There was even no one with a higher cultivation level or divine soul strength than him. As for the special physique, there was even none. Even sects like the Heavenly Inquirer sect didn't have anyone with a special physique, so the degree of preciousness could be imagined. It seems that those Holy Land forces don't value this trial, but whoring a great Emperor's Jedi for nothing. Shin Fan was still very happy. In the future, if you have the chance, you'll go to that kind of high-level trial place to take a look. Copy increase gaga take off ah. Just as Shin Fan was playing his little game, the crowd quieted down once again. Could it be a pretty girl again? Shin Fan looked up and saw another line of people walking not far away. Compared to the low-key scene of the draconic Willow family, this group of people, young and old, exuded a domineering and extreme aura, especially the group's 8 guards. Each one of them was clad in auger-printed black armor, holding a long spear, with a straight posture and a cold face. The sound of the footsteps that were transmitted between the steps of the Qixing stepping, vaguely had the flavor of the method of the battle formation. Shin Fan, who had his hands clasped on his chest, sized up the group and then locked his eyes on the 2 old men. System, copy the Crone's divine soul, and that old man's cultivation level. Locked on Young Ma, identified soul strength, 3rd grade, failed to copy the increase. Locked on Dong Huangyu, identified cultivation, 7th heaven of the Avatar realm, failed to copy the increase. The 7th heaven of the Avatar realm is actually stronger than that old man of the desolate ancient Willow family? Shin Fan was puzzled. Although the duplication failed, Shin Fan was not disappointed, but looked at a woman wearing a dark gold python robe on this pedestrian. Compared to Lu Qingqing's stunningly beautiful and soft face, this woman's face was extremely three-dimensional and cold, coupled with the other party's python robes and innate condescending nobility. It's rather like the queen has descended and no one is allowed to enter. Sweeping the surrounding cultivator's eyes fluttering appearance, Shin Fan was really somewhat amused. Absolute. I want to see it but I don't dare. A bunch of old sixes. At this time, Mo Chinger, who saw the visitor clearly, somewhat nervously tugged on Shin Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Senior brother, don't look. That's the great princess of the great Qian dynasty. Very fierce. Can't even look at it." As for it, Shin Fan rolled his eyes. No wonder these old sixes have such drifting eyes. The two spoke softly though. But in this scene where there were only footsteps, the crowd were all cultivators and naturally heard his words clearly. There was a sudden lurch of neat footsteps. Same time, the cultivators standing around Shin Fan were like chickens whisked away by dogs, instantly leaving their places. The corner of Shin Fan's eyes jumped and he raised his head slightly. Then he saw the woman in the center, looking sideways. She sized up Shin Fan, who was looking straight at her, and then locked her gaze on Mo Chinger, who had her head down. After seeing that she was wearing the clothing of the heaven-asking sect, the woman's mouth revealed an evil smile and her tone was bland. Slap. The words fell. A palace maid standing beside her transformed into a residual shadow and appeared directly in front of Mo Chinger. The courtesan with an indifferent gaze stretched out her white right hand and brazenly slapped it onto the delicate face of the woman in front of her. But the next moment, the courtesan's pupils plummeted. The 2 silhouettes in front of her seemed to be blown away by the wind of her palm and disappeared without a trace. So fast? With a shock in her heart, she turned back sharply. And the eldest princess of Deqian had already been strangled by that young man, a hand on her white neck. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 12 The arrogant princess of the Imperial dynasty. Strike. Shocking waves. My god, has he gone crazy? That's the super dynasty Deqian. Actually caught the great Qian princess under the eyes of Sister Rong? This young man has such a stance. Why can't he stabilize his hand? It's better to just bail out. I remember he seems to be from the heaven-asking sect. Even the heaven-asking sect can't protect him. That female disciple should go back and tell the division. Hey, there with one hand and the sea is wide open. listening to the murmurs of the surrounding cultivators. In the Diqian crowd, the Rong sister who stood beside the python-robed woman, looked at Shinfan and said hoarsely, "How about releasing the princess of my dynasty?" If it wasn't for the fact that the young man in front of her was strangely fast, she was afraid that the princess would show a hint of deviation, or else she would have already made a move. A mere disciple of the heaven-asking sect dares to move earth on Taiyu? Why isn't this old man Dong Huan making a move? Humph. It seems that he is disgruntled about the eldest princess ascending to the throne. The Rong Mama, who secretly said in her heart, swept the old man in the teen with her afterglow, wrath in her eyes. As for the courtesan, she did not go after Mo Chinger, but waited in a calm and relaxed manner. As long as the man wasn't stupid, he knew that the consequences of making a move would be something that neither he nor the questioning heaven sect could afford. Shinfan shrugged his shoulders, his right hand tightly pinched the neck of Diqian princess, and his thumb also rubbed the other party's white skin back and forth. Seeing that the woman did not get angry, but the corners of her mouth revealed a smile, and her eyes were even slightly curved like a crescent moon, Shinfan smiled. "Girl's pretty bossy." The words were not yet spoken. The woman's pupils shrank. She saw the man in front of her raise his hand violently, waving and jerking it down towards her delicate face, without the slightest hesitation. This scene made everyone's eyes widen. Holy, he's crazy. Some cultivators who reacted sharply even fled the scene at the first opportunity. Arrogant. With a sharp roar, Rong Mama swept toward Shinfan with a monstrous momentum, but with the hostages in hand, she didn't dare to make a move. Instead, he wanted to take the other's palm, although the other party did not kill, but really want to whip in the face of the great Qian princess, then the face of their royal family is considered lost. As for the courtesan, she attacked in detail, trying to distract him. Next moment, boom, Shinfan's body erupted with an appalling aura. On the spot, the attacking courtesan was shocked into spewing out a mouthful of blood mist and flew out backwards, not knowing whether she was alive or dead. Same time, feeling the aura emanating from Shinfan's body, that old crone was even more appalled. This son actually has an avatar realm cultivation? She no longer dared to be arrogant, and her aura surged around her, and Shinfan had already lifted his left hand and pinched the spell. Buzz! The void rippled in an instant. The aura around his body was even surging, converging into the shadow of the legal seal in front of his palm that emitted a destructive aura. Terrifying pressure instantly swept through the surroundings, startling the cultivators not far away to once again retreat in succession. When they saw the golden lines condensed in that Dharma seal, the crowd was all in fear. Hiss! Half-Saint Gold Stripe? This son's technique is at the half-saint level? Such a powerful aura. When did the heaven-asking sect produce such a demon? Why is there no news at all? In the meantime, the old crone with a grave expression offered a palm seal filled with domineering dragon chi. Ow! The sound of a powerful dragon's roar. A giant five-clawed golden dragon with a golden pattern imprinted on its brow carried a monstrous momentum and pressed down towards the large seal in front of it. Seeing this scene, an old cultivator was shocked in his heart. It's the great Qian half-saint level Son Dragon Palm. This son is truly extraordinary, actually forcing the Avatar Realm's young Ma to use this move. Could it be that he's not also an Avatar Realm powerhouse? What? Such a young Avatar Realm? Before the shocked crowd could come back to their senses, a low cry rang out in the arena. Silent seal. Rumble. The legal seal that emanated a destructive aura instantly pierced through the crone's golden dragon and imprinted on her body. It is a devastating experience. Put. With only one strike, that old crone spewed out a mouthful of blood on the spot and crashed into the Sevenstar Mountain with a pale face. Crush. Utterly crushing. Looking at a large tree that had crashed, as well as the dissipating mana seals, the distant onlookers turned their heads stiffly in unison and looked at the man standing proudly in the middle of the field. Actually, defeated the great Qian Rongmu in one move. You should know that she's a cultivator of the first sky of the Avatar realm. Is the questioning heaven sect a divine son that the questioning heaven sect has hidden in snow? This kind of battle power, I'm afraid that only the holy sons of the great holy lands and desolate ancient lineages can compare? I don't know, but I heard that last year in the northern border sacred lands heavenly diffusion sword pavilion, a disciple killed an Avatar realm powerhouse with a single sword. If you compare it like this, the gap is there, but it's not much. You have to know that the heaven-asking sect is the top power. An old cultivator's tone was filled with awe. The divine son of a power, a demonic heavenly pride comparable to the holy sons of the lands. All of the cultivators present had a sense of shock in their hearts. Never in a million years, the questioning heaven sect, which has always chosen to rest on its laurels and seek victory in a stable manner, actually has this kind of heavenly pride? Seeing the woman who was being choked by her own neck, she was still surveying herself with a smile on her face, without the slightest sense of danger. Shinfan flung his left hand and was about to give her a spiral loud mouth, when he heard the grey-clothed old man in the group, arching his hand and smiling. Thank you for being merciful, fellow Taoist. This matter is my royal family's insolence in the first place. If you, Taoist friend, stop here, the compensation from the Eastern Emperor clan will make you, Taoist friend, satisfied. Obviously, Dong Huangyu had already sensed the cultivation level of the young man in front of him. At the same time, he also knew that the other party had already shown mercy by not striking down young Ma. Hearing the old man speak out, some cultivators who had long ago gathered their eyes on him could not help but whisper curiously, "Who is this old man? Why have I never seen it before?" "I don't know. It should be an old provider of the great Qin Imperial family. I heard that the eldest princess has a younger brother with unbelievable qualifications to support her ascension to the throne, and this old man is obviously there to protect her." Elder Fong, who is this senior? Seeing his own elder reveal a look of gravity, a cultivator within the boundary line of the Sevenstar Mountain came to his side and whispered. Fong Chi inhaled slightly and whispered, "The Dakian Imperial family, Dong Huangyu, Dong Huangyu?" Upon hearing this, the faces of the surrounding cultivators turned white. The great Qian people's slaughterer, Dong Huangyu, the great general of the great Qian 300 years ago, a lifetime of killing without equal. I do not know how many clans and forces within the great Qian country that did not listen to the imperial order have been annihilated. I didn't expect this old man in rough linen and peaceful breath. It's actually the Eastern Emperor Feather, who is a great warrior of the great Qian dynasty. Many cultivators gulped in unison, their hearts beating faster as they looked at the young man standing in the middle of the field, wanted to see if he would choose to take a step back. Xinfan pulled the corner of his mouth, tightened his right hand that was choking the woman's neck, and looked at the woman with a smile at the corner of her mouth and blandly said, "If I hadn't stepped in, my senior sister would have had to suffer a slap from that courtesan. Yes or no?" At these words, the smile on the woman's face froze, and with a slight sigh, Dong Huangyu softly said, "Then I am offended." "What? Offended?" The moment these three words came out, the hearts of the crowd were like waves of shock. This? No, not really. All the cultivators stared at the man in the field with wide eyes. The eldest princess of Diqian, Dong Huangyu Lu, was even softer and closed her eyes powerlessly. That's when she realized he had run into someone that even Dong Huangyu didn't want to cross paths with. Chapter 13, The Great Emperor's Jedi is now in the world. Smoked into a pig's head. Boom! Terrifying chi and battle intent instantly erupted from Dong Huangyu's body, sweeping across the entire arena. And in the void behind Dong Huangyu, waves of blood-colored air emerged to cover the sky. Among the waves of air, a humanoid silhouette wearing golden armor and holding a giant blade of a chopping horse stood between heaven and earth. The golden patterns on its armor and chopping blade were many times more dazzling than the half-8-leveled Song Long Palm unleashed by Rong Mama. The regal aura emanating from that giant golden man shook the void with ripples. It even made the surrounding cultivators stop even the gong methods in their bodies. Looking at the giant silhouette standing in the void, many people secretly gulped. Is this the Avatar Realm's Avatar Heaven and Earth? The power is so terrifying. To actually make Dong Huangyu directly use his innate divine ability, what kind of cultivation does this son have? Many people had already turned around and fled the place, fearing that they would be affected. But just then, a hint of extremely terrifying pressure caused everyone's figures to stagger. Cultivators with low cultivation were actually difficult to resist this pressure. As if they were pressed by a boulder, their faces fell to the ground in shock. Everyone turned around in unison. The young man standing in the middle of the field was seen raising his left hand. Flexing his fingers, he pointed at the golden sword and armor war general that fell in the void. Behind it, a magnificent shadow, whose face could not be seen, also raised its hand and pointed. Upon seeing the purple chi patterns converging on the other party's fingertips, the crowd was so shocked that their scalps went numb and their hairs exploded in sweat. It's actually an emperor-level technique. This son is actually harboring a great emperor battle technique. Only an emperor-level technique could condense purple chi patterns. Fellow Daoist Shun, have mercy. At the back of the crowd, an anxious yell spread out. However, the void turns Dao finger. Phew, how terrifying is the emperor-level finger technique? Even if Xinfan didn't activate the treasure body and the Star Luo secret method, the terrifying might contained in this strike was also not something that Dong Huangyu, who was 2 heavens below him, could block. Boom! Like an aurora borealis, the purple fingerprints instantly shattered the golden armored war general's long sword. Unstoppable! Dong Huangyu didn't even react before the aurora swept past the golden armored war general's neck and flew into the firmament. Wherever the fingerprints pass, the void left a long aftermath of the attack. It went straight up to the sky like a rainbow bridge under the sunlight. It didn't matter if it was the major powers sect heads and elders who were soaring within the Sevenstar Mountain, or the cultivators outside the Sevenstar Mountain. At this moment, not even the slightest sound was made, and they all looked at the fingerprints in the void with a shocked face, as well as the war general's great sword that crumbled into golden shards. Another defeated enemy. This son is so strong in battle. One must know that his opponent was the great Qian warlord Dong Huangyu of the 7th heaven of the Avatar realm. Even if a heavenly pride of the same realm wanted to defeat this old man, neither is an easy thing to do. This was the terrifying battle power of the great Imperial Jedi. Looks of disbelief, shock, and disbelief surfaced on the faces of the crowd. The scene fell into place. Even Lu Qingcheng and Lu Songlong, who stood on the eaves not far away, gazed at the man in the field, guessing his true identity. Inquiring Heaven Sect, there was no way that such a demon could exist. Moreover, the anxious shout of the Ask the Sky Sect elder just now had already explained everything. But why has never heard of this man? By this time, Dong Huangyu had already dispersed the avatar heaven and earth. With blood spilling from the corners of his mouth and his face turning white, he arched his hand towards Shinfan and stood in place without saying a word. If that finger had been aimed at the Golden War General's neck just now, he, who was connected to the avatar, would have definitely suffered a serious injury, and it's still a heavy blow that can't be undone. A great Emperor's Jedi technique was not something that ordinary people could resist. The other party had already stayed his hand again, and he didn't dare interfere too much in the matter. As long as the other party didn't kill East Emperor Moonfall, everything was negotiable. Shenfan, who had withdrawn his hand, looked sideways at the great Qian Rapunzel, who had tilted her head to play dead, and raised an eyebrow. What other bottom cards are there? Take it out at once. These words immediately caused the frozen cultivators to gasp slightly. My God, before I thought that this Taoist was trying to attract Lu Qingcheng, I didn't think that people were really just commenting on one or two, with such an overbearing tone. I'm afraid it's not the holy son of any holy land? Only such an existence could possibly possess a great emperor's mastery and be fearless of superpowers. The Eastern domain doesn't seem to have any information on this person. Is it possible that he's a saint's son from another domain? It seems like we have to find some time to pay a visit to the Heaven Inquiring Sect. These old sixes, they're hiding quite deeply. East Emperor Moonfall was light and mixed, opening his eyes and looking at him as he brought his pretty face over and softly laughed. No more, begged the Taoist friend to be gentle with his hands. It's the Moonfall that's wrong. The words were not yet spoken. Pow! A blast! Shinfan's right hand directly drew on her beautiful and pretty face. This caused the hearts of all the cultivators to tremble, and many female cultivators rubbed their tingling pretty faces. Some of them even subconsciously leaned back, and their faces still showed expressions of pain as if they had been smoked, because the right side of Donghuang Yuezhuang's white face, a clear red slap mark had appeared. The stinging pain on her pretty face immediately caused Donghuang Yulu to shiver, and her eyes were flooded with watery mist. I've never been slapped in the face in my entire life. Not to mention, where did she, who was expected to become the lord of the great Qian dynasty, think that she would one day encounter such a thing? Coupled with the fact that so many people were present to watch, a trace of a strange feeling in the bottom of her heart made her unable to help but redden her face, skimming her trembling pink lips and looking at Shinfan pitifully. That chaste look, which still had the aura and momentum of the queen from before, like a weak girl who was being bullied. I feel sorry for her. Seeing her like this, Shinfan couldn't help but gasp and laugh. Being a princess of a country so domineering? In the place of an ordinary person under the rule, wouldn't they have to be smacked to death by that palace maid? Dong Huang Yulu's nose shrugged, a grieved sobbing voice. I just like to scare people. I didn't kill. How dare you talk back? Shinfan's hand around her neck tightened, and he backhanded her with another big mouth. Pow! Of course he knew that the courtesan hadn't used her aura when she struck earlier. Where else would Shinfan have stayed his hand? It was useless even if Elder Mo of the questioning Heaven Sect came to persuade him to fight. Seeing that Dong Huang Yulu did not dispel the redness on her cheeks with her aura, Shinfan then stopped his hand and said in a cold voice, You think you're the king of heaven? Can't even let someone say a word? I don't think your father was even this arrogant. Hiss, this person is so fierce, actually directly commenting on the great Qian country lord? Worthy of being the son of a holy land, talking so hard, and the swollen face of the East Emperor Moonfall, shedding 2 lines of tears trembling voice, Father loves the people like a son, deeply under the rule of the people. Pow! Your father knows that he loves the people like a son, and you're out there messing around? Cold-faced Shinfan once again raised his hand, a positive and negative wild whip. It just so happened that I bumped into you today, so I helped your father teach you a lesson. I'm counting the smoke coming out of your ancestors' graves. Snap! The sound of crunching was extremely harsh in the field. Fellow Taoist, smoke doesn't rise from this ancestral tomb. That Eastern Emperor's old ancestor is afraid that he'll come out to trouble you. TSK, your face is swollen from all the pumping. It's like a hot hand. If I were you, I'd have to take pity on you and just pinch it. The many cultivators didn't dare to continue to look any further and turned around to leave at a quick pace. Don't look at Dong Huang Yulu being smoked. If they stay on, they'll have something to cry about when the time comes. Oh, at this moment, Dong Huang Yulu cried into tears, her delicate body trembling a little. However, She did not dare to look at Shinfan and could only close her eyes and shed clear tears. Shinfan didn't let go until she had smoked so much that even her parents didn't recognize her. Come on, don't cry. Luckily you met me. If it were anyone else, you'd have had to be put out of your misery. Have you learned your lesson? The beautifully swollen face of the Eastern Emperor's Moonfall nodded repeatedly and choked with a lowered head. Moonfall knows it's wrong and will never dare again. Not bad. The child is teachable. Looking at the great beauty turned into a pig's head and still so obedient, Shinfan smiled faintly. A sage style. I have to say, smoking a beautiful woman is just awesome. Once he thought of this, refreshed, he looked up at Lu Qingcheng, who was watching from a short distance away. Lu Qingcheng? Chapter 14 Emperor's Son Out. The great power begins. Lu Qingcheng was slightly stunned and smiled faintly towards him as a greeting, and then turned around with Lu Tsanglong to leave. Fellow Daoist Shun, please don't. Not only did you hit the eldest princess of Daqian, but you also want to hit Lu's Mingzhu with your hands? Only then did Mo1U quickly step forward and arch his hand towards him repeatedly. Many thanks to fellow Daoist Shin for raising your hand. Hey! When he thought of the fact that he had asked Shinfan to stay his hand, Mo1U was filled with helplessness plus sorrow. The Ask the Sky sect also has difficulties. After all, compared to the Daqian Empire, their gap was not half a star. People are superpowers. There are 3 top powers within an empire. How does that compare? But this would undoubtedly upset Shinfan. In his opinion, when he was in the questioning heaven sect before, Shinfan had obviously hidden his strength. Maybe he was testing the Ask the Sky sect to see if he was worthy of being his friend. Today, with this piece of persuasion, he was afraid that the other party would be alienated from the heavenly questioning sect from now on, if the great Qian Empire came to pursue the heavenly questioning sect afterward. Well, that's a real double whammy. Senior brother Shin, will there be trouble? Mo Qinger didn't have so many thoughts as Mo1U, and came to Shinfan's side, inquiring nervously. Shinfan was the one who made the move for her sake, so naturally his heart was worried. It's fine. Shinfan waved his hand, looked askance at Donghuang Yuezhuang, who had a red face and a slightly trembling body, and said indifferently, if I find trouble with the heaven asking sect, I'll personally go up to the Daqian Imperial Palace and slip around. I'm quite looking forward to it. Moonfall doesn't dare. East Emperor Moonfall shook his head repeatedly, and his eyes towards Shinfan were somewhat fluttering, as if he was truly afraid. Only then did Shinfan look at Mo1U and Mo Qinger and smiled. Well, the Sevenstar Mountain's trial is about to begin, so Mr. Shin will bid farewell. If I have the opportunity, I will pay a visit to the heavenly sect. Hearing these words, Mo1U then secretly sighed in relief and smiled at Shinfan arching his hand. If fellow Daoist Shin can come, the entirety of the heavenly questioning sect will surely welcome him with sincerity. Seeing Mo Qinger looking at herself with some reluctance, Shinfan smiled and took out a space ring from his sleeve and handed it to her with a smile. Cultivate well. Strive for an early witness to cover me. Ha ha, where do I have this ability? Looking at his departing back, Mo Qinger, who muttered, held the spatial ring in her hand tightly and cried out in a delicate voice. Senior brother, remember to come to the heavenly inquiring sect na. Shinfan waved his hand, pointed his toes on the ground and disappeared. Only then did Mo1U withdraw his gaze, arching his hand at Donghuangyu and Donghuangyu Lu with an embarrassed expression. Senior East Emperor, Your Highness. East Emperor Moonfall had already recovered the injuries on his face and laughed softly as if nothing had happened. Don't worry, Elder Mo. We won't look for trouble from the heaven asking sect. After she finished speaking, she pulled the stiff-faced Mo Qinger and chatted as she walked. Don't be afraid, little senior sister. I was teasing you just now. Later on when we enter the Sevenstar Mountain, by my great Qian heavenly pride will escort you, sort of pressurize you. Oomph, if it weren't for my lack of cultivation, I'd have to give you 2 big slaps in the mouth anyways. After Mo Qinger belabored her in her heart, she looked at her eyes and said with a face of pure delight, thank you, Your Highness. She didn't dare not to answer when people showed her kindness. As for Donghuangyu, he looked at the smiling Mo1U and wondered, I'm sure that fellow Daoist Shin is not from the Eastern Domain? What power is it from? This kind of demon is not to mention the questioning heaven sect. Even their most outstanding imperial prince of the Daqian Empire was quite a bit worse. This, Mo1U hesitated a little, with a hesitant face. However, he saw Lu Tsanglong of the desolate ancient Willow family appear by his side for some unknown reason, with a smiling face. As for that Lu Qingcheng, she even owed him a bow and softly said, Meet Elder Mo. AI. Miss Lu can't be. I can't. Mo1U hurriedly bowed to her before looking at the 3 of them and smiling bitterly. Fellow Daoist Shin doesn't have any power. How is this possible? Donghuangyu thought that this junior was setting himself up and could not help but sink his voice. Since the princess of my clan is not even counting, could it be that Elder Mo can't be trusted? This kind of demon is so young. If there is no support from the forces behind him, How can he cultivate to such a level? Plus the great Imperial feats. It could never be a cultivator that came out of the nooks and crannies, due to the arrival of the desolate ancient Willow Clanspeople. At this moment, the Eastern Emperor Moonfall also walked over. After she bowed to Lute Sanglong, she looked at Mo Wenyu and smiled. There's no need for Elder Mo to worry. Great Qian will never find trouble with the heaven-asking sect. Mo Wenyu laughed bitterly. All of you please hear me out. Daoist Chen really doesn't have any power. Or rather his power has already disappeared in the long river of history. Seeing the people present staring at him intently, Elder Mo inhaled slightly and said in a deep voice, Fellow Daoist Shun, is an ancient person who came out of the life source stone? What? Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed except for Mo Wenyu and Mo Qinger. Dong Huangyu's pupils even shrunk. I didn't expect that young man's identity to be so amazing. And Dong Huangyu-Lu's delicate body involuntarily trembled slightly. But she quickly calmed down and gazed at Elder Mo, her eyes glowing. Associating it with the Empyrean level technique used by the other party, Lute Sanglong took a deep breath and whispered, I didn't expect that in this generation, an Emperor's son would come out. The moment the Emperor's son appeared, it was a foreshadowing of the great power before it descended. This was recognized by cultivators throughout the Xiantian continent. Throughout the ages, there have been no surprises. Lu Qingcheng in the crowd looked at the two from the questioning heaven sect thoughtfully, and then he saw Dong Huangyuazhu arching his hand at Mo Wenyu. Thank you Elder Mo for informing me. When the Sevenstar Mountain trial is over, my great Qian Imperial family will definitely bring heavy worship to the mountain. On the side, Lute Sanglong of the Lu family also stroked his beard and smiled as he looked at Mo Wenyu. Ha 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 ha, I, Ru, have the same intention. Mo Wenyu naturally wouldn't refuse, nor could he. The crowd chatted for a while longer, before they each left. It wasn't until the younger generation participating in the trial had all entered the Sevenstar Mountain that Dong Huangyu Lu and Dong Huangyu returned to the Great Qian's residence here. Entering the courtyard, she saw the pale-faced Sister Rong get up and couldn't help but quickly step forward. Concerned, why doesn't Sister go to rest? How is the injury? Sister Rong shook her head and said hoarsely, the old slave is unharmed, but it's what happened to Miss today that may have more variables for inheriting the throne. I blame that Dong Huangyu for not taking action earlier, letting my young lady suffer so much. The old man looked at her pretty face and couldn't help but say with red eyes in pain, how can that imperial son not take pity on the young lady when he strikes so hard? Perhaps in the old man's eyes, her lady did everything right. Dong Huangyuazhuang's face stiffened as he helped her into the hall and smiled softly. Sister, do not be sad. This cannot be mentioned in the future. As for the throne, if someone really attacked me, can because of this matter to befriend the Ask the Sky sect is also counted as more merit than fault, as long as the memory of it. With this information, the Eastern Emperor's lineage would be able to make targeted programs in the future, well in advance, so as not to miss the boat and invite disaster when the big moment comes. Take today. For example, Dong Huang Moonfall went to the street to put on a cold persona. I can't believe I just met a demon I didn't recognize, but using this to caution the people within the Eastern Emperor clan was a great feat. Luckily I was good enough for that gentleman not to kill me. There is no such thing as a Moonfall who knows what she's doing. It's nothing more than the Eastern Emperor's eldest princess who knows what she's doing. As for being humiliated, if he could befriend an emperor's son as a result, the Eastern Emperor's lineage was afraid that they would have to amnesty the Great Qian. After sending Sister Rong into her room to rest, Dong Huangyuazhuang looked at the fainting palace maid Xiao Cuihua again before entering her own room. After placing the house under a ban, she walked quickly into the bathroom. As the dark gold python robe on his body was unwrapped, a blush of shame immediately appeared on that delicate face. After untying her long shirt, which appeared to be wet with sweat, she quickly leapt into the bath. After the moderately warm water wrapped her petite body, Dong Huangyuazhuang leaned her head back against the jade pillow with all the comfort in the world. With her eyes closed, her pretty face grew redder as she recalled the powerful, crisp slapping sound from earlier. Geez, how did I get this hobby? It can't be because I haven't been beaten since I was a kid. As the eldest princess of the Great Qian dynasty, she had an amazing talent from birth. If it wasn't for her own brother being even more demonic, the brightest jewel of the Eastern Emperor's lineage would undoubtedly be her. It was the biggest thing that allowed her to ascend to the throne. After all, her oldest brother only listened to her, and it wouldn't be good for the oldest ancestor to come. Because of this, Dong Huangyuehua has been graced with favor since he was young, and even after he grew up, he has not lost any of it. Don't even talk about slapping. I've never even experienced a slap in the face. Sweeping his eyes over the large, dark expanse of white shirt on the floor, Dong Huangyuezhu's delicate body a tremor, will be read more and more delicate pretty face, buried in the warm pool. Chapter 15 Treasure Pavilion Auction House. Xin Fan did not leave directly. Instead, he stayed in the town outside the Sevenstar Mountain, the Seven-Star Town. In a trial place like this one, With the development over a long period of time, there were towns, bazaars, and the like built by cultivators in the surrounding area. The reason why Shinfan had stayed behind was to see if Dechen would find trouble with the questioning heaven sect. He could take the opportunity to pay a visit to the Great Qin Palace, and take a look at the royal treasure trove or something. Besides, Shinfan was idle, so naturally he was in no hurry to leave. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going on the street, Shinfan smiled and closed the folding fan in his hand and walked slowly on the street. By now he had changed his outfit, a white dress with a gold and jade belt, a purple and gold crown on his head, and a silver-gray mask on his face. The main fear of wearing a mask is trouble. It was likely that all the cultivators around the Sevenstar Mountain now knew of his existence. How bad would it be if all the forces came to find Shinfan to climb a bit? I don't know if senior brother and sister are safe in there. It's too worrying. Have you heard? A demon has appeared on the outskirts of Sevenstar Mountain. In one move, he defeated 2 of the major offerings of the Great Qin Avatar realm. I've heard that too. In the end, Princess Donghuang didn't care in the slightest. It also decided to carry heavy gifts to the questioning heaven sect, fearing that she wants to induct her into the Great Qin. Entering a family? Simply outrageous. Listening to the discussion of the cultivators around the roadside stall, Shinfan came to the periphery of the crowd with a speechless face. The cultivator who was picking out the goods from the ground stall nodded and whispered, "It's very likely." According to the spiteful nature of the East Emperor Moonfall, he actually didn't care about this matter. Thought that it was also so that the Imperial clan could have one more heavenly pride. For sure, that's the eldest princess of the Great Qin Imperial clan, and I've heard that she's expected to become the next generation of Great Qin empresses. This trip to the Questioning Heaven sect is bound to be for the purpose of obtaining the support of the Questioning Heaven sect, which is also considered to be an additional bargaining chip for the throne. The Imperial clan really does have more hearts than the other forces, but it's the heaven-asking sect that has hit the jackpot. What has this been rumored into? Shinfan shook his head breathlessly and turned to leave. He had sort of learned the power of a 3-man tiger. Take a look. The real deal. The Great Emperor's mutilated technique. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. No second price. This thing is still being sold? Listening to the shouts from the stall in front, Shinfan slowly stepped forward with an odd face. Not only him, but the other cultivators also stepped forward quickly. It didn't take long to surround the stall. A cultivator in the crowd looked at the framed half-sheet of paper on the floor stand and said breathlessly, "You want 1,000 top-grade spirit stones for just half a piece of paper? Isn't this a pitfall, and a great Imperial technique?" The cultivator on the side snorted. "Who sells it for real? It must be a scam." Looking at the surrounding cultivators who were talking, the ragged middle-aged stall owner faintly said, "The one who has the destiny will get it, and there will be no counteroffer." He closed his eyes after saying that. Under the uncertain gazes of the surrounding cultivators, he directly released his aura. The crowd felt the change in him at first. The stall owner in front of him seemed to be intermingled with this small world. Extremely divine. This was the most iconic aura of the celestial realm. Celestial unity. If a cultivator of the Dharma phase realm was able to perform the Dharma phase of his own Gongfu, then the celestial realm is the realization of heaven and earth, and is also the realm of great accomplishment for cultivators. Once a celestial realm cultivator combined their own Gong methods and comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth, there is a high chance of entering the avatar realm, opening the avatar heaven and earth, and the strength will skyrocket geometrically. The reason why the celestial realm is called the realm of great success by cultivators. Here's why. To combine one's own Gongfu to perceive the mysteries of heaven and earth was originally an extremely difficult matter. Many cultivators were stuck at the peak of the Dharma realm, making it difficult for them to perceive heaven and earth and enter the celestial realm. When a cultivator has achieved something in his realm, he will be able to take a peek in the middle when he enters the celestial realm. This is a fundamental gap in enlightenment and qualification. To exclude personal chance, of course, TSK, this stall owner is actually a cultivator of the celestial realm? The surrounding cultivators were shocked, and those cultivators who were ready to take advantage of the fire also extinguished the flames in their hearts. This kind of strength could already hold the position of an elder in a top-tier power. If the other party is a loose practitioner born from the wild, that strength and tactics will be even more ruthless. If you want to rob without absolute certainty, ordinary people cannot deal with it. The words of such seniors should be reliable, but 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones is just too expensive. Can senior be cheaper? Some cultivators who were interested in buying inquired carefully. They have made an extremely natural shift from the initial joke watching to the current bargain hunting mode. If it was really a remnant of a great emperor's technique, it would be good to buy it and put it away. If all of a sudden one day you can sense a thing or two, just like that demon from Sevenstar Mountain, how domineering was it to crush the Great Qin Divine Profound Realm Provider in one move? The stall owner raised his eyelids, swept his eyes at the few cultivators who were interested in purchasing, and said indifferently, This is my family's secret technique. If I didn't have to live on a tight budget, how would I have taken it out and flaunted it? No two prices. Shen Fan, who was hidden in the crowd, frowned slightly, looking at the remnants of the pages on the stall that were framed, and turned his back to the crowd, and said in his heart, "System, copy increase this remnant page." Quite a few novels have scenes where the male lead picks up the slack. Shin Fan felt like he was going to hit the big time and couldn't tell. Locked parchment. Identified as worthless. A scrap of paper. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So dark. Listening to the prompting sound in his head, Shin Fan directly squeezed through the crowd. At that moment, a whisper came from behind him. "I'll take it." Shin Fan turned around and saw a brocade-clothed male in the crowd with a white face that appeared to be overly drunk, ignoring the old servant beside him who was trying to persuade him in the slightest, and took out his storage bag and handed it to the stall owner. To hey-oh-ah, Shin Fan shook his head and began to sneak up on the street. When passing by a stall, he copied the Emperor's Soldier fragment that the stall owner was shouting to sell, completely lost interest in shopping for taba. It's either scrap iron or scrap paper. How can there be the luck of the hero in a novel, who can pick up a supreme technique after walking a few steps? But in Shin Fan's mind, this was not a novel. He also didn't have the kind of heaven-defying chi that the male lead in the book had. With a soporific look on his face, he stood in the street and looked around for a week before a sudden light came on. The plaque on the building not far away was written, "Jumbo Pavilion Auction House." Looking at the cultivators entering it from time to time, Shin Fan smiled at the corner of his mouth and quickly stepped forward. Picking up a bargain might as well go here practically. Buying is out of the question. Wouldn't it be nice for him to just copy the increase? Does the guest have an invitation to the bank's auction? Seeing a man wearing a silver-colored mask walking in front of him, the store assistant at the door hurriedly smiled. "Reward, arrange a private room for me." Shin Fan didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly threw the other party a superb spirit stone. "Egu, master please." The shopkeeper received one hand without looking at it, and directly bent down and raised his hand to lead in vain, while shouting at the counter in the building, "Here comes Master Bit. Look at that. That's what it's like to be a dirtbag. So what if I don't have an invitation?" Shin Fan, who was under the mask, smiled and walked inside the treasure pavilion. "Come to the luxury guests?" The corner of the eye of the female steward who was receiving the guests inside jumped, tugged the female cultivator beside her who wanted to go forward to receive them, and hurriedly owed a bow to Shin Fan who was walking slowly, and softly said, "My lord, please follow my concubine upstairs." The woman's face was mature and voluptuous, her cardigan long under this salute. It's a ripple effect, and it puts its powerful strengths on display. With her head lowered, the stewardess sighed in her heart when she saw this male's footsteps without pause. Another unintelligent piece of wood like that sickly boy. She quickly stepped forward and sidled up to guide the magnificent guest up the stairs. When entering a viewing platform on the second floor with an excellent view, the female steward sidled up to Shin Fan and apologized. "Your Excellency, the private rooms on the third floor as well have been wrapped up by all the major powers for the year. Only the second floor is still clean." Shin Fan sat down on a comfortable chair, took out an extremely high-grade spirit stone from his spatial ring, casually threw it towards the back and blandly said, "No harm in preparing some nice fruit plates." Looking at the flying extreme spirit stones, the female stewardess was thrilled. After she raised her hand and caught it, she twisted her water snake waist and leaned on the edge of the chair, laughing seductively. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. What else do you need?" Looking at the other party who just waved her hand casually, the stewardess turned away with a face full of regret. Chapter 16 Young Master of the Qin Family in the Central Imperial Continent. The pathetic male leader template. Listen to the door slam behind you. Shin Fan stretched comfortably and rubbed the animal hair on the armrest, quietly waiting for the auction to open. The grade of the items auctioned here should not be very high. Scanning around he realized that the decoration of the place was exquisite and luxurious though. However, the cultivators who came here were not of a high realm, and most of them were young faces. It should be a newcomer who came to Sevenstar Mountain with his division to practice. It seems that in the future it is necessary to go to some high-grade auction houses. Shin Fan rubbed his chin and secretly whispered, "Those high-end auction houses have all sorts of weird and wonderful things." It was even more of an existence that all the major powers competed for. After the two female cultivators brought the spirit fruits and spirit wine into the room, the treasure pavilion auction officially began. Refused the special service of being personally fed by the female practitioner, Shin Fan took a sip of spirit wine, and then listened to the auctioneer standing on the stage in the hall, introducing the first item of the day. "Gentlemen, the first item up for auction is a third-order lower grade." Sure enough, low-ranked treasures were already difficult to attract his attention, unless it's very characteristic. Shin Fan shook his head and began to eat the spirit fruits on the dinner plate. The silver mask showed only his chin and lips, which made eating easy. Thud. There was a knock on the door. Xin Fan slightly turned his head sideways and saw a brocade-clad male with a black-clad old servant walking in. Holy, how is this one? This person was none other than the wrongdoer who had purchased the Great Emperor's remnants at the street stall earlier. The second-floor observation deck is a double room. Xin Fan does not care. Retracting his eyes, he sipped the spirit wine to himself and listened to the explanation of the auctioneer below. Fourth-ranked top-grade fire spirit bead. The Green Cloud sect is bidding 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there any more to continue raising the bid? This fire spirit bead is remarkable. As long as a cultivator who practices fire techniques wears it on his body, it can drastically increase the power of the cultivator's techniques. The auctioneer on the stage held the brocade box in his hands, passionately introducing the spirit-gathering pearls inside the box, drawing the guests in the hall on the first floor, making offers one after another. Smoke and Rain Sword Pavilion, bidding 3,500 medium-grade spirit stones. The Fire Luo sect is bidding 4,000 medium-grade spirit stones. System, copy the Fire Spirit Pearl, Xin Fan secretly said in his heart. This gadget has good features. I wonder what the effect of the increase will be. Locked Fire Spirit Bead, appraised quality, 4th order upper grade. Reproduction increase opens. Ding! Congratulations to the host, increasing the Fire Spirit Bead to the top grade of the 6th order, the Xian Spirit Bead. Xian Ling Zhu, it can automatically absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth into the body. The higher the cultivation level, the lower the effect. Cultivation Accelerator. This thing is good. Xin Fan was looking forward to the next item. Perhaps the atmosphere was a little awkward. The brocade-clad male beside him poured him a glass of wine in a self-satisfied manner and smiled lightly. Fellow Daoist, my name is Qin Wentian. I'm the shopkeeper of this auction house. I wonder how you call yourself, casually throwing out 2 extreme spirit stones. Qin Wentian, who was the owner of this store, naturally had to come over to take a look. This ingrate is actually a shopkeeper? Jumbo Pavilion, Qin family? Xin Fan frowned and shot a sideways glance at him. Qin Wentian was quite handsome, but his complexion was a bit bad. Taking a closer look, Xin Fan realized that this one was not overly drunk. Rather, he had suffered a serious injury that had not healed, and his face was a little pale. Seeing him arching his hand at him, Xin Fan smiled faintly. Could it be the Qin family from the central Imperial continent? The Xiantian continent is divided into 5 regions, the eastern region, the northern border, the western advent, the southern barbarians, and the central Imperial continent. When he was in the questioning heaven sect, Xin Fan had seen a family that consisted mainly of businessmen from the Xiantian continent style journal, the Qin family of the central Imperial continent. The treasure pavilions spread across the Xiantian continent were precisely one of the Qin family's industries. It was obviously somewhat inappropriate to describe the Qin family as being rich as a nation. After all, the Qin family's wealth had accumulated over 10,000 years of age, and no one knew to what extent it had reached. It's not proper dirt. Hearing these words, Qin Wentian's breath stuttered. Then he raised his cup and looked at him and laughed. A concubine son of the Qin family is not worth mentioning. Overly humble. Xin Fan clinked glasses of wine with him and secretly said in his heart, System, duplicate Qin Wentian's qualifications. Duplicate the cultivation of the old servant behind him. Okay host. Locked on Qin Wentian. Spiritual root qualification identified as upper grade spiritual root. Copy is invalid. Locked on Qin Wu. Cultivation identified, celestial realm 7th heaven. Copy invalid. The old servant's strength is so low? Looks like this one is mixed up in a bad way. As the central Imperial continent with the strongest heritage among the 5 domains, an old servant of a Qin family son was actually weaker than the old crone beside Dong Huan Yulu? The reasons for this are self-evident. Seeing Xin Fan interrupting didn't say his name, Qin Wentian didn't mind with a faint smile, leaning his back against the seat and resting his eyes. The next auction items, Xin Fan can look at the copy of the increase. However, only 2 items increase are of higher quality. A 7th order upper grade heavenly silkworm tunic, as well as a 7th grade poison, mandrake snake heartgrass. The poison doesn't do much, though. However, the celestial silk tunic in his mind was extremely ethereal. The sleeves and hem are lined with auspicious gold trim, which looks understated and luxurious with substance. It fits my temperament. He was going to put on new clothes when he got out. As for the other stuff, for him now, it's better not to mention it. Just as Xin Fan was planning to leave, Qin Wentian, who was beside him, took out that purchased Great Emperor's remnant scroll from his spatial ring and handed it to him with a smile. Seeing that you don't have a favorite item, this is the remnants of the scrolls that I just collected and have yet to refer to, so you may wish to take a look? Isn't this playing a big sword in front of the Guangong? Does this bastard want to get his money back? But these two don't look right. Seeing Qin Wentian's eyes sincere while the old servant behind him had a tangled look on his face, Xin Fan took it and looked at the picture of the piece of paper, and his eyes froze. This scene drew a tightening in the hearts of an old man and a young man. Qin Wentian hurriedly inquired, Have you found something, fellow Daoist? And the old servant stared at the portrait in Xin Fan's hand. Could it be that the young master really hit the big time? Or maybe this person and that person are in cahoots? On the portrait, a figure of great intent raised his left hand into the void and extended a fist. If the fist was replaced with a finger, what was the difference between it and the void transformation Dao finger that Xin Fan had performed? I'm afraid this isn't an impromptu drawing by that stall owner? Xin Fan pulled the corner of his mouth and handed the item over to Qin Wendian with a faint smile. I'm curious, with Prince Qin's eyesight, why would he buy a useless painting? No, useless? Qin Wendian's face changed. However, when he saw Xin Fan nodding, he then slumped down on the chair in a disheveled manner and bitterly said, I don't have any eyes. I may have been in a hurry. Hey, a mountain is like a mountain. And even though he was a disciple of the Qin family, it was just a name in vain. Living in the Qin family was not as dashing as an ordinary handyman, let alone this kind of rich second-generation skill that was familiar with ancient treasures. The old servant behind him seemed to be undeterred as he took the remnants of the page in his hand and began to study it. This made Xin Fan come to some interest, and could not help but pour him a glass of wine and laugh. As a son of the Qin family, how could Prince Qin be seriously injured? At these words, the black-clothed old servant snapped his head up to gaze at Xin Fan. This son can actually tell the dark wounds of the Gonzi? Qin Wendian, on the other hand, waved his hand and took a sip of spirit wine and smiled bitterly. My mother is just a servant girl of the Qin family. I am just an accident. I cannot be called by the name of Prince Qin. It is already a fluke that I can come to the Sevenstar Mountain treasure pavilion as a shopkeeper. The tone of his voice was tired and despondent, matching his current appearance as a frail brother. More or less bleak. Egu I go. Isn't this the template of a novel's male lead? The illegitimate son is discovered by the family mother and directly sends an assassin to kill him. And then Qin Wendian's cheap old man couldn't protect him and made him run away? Xin Fan raised his eyebrows and was suddenly interested. Chapter 17, Eating a Big Melon. Duplicating the characteristics of the Holy Spirit poison body. Thinking of this, with a smile at the corner of his eyes, Xin Fan poured a cup of wine for Qin Wendian and encouraged him. Cultivators of my generation should fight through the thorns. Don't be discouraged, fellow Daoist Qin. There's still a chance to return to the clan. That's a wonderful thing to say. Qin Wendian smiled faintly, but when he heard the latter sentence, he also saw the color of gossip in Xin Fan's eyes. He couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. It's not as you think. Although I'm a concubine, but I'm not qualified to enter the clan. I'm not worth mentioning in the Qin family. It doesn't make much difference whether I return home or not. The reason why I was traumatized. Speaking of this, Qin Wendian took a deep breath and whispered with his eyes slightly narrowed. The Qin family's main mother asked me to marry the female disciple of the East region's Wuji Valley. I thought that agreeing to her would make my mother feel better in the Qin family. Although I was helpless, the female disciple of the Wuji Valley had no objections to her, and she got along rather affectionate. Young master, stop it. Qin Wu, who was beside him, saw him clenching his fists tightly and couldn't help but advise with worry. Xin Fan, on the other hand, did not move and picked up his wine glass, listening to the following. Qin Wendian did not pay attention to the old man, but instead whispered with a slightly reddened face. I just didn't expect that the Wuji Valley only wanted the Qin family's bride price. On the wedding night, I woke up drunk, but I saw that and the elders in the door were doing that meticulous thing. Ahem. Put. This gossip caused Xin Fan to directly spray out the spirit wine in his mouth. Luckily, he reacted quickly and covered his mouth in a hurry. This melon is so big. Seeing the extremely enraged Qin Wendian coughing so much that he even spewed out large chunks of blood. Embarrassed, Xin Fan raised his hand and pressed it on his arm. Mighty spiritual energy was instantly poured into his body, regulating the other party's breath. Qin Wu on the side just wanted to stop Xin Fan, but after sensing his unfathomable strength and good intentions, only then did he follow his young master's back with a worried face and anxiously said with red old eyes, Young master, don't get angry again. Xin Fan, on the other hand, frowned. This was because he sensed that within Qin Wendian's body, the spirit-gathering chi cyclone was already on the verge of collapsing. It's like in martial arts novels, when someone breaks the dantian. TSK. Looks like the Qin family's main mother is a bit ruthless. This must be the hand of that Wuji Valley elder on the wedding night. And in this matter, there was bound to be the shadow of the Qin family's main mother. Who else would dare to trap the sons of the Qin family of the central Imperial continent? Even if it was a concubine with a humble status, it was not something that ordinary forces would dare to mess with. But to each his own about this sort of thing. Xin Fan couldn't say much as an onlooker. Seeing that Qin Wendian had caught his breath and recovered a bit, Xin Fan then withdrew his hand and got up. If Taoist Qin would like to rest, I'll take my leave first. Few thank you, fellow Daoist, for your offer. Tomorrow there will be another auction with higher specifications. If you, Dao friend, are interested, you can come and take a look. Uncle Qin, see off fellow Daoist. Qin Wendian took a deep breath. got up and arched his hand at him. I'll come and take a look if it's okay. Shinfan nodded and turned to leave. After all, so many top-tier forces had come to the Sevenstar Mountain trial this time. As an auction house it is natural to put out high-quality items for sale. After being sent out of the treasure pavilion by Qin Wu, seeing that the sky was darkening, Shinfan decided to find an inn to stay. The opening was green. The dantian was abolished. Kid is not the protagonist is better than the protagonist. Shinfan, who was walking on the street, remembered Qin Wentian's grief and pain when he uttered his last words, and it was obvious that he had also used his emotions. Nihalang has love. Concubine has no intention. Indeed, the love of the road is the most hurtful. Shinfan shook his head, looked at the front of a restaurant named Yulai Inn, stepped into it. The store assistant who was cleaning up the table hurriedly greeted him and said with a smile, "Guest, recently there was a trial on Sevenstar Mountain, and the guest rooms are all full." Shinfan directly took out a top-grade spirit stone from his spatial ring and handed it to the store assistant with a pandering face. "Magnificent guests." The shopkeeper who had just walked out from the inner hall took a look and hurriedly laughed. "Objective and follow me. Efficient, quick and not the least bit inked. That's the beauty of dirt." Not for a while. Shinfan then arrived outside a room that was very cozily decorated. Seeing his eyes narrow slightly under the mask, the innkeeper laughed dryly. "This is my daughter's room. She doesn't come here often. If you don't mind, you can stay here. Don't worry, it's absolutely fresh and clean." Staying at the hotel only required one lower-grade spirit stone, a cultivator who can take out a top-quality spirit stone. His daughter's boudoir or whatever is not a matter. The owner was able to give up his room to sleep in the woodshed. The problem was that even the firewood room was occupied, showing how many people had come to the Sevenstar Mountain trial. No harm done. Shinfan waved his hand and entered the room. "If you need anything else, just order." The shopkeeper hurriedly bowed and reminded. "No, you go down." Shinfan, who had closed the door of the room, quickly walked to the window and looked at the dark cabin below. Just now, he actually sensed a trace of an extremely odd aura, kind of like an aura of danger. Again, there was something about it that made him squirm. The aura wasn't directed at him though, like it was emanating unconsciously. If it wasn't for his high cultivation level and extreme sensitivity to this kind of iffy aura, otherwise it's not even noticeable. Shinfan swept with his divine sense and found that someone seemed to be unconscious in the hut below, so he couldn't help but frown and leap out of the window. To actually be able to make even me feel a hint of danger, is it possible that it's some kind of hermit big shot? Wouldn't this be profitable if we took the opportunity to replicate a wave? After landing, Shinfan pushed open the door of the room in front of him and slowly walked into the cabin. The cabins are filled with piles of firewood and debris. After roughly scanning the surroundings, Shinfan locked his gaze on the figure lying on the grass by the window. Bright moonlight. A woman in a simple, light green, coarse power suit fainted on the haystack. At this point she was frowning, sweating coldly, and trembling. There was also a backpack by his side, with a faint scent of medicine faintly emanating from it. Medicine-picking woman? Frowning slightly, Shinfan slowly stepped forward and checked the other party's status. The woman's cultivation level was only at the granite body realm, but it was able to give off an aura that made even he a little frightened, especially before and after Shinfan came near. The aura on her body became more and more intense, and there was a hidden tendency to explode. When he saw that the scars the woman had left on her hands from picking herbs were actually bleeding purple-black blood, Shinfan became more and more puzzled. Is this poisoned? It shouldn't be. A poisoned person can still release an aura more powerful than the granite body realm? Completely illogical. After Shinfan, who had doubts in his heart, swept the other party's delicate body, he reached out and plucked the toes inside the woman's tattered cloth shoes. The toes are white and very pink and delicate looking, slightly dusty. Shinfan naturally wasn't there to play with his feet. When he saw the hint of broken skin on the other man's toe, he gave a slight push with both fingers. Just a hint of dark purple blood was seen trickling out of the reddish toe. When the blood fell on Shinfan's fingertips, the deadly silence provoked him to shiver, and his fingertips were rapidly blackening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such an overbearing poison? Shinfan hurriedly operated the Star Luo secret method and drove his aura to force the poison attached to his fingertips out of his body and landed on the ground. No nuisance sounds, no foul odors. The black blood on the ground looked extremely eerie and silent. TSK. This poison is not something the average person can resist at all. Denizen. At this time, a thin, mosquito-fly soft ring sounded in Shinfan's ears. He glanced sideways to see the woman glaring at him with a weak face, her pretty face filled with shame and anger. The woman was not very old, about 17 or 18. The appearance was not absolutely beautiful, but it was still a rare beauty. In particular, the other party's eyes were extremely clear, like a pool of clear water, clean and penetrating. Shinfan looked at her and didn't say anything, but secretly said in his heart, "System, copy the trait that increases her physique." That's right, Xin Fan didn't copy the other party's physique, but rather copied the physique characteristics. The cultivation of the woman in front of her was so crotch-pulling, so she thought that her physique was not suitable for cultivation. However, the toxicity in her body was extremely overbearing, which interested Xin Fan. Locked on Sului, the physical characteristics of the Holy Spirit poison body have been identified as a body of intense poison. Characteristics duplication increase on. Indeed, Xin Fan, who had gotten up, was delighted in his heart. Chapter 18, Being an Elder of the Way. Mindlessness. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing the Holy Spirit poison body trait to the Vanguard transformation poison body. Vanguard poisoning body characteristics, fearless of any attack with a poisonous path, such as miasma, fire poison, Dan poison, poisonous feats, poisonous formations, etc. Not bad. The physical characteristic of being invulnerable to all poisons. There's no fear of being blackmailed in the future. For this promotion, Xin Fan was quite satisfied, although there was no increase in cultivation for the Vanguard transforming poison body. However, this physical characteristic was equivalent to adding a passive to Xin Fan. Not all special physiques help in cultivation. For example, it had been recorded in the Xiantian Continent Style magazine that an everlasting body had appeared more than 100,000 years ago. This kind of physique characteristic for cultivation, there is no obvious increase. However, the lifespan was ridiculously long, having survived the deaths of two great emperors of the ancients. There's also the rejuvenation body, where the aura in the body can bring people back from the dead. A rejuvenation body with a high cultivation level was likely to be quite terrifying compared to the medicinal power of the 10,000 ancient divine pill. Unfortunately, this is all speculation, and so far no grown-back bodies have ever been found, or maybe it's been snowed under by someone with an axe to grind. There are more than 10 million kinds of physique in the world. This if all of them copy the characteristics increase. Think about it is a beautiful thing. Xin Fan was smiling. Previously, his goal was to duplicate treasures, cultivation, feats, and so on. Now there's another target to collect, physical traits. As for his precious body, when he met a cultivator with a strong physique, it would be fine to replicate a wave. At this moment, Sului, who was lying on the pile of grass, looked at the masked man in front of her with a wary face. When she was unconscious earlier, she vaguely felt someone rubbing her toes and immediately woke up with a start. But to her surprise, the other party just looked at the ground to himself. Not even a hint of reaction to his outburst. Could it be that I guessed wrong? It can't be. That feeling was clearly clear just now. Looking at Sului, who struggled to sit up on the ground with a nervous face, Xin Fan smiled faintly. I have no intention of offending. It's just that your physique is a bit special and emits a dangerous aura, which is why I came over to do some exploring. Hearing these words, Sului's body involuntarily trembled slightly and lowered her head nervously. It is the late generation who misunderstood the senior. Also please senior, do not say it out. Due to her peculiar physique, her family was considered ominous when she was born and thrown into the river. He was saved from the river by a pair of elderly men who were passing by. But at the age of the golden hairpin, the poisonous gas in the body exploded. Overnight, an entire village died. Leaving her village, she struggled to survive and was taken under the tutelage of a cultivator who valued her for her qualifications. After Sului looked through a large number of books, she realized that she had a special physique that contained a strong poison. The only way to alleviate the toxicity in the body was to cultivate poisonous techniques and take various elixirs. But the good times don't last long. Her master only valued her qualifications and wanted to use evil techniques to deprive her of her spiritual roots. But she was countered by the Holy Spirit's poisonous body. Up to this point onwards, Sului disguises herself as a recluse, only to search for elixirs and usable kung fu to suppress the toxicity in her body. Xin Fan looked at her as she tightly gripped the withered grass around her and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I won't tell. Speaking of this, he thought for a moment, took out a heart method from his spatial ring, waved his hand and landed beside the woman, and said softly, the 7th order medium-grade poison scripture should allow you to flexibly utilize the poisonous chi in your body and suffer less. As for the future techniques, you'll need to find them yourself. Thank you, senior. Sului, who had her head lowered, sounded a bit agitated, but her eyes were unusually calm. She had experienced too much of the heart and soul over the years to be impressed by such sudden kindness. Who could know that the masked man in front of him was not a person with evil intentions? And the other party could actually tell that she was carrying a highly poisonous physique. Had to put Sului on alert. Listening to the little girl's grateful voice, Xin Fan's heart was secretly happy and said blandly, cultivators of my generation should fight through thorns and thistles, and there will always be a day when all the suffering will bear fruit. So don't be discouraged, and take your leave. Sului hurriedly struggled to get up and owed a bow. Thank you for the admonition, elder. Respectfully, Xin Fan waved his hand and turned to leave. in the demeanor of an accomplished senior. With such a special physique, I might be able to become a big brother in the future. System, I'm also performing a good deed. Will I accumulate luck or something? Answer to the host. Those who do good deeds are blessed with good fortune, and the size of it depends only on the beneficiary's destiny. Not bad, I hope to have a mindless journey. Shinfan smiled faintly, satisfied. As for the 7th rank technique given to Sului, he had a whole bunch of these kinds of things, all copied within the Inquiring Heaven sect's hidden scriptures. Moreover, he had obtained the ancient poisoning body this night, so he was naturally in a good mood. See, the door to the room closed. It was then that Sului let out a long sigh of relief. Then she picked up the underworld poison scripture by her side and flipped through it. After all, it was a 7th order technique, so it was definitely a lie to say that he wasn't moved. With just a general sweep, she could see the extraordinary nature of this gongfu, but now is not the time to practice. She also needed to double-check that the scripture hadn't been tampered with. Putting the scriptures into the basket, Sului carried the basket and opened the door of the room silently. Seeing no one around, she quickly left the inn. It was already late at night. There were very few pedestrians on the streets of Sevenstar Town. While carrying a backpack, Sului specializes in finding remote alleys. The speed at which she catalyzed her stance became faster and faster and faster. Her pretty face was covered in sweat and she was a little bit numb. It was the most intuitive sense she had of danger after years of drifting. I knew that person would never be so kind. Her eyes were filled with determination as she pushed her stance to the extreme. Several breaths later, she was sweating profusely as she hid in a shadowy corner, her hand cupping inferior spirit stones to absorb the aura. Wiping the sweat stains from her forehead, she cautiously peeked out and looked down the moonlit alleyway. There was silence in all directions. Phew, hopefully dumped him already. She let out a long sigh of relief and turned around to see a woman with a face tattooed with black spiders, just as close as she could get. Between the two, there was just a finger's distance. This scene caused Sului to die. Her eyes glazed over, her face pale with fear, and she pressed herself dead against the wall, her face filled with horror. Looking at her trembling appearance, the black-robed woman narrowed her narrow eyes and teased, "Oh, running very fast, forced me to use 20% of my stance. You are enough to be proud of yourself. Who the hell are you, you guys?" Seeing that there was another black-robed crone on the fence behind her, Sului, whose chest was heaving, inquired in a trembling voice. The woman in front of her did not answer, but stood up straight and looked her up and down in curiosity. "I thought that your holy spirit poisoner would explode tonight, but I didn't expect anything to happen." Oddly enough, before, the two of them hid in the outskirts of the inn, waiting for Sului to explode the poison in her body before taking her away. "I didn't think anything would happen." The words fell. The old crone sitting on the fence said faintly, "Someone should have pointed her out. After all, when the Sevenstar Mountain trials opened, there might be a cultivator who saw through her physique." After saying that, she jumped off the fence and looked at the pale-faced Sului morosely. "Although it's not the right time for the Lord's prediction, her physique has already tended to mature, so let's bring it back first." The woman with the spider face tattoo smiled faintly. "When the Lord refines her physique, his cultivation is bound to rise greatly. It's time for you and I to move our positions. You, guys." A few short words made Sului, who was pressed against the wall, tremble in a trance. "You guys have been chasing me all these years?" She finally realized that over the years, why did he himself have the feeling that he was being watched? "Yo, still not stupid," the woman teased, taking out a piece of white cloth from her bosom, curling her fingers and sealing Sului's mouth and nose. Well, looking at her eyes full of terror and tearing hard, the woman laughed lightly. "The mortal world's special sweat drug. Don't worry, can't stir up the poison of the Holy Spirit in your body. Jia. Against this kind of physique, I didn't realize that the plainest method is the one that works the best. It's worthy of being the Lord." The old crone on the side hunched over, indifferently looking at the prey that was soft to the ground. At this moment, Sului felt that her entire body had lost its strength, and her brain was even more dizzy. "Why has fate treated me so unfairly?" Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the blurred sky, her heart dead. When he thought of how he had suffered so much to find the antidote to the poison, but had become a clown in the eyes of her people, he couldn't help but smile miserably. "Maybe if you die this way, you won't have to struggle." Just then, a little blurred in consciousness, she suddenly realized in the afterglow, a white hemline imprinted with golden auspicious clouds appeared in one's line of sight. Chapter 19, The Palace of Eternal Life is Nothing. Sului froze slightly, her eyes slowly moving upward. With tears in her eyes, she blinked laboriously, and her vision suddenly cleared. Beneath the familiar silver mask, the other was looking down at her, her eyes bland. "Is that him?" Instead of the joy she felt after begging for her life, Sului slowly closed her eyes. This deliberate coincidence does not stand up to scrutiny. Several years of surviving on her own had made her mind delicate and sensitive, and she knew the general reason for it as soon as she thought about it. At this time, the two saw the white-masked man who suddenly appeared and couldn't help but shout out in a low voice. "I advise your excellency to mind your own business. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? The Eternal Life Palace is on business, so why don't you leave quickly?" Hall of Eternal Life? Shinfan's robes trembled as he let out a cry of surprise. This scene drew joy in the hearts of the two men, and the drowsy Sului on the ground was already relaxed and wanted to have a good sleep. The black-robed crone said morosely, "Since you know about my Eternal Life Hall." The words were not yet spoken. The two of them saw the masked man in front of them raise his hand violently and close his 5 fingers towards the void. Next moment, the surrounding aura surged and converged. On the spot, the two people who showed shocked faces, squeezed in place and couldn't move. In the eyes of the two men in despair, the other man's right hand clenched brazenly. Pust, put. The two men's bodies instantly exploded into a bloody mist in the squeezing aura mass. Che, the Palace of Eternal Life, forget about it. Shinfan rolled his eyes. This mindlessness of his hasn't grown to bear fruit yet. How dare someone pluck his seedlings? These two goods waited for the medicine picker girl's poisonous body to explode, completely disregarding the lives of the people around the tavern. I guess this what's-his-name Hall of Eternal Life isn't a proper sect either. Hey, tasteless ah. Shinfan flung his sleeves, a face of expert loneliness. I was going to tease these two, but I didn't realize it was so unbeatable. Looking down, he saw Su Luoyi's eyelids fluttering, trying to open. Shinfan smiled, and after removing the white cloth from her face, he used his aura to dispel the anesthetic in her body and got up to leave. Just this once. Find a place to hide and cultivate. You should have no problem defending yourself. The ghostly voice came from the end of the alley. Su Luoyi, who was sitting against the wall, stared blankly at the 2 clumps of blood on the floor. Why did he save me? Couldn't it be my chance? Day 2, Pleasant Inn. Shinfan didn't wake up until noon. I can't help it. Why do you get up so early if you don't need to practice? That said, not having to wash up is kinda uncomfortable. A somewhat confused Shinfan sat on the bed and opened his mouth to shag his mouth and face with his internal reiki. Then with a wave of his hand, he sent the mass of gas out the window. I should be the first monk to wash in this way. In fact, at his level, he was spotless without having to wash. Nay, after 19 years of being immortal, it is always a bit uncomfortable to ascend to heaven at one time. The refreshed Shinfan slowly walked to the door and opened the door. Just then, he saw Su Luoyi, who had been waiting for a long time. Oda bowed towards him and said gratefully, "Many thanks to Senior for helping out last night." Shinfan raised his eyebrows and blandly said, "What is it?" Su Luoyi took a deep breath and looked straight into his eyes, pleading, "I implore Senior to accept Luoyi as a disciple. Luoyi will never rebel against his master." Saying this, she directly knelt on the ground and looked at Shinfan with a firm gaze. If last night, the man in front of me was really putting on a show, then she, Su Luoyi, would not be able to escape from such cultivators at all. But if the other party was in a position of goodwill, Su Luoyi preferred not to miss this powerful cultivator. The strength and ambition of an eternal palace that had been spying on her for several years could be imagined. She didn't think she could fight it on her own. And the man in front of him was actually scoffing at the Palace of Eternal Life? Putting it all together, no matter which reason it was, Su Luoyi didn't have a choice. Shinfan just gazed into her gaze. Su Luoyi's eyes were clean, clear, and sincere. Yet there is a hint of intrigue. He was originally an orphan, and it wasn't hard for him to pick up on things. The heart knew that the depths of the other man's eyes held tension and powerlessness, as well as a hint of caution. Shinfan shook his head and sighed tersely. "I know that your life is not as good as you want it to be, and that is what has created your present lingering mind, but worshipping a teacher speaks of sincerity, and I have no intention of taking on a disciple at the moment." As soon as the words fell, Shinfan turned around and left. What does she know about poison? Is it hard to practice a book and teach it yourself? Unless he's got nothing better to do. This sigh, as if empathetic, caused Su Luoyi's agitated nose to sour. She didn't realize until now that the senior in front of her wasn't coveting her special physique. Rather, it really has been helping her. Her eyes were red and her heart was aggravated. Only she knew the pain, but she didn't dare to say anything more. After dispelling the tears in her eyes with her aura, she got up and quickly followed Shinfan. Just as soon as he came down the stairs, the front desk shopkeeper saw Shinfan followed by an aggravated little daughter-in-law, and couldn't help but show a look that only men understand. This fixed his eyes on the woman's appearance. The old shopkeeper realized, this woman turned out to be the medicine-picking woman who stayed in the woodshed yesterday, and could not help but raise her hand and lightly pump her face, smiling bitterly. "Egu, look at me. I'm a dog-eyed guy. Don't worry, sir, I've prepared a spiritual food for you today. It's an apology to this girl." "What's with that?" Shinfan looked at the old shopkeeper with an odd face. Seeing that this old man still wanted to whip himself, Full of speechlessness, he casually threw out a top-grade spirit stone and said in a cold voice, "Don't defile someone's innocence." The light in the eyes of the shopkeeper flashed, and after catching the spirit stone, he did not say anything, and heavily slapped himself, as an indemnity. However, the palm of the hand was still a hair's breadth away, but it was blocked by an invisible chi, so how could it not be drawn down? Seeing the two walk out of the inn, the old shopkeeper then shook his head with a smile on his face. He knew in his heart that it was this cultivator who couldn't see him, an old man, selling out. Sweeping his eyes at the shopkeeper who had been staring at him in a daze, the old shopkeeper's face darkened and he said in a deep voice, "What? It's fun to watch the old man's jokes? Your monthly salary for this month is cut in half." "No, Uncle Wang, how come I haven't seen your skill before? You're hiding something." The store assistant's face was full of amazement. If one mouth could obtain a top-grade spirit stone, then he would be willing to smoke until the end of time, and he thought Uncle Wan was going to hit himself, but so much force that it actually collected? Good job. It's a shame he doesn't have any money, or else he'd have to reward one of them like that dude did. Anyhow, brat, this month's monthly salary is gone. Hey, it's okay. When I marry Nyo, this store will all be mine. The shopkeeper was all giggly and happy. Put your mother's ass on the line. Wait 100 years you. Luckily it's only 100 years. I can afford to wait with this body. I don't know if you can stand it. The old shopkeeper's face turned blue with anger, picking up the abacus and rushing straight out of the counter. Lao Tzu, Shen Fan, who had left the inn, wandered all the way, looking east and west. From time to time, I copied the new products from the street stalls, but the harvest was quite small. As for Su Luo behind him, she followed him step by step. From time to time, he looked at the gold-rimmed auspicious cloud tunic of inexpensive material on Shin Fan. From time to time, I was attracted by the yelling of the stallholders around me. For this follower Shin Fan also does not take care of it, as much as he likes. I've heard that there are extreme treasures coming out of the treasure pavilion this time, so we might as well go and take a look? Yeah, there are too many top-tier forces coming this time, and there's also the desolate ancient family and the great Qian dynasty. I think it's also because the treasure pavilion is trying to attract these magnificent guests. I've heard that it's a son of the Qin family from the central Imperial continent who has come here to take charge of the treasure pavilion. Go go go. Go with you. Listening to the conversations of the surrounding cultivators, Shin Fan slowly walked towards the treasure pavilion auction house. Not for a while, Qin Wendian was seen standing at the entrance of the treasure pavilion, arching his hand in thanks to the cultivators who entered the store. Upon seeing the familiar silver-gray mask in the crowd, Qin Wendian quickly stepped forward with a smile on his face, arching his hand at Shin Fan and smiling. "Fellow Daoist, I'm sorry to have missed you." Shin Fan laughed and said, "You busy yourself, I'll just go in by myself." Seeing the brocade-clothed young man in front of him arching his hand at himself with a smile, the somewhat rushed Su Luoi hurriedly owed a bow back. "Greetings, Mr. Qin." The Hall of Eternal Life she didn't know, but the Qin family of the central Imperial continent, as long as a cultivator knows. No way. Jumbo Pavilion Auction House is spread all over the Xian-Tian continent. It's hard to think that people don't know about it. After all, she didn't have much of a relationship with Shin Fan right now, and the other party was obviously looking at Shin Fan's face. It seems that senior's age should be very young. Su Luoi looked at Shin Fan's back and secretly speculated. There is no need to be polite. Girl. Qin Wendian smiled and waved his hand, guiding the two of them towards the treasure pavilion as he whispered to Shin Fan. Today is considered a day for me to say hello to the various forces of Sevenstar Mountain. Dao Yu and go up to the third floor. I added an extra viewing platform yesterday, and I'll entertain Dao Yu when I'm done. The words just fell. Instead, a snort rang out from the crowd. Yo, isn't this my Wuji Valley's son-in-law? How come you don't receive your old husband's family when you see them? When the crowd looked sideways, they saw three men and women in black and white long shirts walking out of the crowd with a teasing face. Chapter 20 Wuji Valley arrives. This is too raw. Hearing these words, Shin Fan clearly saw Qin Wentian's eyes change, but they were quickly collected by him. The three of them were looking at Qin Wentian, who was walking slowly with a flirtatious expression on his face. Greetings to the three Wuji Valley fellow Taoists. I hope I'm not offended if Ask Tian has missed the welcome. Qin Wentian arched his hand and saluted, his tone calm and indifferent, which caused the three Wuji Valley disciples to be a bit surprised. It's not just these three. Some high-level cultivators from various parties who were familiar with the events of Qin Wentian and the Wuji Valley, all of them began to look up at the brocade-clad male with a slightly frail face. From the first words of these three people from Wuji Valley, it was clear that the other party was clearly here to pick a fight, and Qin Wentian actually managed to hold back from getting angry on the spot. It is evident that this man is quite a city man. If he were a normal cultivator of his age, he would be afraid that he would even have the heart to destroy the Wuji Valley, but it's only something to think about. After all, Wuji Valley had climbed into the central Imperial continent's Qin family's relationship. It was even stronger than the average top-tier power. Even a superpower like the Dechen dynasty didn't want to easily provoke the other party. It's true that the immortal cultivation world speaks of strength, but context is also important. At that moment, I don't know who whispered something in the crowd. TSK, it seems that Qin Wendian is aware of his low strength, and even when facing the Wuji Valley, he still has to smile. I heard that he was actually cuckolded on his wedding night, and he was even beaten by that man and almost wasted, which made his breath a little weak. Such powerful news immediately caused the uninformed cultivators to be filled with astonishment. No, not, there's such a thing? He is the son of the Qin family. Talking book novels don't even dare to write like this, right? At that time, the Wuji Valley feasted for 3 days, and I was also fortunate enough to go there with the clan elders. I didn't expect there to be this kind of thing. The murmurs of the surrounding cultivators grew louder and louder, especially seeing the disdain on the faces of these 3 Wuji Valley disciples. This matter was even more solidified. One of life's great joys, the wedding night, and this happens? Qin Wendian didn't collapse on the spot and collapse his Dao heart. It was really an unfortunate amount. This kind of Hail Mary is better left alone. The crowd around them didn't know what to say. Looking at Qin Wendian, who stood in the middle of the field, he was filled with sympathy. After today, Qin Wendian was afraid that he would become a clown. As for those cultivators who were interested in befriending each other, they even gave up their intentions in their hearts. Qin Wendian took a deep breath and turned to leave after arching his hand at the 3. Since the other party is tearing his face off in front of him on such an important occasion, he didn't have to smile. Obviously, the few people who had spoken in the crowd just now were people from the Wuji Valley without having to think about it. Qin family master mother, you can only use such underhanded means to destroy me. I don't know when you're going to jump over the wall with your dog. Qin Wendian was filled with powerlessness. As an heir of the Qin family's main mother didn't dare to blatantly kill him. But if the other side really wants to go down, it's just a matter of the size of the cost. There's this big mountain pressing down. It was hard as hell for Qin Wendian to have a day of reckoning. Looking at the tight appearance of his arms, obviously caused by the clenched fists, Shinfan walked and relieved. The road to immortal cultivation is long. This is also a kind of growth. This one is rather like the Dragon King's stoicism. But alas, he doesn't seem to have the life of a Dragon King. For Qin Wendian, Shinfan looked quite pleasant, which comforted him. Surely he didn't want that kind of upbringing. Qin Wendian smiled bitterly and arched his hand. Thank you for the advice, fellow Daoist. I shall keep it in mind. Seeing that this trash Qin Wendian actually dared to leave on his own, the man at the head of the Wuji Valley said in a cold voice, "What? Is this hugging the big leg? Don't you treat me Wuji Valley anymore. Shameless enough." Embracing the Qin clan's thigh himself as a way to humiliate Qin Wendian. This person's mouth is so poisonous. Forget it. Slip away, slip away. This kind of entanglement within a big power, it's better to look less. The surrounding cultivators walked into the treasure pavilion after slandering a bit in their hearts, let alone them. Even Donghuang Yuezhuang, who was being guarded by 4 guards and squeezed out of the crowd, did not even take a glance at him and stepped into the treasure pavilion long ago. Luckily, there was Qin Wu at the door to receive him, so he didn't lose his manners. Although the old man had the intention to persuade 1 or 2, he was also afraid of being missed by the people of Wuji Valley, thus getting his young master into trouble. The smile on his face was more or less stiff. AI. This time the young master's chance to make a name for himself is sort of lost. Qin family female dog. Really inappropriate. Let's go, senior brother. Go in and take a look. What kind of thighs can such a loser have? Just pretending to be a god. The woman from Wuji Valley whispered softly, her tone filled with mockery. Even the eldest princess of Dakian knows how to observe words and colors, and this masked man also has this pattern. The other man pulled at the corner of his mouth and sneered. Oh, you need to be careful when making friends. Don't lose your life if you don't know when. That would be wrong. These 2 words clearly reached the ears of the crowd, including Sului. Perhaps once upon a time when something like this happened, she would have taken a step back and hidden herself from the crowd in order to get more than she could handle. But when she made up her mind to worship the master, she would follow Shinfan without moving an inch, even in the face of the icy gazes of the 3 people behind him. She also just looked at Shinfan's back without being disturbed by the outside world. If he lowered his head, he might be able to go unnoticed by the people of Wuji Valley, but looking up signals ignorance and resistance. When Shinfan's footsteps lurched, she stopped as well and did not crash into it. Shinfan did not look at the 3 people from Wuji Valley when he turned around. Instead, he looked straight at Su Luoyi's calm gaze and wondered, "You're not afraid? A person who will die. What is there to fear?" Su Luoyi looked at him and whispered, "Hear that?" The man at the head of Wuji Valley thought that the plainly dressed female cultivator had figured it out, and he couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. But it's time to say no. In addition to her cultivation being somewhat low, This woman's posture was superior, and her voice was pleasant and clear. With this in mind, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes and he smiled faintly. Don't worry girl, my senior brother is just joking. Shinfan waved his hand casually and turned to leave. This action, which was like driving away flies, caused the three people from Wuji Valley to turn cold. Still really disdaining them Wuji Valley? But the next moment, phew, a strong palm wind suddenly appeared in front of the three. The sudden attack caused the three to stare in disbelief and die, because they found out. One didn't even have a chance to resist or escape. A trio of people from the district's Cloud Sea realm wanting to dodge an attack from a ninth heavenly realm cultivator of the Avatar realm? The sky's the limit. And it's still this silent attack technique. How are they going to run? Snap, snap. 3 explosions startled the bodies of the surrounding cultivators, only to see the heads of the 3 people from Wuji Valley in the field being exploded on the spot by the powerful palm winds. This person was actually fearless of the Qin family and the Wuji Valley, and just killed the Wuji Valley's people in public? I'll go. It looks like this person's background isn't simple either. So raw? A young cultivator wiped the beads of blood from his face and was filled with awe, daring to confront the 2 major powers hard. One is either crazy or has a strong bottom. It seems like the Qin family is all about peace and harmony. Isn't it possible that it's a hostile force of the Wuji Valley? I have to say, this person is truly domineering. Not even a word of nonsense when he strikes. The chattering crowd all looked at Shinfan, who stepped into the treasure pavilion. There was envy, marvel, and a disapproving shake of the head. When they saw him stop, the surrounding cultivators hurriedly dodged and flew back. Fear of disaster. I don't know where my head has gone. It was a good thing that the man of mysterious origin was only targeting the line of 5 people standing at the door. Chapter 21, Do you want to try my handiwork too? Among the 5 people, the center of a woman wearing a black shirt, face wearing a hat. Under the screen cannot see the appearance. Shinfan had realized before that this person had been paying attention to himself and could not help but raise his eyebrows and laugh. The girl wants to try my technique too? The woman owed a curtsy and smiled softly. Fellow Daoist is joking. The voice was gentle and soft, like a spring breeze brushing into the ears of the crowd. It was also like heavenly music, washing the hearts and minds of the crowd. Such a melodious voice is the only one in the eastern region. Arakan Ryu family, Ryu Qingcheng. The familiar voice caused many male cultivators to turn red with excitement and look at the black shirt woman with fascination. She is definitely Lu Qingcheng. I'd recognize that voice even if it turned into an old crone. I didn't think I'd be so blessed as to see a goddess wearing black for the first time. Yeah, almost fooled by Fairy Willow's dress code. Don't lick it. That's Lu Qingcheng. Although she has a good temper, she actually didn't move in the face of that cultivator's provocation. An earthly sober cultivator looked at Shinfan with astonishment. You should know that Lu Qingcheng is not only a great beauty on earth. Her cultivation qualifications were even more heaven-defying, especially since the other party was also harboring a special physique. Together with the resources of the desolate ancient Willow family, the sum of the 3 was terrifying. A year earlier, the eastern region's #1 heavenly pride, Chen Fenghua, had lost to Lu Qingcheng. One had to know that the Chen Fenghua at that time was in existence at the 8th level of the celestial realm. This was also the first time Lu Qingcheng had made a move. The reason for the outburst was that Chen Fenghua's face was too thick and kept inviting for a fight. Annoyed to this unearthly fairy, worthy of being a goddess, so many suitors, admire, admire, admire. Shinfan smiled and arched his hand, turning to leave. Hearing the uproar around him, Qin Wentian, who was standing in the doorway, was dumbfounded. It's hard to believe that you, Dao friend, are specifically trying to expose Lu Qingcheng? However, as the person in charge here, Qin Wentian quickly put away his expression and smiled as he had someone take the draconic Willow family up to the 3rd floor private room. Young master, it seems that gentleman seems to have an extraordinary background. On the side, Qin Wu received the guests with a smile on his face and transmitted his voice to Qin Wentian. At this point his old face was already happy. His young master has finally come to the end of his suffering. As for Wuji Valley, the existence that even Lu Qingcheng dared to flirt with and still wouldn't make it angry. That dog's leg from Wuji Valley counted as a hammer. The opponent's protector of the Dao might be hidden among them, coming to kill one. Qin Wentian was extremely calm and transmitted his voice. I've only met him twice, and his departure from Sevenstar Mountain will be our hard time. Don't let your guard down. In Qin Wentian's opinion, a gentleman's friendship was as light as water. If you involve too much selfishness, you will instead miss Shinfan as a friend. It's easier to just go with the flow. Your Excellency has taught me a lesson. Qin Wu nodded repeatedly, yet the joy on his face did not diminish at all. After all, Shinfan had killed 3 people from Wuji Valley, and it was a bit of bad luck for him. The 3rd floor of Jumbo Court. Hey, this is the loneliness of the master's awe. Crossed his legs Shinfan, shallow sip of spirit tea, looking at the auction below lamented out. Void brother Qin Wentian hadn't come until now, obviously seeing that he was too powerful and embarrassed to come. tasteless, expert loneliness? This was the second time Sului heard Shinfan's sentiment. However, she could hear that Shinfan didn't really feel too strong without an opponent. Rather, a little smug? Senpai's age. It really doesn't seem to be very old. Seeing Shinfan's cloud-treading boots swaying around, he was obviously in a good mood. Sului pursed her pink lips and gathered enough courage to whisper. Senior is happy because, Mr. Qin is not coming? If Qin Wendian came, he would be suspected of being a bully. As long as nothing happens to the unidentified Shinfan, he, Qin Wendian, would be able to obtain asylum. But if Qin Wendian didn't come, then it would be clear with outsiders that he didn't have a deep relationship with Shinfan. In this way, Shinfan only needed to face the pressure of Wuji Valley. It won't involve the Qin family of the central Imperial continent at all. Of course, doing so would make Qin Wendian's life difficult. I'm afraid I'll have to stay in the treasure pavilion for the rest of my life. After all, Jumbo Court has practiced one thing since the beginning of time. Don't make a move inside the auction house, or you'll be an enemy of the Qin family. Shinfan smiled faintly. Since you are so smart, you should know that it is the best time to cultivate now instead of chatting with me. Sului immediately stopped talking and swept her eyes at the surrounding wall full of inlaid top-grade spirit stones, a delighted look appearing on her pretty face. So many spirit stones, I have to absorb it quickly. But without Shinfan's word, she really didn't dare to cultivate recklessly. After finding a corner and sitting down, Sului took out the underworld poison scripture that Shinfan had given her from her bosom and began to cultivate it. Auction table. Everyone, the third item will be auctioned next. The auctioneer received the brocade box handed by the servant girl with a smile on his face. The crowd then saw a small jade bottle, which was brought out by the auctioneer. This is a treasure that my Sevenstar Mountain auction house has treasured for decades. The auctioneer smiled slightly, causing the cultivators in the first floor hall to blow out boos, pills or elixirs, and it's been kept for decades? According to the specifications of the treasure pavilion here, it's at least 5th order quality, right? Ha 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 ha, hurry up and report it out. You're so slow. If it weren't for the fact that you're the only one here with better stuff, I'd have left long ago. Listening to a sound of ridicule and mockery, the auctioneer did not talk nonsense and laughed aloud. In this vial, it possesses 3 pills. 7th grade upper grade heaven breaking pills. Starting price, 3 million top grade spirit stones. Boom! This slap instantly froze the uproarious people in place, and the entire jumbo pavilion erupted in an amazing wave of sound. It's not the price that's amazing. Rather, the elixir is amazing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 3 heaven breaking pills? Heaven breaking pill? Once taken, a cultivator in the 9th heaven of the celestial realm will be able to directly enter the avatar realm. 3 million. Mom! I didn't bring this many spirit stones with me. Who the hell would have thought that this little place has a heaven-breaking pill? No matter what realm a celestial realm cultivator was in, once they took the heaven-breaking pill, they would be able to raise their cultivation by 1 heavenly level. If it was taken by the 9th heaven of the celestial realm, it would be able to enter the avatar realm. Even the auction houses in the big cities rarely put out this kind of extremely high-quality elixir for auction, not to mention a lesser-known trial place like Sevenstar Mountain, and its price to sell. Amidst the ear-piercing exclamations, a hint of a female voice with majesty came from a private room on the 3rd floor. Great Qin Dynasty, bidding 6 million top-grade spirit stones. Hiss, I went. Straight to double? That's a lot of fun. Many cultivators raised their heads and looked towards the 3rd floor Great Qin Dynasty's box. Cultivators without money can only stare. However, there were quite a few top-tier forces that came to Sevenstar Mountain this time. The questioning heaven sect, bid 6.5 million top-grade spirit stones. Elder Mo1U, who had a face of flesh pain, clenched his teeth and directly quoted the price. Crowd, asterisk? How could I forget that there's still this bastard from the heaven asking sect present? Hey, it's not a good idea to raise the price, and it's annoying if you don't. Let's see what the Great Qin Dynasty and the Lu family have to say. Damn it, if my clan had the backing of that saint's son, these 3 heaven-breaking pills would be ours. I'm so angry. The scene went silent. Even the forces on the 3rd floor that had the intention of making an offer were instantly extinguished. If the heaven-asking sect dared to call the shots with Great Qin, how could it be afraid of them? The top forces? If the Great Qin and Desolate Ancient Willow families didn't make a bid, it wouldn't be good for anyone to shout for this item. Chapter 22 Auction. 3 Holy Pills. Inside the private room of the Great Qin Dynasty, the old crone beside East Emperor Moonfall narrowed her old eyes and whispered, Princess, this heaven-seeking sect is also too rampant. It's relying on that emperor's son to be a fox and a tiger. It really pisses off the old slave. East Emperor Moonfall patted this old woman's hand and said helplessly, Sister Young, keep a low profile when the big moment comes. You're my nanny, don't mess things up for me. As one of the crown prince of the Great Qin Imperial family, She had come to the Sevenstar Mountain with the intention of befriending the desolate ancient Willow family. I didn't expect to meet the Emperor's son. It was an unexpected blessing, since the heaven-asking sect had made a bid. Eastern Emperor Moonfall, who was interested in befriending the other party, naturally wouldn't bid again. AI. It's still the princess who is merciful. The old woman nodded her head repeatedly. Chrysanthemums blooming. She just wanted to show her loyalty. The district heaven-breaking Dan was just icing on the cake for the superpowers. As long as they are great Qian offerings, they are all Avatar realm cultivators. That's what they're all about. The fact that the young master had said so showed that she was still in her heart. Naturally, young Ma didn't dare to retort, so she would have to keep a low profile in the future. The things in the Treasure Pavilion auction house this time are quite high-grade. Dong Huang Yulu's Danfang eyes narrowed, vaguely looking forward to the next items. Looking at the suddenly silent scene, the auctioneer's face stiffened and he held the auction house in his hand and shook it vainly. The questioning heaven sect has bid 6.5 million top-grade spirit stones. Anyone else bid? He was speechless when no one bid even after asking 3 times in a row. It was clearly able to sell for a high price of around $8 million, and it was directly picked up by the heaven-asking sect. The might of the Emperor's son is as terrifying as it is. With this in mind, the auctioneer no longer hesitated and directly knocked down the auction hammer. Bang! Deal! Congratulations to the heaven-asking sect. Looking at the heaven-breaking Dan that was taken down by the servant girl, Xin Fan secretly said in his heart, System, duplicate the increased Skybreaker pill. Locked heaven-breaking elixir. Identified as 7th order upper grade elixir. Quantity 3. Copy increase on. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a half-saint level elixir, the Extreme Dao Tong Tian Dan. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 2 saint level elixirs, the innate dust extinction elixir. Awesome. Equivalent to 3 saint level pills? Xin Fan was filled with joy. Saint level pills could only be made by an entry saint level alchemist. It was still unknown if there were any saint level alchemists in the Xiantian continent, and it is recorded in the Xiantian continent's wind and scenery. The strongest alchemists in the Dan Palace were only at the half-saint level. However, he was also honored as the Sage of Dan by all cultivators in the world. How could Xin Fan not be happy when he had obtained 3 saint-level pills in one go? Quick! System projection! Introduce it! While secretly saying in his heart, 2 messages appeared in front of Xin Fan's eyes. Extreme Dao Tong Tian pill, a half-saint level pill that contains the rhythm of the Great Dao. Once taken by a half-saint level powerhouse, it has a chance to increase the degree of the Great Dao comprehended. TSK, elevating the Great Dao comprehension. Horrible ah! Xin Fan was astonished. The celestial realm was to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. The avatar realm was the fusion of the mysteries in one's own gongfu, opening up the avatar heaven and earth. And the hallmark of the king's realm was the laws of the realm. The only way to go to the next level was to realize the Dao in the realm and enter the realm of the half-saint. Once one entered the realm of the half-saint, the gap between the 2 sides was like the white moon and the glowing fire. To put it in layman's terms, all under the half-saint are ants. A half-saint realm powerhouse had already begun to touch the Great Dao. It was far from being comparable to cultivators below the saint realm, and the extreme Dao Tong Tian Dan that can enhance the comprehension of the Great Dao. You can see how valuable it is. Hey, I'll eat it when I reach half-saint. Xin Fan, who had gathered his mood, looked at the next projected message. Innate dust extinction pill. After taking it, it can get rid of any impurities, dark wounds, and special physical lesions in the body. It improves the body to the innate spirit body most suitable for cultivation. And the cultivation spirit root is raised to the innate posture. Note, cultivators who possess a spirit body above the spirit body will not have any effect on their physique after taking it. Strong. This is so much stronger than some essence cleansing, not to mention being able to raise your physique to a spirit body. Even your spirit root can be raised to innate. Xin Fan was elated. Innate spiritual roots are not extreme. Xin Fan had learned from the Xiantian Continent Style magazine that above the innate, there were also king, god, and honored products, saint, and emperor products, as well as immortal spiritual roots. However, emperor-grade spiritual roots hadn't been produced for tens of thousands of years, let alone any immortal-grade spiritual roots. Not bad, much higher quality than the last auction. Xin Fan, who was in a good mood, reclined on the bench with a smile on his face, sitting and waiting for the auctioneer to introduce the next item. At that moment, the auctioneer on the stage laughed airily. Next, the 4th item of the night will be auctioned. 4th ranked magic treasure. Before the words left his mouth, a chorus of boos was given to the auctioneer. Waiting for a roller coaster of an auction? If it wasn't for the calmness of the auctioneer, a lot of people would have opened their mouths. Listening to the uproar below, Xin Fan glanced at Sului, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner. At this moment, this girl was cultivating with her eyes closed and a calm face, apparently blocking her sense of hearing. For Sului, Xin Fan had nothing to dislike. Who doesn't have a heart when you've been through this in life? If it wasn't for the girl's fearlessness of the Wuji Valley's gesture before, Xin Fan wouldn't have reminded her to cultivate. Xin Fan, who had withdrawn his sight, sat cross-legged on the chair. Then with a pinch of the spell, after blocking the space around himself, he covered his mouth with one hand and moved his mind. A pill wrapped in a dan cloud suddenly appeared in his palm and fell into his mouth. It was none other than the holy great elixir in the system space, the innate absolute dust pill. You can eat the good stuff, but of course you have to eat it early. The elixir was aromatic and melted in the mouth. Like a clear spring, it washed his mind and body. Not for a while. A burst of tingling came from Xin Fan's skin, and his brain was bright and empty. Extremely clear. It's comfortable. Xin Fan, who closed his eyes, held his breath and dispelled the stains on his body surface with his spiritual qi, feeling the changes in his body in detail. Auction table. When the fourth item was sold, looking at the expectant faces of the cultivators below, the auctioneer laughed aloud. Naturally, I won't let you all down. Next will be a heavy treasure. It will be personally pressed by my Jumbo Pavilions provider. These words instantly made the atmosphere of the scene adjusted to the peak. My God, it actually requires the appearance of the Jumbo Pavilions offerings? A cultivator looked at the stage in disbelief. It shouldn't be to prevent people from seizing the treasure. It's likely that the heavy treasure needs to be suppressed by an expert. Fellow Daoist has a good point. I'm looking forward to what kind of treasure it is that even the name of the Jumbo Pavilions provider has been taken out. The crowd was talking. Although the Sevenstar Mountain's treasure pavilion was of a lower grade, the strength of the offerings was bound to be low. But that's the Qin family property. No one dares to make a bid for the treasure. The only possibility is that it was done to create a gimmick. When he saw an old man walk up to the stage, Xin Fan even heard the sound of the crowd below sucking in cold air. There is even a second-floor hoi polloi who directly lifted the beaded curtain in front of them, lying on the railing with a look of astonishment. Could this be an artifact spirit stone? I didn't expect that this auction, such treasures actually appeared. One could only see an old man dressed in a gray long shirt, his palm vainly dragging a crystal box that was sealed by a formation pattern. In a clear crystal box, a fist-sized brown stone banged back and forth in the box with a thumping sound. Artifact spirit stone, an exotic treasure that rhymes with heaven and earth. Once the refiner incorporates it into the crafted treasure, the outgoing treasure will automatically generate an artifact spirit and become a psychic treasure. The power of a magic treasure that possessed a psychic spirit was not something that could be compared to an ordinary magic treasure. This kind of artifact spirit was not the artifact spirit produced by demonic beast soul refining, but an extremely gentle one. The more mature the artifact spirit of the artifact spirit stone was rhymed with, the more powerful the magic treasure created would be, and it was considered an extremely precious exotic treasure. However, there was a drawback to this thing, and that was that it needed to be fed with various heaven and earth supreme treasures, extreme spirit marrow, and other resources, commonly known as white-eyed gold swallowing beast. Chapter 23, Swallowing the Holy Pill. Qualification skyrockets. It is written in the ancient books. There was once an ancient great emperor who wanted to take a single artifact spirit stone in his hand and imbue it with the quality of a quasi-imperial level, creating a proof imperial weapon that shook the ancient world. But in the end, this unknown great emperor failed in his search for 7 artifact spirit stones. Because of the high quality of the artifact spirit stones, when the spirit of the artifact inside matures, it will automatically detach itself from the artifact stone, causing it to weather. In this way, without the artifact spirit stone as a regulator for forging fusion, it becomes useless as a scrap. All the celestial treasures fed will go down the drain. Don't say quasi-emperor quality. Any artifact spirit stone that could be of half-saint quality without detaching was considered good, but this was of no use at all to the great emperor. After that, this great emperor used the relatively spiritually mature artifact spirit stones to build weapons, trying to use this to feed the spirit in the weapon. But when forging, the pressure of the divine material of an imperial weapon was simply not something that a half-finished artifact spirit could block, and it dissipated in an instant. The many conditions and restrictions made this great emperor give up completely. For other cultivators, the artifact spirit stone was even more synonymous with pitiful, thankless, and white-eyed wolves. But this kind of thing, no cultivator is unwilling to obtain. Wouldn't it be nice for the old man to buy it and directly build it up? I'll nurse it for a period of time first, and wrestle with the idea that I might be able to reach the alert line for this artifact spirit stone to mature. Then I'll build a magic treasure. Ga ga ga. Looking at the crowd's excited expressions, the auctioneer on the stage laughed aloud after bowing towards the old man. No more nonsense. 1 artifact spirit sealing stone. The artifact spirit inside may not be of high quality, but as long as you take it and rhyme it, you all may be able to build an extremely high-grade magic treasure at the right time. Starting price, 10 million top-grade spirit stones. As soon as the words fell, the sound of an offer came from a private room on the 3rd floor. Heavenly Sword Sect. bidding 13 million top-grade spirit stones. Bijou sect, bidding 15 million top-grade spirit stones. Great Qin dynasty, bidding 17 million top-grade spirit stones. The sound of a series of offers directly pressed the hearts of the second-floor hoi polloi to pull out cold, and they helplessly sat back in their chairs. It's not like they're the Qin family of the central Imperial continent, whose wealth can reach the heavens. Even if they had the money, they wouldn't dare quote the last price. It would be a big loss if he was targeted by some power on the third floor. The human condition and the carefulness of the second-floor hoi polloi are reflected in the mindset of the second-floor hoi polloi. Forget it, even the ancient great emperor couldn't build it. Why would I bring it? Money burns. A cultivator comforted himself. Wake up, we are not as rich as others. Just look at it. At this point, I don't know who said something. Why isn't the Ask the Sky sect bidding? This statement was made. The cultivators on the first and second floors looked in the direction of the questioning heaven sect on the third floor, and the quote slowed down. This scene made Mo Wenyu, who was slowly sipping his tea, almost spray out. Which asshole intervened? If you have a red eye, get it cured. Like the Maitreya Buddha, he was infuriated. His face slightly darkened as he said aloud, the heaven-asking sect, will no longer bid, thanks to the love of all the Taoists. As soon as the words fell, shouts of price rang out. Flying immortal sect, 21 million top-grade spirit stones. Dakian, 23 million. It's okay. Mo Wenyu was finally relieved. A disciple beside him whispered a heckle. Elder, we've made a wave of blood money this time. Plus senior sister has the protection of the draconic Willow family and the Great Qian's heavenly pride, so it's bound to be very rewarding. After stroking his beard and smiling, Mo Wenyu looked at the people in the room and admonished. Lay low, don't you know? Didn't you see it trying to pit us just now? If it wasn't for the old man's old wisdom, Elder is awesome. It's still you nah. The fifth Elder is naturally powerful. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to bring us here. A group of young men and women patted their horses' asses in succession, which made Mo Wenyu feel comfortable. Then he raised an eyebrow, took out a small pill bottle from his pocket, got up and walked out of the room. Changwon, keep an eye on them. I'll make a trip to the Diqian private room. Yes, master. Seeing the door to the room closed, a female disciple looked at Changwon standing in the doorway and curiously said, Senior brother Chang, what is the elder doing? Yes, senior brother, Changwon said softly after a slight contemplation. According to master's style, he should have wanted to give the 2 heaven-breaking pills to the Lu family and Great Qian. After all, he says from time to time that one should keep a low profile. 2, that's not a big loss. A disciple was filled with disbelief. Changwon shook his head and whispered, You can't say that. Although senior brother Shin is an easygoing person, in the end, he is not a member of our questioning heaven sect. If my questioning heaven sect is too arrogant, this opportunity to make friends with the 2 major powers will be gone. Sending pills is considered a sign of goodwill, and you can't just focus on immediate benefits. The disciples in the room suddenly came to a realization and arched their hands in succession. Senior brother has a high opinion. It's worthy of having been deeply passed on by the 5th elder. Elder brother is awesome. Awesome. Inside the 3rd floor box. Phew. Shinfan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Worthy of being an innate spiritual body, it actually absorbs heaven and earth aura at all times. If there was no system, this kind of physique would be really strong to cultivate. I wonder what other physiques feel like. The effects of the innate dust extinction pill were truly overbearing. It directly elevated his precious body to the level of a spirit body, mortal body, treasure body, spiritual body, king's body, God's body. The divine body is not a physical extreme. On top of that there were saint bodies, Tao bodies, and even the legendary immortal bodies. Most importantly, Shinfan's extreme spiritual root directly crossed over the perfect grade and reached the innate grade spiritual root. Perhaps looking at it this way, the medicinal power of the innate jade dust pill wasn't very strong. However, this elixir could allow a mortal to directly attain an innate spiritual body and innate spiritual root. This is what makes the innate dust extinction pill so strong. It feels great. Shinfan smiled and got up to move his muscles. Seeing that the auction was still continuing, he secretly said in his heart, System, copy the increaser spirit stone. Though earlier he was sensing the medicinal power in his body, but the auctioneer's introduction can still be heard. Artifact spirit stones could increase the power of a magic treasure and were considered a rare treasure, so he naturally wouldn't miss it. Locked weapon spirit stone, identified as having a divine soul attached to it, cannot be duplicated. Almost forgot. The system can't copy lifeforms and soulforms, so I'll have to pay for it. Shen Fan, who was frowning slightly, got up and left the private room. The current offer for the artifact spirit stones had reached 27 million upper-grade spirit stones, and the shouting slowed down. He had quite a few extreme spirit stones on him though. However, one only topped 100 top-grade spirit stones, which was completely insufficient. Had to get a loan. When you shouldn't have many spirit stones. It's too embarrassing to find Qin Wendian to borrow, and I've heard this bastard's gossip before. This would be an indebtedness to Hollow to borrow money. You mustn't bring him to kill the Qin family in the central Imperial continent? Shinfan found it quite troublesome. They don't seem to be short of money. Looking at a young man standing at the door of the private room not far away, Shinfan slowly stepped forward. In fact, the moment Shinfan appeared in the corridor, many of the guards from the third-floor forces locked their afterimages on his body. How low could the status of an existence that ignored the traitors of the Qin family in the Middle Emperor continent be? Even Wuji Valley was not something that the forces behind them wanted to easily mess with. Seeing the masked Shinfan, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, walking slowly, the young man guarding the doorway was slightly stunned, then arched his hand and whispered, "Greetings, Your Excellency." Shinfan smiled faintly, chattering, "Looking for your lady to borrow some money." The young man jumped out of the corner of his eye, and without speaking, he simply opened the door to the room. That's a natural thing to say. He really is an emperor's son. Chapter 24 Uncomplicated, Half-Saint Attack Amulet. As early as at the entrance of the treasure pavilion, when his own young lady bowed to this masked man, the younger generation of the Lu family was a bit suspicious. Those of them who were familiar with Lu Qingcheng knew that apart from elders, Lu Qingcheng and her peers would at most perform a nodding and nodding salute. The only exception was this man. Once he thought that the other party had come out of the life source stone, he knew in his heart according to this math, the emperor's son in front of him was probably older than his Lu clan's oldest ancestor. Although the lady didn't say so, they weren't stupid. Seeing that this young man was so sensible, Shinfan was quite surprised. As a draconic ancient family, you must not come up with a pretentious play that my lady is also someone you can see. Then by Lu Qingcheng recognized the identity. Compensation gifts to send spirit stones? It seems that novels are also unreliable. Shinfan, who secretly said in his heart, just walked into the room. At this time, Lu Qingcheng had already taken off her bucket hat and slowly got up to look at him and owed him a salute, softly saying, "I've met fellow Daoist Shun." Apparently, back at the entrance to the Jumbo Court, both guessed the identity of the other. The remaining 4 young Lu family members also bowed and saluted. Hearing that the auction below was nearing its end, Shinfan smiled and arched his hand. "We are all of the same generation. There is no need for you all to perform such a great honor. Miss Lu, I need that artifact spirit stone." Lu Qingcheng didn't talk nonsense and got up and quoted the price. "Lu family, 30 million top-grade spirit stones." The ethereal voice instantly spread throughout the auction house. Just for a moment, the scene fell into place. This was the deterrent of the desolate ancient family. There was not the slightest surprise. The forces that were interested in competing for the artifact spirit stones were dumbfounded. Amidst the excited goddess cries of many male cultivators, the auctioneer sealed the deal. "Congratulations to the Lu family. Winning this bid." Shinfan, who was sitting on the chair, arched his hand at Lu Qingcheng and smiled. "Thanks a lot. Count me as owing you a favor. But don't go too far. Otherwise, I'll pay you back when I have spirit stones." Hear that? Lu Qingcheng, who was pouring him tea, curved her beautiful eyes and looked at him with a soft smile. "I'll dispense with the favor. It's too expensive. How about treating it as a gift from the Lu family for getting to know fellow Daoist Chun?" The voice is gentle and expectant, especially since she was wearing a long black dress that didn't suit her style and emphasized her stunning beauty. It's really like a fairy coming out of a painting, not like something on earth. Shinfan, who was looking a little stunned, blinked and turned back to look at the 4 Lu family members. Seeing that both men and women were attracted to her playful look, he laughed dryly. "Ahem, yes, as expected of your lady, she is indeed beautiful." The voice instantly brought the 4 back to their senses and stood in place with an embarrassed look on their faces. Shinfan, on the other hand, was soothed and refreshed that he took Lu Qingcheng's teacup and took a sip joyfully. "True enough, as long as everyone is embarrassed, I'm not embarrassed." However, it had to be said that Lu Qingcheng's gesture for this proposal was placed extremely low. It's easy to give the Ryu family the benefit of the doubt. Lu Qingcheng was not surprised by the clan's appearance. After putting down her teacup, she sat quietly in her chair and watched the auction below. However, the items that followed were not of high quality, and both of them lost interest. Not for a while. The staff of the auction house then brought in the crystal box that sealed the artifact spirit stone. Shinfan took it and looked at the little guy inside bumping around. His heart was happy. "When I'm free, I'll find a chance to replicate a master smith's technique and dissolve you into my sheer jiao blade." The scissor jiao blade had at least helped him kill the soul-devouring sect ancestor. It was also the first weapon Shinfan had come to this world with. He's still happy to elevate under conditions. If the Imperial armament divine material was fused in the future, wouldn't it be a crunchy, messy cut? If someone knew that he had used a valuable artifact spirit stone to fuse the golden large scissors of the lower 5th rank, I wonder if I'll be pissed off. After seeing Shinfan put the weapon spirit stone into the space, Lu Qingcheng looked at him sideways and inquired, I don't know if fellow Taoist Qin has any elixir that suppresses somatic lesions? Qingcheng is willing to purchase it at a high price, and if you have any requests, please ask for them. Is it a white gift of spirit stones to pry open the topic? Sure enough, there is not a single simple woman who is beautiful. Shinfan raised his eyebrows and looked at her curiously. Not even the desolate ancient Willow family? Then isn't there still the Dan Palace? Seeing that his tone was bland and did not directly answer if there was any, Lu Qingcheng's heart tightened and looked at him seriously. My physique is somewhat special, and although I have the Dan Sage Senior's Dan formula, the family has been searching for more than a decade, and has only managed to gather a third of it. Even if we find it, there's no guarantee that it can be refined in one sitting. No wonder the Lu family would come to this kind of small place, so it is to look for medicinal herbs. Shinfan, who secretly said in his heart, looked at her with an odd face. Even a half-saint Dan master will fail. Could it be that you want a holy Dan? There is no difference between upper and lower grades of sacred pills. They are sacred products when they come out of the world. When this kind of pill was allowed to be refined by a half-saint pill master, the success rate could be imagined. At that moment, the 4 members of the Lu family present realized for the first time. A nervous look actually appeared on the face of the Lu family's pearl. Could it be that the emperor's son actually has? My god, a holy elixir na, worthy of being an emperor's son. It's bound to be a resource left behind by the emperor clan. Sister Qingcheng is saved. The 4 of them noticed something fishy the first time. When he looked at Shinfan's back, his eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. Maybe the Dan Palace has holy level pills, but it was simply impossible for that kind of divine object to leave the Dan Palace. Not to mention the fact that the Dan Palace did not have any holy pills suitable for Lu Qingcheng's physique, and as the emperor's son of the emperor clan, he might really have this kind of elixir. On the other hand, Lu Qingcheng pursed her pink lips, looked at Shinfan with a heart full of nervousness, and nodded. Shinfan rolled his eyes and sipped his tea and smiled lightly. Miss Lu is joking. How could I have this kind of elixir? But I believe that the girl's auspiciousness will surely find it. Is it hard to pretend that you have a holy elixir because the other person is pretty? And then the tiger takes a beautiful woman into his tent? Although Shinfan had read quite a few of these novels, his brain wasn't in water yet. He also didn't think that Lu Qingcheng was brainless. Lu Qingcheng pursed her lips and looked at him and softly said, borrowing from fellow Taoist. The 4 people in the room, on the other hand, were a little disappointed. AI, even the emperor's son doesn't have this kind of elixir. In the meantime, the auctioneer on the stage introduced the 3rd treasure of the night. Gentlemen, this is the attack talisman of a King's Realm 8th Sky Cultivator. Although it is a disposable treasure, the full force of a King's Realm 8th Sky Cultivator's strike is as powerful as you can imagine. Looking at the magic pattern densely covered talisman inside the brocade box below, Shinfan secretly said in his heart, System, copy the attack amulet. Locked attack talisman. Identified as the full force of a King's Realm 8th Heavenly Cultivator. Reproduction increase opens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the attack talisman to a half-saint realm attack talisman. Half-saint realm attack amulet possesses the full force of a half-saint realm 9th Heavenly Cultivator's blow. Not bad. Looking at an extra purple gold talisman in the system space, Shinfan smiled slightly, though when he met his opponent, he was able to copy his opponent's cultivation. But throwing a one-time attack like that is easy. After finishing the tea in his cup, Shinfan got up and arched his hand at Lu Qingcheng and smiled. Miss Lu, farewell. Fellow Taoist Qin, take your time. Lu Qingcheng got up and saluted. After seeing the door to the room close, one of the Lu family women came to her side and whispered softly in a comforting voice. Cousin, don't be discouraged. Maybe there's something within the Sevenstar Mountain trial. The other man said helplessly. Hey, I thought TZ had it. All that excitement for nothing. Just as he finished speaking, the 4 of them saw Lu Qingcheng shake her head and sit back in her chair, her eyes gazing at the opposite side of the booth as she spoke softly. I think he should have. What? At these words, the 4 men were filled with astonishment. Lu Qingcheng said softly to the woman at the side after a slight contemplation. Sister Xiaoyu, go call Uncle Long to come over. Ha? The woman, who had come back to her senses, rushed out of the booth with an excited look on her face. Cousin is finally saved. Chapter 25 Aurora Seal. Kill the Wuji Valley Elder. Shinfan had just stepped out of the private room not long ago when he saw a silhouette sprinting in front of him. Qin Wu? When he saw the other party's appearance, Shinfan's heart sank. Qin Wu, who had come close, looked at him with an anxious face. Fellow Taoist, the people from Wuji Valley went to your private room. We can't stop them. The words were not yet spoken. Shinfan had already disappeared. Exhale. It seemed like a breeze had blown into the private room, causing the people in the room to turn their eyes toward the man wearing a mask in the arena. Shinfan stood calmly, his gaze calmly looking at the 7 people in the room. Sului in the corner had already woken up and was sitting against the wall with blood spilling from the corner of her mouth and her face pale. Beside her also lay a blackened, long-dead Wuji Valley disciple. Apparently she poisoned her. Oh, the main man is here. Zhang Lihan, elder of Wuji Valley, smiled faintly and looked at Shinfan and said quietly, "Not only did you kill my Wuji Valley disciple, but this female servant girl is even more vicious, daring to make a move in the treasure pavilion. I really don't know what kind of reliance you have that you dare to disregard the rules set up by the Qin family." Zhang Lihan's simple sentence directly plucked out Wuji Valley, testing Shinfan's background while leading him to the opposite side of the Qin family. Have to say, that's quite a classy move. If it were any other time, Zhang Lihan would have been furious if a disciple of Wuji Valley had been killed, but Shinfan's unknown background made him choke on his throat. Hearing these words, Qin Wentian, who had been standing in front of Sului, spoke in a deep voice. "Elder Zhang, it was you people from Wuji Valley who first rushed into the room to take someone. It was also you who made the first move. Don't try to bring up the Qin family rules." As the person involved, he could naturally see Zhang Lihan's calculations. As for Sului in the corner, she glared at him with a contemptuous face and coldly drank. Shameless to the core, she was practicing well when she was interrupted by someone rushing in and forcibly interrupting her, and was revolted. Not only that, the other party also wanted to ask for news about Shinfan. Seeing Wuji Valley's people come to their door to find fault, Sului naturally did not comply. Taking advantage of the situation, he took a mouthful of poisonous blood and sprayed the Wuji Valley cultivator to death on the spot. In response to Qin Wentian revealing his mind on the spot, Zhang Lihan did not take a stance and stood aloof. A mere waste and a woman targeted by the Qin family's main mother. Who in the Qin family would believe their words? At this moment, a middle-aged man from Wuji Valley looked at Qin Wentian and droned up. "Xian's son-in-law, it seems like that slap just now didn't wake you up." Before the words left his mouth, his eyes glazed over. Lifting his right hand lightning fast, he swiped at Qin Wentian's cheek. Ding! Abrupt, a mesmerizing plucking of the zither rang out in the field, sending the crowd in the room into a trance. Even the man's hand that fanned out stopped in mid-air, failing to move the slightest bit. The curling sound of the zither is exceptionally pleasant. Let the place sink into a peaceful atmosphere. As for the cultivators in the outside world who were swept by the sound of the zither, they didn't feel anything at first. However, when he felt the surrounding aura gathering crazily, his pupils suddenly shrunk and he raised his head violently. Just inside the third-floor observation deck, there was actually a strange sight of a fairy playing the zither and a fairy dancing in the clouds. Couple that with the incredibly pleasing sound of the zither, like ascending to ultimate bliss. Hiss! Someone dares to make a move in the Jumbo Pavilion? Is this man crazy? This loud shout was like cold water entering a frying pan, instantly lighting up the whole place. Dare to make a move in the Treasure Pavilion, completely disregarding the rules of the Qin family? Many cultivators even rushed out of the Treasure Pavilion with hasty faces. If they were approached by a behemoth like the Qin family for watching the show, they would die without even knowing how. It was all in a flash. The commotion within the Treasure Pavilion caused the disoriented Zhang Lihan to tremble and immediately return to his senses. This son has such a strong divine soul attack. I didn't expect a zither sound. It actually made him, a cultivator of the second sky of the Avatar realm, lose his mind in the space of a breath. Seeing that this masked man of unknown origin had completed the legal seal in his hand, Zhang Lihan was furious. His body's aura soared, and he shouted angrily, "This is the Qin family treasure pavilion. You mustn't mistake yourself." The sound of lang lang spreads in all directions. He had already sensed that the other party's cultivation was more than several times stronger than his. Since the other party was determined to make a move, the Qin family's rules were obviously useless. The reason why he shouted that was to attract the town, the Wuji Valley inner sect elders who were dealing with Lu Sanglong, as well as Lu Qingcheng in the field. Hopefully she will step in and stop the man. After all, the scene of her appearing at the entrance of the treasure pavilion had already been learned by Wuji Valley. The inner sect elder went to go and meet with Lu Sanglong for a while, but also because of this matter he wanted to probe the other party's bottom. There was some friendship between the two sides, plus the rule that striking out was forbidden within the Qin family's treasure pavilion. It could be said that Wuji Valley had made all the preparations to come this time, but he never expected it. That herb-picking woman dared to kill in public at the treasure pavilion, not to mention, the man in front of him was even more unreasonable, striking out directly. Zhang Lihan, whose thoughts were turning rapidly, saw that Lu Qingcheng was unmoved and could not help but shout out, "I beg for your help, fellow Daoist Lu." The words were not yet spoken. As he dodged and flew back, he saw the zither-fiddling woman hovering behind Shinfan, smiling softly towards him. The flavor of this smile, even if Zhang Lihan didn't see it, it was also imprinted in his divine soul like a freeze frame, depriving him of his entire body and mind in an instant and leaving him fixed in place. This was the terrifying power of the second seal of Silent Float. It's like a dream, a soul killer, the seal of ultimate bliss, a low drink. The Dharma seal Shinfan condensed emitted bursts of immortal music and instantly became larger. Then like a mountain, it blasted at the crowd of Wuji Valley. Boom! A blast. The entire private room suddenly lit up with defense formations, but it still couldn't withstand the impact of the ultimate bliss seal, and the doorway burst on the spot. As for Zhang Lihan's crowd, they had long since turned into nothingness. Only the middle-aged man who had struck out earlier was paralyzed with a pale face. How dare the harridan! In the sound of a powerful explosive roar, an old man flew over the heads of the crowd from the main entrance of the treasure pavilion, directly attacking and killing the third-floor viewing platform. Same time, the opponent exuded a powerful domain aura around him, bound to kill Shinfan with one blow. Worthy of being the lapdog of the plutocratic Qin family, even an inner sect elder is in the king's realm. System, copying the other party's cultivation. Shinfan swept his eyes at the elderly man with a stern face below him. Locked on Fengqian. Cultivation identified. First heaven of king's realm. Reproduction increase opens. At the same time, Shinfan curled his fingers and flicked. A purple gold light, lightning-like, shot towards the other party. The Wuji Valley inner sect elder who thought it was a concealed weapon was startled in his heart and hastily dodged sideways. However, he saw that purple gold light, which stopped abruptly in mid-air. The major top-tier forces still remaining in the field only saw the outline of a talisman. Next moment, the purple gold talisman erupted with a dazzling golden light, directly enveloping the entire treasure pavilion. The people present squinted and their hearts trembled. It was amazing to see a shadow slowly emerge from the golden aura. The most amazing thing was that around the silhouette, there was actually a faint trace of purple chi lingering around. This, golden mangled purple chi? Seeing this scene, the faces of the cultivators outside the treasure pavilion turned white. For the Emperor, the purple aura lingers for 30,000 miles, and for the Holy One, accompanied by a golden aura of rhyming purple around his body. The wisps of purple chi around this shadow in the field were not much though. However, it was bound to be the peak of the half-saint level, having touched the threshold of the saint realm, comparable to a saint's strike? Thinking of this, everyone's face changed drastically. No good. Dodge. Rumble. The space around them erupted with a roar. An old figure was seen slowly surfacing in the golden and purple aura. Terrifying pressure emanated from its body, sweeping in all directions. The aura was like a canopy pressing down. Unstoppable. Boom boom boom. There was a series of crunching boards. The cultivators on the second and third floors were suppressed on the first floor by the holy might, and the jumbo court's protective array. Between the saintly silhouette's raised hand, it exploded with a loud bang. Chapter 26, Sixth Sky of King's Realm. Lu Qingcheng, do you dare to fight? As for the Wuji Valley inner sect elders who were targeted by the saint's attack, they simply couldn't avoid it. Looking at the attacking saint's palm print, he, who was pressed to the ground by the saint's might, hissed with a face of despair. No, it was over before it began, and how he resented it. Boom! The palm print that landed on the ground erupted with a shockingly loud sound, and smoke and dust rose in all directions, and the inner sect elder of the Wuji Valley had already turned into flying dust. Had the target not been killed and the saint's power dissipated, the aftermath of this palm alone was enough to turn the entire treasure pavilion into pieces. When Shinfan threw out the attack talisman of the ninth sky of the half-saint realm, the strength of the body was increasing in tandem. King's realm first heaven, King's realm fourth heaven, King's realm sixth heaven. The speed of enhancement, still so fast. Feeling the powerful strength in his body, Shinfan was satisfied. By the way system, why don't I have the iconic realm of the King's realm? In reply to the host, what the host enhances is the cultivation option, not Fengqian's domain sense. As the host chooses to replicate the spiritual root increase, it does not enhance the physique for the same reason. Looks like I have a lot to live up to. System. After slight contemplation, Shinfan decided that when he reached the half-saint realm, he would go and copy some great Dao sensations. The pre-cultivation stage is not yet visible, but at a later stage, this cultivation beyond the realm of sense, physique, qualifications and so on, it is only after arming that one's strength can be increased. To the extreme, other people need to feel things to raise their realm, etc. But Shinfan, who had the golden finger, didn't need this at all. That's how strong the system is. Shinfan, who had recovered his thoughts, swept his eyes at the huge palm print on the ground on the first floor, and the crumbling walls around him. Then he locked his gaze on the stunning face below him that waved away the smoke and dust and looked up at him, and coldly drank. Lu Qingcheng, dare to fight. As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura erupted from Shinfan's body. The battle intent was monstrous. Lu Qingcheng, O_O, crowd, asterisk. Didn't Lu Qingcheng not make a move just now? This person is so crazy. Dare to call out the desolate ancient Lu family. forehead and dare to move the treasure pavilion. It seems that he is indeed very crazy. This son is so terrifyingly powerful. The first thing he said after appearing was actually to call out to Lu Qincheng. I heard of an emperor's son coming out before. This person shouldn't be so coincidental, right? TSK, as expected of an emperor's son, he really has no fear of anyone. Obviously, there were already quite a few people who had guessed Qin Fan's identity. The only people who didn't place the Qin family of the Middle Imperial continent in their eyes were perhaps figures like the emperor's son. Lu Qincheng somewhat helplessly saluted and softly said, tilting didn't mean to strike. Humph. Qin Fan snorted coldly and turned to look at the shivering middle-aged man in the room. This guy is your old man? Seeing him look over, the stiff Qin Wentian, somewhat constrained, arched his hand and bowed. This is exactly. Just saw Qin Fan, who came close, slap on his shoulder and laugh. Now you're a wimp? Didn't you do the gentleman's waterlessness thing before? You're such an asshole. Pretending? Ha 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 ha. Who made you so fierce, fellow Daoist? And scared me. In just an instant, Qin Wentian regained his vigor and grinned in an extremely natural manner. We were all young people, and since Qin Fan didn't care about him as a downtrodden cultivator, Qin Wentian naturally let go. This scene made the middle-aged man more or less grateful to Qin Wentian while he was relieved. The reason he survived was inevitably due to Qin Wentian's face. Hey, it's a pity that you can't escape death after all. He was unconditionally obedient to the orders of the Qin family's main mother, not to mention the unprecedented status within the sect as a result, and her daughter was given an extremely large amount of cultivation resources. Still not rolling? Let me send you to the sky. If you want trouble, call out to your old ancestors, and if it bothers me, I'll go to your Wuji valley and stroll around. Qin Fan's low voice scared him so much that he trembled and hurriedly got up to flee the place. At this time, seeing Qin Fan handing over a jade bottle, Qin Wentian looked at him with a puzzled expression. Qin Fan smiled faintly and transmitted his voice. Ninth Great Breath Creation Pill. It can restore your injuries, so stay and develop well. Wait for the day you take off and kill all the negative people. This was one of the reasons why Qin Fan did not kill this man. Revenge is only as good as taking it yourself. Qin Wentian didn't refuse, but took a deep breath and arched his hand towards him in a deep bow. Qin Fan waved his hand and left slowly. Just as he went out the door, he frowned and turned to look at Sului, who had been standing in the corner, staring at him with glaring eyes, and raised an eyebrow. You're not afraid to die? Sului didn't say anything, but her head shook like a rattle. That scene just now was just too shocking. Ignoring the rules of the Qin family, blowing up the treasure pavilion, killing the Wuji Valley elder and calling out the desolate ancient Lu family. Which one to take out was like a mirage to a bottom cultivator like Sului. Sului felt that Qin Fan was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be strong to such a frightening extent. That's what caused her to get a little misty and shake her head honestly. Everyone is afraid of death. She must be too. Oh, I told you. Qin Fan nodded and turned to leave. Qin Wentian, who was on the side, saw that the woman was still dumbfounded and hurriedly reminded her. What are you waiting for? Keep up. Can I keep up? Sului's heart trembled before she came back to her senses. Watching the two disappear down the hallway, she rushed out of the room. When Qin Fan went down to the second floor, he saw several people blocking the aisle, but it's all old acquaintances. Elder Mo from the Heaven Asking sect, Lu Tsanglong and Lu Qingcheng from the desolate ancient Lu family, as well as the Eastern Emperor Feather of the Great Qian dynasty and the Eastern Emperor Moonfall. Mo Wenyu, who stood beside Dong Huangyu, arched his hand towards Qin Fan and smiled, his face filled with gratitude. Qin Fan's purpose of wearing a mask was naturally because he didn't want people to recognize him. The reason he's hiding in the town of 7 stars. It must be to prevent the Heaven Asking sect from being liquidated by the Great Qian dynasty. How fortunate for me, the Heaven Asking sect, to be able to know fellow Taoist Shun. Unfortunately, he had delivered the medicine before and left the Lu family's private room earlier and did not meet up with Qin Fan. What made Qin Fan curious was why East Emperor Moonfall kept staring at him. Actually not afraid of me. Could it be that De Qian is looking for me for something? Unlike the others, Lu Tsanglong came because he really had something to do. He also did not talk nonsense and arched his hand towards Qin Fan and smiled bitterly. Fellow Daoist Shun, this girl Qingcheng suffers from a tortured physique. If you have a good medicine to restrain it, my Lu family is willing to open the dragon transformation pool for you. The Lu clan's dragon transformation pool? East Emperor Moonfall's eyes glazed over in shock. The crowd looked at her with puzzled faces and hearts. You would not know about the dragonizing pool? As for being so surprised. Good wow. This little wench actually knows how to kiss ass better than Lao Fu. Mo Wenyu had a bright idea and said in a deep voice with a stony face. The Lu family's dragon hardening pool, that's a supreme divine pool for quenching special physiques. It is rumored that the only descendants of the Lu clan who can obtain the washing of the dragon transformation pool are those who have entered the sacred posture and then have a special physique, developing their physique to the extreme. The old and worldly Dong Huangyu also nodded and stroked his beard with emotion. That's right, and every time the dragon transformation pool is opened, it is consumed once. I'm sure there's not much left even if it's been retained until now, for other forces to want to use it. There are no more than 5 fingers throughout the ages. As for that, Shinfan pulled the corner of his mouth. The heart knows that this group of people are afraid that they don't know and make a fool of themselves, which is why they play the role of a passerby. Of course, they would be able to gain the goodwill of the Lu family by doing so. It's all about the human condition. A bunch of old foxes. How can their IQ be so high? Thinking of this, Shinfan looked at Lu Qingcheng with a speechless face. Lu Qingcheng, on the other hand, pursed her pink lips lightly and looked at him with a soft smile. Shinfan's previous behavior of inviting a battle was to make Lu Qingcheng's heart discontented and discourage her from seeking pills. I didn't expect to be seen through by this girl at a glance. Chapter 27 Ancient Elixir. Yin Yang Tui Pill. Okay. Shinfan shook his head and took out a small medicine bottle from the space, handing it to Lu Qingcheng with reluctance in his eyes. To be honest, this elixir was of little use to him. It would be better to go to the Lu family to copy a wave of dragon transformation pools, cultivation, martial arts, and whatnot, and make a big profit. Receiving the jade bottle, Lu Qingcheng stabilized her breathing and slowly opened the bottle cork before shrugging her agaric nose and hastily covering it. Then she frowned with her willow brows. Even her pink lips were slightly pouting with a puzzled look on her face. Seeing that she was so beautiful and still had to pretend to be cute, the Donghuang Yueji in the crowd was furious with indignation in her heart. Little wave fairy. She stole a glance at Shinfan, but saw that the other party was sizing herself up. Donghuang Yuezhuan's breathing stuttered as if she had been electrocuted, and she hurriedly ran her head sideways to stroke the hair around her ears. Why is he looking at me? Could it be that I'm better looking than Lu Qingcheng? It must be that my temperament is more familiar and attractive than hers. Thinking about it, she thought of the feeling when Shinfan pumped her, and her heartbeat grew stronger. At this moment, Lu Tsanglong was a bit dumbfounded. This was because just now he took a look and realized that there was no holy Dan vision within the jade bottle. What good can it be if it's not a holy elixir? Then wouldn't he be scolded to death by the Lu family head about the dragon transformation pool he had promised? Just then, Lu Qingcheng's eyes lit up as she looked at Shinfan and said with delight, "It's the 9th order ancient pill, the Yin Yang Two-Eared pill?" "That's right, it's exactly the Yin Yang Two-Eyes Dan." Shinfan nodded without moving and said in his heart, "System, this is an ancient elixir?" "Yes host, the rewards are randomized, and it's normal to have pills from ancient existences." "Bull, not bad. Thank you for the host's compliment." Seeing Lu Tsanglong's puzzled face, Lu Qingcheng smiled and explained, "It's what the Dan Palace Dan Sage Senior said. The Yin Yang Two-Eyes Dan can break the lesions of the extremely yin and extremely yang body types. Once taken, it can fuse the energy of extreme yin and yang in the body. Although it can't cure it, it can absorb the energy left in the physique. Just now, I felt a subtle change in my physique just by smelling it. Although it breaks down the physical lesion, it will continue to grow back." But for Lu Qingcheng, this was already the best elixir she could find. It was because her Wakaman divine body had already reached the limit of lesion outbreaks. Lu Tsanglong also figured out this point and arched his hand towards Shinfan with an excited face. "Thank you for your help, fellow Daoist. The Lu family is grateful." This also meant that the Lu family still had decades of time to find other pills and heavenly treasures. If she has a chance to enter the holy realm, with strong strength to suppress somatic lesions, time will be more plentiful. Have to say, this elixir was indeed vital to Lu Qingcheng. Is he really a person from the ancient times? The surrounding crowd looked at Shinfan in amazement. What's an uptimer? That wasn't the oldest ancestor in their family who had lived for thousands of years to be called that. It was at least hundreds of thousands or millions of years ago. Shinfan smiled faintly. It's just a fair trade. Although he had a better innate dust extinction pill, he did not want to give it to Lu Qingcheng. This stuff smells good when you keep it for yourself. Even if the other party was known as the #1 beauty in the eastern region, or the jewel of the desolate ancient Lu family, this giving might gain favor with the other person. You can't be too far off the mark and instantly become a fangirl. But Void Brother Qin Wentian's bloody downfall is right in front of his eyes. Thinking of this, Shinfan slapped Qin Wentian's shoulder, causing him to shake uncomfortably. Looking at his puzzled look, Shinfan looked at Lu Tsanglong and laughed. "Add one more condition. Let him go to the Lu family to cultivate. Until he is willing to leave the Lu family, return the pills to me if he doesn't agree." Hear that? The emotionally charged Qin Wentian looked at him and anxiously said, "Fellow Daoist. Hey." The words turned into a sigh, and then he bowed long and low. The other party was afraid that he was in the treasure pavilion and was subject to retaliation from the Wuji Valley and the Qin family, and Shinfan's attitude in these words was unusually resolute. Not mentioning the matter of the dragon pool in the slightest, he was even less afraid of offending the Lu family. This sentiment, to be honest Qin Wentian, was ashamed of it. After Lu Tsanglong and Lu Qingcheng looked at each other, they looked at Xin Fan and laughed. No questions asked. The Qin family wouldn't raise an army to trouble the Lu family because of an outcast. Even the Qin family's main mother wouldn't dare. The Qin family's peace and prosperity from another level of meaning is not to do thankless things. Xin Fan nodded and looked at Mo Wenyu and smiled archly. Elder Mo, I really take my leave this time. Ha ha, I wish you, Daoist Shun, to transform into a dragon and ascend to heaven. Mo Wenyu returned the salute with an emotional arch. Perhaps with this departure, Xin Fan took a step to heaven and became famous in the world. Seeing that Xin Fan actually arched his hand towards himself, Dong Huangyu smiled and arched his hand. If there is an opportunity, please invite fellow Daoist Qin to come to my Dakian for a tour or two, as a right to make amends and thank you for your offense. This son has a heart of gold and an extraordinary temperament. If Great Qian can befriend it, it will not be a chance. Didn't you see that even Lu Qingcheng, who had been suffering from a long time without a cure, had found a spiritual medicine? On the side, Donghuang Yuezhuang then looked at Xin Fan and made a bow and said softly, I still ask Senior to forgive Moonfall. What a big deal. Don't worry, I will definitely come. Xin Fan smiled faintly at the two men. As a superpower, De Qian has a lot of treasures. Since the other party was so polite, Xin Fan would still go there if he was free. Donghuang Yuezhuang's heart was delighted as she looked at him with a radiant glow. The crowd walked and chatted as they descended the stairs together. Looking at the back of Xin Fan and his group's departure, Dong Huangyu, who was standing on the street, smiled at Mo Wenyu. Fellow Daoist Mo, your heaven-asking sect has really hit the jackpot. As an emperor's son, Xin Fan was bound to possess a special physique, and this trip to the Lu clan to enter the dragon transformation pool was likely to be a flying start. Mo Wenyu hurriedly arched his hand and smiled bitterly. Don't flatter Senior East Emperor, there's still the headache of the Wuji Valley to come. It's not that easy. Once Xin Fan and Qin Wendian left, they couldn't find the rightful owner, Wuji Valley, and would inevitably look for a soft target to pinch, and the heaven-asking sect was undoubtedly the best choice. Dong Huangyu smiled as he stroked his beard, swept his eyes at the surrounding discussing cultivators, and transmitted his voice. No matter how strong the Qin family is, it will only target Dao Frenshin. You and I are in a three-family alliance, and with the Lu family as the great Buddha at the top, it's hard to believe that the other side will still go to war. If it was an ordinary clan, it would be more or less concerned about the karma of befriending Xin Fan, but as the emperor is in charge of the Great Qian, its ambition is not comparable to that of ordinary forces. Speaking of this, Dong Huangyu looked at him with a probing expression. As for the Wuji Valley looking for trouble, are a group of guys who use pills to raise their realms? I think the gap is quite large compared to the ones hidden in the ancestral land of your clan. At these words, Mo Wenyu's forehead was sweating a bit as he arched his hands in succession. Elder said yes. If I let this one go on, my own family's old ways would be revealed. I didn't think that asking Heaven Sect, would be so low-key, but I've actually been discovered to have discovered the undercurrent. Going back, I have to talk to the patriarch. Unlike the two old men who tried each other, Donghuang Yuezhuang did not withdraw her sight until she could not see Xin Fan's figure, and her beautiful face was full of smiles as she secretly said in her heart, it seems like he really doesn't care about me anymore. Just wait until he comes to Dakian. I'll have to entertain him properly. Eastwick, Tianfeng City Square. Many cultivators stood in place, waiting for the opening of the teleportation array in the middle of the square. At close range, cultivators usually used flying boats to catch up. Long distances will require finding cities with teleportation arrays. There was no way around it. The Xintian continent was just too big. For the area of a single eastern region's plate, a cultivator would need to spend a year's worth of time in an extreme flying boat before he could fly to the head. But the cost is not something that the average cultivator can afford. 10 top-quality spirit stones for one person. After Xin Fan's group of 5 people got off the flying boat, they handed the teleportation fee to the guarding cultivator and slowly came to the square. The old servant following Qin Wentian's side had a face of emotion. His young master was finally out of the devil's den. Lu Tsanglong wasn't in the group. He also needed to escort the sons of the Ryu family on Sevenstar Mountain. Lu Qingcheng was still wearing the light veil bucket hat, whispering with Sului by her side, when the huge, circular, monolithic building in the foreground lit up. Xin Fan then saw that in the center of the boulder, a faint film emerged. One by one, the cultivators walked into it and instantly disappeared. Seeing this scene, he slowly stepped forward. It's similar to the teleportation array in the drama. Just at the moment when Xin Fan was about to enter, a flash of inspiration struck him. System, duplicate and increase this teleportation array. Then he took a step into the teleportation formation and disappeared into it. Chapter 28 Emperor Level Formation Patterns. Can't afford to play. Locked teleportation array, identified as a top-tier teleportation array. Reproduction increase opens. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing the top-level teleportation array to a transdomain level teleportation array. Interdomain level teleportation array, coordinates unknown. Another interdomain level teleportation array is needed to connect as a formation point. How to use: remove the formation stones from 2 teleportation formations and install them on each other to form a round-trip teleportation formation. When Shinfan stepped out of the teleportation array, he heard a system prompt in his head. Cross-domain level teleportation array. 100 extreme spirit stones for 1 person. Getting rich but it takes 2 to connect. Shinfan raised an eyebrow and turned to look at the teleportation array behind him. There's not another one here. System. Copy. By the way, I don't seem to be short of money. Shinfan's heart lurched. After frowning in thought, his eyes lit up with darkness. System. Directly copy the array pattern of the teleportation array. If he had the teleportation array pattern's power, wouldn't he still be able to go wherever he wanted? I just don't know if it will work. Shinfan had an expectant look on his face. At this time, Lu Qingcheng, who had revealed her form, saw him looking at the teleportation array and reminded him softly, "Fellow Daoist, there's someone behind us." Shinfan hadn't reacted yet, but it was the surrounding cultivators who looked at the woman who spat out words like pearls with a soft voice in unison. Oh, sorry Shinfan smiled awkwardly and hurriedly descended the teleportation array steps. However, his gaze stayed locked on the teleportation array. "I'm sorry." Qin Wentian's master and servant and Sului looked at each other in dismay. I didn't think that an existence like Shinfan would actually say sorry for such modest words. On the contrary, Lu Qingcheng felt more and more Shinfan's approachability. At the same time, she noticed something fishy and looked back at the teleportation array behind her, puzzled in her mind. Could there be a problem with this teleportation array? Locked teleportation array? The array pattern has been identified as a master-level teleportation array pattern. Reproduction increase opens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Great Emperor-level teleportation array pattern. Great Emperor-level teleportation formation patterns, after carving, it can leave its original location, cross the void, and break the surrounding prohibitions. Same time, Shinfan's mind was flooded with the method of engraving the Great Emperor-level teleportation array pattern. It felt as if he had learned it long ago, with no rustiness. Not bad. A mastery of running away. Shinfan, who was in a good mood, took off his own mask and rubbed his face. Anyway, there weren't many acquaintances here, and it was more or less uncomfortable to always wear a mask. The gossipy heart of Sului who followed him rose up and hurriedly took a step forward, stealing a glance at him without moving. I don't know what the seniors look like either. Not to mention her. Even Qin Wentian and Qin Wu were somewhat curious. Cool. It's that simple. Compared to the previous handsome and stunning, the current Shinfan had cultivated and then taken the holy Dan, and had the added strength of the innate spiritual body and innate spiritual root. The temperament has changed radically. Shinfan, who is 1.82 meters, has a straight posture. His face is like a crown of jade, and his eyes are like stars under his sword eyebrows. The thin, medium-thick lips are handsome with a slight smile. With a dusty temperament, his features were very soft, giving him a kindly feeling. Even Lu Qingcheng was puzzled by Shinfan's change. Could it be a breakthrough? Shinfan, who was rubbing his face, saw Suluoyi's look of admiration and laughed. "You think I'm an old man?" "No, just curious. I didn't realize that Senior was so handsome." "Ha, well said." "Reward." Shinfan grinned, spreading his hand and handing it to her. A bead that emitted a deep blue light was seen to appear in front of everyone's eyes. It was none other than the 6th order upper grade Xianling bead. In the meantime, the aura of the heavens and the earth converged into the spirit bead like a stream, causing its blue aura to grow deeper and deeper. It's actually an exotic treasure that gathers aura? Wealth is not exposed. It seems that this person's background is not bad. Envious. If I could know such a tycoon, how happy I would be. The surrounding cultivators looked at the plainly dressed Suluoi with envious faces. Suluoi looked a bit formal and nervously received the Xianling bead. In fact, she didn't want to take it, afraid that Shinfan would think she was profit-oriented. But don't dare not answer it. It was good that Shinfan really wanted to give it to her instead of taking the opportunity to test her. Phew, it seems that I overthought it. Senior may have recognized me. She carefully looked at Shinfan after seeing that his face was unchanged, which made her sigh of relief. Qin Wentian, who saw this scene, really didn't see this girl succeeding in worshipping her master. Too much heart. But when he thought that what happened to the other party was more harmful than himself, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. In his place, I'm afraid he would have thought more about it. Shinfan, who was walking in the crowd, was curious when he saw that Lu Qingcheng was still wearing a light veil bucket hat. This shouldn't be far from your house, and you're still so low-key? Or do you have enemies in the Lu family? Shinfan realized that the Lu family's style of acting was really low-key. It's all the Arakanese family. This must not have a 10 or 8 heads of dragon and unicorn or something to pull. Forced full. Previously, the Great Qin dynasty had guards with strong auras. If not for the fact that Lu Qingcheng was beautiful enough to be in the Sevenstar Mountain, he would have thought that the desolate ancient Lu family was just like passers-by. Xin Fan felt that at that time, she should have exposed her appearance and revealed her identity in order to deter other forces. Qin Wendian and the old servant Qin Wu, who were on the side, wandered out of the sky, pretending that they hadn't heard anything anymore. As for Sului, who followed behind Xin Fan, she had the good sense to take out the Xiantian Continent style journal and pretended to look through it. This was naturally given to her by Xin Fan to let this little girl gain insight. Actually, Sului had read this kind of book before, but in order to satisfy the sense of Xin Fan's teaching, thus increasing the desire to disciple her. That's why it's okay to hold a book and hang around in front of Xin Fan. Hearing these words, Lu Qingcheng shook her head and lowered her voice. More is better than less. Before the words fell, she saw Xin Fan approach her with a grave face. Don't move. Something's up. In a low gulp, Qin Wendian and the three of them hurriedly stood still. And then they saw Xin Fan put his hand into the light veil of Lu Qingcheng's bucket hat. Lu Qingcheng, on the other hand, furrowed her willow brows and gazed at her body to sense whether she had been placed under a tracking spell by a high-level person. She didn't think that Xin Fan would lighten up on her. With her cultivation level, she could easily discern the deep meaning in the other party's eyes. When Xin Fan saw her, the most he could do was marvel. Goddess, great beauty and other words. Just then, Xin Fan lifted the bucket hat on top of her head and yelled excitedly, asterisk 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 asterisk. It's Lu Qingcheng. What? Where is the goddess? The crowd then saw that in the crowd, Lu Qingcheng, who was wearing a black veil, had a bland face and was standing in a pavilion. Oh my god, it's really her. This is too beautiful, worthy of being the #1 beauty of the eastern region. This is the first time I've seen it now. Whether they were male or female, they all looked at Lu Qingcheng with a face of astonishment. Xin Fan, on the other hand, raised his arms with an excited look on his face. What, the first in the eastern region? That's the #1 beauty in the world. There was a loud cheer. That's right, the most beautiful woman in the world. The most beautiful woman in the world. Hearing Xin Fan's trumpet sound, Qin Wendian and Qin Wu covered their faces in embarrassment. Sului, on the other hand, buried her head in her books. Looking at the crowd that was crowding in, Lu Qingcheng slightly inhaled a breath and looked at Xin Fan before pulling up and disappearing into the air. Can't afford to play Xin Fan barred his mouth and whispered to the cultivator beside him, who tilted his head. Fellow Daoist, how do I get to the desolate ancient willow family? Hearing these words, this male cultivator withdrew his sight, took a look at Xin Fan's appearance, shook his head and sighed. Although you're not bad looking, you're still a bit worse than me. I think I also went to the Lu family to propose marriage back then, and I almost got my legs broken. You should think twice. With a grateful face, Xin Fan patted the cultivator with a crooked mouth and eyes and found a little girl to ask for directions. Under the contemptuous eyes of their opponents, who were angry and willing to eat soft food, the four who knew the route slipped out of the crowd with their heads down. Plaza perimeter. Seeing Lu Qingcheng, who had changed into a long lavender skirt and bucket hat, Xin Fan laughed. We'd better get to your house early. With that, he raised his hand and took out the cloud-piercing shuttle from space. The enlarged piercing shuttle was the size of a fishing boat. His body was densely covered in starbursts and was extremely bright. Coupled with its 9th-rank upper-quality aura, it instantly attracted the gazes of the surrounding cultivators. After the 5 people boarded the flying boat, Xin Fan accelerated at full speed. The cloud-piercing shuttle disappeared into the sky in a few flashes. Chapter 29, Xin Zhenggran, Never Fight an Unsure Battle. Desolate Ancient Willow Family. Floating Life City. A large city with tens of millions of people living in the direct and collateral lines of the Ryu family. Not to mention that there were other cultivators in the city. As for the less qualified members of the Lu family, they were dispatched to other places to take care of the family estate. As a draconic ancient family, it had been passed down for thousands or millions of years. The most intuitive heritage is the 3 kinds of heritage that have produced supreme emperors, possessing imperial weapons, and the unending legacy of saints to this day. That's what made the world's cultivators respectfully refer to it as the desolate ancient family. So how strong is the Ryu family? From the continent's #1 alchemy organization alone, the Dan Palace Master, the Dan Saint, was willing to go out and refine pills for Lu Qingcheng. Then you will be able to get a glimpse of what is going on. An existence like the Dan Palace had connections that even the desolate ancient family couldn't match. It is also evident from this. The Lu family's heritage was not something that could be compared to ordinary Holy Land forces. So the question is, when you were in the Sevenstar Mountain before, there were your relatives in there? Needed you to come out personally? Xin Fan looked at Lu Qingcheng with an odd expression. Lu Qingcheng's position. This does not move the lips. Let people into the mountain to find medicine is not on the line? Lu Qingcheng, who had gotten out of the flying boat, looked at him with a faint smile after removing her bucket hat. Guess? Like she had returned to her own territory. Lu Qingchang was extremely relaxed and revealed her playful side. Sure, it was also possible that she was getting back at Xinfan for teasing her earlier. The Lu family is really low profile. Even I was blinded. Xinfan has a pity face. He recalled the scene when Lu Qingcheng showed up at the Sevenstar Mountain when he whispered softly to the woman beside him. No surprise there. That delicate woman was bound to be another heavenly pride of the Lu family. Although I didn't replicate it, it's good that I came to this gem of the Lu family. Xinfan, who had gathered his mood, walked slowly on the ancient greenstone road of Floating Life City. Although there were many cultivators on the road, they only nodded their heads when they saw Lu Qingcheng, and were not as crazy as the outside world. Instead, he cast a curious gaze at Xinfan's group. Lu Qingcheng would actually bring outsiders to Floating Life City? It seems that this group of people is not simple. It should be that something has happened, and this is why he rushed back. And I don't know if this trip to the Sevenstar Mountain has found any spirit medicine yet. Listening to the whispers of the people around him, Xinfan whispered to Lu Qingcheng, by the way, will there be that kind of faction dispute in your family? When you open the dragon pool, one of the elders opposes it or something, and then a group of people taunt me, so that I know what to do and back off? What fellow Taoist Qin said is not unreasonable, pondered Qin Wendian in his heart on the side. The dragon transformation pool is a supreme treasure for special physique quenching. Even the other desolate ancient lineages and Holy Land forces were extremely covetous, although Xinfan had the added weight of the emperor's son status. But there was no one behind him, and the Lu family would probably bully him. It was indeed justifiable for him to think so, and this kind of taunt, Qin Wendian had eaten too many of them in the Qin family. Looking at Xinfan's curious face, Lu Qingcheng's beautiful eyes flashed and softly said, why do you ask that, fellow Daoist? If this is true, what should be done? There really is? Xinfan was slightly stunned, then laughed. This is all what I read in talkie novels, and if it really happened, then I'd whip them flying, beat up the little ones and come to the old ones, push them all the way across the board. Invincible, cough, fellow Daoist, be careful with your words. Qin Wendian, whose forehead was sweating, hurriedly tugged on Xinfan's sleeve, interrupting his passionate speech. This is the Lu family's territory. Can't you see that the eyes of the surrounding cultivators have changed? Even Qin Wu lowered his head and didn't dare to look at his surroundings much. On the contrary, it was Su Luo-yi who was very open, curiously surveying the surroundings with emotion in her heart. This is the draconic ancient family that has been passed down for a long time. It's really powerful. This was the first time she had come to the draconic ancient family, and even looking at the buildings, she felt a constant, serene air of age coming over her. I almost forgot that you still have to hang around here. Keep a low profile. Xinfan nodded awkwardly at Qin Wendian. Lu Qingcheng pursed her lips and said softly, fellow Daoist Qin is joking. With Qingcheng around, no one dares to be reckless, breezy, confident, dominant. Look at people. Invisible pretense, the most deadly. Xinfan muttered with a face of admiration, looked at Qin Wendian who was wiping his cold sweat, strangled his neck and whispered, you are also born in a big family. What status do you think she has? She's got a big mouth. Big brother, why are you asking me? I just want to live as a passerby. A hint of a sultry expression appeared on Qin Wendian's handsome face, but thinking of Xinfan's life, he knew little information about this world and explained in a low voice. Lu Qingcheng is the divine daughter of the Lu clan, awakening the physical inheritance of her ancestor, the floating emperor. A year ago, she defeated the heavenly pride Qin, who was in the 8th heaven of the celestial realm, with a single move, and she probably entered the avatar realm at that time. It's been a year, fellow Daoist, keep a low profile. So fierce? Then what's her cultivation level? Xinfan looked at him with a look of astonishment, feeling some chills behind his back. Qin Wendian shook his head repeatedly from his heart. I don't know either, but if Miss Lu has said so, surely no one would dare to find trouble with you, Daoist. It's a pity that the opportunity to copy the condom. Xinfan shook his head with a regretful face. If this comes with the old and the even older ones, won't he take off in a wave? Thinking of this, Xinfan looked sideways at Lu Qingcheng and smiled. What is Miss Lu's cultivation level? He had already copied and increased Lu Qingcheng's gongfu before. Can't keep replicating the same targets anymore? Just curious to ask. Lu Qingcheng pursed her lips and softly said, why don't we wait until we get to the Lu clan, and Qingcheng and fellow Daoists can spar? Explore the Dao. How can you come to the host's house and still make a move? It's rude. Xinfan waved his hand in a gentlemanly manner. It won't be too late to abuse you after I replicate your family's old ancestor. He, Xin Zhang, never fights an unsure battle. You even invited a battle at the treasure pavilion before. The crowd was speechless, seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, as Sului, who was bent on becoming Xinfan's disciple, softly said, Why did Senior kill the 2 elders of the Wuji Valley without saying a word in the treasure pavilion before? Hearing these words, the old servant Qin Wu also recalled the scene and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. That Zhang Lihan did not make a move on Xinfan and even theorized with him. If it was only because the disciples of Wuji Valley wanted to capture Sului that Xinfan had killed him. With such a resolute heart, he didn't go to Wuji Valley to ask for a statement. To say that Xinfan was afraid of Wuji Valley? Qin Wu really didn't see who this emperor's son was afraid of. Didn't you hear that just now he was trying to smoke the Ryu family for picking a fight? Qin Wendian only felt that the Xinfan at that time was too lazy to talk nonsense. But now, when asked by Sului, he was instantly shocked. Could it be? Xinfan looked at Sului and raised his eyebrows. Do you think that I exposed Lu Qingcheng at the entrance of the treasure pavilion before for fun? That was my way of warning Wuji Valley not to come looking for trouble. And since they still came looking for death, why would I bother with more words? The other party knew that he was acquainted with Lu Qingcheng, and still thought that he could get back on his feet by relying on the Qin family. So why did Xinfan need to talk nonsense? So that's how it is. Sului nodded with a look of admiration. This Sului not only has a heart as fine as a hair, she is also so bold. Qin Wendian was tisk tisk tsk 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 tsk. Her words were explicitly and implicitly reminding Lu Qingcheng not to pick a fight. After all, the Lu family's dragon transformation pool was no mundane object. Her assurances wouldn't necessarily be useful if someone from such a large family objected or spoke out against her. It's better to talk to these people before it's too late, otherwise the consequences might be the same as those in Wuji Valley. Although the idea is good, but still underestimated Lu Qingcheng. After all, it is a small place out of. For this woman who blindly followed Xinfan, Qin Wendian helplessly shook his head. Lu Qingcheng was rather surprised to look at this medicine picker woman who had gone all the way with Xinfan, seeing that she didn't dare to meet her eyes, but looked aside sheepishly. She couldn't help but smile faintly at Xinfan. Then what was the point of Taoist friend teasing Qingcheng at the teleportation array earlier? Ha 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 ha, which has so many deep meanings. I just think it's fun. Ha ha. Xinfan laughed and waved his hand, and left quickly. Pretty women sure are careful. Chapter 30 Cultivation Surge. Half-Saint Triple Sky. Inside the Lu family's restaurant by the ancient road, looking down at the 5 people strolling around below, the middle-aged man by the window withdrew his gaze. Then he poured a cup of tea for the old man across the table and inquired, "Old ancestor, an emperor's son without the support of the emperor clan, is a little too big in tone. Does the other party have any powerful background or backing?" The old man came after the young one. "And this can push his Lu family all the way across the street? Is he out of touch? Or is the other guy crazy?" As Lu Qingcheng's father and the head of the Lu family, Lu Chengfeng had no objections to the opening of the dragon transformation pool. The dragon pool is diminishing year by year, but at least it will generate itself. And Lu Qingcheng was the strongest person in the younger generation of the Lu family, especially at this time when the emperor's son came out. Its importance cannot be overstated. However, Lu Shifeng was more or less puzzled by Xinfan's outburst. Judging from the message Lu Qingcheng gave them, Xinfan had just come out of the world and was not clear about the division of forces on the Xiantian continent. Moreover, his strength wasn't high in terms of Lu Shifeng's deduction. When he defeated Dong Huangyu, who was at the 7th level of the Avatar realm, and when he faced off against the Wuji Valley King realm 1st level elder, instead, he used the attack talisman paper of the Saint realm. Obviously, this emperor's son's strength was currently only around the 9th sky of the Avatar realm. Such a person, the medicine picker girl by his side, actually dared to bluntly warn the Lu family not to look down on people? They can't really have never seen the world and don't know the strength of the Lu family, right? Lu Shifeng had an odd face. The old man did not answer positively, but smiled and sipped his tea. Old me has never seen this girl, Qingcheng, have such a domineering side. Ha 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 ha. Good. With Qingcheng around, no one dared to be reckless. Thinking of what his daughter had said, the middle-aged man was quite helpless. This girl is clearly a light-natured person. Today has really opened her eyes. Although the old ancestor didn't say anything, he had already reminded him, because the eye-smart Lu Qingcheng wouldn't be without a target. Seeing his pensive look, the old man stroked his beard and laughed. Even if this person doesn't have strength, it's just a promise made by Qingcheng and the other party. You cut a little. Please teach the old ancestor. Lu Chengfeng hurriedly got up and bowed. My Lu family's legacy to this day relies on more than face, so don't let the identity of emperor's son cloud your judgment. Wild disciples will be accepted by others, so why worry? The old man could see that. Lu Chengfeng, this was because of the emperor's son's elusive character, which gave him a sense of crisis in his heart. If it were anyone else, it naturally wouldn't make the lord of the Lu family care, but he had produced an emperor's son in this life, and had even come to visit the Lu family directly. Such matters concerning the great power, the path of the emperor, and the future of the family, as long as one step is taken in the wrong direction. Lu Shifeng would then put the Lu family in a situation of no return. It's natural for the mind to be stressed. It's human nature. Hearing the old man's enlightenment, Lu Shifeng bowed. Thank you for the teachings of the old ancestor. Ride the wind knows. When Shinfan and his group arrived at the desolate ancient Lu family, they were received with extreme pomp and circumstance. The plaza, 108 cultivators, dressed in the signature light green tunic of the Lu clan, stood on the large formation to catalyze their aura. In the eye of the formation, a purple light shot up into the sky, forming a huge purple auspicious cloud of light. This scene caused many floating cloud city cultivators to raise their heads in unison. TSK, TSK, the Lu family actually opened the most honorable gift of purple breath to the east. I'm afraid this hasn't been opened for decades? Can't it be that it's the holy lord of witch power that's coming? At this time, Shinfan also learned the meaning of the Lu clan's purple breath to the east gift under Qin Wentian's explanation. The most honored guest of the Lu family. It's that simple. Looking at the purple auspicious clouds in the sky, Shinfan slowly stepped forward and whispered to Lu Qingcheng, "You're overstepping the mark. We're dealing fairly. It may be insignificant to fellow Daoist Shun, but to Qingcheng it is like a new life. My father is expressing gratitude and has no other meaning." After Lu Qingcheng whispered softly, she looked at the line of people in front and introduced them to Shinfan. The person at the head was wearing a navy blue tunic. It was the head of the Lu family, Lu Shifeng. The two old men on his left and right were the elders of the Lu family. System, copy Lu Shifeng's cultivation. Seeing that the rightful owner had come, Shinfan naturally wanted to turn on the copy mode and make a big profit. Locked on Lu Chengfeng, cultivation identified as King's Realm 4th Heaven. Copy failed. System, copy the old man on his left. Shinfan didn't feel disappointed and went out again to lock the target. After all, there was no limit to the number of times he could copy and increase. But as the head of the draconic family, Lu Shifeng handled the big and small affairs of the clan, not to mention that he still had this kind of strength, which was already very good. Locked on Lu Ruyun. Identified cultivation level, King's Realm 7th Heaven. Reproduction increase opens. King's Realm 8th Heaven. The 9th Heaven of the King's Realm. Half-Sacred Realm. 1st Heaven. Half-Saint Realm Triple Sky. As the system alert sounded, when Shinfan entered the first sky of the Half-Saint Realm, the aura in his body had already concentrated to the extreme. But again, he couldn't feel the strength of these auras. It is as light as a feather and travels all over the body. It was an unspeakable sublimation, yet powerful to the extreme, filling Shinfan's body and mind. He felt that with a wave of his hand, the desolate ancient Willow family in front of him wouldn't be able to resist a single blow from him. This is the extreme confidence that comes with strength. Suppressing this invincible feeling of a finger breaking the sky, Shinfan was filled with excitement. This is entering the Half-Saint Realm? It feels even more inflated than the first time my physique was elevated. What is the system? What is Goldfinger? This is the purest system, Goldfinger. There are no mandates, no restrictions. Want is to use as much as you want, and it's ridiculously powerful. Shinfan, who had recovered his thoughts, looked at the other old man beside Lu Shifeng and said in his heart, "System, lock onto the strongest technique of another Lu clan elder." This old man's cultivation was lower than his, and he hadn't reached half-saint, and hadn't touched the great Tao. Shinfan could only copy a handful of the other party's feats. Locked on Lu Fanyu, the strongest Jedi technique is identified as Quasi-Emperor Grade Medium Grade Technique, Floating Life like a Dream Finger. The host has already increased the floating finger. The increase has failed. I'll be damned. It's worthy of being a big family. Using Quasi-Imperial level ones. Looks like next time I'm going to copy the heart techniques, fists and palms and whatnot. The Lu family came from the same source. After all, it was impossible to keep Quasi-Emperor level techniques from being used by the cultivators of the Lu clan. At most, you'll need clan contributions, qualifications, and whatnot. Shinfan guessed that the Lu clan's Great Emperor level secret book would be the Lu clan's heart technique if there was no surprise. The so-called heart method is a secret book that exercises the cultivator's heart, while at the same time, according to their qualifications, they can raise their realm. And Kung Fu was a variety of moves that, when combined with a powerful mind technique, possessed even greater power. Of course, there are feats that contain mind-running tracks. After all, the Xian-Tian continent had been passed down for so long, and all kinds of secret books were considered to have blossomed. But in the systematic replication increase, the Willow family is clearly not included in this, but rather the two are distinguished from each other. With this in mind, Shinfan swept his eyes at the surrounding Lu family disciples, and one by one, they carried out the heart method copying increase. However, the gains were minimal, and these ceremonial disciple-like mind techniques were not of a high grade. Chapter 31, The Most Precious Dragon Pool. Seeing the young man in front of him with a smile at the corner of his mouth, he looked as if he was in a state of ecstasy. Lu Shifeng and the two elders looked at each other. and the Lu family members watching the ceremony around them were already frowning a bit. It was the first time they had met someone with such a big heart, and a young man who wasn't affected in the slightest by the Ryu family's aura? What is he thinking about every day? Lu Qingqing stared at Shinfan with a curious face, really unable to grasp his mind. At this moment, Qin Wendian and Qin Wu were not in a good position to say anything more. They were brought here by Shinfan, so it would be a breach of etiquette if they were to take the lead in saluting. But if the stalemate continues, it will be suspected of smashing the scene. At this time, Sului, who was hiding behind Shinfan, somewhat nervously stretched out her scarred plain hand and tugged at Shinfan's snow-white tunic. Phew! She even heard some of them let out a low exhale, along with a sigh of relief in their hearts, because Shinfan finally came back to his senses. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Shinfan saw Lu Shifeng standing with a smile on his face, arched his hand and laughed. Late generation Shinfan, meet the Lu family head. He, kinda knows how to be courteous. I thought he was a ruffian. Lu Shifeng raised his hand in a false float and smiled gently. It's an honor for Emperor's son to come to my Lu family. After talking to Qin Wendian for a few more sentences, Lu Shifeng led the crowd into the Lu clan's lobby. After everyone was seated, Lu Shifeng did not hesitate and directly agreed to Qin Wentian's master and servant staying in the Lu clan. This was what Lu Qingcheng had transmitted his voice to tell him earlier. Seeing that his business had come to an end, Qin Wendian had the good sense to get up. After he saluted Lu Shifeng, who was in the first seat, he once again bowed to Shinfan with a long bow and smiled. Fellow Daoist Shun, if you have the leisure to come and find Ask the Sky for a moment, farewell. Shinfan smiled and arched his hand. Okay, cultivate well. I am optimistic about you. If you don't have enough resources, ask Senior Lu for them. He has a big family and he's not short of you. Seeing the stiffness that instantly appeared on his old man's face, Lu Qingcheng cupped the teacup and sipped lightly. It was so close. She was about to laugh. You are truly my own big brother. Qin Wendian bowed to the crowd present with an embarrassed face before turning around and leaving with Qin Wu. Ha ha, if little Frenshin has nothing to do, why don't you stay for a few more days? Lu Shifeng smiled and inquired. Shinfan thought about it and looked at him and smiled. I want to go to the dragon transformation pool right now. What does the Lu clan think? In such a hurry? Hearing these words, the two elders beside Lu Shifeng frowned. The kid was rude before, and now he's being such a monkey. Is it hard to be afraid that he, the Ryu family, will cheat him? In that case, let's go. Lu Chengfeng nodded with a smile and got up to leave the great hall. Not for a while. The crowd then arrived at the Lu family's forbidden area in the back of the mountain. It's better to say it's a forbidden land than a mountain range, a cluster of towering peaks, lush grasses and trees. If it wasn't for the Lu clan building behind them, Shinfan and Sului would have thought that they had come to that mountain range. The crowd traveled on without conversation. No guards, no prohibitions. It's almost as good as a trip up the mountain. Perhaps this is the bottom line of the desolate ancient family. Smelling the clear air around him, Shinfan felt emotion in his heart. When they crossed a goat path, they saw a mountain with a body like a coiled dragon in front of them. Beneath the mountain, there's a huge cave, Hualong Mountain. Looking at the stone plaque on the cave, the leader, Lu Shifeng, curled his fingers and flicked an aura into it. Next moment, the rippling film of light on the cave entrance slowly dissipated. Shinfan retracted his previous words. When the crowd stepped into it, Shinfan suddenly smelled a trace of a strange fragrance that made his blood boil. It was like dropping a stone into a calm lake, causing his spiritual body to ripple on its own. This dragon transformation pool lives up to its name. Just smelling a hint of flavor, the physique has such a great reaction. He frowned and looked sideways at Sului. The girl's entire face was seen to be red, and her forehead was overflowing with dense sweat stains. In particular, her eyes were actually covered in fear. Sului felt as if the toxicity in her body was about to burst out the next moment. Filled with fear, she turned around and wanted to run, but was grabbed by Shinfan. Get off me! Sului was like a cat that had exploded, waving her hand hard, but she couldn't break free. This was the first time she had yelled at Shinfan, but the trepidation in her heart made her so scared that she was on the verge of crying out. Looking at Shinfan with a pleading face. Sorry senior, I don't want to stay here. Once the poisonous gas in her body exploded in the Lu family, she was afraid that even Shinfan would not be able to protect her. The sound was extremely ear-piercing inside the cave, and naturally drew the attention of the three people in front of them. Lu Shifeng, while Lu Qingcheng stood by Shinfan's side, her willow brows slightly knitted as she looked at the two. Could she also have a special physique? After Shinfan drove his aura to lock Sului around his body, looking at her immobilized and terrified face, he smiled in relief. Don't be afraid. Nothing can happen to you with me here. This dragon transformation pond will help your physique, so you can cultivate here. Saying this, Shinfan looked at the curious Lu Shifeng trio and laughed. I won't have to. Just let her use the dragon transformation pool. Anyway, Copying a wave of dragon pools? Shinfan had no problem using it to bathe every day. Instead, we can let Su Luoyi pick up the slack. Hearing these words, Lu Shifeng frowned. Little friend Shin, this girl's cultivation is not high. You may want to consider it? When they first met before, he could tell that Su Luoyi's strength wasn't high. There was only one chance for the dragon transformation pool, and Lu Shifeng was reminding him of this. The reason why he promised Shinfan to directly open the dragon transformation pool was also because it was a deal between the two sides. Even if the two elders had been upset before, they would not refuse the other party's use of the dragon transformation pool. But if you miss this opportunity to wash your physique in the dragon transformation pool, the Ryu family won't be able to turn it on again. Just let her come. Shinfan shook his head and waved his hand to make Su Lui take her feet off the ground and float by his side. Seeing the anxiety in Su Lui's eyes, Lu Qingcheng softly laughed. Miss Su, don't be in a hurry. Since fellow Daoist Shin doesn't need it, naturally has his reasons. You can just feel at ease and cultivate here. Then she turned to Shinfan and curiously said, I wonder what kind of physique Miss Su is. These words made the three old men in front of them prick up their ears. After all, they were naturally curious to be so valued by the emperor's son in front of them. Without the physique turning on the vision, no one knew what the other person's physique was, unless one uses spiritual energy to infuse the other person's body to check the condition. However, this is not done without the person's consent, and it is very rude to force it once it is done. It may even make both sides enemies. Shinfan couldn't help but laugh when he saw that Su Lui was on the verge of crying out. Look at her. She's crying in a hurry. How can I say that? I don't want to cultivate here. Why don't you use it yourself? Must be idly bothering me and taking the opportunity to throw me down. At this time, Su Lui had tears in her eyes, so anxious that her eyes were red, staring straight at Shinfan's back. She and Shinfan couldn't even be considered master and disciple. This sudden favor made her already sensitive mind more and more uneasy. She wanted to transmit her voice to Shinfan. However, the surroundings were wrapped in the opponent's strong aura, and it was useless. Just then, Shinfan saw a golden aura rushing to the sky within a huge pool in front of him. Surrounding the pool are 9 stone pillars of giant dragons, which are spectacular. The pool was only half full of golden liquid and was emitting a burning light and a faint mist. Seeing Shinfan's firm opinion, Lu Shifeng could not say anything more, stroking his beard and smiling. This is the dragon transformation pool. After entering it, you can quench your physique by catalyzing the power of your physique's bloodline. Shinfan nodded and said in his heart, System, copy the increased dragon pool. Locking the dragon pool, identified as a medium-grade supreme treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. Reproduction increase opens, worthy of being the dragon transformation pool of the desolate ancient family. It's actually at the supreme treasure level. Shinfan was filled with anticipation. Chapter 32, Su Lui who refused to accept the saint's disciple. The quality of the treasures contained in heaven and earth are categorized into 4 types: spiritual treasures, supreme treasures, holy spirits, and immortal weapons. Each quality is categorized as lower, middle, or upper. However, the quality grading was only between spiritual treasures and supreme treasures. After all, the Holy Spirit and immortal weapons were products of legends. It had been a long time since it had been discovered, and no one was able to rate this type of divine artifact. The ones that made Xiantian continent cultivators familiar with them were spiritual treasures and supreme treasures. Spiritual treasures aside, such as the dragon pool of the Lu family in the eastern region, it was a treasure of heaven and earth. It was rumored that traces of the 10,000 ancient divine pill had appeared within the forbidden area of the northern territory, as well as the ancient tree of enlightenment on the most famous enlightenment mountain in the western Adventist heaven. These are the most precious treasures nurtured by heaven and earth. Getting one of them can help a cultivator to reach a higher level on the road of cultivation, and its value is incalculable. This thought was just a flash in Shinfan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a top-grade supreme treasure, rhyming body divine liquid. 1,000 liters. Regeneration, increase by 1 liter a year. Treasure rhythmic body liquid, possesses the magical effect of rhyming cultivator's special physique. It has a miraculous effect on refining the physique, sinews, blood veins, and the 5 viscera. When used for a long period of time, it can raise the grade of a cultivator's physique. At the same time, it can erase the shortcomings of the special physique and achieve perfection. In the system space, in a pool composed of white jade, a pool full of rhythmic body divine liquid was emitting gusts of spiritual chi, looking like a heavenly immortal pool, full of spiritual chi. It's worthy of being a top-grade supreme treasure that specializes in tempering the physique. Even the defects in the physique can be eliminated. Although regeneration is slow, a mosquito's leg is still meat. Shinfan smiled slightly, then saw Lu Shifeng laugh. In that case, we will leave first. Qingcheng, you stay and accompany young friend Shin. After he finished speaking, he smiled at Shinfan and turned to leave with the 3 elders. Lu Qingcheng looked at the red-eyed Su Luoyi and softly said, Fellow Daoist Shun, Miss Su seems to be very reluctant to enter the dragon transformation pool. Shinfan also looked at Sului, who was as helpless as if she had red eyes. This is your chance. Why are you crying? Don't worry. It won't explode the toxins in your body. Cultivate well here, Shinfan said and sent Sului into the dragon transformation pool. When the prohibition on her body was unlocked, Shinfan and Lu Qingqing's brows suddenly frowned. The Sului in the pool was seen trembling, and a thick black poisonous gas was venting out from her body. Even the surrounding aura instantly turned into poisonous mist. What a domineering poisonous body! Lu Qingqing's face stared as she raised her hand to block the air around her. Just inhale a breath of air. Her Rawameng divine body chi and blood then began to boil, and the divine light around her body shone brightly, dispelling the poisonous wisp. I don't want to cultivate. You must be thinking that I'm a liability and want to take the opportunity to leave me behind. With words full of grievances, Sului flew out of the dragon transformation pool with a stubborn face. Such a valuable dragon pool. Shinfan actually doesn't use it himself? Must be thinking of having her poisoned body discovered by the Ryu family. Thus, he was qualified to stay in the Lu family to cultivate and get rid of her as a burden. The Ryu family was powerful enough to even keep her from worrying about anything ever again, but it was not as reassuring as her staying by Shinfan's side. Sului, who had a sensitive mind, sensed that Shinfan intended to keep her in the Lu family. She trusted her instincts and that's why she chose to resist. I think you have itchy skin? Shinfan's face darkened with anger, and he raised his hand blatantly after shouting angrily. Between breaths, the aura of the entire dragon transformation mountain was instantly drained by him and converged on his palm, forming a gigantic handprint composed of golden lines. Boom! Mighty aura was vented from his body. It shook the surrounding space with a rumbling sound. Just the slightest bit of breath emanating from it shook the poisonous mist around Sului into nothingness. The three people outside the cave, Lu Shifeng, turned back violently. Then he saw the cave, the handprints filled with dazzling golden patterns, as well as that hint of Saint Realm pressure. Half-Saint Gold Stripe? Lu Shifeng was shocked in his heart. As for the two elders beside him, they were filled with shock. This son has actually reached the Half-Saint Realm? Sure enough, as the Emperor's son of the Emperor clan, he could never be at the Divine Profound Realm. He must have hidden his strength. 19 years old in the Half-Saint Realm. Incredulity was written all over the faces of the three men. It was different from the Half-Saint Realm feats that only had a single golden mana pattern when used. When a Half-Saint cultivator raised his hands and threw his feet, a random strike had a dense golden pattern of laws. This was the exclusive symbol of the sacred initiate cultivator. It is also a status symbol. At this moment, Sului's face was pale as she looked at the giant hand above her head, and Lu Qingqiang, who was standing beside Shinfan, saw that he was really angry and hurriedly dissuaded him. Fellow Daoist Shun, Miss Su may be insecure. Don't lay your hands on her. Although Shinfan's cultivation had surprised her, Sului was so strong in physical talent, it would be a shame if he really slapped him to death. Pow! A crunch! The golden hand turned into a residual shadow and instantly drew on Sului's body, suppressing it in the dragon transformation pool on the spot. Luckily, there was a formation at the edge of the pool, which didn't allow the agitated pool water to splash out. Looking at the churning dragon transformation pool, Shinfan drank in a cold voice. Humph, you still want to be my disciple with such a heavy heart? It's more like being a little maid who washes feet and carries urine pots in the future. When he finished speaking he grimaced and whisked his sleeves away. Shinfan did intend to let Sului stay in the Lu family. Isn't that safer than following him around? But the girl was determined to follow him. Things had come to this. Shinfan could only let her be a foot-washing maid. Lu Qingqiang, on the other hand, looked somewhat oddly at the dragon transformation pool that had regained its calm. Then he placed a set of clothes by the pool and turned to leave. Inside the dragon pool, Sului covered her ass with a blushing face. That slap just now was so vicious that it directly smacked her clothes. That fiery stinging pain coupled with the stimulation from the water of the dragon transforming pool made her cry out directly. After quietly surfacing, she took a long, teary-eyed look at the empty passageway. Remembering what Shinfan had said earlier, she let out a playful laugh with a relaxed face. If you don't become a disciple, just follow you. In a good mood, she happily swam in the dragonizing pool. The Holy Spirit poisoned body didn't explode, but rather, with the washing of the dragon transformation pool, the toxicity only acted to tumble within her, improving the dark diseases she had left behind over the years, while at the same time, the special preparation of the Holy Spirit poison body was gradually catalyzed and integrated into not a single cell of her body. At that moment, a hoarse, faint laugh came from the side of the dragon transformation pool. Little girl, why don't you worship the Lu family, and how about old me accepting you as a disciple? Let you have the same status as that girl Qingqiang. Sului turned her head in a panic and saw an old woman, with a kind face, squatting by the pool and looking at her. Sului shook her head somewhat nervously and whispered, "Thank you, senior, for your kindness. I don't want to worship. The opponent's identity was bound to be the Lu family's unseen old ancestor. Especially the other party's sentence of being in the same position as Lu Qingqing caused Su Luoyi's heart to be terrified to the extreme. Such an existence was simply too terrifying, but she regretted it a little as soon as it was said. Previously, she had wanted to worship Shinfan, but now she said that she didn't want to do so. More or less offended the old woman in front of me. The old man didn't mind, sitting on the edge of the pool watching her and laughing. Oh, no harm done. Are you really willing to be a little maid? Su Luoyi nodded her head repeatedly and said softly, he just has to not kick me out. The old man smiled and nodded curiously. Although the Emperor's son has extraordinary qualifications, the battle for the Great Tao is ever-changing. You should know that he doesn't have any power behind him. He might not be able to protect you. The Su Luoyi in the pool bowed her head without a word. The only thing that comes to mind is the memory of that day when he was in the alley late at night, at his most desperate and helpless. The image of a white dress scene, gazing down at himself with lowered eyes. Suroyi may be sensitive and have a lot on his mind, but since the beginning, she hadn't even forgotten Shinfan's kindness in saving her life. Chapter 33, Copying Increased 3 Great Tao Sensations. Great Tao Transmission. The old woman would smile and look at her and whisper, since your mind is made up, I naturally won't force you to accompany me for a little family chat and gossip. Suroyi then relaxed. In this way, an old man and a young man chatted in the Hualong cave. Outside the cave, Shinfan was looking at the 3 extra old men beside Lu Shifeng, and his heart was happy. It seems that the hand that was revealed earlier was not bad in terms of power. Emperor's son. These 3 are my Lu family's half-saint level ancestors. 6th ancestor Lu Wuhai, 7th ancestor Lu Jintian, and 9th ancestor Lu Jinyu. Lu Chengfeng arched his hand and introduced them with a smile. Compared to the previous business-like manner, at this time, Lu Shifeng's smile became more and more sincere. As for the 2 elders beside him, they even put their posture extremely low and bowed their hands. Even if it was his Lu family's number 1 demon, Lu Qingchang. Nowadays, they were all only at the 7th level of the king's realm. After living for so long, this was the first time they had seen a 19-year-old half-saint realm. Only then did the heart realize how terrifying the emperor's son's posture was. Ha 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 ha, fellow Taoist Shun. Previously, we have missed to welcome you from afar. I hope you don't blame me. Lu Wuhai, who was in the center of the 3 old ancestors of the Lu family, looked at Shinfan and laughed as he arched his hand. With the respect of the Lu clan's oldest ancestor, he addressed Shinfan as a Taoist friend, and it was out of place to welcome him. That's the most intuitive change that strength brings, respect. As long as Shinfan did not fall, becoming a saint was within reach. Adding to the fact that he was so young, it was extremely possible for him to enter the quasi-emperor realm. Quasi-emperor realm. The Xiantian continent had not been seen for tens of thousands of years. Great emperors did not come out, and quasi-emperors were invincible. That was how intuitive it was. Greetings to the 3 seniors. Shinfan arched his hand and smiled, secretly saying in his heart, System, copy these 3 people's great Tao sense. Okay host. The reason why Shinfan didn't copy his cultivation, that was because he felt that there was no danger at the moment, and the great Tao sense can also enhance one's strength. Once these 3 had the same cultivation level as him, or even lower than him, wouldn't that be one less avenue of enlightenment? As for the other half-saint realm ancestors of the Lu clan, it was hard to say whether or not they would be able to encounter them. Locked on Lu Wuhai, identified as the great Tao sense, the way of the Mahayana wind. Locked on Lu Jintian, identified as beginning to enter the way of gravity. Locked on Ryu Jinyu, identified as beginning to enter the way of fire. Reproduction increase opens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the 3 great paths to the perfection wind path, the perfection gravity path, and the Mahayana fire path. Great Tao perception is divided into 3 realms: initial entry, Mahayana, and perfection. The mark of being able to enter the sage realm is this, to perceive a great Tao straight to perfection. And if a half-saint realm perceives a perfect avenue, its strength in the half-saint realm can be called the ceiling of battle power. If the 10,000 paths to the consummation realm, think of all exciting awe. The increase effect is random. 2 perfect avenues. Shinfan is already satisfied. At this moment, he was feeling the mysteries of the 3 great avenues in detail, but he raised his hand for a split second, and that sleeve carried the slightest hint of inscrutability. It caused the pupils of the Lu family's 6th ancestor, Lu Wuhai, to suddenly shrink, and his heart was horrified. It's actually wind way rhythm? The only way for a cultivator to be surrounded by the rhythms of the Great Tao is to be in the realm of the perfection of the Great Tao. As Lu Wuhai, who had already entered the path of wind, his senses were naturally sharp. Feeling that the breath of the old man in front of him was somewhat shaken, Shinfan raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Just as Lu Wuhai took a deep breath, he arched his hand and said in a deep voice, I wonder if fellow Taoist Shun has reached the Wind Tao perfection realm. Hiss. What? The realm of wind path perfection? this statement was made. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Shinfan incredulously. Even Lu Qingchang, who was of a calm nature, had a look of disbelief on her pretty face. Avenue consummation? This is too unbelievable. Maybe if other people said that, they'd be more or less skeptical. But sixth ancestor Lu Wuhai was into the way of the great multiplying wind. Since he said that, he must have sensed something. Looking at the shocked gazes of the crowd, as well as the expectant eyes of Lu Wuhai, Shinfan smiled and nodded, not hiding anything, and raised his hand. Exhale. Mount Hualong rises without wind. The trees in the mountains rustled and the leaves fell. The wind is invisible and passes through without a trace, so it is impossible to find its track. But in the eyes of Lu Wuhai, who had already entered the path of wind, these winds seem to have life. Every time a breeze crosses the sky, all will leave a radiant trail of avenues. Next moment, a Dao rhyme suddenly appeared in the void. The trails were as irregular as the wind crossing them, yet they were clearly visible. It's the rhythm of the wind. Looking at the Dao rhythms emanating from those traces in the void, the two elders beside Lu Shifeng stood at a bit of a loss for words. Taoist rhythms manifested, and the great Dao transmitted the law. Shinfan actually had no reservations and engraved his sense of the great Dao of wind directly into the void. The two of them had thought that Shinfan had come to the dragon transformation pool to make the Lu family fulfill its promise earlier, but it was only when we arrived that we realized. Not only did the other party allow the medicine picker girl by his side to use the dragon transformation pool, he himself was at the half-saint realm. That's shocking enough, but I didn't expect it. The other party was actually willing to help his own old ancestor. Sensing the consummate realm of one of the wind paths? This act of preaching and teaching to people who are unrelated. Everything highlights Shinfan's vigor and how much it shames the two old men's hearts. And as the Lu family's head, Lu Chengfeng, he was even more filled with admiration and gratitude for Shinfan, and couldn't help but bow and make a bow. There were thousands of great paths, and the Lu family didn't have another wind path perfection saint for Lu Wuhai to perceive. That's a big favor. As for the Lu family's second ancestors, Lu Zhentian and Lu Zhenyu, then, after bowing towards Shinfan in unison, he sat down on his knees and carefully felt the Dao rhythm floating on the void. Is this the consummate realm of the wind path? Murmured Lu Wuhai as his god wandered into the void. He kept his eyes on that one windway rhythm, not wanting to spare a single moment. Even the people around him were directly ignored by him, falling into the mood of sensing the great Dao. Inside the cave of the transforming dragon, little guy, would have underestimated you. The Sului in the pool, with a puzzled face, looked at the old woman who was talking to herself by the side of the pool. He saw a kind smile on the old man's face and took out a heart technique from his spatial ring, handing it to Sului with a soft smile. This is the emperor's scripture of my Lu family's ancestor, the great emperor Lu Fusheng, the floating life like a dream technique. It has a miraculous effect on special physiques and is very suitable for you to cultivate. If you want to keep following him, your cultivation must not be too low. Apparently, the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Fusheng, also had a special physique. It's not a poison scripture though, but this was a great emperor-level scripture that all cultivators in the world desired. Moreover, Suluoyi's cultivation was indeed beneficial to her Holy Spirit poison body. However, Suluoyi shook her head repeatedly and whispered, "Elder, this is too expensive. Luoyi can't afford it." Although the old man was right, she was afraid that there was some kind of trap. How can it be so good to be favored for no reason? The old woman patted her head and smiled kindly. Don't worry, as long as you don't pass the scriptures to others, the Lu family won't find you trouble, and the old body won't harm you. Sage's true words, you should always believe it, right? Upon seeing the word, holy, floating in the void haunted by a golden aura and purple aura, Suluoi hurriedly nodded her head and respectfully received the handwritten manuscript of the emperor's scriptures in the old man's hands. The old man in front of her was able to put her and Lu Qingcheng on equal footing, and was indeed a sage of the Lu family. The words of the saints follow the law. This was the information recorded in the Xiantian Continent style journal. The old woman had said so naturally she wouldn't harm her. Chapter 34 Desolate Ancient Family's Hidden Danhall. The increase was a great harvest. 10 emperor pills. After seeing her take the emperor's scripture, the old woman grinned happily, revealing the sockets of her lost incisors. Then she took out another jade pendant from her spatial ring and handed it to her with a smile. This is the puppet shadow jade pendant. Once it is fatally attacked, it will automatically manifest a puppet shadow to explode itself, with a power comparable to a full force strike from a half-saint seventh heaven. As for you, you will be detached from the battlefield and be teleported elsewhere, ignoring the saint realm's pressure. It is considered to be an indispensable life preservation talisman. Su Luo-yi didn't take it, but looked at her nervously. Granny, why did you give me such a nice thing? The old woman scratched her agitated nose and laughed softly. If you are successful in cultivation in the future, help the Lu family. It's not forced, and it's good to do as you wish. Hearing this, Sului thought for a moment, her eyes blinking with a smile as she picked it up. The Lu family is so powerful that they definitely don't need my help. Thank you, Elder. Ha ha, quite a dexterous girl. The old woman was amused and looked at her teasingly. Are you really willing to be the little maid who washes your feet and carries the urinal? Sului pursed her lips at her and did not say anything, began to catalyze the chi and blood in the body, guiding the dragon pool to cultivate. Xinfan in the outside world had already left Hualong Mountain. Looking at Lu Qingcheng who was following him, he wondered, you're not going to sense the way of the wind? Even Lu Shifeng and those two elders had plopped down for enlightenment, and she actually didn't go. Lu Qingcheng smiled and softly said, that is not the Tao that Tilting City is chasing. Speaking of this, Xiota bowed to Xinfan. Thank you, fellow Daoist Shun, for your act of righteousness. The posture is graceful, the voice is melodious, and the beauty is bubbly. Xinfan raised his hand in vain and looked at her with admiration and smiled. Pretty sisters are just able to please the eyes. Ha ha, having this gift from you is enough. Fellow Daoist Qin is too kind. Lu Qingcheng spoke softly, somewhat unnaturally stroking the hair around her ears. It wasn't as if she hadn't heard the praise before. However, Xinfan's eyes did not have the feelings of men and women in the eyes of others, but were really appreciating the beauty as if they were. This somewhat made Lu Qingcheng a little embarrassed. Beauty is not beyond the pale. With Xinfan's eyesight, he naturally saw a hint of shyness on Lu Qingcheng's stunningly beautiful face and could not help but strike while the iron was hot. Miss Lu, I would like to go to your family's Dan hiding room to see and gain insight. I wonder if it's convenient. Good words have been said, and this is no time to tell the purpose while the other is refreshed. Sure enough, the corners of Lu Qingcheng's mouth curved slightly as she laughed softly. Naturally convenient. Could it be that fellow Daoist Qin is also involved in the alchemy course? Where? I'm just curious about what the difference is between the quality of the current elixir and the previous one. After all, no one has spoken to me since I came out of the world. As if he had spoken of a sad story? Xinfan had a sullen face. Looking at his forlorn expression, Lu Qingcheng didn't know how to comfort him, and could only quietly follow him towards the Lu clan's hidden pills room. After these days of interaction, in Lu Qingcheng's eyes, Xinfan was a very easygoing person, without the slightest shelf. At the same time he was a very affectionate person, such as the cultivators of the Inquiring Heaven sect, as well as Qin Wentian, who had just been befriended not long ago. But on those premises, you don't mess with him, and he's nice and reasonable, and the man has off-key behavior from time to time, but it all carries a deeper meaning that is elusive. Such a person, if you just look at the appearance and the way he acts, you can't tell what the other person is thinking. But even though he has the appearance of a celestial being, he is still a person who has just come out of the world, and it is inevitable that he will feel lonely and sad when he is alone. Lu Qingcheng looked at him sideways and saw him smiling faintly at himself. Lu Qingcheng also smiled faintly with a comforting look in her eyes. Without a word, the two walked slowly down the mountain path in a very peaceful and cordial atmosphere. System, how about this wave of movie stars online? Awesome host, maybe it would have worked better if you tilted your head at a 45-degree angle and sighed with tears in your eyes. Then forget it, it's too pretentious. Xinfan pulled the corner of his mouth, then looked at Lu Qingcheng curiously. Speaking of pills, what is the highest grade of your family's alchemist? Lu Qingcheng lightly opened her vermilion lips and softly laughed. Grandpa Lu Yi is an 8th grade alchemist. It's already very impressive. TSK. Worthy of being a great family. Apparently there are also 7th and 6th grades. You have to know that there is only one 5th grade alchemist in the Questioning Heaven sect. Thinking of this, Xinfan continued to inquire. Then how is the strength of this senior Lu Yi's divine soul? I'm just asking. If it's inconvenient then forget it. Lu Qingcheng didn't hide anything and looked at him and laughed softly. Grandpa Yi's divine soul strength is of the 7th grade, yet he was able to enter the 8th grade of alchemist. His alchemy qualifications are very high. Even Senior Dan Sage is extremely complimentary of him. Xinfan arched his hand in admiration. Awesome. To be able to break through the limits on one's own qualifications is truly worthy of admiration. If I have the chance, I really want to admire this senior. Ha, old-timer. Book your divine soul in advance. Lu Qingcheng's beautiful eyes curved and she nodded. That's fine, but only when Grandpa E is free. He's recently been refining a furnace of 8th order pills. Ha, it's fine. No hurry. Alchemy is important. Xinfan laughed. His heart was quite a pity. At that moment, he moved his mind and saw a set of projected data that appeared before his eyes. Host, Xinfan. Realm, triple heaven of the half-saint realm. Physique, spiritual. Physical characteristics, vanguard poisoning body. Spiritual roots, innate spiritual roots. Divine soul, 3rd grade. It's only 3rd grade divine soul strength. It needs to be improved. There's also the physique that needs to be upgraded as well. It's a pity that Lu Qingcheng's divine body wasn't copied over. The realm is up, but this configuration needs to be pulled up as well. but the most important thing at the moment is duplicate the increase of a wave of pills that have survived to the present day in the draconic Willow family. It didn't take long. After the two of them who had descended the mountain returned to the Lu family, they arrived in front of a wooden carved building full of ancient charm. Zongdan Building. The wooden building is carved with dragons and phoenixes and is 5 stories high. The ancient and rustic atmosphere came to the surface, making the mind wonder how many years the building had existed. Shen Fan, who stepped into it, realized that there were no Lu family children inside. The Dan bottles on each medicine shelf had been set with a forbidden restriction. Shen Fan swept with his divine sense and realized that the quality of the pills on this floor, at the lowest, were all of the 8th order. System, copy them all for me. Okay host, copy increase on. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a 9th order medium grade elixir. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a 9th order top grade elixir. A series of prompts sounded in Shen Fan's mind, making him secretly happy. So many high quality pills could be much stronger than the questioning Heaven sect, and it was a complete free-for-all. It's kind of a bumper harvest. In the future for the elixir collection piece can be put aside. Shen Fan, who was in a good mood, exclaimed to Lu Qingcheng on the side. Although there are only 400 8th order elixirs here, each of them has a different effect. I'm sure there are more other elixirs of the same order, worthy of being a desolate ancient family. Lu Qingcheng smiled and led him up to the 2nd floor, and said softly, well, all the other pills are in the Dan Hall, as well as the Lu family's Hall of Merit, which is used to reward members of the Lu family. The 2nd floor is for 9th rank pills, but there aren't many of them, with only 200 or so remaining to date. Listening to her explanation, Shen Fan just swept a glance at the medicine shelf and did not go up to check. Smiling, this is so much better than the Heaven asking sect. I remember they don't even have an 8th order elixir. At the same time, he said in his mind, system, copy. Lu Qingcheng pursed her lips and softly explained, it's not that Qingcheng instigated it, it should have been hidden by the Heaven asking sect. The depths of top-tier forces should not be underestimated. Ha ha, it's fine. Do people leave a hand to meet each other in the future? Shen Fan smiled and waved his hand. Everyone has secrets. Who would be stupid enough to reveal them outright? Especially in the immortal cultivation world. One cannot afford to be defensive. Fellow Daoist Qin is quite open-minded. After Lu Qingcheng gave a light laugh, she led Shen Fan up to the 3rd floor half-saint pill level, where there were only 52 half-saint pills. The 4th floor does have Holy Dan, but it's a bit empty. There were only 2 saint-level pills and bottles, placed on the jade table. The 2 pills were placed under various prohibitions, not to mention that there was a grey-robed old man on the side, lying on a bamboo chair and faking sleep. Shen Fan copied the increases one by one. Currently, he had obtained 225 9th rank elixirs, 325 half-saint elixirs, and 92 saint-level elixirs, as well as 10 emperor-level pills. Chapter 35 Imperial Scripture Duplication Increase. Extreme Immortal Scripture. Compare that to the Dan pill reserves of the desolate ancient family. Under the replication increase, Shen Fan's extreme elixir reserve was horrifying. This is the strong effect of the system without a limit on the number of times it can be copied. And it's God knows what. Lu Qingcheng did not take Shen Fan up to the 5th floor of the hidden Dan pavilion, and he did not force himself. After all, every family has its own secrets. Shen Fan had enough pills. Even if there were emperor-level pills on the 5th floor, he did not crave for them. However, he felt that the Lu family most likely didn't have Imperial Dan. After copying and increasing all of the pills, Shen Fan directly locked onto the grey-robed old man by the Holy Dan. It was thought that the other party was the protector elder of this hidden Dan pavilion. This person's breath was introverted and did not leak out in the slightest. If he failed to copy a cultivator of the same realm, he would have lost an opportunity. Of course, Shen Fan could directly use his divine sense to check the other party's cultivation, but this is as rude as the act of checking out another person's physique. The two sides may well even be at war, because no one wanted to be spied on by others with their divine sense, and Shen Fan was the same. Thinking of this, he and Lu Qingcheng turned around and descended the stairs after making a bow towards each other. System. Copy your opponent's strongest punch. Okay host. Locked on Lu Lingfeng. Fist technique identified as past life fist, quasi-emperor level, TSK. This is the heritage of the desolate ancient family. Shen Fan's heart was delighted. If it were any other power, to have a quasi-emperor level technique would already be a Jin Clan's mountain opener. Kajamusha fist copying increase opens. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the great emperor level fist technique, feathered sacred art, flying immortal fist seal. Feihua sacred art, flying immortal fist, one of the sacred arts of the Feihua Imperial dynasty, possessing powerful might and terrifying killing power. The higher the realm, the more powerful it is, and a single punch offered is unstoppable, like the descent of an immortal king. Immortals descending? More than that, it's quite a bluff. Shen Fan grinned. Seeing that he was in a good mood, Lu Qingchang, who had gone downstairs, said in amusement, "Fellow Daoist thought of another good thing? Why don't you tell us?" Xinfan stuck his hands on his hips and looked at the white clouds in the sky and lamented, "Traveling with the beauty, quite self-satisfied. A moment of some forgetfulness, do not blame. Ha ha, right, don't call me Daoist Chen. It's too raw, just call me by my name. How about I call you Qingchang?" As he spoke, he looked at Lu Qingchang with glowing eyes. The girl was about 1.75 meters, still wearing a long black dress and standing tall. The skin that was exposed outside the black dress was so white and pink, Xinfan doubted that a pinch would really make water. Coupled with her pretty googly-eyed face, that temperament, Kale came up at once. Hearing his somewhat frivolous words, Lu Qingchang rolled her eyes in a rare moment of helplessness. Fellow Daoist Qin is not joking. If it was anyone else, Lu Qingchang might have slapped the other party away, but Xinfan's tone was full of teasing and joking. She was really going to get angry, and it might make the other person happy. "You can be really boring." Xinfan barred his mouth, looked at the complex of Lu family buildings ahead, and said blandly, "Earlier, Miss Lu was interested in sparring with me. What do you say now? Are you interested?" As soon as the words fell, Xinfan carried his hands behind his back and exuded an aura of loneliness of an expert. What's the time to take advantage of her dish and not put on a show? Lu Qingchang, ___, you're too careful, aren't you? Sweeping Xinfan's hand was spreading back and forth to make a fist, seemingly eager to give her a blow. Lu Qingchang softly said, "Qingchang knows that she won't be able to defeat them, so there's no need to cut." Xinfan shook his head and sighed lightly as he slowly left. "Since that's the case, then I won't force you. Take me to your family's hidden scripture pavilion to have a look. I think the Lu family's top secret is bound to be superior." Seeing Xinfan walking farther and farther towards the road ahead, with a look of arrogance without any eyes, Lu Qingchang's beautiful eyes curved and pursed her lips and laughed. "Wrong way. This way. Ha, ha 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 ha. I see that your house is quite big. It's not just a casual walk." Xinfan turned back with an embarrassed face, just as Lu Qingchang walked past him with a thoughtful face. She nodded and said softly, "You're right too. Let's go." "Scratch that. Playing with me?" Xinfan narrowed his eyes at Lu Qingchang, who was swaying in front of him. It was tempting to slap the other guy's arse. Forget it, men should focus on the big picture. Let's go to the hidden scripture cabinet to copy a wave first. Although the copied Gungfu, Xinfan did not need to use it to cultivate. After all, it was too time-consuming. Doesn't stop him from collecting a wave, though. Moreover, in a place like the hidden scripture pavilion, there must be powerful Lu family elders present. Xinfan, who withdrew his sight, quickly followed, which made Lu Qingchang's nervous heart relax. The gaze that was staring behind her, she naturally felt it. While her heart was shy, she was really afraid that Xinfan would come up and slap her regardless. Even Eastern Emperor Moonfall was beaten into a pig's head. She felt that Xinfan would definitely make a move on her if he was really anxious. Without looking before, Su Luoyi was smacked with tears and directly smashed into the dragon transformation pool from the air. These are living examples. No, why do I let him fight? Just run. Almost forgot that he comprehended one of the Wind Dao. Thinking of this, Lu Qingchang's pretty face stalled. She decided to try not to mess with the guy next to her in the future to prevent getting into trouble. Where did Xinfan know her small mind? Since the two of them had arrived not far from the hidden scripture pavilion, there were more Lu clan disciples around. Looking at the passing young men and women saluting him, Xinfan nodded with a faint smile before directly turning on the copy increase mode. System. Copy the opponent's spiritual root, physique, divine soul, stance, palm technique, and heart technique. Xinfan saw one and copied the increase. The divine soul has been identified as second grade. Copying failed. The spiritual root is identified as a superb spiritual root. Copying fails. Physique identified as treasure body. Copying failed. Obviously, the qualifications of these surrounding Lu family disciples were not as good as Xinfan. Can't say they're not qualified. When these Lu family disciples pulled out any one of them, they were all people with extraordinary qualifications. Rather, today's Xinfan was not what he used to be. On the contrary, there were a few people who had good grade feats that had been increased by the system to the upper half saint level, and there were even saint levels. But Xinfan has a big pattern. Right now, they were only pursuing great empress level feats. This kind of increase effect that even the quasi-emperors hadn't achieved was no longer on his mind. Locked on Yen Ran Lu, identifying the mind technique floating life as the Great Emperor Scripture technique. Reproduction increase opens. I'll go. A Great Emperor level heart technique? System, what quality can this increase to? This was still the first time Xinfan had copied the topmost thing known in this world, an emperor level item. Even those who are emperors can't live forever. Could it be at the immortal level? The host guessed correctly. The emperor level is not the end of cultivation. The only ultimate in cultivation is to coexist with nothingness and not die. Coexisting with nothingness? What realm is that? Above chaos? Xin Fan was shocked in his heart and mentioned all the chaos he could think of. In the novels he'd read, it seemed like once something pulled on chaos, it had to be awesome. In answer to the host, it is not chaos. Chaos is also only born out of nothingness. This realm is too far away from the host. Just think about it. Although Xin Fan looked at Lu Yanran, a disciple of the Lu clan, who was in front of him, his mind was already on the upcoming increase heart technique. Seeing that he actually revealed an infatuated trance, Lu Qingqing thought for a moment and waved at Lu Yanran in front of him. Could it be that seeing her is like seeing the man of your dreams? If you like it, marry Han Yen to him as a marriage. I just don't know what Yin Yin thinks. Although Lu Yanyan's posture was not as stunning as hers, she was still a rare beauty. If she had 100 points of poise, then Yanran Lu could have 95 points. Sister Qingcheng, is she looking for me? Yanran Lu froze slightly and pointed at herself. Seeing Lu Qingcheng in front of her smiling and nodding, she then walked over with a smile on her face. In the meantime, in Xin Fan's mind, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the Emperor level floating life as a dream skill to the immortal level, the Extreme Dao Immortal Scripture. Extreme Dao Immortal Scripture, an exclusive immortal scripture for the extremes of the Great Dao. After practicing it, with the operational enhancement of the Extreme Dao Immortal Scripture, the might of the Great Dao can be increased by several times when striking. Extreme Dao Seal can perfectly fuse two Great Dao paths between offense and attack. Unpredictable and unpredictable. The more the Great Dao is perceived, the more powerful the Extreme Dao Seal will be. Extreme Dao Sublimation, when 10,000 great roads are gathered in one body, the Extreme Dao sublimates, with just one thought, all things will reopen. Note, has practiced on its own. I go, so strong? Xin Fan was filled with shock. Just one thought, all things reopen? Chapter 36, introduce me to a couple? How dare you? Just one thought, all things reopen? Reopening can be described as starting over. It can also be described as deathly silence. Moving thoughts on the line, do not have to go out to use the seal of law. Which who can top? System, does it mean that I set 10,000 paths in my body, and just by thinking about it, my opponent can disappear? Xin Fan curiously asked. Yes host, the so-called 10,000 laws do not touch one's body, and in front of the Extreme Dao sublimation it is also like a mole cricket, defenseless. After cultivating the Extreme Dao Immortal Scripture to the extreme, the host's desire to coexist with nothingness and not die or perish is only a thought away. TSK, this golden finger has opened up to the point where I feel a little floaty. Xin Fan had a happy face. It was important to know that he was able to copy the cultivator's sense of the Great Dao, coupled with the merit bonus of the Extreme Dao Immortal Scripture. It's just ridiculously strong. There is no definite number of so-called avenues, for the word is innumerable. Everywhere under the sky there is the way, and the way endures forever. Only in the hearts of men. To be is the way, and to do nothing is also the way. It's the way to lie down and sleep. It's the way to get beat up. Do whatever you want with the trend. It's all the way. The prerequisite is that the cultivator's enlightenment is sufficiently unbelievable. This was also the reason why there were billions of cultivators, but only a few great cultivators who had entered the Saint Realm. These ways are not fixed in form, nor are they the same. How many cultivators are there in the world? Everyone has different beginnings, experiences, opportunities, and chances. The Tao of perception is naturally different. If a cultivator in the half-saint realm was combining himself to sense the Great Tao and touch the realm of the Great Tao, then the cultivator of the sage realm is the one who has enlightened his own Tao to the realm of perfection. And it was only when one reached the quasi-emperor realm that one could count the beginning of the path of proof. Once one succeeds in proving the way, the Great Tao ascends. Then you will be able to enter the realm of the Great Emperor and be the only one to be honored. It would also involve the cultivator's enlightenment, qualification, chance, and so on, one without the other. Such as the Lu family's sixth ancestor Lu Wuhai before. He was only at the half-saint realm, yet he had reached the middle stage of enlightenment, the Mahayana. From this, it could be seen that his chance and enlightenment were stronger than the other two old ancestors of the Lu clan. This is the most intuitive manifestation. Of course, there were also cultivators who comprehended their own great Tao to perfection at the half-saint realm. It could be limited to many reasons such as longevity, lack of qi and blood, and dark injuries to the physique, making it difficult to impact the half-saint barrier and thus enter the holy realm. This was all the information that Xin Fan had seen from in the Xian Tian Continent style journal. However, he realized that even the certified great emperors throughout the ages were not eternal and indestructible. Sure enough, the path of immortal cultivation is all about ascending and never-ending awe. Thinking of this, Xin Fan looked at Lu Qingqing beside him and curiously said, "How long did your ancestors live?" The lifespan of the proven great emperor was not recorded in the object record. If this was written up, the person who published the book would be buried alive. I'm afraid, is this something that can be asked? Yanran Lu looked at Shinfan with an odd expression. Even though he knew he was the emperor's son, it was too direct to ask that, wasn't it? On the contrary, Lu Qingchang was not surprised to see this tone-deaf emperor's son. After she pondered slightly, she looked at Shinfan and lightly opened her pink lips. My family ancestor lived for 600 years. TSK, it's worthy of being a great emperor. Having lived for so long, Shinfan had a face of admiration. Based on his current life wheel and half-saint realm cultivation, living for 3,000 years would not be a problem. Suddenly, Shinfan felt as if he had lost a lot of money and was shocked. I remember that the king realm can roughly live for over 2,000 years. If I live for only a few years before breaking through into the half-saint realm, wouldn't I be another 3,000 years old? Entering a new realm does increase a cultivator's lifespan. According to Shinfan's calculation, each realm lived until the last few years before breaking through. Logically alone, it does live for tens of thousands of years. Sister Qingchang, this is the Dao couple you introduced me to? Although he is an emperor's son, is this brain not too good? Lu Yanran transmitted her voice to Lu Qingchang with a tangled face. I thought it would be a real golden treasure in the sky if her cousin introduced her to a taiko date. It was important to know that the family head, Lu Shifeng, had already transmitted his voice to all the people of the Lu family. The emperor's son in front of him was at the half-saint realm, so there must not be any disrespect. Otherwise, he will be expelled from the Lu family clan on the spot and go work outside. This was also the reason why Shinfan would always have Lu family disciples saluting him as he walked along. A 19-year-old half-saint realm, 2 years younger than her, Yanran Lu. This qualification is unbelievable. If it wasn't for Yanran Lu pretending to be reserved enough, he had long wanted to take Shinfan back to the marriage ceremony tied up. In the meantime, let this lonely Emiko feel the love of her sister. Only now it seemed that the other party's brain might have been sealed for a long time and was a bit turned around. Forget it. At least it's also the emperor's son's Dao couple. With more love and care maybe he'll get the hang of it. But this little brother is quite naughty. Just now he was looking at me in a daze. Yanran Lu looked at Shinfan in her heart with a beautiful feeling. This can indeed be. After Lu Qingchang was slightly stunned, she could not help but laugh when she saw Shinfan's face of blood loss. But what kind of cultivator is 100% sure that they will break through? This kind of thing usually happens to cultivators who are great minds and have an epiphany. Cultivators like me naturally follow the water-to-water breakthrough. If they encounter danger, they can also resolve it with their own cultivation. That's right. Shinfan nodded and walked slowly towards the hidden scripture pavilion in front of him, where he needed a breakthrough like an unusual cultivator. He could just copy it directly and raise it. But in a few days he had broken through to the half-saint realm, so naturally he felt a bit shortchanged. Seeing that Shinfan directly walked away, completely ignoring Yanran Lu, Lu Qingchang pulled the fuming her forward in slow steps and transmitted a voice to remind her. Yan, he's still young and newly born. He probably doesn't know how to express himself. You take more initiative. Looking at her stunningly beautiful older cousin in front of her like a master of feelings, Yanran Lu inquired with some uncertainty. Sis, he really likes me? Are you sure? Obviously. Shinfan's reaction made her feel that this older cousin, who had never been in love, was somewhat unreliable. Lu Qingchang looked at her with a furrowed willow brow. Quite majestic. You still don't believe me? You saw it all just now. He was looking at you with a swoon. I'm pretty, right? But he's never looked at me like that. Don't worry. He's definitely in love with you. Don't be vain. But Lu Qingchang herself fumed first. If you really need someone you like, you should talk to them anyway, right? Thinking of this, she looked ahead at Shinfan's back with some uncertainty and transmitted her voice. Fellow Daoist Shun? At this time, Shinfan was at the entrance of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, looking at the surrounding Lu family disciples who saluted him with a faint smile and returned the salute. When he heard Lu Qingchang's greeting, he raised an eyebrow and transmitted his voice without looking back. What's with the voice transmission? Isn't this your home? So mysterious? Although voice transmission was convenient, it could easily be intercepted and overheard by cultivators with high levels of cultivation. It was far less safe to close off the surrounding area with mana. Lu Qingchang took a slight breath and inquired. Are you fond of Yanran's sister? If you like it, then boldly say so. My Lu family's Yan is gifted and extremely beautiful. Fellow Daoist Shin has a good eye. My sister will surely become your wise assistant, and the Lu family will also help you with all their efforts when you prove your path. What? Shinfan turned back with a face of astonishment, incredulously looking at Lu Qingchang whose face was embarrassed, as well as Lu Yanran whose pretty face was flushed and her sideways head did not dare to look at her. Yanran Lu was indeed good looking, but when did Shinfan like her? Tell me clearly, what makes you my good wife? You are afraid that you are not burying a pit for me. Shinfan quickly stepped forward and glared at Lu Qingchang with a speechless face. It's that you just looked at her very obsessively. Lu Qingchang lowered her head somewhat awkwardly and carefully spoke out the scene just now. She then realized that she seemed to have made a mistake. Goddamn obsessed? I'm going to find a girl and not you to find her? How dare you think of that? Shinfan really wanted to make these two women look in the mirror. There is a gap in beauty too, okay. Chapter 37 Embarrassed Lu Qingcheng. Increasing 7th grade divine soul. Looking for me? These words, which were like straight confessions, caused sweat stains to overflow from Lu Qingcheng's palms as he listened to them. Her heart raced, and those pink toes buckled on the soles of her shoes. It wasn't that she liked Shinfan and found the words too irritating. Rather, it's too embarrassing. There was a slight hint of shame in the embarrassment, because she was afraid that Shinfan would take the opportunity to whip her off. The exchanges between the two were all telepathic sound transmissions, and such words definitely could not be said in front of Yanran Lu. Otherwise the girl won't be able to keep her face. Seeing Lu Qingcheng's lowered head, her toes kicking the verdant stone floor in a silent manner, Shinfan breathlessly rolled his eyes and smiled archly at the embarrassed Lu Yanran. Miss Yanyan, just now I was the one who thought of some cultivation problems, which led me to look straight at you. Don't blame me for the many offenses. No, nothing. Yanran Lu waved her hands in succession and laughed dryly. I told you, cousin doesn't know anything. As she spoke, she tightly squeezed Lu Qingcheng's jade hand. If there was a crack in the ground right now, she would definitely be the first to push away this pitiful older cousin and sneak in there herself first. At that moment, Yanran Lu saw Shinfan take out a small jade bottle from his spatial ring and handed it to her with a smile. It was Mr. Shin who was rude in the first place. This is the top grade of the 8th rank, the Empyrean Epiphany Dan. It is considered an indemnity. I hope it will be helpful to Miss Yanyan. Emperor's son, you're being too polite. Lu Yanyan smiled haughtily and saw that Shinfan did not withdraw his hand. Then he joyfully accepted it. Worthy of being an emperor's son, it's just generous. If he misunderstood, there would be an 8th order top grade elixir, or the extremely rare empathic epiphany Dan. She was willing to let her first cousin take her and continue to be misunderstood. Seeing that the misunderstanding was lifted, Shinfan smiled and arched his hand before turning to leave. Lu Qingcheng, later on, take me to your family's treasury to shop around and make amends to me. Do you really think that his elixir is for nothing? This does not copy the Lu family treasury. Shinfan really wants to smoke her. It's natural. After transmitting the voice, Lu Qingcheng, without moving, let out a breath, and heard Lu Yanran on the side laugh. Sis, if there's such a good thing, remember to contact me. Alright, quickly go and cultivate. Lu Qingcheng, who was filled with embarrassment, quickly left. No surprises. After skulking around the Lu family's Bible pavilion, Shinfan met the protector elder of this place. He had 3 of the half-saint realm's standard avenues, and there was no hurry at the moment. Attacks also included the emperor-level void transformation Dao finger, and the feathered sacred art flying immortal fist, as well as the extreme Dao seal of the extreme Dao immortal scripture, and the half-saint level silent floating slaughter 3 seals. Looking at the pavilion protector elder beside the stairs who was reading a book to himself, Shinfan secretly said in his heart, System, copy the opponent's stance. Okay host. Locked on Lu Zhang. Body technique identified as Walker's skill, sacred grade medium. Reproduction increase opens. Steady. It's at least a quasi-imperial level. Shinfan smiled and descended the stairs. His follow shadow body technique was only at the half-saint realm, and the grade was not high enough. Since there was a system boost, Shinfan, who was a bit obsessive-compulsive, naturally wanted to upgrade his stance. And again, there were so many holy lands, lineages, and superpowers on the Xian-Tian continent, and the Saint Realm ancestors within them were all targets for him. Copy whatever you want. There's no rush. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the quasi-emperor level stance, floating light swept shadow. Floating light, after use, the wielder can release 3 shadows in a hurry, and can return to one of the 3 shadows at will with a thought. It is treacherous and cannot be defended against. It's a bit interesting. Still satisfied with this promotion. Although this was at the quasi-emperor level, let's not forget that he also had the addition of the Dao of Wind. For the current Shinfan, the speed was enough. As for the Gongfu that had been copied in the hidden scripture pavilion, it was lying quietly within the system space. There was no lack of Saint Realm and Great Emperor level techniques, but practicing on your own is far less convenient and time-saving than copying an increase. Shinfan was naturally too lazy to cultivate. I'll take a look at it later when I have nothing else to do and try to fuse all the laws and create my own technique. Seems like this is still the standard for novel protagonists? With a smile on their faces, Shinfan and Lu Qingcheng left the scripture collection pavilion and headed to the Lu family's treasury. Maybe it was the embarrassment from before. Lu Qingcheng was not only introducing the wonderful uses of various techniques in the scripture pavilion. After coming out, he was silent and just guided Shinfan to the treasury. Shinfan, on the other hand, nodded his head with a smile at the saluting Lu clan disciples. Very approachable. Watching this pair pass by, many Lu family disciples were curious about Shinfan. He's the emperor's son? I heard the family head say that he's at the half-saint realm. I'm the same age as him and I'm only at the Dharma phase realm. It's terrifying. That's a descendant of the Emperor clan sealed by the great Emperor himself. His qualifications must be strong. Moreover, this person has an extraordinary demeanor, and he doesn't have a stance. I think he's much stronger than the Yi family's divine son, so I might as well make him my Lu family's aunt. AI. It's hard to say about this kind of thing. My Lu family hasn't decided yet, but that Yi family's divine son is indeed too crazy. He came to my Lu family 2 years ago and directly suppressed the younger generation. If it wasn't for the fact that Sister Qingqing's physique had a disease change, how could he be allowed to run wild? Humph. Still pretending to be generous about a tie. It's not just for the sake of uniting with my Lu family. Pretending to show off here. Egu I go. There is still this kind of gossip? Listening to the conversation of the men and women behind him, Xinfan glanced at Lu Qingcheng who was calm on the side and coughed dryly. Ahem. That what? Didn't realize that Miss Lu actually has a marriage contract. Previously much offense. Really sorry ha. Remember to notify me on the wedding day. At that time I will prepare a big gift for you. Sort of compensation. Lu Qingcheng looked sideways at the color of gossip on Xinfan's face and smiled faintly. Qingcheng does not have a marriage contract. If fellow Daoist Shin wants to make amends, he can give it to me now. What am I going to lose without a marriage contract? You're better at this than I am. It is not another person's wife. A joke between friends to fight he compensated Adur? Really think he's the landlord's stupid son? Seeing that there was no chance to listen to the gossip, Xinfan rolled his eyes and quickly walked towards the huge ancient hall in front of him. Although the ancient hall only had 2 floors, it covered an extremely large area, and there were 2 Lu family guards at the main entrance. The Ryu family treasure trove. He's here. And at this moment, Lu Qingcheng was turning around with a bland face, looking at the 5 Lu family children behind her, and said softly, "You guys, I'll be the one to test this month." Ah, one of the young men's face was bitter as he arched his hand. Sister Qingcheng, as far as this dusty existence of ours is concerned, why do we need to let you waste your time? Or let us forget about it? The 4 companions around her nodded their heads in unison and looked at her with a pitiful expression. If this fails the test, next month's resources will be gone. Unfortunately, Lu Qingcheng left after she finished speaking, leaving behind the 5 people who were filled with disheveled faces. It's over. Woe is me. Compared to these desperate 5 people, Xinfan's heart was so cool. This was because he had just arrived at the main door of the Lu family's treasure trove when a white-haired old man walked into it. From the medicinal fragrance emanating from the other party's body alone, and the respectful expressions of the 2 guards, it was not difficult to guess the identity of the other party. Looking at his back, Xinfan secretly said in his heart, it should be the Lu family alchemist. System, copy the other party's divine soul. Locked on Lu Wu's son. Soul strength identified as 6th grade soul. Reproduction increase opens. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 7th grade divine soul. Chapter 38 Divine Material for Imperial Soldier, Kirin Blood Gold. Quasi-Emperor Soldier in hand. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 7th grade divine soul. Exciting! The corner of Xinfan's mouth curved. He had skyrocketed from a 3rd grade divine soul to a 7th grade divine soul in one leap, so how could he not be happy? The Xintian continent had a wide variety of cultivation veins, and soul cultivation is one of them. Some people had not bad cultivation qualifications, but the quality of their divine souls was extremely low. There were those who carried a special physique, but not the strength of their divine souls. This type of person would need to obtain a supreme treasure that enhances the divine soul, or something like a soul cultivation secret method or a soul protection supreme treasure to ensure divine soul strength. This was because once they encountered a soul cultivator, the divine souls of these types of cultivators could easily be traumatized. No way. This was an advantage that those with powerful divine souls were born with. Just like if you have a special physique, an extreme spiritual route, the cultivation path is going to be smoother than others. It's the same reason. Moreover, cultivators with strong souls have a unique advantage in alchemy, artifact refining, array formation, and talisman drawing. Do you really think that the Dan Palace in the Xintian continent is relying on alchemy to make connections in order to make a living? Not at all. The resources of an alchemist coupled with the strength of one's own divine soul, once one cultivates a high-level soul cultivation secret method, if a normal cultivator of the same realm wanted to defeat their opponent, they would have to resist their opponent's divine soul impact first. For example, the Dan Sage of the Dan Temple, although he was only at the half-saint realm, an ordinary saint realm cultivator was not his match at all. From this, we can see how strong the soul cultivator is. Of course, it wasn't that soul cultivators were invincible. It's just that this type of cultivator is extremely talented in the soul cultivation Tao. And what was the concept of Xinfan's 7th grade divine soul? As long as he chose the alchemy course, entering this 7th grade alchemist would be easy. It was even expected to enter the ranks of an 8th grade alchemist. For a family as large as the Lu family, there were only 2 7th grade alchemists, as well as 1 8th grade alchemist, Louis, an 8th grade alchemist, even in the desolate ancient family, had an extremely esteemed status, but for Xin Fan, a strong divine soul was not for alchemy. Boosting strength is the main thing. It seems like we have to find a soul cultivation secret method. It's a pity that Louis, the Liu family's Dan master, is in alchemy, so if we copy another alchemist's divine soul secret method, it feels like a bit of a low grade. Darkly pondering, he slowly walked into the Liu clan's treasury. The 2 guards at the door did not stop them, but instead bowed with a respectful fist. Half-Saint Realm Emperor's son. Even they, the guards, had received Liu Shifeng's voice transmission. From this, it could be seen that the family head valued the men in front of him, fearing that they would speak out of turn. In fact, in Xin Fan's system space, there were a few divine soul secret methods that increased to the half-saint and saint levels. That's pretty high. However, without even reaching quasi-emperor quality, he didn't even have the heart to cultivate. It's all your fault, system, making me not even want to cultivate, only thinking of copying and increasing other people's. Xin Fan crossed his arms and looked at the treasures on the stone platforms one by one in the large hall, his face full of emotion. System? What the host said. How about canceling the copy increase function? Never mind, that would make you incomplete. It wouldn't be the system, I know. Then thank you, host. No way. Who are we with each other? Xin Fan grinned, browsing through the treasures in the Great Hall. Roughly estimated, the lowest grade of the magic treasures here were all of the 9th rank, and they were all fine products, with thousands of them. It's another copying bonanza. System, all copied. Okay, host. Locking the treasures on the first floor of the Liu family's ancient hall. Copying the increase opens. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining the half-saint lower grade lance, the explosive dragon lance. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the half-saint medium grade medicine cauldron, the 10,000 medicine cauldron. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining the half-saint superior dark weapon, soul regenerating cone. A message rang in Xin Fan's mind, making his heart secretly happy. Will you need to fight in the future? He directly threw out all the treasures in the space and used the weapon to suppress people. Lu Qingcheng, who was on the side, saw that he was walking around without taking a single treasure of his choice, and could not help but softly say, "Fellow Daoist Shun, there are better treasures on the 2nd floor, why don't you go up there and pick them out? Just what I want." Xin Fan smiled faintly and went up to the 2nd floor with her. Compared to the 1st floor, the 2nd floor of the ancient temple has a more elaborate elevated stone platform. Moreover, on top of the stone platform, a circle of light that was sealed by a prohibition was colorful and extremely dazzling, and the pieces exuded a powerful aura. As far as the eye can see, the treasures on the 2nd floor of the ancient hall were all half-saint level magic treasures. In particular, the 3 light clusters suspended in the air in the deepest part of the Great Hall had reached the ranks of holy products. The aura emanating from within the 3 light clusters caused even the surrounding space to ripple. Xin Fan did not even think about it and said in his heart, 3 holy products, this mustn't come with an Imperial pin? System, copy these 3 treasures first. Okay, host. Locked divine material, 9 yawning divine stone, identified as divine material for sacred soldiers. Locking the mountain river sword, identified as a medium grade sacred weapon. Locked on the celestial diffraction abacus, identified as a lower grade sacred artifact. Reproduction increase opens. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the divine material of the Imperial warrior, Kirin Blood Gold. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Xin Fan's heart was happy. Emperor level divine material. What luck! In the system space, a Qilin blood gold the size of a human head was blood red in color, emitting this rigid and scorching aura. The most bizarre thing was that in the light emanating from the Qilin's blood gold, a pocket Qilin with a reddish body was tilting its head and roaring towards the surrounding emptiness. Looking interesting. It seems like I have to find an opportunity to learn how to refine weapons, combining my great scissors and Qilin blood finance, along with the weapon spirit stones I obtained earlier. Xin Fan, who was secretly thinking, browsed through the more than 300 half-saint level treasures on the 2nd floor and waited for the next 2 items to be broadcast. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a quasi-imperial weapon, the Star Sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a quasi-imperial weapon, the Xuanji Tortoise Armor. Wipe! It almost increased to an imperial soldier. System, copy all the magic treasures here for me. Somewhat regretfully, Xin Fan transformed into a gambler, expecting to use the dosage to flush out his luck. Unlike saint-level treasures, quasi-emperor-level treasures didn't have a distinction between upper and lower grades, such as the Sacred Pill, the Imperial Pill, or the Great Imperial Jedi. When some items reach a very high level of quality, the distinction of character no longer exists. But what the hell is this Xuanji Tortoise Armor? After Xin Fan probed into the system space with his divine sense, he saw an earthy brown turtle shell suspended in the air beside a long sword with shining stars and sharp breath. The turtle shell was half the height of an adult, and except for the long-lasting breath and the crisscrossing lines on the turtle's back, it was only flat. When compared to the star sword, the two were simply the bright moon and the stone. Xuanji tortoise armor, divine artifact of the extraterrestrial Tianyan Shin tortoise clan. The number of the heavenly diffusion is hidden in one of them. The heavenly chance is difficult to predict, but the Xuanji tortoise can calculate it. How to use: take one word of what is on your mind, write it on the crisscrossed turtle backlines, spell out the font, and you will be able to get a glimpse of another person's destiny, luck, events, etc. Note, the more transcendent the celestial opportunity, the more the lines on the turtle's back will disappear once it is told to others. The greater the heavenly opportunity, the more lines on the turtle's back will disappear. The ability to view the trajectory of another person's destiny and chi. This kind of esoteric stuff can actually be figured out? This thing is quite powerful. Shinfan was happy in his heart. I didn't realize that this old-fashioned looking turtle shell actually had such a strong ability. Chapter 39. Do you have an Imperial soldier at home? I'd like to admire it. For the current Shinfan, unless it was a top-tier treasure. Otherwise he's much more interested in this kind of fun stuff. After all, his strength was here, together with a powerful golden finger. It's natural to have as much fun as you want. It's not like other cross-boundary heroes, who even with a golden finger still have to desperately cultivate and go into dangerous places to find treasures. Either that or they start off in a miserable body, with a cuckold on their head and revenge along the way. Heart tired of cultivation, might as well start a swinging life. System, copy all the treasures here. Shinfan tapped the treasure aperture on the stone pillar beside him with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Okay host, copy increase on. Shinfan waited quietly. It might not be possible to say that an Imperial soldier could appear. He wants this half-saint spirit medicine oblivion flower? Will the quality be too low? Lu Qingqing's willow brows slightly knitted as she looked at the aperture under Shinfan. If it were her, she would definitely pick a holy weapon to take away. There was no need to mention the preciousness of a holy weapon. Aside from the Lu clan ancestors' own holy weapon, there were only these three in plain sight. The family head, Lu Shifeng, didn't say anything though. However, Shinfan had carved the Tao rhythm of the Tao of Wind for 6th ancestor Lu Wuhai, and it was not too much to send a holy weapon. Could it be that he can't see it? Lu Qingqing felt that this was very likely, and not far away. The alchemist, Lu Wuhan, was whispering to the godly pavilion protector elder. When he saw Shinfan's movements, his heart turned cold. That was the main drug he wanted to use to refine his 7th grade elixir. A 6th grade alchemist, taking a half-holy spirit medicine to make pills in order to break through to the 7th grade? It's not pure defeat. Even if the Lu family was a large family, it couldn't afford this kind of consumption. No wonder the pavilion protector elders didn't even bother with him, as if to strike down this junior. The longevity eyebrow of the pavilion protector elder sitting on the futon quivered, and after returning to his senses, he faintly said, "If you have the ability to ask the emperor's son for it, don't disturb the old man's spring dream." Hearing these words, the bitter-faced Lu Wuhan hurriedly bowed and saluted. "I'm sorry to bother you, but the late generation will leave now." Ask the emperor's son for it? He was afraid that he would be slapped by the old man in front of him before he even stepped forward. Hey, I can only honestly go back to alchemy to increase the family contribution points. Lu Wuhan shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. Just then, he suddenly saw the emperor's son not far away, actually arching his hand and saluting him. Lu Wuhan was not stupid and naturally knew that the other party was saluting the old man behind him. He hastily dodged and returned the salute with a smile. But when he saw that this emperor's son didn't take the half-sacred spirit medicine, but directly went down the stairs, Lu Wuhan's heart was delighted. He turned around in a hurry and looked at the old man with his eyes closed in agitation and pity. "Elder, you see the emperor's son he doesn't want he doesn't want me to want it." The old man waved his hand somewhat impatiently. Take away. Don't let me see you for 100 years. Hey, let's go." Lu Wuhan's heart was happy, and he directly rushed towards the semi-holy spirit medicine oblivion flower. Could it be that he heard it? After protecting the pavilion elder secretly said, slowly closed his eyes. I don't know what level of spiritual root this old man is. Shen Fan, who went down the stairs, said in his heart. Apparently, he had copied this old man's spiritual root. Locked on Lu Wuxian. Spiritual root identified as King's grade. Reproduction increase opens. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Increasing the King's spiritual root to a divine spiritual root. It can be straight to a divine spiritual root. It's still the older generation of cultivators who are stable. Shen Fan, who had exited the gate of the ancient hall, smiled faintly. Perhaps the Lu family had other disciples with outstanding qualifications. But where can you get more intuitive than from the older generation of monks? Comfortable. This trip to the Lu family, a wave of earning. Shen Fan was aching all over. Although the treasures that were duplicated and increased on the second floor did not reach the Emperor's soldier level, but one must be content. It was important to know that this was the treasure stash area of the Draconic Willow family, and the quality was very high. Even if it was a half-saint lower grade treasure, the degree of increase could reach half-saint middle grade even if it was even lower. Not to mention that Xinfan had already increased to obtain 47 saint soldiers. At this time, Lu Qingcheng, who was following him, looked at him and curiously said, "Why doesn't fellow Taoist Qin choose one? Could it be that you can't see it?" Xinfan waved his hand and smiled lightly. "I'm not afraid to laugh at you. I only have a 5th-ranked magic treasure. How could a sage's soldier not look at it? Then why is this?" Lu Qingcheng showed a puzzled look on her face. Even the old man in the pavilion and Lu Wuqian were listening intently to Xinfan's answer. Xinfan shook his head and sighed lightly as he looked at the magnificent complex of the Lu family in front of him. So many treasures were obtained by the sages of the Willow family by spending much effort, even their lives. Staying in the Lu family is bound to be an attempt to make you flourish. This is the legacy of your Lu family sages. What is the matter with me, an outsider, taking it? This statement was made. There was admiration, gratitude, and movement in the hearts of the three. Lu Qingcheng inhaled slightly, looked at his handsome side face, and smiled softly. If the ancestor of the Lu clan knows that you helped the 6th ancestor, the treasures here will also be yours to take. Xinfan waved his hand, smiled sardonically, and left slowly. If there is no Imperial soldier to submit, what's the point of using a 5th-ranked magic treasure? What? He was a humble person before. Why is this suddenly so overbearing? This sudden reversal caused Lu Qingcheng to faintly freeze. Even the old man in the pavilion was a bit stunned. Then he laughed. Ha 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 ha, what an emperor's son. Mad enough. On the side, Lu Wuhai also shook his head and stroked his beard as he laughed. The posture of an emperor's son is truly admirable to me. Lu Wuxian cast a sidelong glance at him and blandly said, "Old man, if you don't break through to a 7th grade alchemist, don't come to the treasure vault in the future. Don't get lost yet." Ha, oh Lu Wuhai bowed and dodged and disappeared. Next, Xinfan and Lu Qingcheng wandered around the Lu family clan. Seeing that it was getting late, Xinfan, who was walking on the old Verdant Stone Road, looked at her and smiled. "Does your Lu clan have any emperor soldiers yet? I want to take a look." Hearing these words, Lu Qingcheng looked at him with an odd expression. "After talking for half a day just now, you wouldn't be trying to take my family's Imperial soldier, would you?" Even she was a little moved by Xinfan's previous words. But now think about it. Would this lord who refuses to suffer be so kind as not to want a holy weapon? There really is? Xinfan was delighted in his heart, but his face changed as he glared at her and said in a deep voice, "What words? What kind of words are you saying? What am I going to do with your family's Imperial soldier? Besides, can I take it away? Could you, Lu Qingcheng? Little woman too." Humph. Xinfan was furious and whisked his sleeve away. Seeing Xinfan walking farther and farther away, Lu Qingcheng ran up quickly with some amusement and helplessly transmitted his voice. "Why are you so angry? There are emperor soldiers, but they are used to suppress the chi and blood of my clan's ancestors, and they can't be easily brought into the world unless they are a heavy misfortune. You can understand that, right? It's a pity. Otherwise it wouldn't be able to copy an immortal weapon out?" Xinfan, who was secretly saying in his heart, sighed with a disappointed face. "I didn't expect me to be such a scheming person in your mind. This Imperial soldier is not to be seen." Lu Qingcheng's pink lips curved, probing his body to block his way, and looked at him with a skewed head in astonishment. "Aren't you?" 3,000 green threads fell down. Her beautiful eyes were looking forward, and the corners of her mouth were smiling. The tilted features were playful in a cute way. A black shirt with a hidden lace pattern on the bodice. It adds a touch of sexiness by revealing the white gash vaguely. This scene caused the surrounding Lu clan disciples who were passing by to directly freeze in place. When did the eldest Miss Lu family have such a cute side? What day isn't a pale look? But the next moment the crowd hastily covered their faces and quickly left with their heads down. He saw Xinfan, whose face was blackened, looking at the look of her eyes with a smile in them, violently raised his hand to indicate that he wanted to give her a big mouth. This frightened Lu Qingcheng, who hastily retracted her body. "Find me a place to stay in Floating Life City outside your clan, with good food and drink. You're the only one who will be held accountable if you fall short." Xinfan coldly snorted and then whisked his sleeve away. "It's Emperor's son." Lu Qingcheng's beautiful eyes curved and she followed him with her hands behind her back and a smile on her lips. Being exposed and still so arrogant, dying to save face. Chapter 40, Someone from the Yi family of the Eastern region. Break his arm and tell him to get lost. Day 2. Xinfan slept until he woke up naturally, asleep near the middle of the day. He snorted as he lay on the bed, feeling still a bit disoriented. He intended to take a shallow squint to get back to his senses. It would be too deliberate if he used his cultivation to dispel his sleepiness. Maybe I'll be able to realize an avenue with this sleeping. There was really no fun within the Lu family's clan. It was either cultivation or cultivation. That was why he lived in the floating city outside the Lu family clan. Just when Xin Fan was about to fall asleep again, a shout of excitement came through the window. Brother Shen, someone has come to the Lu family to cause trouble. Go and take a look. Fellow Daoist Shun, come out and take a look. A good show is not to be missed. The Yi family's people are just too crazy to actually dare to come to my Lu family and clamor. It's too damn infuriating. Brother Shen, come out quickly. What's all this with? Xin Fan got up in a daze and came to the window, wanting to see which ones had itchy skins. However, he was quite curious about this Yi family. Didn't you say that the Yi family is interested in marrying the Lu family? What the hell is this door-to-door picking a fight? Outside the window, a group of Lu clan disciples were filled with righteous indignation. That Yi Xingchen isn't his brother Yi Langya. He's actually so unselfish. Dare to say that he came to the Lu family to see his future sister-in-law? He is a king-grade spiritual root, and with a special physique, even going out with a half-saint protector? Naturally crazy. I heard that Yi family protector Yi Silence has already gone to visit the clan's old ancestor. It must be for the matter of the marriage contract between the two families. AI. Phew. In the sound of breaking wind, a female disciple of the Lu family stepped on her flying sword and looked at the crowd below anxiously. Hurry up and run. Yi Xingchen is coming for Big Brother Shen. Wonderful. Sneak. Thanks for the reminder. Old sister, remember to come to brother's house for a meal. There's your favorite braised rabbit head. As the crowd's thoughts raced, they listened to the overhead window creak open and flew away from the place. Shen Fan, who was lying by the window, looked at the disciples of the Lu family who were hiding not far away to watch the show and raised his eyebrows. Yi Xingchen? Looking for me? Rumbling. A roar came from the void. Xin Fan raised his head to look at a huge carriage with divine light, being pulled by 4 2-meter-tall horned Jiao strange beasts, speeding towards him. The horns are dragon head and lion body, shaped like a unicorn, with feet on red clouds. Each head had reached the strength of the celestial realm, with a very majestic aura. Outside the carriage, there was also a young man in a golden tunic standing by the side of the carriage. The young man's face was like a crown of jade, his body was slender, and his eyes looked down at Xin Fan in the attic below. His face was indifferent. Although this was over floating life city and not the area of the Lu family clan, but the other side is acting so wildly. This Yi family was bound to be in the lineage of the desolate ancient family as well. Sweeping the word, Yi, on a golden banner on the carriage, Xin Fan looked at the teenager and said in his heart, System, copy the opponent's physique. Just now, listening to the conversation of the Lu family disciples, this Yi family divine son's younger brother not only had a king's grade spiritual root, he also had a special physique. Xin Fan naturally wanted to copy the wave. Locked on Yi Xingchen, identified as a spirit body, dematerialized body, grade equal to the host. Duplication failed. A little something, but not much. Xin Fan pulled the corner of his mouth and rubbed his somewhat sleepy cheeks when he heard Yi Xingchen in the air blandly say, Who are you? Don't you know that Sister Qingcheng is my Yi family's daughter-in-law? Dare to uncover her bucket hat in public. Have you ever thought of the consequences? Yi Xingchen's tone was arrogant and his gaze was indifferent, like a natural pride, overlooking all beings. Who am I? Yi family's daughter-in-law? And consequences? Xin Fan looked with a puzzled face at the children of the Lu family who were watching the show not far away. Just one of them looked at him with round eyes. The look on his face was one of apprehension, nervousness, and a little excitement. It was only then that Xin Fan remembered what this group of goods had called him before. What Xin big brother? Xin Taoist friend? Shen brother? Whatever. There just isn't an emperor's son. Is it hard for me to pretend to clean up the Yi family? To be able to make so many people in the Lu family look bad? This Yi family really has something unique about it. It had to be said that even Xin Fan felt that this little brat was speaking quite impulsively. However, Yi Xingchen had a deep background and extraordinary qualifications, and being some kind of God's son's own brother, he does have the capital to be a bully. However, Xin Fan was quite curious about his statement that Lu Qingcheng was the daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Thinking of this, he leaned against the window with his hands on his chest and looked at Yi Xingchen curiously, quite well informed. But I didn't hear anyone in the outside world say that Lu Qingcheng is the daughter-in-law of the Yi family when I traveled all the way here? And Lu Qingcheng also said that there is no marriage contract in place? Yi Xingchen nodded and looked at everyone present, smiling aloud and lightly. Indeed, but this is a secret matter between the two families, and only the clan knows about it, so it's understandable that the outside world doesn't know about it. Moreover, not long from now, my elder brother will come to the door to propose marriage when he gets out of the gate, and everyone will know about it. Even if Sister Qingcheng has no intention, she has no choice. When these words came out, the faces of the surrounding Lu family members darkened. Asterisk. I'm pissed off at the sound of it. If it weren't for Sister Qingcheng's physical illness, where would he be allowed to clamor in the Yi family? But the other party's identity was there, and they didn't dare say anything more. Although Shinfan didn't know the secret affairs of the two families, it didn't prevent him from listening to the gossip. He nodded, signaling the other to continue. This casual attitude caused Yi Xingchen's eyes to narrow slightly as he stared at him and blandly said, "Seeing that you are a close friend of Sister Qingcheng, I won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, if my elder brother finds out, even if Sister Qingcheng intends to protect you, it would be hard for you to escape death. I, Yi Xingchen, never make false statements when I speak." Listening to this tone filled with the tone of a superior, Shinfan raised his eyebrows and smiled, lazily leaning against the window and casually said, "Oh, so you're going to show me the way out? Coming. Exciting times. It's finally here. Gentlemen, let's watch the Emperor's son act like a bully." Some Lu clan disciples roared in their hearts with excitement, but they looked at Shinfan with anxious and worried faces. As for some men and women whose Dao was too low, they directly raised their red faces and lowered their heads, fearing that Yi Xingchen would discover the end and expose their carefully planned pretending to hit the face bridge. It's not that they're pretending on their own, though, but with TZ as Big Sister's best friend, wouldn't that make him their best friend? How can this moment not be heartwarming? The crowd's expressions were naturally captured by Yi Xingchen. Before he came, he had already questioned many of the Lu family disciples. The man in front of him was of unknown origin, and was only said to be a close friend of Lu Qingqing's from the outside world. Instead, he had some involvement with that cuckolded male of the Qin family. A waste like Qin Wendian could not even rise to the occasion in his Yi Xingchen's eyes. With this in mind, Yi Xingchen indifferently looked at Shinfan and said in a cold voice, "Sister Qingcheng is, after all, the daughter-in-law of my Yi family, and it was you who were rude first. Break off that hand that uncovered the bucket hat and leave the Lu family, and I, the Yi family, will not be blamed for this matter." The words fell on the floor, this seemingly generous tone of voice. However, it did not fail to highlight the hegemony of the desolate ancient Yi family. It was evident that even the pearl of the draconic Willow family had become the inner circle of the Yi family. Sweeping his eyes at those Lu family members who had their heads lowered and whose bodies were shivering a little with excitement, Shinfan shook his head helplessly. Obviously, once one's face is slapped, this group of goods is afraid of collective sublimation. Shinfan let out a light sigh and scanned the void blandly. "Lu Qingcheng, when did you get so bored too? Lu Qingcheng? Didn't she say she was in seclusion? How dare she lie to me? But you can protect him for a moment. But you can't stop my elder brother's anger." Waves flickered in Yi Xingchen's eyes. The rest of the Lu clan disciples looked up and saw that by the attic window, Lu Qingcheng, dressed in white, had appeared. She smiled faintly at Shinfan. "Tilting is just a little curious." "Ha!" Shinfan cast a sidelong glance at her, then swept his eyes at the somber-faced Yi Xingchen and looked at the crowd of the Lu family who were staring at him, and said in a cold voice, "Next time you dare to come calling, one by one, I'll whip you all away." After saying that, he turned around and left. The excited hearts of the Lu clan's children who watched this scene were suddenly half-cooled. But the next moment, a small white jade bottle flew out of the window into the sky. Same time, a lazy voice rang out from within the soon-to-be-closed window. "Break his arm and tell him to get lost." Chapter 41, Holy Pill Might. The words were not yet spoken. "Cut it out." The small jade bottle that Shinfan had thrown out suddenly disintegrated in the air. A colorful divine aura with an astonishing breath shot out from the cracks of the jade bottle, illuminating heaven and earth. There were even smoke-like auspicious clouds overflowing from it, wrapping it up in an exceptionally magical way. The cultivators in the city looked up in unison, their hearts wondering, "My God, there are actually exotic treasures coming out within Floating Life City?" As for the several half-saint level powerhouses within the Lu family clan, their pupils suddenly shrunk when they felt that hint of the pill holy breath. "There's actually a holy Dan out there?" In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into thin air. Rumble. The sky above Floating Life City changed abruptly, and the clouds rolled over. There seemed to be a thunder dragon roaring at the auspicious clouds below. Buzz. However, a ripple, visible to the naked eye, swept out from the auspicious clouds in the void, sweeping across heaven and earth. The ripples not only swept away the clouds and stopped the roar in the sky, even more, the dust in this city of 10 million people level was swept away and immaculate. The refreshing medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire Floating Life City. Some of the closed cultivators in the city actually broke through in place when they only smelled this hint of Dan fragrance. "This is too unbelievable. That's bound to be a holy Dan." Looking at the white pills in the air, which were haunted by the Dan rhyme and the haze of different colors, the cultivators in the city were all filled with shock. Holy Dan, a genuine holy elixir. It was extremely rare for them to come across such holy relics even in their entire lives. It was all instantaneous. Innate dust extinction pill? How is this possible? When Yi Xingchen on the carriage was swept by the ripples of the Dan's fragrance, his body's aura skyrocketed and a cold aura shot out from his eyes. Innate dust extinction pill. Once it was taken by Lu Qingcheng, it would definitely be able to break the physical lesions. Then the Yi family's calculations for more than a decade would be in vain. Even if I destroy it, I can't let you obtain it. Yi Xingqian, whose face was ice cold, raised his hand and shot a fingerprint at the holy Dan in the air. He knew in his heart that with his speed in the Avatar realm, he was by no means like Lu Qingcheng. The only way to have a glimmer of possibility was to use the fastest attack possible. As for being blamed by the Lu family for destroying the elixir, that kid actually threatened to break his Yi Xingqian's arm? It makes sense to strike in anger. We can only hope that the strongest members of the Lu family haven't reacted yet. Phew! The ghastly fingerprints were like space jumps, instantly cutting through the void and slamming into the airborne Holy Dan. However, the moment Shen Fan threw out the jade bottle, Lu Qingcheng had already locked her mind on the bottle. As the hint of dandelion scent poured into her agitated nose, as if she was experiencing the washing of her soul, her comfortable body trembled and her pretty face flushed as she disappeared to the window. In the blink of an eye, the finger-ons directly passed through the Dan fog left behind by the innate dustproof Dan and rushed into the sky. Seeing that the blow fell short, Yi Xingqian took a deep breath, still failing. Just then, his heart inexplicably jumped. In his afterglow, he saw a flash of white shadow that swept by him. You, put. A splash of blood soared up directly from Yi Xingqian's right arm. Poof! Looking at the broken arm that landed on the carriage, as well as Yi Xingqian, whose face was pale and leaning against the carriage to seal the wound, all of the Lu clan disciples froze in place, their eyes dumbfounded as they looked towards Lu Qingcheng who stood in the void. My god, Big Sister, she really cut it? This is still the first time Big Sister has struck out and seen blood, isn't it? God of power. It's so damn awesome. It's long overdue to destroy the Yi family's prestige. If it wasn't for the old ancestor of the main harmony sect pressuring me, I'd have this violent temper. The Lu family is too deceitful. The pale, angry voice. The black-robed old man who was surrounded by the 4 half-saint level ancestors of the Lu family flashed to Yi Xingqian's side. Before, it was a junior fight, and Yi Silence was not in a good position to make a move. And don't dare to make a move. But now that his own protective juniors had all had their hands broken, Yi Silence was naturally furious. He never expected it. That Lu Qingcheng, who had always been benevolent, had actually dealt such a cruel hand. Same time, the 4 old ancestors of the Lu family had already arrived in front of Lu Qingcheng. An old man in the center was none other than the old man who protected the pavilion in the Lu family's ancient palace treasure trove, Lu Wuxiang. He looked at the Yi family duo on the carriage. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he smiled faintly. He, bullying people too much? Although some of the elders of my Lu family do intend to marry the Yi family, it all has to be according to Qingqing's wishes, since she herself is unwilling. Yet you, the Yi family, come to the door to propose marriage? This is not called bullying people too much? The Yi family's divine son's physique could indeed suppress the physical lesions of Lu Qingqing's Ruomeng divine body. This led to the elders of the Lu family's main cooperation faction, trying their best to facilitate the marriage of the two families. A strong union, but Lu Qingqing wasn't happy about it. The family and she had been looking for rare herbs all these years. It was hoped that a holy elixir could be refined to dissolve her physical ailments. But everyone knows that the chances of success are slim to none. Unless Lu Qingqing didn't want to live. But the Lu family, regardless of whether it was the main cooperation faction, or those who obeyed Lu Qingqing's wishes, neither wanted a family demon like her to die early, and the physique of the Yi family's divine son became the key. This is the fundamental reason why the Yi family is sitting firmly in a fishing boat, threatening that Lu Qingcheng is his Yi family's inner daughter-in-law. But now he, the Lu family, has the innate dust extinction pill in hand. Lu Qingqing's physical sickness could no longer stop its path. Thinking of this, Lu Wuxian looked at the Yi family duo. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he said in a cold voice, "What? Ruined my Lu family's holy pills not? Still want to stay for dinner?" Scram! Boom! Explosive waves of sound sweep across the room. The horrifying aura was even declared from Lu Wuxian's body and came towards Yi Silence. This scene looked exciting in the hearts of the surrounding Lu clan disciples. It's still old ancestor Phaseless' violent temper that gets the job done. You really think my Lu family has no temper? Great! Several years of pent-up frustration, released at once. Smooth. Damn it! How could Star destroy the Holy Dan with you around? This old piker flipped his face faster than a book, infuriating Yi Silence's face, but he didn't dare say anything more. He, who was at the 2nd level of the half-saint realm, faced Lu Wuxiang, an old piker at the 8th level of the half-saint realm. It's not even on the same level. Protecting Yi Xingqian, whose chest was heaving behind him, Yi Silence's mind moved. He saw the 4 beasts of the horns and scaly jowl quickly turn around and pull out their legs to run, disappearing into the distance. Retracting his sight, Lu Wuxiang swept his eyes at the attic below, turned to look at Lu Qingcheng and stroked his beard as he laughed. This is a way to get rid of a piece of your and the Lu family's heart disease. Cultivate well. Don't waste this opportunity. Lu Qingcheng spread a smile and bowed to the 4 Lu clan ancestors present. Thank you, old ancestors, for not blaming Qingcheng. Ha ha, What's so strange about it? Getting the elixir is your skill. Not getting it and having it destroyed is your life. After Lu Wuxian gave Lu Qingqing a small knock, he laughed and disappeared in the same place. Blame what? It's that kid who made a fool of himself. Hey, I'm going to have another saint in my Lu family. My Lu family is going to produce another saint. It's a great honor to be a saint. Go for it, little Qingqing. It's best to cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm. You'll be able to certify an emperor if you work hard. Old ancestor, I'm optimistic about you. Certified great emperors are not eternal. Rumor has it that there is a supreme immortal realm above this certification. Qingqing, the pattern is open. The saint realm is nothing. You still have a long way to go. No wonder Lu Wuxian wanted to knock down Lu Qingqing. Listen to the words of these three ancestors. Lu Qingqing was in their eyes, and certifying to the great emperor realm was as good as being in the bag. Somewhat embarrassed, Lu Qingqing's pretty face was slightly red, and after sending off the three old ancestors in a formal manner, she flashed to the window of Xin Fan's pavilion. However, the house had already been forbidden by the other party, and not even half a sound could be transmitted in. It's already noon and he's still sleeping? Lu Qingqing had an odd face. Before, when Xin Fan was at the window, he was a lazy look of not waking up. Taking out a small pill bottle from her spatial ring, she rubbed the bottle with a smile on her lips. Forget it, keep this yin-yang amphibious Dan for now. He has a lot of pills anyway. Turning to look at the empty street, Lu Qingqing pursed her lips and left with a long stride. Chapter 42, From today onwards, you are my son's eldest maid. When Xin Fan woke up from his sleep, the sky was already darkening. Lying on his bed, he began to summarize the gains from this trip to the Lu family. Cultivation, half-saint triple sky, divine soul grade 7, divine spiritual root. One immortal scripture above the emperor's scripture, the extreme Tao immortal scripture. A top-grade supreme treasure duplicated and increased by the dragon transformation pool, the rhyming body divine liquid. Great emperor grade fist technique, feathered sacred art, flying immortal fist seal, quasi-emperor grade body technique, floating light and shadow. 3 great avenues of perception, wind, fire, and gravity. Pills, 225 ninth order pills, 325 half-saint pills, 93 saint-level pills, and 10 emperor-level pills. There were also increased magical treasures, an emperor weapon divine material, 2 quasi-imperial weapons, 47 saint weapons, and over 1,000 half-saint weapons, as well as some miscellaneous high-quality medicinal herbs. Hidden scriptures, feats and the like don't count. Xin Fan can be described as a super tycoon. Perhaps the Lu family still had hidden treasures, but 10 emperor-level pills, not to mention the Lu family. The Temple of Dan might not even have really much. That's the horror of infinite copy increases. This was also the reason why Xin Fan didn't bother to make a move to whack Yixingchen. There are so many elixirs and still have to personally go out and pretend to be a poker player. No poker face. Pure idleness. Even though we didn't copy the Emperor Soldier or Sage level ancestor, this harvest is simply refreshing. Full of smiles, Xin Fan got up and left the attic. The bright moon hangs high. The ancient paths of floating city were strewn with people and shadows. Instead, the surrounding buildings were unusually bright with colored lights hanging from them. Just after shopping for not long, Xin Fan lost his interest in shopping. Most of the people here are from the Ryu family line. There are no auction houses, no stalls along the streets, and no fun places to go, because they don't need them at all. You're going to say that you're going to open a greenhouse, gambling house or something in Floating City. I'm afraid that it will be demolished by the Lu family's law enforcement team the next day. Worldly families just aren't grounded enough. Xin Fan, who was somewhat tasteless, swept his eyes at the surrounding Lu family members who saluted him, pointed his toes on the ground and flew high into the air. Not for a while. Xin Fan then arrived at Qin Wentian's compound. This place was not far from the Lu family clan, and was situated in a secluded environment halfway up a mountain. Watching Xin Fan step into the small courtyard, Qin Wentian, who was drinking alone, got up and arched his hand and smiled. Fellow Daoist Shun, still in style. Seeing that he still looked weak, Xin Fan sat down and poured a glass of wine and teased. You can't be bothered to use the elixir? Qin Wentian, who had taken his seat, looked at him and said seriously, I wanted to wait for you to leave before using it, otherwise I won't be able to meet you this night. As he spoke, the old servant Qin Wu came from the courtyard holding a few small dishes. Yo, still know I'm coming? Xin Fan raised his eyebrows and saw Qin Wu put down the dishes and then picked up his chopsticks and started to eat directly. Qin Wentian drank a cup of wine and laughed softly. Floating Life City is not like the outside world, so it's natural that fellow Daoist Shun will find it boring. If there are no accidents, you will leave as soon as Miss Su is released. It's really quite meaningless. Xin Fan spoke bluntly. Qin Wentian smiled helplessly. How many people wanted to enter Floating Life City but couldn't? But when it came to Xin Fan, they were too bored. It wasn't Xin Fan's fault. He had just come out of the world and was naturally curious about everything. However, for Xin Fan to come over to see him, Qin Wentian's heart was still filled with gratitude. At the same time there was some sadness in his heart. This time, a small drink and a gathering. And then I'm afraid that the sky is the limit. What's the point of thinking so much? Qin Wentian smiled faintly, casting away his distractions, and raised his cup to indicate Shin Fan before drinking it all in one go. Shin Fan also raised his cup and drank. Fellow Daoist Shun, what are your plans afterward? Go outside and look around. Blindly. It's time to take a walk. The Shen-Tian continent's scenery is breathtakingly beautiful, and it's also a kind of physical and mental cleansing process. The two of them had a casual conversation, and the atmosphere was relaxed and cozy. As for Qin Wu, he leaned back and sat on the steps not far away, looking at the two with a smile on his face. He felt fortunate that his male son had met Shin Fan. He also felt grateful for Shin Fan's ability to come to Qin Wentian. In fact, his son had been drinking in the small courtyard since early in the morning. Qin Wu had originally thought he was here to relieve his worries, or to raise a glass and drink alone in order to gain a new life. It wasn't until he heard the news of Yi family's pride Yixingchen's broken arm at lunchtime that Qin Wentian asked him to prepare a drink. So Gongzi is bidding farewell to fellow Daoist Shun. It didn't take long for the two to finish the wine and food on the table. Seeing Shin Fan put down his chopsticks, Qin Wentian looked at him and got up and bowed, solemnly saying, I wish you, fellow Daoist Shun, a smooth journey. Qin Wu on the steps also got up and straightened his lapel, bowing, I wish you, fellow Daoist Shun, a smooth journey. It's not an eviction, because while the two were drinking, dressed in a long light blue dress, Sului had already appeared outside the small courtyard. This gift Shin Fan did not refuse, got up and smiled. Go away. As he spoke, he took out a jade pot bottle from the system space and placed it on the stone table. The jug had been passed along from a tavern on his way here. Qin Wentian took a deep breath and stood up straight, looking at the extra jade pot bottles on the stone table. He, who had a reluctant heart, smiled at Shin Fan's back. Fellow Daoist Shun, why don't you send asking heaven one more word of honor for cultivation? Where do I know about this? Shin Fan's face stagnated. Is it hard to copy the 300 Tang poems to pretend and recite them? However, combining it with Qin Wentian's experience, Shin Fan raised his eyebrows and thought about it as he slowly walked away, hiding the sharpness and guarding the clumsiness, accumulating thinly. You can't lose the spirit of progress, and you can't refuse the opportunity in front of you. Help me to go higher. Encouragement. After hearing these words, Qin Wentian took a deep breath and bowed long. Shin Fan waved his hand without looking back, and Sului, who was at the entrance of the small courtyard, left the place together. Seeing her looking at herself with a joyful face, Shin Fan curiously said, How does it feel? I thought Gongzi wouldn't ask. I can now control the poisonous qi in my body. It will never erupt for no reason anymore. Sului was full of smiles. In the future, she won't be a broomstick and a pest. Perhaps it was the chance Shin Fan had given her, or the intimate slap from the dragon transformation pool before. It made her less formal and more natural when facing Shin Fan. Thinking of that humiliating tingling sensation at that time, Sului, whose earlobes were somewhat reddened, bit her pink lips and lowered her head somewhat shyly. And you call me prince? Looks like you're happy to be a maid? Shin Fan was somewhat amused. I didn't realize that my own words of kicking people out earlier were actually taken seriously by her. For Shin Fan's flirting, Sului didn't care, but lifted her head and looked at him seriously. Luoyi's life was saved by you, and since she can't be a disciple, being a maid is good enough. This she said with the utmost sincerity. It could be seen from the refusal of the sage of the Lu clan to take on a disciple. Sului was very firm about her choice alone. Shin Fan grinned, raised his hand and patted the back of her head, smiling lightly. All right, it's not bad to have a resourceful maid. Let me experience what it's like to be a duke. Then from today onwards, you will be my son's eldest maid. A big maid? Then it's not still a common room. Thinking of this, Sului's delicate pretty face instantly covered with a reddish hue, and her nervous petite body tensed up. Chapter 43, The Might of One Fist. Killing the Half-Saint's Second Heavenly Hallows. Seeing Sului's face redden with excitement, her eyes were a little red. Even her walking stiffened up, and Shin Fan smiled and patted her shoulder. Ha ha, is it so exciting to be a maid? Let's go. Oh. The petite body lightly trembled as Sului hurriedly lowered her head and followed behind him step by step, as the two descended the mountain. Shin Fan then saw that under the eaves of the intersection in front of him, Lu Qingcheng was looking at him with a smile on her face. Not stay longer? No, if you stay any longer you won't need to cultivate, so it's better not to bother. That's a bit of time. Tilth still has. Shin Fan, who came close, shook his head, then took out a jade pot bottle from the system space and handed it to her and smiled. This is my Emperor clan's greatest treasure, the rhyming body divine liquid. Cultivate well. I hope to see you on the road to proof. What Shin Fan had given Qin Wentian before was also the rhyming body divine liquid. The rhyming body divine liquid. a supreme treasure comparable to the divine pill of the ages. It's only such a pot though, but the value is inestimable. Lu Qingcheng did not take it, but looked at him and laughed softly. There's so much good stuff to give. I don't even know what to give you. Xin Fan raised his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, then let the Lu family's high-ranking half-saint major cultivator go to the heaven inquiring sect to sit in on it. Of course, the saint realm would be best. In front of them, there was the Qin clan and the Wuji valley, and then there was the Yi clan in the daytime. Xin Fan was alone, but if these several forces went to find trouble with the questioning heaven sect, there was always a hand of defense, and the Ryu family is certainly a good choice. A half-saint great cultivator can. A saint is too difficult. Lu Qingcheng pursed her lips and smiled, before she took the jade pot and looked at him with a smile in her eyes. Then I'll borrow your good advice and work together to embark on the path of proof. Cheer up. Ha ha, I can't have any intention to witness the Tao. Giving you something is purely waiting for you to claim the title of emperor to cover me. Xin Fan smiled and waved his hand, turning to leave. Testimony is a matter of cultivation. It will also take a lot of hard work to kill a path to the empire. If Xin Fan can make copies, what else can he do? It's not jumping into the fire. Heartless witness? Lu Qingcheng, who was a bit stunned, couldn't help but guffaw and murmur in her heart when she saw the two of them walking away. Being in the middle of it, how can it be this spontaneous? Maybe it will change when you've experienced more. Retracting her thoughts, she looked at the backs of the two on the ancient path and locked her gaze on Su Luoyi's silhouette. Don't think too much. He's simply taking in a maid. Su Luoyi froze slightly and turned around only to see that Lu Qingcheng had already disappeared. Humph, I'm not stupid. In her heart, she looked sideways at Xin Fan's handsome side face with a smile at the corner of her mouth. My lord, where are we going next? Xin Fan looked at the high-hanging bright moon, rubbed his chin to think, and said seriously to Su Luoyi, who had an expectant and curious face. Sneaking around blindly, Su Luoyi, whose pretty face stiffened, hastily revealed a maid-like look of admiration and exclaimed, Your Excellency's high opinion. Horse's ass is still a little short of fire. Practice more. Oh. After leaving the floating city of the Willow family, Xin Fan and Su Lui sat on the cloud-piercing shuttle and decided to head to the next city, Blackstone City. It's still kind of nice to have someone to follow around. Like right now, Su Luoyi, who was sitting in front of the flying boat and maneuvering the direction, had been flying for a night. Xin Fan, on the other hand, lay down on the flying boat, closing his eyes and entering sleep mode. Anyway, there's nothing to do now, so I might as well sleep. Maybe the big dream had led him straight to an epiphany. To comprehend the mystery of sleep, to dream of immortality, and to achieve the name of the sleeping immortal. Listening to the subtle purring sound behind her like a small beast, Su Luoyi pursed her lips and smiled. It's kinda cute to like sleeping so much. Su Luoyi sneaked back to look and saw that Xin Fan, who was still sound asleep, snapped his eyes open with a cold light in his eyes. She shivered in fear and was just about to explain something. Out of the corner of his eye, however, he saw an aurora not far away, coming in an instant. The terrifying speed didn't even convey the sound, until the figure emerges. Rumble. It was only then that the surrounding space erupted into a thunderous sonic boom. System. Copy the other party's cultivation. Xin Fan gazed at the figure in front of him. The visitor's face was furrowed and extremely unfamiliar, and he had no recollection of it. Locked on Yi silence. Identified cultivation, half-saint second heaven. Cultivation lower than the host. Copy failed. Yi silence? Human skin mask? This old piker is so careful in killing people. It's a bit interesting. As the system voice sounded, Xin Fan transformed into a residual shadow and attacked towards the front. Yi Silence didn't expect his reaction speed to be so fast, but then he saw his opponent rushing straight at him. A grim smile appeared on his aged face, although the identity of the other party is unknown. However, after Yi Silence disguised herself and poked around, she learned that at that time, when the Lu family used the purple breath welcoming ritual, there was no protector of the Tao following around Xin Fan's group of four. Even if the other party's protector was a saint, it was also impossible not to show up at the Ryu family's big ceremony. I don't know how to die, insulting my Yi family's children and being so boastful. Today I will teach you the last lesson in life, to keep a low profile. Yi Silence, who was secretly saying in his heart, raised his hand and offered up an ancient, green-colored bronze bell. The green-colored bronze bell instantly grew larger, and the astonishing half-saint might radiated out, sending ripples through the surrounding space. Tian Yuan Bell. Shun. The sound of a pale, explosive voice. The half-saint soldier's breath revived fully under Yi Silence's augmentation and pressed down towards Xin Fan. Even the flowers and trees on the earth were turned into flying dust by the breath of the ancient bellprancer. Xin Fan, who was enveloped by the Tian Yuan bell at this time, was not afraid in the slightest. The Star Luo mysterious technique in his body operated crazily, and his innate spiritual body even erupted with a dazzling clean white light. Boom! Astonishing half-saint aura was vented from its body. Like a thunderbolt that exploded in the depths of Yi Silence's soul, he yelled with unbelievable old eyes, "Half-Saint Realm? How is this possible?" Even the Yi clan's divine son had only just entered Half-Saint. As for the young man in front of him, his Half-Saint Realm aura was actually on par with his own. Even more amazing, even if he had used his divine sense to check before, he had only sensed that the other party had hidden his cultivation to the point where his mortal aura was sleeping there. But even if he thought about it, he couldn't possibly feel that the other party had already entered the Half-Saint Realm. Shinfan did not pay the slightest attention to the other party's shock, catalyzing the innate spiritual body in the Star Luo mysterious technique to the extreme. At this moment, he was surrounded by aura and his body was permeable. There were even 12 stars occupying his internal meridians, burning brightly. This scene was as if the rivers of stars had converged into a scroll within its body. Splendid and extraordinary. The next moment he raised his hand and made a fist. A soul-stirring aura was released from the purple stripe of his handing out right fist. It made the four fields silent. This hint of pressure not only made Yi Silence's scalp tingle, it even caused the heavenly yuan clock, which was covering the pressure, to stagnate for a moment. The scariest thing is, wherever the wind of the fist passed, the aura elements in the air instantly vaporized. It turned into a trail of smoke imprinted in the void for a long time, with an appalling power. The terrifying power of this punch was coupled with the Star Luo secret method and the innate spirit body addition. It made Shinfan look as if the immortal king had descended and was unrivaled. Flying fairy fist. Shinfan, who shouted out angrily, blasted his fist on the bronze ancient clock in front of him. Rumble. Deafening stormy sounds rang out between the fist and the ancient bell. This world-shattering blow shook the heavens and earth with only this sound, causing everyone present to go deaf in an instant. Under the enchantment of the Star Luo secret method, the power of a punch, the bronze ancient clock instantly dimmed and lost its color, slamming into Yi Silence, who was too late to react. Snap. Bursts of sound. Yi Silence, who was at the second level of Half-Saint, was blown into a bloody mist by the heavenly Yuan bell on the spot. The celestial Yuan bell with unabated speed directly smashed into the rolling mountains in the distance, erupting into a loud roar. In the meantime, Yi Xingqian originally wanted to attack and kill Su Luoyi, who had fallen to the ground, but his brain rumbled with the loud noise. With a look of shock and suspicion on his face, he simply swept his eyes at the heavenly Yuan clock that had been sent flying, and without even thinking about it, he took out a divine travel talisman. But before he could use to escape from this place, a spirit blade cut off his palm in the blink of an eye. Yi Xingqian, who stifled a grunt, looked at the flying Shinfan with fear in his eyes. Compared to the pain of having his arm broken by Lu Qingcheng last time, this time he didn't even have a trace of anger, and he hastily removed the mask that hid his face, revealing his true appearance. With his chest heaving, he looked at Shinfan, who walked slowly and said in a deep voice, "I'll count myself as a victim this time. As long as you let me go, the desolate ancient Yi clan will definitely come to the door with heavy gifts to apologize." Chapter 44, Sage Void. You can't protect him. Kill Yi Xingqian. Such a demon. His background must not be inferior to the draconic ancient family, but even so, once the other party killed him, they were bound to suffer the endless anger of the Yi family. The wrath of a draconic ancient family, coupled with his elder brother Yi Langia, who was expected to contend for the emperor's path. No cultivator could turn a blind eye. If the other party wanted to kill him, they would have to take into account this serious consequence. However, in Yi Xingqian's incredulous gaze, Shinfan just looked at him with a bland face. "Since we are striking out, we will decide life and death." The words fell. A terrifying purple finger shot directly at Yi Xingqian's head when Shinfan raised his hand. Just then, Yi Xingqian, who was filled with despair, suddenly cracked his eyebrows and erupted with a scorching divine aura. In the divine awnings, an old man with a withered face silhouette hovered in the air, emitting a terrifying saintly pressure. Yi Xingqian, who saw the scene, was pleasantly surprised and roared with a trembling voice, "5 ancestors, never in a million years." He himself had actually been set up by the family's oldest ancestor long ago with a secret guarding method. Once his life was in danger, the old ancestor phantasm would appear, and it was also the Yi family's Sage Realm 5th ancestor, so how could he not be excited? The old man did not heed him. Instead, he swept his gaze coldly at the purple finger mane in Shinfan that shot out, and flatly launched a palm, blocking before the void transformation Dao finger. Boom! As soon as the attacks from both sides came into contact, they erupted with a shocking sound. The powerful aftermath of the attack was like a circle of light, sweeping away like a big wave in the center of both sides towards the surroundings. It was a good thing this was the void and there was no one around. Sage Realm cultivators were indeed powerful. Even if Shinfan's great emperor fingerprints were under the enhancement of the Star Luo secret method, they couldn't break the other party's wisp of divine thoughts, especially the other party's saintly pressure. Even if Shinfan had already entered the half-saint realm, his body was like being stuck in a quagmire, and it was extremely hard to move. Fan looked at the old man who was watching him with a calm face and said in his heart, "System, copy the other party's cultivation." But Fan thought, the cultivation of replicating this type of divine idea was fundamentally different from the original body, and it was likely to fail. Locked onto the Sage Realm God's mind void. Status, in a weakening decline. Identified as a protective secret method. Failed to copy cultivation. Sure enough, Fan's eyes stared, and he saw the shadow looking at him with a bland face and said, "You killed my Yi clan's protector and chopped his palm. How about we call it quits on this matter?" This son was able to turn Yi Silence, a cultivator of the same rank, into nothingness with a single punch. Facing him and being so calm, he must have something to fall back on. The current 5 ancestors of the Yi clan were just a saintly divine idea, hardly comparable to the main body, wanting to directly suppress the demon of unknown origin in front of him. Even he didn't have a foolproof grasp. At this moment, Yi Xingqian had a face of aftermath and quickly recalled the broken palm that had fallen to the ground. Fan smiled faintly and looked at the sage silhouette with a calm face, and his fingertip wiped the void. Only a 7-foot silver aura was seen. Suddenly, it floated under his palm. Next moment, the silver on was like a big moon across the sky, shining brightly. Buzz! The crisp sound of the sword resounded through the heavens and earth. It was seen in the silver awnings. A 7-foot-long sword densely covered in star patterns exuded an incomparably powerful might. A terrifying aura raged out, shaking the entire heavens. It made the void rumble. Even cultivators 10,000 miles away all raised their heads in unison, and with a huge shock in their hearts, they looked toward the silver moon glow in the sky. When they saw the turquoise blue sky in the distance, it was rendered into a sparkling galaxy by bright silver awns. The hearts of all the cultivators turned over in shocking waves. A vision stains the firmament? Such a powerful might. Can't it be that a saint soldier has come out? It's likely that someone is fighting up front. Turn on the physical vision. If it's a battle between saints, go ahead and watch it from afar for a moment or two, and you might gain some insight. Shoo shoo shoo. For 10,000 miles around this side of heaven and earth, densely packed cultivators rose vertically, toward the bright moon in the sky sped. When saints fought, ordinary cultivators were afraid that it would be difficult to encounter them once in a lifetime. In the meantime, this son actually carries a quasi-imperial weapon? A trace of anger finally appeared on the calm face of the Yi family's 5 ancestors under the rapid turn of their thoughts. Arrogant. The sound of a pale, explosive voice. The saintly silhouette's might skyrocketed, and the prancing man's pressure swept through the heavens and earth, wanting to use this to force back the young man in front of him and take the people away. Electricity. The saintly pressure had long since been dispersed the moment the star sword appeared. Fan's eyes condensed, and with a grip on the hilt of the star sword with his right hand, he disappeared as if he was a wisp of wind in the sky and earth, possessing the wind Tao perfection. His figure was difficult to capture. Same time, a soft whisper, ghosting through the air. "You can't protect him." The words were not yet spoken. A flash of silver appeared at Yi Xingqian's neck. But only his head was seen, rising up into the sky. On its face, a look of shock and disbelief was still frozen. "My Yi family, remember." In a solemn whisper, the saintly silhouette in the void was no longer supported and dissipated like a cloud. The battle was over in an instant. Look at the bodies crashing to the ground. Fan, who had revealed his figure, threw out a sword flower and put the star sword into the system space. Then he curled his fingers and flicked out a thread of aura, collecting the spatial ring and the talisman paper on Yi Xingqian's fingertips, and dodged back to the cloud-penetrating shuttle. At this moment, Sului, still with a bewildered look on her face, leaned back and sat on the cloud-piercing shuttle. The roar that exploded from the flying immortal fist striking the heavenly Yuan bell just now was just too loud, shaking her brain. If Fan hadn't been distracted to protect her, the loud sound of this punch alone was enough to shatter the granite body realms her on the spot. Seeing her face in a trance, Fan, who had come close, squatted down and raised his hand to grab her chin and shake it. "Hey, wake up, stupid!" With the shaking of his hand, Sului gradually came back to her senses, subconsciously opening her pink lips and making a puzzled sound. "Ha? What?" When she saw that Fan, who was close at hand, grabbed her pretty face, and her right hand was even slightly raised to try to whip her awake. Sului's delicate body trembled as she nodded repeatedly, with her mouth open. A small string of crystallized drool dripped from the corner of her pink lips as she nodded her head. "Bear with me, I'm awake." You don't hit me." She, who swallowed her saliva, looked at Fan with some nervousness. Powerful. This was her evaluation of Fan at this time. A single punch to break a half-saint realm cultivator. For a small cultivator like her, it was no different from a pie in the sky. Such a young half-saint realm. No wonder the Lu family is looking at him so much. Sului looked at Fan with more and more admiration, and even some small excitement, her eyes starry with excitement. "Gonzi, you're too powerful." Fan pulled the corner of his mouth, swept the saliva on the back of his hand, raised his hand and wiped it on the neck garment of Sului, who had a nervous face, since the light blue long dress Lu Qingcheng gave her was a bit thin. The back of the white hand and the slender fingers, so close to the delicate skin of her neck, down so rubbed. When her fingers unintentionally skimmed over her chest, the lowered Sului's delicate body trembled slightly, biting her pink lips tightly in shame. Almost screamed. The lining covered her white gash though, but it's still vaguely hazy. She was really afraid that Shinfan would go along and probe into it to dish out a disc. It was really just a moment, but she's a big yellow girl. Where have you ever experienced such a heart-racing scene? With your whole body and mind focused on each other's hands, it naturally feels like time is passing extremely slowly. Shinfan, who wiped his hands, pillowed his head with both hands and directly lay down on the flying boat with both eyes closed and yawned. Ha ha, gone. Keep going, little maid. Oh, Sului weakly whispered. Her taut petite body then relaxed, turning around and maneuvering the cloud-penetrating shuttle to rise, speeding towards the front. Looking at the body below, seeing that the spatial ring on the other party's hand was nowhere to be seen, she withdrew her gaze with some regret. Hey, he's so powerful, as to take someone else's space ring. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up and she looked back at Shinfan in surprise. Gongzi, can I have that big bell no? Shinfan didn't even raise his eyelids and casually said, rewarded. Chapter 45, Clouds from All Sides. Tianji House. Hey, that seems to be a half-saint weapon, right? Sului, who was full of excitement, directly reversed her direction. Yeah, I have a half-saint weapon too. Sului, who whispered, excitedly took out the top-grade spirit stones from the storage pouch on her waist and pressed them onto the flying boat, accelerating at full speed towards the mountain range not far away. If he didn't hurry up, the surrounding cultivators who heard the commotion might just rush over. The cloud-piercing shuttle that entered the mountain range sped its way through the pierced mountains. It wasn't until she had passed through more than 20 peaks that Sului was in a position to see the Tianyuan bell stuck inside the mountain ahead. After stopping the flying boat, she joyfully leapt and flew over. But not for a while. The silence of the mountains was then filled with a mournful, helpless sound. I cracked it. It's all broken. A sunken fist mark appeared on the heavenly yuan clock in front of Sului. There was also a crack on the clock body surrounding the fist print that was densely crumbling, but at least it's a treasure. After putting it into her storage bag, Sului boarded the flying boat with a lack of interest. Must be teasing me, bad guy. Looking at Shinfan, who pretended to be sleeping, Sului rolled her eyes and maneuvered the cloud-piercing shuttle to leave, but a soft smile played at the corners of her mouth. At least Shinfan protected her before striking and didn't shock her to death. This is enough. Above the clouds, looking at the disappearing cloud-piercing shuttle below, the Lu family sage granny leaned on her crutches and laughed straight. Goo, old me, I really have lived too long. This eyesight has deteriorated. Old eyesight nah. She had thought that Shinfan would stop there once that Saint's shadow came out. After all, Shinfan hadn't grown up yet, facing an existence like the desolate ancient Yi family. If it were any other cultivator, they would step back whenever they had the chance for a steady development, which wasn't much. Just as the Yi family sage void said, he had already broken Yi Xingchen's hand and killed the other party's protector, which was a way to get out of the way. But what she didn't expect was this. Shinfan actually had a quasi-emperor weapon in his hand. Although the holy might of the saint's silhouette was strong, it was under the pressure of a complete quasi-emperor divine weapon. Trying to stop Shinfan with this was obviously impossible. With just such a gap, that little guy decimated Yi Xingchen with his Dao rhythm body technique. It shows how resolute this son's heart is. Lu Qingcheng, who was beside her, held the old man's hand and smiled softly. Grandma Zhu's eyesight is not bad. Isn't this a piece of karma for Miss Su? The old woman smiled and patted her hand gently. You're always relieved when you've seen it too. Well, trouble, old ancestor. Lu Qingcheng spread a smile. Obviously, the old man was called by Lu Qingcheng because he was afraid that something bad would happen to Shinfan. Actually, Lu Qingcheng wanted to let his own old ancestor escort Shinfan all the way to the sage realm. After all, as a friend, Shinfan had given her so many things of great value. She hadn't even accomplished her wish of letting the other party take a look at the emperor's soldiers, and there was always some guilt in her heart. It wasn't that she was afraid that Shinfan would snatch the Lu family's imperial soldier. Rather, emperor's soldiers really couldn't come out easily. Seeing the tangle in her brow, the old woman laughed cheerfully. Someone who can be fearless of the Yi family has his own dependents. I can't afford to be winded with this body and bones. Lu Qingcheng somewhat embarrassedly hugged the old man's arm and twisted. I'm just afraid that he'll be too spontaneous and be surrounded by many forces. If this is really the case, the Lu family can't protect it. The old woman smiled faintly, said nothing, and returned to the Lu family with Lu Qingcheng. Clouds roll in. Shikano seemed to have regained his composure after the men left. Only the bulldozed grass, the trees and the bodies on the ground foretold that someone had been here. However, it won't be long. cultivators who noticed the vision here would arrive. Just then, a black residual shadow swept past Yi Xingqian's corpse and disappeared into the mountain range ahead in a few flashes. The black shadow sped along without stopping at all, until half an hour later. Only then did he stop in the town on the outskirts of this mountain range. When he entered a courtyard, he looked at the sleeping robed woman who was watering the flower garden, knelt down on one knee, and said in a deep voice, "Third protector, fortunately, but what my subordinate brought was Yi Xingqian's corpse. TSK, he actually killed Yi Xingqian? With this kind of strength and guts, no wonder he dared to kill a member of my Eternal Life Hall." The woman who was watering the water muttered. The Holy Spirit poison body that the Eternal Life Hall master was concerned about was intercepted though, but he had more than one target in mind. But getting the other party to give up this 10,000-year-old hard-to-find physique was obviously impossible, and as the third protector, one of the 12 protectors of the Palace of Eternal Life, being sent by the Hall Master to probe into this matter, it was evident that he valued the Holy Spirit poison body. She was talking to herself, but her voice was sexy and full of sultry vibes. The man kneeling on the ground just listened to the sound of the seductive words and his mind almost lost its grip. He hastily bit his tongue to clear his god's platform, and raised his hands above his head, not moving a muscle. Only then did Bai Quan, who had finished watering, turn around and raised his hand to beckon the space ring in his palm, a hint of a smile appearing on his demonic face. Yi Xingqian's spiritual body. It's considered a small gain. Speaking of this, her flirtatious eyes flickered slightly, and she raised her hand to place an elixir on the black-clothed man's palm, and laughed softly. "Well done. 2 antidote pills will keep you safe for 3 months." Without even thinking, the man directly put the 2 turquoise pills into his mouth. If the third protector wanted to kill him, it would only be a matter of lifting his hand. It was just that after he finished eating, a blank look emerged in his eyes. It's as if he's forgotten the reason he's here. As for Beyoncé being long gone, Eastwick, the draconian Yi family, Yi Nantian, the head of the Yi family who was cultivating, an old voice suddenly sounded in his head. Yi Xingqian is dead, and the murderer is a young man, a half-saint triple sky who was not more than 20 years old, holding a half-emperor divine soldier in his hand. What? 5th ancestor? Star is dead? Yi Nantian got up violently, his eyes red beyond measure. That was his youngest son, with extraordinary qualifications not to mention being one of the Yi family's key cultivation targets, but just suddenly die? At that moment, a shocked old man flew in from outside the temple. However, when he saw Yi Nantian's face was gloomy and full of killing intent, he sighed softly before arching his hand and leaving. Just now, the soul lamp of the Yi family's youngest son, Yi Xingqian, had actually gone out. It also meant that he had been decimated. It's unbelievable. How dare someone kill the son of the draconic family? Don't be impulsive. The other party possesses a perfect Wen Dao sense and is extremely fast. Non-Saint Realm can't do this. You first go to the Lu family to find out where the other party comes from. If the Lu family rejects the marriage between the two families and is resolute, then this matter will be discussed in the long run. Yi Nantian took a deep breath and whispered, "Yes, 5 ancestors." He slowly came outside the temple and looked at the large family complex, the color in his eyes bright and dark. Perhaps the 5 ancestors, as saints, had seen too many heavenly prides fall, but as Yi Xingqian's father, how could he be indifferent? But the 5th ancestor is right. This matter will have to be discussed in the long run after a trip to the Lu family. A half-saint realm cultivator who was less than 20 and possessed a divine weapon of a quasi-emperor. These 3 pieces of information alone made it impossible to treat the other party as an ordinary cultivator. Thinking of this, Yi Nantian converged the cold aura in his eyes, turned to leave. Black Rock City, a great city of cultivators with a long history of construction. This place was located outside of the 100,000 Demon Wind Mountains in the eastern domain, gathering many cultivators who hunted demonic beasts, explored treasures, and practiced. Xinfan and Sului, who had gotten off the cloud-piercing shuttle, walked slowly into the city. The reason he was here was not to wander aimlessly. Instead, we're here to find an intelligence organization that's been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Tianji Building, Chapter 46 Tianji Lu Master Su Fengxian, Increasing Divine Pupil, Void-Breaking Divine Eyes. As an intelligence organization, all 5 major domains had buildings in the Tianji Building. Xinfan had come here to obtain news about whether there were any ancient relics, supreme treasures coming out or something like that within the eastern domain. Then go and copy and increase the cultivation and qualifications of a wave of Heaven's Pride demons and the streams of Dao protectors from all the major powers. Entering it to explore is never an option, because he has enough treasures and doesn't need them at all. Going to these places to copy the heavenly prides of the major powers, browsing the scenery and gaining insights in the process was his purpose. The Xuanji Building was located in the center area of Blackstone City. Xinfan wasn't in a hurry and took Sului to wander around the streets. Since Blackstone City was located in the 100,000 Demon Wind Mountain, There were extremely many cultivators here, and the roadside stalls had different characteristics. Third order Silver Star Grass Grand Wholesale. 300 plants. Come on, someone who knows what they're doing. Are there any mercenaries going to hunt at Demon Wind Mountain tomorrow? Come on, a Cloud Sea Realm cultivator. 50-50. Kebabs. The finest third order mang beef. Just 5 inferior spirit stones per skewer. Walking on the busy and bustling street, Shinfan did not feel the environment noisy at all. Instead, there were more smiles on his face, because compared to the rich cultivation atmosphere of Floating Life City, this place was more grounded and fun. Seeing that he was in a good mood, Sului tugged on his sleeve and whispered, Gonzi, I want to buy a few skewers of grilled meat. Third order mang beef can activate the blood to dispel blood stasis, tonify chi and nourish blood, and the effect is very good. Do you want to try it? Perhaps in the past, Sului wouldn't have spent 5 lower grade spirit stones on such an extravagant item as a meat skewer, but since becoming the eldest maid, Shinfan gave her 1,000 top grade spirit stones to control the limousine's throttle, the piercing cloud shuttle. After all, her cultivation level was too low, and it was too much of a stretch to use her aura to operate the cloud-piercing shuttle to jump. But the girl is extremely frugal. Unless it was necessary, one would only use a top-grade spirit stone to accelerate the cloud-piercing shuttle. It was good that Shinfan had no urgency about catching up, making Sului think that she had saved a lot of spirit stones. Buy it if you want to, Shinfan said with a smile and led her towards the barbecue stand. Sului's heart was happy, and after buying 2 skewers of barbecued meat with the stall owner, the two of them continued to stroll around with 1 skewer each. Shinfan didn't have much shopping in mind. Instead, it was Sului who was in purchasing mode, buying quite a few affordable and practical things. From time to time, he also introduced to him these low-ranked herbs, pills, medicinal powders, and so on, whose value was low but whose effects were quite satisfactory. This is all the experience I've accumulated over the years. Gonzi, isn't it great? Sului looked at him with a smug expression. On her beautiful face, the corners of her mouth were smiling and her beautiful eyes were slightly curved. Although Sului is only 18 years old, she is very sophisticated in dealing with people and is also a little price cutter. It was easy to overlook her age. Looking at Sului, who was following beside her and eating the roasted meat with a joyful face, Shinfan smiled faintly and sincerely felt admiration for her. Ha ha, very impressive indeed. The 3 months that he had crossed over to this place, he could be worse off than Sului, a woman with no background and not bad looks, if not for the fact that she was carrying the Holy Spirit poison body being protected by the Palace of Eternal Life. In such a metaphysical world of killing at the drop of a hat, one would have long ago wondered where to bury one's bones. Even so, the suffering that Sului had been subjected to was also not something she could have endured at her age. The world of the weak and the strong, each has its own way of living it. Quite emotional, Shinfan no longer think much, walked towards the front building. Why is he looking at me like this? His eyes are so gentle. The hint of softness in Shinfan's eyes just now made the smile on Sului's face instantly stiffen, and he hastily shifted his eyes. The deer in the heart was beating even more indisputably fast. Fortunately, Shinfan had already withdrawn his sight, which didn't make her embarrassed. Taking a breath and suppressing her throbbing heart, Sului saw Shinfan looking at the building ahead. A sign face hangs on a 3-story building made of black stone. Tangi building, 10 million things in the world. All in my building? Good overbearing tone. Looking at the right and left vertical approvals of the building in front of him, Shinfan is tisk tsk. It was rumored that the Tianji buildings in the 5 major domains were all 3 layers, 1 owner per layer, and 1 lineage with 3 passages. To be able to circulate with such a small number of people, you do have a knack for it. It's just that I don't know if this Tianji Lu's owner can read faces. If the other party can see that his future is unlimited, wouldn't it be a good idea for him to hurry up and bow to him? Shinfan, who was amused in his heart, stepped into it to see the price bar on the counter at the entrance. Message from the 1st floor, 1 upper grade magic treasure of the 5th to 7th orders. Message from the 2nd floor, 1 upper grade magic treasure of the 8th to 9th order. 3rd floor message, 1 half-saintly magic treasure. Note, 1 mana is exchanged for 1 message only. It had to be said that this price was simply unaffordable for the average cultivator. Sure enough, the building was empty without even a single guest. The 1st floor is nothing but unusual furnishings, a counter, and a private room, nothing out of the ordinary, and a Taoist boy behind the counter, dressed in a navy blue Taoist robe, didn't even say hello to the two. Self-contained, he sat in his chair and read the talking book of miniatures with great interest. Shinfan didn't mind either, and after scanning the circle, he directly walked towards the stairs not far away. Gonzi, this place is actually so expensive? What are you doing upstairs? Nah. Behind him, Sului even forgot to eat the meat skewers and tugged on his sleeve to whisper. Shinfan handed her the meat skewer in his hand and teased, "Don't you have a half-saint soldier? Go to the third floor and exchange a message. This meat skewer is for you, as payment. Ah. Hearing this, Sului received the beef skewer with an aggrieved face and followed behind him like an aggravated bag. The Tian Yuan clock is broken though, but naturally she was a little reluctant to give it away before she could warm it up. Glaring at Xin Fan's back, she stuffed the meat skewer in her hand into her mouth in a few bites, puffing out her cheeks as she went up to the third floor with him. Compared to the emptiness of the first floor and the extravagant decorations of the second floor, the third floor is like an unusual room, full of bookshelves, coffee tables, bedrooms, plus some antique ornaments. It makes you feel as if you are entering the owner's home. When Xin Fan stepped into it, he saw that a man by the window had already gotten up. The man's middle-aged appearance, with a spandex scarf on his head and a scripture in his hand, dressed in a long shirt embellished with metaphysical starbursts, he had an extraordinary demeanor. He was seen arching his hand slightly and smiled bitterly at Xin Fan. If you ask about the names of places, Su Fengxian will say everything. If it's about face reading, Your Excellency won't give me a hard time. Su Fengxian? You're a bit far from Lubu in this civilized appearance. Looking at Su Fengxian, who was like a scholar, Xin Fan raised his eyebrows, raised his hand and patted the staircase railing beside him, and said in amusement, Since you know what I came for, wouldn't you be bashing yourself with that statement? Su Fengxian got up with a helpless smile. If Your Excellency didn't come, perhaps this signboard would still be hanging for a long time. After saying that, he smiled and guided the two to take their seats, pouring cups of spirit tea for each of them. The two's dumbfounded riddle left Sului with a blank look on her face. Xiao Bongxian, on the other hand, looked at her facing, frowning and wondering at times. The face was puzzled, yet somewhat justified. What made Xin Fan curious was that when he was looking at Sului, there was a strange light in his eyes from time to time. Extremely mysterious. System, copy his ability to see both eyes. Xin Fan, who raised his cup to drink tea, secretly said without moving, locked on Su Fengxian. Eyes identified as deduction class gifted spirit pupil Tiangi. Reproduction increase opens. Congratulations to the host. Increasing the Tiangi to a divine pupil, the void-breaking divine eye. Void-breaking divine eyes, when activated, it can break through delusions and see through areas such as mazes, illusions, and unusual scenery. Possessing the ability to see through, it can not only see through cultivators' disguises and disguise spells, it can also see straight through the cultivator's soul-protecting treasures in the depths of his divine soul. Not bad. Quite a practical talent. Xin Fan took a sip of tea and was quite satisfied in his heart. This thing not only breaks the illusions and formations formed by cultivators in nature, it could also see through the opponent's soul protection treasure. That would be hard to beat. Rumor has it that some physiques that are rare in 10,000 years will also be accompanied by a soul-protecting supreme treasure in the depths of the divine soul. Thinking of this, Xin Fan's eyes flashed and he looked sideways at Sului beside him. A strange scene appeared. It was seen that at this moment, Suluo's clothes were not covered with a single strand. Her petite body was slightly hunched over, and she was sitting on a chair with her hands cupped around her aura, drinking it joyfully. Such an eye-catching gesture. Under those turquoise root arms, the perfect and natural teardrop shape made Xin Fan's eyes glaze over. Put! Xin Fan directly sprayed out the tea in his mouth and hurriedly lowered his head and covered his mouth to show his embarrassment. Ahem. Sorry. Chapter 47, Yi Nanshan's personal visit. Su Fengxian who muddies the water, especially the pinkness like a cherry blossom that blossomed in his mind with exceptional clarity. Lingering, Xin Fan coughed repeatedly with increasing embarrassment. Sului, who was sprayed with tea, frowned and wiped her cheeks, raised her hand and patted his back, speechless. Gongzi, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? This is a half-saint realm. It's too fake to drink a mouthful of tea and still get sprayed. For this master and servant, Su Fengxian could only report a faint smile and sip tea alone. I didn't realize that two people with the appearance of early death had actually survived. In particular, Xin Fan's facial chakra was as if it was obscured by a layer of clouds. Even with the heavenly Qi lineage's quasi-imperial level deduction technique, it was unable to glimpse the slightest bit of it. Rather, it is this maidservant beside him, blessing and misfortune. Looking at Sului with an angry face patting Xin Fan, Su Fengxian no longer he thought after 100 turns of the mind. People have their own chances. Even if the sky is the limit, there is still a time when the sky is the limit. Su Fengxian, who put down his teacup, smiled faintly at Xin Fan. I have some insight into the matter of Your Excellency. There is a monument at the Volsing Ridge, 900 miles away from here, that will be opened soon. At that time, all the major forces will be heading there, and it will not disappoint you. Hearing these words, Xin Fan, who waved away the charming in his mind, arched his hand with a slight smile. It's worthy of being the Tianji house. I borrow your good advice. Luoi, settle the bill. Seeing Xin Fan directly get up and leave, the same as wiping the oil from his feet, Sului was full of wriggles. There's a need to run so fast. how embarrassing to leave me alone. Embarrassed, Sului took out the Tian Yuan bell from the storage pouch on her waist. She's not stupid. The two men's dumb riddle had not been solved until now, so it was evident that the gentlemanlike man in front of them was indeed very capable. As for this celestial Yuan bell that she had treated as a treasure had cracked. I just don't know if I can afford this message. Dang. The Tian Yuan bell landed on the ground, and Sului got up in a formal manner, bowing his head and arching his hand in salute, full of embarrassment. Is this payment to the owner enough? A stream of light flashed in Su Fuxian's eyes as he smiled and waved his hand, blandly saying, no, take it, consider it a good karma. Phew, count on you to have the eyesight to know what he's capable of. The embarrassment was eliminated, and Sului, who had a small satisfaction in her heart, collected the heavenly yuan clock. However, he saw Su Fuxian handing over a reed that was emitting spirit mist and smiled faintly. This is a reed crossing the river. If in danger, it can break through the void and leave. There is no solution under the holy realm triple sky. The reeds were 1 finger length and flowed as if they were crystal clear, as if they were made of glaze. There was the previous experience of the sage granny of the Willow family. Su Luoyi had become accustomed to the gesture of these seniors giving things away, and Xinfan didn't remind her that she couldn't take it, and she didn't want to say no. This was an escape artifact that no Saint Realm powerhouse could stop, given by an elder. I dare not resign. Su Luoyi hurriedly owed a bow and accepted the reed with a reserved face before bowing again and turning to leave. The bottle of medicine on the armrest was left by your son. Take it back. Listening to Su Fuxian's prompting voice behind her, Su Luoyi realized that a small medicine bottle was sitting on the staircase handrail. Ha! Thank you, senpai. Without excusing herself, she took the vial of medicine and smiled back, disappearing in a flash. Oh, this pair of master and servant is really strange. Su Fuxian shook his head and lost his smile. It had been so many years, and no one had ever dared to cast a figure to leave inside the Tianji building, and in his opinion, this male's move of testing this maidservant and asking her to take out the half-saint's remnant weapon was clearly an intentional defense against the other party, since he took in this maidservant, and was so cautious to test the other party's heart. It seems that this freshly born emperor's son of the eastern domain is not simple. Su Fuxian raised his cup to drink tea, frowning in thought. Not simple indeed. The information received from the Lu family, coupled with Su Fuxian's deduction, it was discovered that the Yi clan's heavenly pride and his Dao protector were actually dead. It's not hard for a thoughtful person to surmise the connection. It wasn't difficult for Tianji House to know Xinfan's identity, and the information is quite detailed. Eastern Region Emperor's son, Xinfan, age, 19, just out of the womb. Strength, peak of the Avatar realm or has entered the Half-Saint realm. Possesses the strength to cross steps to kill enemies. Achievements, killed Yi Silence, the Yi family's Half-Saint realm's second heavenly protector, yet to be verified. Personality, free and uninhibited, does as he pleases, has never been a bully or killed indiscriminately. However, he is resolute and ruthless in killing, and he has never failed to kill any target. Inheritance, suspected to be a disciple of the great emperor of Taishu 120,000 years ago. Inferred information, Taishu harmonized Dao finger. Ancient sacred pill, innate dust extinction pill. Due to the amount of time that has passed, this information is not very accurate. You may travel to the Yao family in the western limit heaven to find out about this matter. It was worthy of being the 10,000 years of inheritance Tianji house, and it really had something unique about it. Su Fuxian, who had recovered his thoughts, leaned back in his chair and quietly looked at the books in his hands. Until sunset, on the third floor of the Tianji building, there was another guest. The man wore a mask on his face, and although he was a guest, he came to the table and sat down as if he were a familiar guest. Ha ha, fellow Taoist Su hasn't seen you in a few years. You still look the same. As he spoke, he placed a Qiankuan ring on the table and gazed at the Tianji mansion master in front of him. Su Fuxian smiled faintly and tore a piece of paper from the yellowed book in his hand and handed it to the other party. Yi family master. This person is an emperor's son, and the great Dao is difficult to deduce. If he travels to the Lu family, he might gain something. Oh, even fellow Taoist Su said he's an emperor's son? Yi Nantian frowned and took the other party's yellow paper, looking at the yellowed paper in his hand. Since it was the emperor's son, this type of person who gathered great fortune, it was indeed difficult to use ordinary means to check for traces. Yi Nantian naturally knew this, and saw that on the yellow paper, a line emerged. Eastern Region Imperial son, Xinfan, Half-Saint Realm, power unknown. He used an ancient holy elixir to help Lu Qingcheng of the Lu family, and left after breaking his physical sickness, or he may have quite an affinity with the Lu family. Yi Nantian put the paper into his arms and looked at him with a faint smile. This son killed my little boy. I wonder if fellow Taoist Su has heard of this. Upon hearing this, Su Fuxian frowned, after he counted with his fingers. Only then did his face change slightly and he arched his hand at Yi Nantian and lamented. Yi family lord, condolences. Hey, people have their own lives. Yi Nantian waved his hand and suddenly changed his tone, smiling lightly. Since this son's movements are treacherous, I don't know if fellow Taoist Su can calculate whether the questioning heaven sect is deeply involved with him. As the head of the Yi family in the eastern domain, Yi Nantian truly wanted to exterminate a top-tier power with just a thought, but by asking this, he was bound to take into account Xin Fan's possibilities when he grew up. Once the other party is certified as an emperor, the Yi family is doomed to extinction. If he didn't have a sure thing, Yi Nantian wouldn't do it easily. Is this the intention to exterminate the questioning heaven sect and force the other party to show up? Su Feixian's face did not change, and after pinching his fingers, he pursed his lips in contemplation. It was because he discovered that there was actually a great cultivator of the Lu family's half-saint 8th heavenly hallows sitting within the questioning heaven sect. It seems that before the emperor's son killed, he was prepared for the questioning heaven sect to be implicated. It's a bit interesting. Su Fengxian raised his eyebrows and looked up at Yi Nantian with a faint smile. The heaven-asking sect didn't obtain the treasures and inheritance left behind by the emperor's son to protect the clan, but instead climbed up the ranks and gained the goodwill of the Lu family. Su Fengxian was close to stating plainly to him that it would be more costly to exterminate the questioning heaven sect than to lose. But we are all decent people, and it is impossible to say such things to our faces. Yi Nantian nodded and got up, arching his hand and smiling. I'm sorry to bother you. If fellow Taoist Su has any spare time, he can come to my Yi family. Su Fengxian got up and returned the salute, smiling as he sent him out of the Tianji building. Looking at Yi Nantian, who disappeared into the crowd, Su Fengxian frowned slightly and pursed his lips. It's true, once you're tainted with karma, there's constant trouble. Although he had led Yi Nantian to the Lu family, Su Fengxian felt that the ass was not wiped clean enough. Thinking of this, he turned to the Taoist boy who was reading the little man's book with great interest and transmitted his voice. Tonger, make a trip to the West Prosperous Sky and tell your senior uncle Z Cherry that there is a Yao family Taishu emperor inheritance out in the eastern domain, so that she can deduce the Yao family's reaction. Honestly, Yi Nantian, as a familiar customer of Tianji House, Su Fengxian did not want this customer who had befriended him for thousands of years to be an enemy of Xin Fan. If the Yao family was able to tripod Xin Fan, Yi Nantian's heart that wanted to take revenge might have calmed down. At least it won't hurt innocent people and drive both sides to death. In the future battle for the proof of the way, king against king, general against general, this also leaves room for both sides. If the Yao family is unwilling to help Xin Fan, even forcing him to take out the great emperor's inheritance and lay down a killer if he did, this can more or less wake up Xin Fan. Do not be too arrogant and regard the world's heroes as nothing. In Su Fengxian's opinion, Xin Fan is very smart. That is why the sending of a reed across the river was intended to keep his mind alert and on guard. From this, it could also be seen that Su Fengxian was not optimistic about Yi Nantian. Unless he invited his family's saintly ancestors to carry Imperial soldiers to attack and kill Xin Fan, he would have a chance of success, but that's clearly not possible. The death of one Yi Xingqian was not enough to cause the Yi family to make a big fuss. Two don't want to help, both have to help. Hey! Su Fengxian shook his head, rather helpless. Oh, I know, master. The little Taoist boy inside the counter hastily stuffed the Spring Palace Atlas inside the drawer and opened the cabinet in front of him after jumping off the chair. Just inside the cabinet, there was actually a half-man-tall teleportation array. He disappeared into the teleportation formation with a flurry of his body. Chapter 48, The Loser. There's something I don't know if I should say. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. This basket of walnuts, 10 lower-grade spirit stones, no more. In front of a stall in Blackstone City, Xin Fan held 2 walnuts in his hand and coiled them. His gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at the stall owner. There was no way around it. The light emanating from this basket of walnuts was just too blinding. It was simply stronger than the light of an ordinary exotic treasure. Many cultivators were attracted by this strange scene, but once he saw that it was just a common mortal-colored light walnut, he lost interest. If Xin Fan hadn't duplicated a basket of walnuts with a dull glow, he wouldn't have bothered to buy them. That's right, this stuff doesn't help. But who made it look just earthy and flashing to Xin Fan's eyes? He was still quite interested in the gadget. Wipe, Taoist friend. 100 pieces were cut down to 10 pieces by you? How dare you? I look at you, handsome. 12 inferior spirit stone, not 2 prices. Although this thing is a mortal object, but the growth period are to be 100 years of light. Not enough to busy me with road expenses. The stall owner looked at Xin Fan with a speechless face. Your Excellency, Sului, who had gone out of the small building, finally found Xin Fan's figure in the crowd. She was really afraid that Xin Fan would just leave her behind and slip away. Xin Fan smiled and got up, collecting the walnuts on the stall with satisfaction. That's open and honest. So let's make it 100. Luo-yi, pay the bill. Su Luo-yi, star. Julie, looking at Xin Fan's armrests coiled with walnuts. That magnificent body was extremely tall by the strange aura on the walnuts. The stall owner's face was full of admiration and exclaimed, "This is dirt cheap, really, listening to some good words and then warping up. So many spirit stones aren't enough to lose." Sului rolled her eyes, and from the storage pouch on her waist, she took out the spirit stones and threw them into the basket. "Humph, cheap for you, here's 50 for you. Don't say anything bad about His Excellency. Ha, ha 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 ha, dare not dare not." The stall owner laughed out dryly and hurriedly put away the spirit stones. "I'd be happy with 50, after all." He had only collected the goods with 2 spirit stones, when the 2 of them went all the way out of Blackstone City. Sului, who sat on the cloud-piercing shuttle, looked at Xin Fan, who was about to lie down to sleep again, and laughed. "Gongzi, that building owner didn't charge for information, and even let me take back the pills you left behind, and gave me a treasure. Here." Xin Fan rolled over and adjusted his sleeping position casually. "Keep it for yourself and hurry up so you don't miss the time." "Thank you, sir, for the reward." Sului pursed her lips and smiled, joyfully looking at the small jade bottle in her hands curiously. "Sir, what kind of elixir is in there?" Since it was an information fee for the Tianji Mansion Master, it must be a half-saint elixir. "Blood-bathing rebirth pill. Eat full blood resurrection. Hey, baby ah." Sului joyfully put the medicine bottle into her storage bag, then took out a fox skin and bent over to cover Xin Fan's body playfully. "That's right, Gongzi. The Willow family's saintly old lady even gave me the Emperor's scripture earlier." "Sage of the Lu family?" Xin Fan raised his eyebrows and looked sideways at Sului, who was helping him cover the quilt. He messed up and didn't find a single Ryu family saint. "This girl is good. She is directly favored by the saints." However, thinking of her holy spirit poison body, Xin Fan was relieved, even if Lu Qingchen was only at the god body level, and Sului, a small cultivator out of the countryside, actually possessed a holy spirit poison body of the same divine body level. This in itself is a kind of luck and a rare diamond in the rough. At this time, Sului was sitting on her knees beside Xin Fan, bending over to cover him with a quilt. The view from that collar was unobstructed, accompanied by arm and body movements. The magnitude shook Xin Fan. The already sensitive Sului saw his eyes and subconsciously wanted to bend down to cover herself. But in order to prevent embarrassment for the 2 of them, she could only suppress the shyness in her heart and cover the fox skin. The good thing is that it was only a moment. Xin Fan hastily diverted his eyes and lifted the fox skin to cover half of his face. "Since I'm giving it to you, keep it, and you don't have to talk to me about it later." "Well, thank you, Gongzi." Blushing slightly, Sului, thin as a mosquito fly, whispered, just got up and heard Xin Fan's muffled words. "There's something I don't know if I should say." "What's not to tell?" Sului squatted down again and hugged her knees, waiting for his question with a smile at the corner of her mouth. However, she found that Xin Fan's ears, which revealed the fox skin, actually reddened. Seeing this scene, Sului's pretty face was colored like a cloudy haze. Lightly biting her pink lips, her beautiful eyes were even more rippled, shy and watery. "Shame on you. He must have seen it. I'm just curious, do none of the female cultivators wear rags? How can he ask such shameful words?" Sului's face burned like fire as she ran to the front of the flying boat and drove it away. The atmosphere was awkward. After adjusting her breathing, Sului immersed her mind and practiced the Lu family's floating dream sutra, trying to divert her attention. I don't know how much time has passed. Xin Fan, who had entered dreamland, vaguely heard a voice transmission into his ears, actually wore it, just like it looser. Dazed and confused, Xin Fan looked like he remembered the charming picture and wriggled the corners of his mouth and said, "Pretty." The words were like a magic voice to the ears. Shame caused Sului's petite body to tremble lightly. Her pretty face flushed red. "Drift. Beautiful?" Her hands gripped her long skirt so tightly that it almost ripped. Ben thought the other side was only vaguely visible. According to him, "I'm afraid it's all in the eye of the beholder." When he thought of Xin Fan's stance of discarding walnuts in his hand during the day, Sului's body crisped up and collapsed diagonally on the flying boat. With her eyes misting with water, she hurriedly took out the quilt and close-fitting liner from her storage bag. "I should have known to wear this." Full of shyness, Sului, head covered in the quilt, changed clothes. Eastwick, outside of Wutan Town, Voron Ridge. The mountain range stretches for tens of thousands of miles and is named after the mountain that looks like a giant dragon crouching on the ground. When Xin Fan and Sului disembarked from the flying boat, there were already many cultivators who came from all directions and rushed inside the Voltron Ridge. And at the entrance of Wutan Town and on the city walls, they were filled with people watching and talking. "Agu, I didn't realize that in a small place like ours, there are actually immortal treasures out there. This is the first time I've seen so many immortals. It's really eye-opening. I heard it was a mountain man who went up the mountain to cut firewood, dug up a mechanism or something in the mountain, and directly dug out the immortals' cave. It could be seen that Wutan Town was a town with a majority of mortals. Volusia Ridge is also only somewhat locally known. Yo, quick look, another treasure has come out. There's more than one, as the crowd cried out in shock. They looked deep into the Volsung Ridge and saw a stream of light rising up into the sky. A foreign treasure comes out of the world. Those who have the destiny will get it. Shoo shoo shoo. With excited yells, one cultivator after another rushed from the perimeter of Volsung Mountain into the depths of the mountain range. Duke, we're going no? It's all treasures. Sului excitedly looked at the strange scene in the distant sky. As far as her son's strength is concerned, it's not like he can just wave his hand and bring it to her. Wouldn't it be nice to share a piece or two with her? Go yourself if you want to go. Xinfan pulled the corner of his mouth and walked slowly in the direction of the city gate. If it was a sacred soldier, emperor soldier or something, maybe he would still be interested. Sului retracted her eyes with an unwilling face and followed closely behind him. Seeing this man and woman coming, the people surrounding the city gates automatically made a path. It was really the fact that the looks of these two were so outstanding, especially the man. A white brocade embroidered gold cloud tunic, noble and not vulgar. The temperament is even more dusty. TSK, this male's aura is too good. It's more colorful than the previous immortals. That's right, especially the maidservant beside him is just like a heavenly fairy. It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman. Some people even didn't dare to look directly at the two of them, and lowered their heads somewhat restrainedly. Sului smiled faintly with a haughty face. Once upon a time in hiding, she rarely dressed herself so fresh and pretty. After all, everyone loves beauty. It's natural for her to rejoice at the compliments of others when it's safe to do so. Xinfan didn't feel that there was anything to be proud of and walked into the city with a bland face. Su Fengxian should be reliable. It's just that I don't know this ancient relic, how much of a sensation it is. It's best to come with a few special physiques for me to replicate a wave. Xinfan planned to find a place to stay first, then sit back and wait for the major powers to arrive after the relics open. Chapter 49, All Beings Suffer. Sului starts the show. The two had just walked into the city when Sului saw a few cultivators whispering and talking at the entrance of a restaurant not far away. Hey, I don't know if senior brother Wang will be able to obtain a treasure from it if he goes ahead. Yuan Ji, what do you think? In the crowd, the man named Genji shook his head inside. It's hard to say. There are more and more cultivators arriving now, and senior brother Wang is only at the 7th level of the granite body, so the risk is not small. These words caused his fellow disciples around him to look worried and nervous. Just then, in the alleyway by the tavern, a scruffy little beggar scooted against the wall and watched them cautiously as they approached. You again? Genji frowned, his tone rather impatient. This kid was kicked out of the way before, and he was lucky not to die. But he's still not dead? The little beggar, whose face was a little white, trembled with fear and subconsciously pressed his body against the wall. But the sudden stabbing pain on his chest made his little face tighten and his breath catch a little. However, he did not leave, but looked at Yuan Ji and his party. His eyes filled with prayers as he trembled. Immortal Master, me, I want to worship you. The voice was a little weak and wary, but clearly audible. Especially the clenched hands and heaving chest showed the tension within the little beggar. The crowd, who were already worried in their hearts, saw that such a dirty little beggar still wanted to seek immortality, and their faces became even more unhappy. Stay where you are. While one of them coldly and annoyingly drank low, his aura pooled between his palms and raised his hand at the little beggar, but he was grabbed by Yuan Ji who was beside him. He glared sideways and saw Genji frowning at a man and a woman in front of him. The young man at the head was jade-like, casually surveying his surroundings. Instead, it was the tall, light blue gown woman beside him who was staring at them expressionlessly. Senior Ma, we can just enter the building and wait for news, Yuan Ji whispered and squeezed his arm. This place is unfamiliar, and there are so many cultivators arriving, it's better to do more than less. Ha ha, Yuan Ji's words are very much to my liking. Senior Ma hurriedly collected the aura in his palm and turned around to walk into the restaurant with the crowd. Oomph, count yourselves to be sensible. Sului swept her eyes at the group's back and pursed her lips at the little beggar in the corner. She had once been a little beggar, and she could not see such people being bullied by others for no reason. Now there was this big mountain of Xinfan by his side. Sului was still willing to help out when she could. The little beggar knew that the other party was helping him, and was eager to go up and pay his respects for help. But seeing the other party this beautiful in footsteps, he withdrew his eyes somewhat timidly and turned to walk into the alley. The stabbing pain in his chest kept him from walking too fast, so he could only cover his chest and move his steps against the wall. Just walking along, his eyes reddened and he beeped his dry, cracked lips and sobbed and whispered, without the immortal master's help, it won't be possible to save my sister. Oh, before the words left his mouth, bean-sized teardrops rolled down his cheeks, clearly visible on his dirty little face. Originally, the little beggar's family lived on a village outside of Wutan town. However, there were a large number of haze-ghouling treasures coming out of the Voltron mountain, attracting a large number of cultivators from the surrounding area. Just one battle between two immortals passing through the village destroyed the little beggar's home and the entire village. My parents died tragically and my sister's life is in danger. Very few people in the village survived. And the village survivors after arriving in the town of Wutan. The doctor here was unable to save the little beggar's sister at all, informing him that perhaps the immortals could do something. He could only beg for the immortal master's help. But in the eyes of a cultivator, how can a mortal with no qualifications worship the mountain? The tiny body shook gently and slightly as he wiped the tears from his eyes and tightened his dirty little face, holding back the stabbing pain in his chest as he walked away from the place on quick feet. The entrance to the alley by the tavern. Sului looked at Shinfan who was wandering in the sky, pulled his sleeve and shook it, pampering him. Gongzi, you can help them. They look so pitiful. Only then did Shinfan come back to his senses and looked at her and faintly said, I thought you got wet. How about letting someone else feel it? Why didn't you see anyone save him when he was broken to be a furnace before? When he was captured by the soul-devouring sex elders before? He didn't see the righteous people who were eliminating demons and defending the way come out to stop them. To put it bluntly, all beings suffer. Saving people? That's just idle. Seeing his look of displeasure, Sului looked at the alley with an unforgiving heart and muttered, I used to be abandoned by my parents and it was my grandparents who saved me. As if remembering something sad, Sului's eyes gradually reddened and whispered, since leaving home alone, I've wished for others to help me, and sometimes I feel that God is unfair. Sului was lowering her head, and Shinfan could only see the teardrops on her delicate chin, which were falling down drop by drop. If it wasn't for Gongzi to save me, Luai actually doesn't want to live anymore, whispered the sobbing woman, slowly resting her head against Shinfan's shoulder, murmuring, Gongzi, there is always true goodness in the world. Grandparents are, and so are you, right? I only saved you because you have not bad qualifications. You can't compare with your grandparents. Don't treat me as a great benefactor. Shinfan had a frank face. There's no need to hide this kind of thing. Hearing these words, the tears in Sului's eyes instantly evaporated and she tilted her head back to look at him in delight. And what if they're not badly qualified either? Women are really fickle. Shinfan rolled his eyes, turned around and walked into the restaurant and casually said, if you want to be saved, go yourself and leave me out of it. If you ever act me out again, I'll be punished by the family law. Aha! I used to be a little beggar too, and I've been favored by others. This is also considered an inheritance. After Sului explained repeatedly, she walked towards the alleyway with joy. Humph, cold on the outside and hot on the inside. I still don't know you. With a smug face, she suddenly thought of what Shinfan had just said about being served by the family law, and her heart was shy. The family law will serve. Won't be hitting me. Thinking of this, Sului, who had some slight numbness behind her, remembered the slap from the dragon transformation pool. Her pretty face reddened as she put her hands behind her back and flashed away. Wutan Town. Inside a remote slum, a strong odor of Chinese medicine emanated from a dilapidated hut. Outside the house, the little beggar wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, gasped for air and pressed his chest injury, and walked quickly into the house. Just see the broken holes and 4 leaks of the house. A woman in peasant girl simple dress, face like gold paper lying on the hayloft. The woman had an ordinary appearance, with wheat-colored skin, and when she heard the commotion she slowly opened her eyes, a small smile appearing with difficulty at the corners of her mouth. Sister, don't talk. In the sad and suppressed words, the little beggar rushed to the near front, carefully grasped her cold and rough hand, and knelt by the haystack. But when he saw the child's arm thick broken wood sticking out of her chest, the little beggar's eyes indisputably reddened again, and tears rolled down his face unknowingly. The woman slid her fingers down, murmuring under her breath, Little sister, don't cry. The little beggar nodded repeatedly, skimming and wiping his reddened eyes. The original dirty face. At this time snot and tears paced like a small flower cat. It's been 3 days. She could sense that her sister's breath was getting weaker and weaker, and yesterday she couldn't even take a sip of the medicinal soup. The little beggar had no money, and the medicine wasn't bought with stolen money. Instead, he was a daily handyman at the drugstore where his sister had been seen. The oldest doctor knew that the sisters had suffered a great deal and knew that it was not easy for them. 2 pairs of pills are given every day, and while listening to God's will, she is shown a clear path. Perhaps an immortal master can save her sister. But mortals were worthless in the eyes of cultivators. If it wasn't for the little beggar's luck, the friar's kick this morning that drove people away might have killed her. Seeing her sister's body twitching with tears, the woman lying on the straw bunk had pity in her eyes. But when he saw the large dark purple bruise on her white chest within her scattered bodice, the woman's nose was sore, her eyes suddenly overflowed with tears, and she trembled her dry cracked lips and said hoarsely, Sister, can't be saved. Is sister dragging you down? The words brought tears to the little beggar's eyes. Oh, I don't want my sister to die. Don't want to. Wow. Kneeling on the ground, the little beggar, filled with pain, buried his face in the woman's hands and howled. She's doing her best to save the only family she has left, but the despair of seeing her sister, who had always doted on her, dying was like a great abyss, was pulling at her young and feeble body. Chapter 50, An Elixir That Runs. Seizing the pill. The little beggar is only 10 years old and originally had a father and mother to love and a sister to spoil, but now that her only family members are leaving, the sadness in her heart is simply hard to talk about, and the only thing she can do is to cry bitterly. The woman slightly turned her head sideways and looked at her silently with 2 lines of tears in her eyes. She was at the end of her tether, but she wanted to see more of the well-behaved sister in front of her. Just then, she suddenly realized that a woman with outstanding appearance had crouched beside her at some point. After giving her a smile, Sului frowned and stared at her chest. There was nothing an ordinary cultivator could do about such an injury. Unless it's a high-grade elixir that brings the dead back to life, there's a way to do it. This is not a good cure. Sului propped his chin with one hand, frowning in thought. As for the little beggar, he had stopped crying and was looking at her nervously, his eyes full of anticipation and excitement. Hey, this is not even warmed up before it is gone. Sului sighed helplessly and took out a small medicine bottle from her storage bag. This was exactly the half-saint pill that Qin had given her earlier, the blood-bathing rebirth pill. There was no doubt about the preciousness of this elixir, but having made up her mind, she would not hesitate. As long as I'm good and obedient, he might even reward me in the future. When there was a spirit stone mine, perhaps the spirit stones in one's hand didn't matter. After reassuring herself, Sului raised her hand and pinched her spell, sealing the area around the medicine bottle to prevent the medicinal fragrance from overflowing. Only then did she uncork the bottle. Bubble. The crunching sound rang out in a flash. Phew! A blinding, blood-colored light rushed from the bottle directly onto the broken roof that revealed the sky. The little beggar and her sister, with dazed faces, looked at the red that scurried up into the sky. The potion will still run? However, smelling the strong fragrance of the Dan, the woman whose face was originally like gold paper actually had some blood color on her cheeks. Hey, my potion! Sului was startled in her heart and hurriedly flew out of the roof. But the half-saint elixir in the air, the blood-colored Dan mist released had already shrouded a large portion of the sky above. This spectacle, which was like a blood cloud pressing down on the city, drew many cultivators within the city to look sideways, their hearts in disbelief. What is that? I didn't realize that there were actually exotic treasures in this mortal city. Steady hand. This blood mist is just too weird. Steady my ass. That's a slum. I checked it out a long time ago. There's not even a single cultivator. Quite a few people directly leapt forward, especially when they saw a silhouette rushing up into the sky below the blood mist. The crowd even stretched their body techniques to the limit. Just then, a trace of Dan fragrance that made one's blood boil slowly emanated from the blood cloud. What smells so good? I suck. All the surrounding cultivators sucked in furiously. Some people with low cultivation were even inhaling to the point that their faces were red and their chi and blood were boiling in their bodies. Such a terrifying medicinal power? An old cultivator of the southern city felt the boiling chi and blood in his body and was so excited that he instantly disappeared in place. A 7th order elixir is only capable of condensing an elixir cloud, and this is almost enveloping a city. Could it be a supreme elixir of the 9th rank? A cultivator looked at the sky's Dan cloud vision in shock. If it wasn't for his low cultivation level, he would have wanted to fly up and grab it. But the next moment, a blinding golden light that burned brightly in the blood mist, looking at the crowd directly froze in place. Only a blink of an eye. The rich fragrance of the Dan instantly filled the city. Gold stripe. Half-sacred Dan? A female cultivator screamed out in shock. Even her voice changed pitch. No matter what it is, once it enters the half-saint realm, it will be able to condense the golden pattern of the great Tao. Boom! The cultivators of the entire Wutan town instantly boiled. Towards the void blood cloud flew at full speed. Even the cultivators who intended to stabilize a hand no longer hesitated and pushed their stances to the extreme. No matter what object once it is sainted, the cultivator will be able to ascend to heaven in one step after obtaining it. I am the first great disciple of the surprise pavilion. Those who snatch pills die. A man dressed in black stared morosely at one of the fastest cultivators on the opposite side. But behind him, a whisper rang out that made his sweaty hair explode. Griffin. He saw an old crone attacking from behind him, a duster in her hand casually flung. Put. The man's body split in two on the spot. At this moment, although Sului was closest to the blood-bathing rebirth Dan, but the killing around her looked frightening. Low cultivation can't even seal an elixir. Her forehead overflowed with sweat stains, and when she saw a man holding a long sword flying in with a cold face, her body's floating life like a dream skill rapidly operated, and she droned. This is my potion. As soon as the words fell, strands of black ripples spread out in all directions from within her body. The moment these black silks touched Dan Yun, they actually erupted with a zipping sound. What an overbearing poisonous gas. The man who bore the brunt of the attack just sniffed a trace of the poisonous gas, and his nostrils instantly spewed out 2 black blood. His face blackened as he flashed and disappeared into the air. With the addition of the poison scripture and the Lu clan's emperor scripture, Sului's holy spirit poison body became more and more powerful. Just as she was planning to take the elixir and slip away, an old, low drink came from the side. Little poisonous thing, your name isn't written on the elixir. An old Dan Raider cultivator raised his hand to offer a palm seal and blasted at Sului. If this poisonous cultivator destroyed the holy Dan, it would be a great loss. It's not just him. Even the remaining few cultivators struck out at the same time. Seeing several streams of light coming, Sului realized how weak she was, and her pupils suddenly shrunk. She didn't even want to think about it, and mangled her strength to tilt her head and scream. Duke! A sharp sound cut through the air, causing the surrounding cultivators to hastily stop their forms. Their faces were uncertain as they looked at the woman in the field. Gongzi? Could it be that there is someone behind her? Afraid it's not a bluff? There must be a demon when things go wrong. And with so many people seizing the Dan, there's bound to be a bloody battle. Retreat! A few cautious cultivators on the periphery dodged and flew back, disappearing into the alley. Fruity! The woman's voice had not yet fallen. At her side, a handsome male in white suddenly appeared. The crowd that saw the scene stopped even breathing, not daring to move a muscle. Because of the speed of the other party, it was just too fast. It was swifter than the various attacks that assaulted the woman. The crowd then saw the white-clothed male with a slightly furrowed brow, waving his hand with an annoyed expression, and the surrounding attacks instantly turned into nothing. Hiss! Faced with so many attacks, it was actually defused so easily? What exactly is this person's cultivation? This is too terrifying. Luckily, the old man had a steady hand, and the joint attack of 5 transcendent realms was actually dissolved so easily. This person is afraid that he has reached the Dharma realm. Among the crowd watching the battle below, an old man stroked his beard and stood with a flash of fear in his eyes. Shinfan raised his hand and recalled the elixir in the air into his hand. Seeing the Dan Yun visions dissipate, a cultivator was afraid that he would liquidate, and smiled with a warm and arching face. This fellow Taoist. I only struck out just now to break the others' attacks and prevent them from landing on this girl. Hearing these words, the old crone holding a duster, rose a hand salute and laughed. Just now, I also killed a cultivator who wanted to harm this girl, and did not have any intention of seizing the Dan, so please be clear. Senior. Ha? Yes, yes, yes. The same goes for us. Please be clear about it. Senior. The crowd that returned to their senses hurriedly bowed their hands and saluted. Seeing this group of shameless fellows speak in such a grandiose manner, Sului angrily pointed at them and drank. Shameless, you guys obviously want to kill me to seize the Dan. Chapter 51 Voltron Mountain Strange Movements. A pillar of light connecting heaven and earth. This goddamned little poisonous thing actually still refuses to let us go? Shinfan glared at her sideways and said in a cold voice, isn't that humiliating enough? It's obvious that they lied. The fierce Sului's eyes reddened, and she lowered her head with a heart full of grievances. But these words were heard in the hearts of the people. It seems that this gentleman is still sensible. If he really made a move to kill us, I think he was afraid that so many forces present would join forces. But this person's female maidservants actually all possess half-saint elixirs. This news will have to go back for some deliberation. Since there was no more danger, the dozen or so surrounding cultivators who were saluting were relieved and looked at the white-clothed male with smiles on their faces. It was seen that Shinfan, who stood in the middle of the field, scanned the entire field before speaking blandly. Treasures are won by those who can, and this has been the case for ages. But those who dare to touch my maid, die. Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces changed. Your Excellency, you have to think about the consequences. Next moment, boom! A terrifying divine soul impact emanated from Shinfan's sea of consciousness and instantly struck the cultivator who had struck out before in his mind. With just this one blow, the 8 cultivators present died on the spot. Bang! Bang bang! Watching a body fall from the heights, the surrounding cultivators didn't even dare to utter a single breath. Such a powerful divine soul secret technique. Even the devoid of mortality realm cultivators are defenseless. Is it possible that this son is a heavenly pride of a supreme great sect? Even such characters have come. In a few days, Wutan Town will surely see a gathering of storm clouds. I thought it was just a low-level relic. The ones that flew out were all 4th and 5th ranked magic treasures. It seems like we have to go back and inform the clan. Obviously, they still underestimated the man's strength and the value of this place's monuments. At this moment, Sului couldn't be happier. Gongzi still protects me. She was filled with joy as the stifling in her heart dispersed. As for Shinfan's previous ferocity towards her, he had long forgotten all about it. Humph! After she glared at the surviving cultivators around her, she saw Shinfan fall into the broken house below and quickly followed. Shinfan, who had fallen into the house, looked at the broken wood lying on the chest of the woman in the grass bunk, and had to admire the other party's willpower. A mortal could last 3 days with this kind of injury. It was evident how much she was worried about little beggar in her heart. Close your eyes. Shinfan instructed the woman and took out the milky white ninth order breathlessness pill from the system space. A curled finger shot into the woman's mouth. He then wrapped the other party's wound with his aura and waved his hand to pull out the broken wood from her chest. Looking at the black blood dripping from the wooden stick, the little creation Dan beggar on the side was so scared that his face turned white and he directly fell softly to the ground. Where is this exaggerated healing technique to be seen in the mortal world? Don't be afraid. Her injuries will heal in an hour. Shinfan turned to leave after signaling the little beggar to be relieved. He didn't come before, not treating his life like dirt. If you see a suffering person you have to go to the rescue. There are billions and billions of living beings in the Xintian continent. He can't save them. Shinfan thought to himself that he was no sage, but now that he was here, saving lives was just a matter of hands for him. After all, he had enough elixirs. Of course, the premise was that he had the ability and the elixir, otherwise he could only love it. Seeing his departing back, Sului shouted with a bit of a twist. Your Excellency, that half-saint pill of mine. Confiscation. Don't even think about it. Hey. Sului barred her mouth and sat down in a crouch on the straw bunk with a lost feeling. Looking at the injuries on the woman's chest that had begun to heal, she smiled at the delighted little beggar. This is your sister's creation. You may be able to cultivate in the future, and you guys are considered to be suffering. Hearing these words, the little beggar hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to her repeatedly. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Thank you, Sister Fairy. Alright, get up. Sului smiled and helped her up, but seeing the bruises on her chest inside her collar, Sului sighed in his heart and hurriedly took out an elixir from his Qiankuan bag and handed it to her, smiling softly. Eat it, it'll help you soothe your muscles, and your chest will be fine in a couple days. She wasn't a tycoon like Shinfan, striking out with ninth order, half-saint pills and whatnot. However, a first-order elixir was enough to ease this little girl's injuries. Although the little beggar is only 10 years old, but nonetheless distinguishable, Heart knows that the fairy sister in front of her is helping her. A little nervously, she put her dirty hand on her shirt and rubbed it, then tilting his head, he looked at the elixir in Sului's hand and curiously said, Fairy sister, it will run away, no? The scene just now where the elixir flew up could be considered to have given her an insight. The little girl's eyes were extremely pure and her eyelashes were long, just a muddy mess of dust and tears all over his face. Looking at her innocent eyes and nervous demeanor, Sului mercifully scraped her agitated nose and lightly laughed. I don't have my family's son's skills, it's just an ordinary elixir. Eat it. Aha! The little beggar grinned and cupped his hands to receive the elixir before picking it up and looking at it, tilting his head and putting it into his mouth. Squirming her lips, she swallowed it in one gulp before her eyes narrowed and she looked at Sului with a playful smile. Sister Fairy, it's so sweet. Looking at her lovely appearance, Sului's heart was inexplicably sour. This elixir isn't sweet. Once upon a time, she had been this coquettish to her first master. However, life was unpredictable, and the other party just wanted her spiritual roots. It was good that the current her followed Shinfan, and it was considered bitter and sweet. Sului, who had retrieved his thoughts, raised his hand and pinched her cheek and laughed. Okay, I know you're good. Here, have a candy. The little beggar's face was embarrassed as he took the candy she handed him and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Then his eyes lit up. Wow, this time it's really sweet. Sului pursed her lips and took out water and a towel from her storage bag, ready to let this little guy wash himself. Instead, she planned to stay and wait for the woman on the haystack to wake up before leaving. As time passed, the treasures spewing out from within the caves of Sevenstar Mountain gradually became fewer. No one dares to enter it and explore, because once someone enters this tomb, the body of the cultivator will automatically dismember, which is very dangerous. The people who came to search for the treasure could only scatter around, quietly waiting for the treasure to come out while sending people to quickly return to the clan to report. Nightfall. The town of Wutan was silent. All the homes had closed their windows tightly, and even the candle flames had gone out. The visions and the tragic deaths of the immortals in the sky during the daytime had made the people of this place so terrified that they didn't dare to go out on the streets and wander around. It was then that those who had not yet fallen asleep realized that the ground actually trembled slightly. The earth dragon has turned over? There's a disturbance in Sevenstar Mountain. This relic, is it finally going to be opened? The cultivators in the city who were cultivating on their knees opened their eyes at the first opportunity and flew up to the rooftops, gazing at the Sevenstar Mountain. Rumbling, as the roar grew louder and louder, a brilliant white light suddenly shot out from within the pitch-black Sevenstar Mountain. Boom! The white pillar of light pierced straight through the clouds and expanded instantly, illuminating the entire Sevenstar Mountain as bright as day. The people inside this are dead? A cultivator looked at the blood mist emanating from within the pillar of light. From the shade of the tree, in disbelief. Not only him, but the rest of the people also saw the creepy scene. In the midst of everyone's shocked and inexplicable looks, in the huge pillar of light that enveloped the entire Volsing Mountain, slowly an unfolding picture appeared. The moment it opened, an ancient aura swept through the heavens and earth. One can't help but feel small. It was like a huge canopy-like scroll, surrounded by spiritual mist. The painting is engraved with huge rivers, birds and animals, sun, moon and stars. However, the scenery on the giant painting was extremely bizarre, giving people an inexplicable sense of desolation. The mountains and rivers are barren, the riverbeds are crumbling, the beasts are rampant, and the fights are strange and extraordinary. That's right, the foreign beasts and stars in the scroll were moving. This treasure can actually affect one's mind and is so divine. What grade of treasure is it? Definitely not simple. After living for so long, this is the first time I've encountered a supreme treasure with such a powerful aura. Is it hard to be an ancient treasure? Many cultivators were shocked in their hearts, staring dead on at the wondrous scene in the scroll. Chapter 52 Immortal Armor Great Desolate Diagram. Focus on the eastern region. A vision to the heavens. I've only seen it in my life. Although the visions are astonishing, this scroll has no entry sacred golden ripple, nor is there the slightest trace of Tao ripple revealed. It's really strange. How do I feel that the 5 regions on the scroll are very much like the 5 continents of Xintian? There was a lot of speculation in the hearts of the cultivators in the city, but within such a small amount of time, that mountain and river scroll was unexpectedly filled with greenness and vitality. Just as the crowd was in disbelief, the continent to the south of the scroll actually appeared with a man in cloth, attacking and killing towards the golden crow that was in the void and covering the sky. It was as if the scene was happening before the eyes of the crowd. The sights of everyone within Wutan town were all gathered on his body. Next moment, boom! A trace of a terrifying aura emanated from the scroll, instantly sweeping through the entire eastern region. It was a prancing man's pressure that would make one's soul tremble. It made it impossible for the crowd to raise even a hint of resistance. The cultivators in the city were shocked to discover that the man had, at some point in his hands, an additional black pole-coiled dragon lance. The amazing aura was emanating from the very gun. The faces of the cultivators within the city went white in unison, and they were directly shaken to the ground by the pressure. This terrifying might? There's no Dawentry golden pattern. This is definitely a great emperor divine soldier. Great emperor divine soldier? Is this person a great emperor of the ancients? In the meantime, many powerful people in the eastern domain snapped their eyes open and looked in the direction of the eastern domain's Voltron mountain with shocked faces. Why is the aura of this emperor soldier so unfamiliar? What is that thin line of white light? There's such a vision from such a distance. Why is there no aura fluctuation? Strong people who had doubts in their hearts looked out into the distance. Upon seeing that scroll in the light screen, the old monsters sealed within the major powers had their internal breath stirring. Even in the major forbidden zones of the eastern domain, there were haze gulps and black clouds floating and sinking. Hiss! The Great Wasteland Map. How is this possible? Born at the same time as the Xintian continent. Immortal Artifact Great Desolate Diagram? Nope. It's not the real Great Desolate Diagram. That's just a pictorial shadow. Immortal weapons actually came out? Even the shadow of the Great Desolate Diagram was enough to cause a tremor in the Xian heavenly continent. The hearts of many powerful people shook at the same time. The gun-wielding man in the void was seen raising his hand to offer a gun in the face of the powerful golden crow demon beast. Boom! Perhaps it was too old, and the portrait projection gradually dissipated under the shocking waves of the blow. The southern barbarian land has also produced a great emperor? This man in cloth. Could it be a great emperor of the Manhwa clan? Or the southern barbarian demon clan's great emperor? Quickly send someone to the eastern region to investigate the whereabouts of the immortal artifact Great Desolate Diagram and take advantage of the situation. Old ancestor. When the power holders of the major powers heard the voice transmission from the Forbidden Land, they couldn't help but show their eyes. If one could obtain the immortal artifact Great Desolate Diagram, or even the whereabouts of the immortal artifact, this would represent great fortune. No power can take this lightly. Within the town of Wutan, after watching the pillar of light and the scroll slowly dissipate, everyone's shocked hearts could not be calmed for a long time, although it was unknown what grade of supreme treasure this scroll was. But the might emanating from that lance was too terrifying. The cultivators who had previously thought that there were tons of treasures in Volsing Mountain had been unable to sit still. If there really is an emperor soldier here, it is not something we can meddle with. Many cultivators decided to leave Wutan town and notify the clan to prevent sending people to come and check it out. With such a shocking vision, the other forces were bound to have already noticed it. They were just cultivators from some third-rate, or even unranked sects. If he stayed any longer, it was likely that the treasures he had previously acquired would be taken away by the other forces that had arrived, not to mention staying to fight for the exotic treasures. Once caught up in it, the entire clan could be in jeopardy. In the meantime, Shen Fan, who lived inside the restaurant, had copied the huge painting in the void. Ding! Locked on the Great Wasteland diagram. Identified as an immortal artifact void. Copying failed. TSK, actually an immortal weapon. Shen Fan, who was lying by the window, looked at the dissipating vision, and the color in his eyes flickered. Under the effect of the void-breaking god's eyes, that giant painting wasn't a thing, it was just a shadow. The reason Shen Fan chose to copy, most of all, it was for the system to broadcast and learn the information about the painting. It seems that the deduction of the master of the Tangi building is very accurate. The news of the immortal artifact coming out will definitely make the major forces come. Shen Fan, who withdrew his sight, smiled and closed the window. He had just turned around when he saw 3 people already standing in the room. Sului, who was awakened by the earthquake, brought the 2 sisters in the daytime to Shen Fan's room at the first opportunity. The little beggar sister's injuries had already healed, and when she saw Shen Fan looking over, she hurriedly pulled her own sister to kneel on the ground and cowed out her head in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving my life. The people's daughter, Fu Lu, is unable to return the favor, and is willing to work as a cow and horse for your son. What are you doing? Get up first." Shen Fan glared at the embarrassed Sului and waved his hand to make him stand up. Fu Du's looks were mediocre, but it was her sister beside her who looked rather cute when she was cleaned up. Crooked sky braid on the top of his head. His small face was a little thin, but also clean. The big oily eyes looked at Shen Fan curiously, not afraid of him at all. Coming closer, Sului leaned down and whispered, "My lord, I was afraid that these 2 sisters would be retaliated against by other cultivators, which is why I brought them here." Shen Fan thought about this possibility indeed, and after pondering for a moment softly said, "When the Lu family comes, let them go to the Lu family well. It's also a creation. Just now it was an earthquake. It's fine, go back and rest." "Well, thank you, Your Excellency, for your understanding." Sului smiled faintly and led the 2 sisters to exit the room. "It's only for one night." The town of Wutan then came to all forces. As this is a city of mortals, there are no strongholds of the various powers, and expulsion is inevitable. Luckily, they were all powerful men of honor, and after giving these mortals a settlement fee, they let their disciples send them to other towns. Inside the restaurant, the 3 of them, Sului, were woken up early in the morning by the people outside. The Yin Yang sect, have taken over this restaurant. The people inside leave on their own. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? The Eastern region's superpower Yin Yang sect? ********. Hurry up and slip away. It seems that last night's vision has alarmed the entire Eastern region. It was important to know that the Yin Yang sect was in the extreme north of the Eastern domain, which was literally 2 extremes away from here. Even the Yin Yang sect had come, not to mention the other forces, listening to the movement outside. Opening the door, Sului escorted the 2 sisters of Fu Lu behind her, and quickly stepped to the next door to Shen Fan's room. Sure enough, Shen Fan hadn't gotten up yet. Sului knew that Shen Fan had a hobby, he loved to sleep, and told her it was dream enlightenment, esoteric and tight. Seeing 2 long-shirted men in yin and yang diagrams walk up the stairway, Fu Xiaoran tugged her clothes a little nervously and whispered, "Sister Lui, aren't we going?" She was truly a bit afraid of getting into a conflict with the cultivators. Just the name of a clan scared the cultivators inside the restaurant. That's a lot more powerful than the big brother in the room. On the contrary, it was the Fu Du on the side that was still calm, tightly pulling her own sister's hand. "Silent, don't be afraid." Sului smiled and pinched Fu Xiaoran's agitated nose when he heard the Yin Yang sect's cultivator in front of him open his mouth blandly. "Why are the 3 of you standing here? If it were anyone else, they might have been scared off by the other side." But Sului was very steady. She looked at the other with a smile on her lips and whispered, "My male son is still sleeping inside. We will naturally leave when he wakes up." The moment these words came out, the Yin Yang sect's cultivator frowned. They were just about to step forward when they heard this bold and shrewd woman blandly say, "My son is a guest of the desolate ancient Willow family, so that's all there is to say." The guest of honor of the Lu family? Chapter 53, Subduing the Emperor's Son of the Yin Yang sect. The 2 of them were shocked in their hearts, and after looking at each other, they began to look at Sului. The other party's cultivation was only at the granite body realm, but his aura was quite impressive, and the tone was so sure. It didn't seem like a bluff. Although the Yin Yang sect was a superpower, the 2 disciples were not so arrogant and domineering that they had no brains. As for the truth, go back and find out. There's no need to mess with these people of unknown origin without knowing anything. Thinking of this, one of the Yin Yang sect disciples arched his hand and smiled. "In that case, it is we who have disturbed you. Farewell." Seeing the 2 turn to leave, Sului was quite pleased in her heart. She decided that when she encountered anything in the future, she would directly move out of the big mountain of Shen Fan. It would have been a lot less of a hassle, but in the future, we have to work harder to cultivate rely on the gongzi, and we have to have the strength to face difficulties ourselves. There was clearly a hint of disbelief in the eyes of the two men surveying themselves just now. Sului knew that it was because her cultivation was too low, and the other party was most likely going back to find someone to confirm the news. If Shinfan was not by her side one day, she could only rely on herself. But Gongzi's realm is also too high. How can I keep up? Seeing her worried look, the food at the side, Ran Xiaoran thought that she had thought of something troubling and tilted her head in alarm. Sister Luoi, brother Gongzi is even more powerful than them? Recovering her thoughts, Su Luoi smiled and pinched her cheeks, saying softly, of course it's awesome. A 19-year-old half-sate realm, you think about how powerful it is. That what's his name Eastern region's first genius, Lu Qingcheng, can't even compare. Forget it, you won't understand even if I say it. Oh, that must be awesome. Food Ran Xiaoran seemed to understand and nodded repeatedly. A 19-year-old half-sate realm? The two sect cultivators at the stairway entrance stumbled and almost fell down the stairs. This woman can't be playing a trick on us, right? This is too damn fantastical. Who cares about her? Hurry back and report to the elders. After the two looked at each other, they both saw the shock in each other's eyes and dodged and disappeared up the stairs. Sunrise. Shen Fan, who woke up quietly, stretched his waist and got up to move his muscles before opening the door of his room. Duke, my lord is well. Brother Gongzi. Ha ha, good morning. Greetings Su Luoyi's trio. Shin Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at the line of 5 people standing in the corridor. An old man at the head, as thin and bony as a wood, stroked his beard and arched his hand. I'm an inner sect elder of the Yin Yang sect, Zhang Ruofeng. Greetings, Imperial son. Obviously, the Yin Yang sect had already inquired about Shin Fan's identity with the Lu family who had come to Sevenstar Mountain. The disciples beside the old man also bowed their hands and saluted. Greetings, Imperial son. System, copy this old man's strongest technique and these people's spiritual roots and divine souls. Locked on Zhang Ruofeng. Identified as half-sate lower grade, Yin Yang technique. Locked Lu Wentao. Spiritual root identified as extreme spiritual root. Copy failed. The series of replication failures made Shin Fan feel quite helpless. I'm only to blame for boosting too fast. Currently, his qualifications far exceeded those of the unusual younger generation. Unless they were of the Heaven's Pride demon level, it would be ineffective to copy them. Stretching his hand, Shin Fan smiled and arched his hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. If there is nothing else, we will leave first. He was thinking of getting close to Shin Fan, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't mean it. Zhang Ruofeng, who had regrets in his heart, smiled archly. Emperor's son, please make yourself at home. If you don't have a place to stay, Emperor's son can stay in this restaurant at ease. The people of the Yin Yang sect will definitely not disturb Emperor's son. Seeing that this old immortal was actually so respectful to Shin Fan, it was then that the two Food Du sisters realized how powerful Shin Fan's background was. Imperial son? It seems to be a very powerful honorific title. Brother Gongzi is really powerful. Fellow Taoist Zhang has the heart. Shin Fan smiled faintly, and after arching his hand to the crowd, he led the 3 of them down the stairs. Su Luoi, who was on the side, looked at the Yin Yang sect cultivators bowing downstairs and said in a low voice, My lord, you really weren't angry when they came shouting at the door earlier? But she knew that Shin Fan had a wake-up call. The Fu Xiaoran on the side also looked at Shin Fan curiously. Previously, he had been kicked by an immortal for saying a few more words in order to pay his respects, and he almost couldn't slow down. She could learn more about how immortals behaved, and it would be an early experience. I heard Sister Luoi say that they were going to be sent to some Ryu family after a while, although her heart was not willing to let go, but her sister was able to survive. There was no reason for Food Ran to not listen to the words of the big brother in front of her. As for Food Du, she looked at the surrounding Yin Yang sect disciples who bowed their heads with apprehension. Luo Isan's words are a bit blunt. Hearing these words, Shin Fan glanced at Su Lui and blandly said, You remember the saying that the strong do not take pleasure in bullying the weak. Since the Yin Yang sect has already made a gift to make amends, you must not be unforgiving. Although immortal cultivation talks about obeying one's heart, one must have perseverance and a bottom line in one's heart when seeking the way. Su Luoi nodded and said softly, Luoi has been taught, but what if the Yin Yang sect doesn't do this? Scratch that. You little servant girl, are you done? You just want to take revenge on my Yin Yang sect, don't you? If I had such a gibbering maidservant, I would have already executed her on the spot, in order to shock the family's morals. Such a serpentine heart, Emperor's son. It's better not to have this maidservant. Listening to her words, the Yin Yang sect disciples in the building were speechless for a while. This time, Shin Fan didn't answer her, but looked at the Fu Xiaoran beside him who grabbed the corner of his coat and tilted his head with a face that begged for scripture and laughed. What do you do if someone hits you, calls you names, hits you with something? Food Ran Xiaoran blinked her eyes as pure as black jewels and grinned. Depends on what they hit me with. If it's tasty and usable, I'll put it away. He. Shinfan looked at her with a raised eyebrow and smiled. It's not right to avoid the heavy. What if you can't avoid getting hit? Like before, you almost got kicked to death. TSK. This emperor's son isn't a good person either. Where there is a master, there must be a maidservant. I thought the tightness of a maidservant was already a headache, but I didn't expect this emperor's son to be no better. While the yin-yang sect's people secretly slandered, they were looking forward to what the pale little girl's answer would be. Fu Xiaoran, who was full of fear, somewhat dared not look at Shinfan's eyes and lowered her head and said weakly, "Just fight, they're weak anyway." The voice was soft, thin as a fly, but this is the truest portrayal of a mortal or someone with low cultivation. All they can do in the face of bullying is to bellyache a few times. Shinfan smiled and touched her little head, took her little hand in his hand and smiled gently. And what if you have the strength? This was the first time Shinfan had held the hand of Fu Xiaoran. Her palms were a little sweaty as she looked at Shinfan with a bewildered face. Brother Gongzi, if I clean them up, wouldn't that make me weak? Ha ha, it's called the cycle of karma and retribution, so you can't get confused. You'll know when you grow up. Watching the four people walk out of the restaurant, Zhang Ruofeng in the hall caressed his beard and lamented. I didn't expect the emperor's son to have this level of cultivation at such a young age. His heart is truly extraordinary. Not leaning on the strong and bullying the weak is actually literal. You can't rely on your cultivation and bully the weak. One must not gain ground. It says that when the other person realizes the error of their ways, even if they are in the right, they should leave a margin of error for the other person, because you don't know if the other person is harboring a grudge and will retaliate against you in the future, adding to your troubles. For example, if a person accidentally stepped on your foot, accidentally touched your clothes, and made amends, would you kill him? Normal people certainly don't. If you don't kill each other, why be aggressive and add a potential enemy? Of course, those who had entered the Tao by killing and witnessed the Tao with demons naturally had no scruples, but that little girl was clearly not one of them. The Yin-Yang clan letting someone out of the building was just a small matter and did their best to be courteous, so there was no need to get on the bandwagon. He was admonishing the maidservant at his side. At the same time, it was instilling reasoning and establishing three views in that little girl. The last sentence is a cycle of karma and retribution. Instead, it is a parsing of those who deserve to be killed and not to be merciful. Even if the other party is weak, they are treated equally. Actually, these three truths are quite simple. But the immortal cultivation world speaks of the law of the weak and the strong. This leads to monks easily confusing these three things. As soon as the slightest thing goes wrong, it becomes the norm to kill people and make enemies and exterminate their entire families. A few of the Yin-Yang sect disciples who were the first to realize this side, penetrating is this the style of an emperor's son? Admirable indeed. Compared to the holy sons of the lands, the emperor's son's heart is more calm and introverted, and his temperament is like an abyss, unfathomable. He's also too charming. Ask him if he has a Taoist couple when you have the chance. I'd be happy to do that, but for the well-read Zhang Ruofeng, he could hear that Shinfan wasn't afraid of making an enemy in the Yin-Yang sect when he said this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have compared the Yin-Yang sect to a weakling in front of everyone. He's pretty frank. Looking at the pondering looks of the surrounding disciples, Zhang Ruofeng smiled helplessly and turned to leave, blandly saying, "Since you've been instructed by the emperor's son, go find out who kicked that little girl and bury her when you find her." Upon hearing this, the four disciples in the hall on the first floor who were the first to comprehend the deeper meaning bowed. "Yes, Elder. Who cares if he is strong or weak if he should be killed?" The four looked at each other and turned to go out of the restaurant. Chapter 54, Stall, All Things Can Be Measured. Madman Zhang San. What's the smell of the holy maiden's embroidered shoes? Compared to the previously bustling town of Wuton, at this time the town was full of incoming and outgoing cultivators, as well as mortals waiting in line to receive their moving fees. Looking around at the major incoming and outgoing forces, Sului, who was walking down the street, whispered, "My lord, are you also planning to enter the Voltron mountain for training? That mountain and river picture from yesterday must be extraordinary. If that white light on Volsang mountain had a prohibition, it would be best if it was the kind that restricted the age of cultivators." Sului felt that her Gongzi was definitely the number one person in the younger generation. If you enter it, you're still lying down and picking up treasures. What's the point of getting together for that? It's not interesting. Shinfan shook his head, and then he saw the food ran beside him pulling his arm, pointing in a direction and saying joyfully, "Brother Duke, that's Dr. Lu. He's the one who gives me medicine every day. Can you lend me some money? I'll pay you back when I grow up." Shinfan saw not far from the crowd lined up, an old man wearing a cloth hat was carrying a traveling bag, and the wife and children beside him stood in the crowd in a formal manner. On the other hand, the food do on the side owed about to Shinfan and said softly, Please also ask your son to let the food do go ahead to thank Dr. Lu. Shinfan smiled faintly and said, Luoi, take them over there and gather at the city gate. Yes sir. After the three left, Shinfan looked at a flying boat flying from the sky and flashed and disappeared. Inside the gates of the town of Wutan. You can't count on smashing any venue? Quite confident. A cultivator's tone was derisive as he looked with interest at the stalls under the city gates not far away. I saw a fortune-telling booth at the bottom of the city, with a bamboo pole standing on the side. All things are measurable. Everything can be measured? I'm afraid even Tianji House wouldn't dare to have such a big mouth. I watched this person's temperament is extraordinary. It is not like Claptrap. The many cultivators in the city looked at the stall owner with the dusty temperament, who was paralyzed in a chair, lazily basking in the sun. It wasn't the table that was set before him. Instead, it was a large, earth-colored turtle shell. The turtle shell was half the height of an adult, and the back of the turtle was crisscrossed with dense lines. The belly of the turtle is not much different from that of an unusual turtle. White yellow. Just by looking at the other party's handsome and stunning appearance and dusty temperament, honestly, a lot of people would like to give it a try and have their fortune told. But the requirements for fortune-telling are just too wacky. Opened free of charge with the following requirements. The Half-Saint Realm Great Cultivator may be counted. Celestial Pride Everywhere may be counted. Those who consider themselves gifted can be counted. High-ranking forges, alchemists, and array masters can be counted. Seeing these requests, the cultivators who were not far away from the onlookers murmured. Even a Half-Saint Realm Great Cultivator dares to take the gossip. Alone this one is not like a fake. The other party shouldn't charge money in order to make a name for themselves. After all, the cultivators in these requests are quite credible and established in each category. Let's see. Someone should go ahead and test the waters. All a group of good passers-by directly said all my intentions. Fake sleep Shinfan stole in his heart, sitting and waiting for the fish to take the bait. On the main street, a group of men and women wearing light green long shirts came here in a hilarious manner. When he saw Shinfan napping in the sun under the city, one of the men in this group transmitted his voice to the people around him. It's really fellow Taoist Shun. Should we go and have our fortunes told? The woman in the lead hesitated for a long time before whispering. It's better not to. Fellow Taoist Shun doesn't like to be disturbed. The family elders have said so. Hearing this, the others interrupted in a hurry. Sister Huma, there's nothing to it. Let's just pretend we don't know each other. Yeah. Keep your head down. Who knows? Looking at the clan siblings blindly raising a ruckus, Yenran Lu had a speechless look on her face. Do any of you have a request for a fortune teller? You? To be honest, Yenran Lu also wanted to go, but she was just afraid of disturbing Shinfan. The other man chose to leave the Willow House at night, without saying goodbye. Obviously someone who doesn't like that kind of grandstanding. It's not to make a name for fellow Taoist Shun. Just, go. Otherwise, if no one goes to count, wouldn't it be an insult to fellow Taoist Shun's face? Just as Yenran Lu hesitated, the crowd then saw a man with a dry and thin body, slipped out from the crowd, dodged and sat down in front of the tortoise shell of the stall, and lifted his hand and slapped it on the tortoise shell. Snap! A crunch! I'll go. This person is doing something to die. There's a good show to watch. The Lu family's crowd watched with a look of amusement, and the surrounding cultivators also wanted to see if the fortune teller had any real skills. Stall owner, do my math. I consider myself gifted. The man grinned, his eyes gleaming as he rubbed the large turtle shell under his hand. Shinfan didn't even lift his eyelids, lazily pointing to the fortune-telling requirements on the small wooden sign beside him, and casually said, which requirement is met? My right hand is extremely fast, so fast that you can't even see it. Does that count as a gift? The man hemmed and hawed, lifting his right hand up and down just like that while holding it in the air. The crowd then saw his hand suddenly disappear. Hiss, so fast. Many people were shocked in their hearts. This maneuver actually can't even be sensed by divine sense? It's not simple. Ugh, nasty bastard. I don't know which female cultivator spat, causing the crowd to laugh. Ha. Looks like everyone knows the king. System, copy the opponent's right-hand talent. Shinfan raised his eyelids and looked at the man in front of him and secretly said in his heart, okay host, locked on Zhang San. Right arm talent identified as Thief Sect Sacred Hand, half sacred level. Copy increase turned on. Ding. Congratulations to the host, for increasing the sacred hand of the Thief Gate to the quasi-emperor level. The Xianling Hand. Xianling Hands, the strongest skill of the Thief Sect. The things of others are as if they were in a bag. Thief? It's better than nothing. Shinfan sat up straight and smiled faintly at Zhang San. It barely fits. Take one word of what is on your mind and write it on the turtle's back tattoo. Okay. Zhang San hemmed and hawed, stretched out his index finger and dipped it into the bowl of water placed on the turtle's back, and quickly wrote down a word. And the crowd of spectators had, at some point, gathered around the perimeter of the stall. What? When they saw the handwriting on the turtle's back, the crowd was speechless in unison. What? What's this? Are you here to cause trouble? Yanran Lu and the crowd was instantly annoyed. The Lu clan disciple beside her was also looking at Zhang San with a mischievous expression. The promised low profile was instantly gone in this moment. What? The Lu family can bully people? Is there any more style of the draconic ancient family? Zhang San didn't wimp out in the slightest and gave a direct dislike. You! Yanran Lu's face reddened with anger. There was nothing she could do about this kind of guy who was both nasty and shameless. After Zhang San cast a sidelong glance at them, he looked at Xinfan who was frowning and thinking with a snickering face and laughed. A bright man doesn't talk in the dark. If you can't figure it out, this turtle shell will be given to me. How's that? Still want to take my turtle shell? It seems that this good's eyesight is good. Xinfan faintly smiled. A touch of intriguing light appeared in his eyes, looked at Zhang San and softly said, I already know what you're trying to count. Yo, may I hear about it? Zhang San raised an eyebrow. Xinfan smiled faintly. Last night you stole the embroidered shoes of the sacred maiden of Xianmei. Yes or no? Boom! The moment these words came out, the crowd of onlookers exploded on the spot. Holy crap! He stole the shoes of the sacred maiden of Xianmei? That's too bold. No wonder this morning the people of the Xianmei Holy Land were looking around for someone as if they had eaten gunpowder. TSK, this is just a life-threatening fanatic. Brother is truly a great man. How about a word? Can you sell me an embroidered shoe? Brother, what's the size of the Holy Maiden's embroidered shoes? I guess they must be exquisite jade feet? That's right. What's the smell? Chapter 55, The Willow Family Tells the Truth. Tilting the city may become a saint. Food Ran Xiao Rant's bloodline. Sure is a pervert. Still dares to come and mess things up. Lu Yanyan let out a chirp and raised her hand to grab at Zhang San's shoulder. After Zhang San, whose face was blackened, sidestepped the strike of the phoenix claw, he arched his hand at Xinfan. Appreciate it. We'll talk next time, fellow Daoist. Before the words left his mouth, he disappeared in a flash, and the others, seeing the situation, quickly left this place of wrongdoing. I'm sure it won't take more than a few moments. The theft of the embroidered shoes of the Holy Maiden of Xianmei and the name of Xinfan's divine calculations would spread throughout the entire Wutan town. Not even allowed. This person dares to say it in public. There must be full certainty. Otherwise, wouldn't it offend the Holy Maiden of Xuanha? Just by looking at the speed at which that sharp-tongued hand-counting person escaped, it was not much more than 8 or 9. Seeing that Yanran Lu and the others did not leave, but stood in place with an awkward expression, Xinfan rolled his eyes, speechless. Count of fortune. Aha! Yanran Lu nodded repeatedly and took a deep breath after sitting down. As she raised her hand to dip it in the water, she lifted the hem of her coat with the other hand, and with a straight face, she wrote a word on the secret pattern of the turtle shell, St. At the same time, a piece of information entered Xinfan's mind. Meaning of the word saint, whether Lu Qingcheng can become a saint. Xuanji turtle armor explanation. After taking the innate dust extinction pill, Lu Qingcheng's physical pathology breaks down. While her cultivation level rises greatly, the Ruoming divine body will have a qualitative change, and it will be easy to enter the saint realm. When decrypted, one of the tortoise shell lines disappears. To actually have to disappear one of my turtle tattoos? Xinfan had a face of flesh pain. Zhang San's character measurement just now could not have been consumed by the tortoise pattern. Looking at the expectant looks of Yanran Lu and the crowd of the Lu family, Xinfan sighed. This calculation lost 100 years of my life in cultivation. It's not hard for her to enter sainthood. Don't worry. As he spoke, Xinfan forced his face to lose all its blood color and weakly slumped into the chair. The disciples of the Lu clan, who were originally surprised in their hearts, rushed forward when they saw this. Fellow Daoist Shun, are you alright? Lu Yanyan was even more self-condemning in her heart, looking at him worriedly. I shouldn't have asked you. We all thought that Qingcheng would be fine. It's my fault. Scratch that, you bunch of pits. But in order to act realistically and make them feel indebted in their hearts, Xinfan could only continue to pretend to be false. There was no way. Blood loss of a turtle tattoo. How could the Lu family be indebted? Your Excellency. Just then, not far away came Su Luoyi's shout. The Lu family crowd turned around to see Su Luoyi running over with 2 large and small mortal women. Xinfan raised his eyelids, restored the qi and blood on his face, and smiled at Yanran Lu. That pair of sisters you bring back to the Lu family. Cultivate if you can, and let them live out their lives in peace if they can't. Aha! Don't you worry. I promise you. Yanran Lu didn't hesitate and hastily nodded her head in agreement. District 2 people only, which can top the favor of Xinfan fortune-telling. Just a hand up. Hearing these words, Food Xiaoran, who came close, tugged at Xinfan's sleeve with some reluctance and weakly said, Brother Fan, you're leaving so soon. It had only been one night. She was about to leave Xinfan and Su Luoyi with her sister, and her heart was extremely reluctant. Looking at the reddened look of her eyes, Shinfan smiled and scraped her agitated nose. I'll come visit you guys at the Willow House sometime in the future. When he finished speaking, he smiled at the food do. The Willow family is one of the strongest families in the eastern region. The atmosphere inside is not bad. You two sisters feel at ease living there. Food do looked at him gratefully, then kneeled down and bowed solemnly towards him, saying softly, "Your great kindness, my daughter will never forget it." If it wasn't for Shinfan's master and servant, she would have died yesterday. She knew in her heart that the sisters would never get a chance to repay the favor in their lives. It can only be remembered in the mind. Shinfan nodded his head with a light smile and accepted this salute. Then mentioning the food Xiaoran beside him who had tears in her eyes and wanted to kneel down, Shinfan said with amusement, "Well, I'm sure I'll see you guys later. Go back with them. Brother Fan, you can come Pull the hook. Food Ran skimmed her mouth and wiped the tears on her face with her sleeve, her tone full of reluctance. Looking at her outstretched little thumb, Shinfan was helpless. "You little slug. La 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 la, little kids are trouble." At this time, Shinfan, who was waving his hand with food Xiaoran, raised his eyebrows and looked sideways at the high altitude not far away. A giant seven-colored bird was seen, noiselessly stopping in the air. The giant bird was like a swan or a phoenix, with extremely long tail feathers and slightly flapping wings, extremely handsome. On its back, there was also a group of male and female cultivators wearing white and gray long shirts with indifferent faces. Watching the place, Yanranlu, who had withdrawn her sight from the crowd, leaned over and explained in a low voice to Shinfan, "This is the iconic flying bird of the southern barbarians' food family, the ninth order Luanfeng bird." "Ha, food family?" Saying this, she looked at Food Du and Food Xiaoran with a surprised expression. Just then, a man at the head of the Luanfeng bird, gazing blandly at Yanranlu and the others, said aloud, "Yanranlu, that little girl is a disciple left behind by my food family, so I won't bother the Lu family. This is the food family's blood-inducing needle, which can prove my words." As he spoke, the man ferried the pointer in his hand towards Yanranlu. When Yanranlu took it, she saw a line of blood pointing straight at the food ran who was pulling her sister. It's true, the southern barbarians' food family had a great change 3,000 years ago, scattering the disciples of the family throughout the 5 domains in order to leave behind a legacy. It's a good thing the Great Tribulation didn't come. All the great clans had heard about the food family's search for the heir who had been left behind. The blood-inducing needle of the food family, on the other hand, was a magic weapon to find those who had the bloodline of the food family in their bodies. The pointer did not jump towards the food. Apparently the other party's bloodline was not pure enough. After all, the sisters live in the mortal world. It was already extremely difficult for Food Xiaoran's bloodline to cause a reaction to the blood-inducing needle. Lu Yanyan, who had retrieved her thoughts, returned the blood-inducing needle to the other party and frowned. The Food Du is also of the food family bloodline. Food Fei, what do you mean by that? Just now, listening to him, it seems that he only took away the food Xiaoran? The man at the head shook his head and blandly said, "The food family only looks for blood-induced needles when looking for someone, and her bloodline is impure. Not all people with the name of Food are from my food family." Before the words left his mouth, he raised his hand at the food Xiaoran, only to find that the other party did not move. He frowned and said in a cold voice to Shinfan, "Your Excellency, this is my food family's business. Are you going to intervene?" This was the first time that Food Fei looked at Shinfan squarely. To be honest, he didn't want to have anything to do with Shinfan. As the most low-profile of the draconic ancient families, the Lu family, to have so many disciples surrounding him, the other side is still sitting steadily on Tarzan without getting up. There must be something extraordinary about it. But the other side actually blocked themselves from taking the people away. This touches the bottom line of the food house. Shinfan snorted and did not answer, but looked sideways at the nervous-looking Food Lu and Food Xiaoran and lazily said, "Will you go to the Willow House or the food house?" "Both as you please. My sisters and I will listen to your Excellency's arrangement to go to the Lu family." Food Du didn't even think about it. Although her tone was light, her eyes were extremely firm. The food at the side, Ran Xiaoran, also nodded her head repeatedly. She didn't recognize any of the food families or anything. The other party had just tried to separate her from her sister, so they must be bad people. When these words came out, Food Fly's eyes narrowed. When they arrived at the eastern domain, the blood-guided needle pointed directly to Volsing Mountain, which showed how powerful the power of Food Xiaoran's bloodline was. In fact, the Food Du also had the food family bloodline. It was just that the reaction of the blood-inducing needle would be completely overridden by the side of the Food Xiaoran. This kind of thing is known only to the food family itself, and the previous scene of Food Lu kneeling down to worship Shinfan had made Food Fei extremely unhappy. When did the food family ever kneel to anyone? That was the main reason he didn't take the Food Du. With this in mind, Food Fly said in a deep voice, "She can stay, but this little girl my food family must take away. Yanran Lu, even if you bring it back to the Lu family, it won't help." being so arrogant, it's practically scratching fellow Daoist Chun's tiger's ass. People who come out of the southern barbarians, their speech is just direct and unpleasant to listen to. Who let them be the ones who came out of the bitter cold land, either fighting with wild beasts or not dealing with the Manhwa clan? But it's a pity that today, he, Food Fei, is going to open his eyes. A group of Lu family children silent, for the food of the family over the Lu family is not angry, but the heart is happy. At that moment, a bashful word rang out in the middle of the field, a little bit of truth, but not much. Everyone's eyes, in unison, gathered on Xin Fan's body. Even the cultivators who were watching the show not far away were attracted to it. Next moment, buzz, terrifying might swept out from the other party's body, shaking the clothes of the surrounding people. That hint of a mighty pressure that transcended heaven and earth even caused many of the cultivators present to change their faces and make horrified noises. This person has actually reached the half-saint realm? Hiss. Half-saint realm? In the meantime, Xin Fan raised his right hand with a cloudy face and curled his fingers to point at the Void Foodhouse crowd. Boom! In an instant, a bright and dazzling purple finger on the brazenly shot towards the shocked-looking Food Fei and the others. Chapter 56, even the meat of a hobnail starts to be reasonable. The powerful finger on was accompanied by an unparalleled pressure that arrived in an instant. The Ninth Order Luanfeng bird and the people of the food family couldn't even manage to move a single muscle, and were suppressed in the air on the spot. This was the terrifying power of a half-saint cultivator when he struck out. If a cultivator under the half-saint realm wanted to resist, it was not possible for a person who was not against the heavens to do so. Just as Food Fly and the others were despairing in their hearts, the finger mane in the air actually dissipated. At the same time, an old man stroked his beard and turned his back to the people of the food family, smilingly looking at Xin Fan under the city. The crowd of people and one bird after the robbery were in disbelief in their eyes. Such a young half-saint realm. Where exactly does he come from? Luckily, the Grand Elder blocked this attack, or else today would be over. I didn't expect the Eastern Domain to actually have such a demon. I'm afraid it's comparable to that Yi family's Yi Langya. The crowd, whose minds were spinning, looked at Xin Fan and the Lu clan's group with a grave expression. No wonder the Lu family was so good-tempered that they didn't even take Food Fei's warning to heart just now. It turned out that they were waiting for the man in front of them to punch them in the face, especially a few of the younger juniors in the Lu family. The proper look of pursed lips stifling a smile was a confirmation of the crowd's suspicions. If it were anyone else, the humiliated Food family crowd might put out harsh words behind the Grand Elder, but at this time, they had to make them think deeply about Xin Fan's strength, and the Lu family's attitude towards him. Rather, I've made you, fellow Daoist, look at the joke, which really makes me sweat. The Food family's Grand Elder, Food Ding Tian, arched his hand and smiled. As he spoke, he turned around and glared coldly at Food Fei and the others as he droned in a deep voice. Why don't you thank Senior for showing mercy? A bunch of idiots with eyes on their heads. The food tops were well aware that Xin Fan's attack just now was just a false move and had no killing intent, and the other side means. It was nothing more than the fact that if Food Lu and Food Xiaoran returned to the food house, at least they would still have him to keep an eye on them. Sort of a warning to the Food family. This son is so confident. He must have his backing. The Lu family said that there is no Imperial clan behind him, so it's likely that he's just putting out empty words. Recalling his previous visit to the Lu family to visit his old friend, the Food Topski's thoughts turned sharply. Obviously, both sides knew that the Food Xiaoran would definitely be picked up by the Food family. It's not up to the Ryu family to decide such things. After all, she was the bloodline of the Food family, and it was impossible for Xin Fan to protect the two sisters all the time. One of the strikes was to warn the Food family. The second word, the Food Top guessed. Most likely he was trying to act as an invisible backer for the Food. Hearing the Grand Elder's admonition, Food Fei and the others didn't even think about it and bowed towards Xin Fan. Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. Not only was it the will of the Grand Elder, they didn't dare to refute it. Rather, that attack just now was actually the other party showing mercy? I'm afraid that even the Grand Elder can't stop us, or else he wouldn't have scolded us like this. One must know that their Grand Elder was known to be a roller, and it's only just broken through the half-saint realm. Thinking in this way, Food Fly and the others thought carefully. Xin Fan, who was reclining on the chair, waved his hand and looked at the food tops in the air and blandly said, as I said, these two sisters are going to the Lu family. As for whether or not your food family is sincere, it depends on whether or not you can impress them. The strong words came out, causing the hearts of everyone present to sweat. However, the food top nodded with a smile and stroked his beard. As it should be. I'm going to. This group of human-like savage-hearted guys, when did they become so good at talking? The hearts of the onlooker cultivators were shocked. It is important to know that the food family that voiced out the southern barbarians acted in a very domineering style. Only the good-tempered desolate ancient Willow family could have a few words with this group of people. Other people in the eyes of the food family, that is simply a nostril to look at people. Difficult to enter the eyes. I didn't expect the chief elder of the food family to go soft. At this moment, the smile of the food topper withdrew and looked at the food fae beside him and said indifferently, "This Taoist friend has saved the lives of the food Lu sisters, so what if you kneel? Since when has my food family been so overbearing? The gift of saving your life is not even in your eyes anymore?" Boom! Boom! A sound like a thunderous explosion suddenly blasted into Food Fly's mind. His body trembled as his face turned white and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as he arched his hand towards Shinfan and weakly said, "Ahem. It is the late generation that does not distinguish between right and wrong. Please forgive Senior." Even if he was stupid, he had guessed the Grand Elder's intentions. The other side of the background is too deep. The food family cannot grasp there is no need to die. It's you who are not in the right. Admit your mistake. As for the rest of the food family, they all lowered their heads in unison and did not say a word. Indeed, old age is a thief. This fortune-telling cultivator is definitely not simple. While the crowd of onlookers were shocked, they became more and more curious about Shinfan's identity, the Lu family and its friendship not to mention. This food family, which has never been reasonable, has started to be reasonable today? Don't look at the food tops as if they are righteous. Anyone who is familiar with the style of the food family knows that this group of people is extremely protective of their shortcomings. Shinfan didn't care and nodded his head, considered the matter to be over. Seeing that the food top left with an arch, Shinfan secretly said in his heart, "System, copy the strongest techniques of Food Fae and the others, and copy the Tao that this old man has comprehended." Food Fae and the others did not have a high cultivation level, and were not at the level of the food family's divine sons. Shinfan, copying a hand, also wanted to try his luck to see if anyone had cultivated the food family emperor level feats, and the aura of the half-sate realm of food top sky at this time had not yet stabilized, and it seemed to him that it should have just broken through not long ago. Getting the other side of the avenue is undoubtedly the best option. Locked on Food Fly, the strongest technique was identified as half-saint grade medium, 10,000 beasts taming technique. Locked the Food Spirit. The strongest technique is identified as the lower half-saint grade, heavenly light poem. The series of prompts caused Shinfan to instantly lose interest and quietly wait for the message from the food family elder. Locking the food, identified as, beginning to enter the way of the beast. Reproduction increase opens. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has attained the perfected way of the Imperial beast. Imperial beast? It seems like it's possible to consider catching a divinely handsome beast. Looking at the 9th-rank Luanfeng bird that flew far away, Shinfan felt that he would find a pull-along mount to ride when he had the chance. Retracting his eyes, he raised his hand and jerked the cheek of the food ran standing beside him and laughed softly. "Go on. Go back with Sister Willow and the others." "Well, Brother Fan, you have to take care of Food ran Xiao Ran's eyes reddened again. "Aha! Definitely take care." Shinfan's temples throbbed as he raised his hand to help her wipe her tears, using his eyes to quickly hint at Food Lu and the snickering Yenran Lu. "Hurry up and take this little slug back." Seeing this scene, the eyes of Su Luo on the side curved. "Ha ha, I didn't think there would be a time when he was afraid." Food Du pursed her lips and saluted again before pulling her reluctant sister and Yenran Lu to leave together. "You're free to come to the Lu family to play." Yenran Lu, who was in front, looked back at Shinfan. He only waved his hand casually and slumped down in his chair to continue sunbathing. Such natural talent. Maybe only Sister Qingchun can catch up with it. Yenran Lu pursed her lips and turned to leave. Chapter 57, Duplicate Increase, one of the 10 great sacred bodies of the human race, Peerless Saint Body. When the group left, the fortune-telling booths emptied out this time. However, there were still quite a few cultivators standing and loitering on the street, looking this way from time to time. Too bad there aren't two of them. They really don't dare to come over and tell their fortunes. Seeing Shinfan's lazy appearance, Sului, who was sitting on a small bench at the side, inquired in a low voice, "My lord, I've realized that those people from the big powers are too much smarter than ordinary cultivators. Like when I was outside before, those people would start killing at the drop of a hat. Those with a bit of background even don't put others in their eyes, and just start fighting. Lawless." She knew her mail was good, but awesome to a kind of category beyond Su Luoyi's cognizance. She had never seen any Tao protector around Shinfan, but he is alone. He dared to be in the treasure pavilion. Hard just in the middle Imperial continent Qin family law not to say. He also destroyed the elders of the Wuji Valley in passing. As for the Yi family's eunuch and protector, they were even beheaded by Shinfan. It seems that the food family is also quite strong. And in the end, you apologize and admit you're wrong? Not like the people she had met before, who looked at each other with displeasure was a mockery plus a punch in the face. Then the old one was beaten and the young one came, until both sides were dead. So many draconic ancient families and top-tier forces, and not a single one of them dared to touch Shinfan? This point really puzzled Su Luoi. Shinfan pulled the corner of his mouth, didn't even raise his eyelids, and said indifferently, "The higher up you go, the more you will know how to weigh the pros and cons, and what you see is just an illusion." Su Luoyi's willow brows knitted as she whispered, pretending? They all look pretty good to me. Are the Ryu family faking it too? In fact, she wanted to add the heaven-asking sect and the great Qin dynasty. But who let this place be crowded with people? And the great Buddha of the Lu family is naturally fearless. Xinfan pondered for a moment and said softly, perhaps when my life is in danger, the Willow family might step in once. But that's all. It's considered returning my favor. Speaking of this, Xinfan yawned and whispered, as for the calm you see now, it's just the storm coming. They're all waiting to see if I'm a flamboyant actor. If I can't carry the momentum, everything will be over. So you understand? Even an unreasonable family like the Food family knew to be reasonable. It was just that he couldn't see through Xinfan's depths and didn't want to mess with it. But once Xinfan fell, who would care about him? If it was the Wuji Valley, the Qin family of the central Imperial continent, or even the Yi family and the Food family from earlier, not choosing to swallow this breath and take on Xinfan head-on and hard, then they will have to live with the unknown consequences of this. This is the machinations of these great powers in power. The road to proving the emperor is about to open. Treading on the bones of 10,000 people is the only way for one person to witness the way. How difficult is this? Did Xinfan die on the road to witnessing the emperor? Or did he die in advance under the layout of a certain power? There's always an outcome. Everyone is watching from the wall. This was all attributed to Xinfan's status as an emperor's son. On the Xian-Tian continent, there are demons. But the emperor's son was extraordinary. If you really want to blow up an imperial clan, then there's nothing to regret. But if you were to replace a cultivator who came out of a corner, even if his qualifications were heaven-defying, it had long since been blasted into crumbs by the superpowers of these forces. The tougher ones can still hold their heads and have a steady hand of obscene development. How is it like Xinfan now? Letting him wander around idly with nothing to do? Figuring this out, Su Luoyi, with a golden light in her eyes, looked at him with admiration and exclaimed, "You're so smart, Your Excellency. I can't believe you knew about it a long time ago. I thought you just knew how to have fun." As for her son not being able to cope with the situation and dying, don't forget that she also has a reed to cross the river from the owner of the Tangi mansion. If you can't beat two people, just run away together. Besides, Xinfan was just too amazing in her eyes. And so smart, dare to walk recklessly on the street. That is confident, not afraid of death. Humph. I'll teach you a lesson when the time comes to run away. Let's make you lazy by not cultivating every day, and sleep to enlightenment. Just know how to bluff me. Thinking of Xinfan listening to her teachings with a serious face in the future, Su Luoyi's body bones soured up, squinting her eyes and almost laughing out loud. Bang! Xinfan raised his hand and knocked a melon crash on her forehead, casting a sidelong glance at her in reprimand. Playing? I'm even sleeping while I'm realizing the Tao. What are you doing? If someone comes to kill us, can you handle it with this level of cultivation? Why don't you practice? If you die, I'll find a ditch to bury you in. It's easier to be less of a follower. Hiss. Su Luoyi hurriedly covered her stinging forehead and huffed cold air. But when she heard that Xinfan wanted to bury her in the stinking gutter, she quickly begged for forgiveness in an aggravated manner. Sir, I'll be practicing soon. Don't bury me in the gutter. Give me another place. I like peach blossoms. Bury me under a peach tree. Seeing Xinfan ignoring her, Su Luoyi rubbed her forehead, fantasizing that she could give Xinfan a good education later. With a smile on her lips, she got up and sat cross-legged behind Xinfan. Then, he closed his eyes and applied his energy, absorbing the aura of the Xian spirit bead hanging on his chest, and entered a state of cultivation. Right at this moment, a group of cultivators with metaphysical long shirts slowly walked over from the street in front of them. The woman at the head wore a black light veil, her face pale and delicate. It's just the black eye lines at the corners of the brows and the purple lips that look a little solid. Behind him, there were young men and women in the same attire, obviously from the same lineage. With the appearance of this line of people, the air on the street will instantly reach the freezing point, cold to the bone. It wasn't that the group was imposing. Rather, this woman's body came with a piercingly cold aura, like a poisonous snake, making people very uncomfortable. The cultivators on the roadside who hadn't left yet were talking when they saw the group. The Xianmei Holy Land has indeed come, and it's still the Holy Maiden of Xianmei herself. But even the Food family has returned in defeat, so she shouldn't be looking for a fight this time, but asking for the whereabouts of that thief. TSK, worthy of being the holy daughter of the Holy Land. The aura that she emits alone is intimidating. I heard that her physique is very powerful, and her battle strength is even more amazing. Not only is it the sacred maiden of Xianmei, many of the leading figures of the younger generation of the forces have come to this time's Voltron Mountain vision, and they're already talking about the Tao in the city lord's mansion. It's a pity that we're not qualified to enter. A young cultivator was filled with emotion. The ancient immortal artifact, the Great Desolate Diagram, was shockingly found on Volsung Mountain, and those who were interested naturally wanted to come and take a peek at what was going on. Xinfan, who was faking sleep, listened to the cultivator's discussion and raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. A woman with dark pupilless eyes and a cold aura emanating from her body was seen sitting in front of the Xuanji tortoise armor with a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Sir, could you read my fortune?" The voice was slightly raspy and emotionless. "Such a pretty face. Too bad the voice is so creepy." If the tone of voice with a bit of grimness was matched with these dark pupils of hers and the aura of her body, it was no different from a female ghost. Of course. Xinfan smiled indifferently and signaled her to write a word on the tortoise shell while secretly saying, "System, copy her physique." I have to say, sometimes what passers-by say around you isn't all crap. Since the other party had a special physique, Xinfan naturally wouldn't miss it. Locked on Lin Yuron. Physique identified as Underworld God Body. Reproduction increase opens. Divine Body? Worthy of being a holy maiden. Her qualifications are extraordinary. Xinfan looked at the woman in front of him with a smile on the corner of his mouth as he raised his hand to drop the word. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Increasing the underworld divine body to the peerless sacred body. Unparalleled holy body, one of the 10 holy bodies of the human race. Hard to come by in the ancient times. With unparalleled combat power. All the thousands of combat methods in the world can be maximized, increasing their power tenfold. Quasi-Emperor Realm Great Sacred Body. A drop of sacred blood can suppress a domain, and can battle with a certified emperor. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, accompanied by the strength and boiling blood in his body, Xinfan was filled with shock. Awesome! This physique is so raw? Combat law power increased tenfold? Who can top that great emperor stance when it's boosted tenfold? Chapter 58, Shocking the Crowd. There are indeed immortal weapons inside the mountain. To battle a proven emperor with the power of the quasi-emperor realm, an existence as extreme as a great emperor could actually be hardened. This was as heavenly as a small cultivator of the spirit-drawing realm being able to harden himself against the sage realm with his great completion stage peerless saint body. The metaphor is a bit exaggerated, but that's what it means. But the system's broadcast wasn't over yet. Note 1, the peerless holy body quenches the 7 major origins, internal organs, meridians, flesh, sinews and bones, chi and blood, divine soul, and water of life source. After reaching the realm of physical perfection, the holy body is indestructible, able to use the body of a human being to slaughter gods and destroy immortals, unrivaled in the world. Note 2, current physique realm, minor physique success, in automatic cultivation, warm tip, taking, quenching, and tempering the 7 origins of the holy body can accelerate the physical realm. Bull, the physique's great completion can fight with a great emperor, and after its consummation, it can actually slaughter gods and slay immortals. It's worthy of being a saintly body of the human race that is hard to come by in the ages. It's a pity that there is only a small completion realm. It would be good if the increase was to a complete completion, so there would be no need to cultivate these 7 origins. Xinfan pursed his lips, quite a bit of regret, tormenting the 7 origins of the holy body. This looks like it will require great perseverance to succeed. You can't go wrong with breaking bones and reattaching tendons. It hurts to think about it. Xinfan even saved his cultivation, which was definitely a beautiful death if he went to cross-train his flesh. Although the current peerless saint body was only a minor accomplishment, but the role should not be underestimated. How terrifying would it be to have the combat law alone enhanced tenfold in power and added to the great emperor Jedi? This was one of the reasons why the peerless sacred body was able to resist great emperors and slay gods and immortals. Small into the peerless holy body. Is it possible to find a Dao body to copy and increase once more in the future, and give it a brush? But such a strong physique. There is always some reluctance to give up. Previously, Xinfan's glazed treasure body hadn't even reached the small completion realm, and after swallowing the innate Jedi pill, with the powerful medicinal power of the sacred pill, his physique had only been upgraded to an innate spiritual body, and he had not reached a minor accomplishment either. Upgrading the realm. Physique realm? Thinking of this, Xinfan's eyes lit up and said in his heart, right system, can the sacred body realm replicate the increase? No? To answer the host, it is completely possible. However, there is a difference between body realms, such as the god body and sacred body both have different origins, and copying will fail. The holy body can only obtain the increase effect by copying another holy body realm. This is the same reasoning as the host copying cultivation will not enhance the sense of the great Tao. Hearing these words, Xinfan's mouth was tinged with a smile. That's simple. It's fine even if we meet other saint body minor completions. Brush up on the increase effect, maybe have a blast, and the minor accomplishment goes straight to consummation. Even an increase to holy body greatness would be great. It was far too convenient than cultivating the 7 great origin on one's own. Plus, his realm advancement was soaring. Going to the Xian continent one day to slip around. Maybe I'll come across a holy body and brush up on my physical realm to complete it. It still has to be Yuatuanzi. Xinfan, who had gotten rid of a piece of his heart disease, sourly squinted his eyes slightly and shook his head. The host is fallacious. It's still the host that can think of replicating the physique realm. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to think of this operation. Ha ha, this is called rational utilization. Looking at the original Mr. Fortune teller who was shaking his head and gradually wandering out of the sky, Lin Yueran slightly pondered before speaking out again. Sir, is it possible to calculate anything? The voice was still light, just with a hint more of a reminder. This was the second time Lin Yueran had called out to Shinfan. Could it be that my character is too difficult to measure? Or is there something that can't be told? Lin Yueran's slender eyebrows knitted slightly as he looked down at the Xuanji tortoise armor. Just now she wrote the word immortal on it. Perhaps it was the very word that sent the other into a state of disorientation. Lin Yueran had no doubt about the fortune-telling ability of the man in front of him, an existence that could make all the people of the food family return home in defeat. It would never be idle enough to come and set up a stall to tease the crowd. Ah, hearing her greeting, Shinfan came back to his senses and looked at her with a faint smile. That shameless man who stole your embroidered shoes is called Zhang San, but he wears a mask of such high quality that ordinary people can't find him. Inherited from the Supreme Thief sect. Lin Yueran, star. Julie. The corner of Zhang San's eyes jumped as he peeked with his ears in the crowd not far away. Scratch that. Fellow Taoist, you're not being generous. I'm really going to be screwed over by you. In fact, Zhang San didn't steal Lin Yueran's embroidered shoes. Instead, he had plowed into the ancestral tomb of the Xianmei Holy Land and taken an ancient treasure from it, the Dharma transformation boots. The shoes have only one function. They can resist the erosion of the monumental boundaries, but the shoes were only for the knots set up by the cultivators, ineffective for boundaries naturally formed by heaven and earth. Let's not talk about the level of danger in the unknown monuments. With the effect of only being able to use this pair of shoes once alone, Zhang San had plowed the ancestral grave of the Xianmei Holy Land. This one does have fat and shameless guts. In Shinfan's opinion, Lin Yueran must have come to ask about Zhang San's whereabouts, since that bastard still wanted to hit him with the Xuanji turtle armor. The unspoken rule of not being able to expose the client in divination and fortune-telling did not exist at all in Shinfan's place. Just ask you if my divine calculator's guess is accurate. Seeing Lin Yueran sitting in place somewhat dazed, he was clearly surprised by his divine calculations. Shinfan smiled lightly, waved his hand and took out a set of tea utensils from the space ring and placed it on the tortoise shell, cooking the tea in a bland manner. It seems like the owner of the Tangi is this kind of cloudy pushover. Looking at the man in front of her, who raised his cup to drink for himself and even gestured for him to taste it, Lin Yueran inhaled slightly and lowered her voice. Thank you, sir, for pointing out the confusion, but this is not the matter I'm asking about. If it is inconvenient to tell, the Xianmei Holy Land is willing to pay a lot of money for this piece of information. Scratch that. Could it be that the guess was wrong? Shinfan frowned in feigned contemplation, but in his heart, he was embarrassed. Acquiring the peerless sacred body before had indeed distracted him a bit. Shinfan quickly connected his mind to the Xuanji turtle armor in front of him, and a set of information appeared in his mind. Measuring word, Xian. Meaning of the word immortal, is there an immortal weapon? The Great Wasteland map. In the ruins of Vulsing Mountain. Xuanji turtle armor explanation. The immortal artifact Great Desolate diagram exists within Vulsing Mountain, but it is only a fragment of the Great Desolate diagram. It is the southern corner of the Great Desolate diagram, which led to the appearance of the shadow of the southern region emperor last night. After decryption, 50 lines of turtle armor disappeared. 50 articles. There was only one message from Lu Qingqing's sainthood. Shinfan's hands shook. It could be seen how terrifying a chance at the level of an immortal weapon was, even if it was just a fragment. It wasn't something that could be compared to the Saint Realm news in the district, but since they said the stall was free, people were asking questions in good faith. Shinfan wasn't so bad as to punch himself in the face. The main thing was that copying a holy body made Shinfan look at this girl rather smoothly. After thinking for a moment, he put down his teacup and looked at Lin Yuyan and said indifferently, the immortal artifact Great Desolate diagram is indeed within Mount Voltron, but it's a fragment of an immortal artifact. This statement was made. Boom! The entire perimeter of the city gates resounded with an uplifting and lively discussion. This little place actually does have immortal weapons? Oh my god! Immortal weapons! I've never even seen an emperor weapon in my life. It's hard not to have the honor of witnessing an immortal weapon in its true form. Even a fragment of an immortal weapon is enough to shock the world. I heard that last night there was an image of a great emperor connecting heaven and earth, as if it was a halberd that broke the sky and ascended to immortality. If we get this fragment, we might be able to comprehend the opportunity to become an immortal in it. Luckily quite a few forces don't believe that there are immortal weapons in this place. It will allow us to get a head start. Chapter 59, Closing the Booth. I'll give you a leg hair and you'll get fat. You guys quickly go back and report to the elders. Notify the sect to send strong men. If the relics open again, it will be too late. Several silhouettes broke the wind in the lively crowd, utilizing their speed to the extreme. There may be some who will not believe it, However, more people chose to believe this young cultivator with extraordinary strength. The scene is a bit noisy at this point, but when they saw that Xin Fan had suddenly closed his stall, they all quieted down. Floating corpses everywhere. Xin Fan with a soporific face collected the Xuanji turtle armor and the miscellaneous things on the stall, leaned back and sat on the chair and closed his eyes. Blood loss of 50 turtle lines. If this counted any further, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to sleep at night. As for any sentiments about floating corpses, pure bull *******. It's called high style, where every word and action has a deeper meaning. To be clear, I'm still trying to alleviate the embarrassment of guessing the wrong word earlier and make an interruption. His words were naturally heard by all the surrounding cultivators. The atmosphere of the scene gradually became condensed. That's right, everyone knew that immortal weapons were good, even if it was just a fragment. But then a bloody battle was inevitable. And how many have fallen here? Looking at him, he directly ignored the holy maiden of the Xianmei Holy Land and closed his stall and leaned back on the bamboo chair with his eyes closed, and remembered that before Xin Fan left to talk about it, not to say the content of this trigram. Everyone felt that he really didn't want to tell the trigram that there was an immortal weapon on Volsing Mountain. Benevolence and righteousness, fellow Taoist. This son is quite the sage. Invisibly, an aura of a sage with a benevolent heart was reflected in the eyes of the crowd. Since the other party closed the stall to send off the guests, Lin Yuran naturally wouldn't stay. She slowly got up and bowed to Xin Fan before leading the people to turn around and leave. Looking at the quiet street, and the hesitant look in the depths of the eyes of the many cultivators, Lin Yuaran's mouth revealed a morose smile as he quietly said, "Mr. is too kind-hearted. If my generation of cultivators think beforehand, wouldn't it be nice to go home and plant the land and wait for death?" There was contempt in his tone. These words caused the faces of the surrounding cultivators to turn green and red. However, sensing that the aura of the people from the Xianmei sacred ground was getting stronger, no one dared to speak out to refute it. This is the power of the Holy Land. Regardless of whether it was guts, or a contest between the two sides' Tao hearts, the difference was clear at a glance. Not for a while, the crowds on the street were gradually leaving. Xin Fan, who was lying on the bamboo chair, raised his eyelids and secretly snickered when he saw that the crowd had left. God's calculating persona has not collapsed and can be used for fishing later. Glancing sideways at Sului, who was still cultivating, he took out a spatial ring from the system space. This was none other than Yi Xingqian's spatial ring. Sweeping with his divine sense, Xin Fan realized that this spatial ring was extremely large. Not only were there mountains of spirit stones inside, there were also quite a few goodies, especially since the other party was planning to run away at the first opportunity with a saint-grade divine walking talisman. Xin Fan, who rubbed the ring, said in his heart, "System, copy and increase everything inside, including this ring." Okay host. Locked space ring, identified quality, excellent. Locked recluse talisman, appraised quality, holy grade medium. Locked kidney treasure spirit fruit, identified as 9th order upper grade. Locked soul tie technique, appraised as a half-saint's lower grade. Reproduction increase opens. Xin Fan, kidney treasure spirit fruit? Xin Fan had an odd face. Looking at his surroundings, he was the first to take out a large vehicle driver that had been increased to 9th rank quality and placed it on the ground. The carriages were 3 meters wide and high, with landscapes carved along the door, and the whole was made of white jade, emitting a faint spiritual mist. As for the inside, it's decorated with wine racks, armoires, rugs, coffee tables and the like. Nice. It's quite good as a place to sleep at any time. Xin Fan, who lifted the curtain and walked into it, directly laid down on the soft carpet. Then he raised his hand to the outside and saw Sului, who was cultivating, directly float into the car. Xin Fan, who was lying in the car, crossed his legs and took out a fruit that emitted a red aura from the increase item. Kidney source blazing sun fruit, half-sacred medium-grade spiritual fruit. After taking it, the divine organ of the kidney will be greatly developed, and it will emit a fiery aura like the blazing sun, with an outstanding effect of hiding essence and energy. It should be of great benefit to my peerless saint body. Xin Fan raised his eyebrows and smiled, sniffed the intoxicating fruit fragrance, licked the corners of his mouth, and took a bite on the kidney origin blazing sun fruit. Crunch! Drumming his cheeks, Xin Fan bit into the pulp, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The taste of this juice is excellent, cozy not to mention warm in the mouth. After swallowing the pulp, there was also a warm flow into the throat which was very soothing. When Xin Fan finished eating the kidney source fiery sun fruit, he immediately felt a warm current in his abdomen that flowed to both sides of his waist. A wave of soreness hit him, causing him to stretch comfortably. Shu Tan looks like it's necessary to eat more spirit fruits and stuff in the future. The taste is really good. Xin Fan, whose body was warm, smiled and narrowed his eyes as he took out a quasi-emperor level divine traveling talisman from the system space, as well as the soul tie technique increased with the saint grade medium grade soul cultivation secret technique, the soul pinning and crossing Zen Sutra. This should be the strongest soul cultivation secret method at present. Looking at the secret book with the black cover in his hand, Xinfan was quite helpless. In a place like Sevenstar Mountain, even if there are immortal weapons out there, it was also impossible for the people from the Dan Palace to come over and get involved. People have all kinds of resources when they make pills, not to mention that there were high-level alchemists and cultivators who came to beg for Dan resources and favors that were a large amount. Just keep your own alchemy, and rarely come to wade through the muddy waters. Xinfan wanted to replicate the soul cultivation grand technique, and could only look for clans that specialized in cultivating divine soul attacks, and some older generation figures, or those heavenly figures within the sect. It is because only this type of outstanding sons and daughters who are gifted with great talent will develop in a holistic manner. Some people are not allowed to have the secret method difficult to cultivate. I have the secret method lazy to cultivate. Xinfan barred his mouth, swept his eyes at Sului, who was practicing, and placed the divine walking talisman and the soul pinning and crossing Zen Sutra by her side. Possessing a special physique, I think her divine soul qualification isn't bad. This thing Xinfan does not cultivate, but Sului, as his maid, arming down her strength was still necessary. As for Xinfan, who had mastered the great emperor's teleportation array pattern, the divine traveling talisman was dispensable. Then he took the items in Yi Xingqian's spatial ring, and after picking and choosing them, after putting all those iconic Yi family items and treasures that had been placed under a ban into the system space, he placed the ring on the secret book. You're so fat even giving a leg hair. Cultivate well and strive to fight for me soon. This would not be an ordinary style if there was a maid with terrifying strength beside him to fight for him. Xinfan, who had done all this, snorted and raised his hand to seal the carriage to prevent others from disturbing it. Then his eyes closed and he went on to comprehend his sleeping path. Moonstar. When Sului ended her cultivation state, it was already dark, but the white jade on the wall of the car was emitting a soft glow, illuminating the interior of the car. Stretching her waist with vigor, Sului just wanted to get up and move her muscles. A space ring and a black book were seen sitting beside him, as well as a talisman with a shining purple aura. It's quite thoughtful. Sului pursed her lips and reached out to take it. She, who had been using a storage bag, did not ask Xinfan for a spatial ring. She knew that Xinfan rarely focused on herself. But it's different now. At least he'll think of himself. Of course she's happy. Chapter 60, Starving Mr. Shen. Sului, who was in a good mood, lowered her head and put the spatial ring on her finger, and with a smile on the corner of her mouth, she probed into it with her divine thoughts. One could only see that the medium grade, top grade, and extreme grade spirit stones were divided into 3 piles, and they were full of spiritual chi. Eyeballing it, there were more than 100,000 of them, enough for her to cultivate for a long time. And there were all kinds of magic treasures, pills, medicinal herbs, and so on. Looking at Sului's heartbeat accelerated with excitement. Sure enough, fighting and killing is the only way to make money fast. It didn't take much thought to realize that this must be Yi Xingqian's storage ring, because although there were a lot of things inside, but which was like Xinfan, a tycoon, who was simply trenchant with his holy level treasures at the drop of a hat. These 2 treasures should be what he gave me. Sului, who was full of excitement, carefully took the purple pattern lingering talisman in her hand. The aura that came to the surface, the purple light that lingered in a strange color, and the runes that emitted ripples. Nothing shows that this is a supreme treasure. For all, purple color, it could be an emperor level treasure. Sului, whose eyes shone with starlight, hurriedly put the talisman away. Then she took the black covered book on the rug and held it in her hands. What kind of gongfu is the soul pinning transition Zen Sutra? With a whisper, she curiously flipped open the first page, and her heart was immediately startled. Sacred grade medium grade soul cultivation secret method, soul pinning and crossing Zen Sutra. It's actually a saint grade soul cultivation secret method? All cultivators knew that soul cultivation was a relatively cold side branch of cultivation. After all, the cultivation requirements were there. Not just anyone could cultivate. And most of the powerful soul cultivation secret methods were in the hands of the Dan Palace, the artifact refining union, the talisman Dao Vein, and the streams of soul cultivators. There were also in the hands of the great holy places and the desolate ancient family. But where had a small cultivator like Pixel Lui seen such a secret book? And it's still a holy grade soul cultivation secret method. Pressing down her excited heart, she gazed at the introduction of the secret method on the first page. Pin Soul Transition Zen Sutra, a chapter of the Divine Soul secret method in the Joyful Zen Sutra, which can break through the quality of a cultivator's divine soul and enhance its strength after cultivation. Soul pinning and crossing Zen technique. When breaking the shackles of the divine soul, It is necessary to find a cultivator whose divine soul is stronger than one's own, and cast the soul pinning and crossing Zen technique to perform the joyful pinning technique. Only after the souls have mingled can the water flow into the water and break through the realm of the divine soul. Note, when casting the pin soul crossing Zen technique, the opponent must have no intention of resisting in order to succeed. If it is performed by force, it will fail to break the boundary. Remember, do not use this method as a way to compensate for yin and yang. Do not go on the evil way. I hope that practitioners will bear in mind. Sului looked at the outrageous secret method introduction with a baffled expression, especially the last sentence about remembering. It made her face red with anger. The law of joyful pinning? How can you memorize such an unorthodox secret method? I'll memorize your ass. In the past, when she was alone, Sului had heard that there was an acacia sect in the eastern region. It requires both male and female practitioners to be in harmony with their hearts, bodies and minds in order to both raise their cultivation levels. It was worshipped by many male cultivators as the supreme divine sect in their hearts. Why did he give me this kind of secret method nah? Sului, who was holding the secret book, was mortified in her heart and looked up at Shinfan in the carriage. But at this look, her entire body froze in place. Seeing Shinfan at this moment, the originally fair and jade-like cheeks actually had 2 more piles of redness. He also barred his mouth every now and then, like a drunk, the whole thing in a daze. There was even a subtle snort from the tip of his nose. It wasn't his current condition that made Sului confused, but the solid hemline. That's like an unusual person who hangs their clothes on a pole to dry. It's very abrupt. This is too scary. He's not dreaming anything, is he? Sului was so alarmed by what she saw that she hastily covered her mouth for fear of making a sound. Her pretty face was covered with a blush as she looked sideways, not daring to look directly at her. But the curiosity in her heart was like ants scratching an itch, making her hands grip the hem of her skirt tightly and steal a few careful glances. After just a few glances, her eyes rippled, and her agitated nose sweated a little in shame, especially since there was no wind in the carriage. But the hem of the other man's coat actually shivered slightly a few times. The scene startled Sului so much that she almost made a sound and hastily flopped down on the carpet. In the meantime, a burst of flavor that made one's heart beat faster, if anything, emanated from Shinfan's body and surged into Sului's agitated nose. In fact, that was the flavor emanating from the kidney source blazing sun fruit. Just after being eaten by Shinfan, the flavor of the fruit pulp was extremely domineering after it spread out in the body, like male hormones, filling the carriage. Think of the automatic hemline. Sului mistakenly thought that it was Shinfan in his dream and had already that. Geez, curiosity killed the cat. I should have known not to look. At this point, her eyes were misty and her whole face was so hot she could have branded an egg. When his afterglow saw the pinning transcendental meditation technique on the carpet, he also saw Shinfan in such a state. Only then did Sului understand his deeper meaning. But let me use my divine soul with him. How can this be thought of? Sului, who was full of shame and anger, only felt that Shinfan's idea was very outrageous. But when I think of my status as his first maid, the other party was already being very considerate of her face by being so subtle. If reality was directly real to her, not to mention that horrible as hell giftedness, there is minimal emotional grounding alone, and the two can be awkward as a result. Thinking of this, Sului swept her wrist and looked up at the hem of the garment that was doing the trick. This comparison is full of fear. Scary nah. Emboldened, she took out a fox skin sheet, tiptoed up and covered Shinfan's body. Seeing that the other party had finally returned to normal, Sului glanced at the soundly sleeping Shinfan and secretly said in her heart, to save face and still want this kind of thing. If you have the guts, say it to my face. Alone in a world where people eat people, the Sului who had managed to survive until now was far stronger than it appeared. Stick Boy was on fire, she could understand. But this outrageous thing, he wants to save face, and so does she. As for the soul pinning transition Zen technique, it was put away by her. Seeing Shinfan sleeping soundly, Sului, who was squatting beside him, raised her veiled hand and carefully scraped his nose. She knew that when Shinfan slept, he was like a mortal, so as long as she didn't wake him up, she would be fine. Looking at the naive look of him breathing with his mouth open, Sului rolled her eyes with a smile at the corner of her mouth and whispered, "Before you were sealed, you sure were a womanizer, yo." She didn't have half a doubt about Shinfan coming out of the source stone. A female servant girl beside an emperor's son of an emperor clan didn't need to think about it to know that she was the best in the world. Ha, not right ah. You don't even have any thoughts about Lu Qingcheng. Why would you pick me? Damn it. It must be your hunger. Hungry for more. Hungry. Sului thought to herself that she did not have Lu Qingcheng's stunning looks, and the more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Her pretty face was slightly red, and when she saw Shinfan frowning and shaking his head, she quickly let go. Humph, sleepy head. Seeing that he was quiet again, Sului grunted lightly and got up to the corner of the carriage. Just as she was about to continue her cultivation, suddenly he noticed a child lying on his back outside the window of the car next to him peering in, tapping on the window door every now and then. But the curtains had been drawn, and the carriage had been cast by Shinfan with a secret spell, so the sound from outside did not enter it in the slightest. With a curious face, Sului swung open the curtains, and saw a bald little boy with thick eyebrows and wearing animal skin, showing a bright smile towards her, signaling her to open the window. Not only him, but not far away there were also cultivators from all sides who urged their feet to watch. Several of them were young cultivators who stood with Lin Yuran. Even if it was Sului's eyes, they all felt that these people were extremely extraordinary, and that they were protagonist-like existences at a glance in the crowd. Come to tell your fortune? Or perhaps to prepare to enter Mount Voltron? Frowning slightly, Sului shook his head, and saw this child take a piece of paper and pen, quickly wrote a few words and pasted them on the window door. I'm little Barbara of the Mangrove clan. Have you heard of my awesome name? Open the window quickly. I'm looking for the fortune teller. Chapter 61 God Emperor Saint Sun Zhang Taiyu. The holy body of the Mangu clan appeared. The pride of the heavens is gathered. It was dark and the stalls were closed. This little brute is so ignorant of etiquette. And a prestigious name. I've never even heard of it. My family's male son is not someone who can be seen by just anyone. Sului still shook her head and looked at him with a bland face as she opened her mouth. My son has already rested. Today's fortune-telling is over. Let's talk about it tomorrow. The voice didn't go out, but the lip sync was still understood by the little barbarian. Watch as the curtains are drawn again. Little barbarian, who was sitting on a four-legged alien beast shaped like a dragon and lion, slapped it on the head in a hurry. The pretty female cultivator outside is really not a good match. Bang! With a muffled sound, the golden-eyed dragon lion shook its huge head and spewed out two white mists from its nostrils with a speechless face. Looking back at the crowd of people who were urging their feet to watch, little barbarian, whose face could not hang on to his face, rubbed his hands together and jumped off the golden-eyed dragon lion before striving to dodge the ground with a kick. Rumbling, the lapis lazuli on the ground crumbled and trembled on the spot. Even the walls not far away were densely covered with cobwebs, yet the wagon didn't budge. Seeing little barbarian bending over and trying to move that carriage, the cultivators who were watching from a short distance away were good and calm. The people of the Mangu clan are really all reckless. Don't you know that even the food family backed down before? I'm really looking forward to what that fortune-telling cultivator will do with him. If he gets into a fight with this group of true barbarians, it'll be a good show. Compared to the food family, the Mangu clan of the southern barbarians was the real earth bully. Didn't you see the Mangu cultivators sitting on a demonic beast not far away? Not dissuaded by little Ayan's approach? Main Street. 5 young men and women with extraordinary temperaments gazed calmly at the field, watching little barbarian's teeth bared and struggling to move the carriage. One of the men shook a crystalline white bone fan in his hand and whispered, I didn't realize that in this life, an emperor's son would come out. As soon as these words came out, a stream of light flashed in the eyes of the remaining 4, especially Lin Yuran, whose narrow eyes narrowed into slits. The man in the carriage was thought to be a genuine fortune teller. I didn't realize that the other party was actually an emperor's son. This was the news they had gotten from Yenran Lu. As the strongest young generation of the 5 supreme powers of the Eastern Domain, these 5 hearts knew the weight of the emperor's son and how heavy it was. Less than 20 years old at the 3rd level of the half-saint realm. Is this the emperor's son who was personally appointed by the great emperor of Ancient? A man in the center of the room showed a divine aura, his body lingering with a faint light, his tone calm and waveless. This person was none other than the holy son of the divine emperor Holy Land in the eastern region, Zhang Taiyu. If it was said that the Yi family's half-saint, Yi Langia, was the highest cultivator among the younger generation of the eastern region, then Zhang Taiyu of the divine emperor Holy Land was number 1 in terms of battle power. Tai Sui means the son of heaven in the middle of the year and is in charge of good and bad fortune on earth. It is also the image of a human ruler, leading the gods. The name alone shows how high this man's heart is. The reason why he was said to be the number 1 in battle power among the younger generation of the eastern region. It was only because he had once used the strength of the 8th heaven of the king's realm to cross over and kill a great cultivator who had just recently entered the half-saint realm. Such a huge chasm was crossed in one step. He also used this battle to prove the name of Taiyu. The so-called rules are broken by demons. Although it was rumored that Zhang Taiyu had suffered a heavy blow because of this battle, but this kind of astonishing battle record was enough to show how terrifying his strength was. Hear this. A stream of light flashed in the eyes of the 4 people present. This was because from the tone of Zhang Taiyu's voice, the 4 of them sensed that there was an angsty battle intent that flowed out. Even if he didn't enter the half-saint realm now, he also dared to unleash his battle intent with this half-saint realm emperor. The emperor's son came out. Allegory of the avenue of contention. This life is bound to be radiant. And the 4 of them, as demons of the eastern region's overwhelming power, How can one be willing to lag behind others in such a great age? The man in the carriage was above them in cultivation though, but the path of witnessing. It's not just about cultivation. No one who could be regarded as a holy son or divine son to be cultivated by the lands was simple. At this moment, a delicate woman among the five wearing a long flowing dress looked ahead and softly laughed. The little barbarian is in a hurry to get going. The voice was as light and pleasant as jade beads falling from a disc. There was also a hint of natural sound that washed the minds of the crowd. Beside her stood a handsome man in the same attire, holding a jade shao and looking at the carriage ahead with a smile on his lips. To be able to enter the origin ancestral mountain of the Manhwa clan, this little fellow is not to be underestimated. The words were not yet spoken. There was a popping roar that was deafening. Get up for me. The hunched-over little barbarian clasped his hands around the carriage and lifted up with a brazen force. In an instant, rumble, a roar emanated from under the wagon, and even the earth around them began to tremble. The originally crumbling city wall in the distance collapsed like a block of tofu in this instant, causing smoke and dust to rise in all directions. Seeing that the carriage was slightly upturned, the little barbarian was about to make a break for it. However, he felt the heavy pressure coming from the carriage. Like a mountain, with his thick eyebrows turned upside down, his small face tensed, his arm muscles surged, and his 2 feet were plunged directly into the ground. Next moment, boom! A roar like a landslide erupted from within its body. Behind it there was even a large mountain silhouette that plunged into the sky and emerged. The great mountain vision was magnificent and cloudy. From time to time, birds and animals swept over the mountains. Another thunderstorm roars through the mountain, and the seasons rotate in a magical dazzle. This seemingly real and illusory vision of a great mountain, an even more barren and desolate eternal atmosphere, emanated. Hiss! This is the Manhwa clan's originating ancestral mountain. Manhwa Mountain? Good fellow. This kid's physique can actually manifest the visions of the Mandragon Mountain? It's incredible. A physical phenomenon of this magnitude. I'm afraid it's a divine body. Some unknown cultivators were filled with shock and awe. I didn't realize that this group of barbarians with no brain rotation actually had this kind of heritage. This great mountain vision besides causing the surrounding cultivators to gasp out in awe. Not far away, when the cultivators of the Manhwa clan saw this scene, they were even more excited as their blood surged up and hammered their chests to roar explosively. Mount Mangalore! Mount Mangalore! Listening to the deafening roar in the distance, an old man in a tea house in the city looked at the great mountain vision in the void and lamented. Even the Monglai sacred body has appeared in the world. The rising star of this world is remarkable. Hearing these words, Yen Ranlu, who was standing beside him, was startled in her heart and whispered, "Seventh ancestor? Really? A holy body? That kid's physique is actually stronger than his cousins?" Unlike the many god bodies, it was extremely difficult for the human race's 10 great sacred bodies to come out. Moreover, the battle power of a saint body was very amazing, and it was difficult for an ordinary god body to resist it. Although it was not easy to cultivate the sacred body, but appearing in the Manhwa clan, the resources in the early stages were not a problem at all. Before the 7th ancestor, Lu Zhentian, could speak, the majestic man sitting across from him burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, where? Xingcheng, that little girl is still not bad. Maybe there's something to be gained after this time out. The burly man said this modestly, but in a rather smug tone. His voice, in particular, shook the entire room with echoes. The Lu clan disciple pulled out his ears with a helpless expression. Lu Zhentian faintly smiled and did not make a sound, swept his eyes across the table of the food top day. Is bitter to the food Lu sisters, said the food family, all kinds of benefits. I didn't expect that this barbaric and unreasonable food family's grand elder would also have a day. It seems that the food family's bloodline inside Food Xiao Rant's body is not simple. Lu Zhentian, who had withdrawn his sight, raised his cup to drink tea and once again focused on the gates of Wutan town. Not only him, but the rest of them as well. The major powers had already gathered in Wutan town. They just didn't show up. While they sat and waited for the relics to open, they focused their attention on the holy body of the Manhwa clan. By this time, little barbarian had already mangled enough energy, not to mention the drumming and roaring of his chi and blood. The aura of the great mountain behind him grew more and more powerful. With veins rippling on his forehead, he tilted his head back and glared at his thick eyebrows, baring his teeth. Watch me lift you off the ground. Roar! The dragon lion by its side also tilted its head and roared explosively, as if it was cheering up its own little master. But the carriage in front of him remained firmly in place. Sweaty forehead of the little Aban, reddened little face, while body are squeezed on the carriage. Froze cannot be lifted. Wait for me to catch my breath of. Hoo. Just then, clunk, the moment the carriage window opened, a low, extremely impatient gulp came out. Where's the brat? Little barbarian looked up in a hurry, and saw a handsome man in the car window in front of him with a dark face, raising his hand to give him a knock on the head. Knock out! A crunching sound spread throughout the room. The crowd watched the scene out of the corner of their eyes. That's a lot of force. Didn't see the little brute with a big bump on his head. TSK. It seems that this capable person is not only unafraid of the food family, he dares to move even the Manhwa barbarians. The faces of the group of barbarian cultivators were darkened to the bottom of a pot. Hey, this is wonderful. Just when everyone thought that little barbarian was about to go on a rampage, he was seen staring with his eyes, not even caring about the bag on his head, looking at Xin Fan with an incredulous face. And Xin Fan also frowned, staring curiously at the 11 or 12-year-old child in front of him wearing a beast skin. There seemed to be an inexplicable stirring between the two, flowing through their hearts. It's not a father-son, brother-brother drama. Rather, the chi and blood within the two actually resonated magically. The chi and blood within the two men's bodies raged in each other's direction as if they were turning over. System, could it be that he possesses a holy body? The corner of Xin Fan's eyes jumped and he hurriedly suppressed the chi and blood in his body. In answer to the host, yes, this is exactly the resonance between the holy bodies. It's really a sleepy head. At this time, the little barbarian, who had returned to his senses, stared at his ebony eyes and pointed at Xin Fan, who had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and shouted excitedly, You have it too. Stop. What do you want from me? Xin Fan rolled his eyes and said in his heart, System, copy his physical realm. Chapter 62, Increase in Magnitude Sacred Body Completion. Little barbarian, I also see you as agreeable. Hear that? Little Barbara wiped the sweat stains on her forehead and looked at him and laughed. You read my fortune. I know you have a turtle shell. Take it out so I can write. But where did the current Xin Fan have the heart to pay attention to him? Locked on Mangbanan. The realm of the sacred body has been identified as small completion. Reproduction increase opens. The increase to the grand completion is steady. I just don't know if it can be raised to the sacred body perfection. As soon as the thought fell, a system prompt sounded in Xin Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Increasing the sacred body realm minor to the sacred body realm perfection. Same time, every drop of blood in his body was rushing and roaring, and his entire physical body had even taken a qualitative leap. The sacred body was perfected, and the 7 origins were extremely elevated. The physical body is immortal and the battle power is unrivaled. If one's cultivation level was raised, it would not be a problem to fight great emperors and slay gods and immortals. If it were not for the fact that the increase would not produce a vision, Xin Fan felt that once he exerted his peerless saint body, it would not be difficult to suppress all the cultivators in this place. This was the strong sense of confidence brought about by the consummation of the peerless saint body. Good fellow. I woke up from my sleep this morning and my luck is top-notch. Xin Fan's face was full of smiles, and he waved his big, bold hand at the little kid with an expectant face. Seeing as how you're good, I'll tell you a fortune. Get in the car. Hey, got it. Little barbarian grinned, and as he turned to run fast, he raised his hand and slapped it on the dragon lion's head and shouted, Go get Uncle Neo. Suddenly the dragon lion snorted and turned into a red aura, rushing into the town. As for the other Mangu clan cultivators, after seeing little barbarian burrow into the carriage, driving the crotchety Fei around the wagon, he knocked and pawed at it curiously. They all wanted to take a look and see if there was something unique about this thing that could make even little Barbara unable to move it. As for the beating of little barbarian, that little guy was much smarter than they were, so there must be a deeper meaning to it. The crowd that saw this scene looked at each other in disbelief. That's it? Didn't they say that the Mangdogs are short-tempered? And this is all knocked out of the bag? No? It's likely that the other party has come from an extraordinary source. Even the Mangrai clan would have to be softened. That loudmouth yakking there? Have the guts to come out. I'll smash you into with a stick. Do you believe me? It's none of your business what the Monglai clan, do. Any brat who dares to talk about it again will get a hammer from me. Roars came from the side of the wagon, accompanied by the hissing of more than a dozen alien beasts. Looking at the group of barbarians with their angry eyes, many cultivators resentfully retracted their sight and looked deeper into Volsing Mountain. A vision was manifested in the mountains last night, and I wonder if it will happen again tonight. No one dares to enter it to find out what's going on. If the monumental vision opens, most likely, like the cultivator in the mountain yesterday, he would die without even dust. Many forces had also sent casual cultivators and mortals into it. Learned that the hole in the previous tomb had gotten bigger, but the cave entrance is shrouded by a film of light cannot enter, and cannot see the situation inside. Think it is not yet time to open. Inside the wagon, sitting on the carpet, little Barbara fumbled with a serious look on her face with the turtle shell in front of her, which was bigger than him. Smelling the turtle's shell, he affirmed with another tap, This turtle shell isn't simple. The breath is thick and quite similar to the flavor of my family's big mountain. Good vision. Just write what you want to count. Xin Fan smiled faintly and took out a small pot of water and placed it on the turtle's back to signal him to write. Okay, Little barbarian couldn't wait to extend his index finger and dip it in the water, excitedly writing down a word. Soldier. Meaning of the word soldier. Where is the emperor's soldier of the Mongol ancestor? The Kangmang Emperor. Xuanji Tortoise Armor Explanation. After the Kangmang Emperor broke the void and ascended to the sky, he sent his emperor's soldiers into the forbidden land of life and the southern barbarians to suppress the evil deities of the demon race, and they have been retained to this day. Upon decryption, 30 of the tortoise shell lines disappeared. It's actually necessary to consume 30. The information in his mind caused Shinfan to frown slightly. This was more than half as bad as the consumption of the immortal weapon Great Desolate Diagram. Could it be that once this news is released, the Mang and Demon clans will start a dispute? Or will the Mang Wasteland clan attack the Forbidden Zone of Life, causing the Mang Wasteland clan to weaken, and the Demon clan's deities to come out and disrupt the living world? Shinfan had a basis for thinking so. A great emperor who can break through the void and ascend. His emperor's soldier was bound to be something the Monlai clan would inevitably seek out. However, since the Kangmang Emperor had used his imperial soldiers to help the demon race and suppress the demon race's deities, it must be for the sake of the beings in the southern region. The most important point was that the demon race definitely knew about this matter, but after so many years, the Mangwu clan actually didn't even know the slightest news. If this group of barbarians realized that they had been fooled for ages, Shinfan felt that even if the demon race was justified, a big battle was inevitable. The Mangwu is a sinew, and the Xiantian is known to all. That's not a boast. It's still a hot potato. Shinfan pondered slightly before looking at the little Barbara in front of him and mused. This emperor's soldier was sealed by the great emperor with great power, so it's difficult for ordinary people to detect it. I can't detect its location either. The machinations of the great emperor of the ancients were such that even he had to treat them with caution. Every certified great emperor for the Xiantian beings, all have unimaginable feats in greatness. From ancient times to the present day, most witnessed great emperors did not fight to guard the Xian heavenly beings. It is the one that disappears after fending off strong enemies from outside the domain and is unknown, suspected to be dead, as Shinfan was associated with the identity of the emperor's son. Why did the Ryu family greet him with the great ceremony of the purple breath? It wasn't that he was so strong in his own right at the time. Rather, it was the heavy meaning of the words, the great emperor's personal seal. Upon hearing these words, the heart of Sului on the side was clenched. This was the first time she had seen, when Shinfan admitted that he was inadequate and out of his depth, and little Barbara instantly became anxious and red-eyed, looking at Shinfan and shouting, "You're lying. You know all about immortal weapons. You don't know about my family's imperial soldier?" Sului, who already had worries in her heart, heard this shout and glared at him with both eyes in a cold voice. "My son has said that it's an imperial weapon sealed by the great emperor himself. Do you think anyone can detect it? Immortal weapons that have been unsealed for too long will naturally be probed out. Don't mess around." Little Barbara thought about it, and indeed that was the rationale, nodding and whispering, "Not bad, my ancestor is so heroic, he certainly can't count. Ha ha." The little maid didn't receive it in vain. "I have to give her a nod for this divine assistance." Shinfan feigned bitterness, shook his head and took the tea handed by Sului, taking a small sip to suppress the laughter in his heart. "I don't care if the logic is right first, just look at the way the little barbarian believed it. Gonzi, do not be discouraged. People have the power to be poor. Wisdom will be hurt. This trigram we do not count." Sului knelt down and sat beside him, stroking his back to smooth out his breath, while turning to little barbarian, whose eyes were darting around, and said unhappily, "Why don't you go back after the math and stay? Wipe my blanket." Just two black feet spread out on the snowy white carpet, all the way from the carriage door. Little Barbara hooked her toes in some embarrassment, raised her hand to wave away the dust on the floor and rolled her eyes. "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You maidservant is even more brutal than me now. It's pretty, but I don't like it. Cut. I want you to like it when you're a brat with no hair on your head." Humph. Uncle Neo is right. Beautiful women in the outside world are just not nice to each other. Ah yes. Seeing Sului looking out the window of the Mongol clan woman wanting to talk about things, Shinfan quickly stopped her and got up and laughed. "All right, although I don't know where the emperor's soldier is, the great emperor of the Mangwu clan must have his deepest intentions if he doesn't leave the emperor's soldier within your clan. Maybe one day, the emperor's soldier will return to the Mangrai clan." "Hey, I love it when you say that. That's what the wise men of my people say." Little barbarian grinned, got up and arched his hand at Shinfan. "I also see you as quite agreeable. In the future, if you come to my Monlai clan to play around, I'll be the host. I think Grandpa Wise wants to talk to you too." Although he didn't know where the emperor's soldier was, he had at least corroborated the words of the wise men of the clan, and it was quite a rewarding experience. "Good." Shinfan smiled faintly and sent the man-child out of the carriage. There was no decryption in this fortune-telling, so naturally the tortoise shell lines would not be consumed. It seemed to have gained the goodwill of this Mangalese clan's sacred body child. But just as he stepped out of the carriage, Shinfan saw a burly middle-aged strong man standing outside the door. The man was 2 meters 3, with gnarled muscles and an electric gaze, compared to the food-top sky, which had just entered the half-saint realm and had difficulty controlling its own aura. This person's aura autonomously exuded out, extremely strong and explosive. This is clearly deliberate. It's very much a downer. Shinfan was not afraid in the slightest and calmly eyed the other party, secretly saying in his heart, "System, copy his cultivation." Okay host, locked on Mangniu, identified cultivation, half-saint 4th heaven. Chapter 63, Strength Rise, half-saint 9 heavens. Cruel laws, locked on Mangniu, identified cultivation, half-saint 4th heaven. Reproduction increase opens, half-saint realm 4 heavens, half-saint realm 6 heavens, half-saint realm 7 heavens, half-saint realm 9 heavens. Originally, Shen Fan, who was only a half-saint triple sky, his cultivation had risen 6 heavens in a row, directly reaching the 9 heavens of half-saint. Only for a moment, the domineering aura released by the Mangniu was like a breeze in front of him, not even a trace of it remained. At the same time, the 4 great avenues in Shinfan's sea of consciousness, in conjunction with the extreme Tao immortal scripture that was functioning on its own, it emitted a scorching divine radiance the moment its cultivation level skyrocketed. The 4 great avenues were like swimming fish in the sea of consciousness. A series of divine runes were left behind where it passed. Extremely splendid, compared to Shinfan's previous time when he was in the 3rd heaven of the half-saint realm. At this time, the great Tao within the sea of consciousness, its aura and Tao aura grew stronger and brighter. Extreme Tao immortal scripture, peerless saint body. I wonder who was fortunate enough to be able to make me go all out. Shinfan's thoughts were languid, eager to see the invincibility of his firepower. Although it was still a foot short of the threshold to enter the realm of saints, but at this time, he had already felt a qualitative leap in his strength. Seeing Shinfan's appearance of wandering in the sky, Mangniu could not help but say that his copper bell eyes glared and said in a deep voice, "You're the one who hit my barbarian's head? Barbarian?" Looking at little barbarian's red face, Sului snorted and hastily covered her mouth. At this moment, little barbarian was uncomfortable all over, tugging at the middle-aged man's thigh hairs and transmitting his voice. "Uncle Nyo, his fortune-telling is accurate. It's the same as what Grandpa Wise said. The Imperial soldier will return sooner or later. Moreover, he is also a saint body, and his chi and blood seem to be stronger than mine. I've invited him to come to the Mangdao clan to play. You have to give me some face." Mangniu's big eyes stared, looking at Shinfan, who stood with a smile on his face, with a face full of incredulity. This son actually possesses a sacred body as well? Previously, when he had learned of Shinfan's identity as an emperor's son from Lu Zhentian's mouth, Mangniu had at most only felt rare and exhilarated. The emperor's son is not a rare status. As for being uplifted, that's naturally because of the great power coming. And the Mangdao clan produced a Mangbanban, who was quite the great emperor. But little barbarian actually said that he also possessed a sacred body? That would have to shock Mangniu, less than 20 years old at the half-saint realm, plus one of the human race's 10 great sacred bodies? How is this cultivated up? This qualification is just too unbelievable. No wonder it was sealed by the ancient great emperor himself. If such a qualification is from the same era as the great emperor, it is indeed a pity that it is difficult to witness the Tao at all. Mangniu looked at the young man in front of him with his eyes gleaming. The Eucharist testifies to the title of emperor. At least it was never recorded in the ancient books of the Mangu clan, not to mention the period when the great emperor was alive. That was simply impossible. Thinking of this, Mangniu pressed little barbarian's head with his big hand and smiled at Shinfan. Well played, this little guy does have a bit of skin. All day long, he has eyes that don't recognize MT. Tai, fellow Taoist fortune-telling is indeed powerful. Come to my Mangdao clan as a guest sometime. My family's wise man likes this about you smart people. Ha 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 ha. Wild laughter swept through the room, leaving the crowd of onlookers in a daze. At first I thought I was looking for a fight, but I didn't realize that the picture had changed between breaths. There must be a demon when things go wrong. But for the other party to actually be able to make even the strongest members of the Mangrai clan feel that the fortune-telling is accurate, there is indeed something unique about it. It seems that what this son said in the daytime, that there are pieces of immortal artifacts within Volsing Mountain, should not be false. Shinfan smiled faintly and looked at Mangniu and nodded. If I am free, I will visit. Ha 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 ha, good deal. Mangniu smiled and narrowed his eyes as he waved his hand and led the Mangu clan away from here. Since the other party was also a sacred body, they might be able to discuss each other's cultivation with little barbarian and complement each other's strengths. On this trip to Volsing Mountain, the Mangu clan had not only put the news of the emperor's soldier into practice, but also had such a rewarding experience. Mangniu felt that he hadn't come for nothing, and that he had simply made a fortune. You remember to come find me. Don't forget to bring that turtle shell. After little Barbara sat on the dragon lion, she turned back and waved and shouted at Shinfan, "That turtle shell is just funny as hell, once you do the math." But it was much better than the cloudy divination of Tianji House. He planned to count a few more when Shinfan came to the Manhwa clan. Where is the masterless emperor soldier? When was he injured? Where is the great emperor of the Manhwa tribe? What does the future daughter-in-law look like, and so on? Seeing Shinfan on the side of the carriage nodding his head with a smile, little barbarian grinned and giggled. But when he saw Sului beside him, his eyes rolled and he made a face and shouted, "Little maid, shine the carpet. Don't come here if you're so capable." Sului turned back to look at the compartment, and sure enough, there was another series of black feet on the carpet, and her willow brows furrowed. Seeing that the dragon lion squeezed into the crowd in a puff of smoke, she thought for a moment and whispered to Shinfan beside her, "The kid's pretty good at holding grudges." If she could, she still wasn't going to go to the Mangrove clan, save the other party from rehashing old scores and affecting their goodwill towards Shinfan. In Sului's opinion, Shinfan's ability to get acquainted with such a powerful force would only benefit him, and he couldn't afford not to go. Previously, she was disliking that child questioning Shinfan, but she just didn't expect it to turn into an invitation in the end. "You said that he's a child. There's no need to care about this." Shinfan didn't feel anything and waved his hand with a smile. Suddenly he frowned, and a slight tremor came from the earth beneath his feet. Same time, the cultivators within Wutan town were filled with excitement as they looked towards Voltron Mountain. Rolling, amidst the deafening roar, huge pillars of dazzling light shot up into the sky. As it was last night, in the white pillar of light, the giant painting unfolded once again, but it was even more stirring than the ancient aura released last night. But that's not all that shocked the crowd. The entire Volsing Mountain was seen slowly collapsing with a deafening roar. Amidst the smoke and dust, a huge golden circle of light actually rose from the bottom of the mountain and spread out in all directions. The Voltron Mountain Monument is open? That's right. That bearing is exactly where the tomb is. Amidst the shouts of astonishment, the crowd saw that within that golden circle of light, a magnificent ancient hall silhouette actually emerged. The main gate of the ancient hall was 100 feet high, majestic and cloudy. There was even the sound of a zither like immortal music, slowly coming out. Buzz, arcane sound and rhythm. The moment it entered the ears, many cultivators felt that their divine souls were sublimated at this moment. The sea of consciousness was even as if it had been washed, ethereal and sharp, with a sudden increase in spiritual thoughts. The great Tao Brahma, Zhang Taiyu, who was in the crowd, had a brilliant light exploding in his eyes. Just hearing this hint of sound, the chi and blood in his body was like the waves of a great river, and the surface of his body was even more radiant with divine light. The great way of Brahma. If one could listen to the complete Brahma sound, the cultivator would have the opportunity to capture, and even perfect, his own Tao. Not only him, but the four Lin Yu ran beside him were also bulging with their breath, each having different visions rising frequently, especially the man with the jade cock in his hand and the woman beside him. Both of them came from the heavenly tone Holy Land, and their perception of the great Tao Brahma sounds was even sharper. Once the Brahma sound came out, the two of them actually sped up their mind techniques by more than 10 times. All of the cultivators were filled with shock as they looked at the towering ancient hall silhouette in front of them. It's actually the great Tao Brahma sound. It's more than several times more powerful than the effect of Xilintian's enlightenment tea leaves. It's worthy of being a monument that possesses an immortal weapon. If we could find the sound source, it would also be a heavenly creation. Even the great Tao Brahma sounds are there. It seems that there must be other heavy treasures in this monument. It's just that I don't know if such relics have any prohibitions. If we blindly clash among them, I'm afraid that we won't even be able to enter this light curtain. One must know that last night's curtain of rushing light directly turned the cultivators guarding the tomb on the mountain into flying dust. If one used their divine sense to view it, they would also suffer the horrific fate of having their souls destroyed by the backlash. There are so many monuments in the Xiantian continent. It happens from time to time and no one dares to try it. But there are ways to do this with heavy treasure in front of you. Quickly go to the city and find mortals and animals to bring to test the formation. Whoever in the city shouted out in a low voice, "Sacrifice formation to test the waters." This is the best way to go when all monuments are opened without knowing if there is a big formation restriction in them. The sound of the words was filled with the cruel laws of the immortal cultivation world. Hear that? Many of the forces were on fire to capture the mortals in the city. There were even some powerful forces that were originally evil cultivators that brazenly attacked the scattered cultivators around them. Groove, you old six actually sneak attacked me? Put, let go of me. With so many righteous clans, how dare you be so brutal? In just an instant, fighting erupted in the city. Someone fled. Some people regret coming. Others fight to the death. And more people were looking hopefully at the cultivators of those holy land families and righteous sects. Yet aside from the sounds of fighting and screaming in the city, no one stops it. That's the big picture. Even the righteous sects that these casual cultivators thought of as the righteous sects did not dare to stop the major forces that were laying their hands on them at this time. Chapter 64, Quasi-Emperor Grade Soul Protection Secret Treasure, Divine Soul Underworld Lamp. Even the Manhwa clan didn't say anything at this point. They are Mang, but not cuties. That's the big picture. It is not something that can be fought by any one power alone. Not to mention there were immortal weapons in the ruins. Anyone who dared to speak out would mean confronting all the forces present. The righteous path? A bunch of people who are selling their reputation. See if they will help you. A blood-robed man with a grim face raised his hand and sucked in a man and a woman from a few loose cultivators on the street, and flew longitudinally towards Sevenstar Mountain. The two cultivators who were lifted up in the air died, but where their cultivation level could be compared to the other parties, they couldn't even make a sound. Right at this moment, an old laughter came out from a building in the city. Fellow Daoist Shun, I happen to be at the half-saint realm. I wonder if I can tell a fortune. The person who recognized the voice was none other than the Lu family's Lu Zhentian. He saw Lu Zhentian leading the Lu family crowd, flying out of the restaurant and onto the street, and smiled at Shinfan with an arch. At this instant, everyone's eyes looked at Shinfan in unison, and the sounds of fighting in the city all seemed to have diminished considerably, because they all knew Lu Zhentian's intentions. Those scattered cultivators who had been arrested. At this time, they couldn't wait to call out to the old man in the field as a pro-great-grandfather. As for Shinfan, he had even become their lifesaver. Shinfan swept his eyes at the two loose cultivators who were grabbed by the blood-robed man, and then looked at the crowds in the city watching him, waved his hand to beckon the Xuanji tortoise armor in the carriage, and smiled faintly at Lu Zhentian. Then for Elder Lu, a fortune will be told. Lu Zhentian nodded his head with a smile and didn't say anything about counting. Elder Lu and this gentleman, they are righteous. The blood-robed man slowly descended, casually dropping the two loose cultivators on the ground. At the same time, the sounds of fighting in the city stopped at the first opportunity. Everyone knew the intentions of Lu Zhentian and Shinfan. Since he was willing to make a move, it was fine for these people not to be killed. Looking at Shinfan's calm face as he dropped his finger to write, Sului on the side was full of smiles as he arched his hand and saluted Lu Zhentian. What the Gongzi said was indeed correct. They are all a bunch of people who put profit before everything else. It's still the Lu family that looks good. Remembering the kind face of the Lu family's old lady again, Sului pursed her lips and smiled, even if she knew that the old woman was also giving her the chance for the sake of the Lu family. But with the Ryu family acting the way they did today, she didn't care about the other side's intentions. Obviously, among so many forces, Sului was grateful to the Lu family and was quite favorable to them. If Lu Zhentian could speak out righteously, these loose cultivators would have a way to live. The world of immortal cultivation was indeed cruel, but it was nice to see this glimpse of human kindness from the Lu family. This was too rare for Sului, who had once been a casual cultivator. As for those scattered cultivators who had been saved, at this moment, each one of them bowed and performed a great salute to Shinfan and Lu Zhentian. Some people who are close to the golden aperture escaped from death so scared that their legs were too weak to get up, and they directly fell on the ground and kowtowed. As for Gongzi, being cold on the outside and warm in the heart is even superb. Looking at Shinfan's handsome side face and bland aura, Sului's eyes flashed. Seventh ancestor, she seems to be very happy. Yenran Lu looked at Sului, who had turned around, and laughed softly in a mischievous manner. Lu Zhentian, who was standing beside her, stroked his beard and smiled faintly, thanks to fellow Daoist Shun's compassionate heart. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to laugh. To be honest, if it wasn't for Shinfan's ability to tell fortunes, Lu Zhentian wouldn't have spoken out to save the crowd. Count those loose cultivators as lucky today. At this point, Shinfan in the field collected the Xuanji tortoise armor, saw that the crowd was gazing at him, and smiled faintly. Anyone within 25 years of age who is not a half-saint realm cultivator can enter it. Fortunes and misfortunes depend on each person's chance. Just under 25? Is this really accurate? An old cultivator in the crowd frowned out. There was a hint of resignation in the uncomprehending tone. At the same time, it also reminded the young generation of the many forces present who had come. It would be a wasted death to get screwed over. He's right, Tai Yu. Don't be impulsive. The great power is coming. The fight has begun. Spectral, quiet and watchful. The treasure can't run away. Xiao Chuan, Shan Yin, the two of you can just watch from the wall. A voice transmission poured into the ears of the celestial pride present. But just then, the sound of breaking wind rose. Shoo shoo shoo. The crowd looked sideways, only to see Yenran Lu leading more than a dozen Lu clan disciples, shooting out towards Sevenstar Mountain. The group of people swept through the long sky like lightning and rushed into the circular light curtain of Sevenstar Mountain. Aren't the Ryu family's people afraid that it's a trap? Roar! Just as the many cultivators had yet to return to their senses, a roar like that of a dragon was heard. he saw little Aban inside the position of the Manga clan. The dragon lion at his hip turned into a red aura and directly stuck into the golden light curtain. Same time, Lin Yuran also turned into a black residual shadow and rushed into it. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tao's eyes exploded with light and he pointed his toes. Rumble. His body was like thunder. His body filled with unrivaled might and divine aura. And he arrived in front of Lin Yuran after he had started. It's the Manglo clan's heavenly pride. And Lin Yuran. Bone Ling Feng. Even Zhang Taiyu has gone. What are we still hesitating for? Amidst the shouts of disbelief, many cultivators within the city pulled themselves up and rushed towards Sevenstar Mountain. As for the good and the bad of it, cultivation of the road is against the sky. There is no such thing as smooth sailing. And at this time, when Xin Fan saw Zhang Tao's drawn-out appearance, he observed that his physique was quite not bad, and with a flash of light in his eyes, he opened his divine eyes to gaze. Of the 5 people in Lin Yuran's group, this person's aura was the strongest. With such a celestial pride, the clan was bound to place many supreme treasures on the other party's body. Currently, Xin Fan didn't even have a soul protection secret treasure. It was natural to want to see the other side sea of consciousness. It was extremely extraordinary to see a glazed pagoda standing in Zhang Tao's divine soul in the void-breaking god's eyes. System. Duplicate his soul protection secret treasure. Locked on Zhang Taiyu. The soul protection secret treasure has been identified as the God Emperor's soul suppressing pagoda, a saint-level lower-grade secret treasure. Reproduction increase opens. TSK. It can be. Listening to the system's prompt, Xin Fan was quite alarmed. The value of a saint-level soul protection secret treasure was not something that could be compared to an ordinary saint soldier. Xin Fan had copied the Lu family's treasury and had not even encountered a single high-level soul protection secret treasure. These types of secret treasures were extremely low in production, difficult to create, and were in short supply. Obviously, the Draconic Willow family didn't have enough people for so many people, so how could they have too many reserves? Congratulations to the host, copying and increasing the Divine Emperor's soul suppressing tower into the Divine Soul Underworld Lamp, Quasi-Emperor level. Soul Protection Secret Treasure, Divine Soul Lamp. The lamp that guides the souls in the underworld to reincarnation was lost 300,000 years ago. Long-term use can nourish the soul and raise its grade. Divine Soul Underworld Lamp Defense Effect, can ignore Divine Soul impacts up to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Awesome. I thought it was a saint level upper grade, but it's actually increased directly to the Quasi-Emperor level. Full of exhilaration, Xin Fan realized there was an additional black oil lamp in his own sea of consciousness that had lost some of its paint and was emitting an ancient aura. A cluster of dark red fire lit at the wick added a touch of blood color to the chaos sea of consciousness as well. The most amazing thing is, the green smoke ignited by the fire dissipated in the inner chamber of the sea of consciousness, and Xin Fan felt his divine soul, which actually had a slight enhancement and solidification, worthy of being a quasi-emperor level soul protection treasure. I can feel the enhancement of my divine soul just after using it. The appearance of the divine soul underworld lamp made the 4 avenues that were like swimming fish extremely new. Only 4 avenues were seen slowly approaching and then swirling and swimming around the lamppost. Rub, you guys don't extinguish my lamp. Looking at the soul fire in the bright and flickering lamp, Xin Fan was really worried that this old antique had been snuffed out by the 4 great avenues. It was a good thing that the 4 avenues were in tune with his mind and didn't leave him empty-handed. Midfield. Some unbelieving cultivators did not feel that Xin Fan's deduction was accurate. The results were predictable. Cultivators over the age of 25 were instantly turned into flying dust the moment they came into contact with the gold circle of the monument. It was all in a flash. Xin Fan, who withdrew his divine sense to probe, watched a stream of light crossing the sky. Naturally, he had to live a copy of the increase of 1, and his mind was moving. System. Copy his spiritual roots. Copy this man's strongest mastery, and that person's divine soul secret technique. Good host. Locked on Bone Ling Feng. Spiritual root identified as a divine spiritual root. Copying failed. Locked on Shao Dust. The strongest mastery is identified as Zither Triple Fold, Quasi-Emperor level. Locked on Xianin. Identified the divine soul secret technique as the 9 revolutions of the heavenly voice, sacred lower grade. Chapter 65 Downward spiral strength skyrockets. Locked on Lu Wenjiao. Identified soul grade as 6th grade. Copy failed. Locked on Wang Yin. Physique identified as granite spirit body. Locked on Zhang San. Due to the host having copied this person's Stealing Gate sacred hands, the copying increase has failed. Locked. Reproduction increase opens. Zhang San? In a series of prompts, this one actually popped up? Xin Fan curiously looked at a silhouette in the air. A clear woman in a long dress was seen weaving through the crowd with a ghostly figure, seemingly feeling something in his heart. Zhang San, who was disguised as a woman, glanced sideways. Seeing Xin Fan's strange face, she threw a wink and a flying kiss towards him. Fellow Taoist little girl goes too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What pervert came in here? I'm afraid it's not the little eunuchs from the Imperial dynasty who are here. This voice, which was like the voice of a male duck, caused many of the surrounding cultivators to shiver and almost fall out of the air. This person has a male voice and a female face, and is bound to be a self-centered and ruthless person. This kind of loose cultivator is by no means human. If you guys meet him inside, don't take him lightly. Eldest brother, fellow Taoist has a high opinion. Nima, should I suppress this bastard on the spot? Shinfan shook his clothes and dispelled some of the awkward feeling. Gongzi, when did you know this kind of female person? Sului looked at Shinfan with a tangled face. What are you thinking? That's Zhang San. Shinfan's face darkened as he raised his hand and slapped Sului, whose eyes were tightly closed, on the forehead. At that moment, the system increase in his head caught his attention. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Increasing the quasi-emperor level zither sound triple stack to the great emperor level. Great sound. Great sound. When attacking with sound, the sound wave can subdue the cultivator's soul and break the evil haze in the world, with strong effects. Note, when the zither is stroked with sound and the Taoist rhythm is present in the world, the person who listens to the sound of the zither can be enlightened, or feel something, and enter the realm of enlightenment. Not bad. One more great emperor mastery. It can also give people a sense of epiphany. The style is quite high. Shinfan smiled faintly. A heavenly pride that could stand alongside Zheng Taiyu was truly not bad in terms of depth. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Increasing the Saint Grade Lower Grade Divine Soul Secret Technique. The 9 turns of the Heavenly Voice to the Saint Grade Upper Grade. The Pilgrimage Soul Transition Technique. Soul Cultivation Secret Technique. Pisan Soul Transition Technique. When practiced, it can consolidate the strength of the Divine Soul and enhance the qualifications of the Divine Soul. When the Divine Soul reaches the 7th grade, the Divine Soul's golden body can be condensed in the sea of consciousness, multiplying the power of the Divine Soul's attack when it is executed. Technique Soul Sacrifice Net. Once cast, it can trap and kill souls, Divine Souls and golden bodies, with outstanding effects. Note, the Pisan Soul Transition Technique has been practiced on its own. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for increasing the Granite Spirit Body trait, to the Golden Stone Divine Body. Golden Stone Divine Body. Characteristics: body as hard as golden stone, possessing strong defense. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Finally, there's a soul cultivation secret method, and it's still a Saint Grade Upper Grade. Comfortable. Listening to the series of system prompts in his mind, Shinfan was satisfied. The Divine Soul Golden Body was equivalent to a cultivator's Divine Soul residence. A cultivator with a Divine Soul Golden Body was not a cultivator that could be compared to other cultivators in terms of power when they executed the Divine Soul Secret Technique. And once the flesh is destroyed, a cultivator with a Divine Soul and Golden Body would be able to find a host body in a golden shell and continue to survive. It was rumored that some powerful Divine Soul Golden Bodies, even without a physical body. However, with his own extraordinary soul cultivation secret method, he was still able to remain immortal. It could even cause a qualitative change in the Divine Soul Golden Body, reaching complete sublimation. The formation of another kind of soul system beings is very scary. However, wanting to cultivate a Divine Soul Golden Body was not a simple matter. Only after a cultivator reached the Sage Realm could he condense his Divine Soul Golden Body. However, the Pisan Soul Transition Technique allowed cultivators, at the 7th level of the Divine Soul, to mold a Divine Soul Golden Body. This gave a huge advantage over other cultivators in the Divine Soul Dao. Its increased strength and battle power cannot be ignored. It was worthy of being a Saint Grade Upper Grade Soul Cultivation secret method. This time, the duplicates came from Great Sound and Other Side Crossing Soul Technique. The targets were both holy sons and daughters from the Tianyin Holy Land, Showdown and Xianyin. Apparently, the Heavenly Melody Holy Land, which had entered the Dao with sound, was quite unique in terms of soul cultivation. But, except for the young generation that entered Volcano Mountain when the first batch of this group did, the rest did not replicate as well. But this so-called ideal, just relative to Shinfan, one was because his own qualifications were already heaven-defying enough. His realm had already reached the 9th sky of half-saint, so there was no need to say anything. Like Divine Soul Grade, Spirit Root, Physique, non-extremely powerful demons, and special cultivators were present. Copying it didn't have much effect. If a random young cultivator came now, Shinfan would be able to replicate the success, which was obviously unrealistic. Secondly, it was because, apart from the 5 Zhang Tayangs and the rest of the heavenly prides from the several continents that had arrived at the first opportunity, not all of the younger generation from all the powers had come, such as Lu Qingcheng in seclusion was an example. The Lu family also only sent Yenran Lu. As for those increased techniques and treasures harnessed by the crowd that had not entered the emperor level, Shinfan directly ignored them. Perhaps it has something to do with the Great Desolate Map's shadow. I think those forces feel that it is impossible for there to be a complete version of the Great Desolate Map in this place. Shinfan felt that this was a great possibility. The forces that had survived to this day would more or less know some secret stories about the Great Desolate Map. It was likely that he felt that this was just an immortal artifact void here, and that it wasn't worth raising an army. However, judging from the few power-leading elders he had contacted so far, most of these people were led by half-saint realm-level cultivators. For example, the Lu family, the Food family, the Mongdao clan, and the elders of the various holy lands within Wu Tan town. From this, it could also be seen that even if it was an immortal artifact void, these forces attached extreme importance to it. Sure enough, the first one to eat the crab will get pinched, but he will also eat the meat. It's just that I don't know who will get the fragments of the Great Desolate diagram. Looking at the gradually decreasing silhouettes in the void, Xinfan smiled faintly and turned around to walk into the carriage. Taiyang Zhang, Lin Yuran, Xiao Duan, and the younger generation from other states came in person. Had to be a stroke of luck, because they had all learned from Xinfan that there was the exact news that there were pieces of immortal weapons within Volsing Mountain. That's a step ahead of the other powers. Xinfan was still very satisfied with this increased boost. Quasi-Emperor level Soul Protection Treasure, Divine Soul Underworld Lamp, as well as an Emperor level mastery that could suppress a cultivator's Divine Soul, the Great Sound. There was also the secret method of soul cultivation, the other side soul transition technique. These three allowed his Divine Soul strength to take a qualitative leap in one go. Xinfan, who stepped into the carriage, said in his heart, "It's been a long time since I looked at my talent panel. System. Okay host, the projection is as follows." Just before Xinfan's eyes, a set of projected data appeared. Host, Xinfan. Realm, 9th heaven of the half-saint realm. Physique, one of the 10 great sacred bodies of the human race, the peerless sacred body. Physical increased characteristics, ancient poisoning body, golden stone divine body, spiritual roots, divine soul, 7th grade. Not bad, I haven't wasted my efforts recently. Xinfan smiled faintly. At this time, Sului was just about to enter the carriage when she suddenly heard the cultivators within Wu Tan town, exclaiming in unison, "Quickly look, there's another vision coming out of Voltron Mountain. There are actually so many treasures? Ha 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 ha, maybe they go in there among them, and in the end it's all for naught." Shoo shoo shoo. Amidst the sound of the breaking wind, Sului hurriedly looked towards Volsing Mountain. A colorful ray of light was seen spewing out from within the golden circle boundary of Volsing Mountain. The scene was like a white flower in full bloom, shooting off in all directions. The streams of light were visually estimated to be hundreds in size, with varying degrees of breadth. Even with Sului's eyesight, all of them could see the treasures within a few of the streams of light. Surprisingly, it emanated the golden ripple of the Great Tao. So many half-saint artifacts? P.S. First time leaving a comment. Thank you for your support. The male lead is 2 words. Invincible. He knows himself. If the invincible mentality is still fearful, afraid of this and that, afraid of staining the karma, cannot do what you want to do, as you wish, then this invincible or do not right. Sului is a small cultivator who seeks to survive alone, has little insight, has a low pattern, is cautious, has small goodness but no big evil, is more real, and will think about Xinfan's interests and losses. The male lead, Invincible, leads her blindly, fearlessly and smoothly. Her growth is a process, while side by side mirroring the male lead's heart and experience, all of which are growing. If you like it, 5-star message to support a wave. I'll read them all. Thanks for your support. Chapter 66, Slaying God's Palace. Desire to behead the Emperor's son. A terrifying and overwhelming killing machine. Gonzi. So many half-saint level treasures. Sului's eyes widened, her petite body trembling slightly in shock. She even saw a white precious light that swooshed over the carriage. Full of excitement, Sului almost took off in place to try to grab the treasure. Nay, her strength was low, so she can only stand in place and stare. In the meantime, the treasure hunting melee is about to start. Rumble. The aftermath of the violent attack exploded in the air. The forces that could come to this place were not nameless, and their strikes were incomparably decisive. With the appearance of half-saint artifacts, even the older generation of cultivators went out to grab them. Looking at the mist of blood in the air as well as the screams and angry shouts coming out, Sului, who originally wanted Xinfan to go up and snatch it, whispered with a palpitating heart, "My lord, don't go. We'll just take the treasures that fly over the carriages." There was a peace and quiet scene before. The moment the treasure came out, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Xinfan, who came to the door, pulled the corner of his mouth. "Bring it to you? Nice try." As he spoke, he said in his mind, "System, copy all these treasures." Okay host. Locked rainflower umbrella, identified as a half-saint inferior. Mosquito leg is also meat, and it is not time-consuming and laborious. Xinfan naturally chose to copy these treasures. "Ah, you say that? Of course it's best to give it to me. He. Sului tugged at his coat corner with a blushing face. her eyes full of anticipation. She knew that Shinfan had quite a few treasures that were fat. What's in the air may not be in his sights yet, but Sului can see it. She naturally hoped that Shinfan would wave his hand and grab treasures to reward her with a few pieces. Cultivate well. Otherwise, if there are better treasures in the future, you can only watch with dry eyes. Go for it. Shinfan gave her an encouraging look. Oh, ha! Sului's face was dumbfounded. At this time, Shinfan saw the casual cultivator man who was previously caught in the hands of the blood-robed man and intended to offer a formation. He came to the carriage and bowed to him with a grateful face. Thank you, sir, for saving my life earlier. As for the other loose woman and her companion, they were standing not far away looking at this side with a nervous face. Could it be that he wants to hug the big thick leg? Sului, who was on the side, wondered in her heart. In her opinion, the other party might have wanted to meet up with Shinfan before leaving. After all, they were casual cultivators. If he climbed into Shinfan's relationship because of this, he would make a fortune. Shinfan did not feel anything, smiled faintly and supported the other party in vain, and said softly, "There's no harm in it. This place is too dangerous. I suggest you guys should leave earlier." As soon as the words fell, Shinfan, however, sensed the divine soul underworld lamp suspended in the sea of consciousness. The dark red wick shivered slightly. Next moment, just see the shadow of this casual cultivator reflected on the ground. A black shadow suddenly sprang out, attacking and killing toward Shinfan in a treacherous manner. Same time, boom! Terrifying and overwhelming killing intent was declared from the black shadow's body, sweeping across the entire field. Even the many cultivators fighting in the air, at this moment were all invaded by killing intent as if they had fallen into an ice cave. It felt like being watched by a viper. The frightened crowd stopped fighting at the first opportunity, and the closest to Shinfan were Sului and the scattered man. More so, he was swept away on the spot by this invisible horrible killing intent, and his face turned pale as he was fixed in place, unable to move. Even many of the half-saint level cultivators in the city, at this point in time they were all chilled to the bone, their eyes filled with astonishment. Half-saint fourth heaven? The fourth sky of half-saint had such a terrifying killing intent. If it wasn't for the fact that this emperor's son and the other party had a family annihilation grudge, then, Temple of the Slayer, the name of a creepy organization was imprinted on the minds of the crowd, and it was heard that this emperor's son was only at the third sky of half-saint. Perhaps the other party could be invincible at the same rank, or even cross the rank, but the assassins of the god-slaying temple had decimated far too many targets. Celestial pride, too, is included. Moonlight. The only thing that was moving in the field was the dagger in the black shadow's hand that emanated a dark purple color. The speed that the black shadow erupted at this moment was as eerie as if time had stopped. This was the appalling effect of extreme speed, coupled with the killing intent of the prancing heart. Watching the dagger wipe towards Shinfan's neck, Sului's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his entire body fell into a frozen state. She never expected it. Underneath the calm and darkness of the wind and waves, there was such a horrible killing situation. However, amongst the entire crowd, only Lu Zhentian, who was not far away, did not have half a bit of shock in his eyes, because he knows, Shinfan possessed the Wind Dao Perfection realm, even if the other party was faster, as long as he was bent on leaving, even if the other party was a half-saint fourth heavenly master from the god-slaying temple, no amount of speed can stop him. It was even likely that Shinfan would be beheaded on the spot. When speed is no longer the killer's strong suit, facing a demon like Shinfan was undoubtedly striking a stone with an egg. However, the discerning Lu Zhentian was shocked to see that in the eyes of that black shadow, a touch of teasing actually appeared. Same time, boom, powerful pressure came from the void, like a mountain pressing down. All the cultivators were shocked to find out. At some point, a black-robed silhouette actually appeared in the air. The silhouette's body was even emitting a shocking aura that shook the night sky and caused waves and ripples. Beside him, there was also a metaphysical black stone the size of a human head suspended. The surface of the black stone was gleaming with ebony light. There was actually a black thread in the light, densely covering the night sky of Wutan Town, and at this moment, the sky of Wutan Town was like a cover pressing down on the crowd. All the cultivators had difficulty even mobilizing the aura in their bodies, let alone moving the slightest bit. Boundary stone? The moment the afterglow saw that metaphysical black stone, Lu Zhentian, who originally had a heart like a flat mirror, was horrified. This object has the power to warp the heavens and the earth, a supreme being specifically used by the great emperor to suppress forbidden areas. I didn't expect such supreme treasures. The temple of the killing god even had one, and it was also taken out and specifically used to decapitate Shinfan. Originally, Lu Zhentian was still puzzled that the killing god palace, which had always been cautious in its actions, why did they only send a half-saint fourth heavenly assassin? It's all clear now. The other party even knew Shinfan's Wind One Dao. Even more, he used the boundary suppressing stone to suppress Shinfan's stance. Or did the Killing God Palace come to Vulsing Mountain to search for the whereabouts of the immortal artifact Great Desolate Diagram before settling Shinfan on the way? But no matter what, the killing game has been formed. Lu Zhentian's shocked heart gradually calmed down. Even the mangy bulls in the mangy herd, their wide copper bell eyes relaxed. Without the protection of a background, it was Shinfan's weakness. Even if he was an emperor's son personally appointed by the great emperor of the ancients, it was still no match for the extermination of the absolute top forces. The few strong elders of the lands present even perceived the black-robed man who used the boundary-suppressing stone. The breath is extremely scary now. It was most likely a cultivator of the seventh heaven of the half-saint realm. Even higher. Everyone felt that it was hard to find a silver lining in this step-by-step killing game. Sului stared blankly at the dagger that flashed away, and the handsome side face that was as calm as a wave. With her vision already blurred, she so regretted putting the divine walking talisman and one reed crossing the river in her spatial ring. If we knew there was such a horrible kill, she would rather stick it to her head every day and take Shinfan straight out of here. But the speed of the assassin was so fast that it didn't even give her time to take out the divine traveling talisman. Thinking of the past with Shinfan, and his gentle smile when the two of them were eating kebabs on the street, with a face full of tears, Suluoyi's heart ached. Duke! But just then, a faint laugh rang out in the silent arena. Not bad, at least it'll get me moving. Chapter 67 Unparalleled Qualifications. Terrifying Killing, 7 Great Half-Saints. What? All the cultivators present looked with shocked faces at the young man in white. He was seen easing away from the dagger that was millimeters from his neck, walked towards the black-robed man in the void, and the black shadow man who originally attacked and killed Shinfan, actually holding a dagger. Frozen in place? What the hell is going on here? It's incredible. He's actually moving freely under the boundary suppression stone? This is the fourth voice in the room so far. It's just that it all happened so fast. The crowd looked at Shinfan, who had stepped into the void, and the black shadow killer, who had frozen in place, with a face of disbelief. Upon seeing the black shadow killer trembling and sweating profusely, even with blood spilling out of his skin, Lu Zhentian, who had a feeling in his heart, had his pupils suddenly shrunk, and looking at the silk of Tao rhythm emanating from the other party's body surface, he trembled in disbelief and shouted, "The Great Avenue? It's the Gravity Avenue, Gravity Boulevard." And don't forget that Shinfan's Wind Tao was the perfection realm. At this moment, under Lu Zhentian's perception, the way of gravity that was added to the Black Shadow Slayer's body, it was even more profound than the Gravity Avenue he had comprehended. One person alone realizes two great paths, and Shinfan even broke this killing game by virtue of the Great Tao of Gravity. How could this not shock Lu Zhentian, who had also realized the way of gravity? And what was even more mind-boggling to the crowd was this: Shinfan was able to move freely despite the Void Strongman's use of the boundary suppressor stone? What level of cultivation has he reached? Then, if there is no cultivation to add to it, even if one had comprehended the Gravity Avenue, nor would he be allowed to get rid of the black-robed man's boundary-suppressing stone pressure so easily. Seeing this scene, even the high-minded and arrogant mangy bull stared at the bull's eyes wide open. Without blinking, he looked at the void in front of him. This is really going against the heavens. Lu Zhentian muttered at the same time. Put. A soft, thin sound like a deflated breath came out from the field. The crowd saw that the black-shadowed assassin, who was frozen in the middle of the field, was directly crushed into pieces of flesh and slid down to the ground. The soft sound completely brought Sului back to her senses. She looked at the back of the man who stepped into the void and shouted with tear-filled excitement. Gongzi! Gongzi! Aftermath? Or does he, or she, not have to die? Sului didn't know how to describe her current mood. It was as if the only way to suppress the urge to fly into the sky and take a bite out of Shinfan was to shout out these two words. It was accompanied by a piercing scream that cut through the air. Shinfan, who stood in the void, his clothes were windless. Shasta! Boom! A shocking aura was vented from his body, causing his clothes to hunt. In particular, the surface of his body was glowing with a gust of silver-gray divine aura. This situation, like a dazzling star, it stood in the void. Could this be the special physique of an emperor's son? Why can't we feel the boiling chi and blood in the slightest? An old cultivator spoke out in shock. It was seen that Shinfan, who was standing in the void, actually lit up 12 extreme star awnings within his body. Along with his aura climbing, the starbursts illuminated a large part of the dark night, looking magnificent and dazzling. Buzz! Suddenly, a silent tremor came from above the firmament. The crowd looked up in unison with a heart-stopping realization. There were a total of 12 bright stars in the firmament, and there was a hidden afterglow of starbursts that fell on Shinfan's torso. Those are the 12 stars of the zodiac, can attract the power of the stars of heaven and earth. MO is not the ancient secret method? It was rumored that the gong methods of the ancient sages were all in line with the natural path and return to the truth. This kind of power was not something that could be compared to ordinary feats. Can't be wrong. Don't forget that he's an emperor's son. It's not uncommon to have a technique of such ancient greatness. Dare to hire an assassin to kill the emperor's son. Don't dare to think about it. It was all in a flash. The moment when the 12-star awnings of the zodiac in the firmament fell on Shin Fan's body. Rumble. Terrifying pressure was vented out from its body, sweeping through the heavens and earth in a flash. It made the elders of the many holy lands and lineages tingle. Such majesty. It was even more gut-wrenching than the previous half-saint fourth heavenly slayer. He's not a half-saint triple heaven? It's already exceeded the sixth heaven of half-saints. A man in the divine emperor holy land wearing purple and gold robes droned in a deep voice filled with shock. And yet his words had not fallen. Feeling that the aura emanating from Shin Fan's body was getting more and more terrifying, his pupils couldn't help but suddenly shrink, and he exclaimed, "A half-saint 7 heavens now? He's still climbing." As for the black-robed man opposite Shin Fan, his pale eyes stared slightly and raised his hand to collect the boundary-suppressing stone beside him. The uselessness of the boundary suppression stone was something he had never expected. The killing game is broken. The first order of business as a killer is to make a safe exit, but the speed of his opponent was not something he could just walk away from, especially the cultivation that Shin Fan had displayed. It made him have to put away the boundary-suppressing stone and gather all his minds together to wait in a strict position. Then, there is only one battle. Next moment, boom! The black-robed old man erupted with unrivaled might. Shasta. The night void that was originally shrouded in starbursts gushed out a massive wave of blood mist air. In just a blink of an eye, the black-robed old man's behind was shrouded by a sea of blood shadow, rendering half of the sky. Compared to Shin Fan's might, the sea of killing intent and blood released by the old man made people feel even more cold all over. The many cultivators with low cultivation levels just looked at the sea of blood that was filled with blood chi. Divine sense was then invaded by waves of blood and killing intent, like a large wave lapping at a rock, shocking them to the point of dizziness and a face like gold paper. If it wasn't for the strong people around them guarding the front, he was afraid that he would have fainted to death on the spot. Looking at the young man in front of him with flying black hair and majestic aura, the black-robed old man smiled faintly in a ghostly tone. He, the half-sage 9 heavens, is worthy of the name of Emperor's son. Hiss. When these words came out, all the cultivators within Wutan town, all of them sucked in a breath of cool air and their hairs exploded. Half-saint 9 heavens? Rumor has it that he's just under 20, right? Only one step short of entering the sage realm? Is this the emperor's son that the great emperor has personally appointed? Such qualifications, the ancient times have never seen the light of day. The elders of many forces were shocked beyond words. What can be compared to this unrivaled talent? That Langya, the number 1 in the eastern region, was afraid that he would be out of reach. In the meantime, the old man who was suspended in the air, at some point in time, had an additional broken blade in his hand that was haunted by a purple aura. The moment the broken blade was present, wisps of prancing breath split the star-like light and monstrous chi and blood in the air in two. The broken blade breath alone was able to split the visions of the two great powerhouses. It is evident that this object is extraordinary. With just a glance at that broken blade, that powerful person from the Divine Emperor Holy Land recognized it with a single glance. Quasi-Emperor's remnant soldier broken heaven's end? It's actually him. The Luzhentian in the scene even trembled with his longevity eyebrows and whispered, "The only one who holds the Skybreaker is the 8 God-Slayer elders of the God-Slaying Temple, the soul-chasing elder of the 9th sky of Half-Saint, although both of them were in the same realm. But don't forget that the old man in front of you is the God-Slayer of the God-Slaying Temple." The opponent's killing methods and experience couldn't be described as high as a mountain. Although the Quasi-Emperor's remnants of the Broken Heaven's End were extremely high in disrepair, but it was still a shade stronger than a normal holy weapon, and Shin Fan hadn't even taken out a weapon so far, just calmly looking at Old Man Soul Chaser. Everyone present felt the battle. Shin Fan was bound to take advantage of the situation with his stance. Emperor's son. In an icy low chant, the Old Man Soul Chaser waved the broken sky in his hand and looked at Shin Fan and laughed morosely. This is still the first time that the old man has faced a demon like you, with all his might, or else picking your head on the neck is tasteless. The sound of frivolous words. Old Man Soul Chaser, who had already raised his aura to the extreme, took the lead. In an instant, there were 6 identical figures around him. To the horror of people, the 6 paths split no matter if it was the broken sky in his hand, or the aura on his body. Surprisingly, it's no different than the body. Soul-chasing 7 killings. The soul-chasing elders, who were comparable to 7 half-saint 9 heavens, shouted angrily in unison, turning into 7 blood-colored rainbows. They attacked and killed towards Shin Fan, and 7 figures. All of them have the Tao of killing intent comprehended by the soul-chasing elder. The terrifying killing intent released by the 7 people was even more like a sky pouring down like a cover. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, this Wutan town, which had been built for an unknown period of time, was crushed to ashes on the spot by this horrifying killing intent. No good. Put. In a series of blood spurts and screams, All the cultivators present were injured on the ground by this terrifying pressure. Some of the loose cultivators were even crushed into blood mist on the spot by this might. Even the leading elders of the great Holy Lands and the desolate ancient family, they were all white-faced, protecting the disciples behind them, looking at the air with horror, attacking and killing the 7 remnants of Shinfan, 7 half-saints of the 9th heaven? Say the most frivolous things, but one shot. The old man chasing the soul is the infinite killing machine. Chapter 68, Great Sound. One move to kill. Increase the killing immortal scripture. Comparable to 7 great cultivators of the 9th sky of half-saint. Is this the strength of the God-slayer of the God-slaying hall? Terrifying as hell. How can he block it? At such a close distance, he's afraid that his mind has already been eroded by killing intent. Looking at the unresponsive Shinfan in the void, many people felt that he was powerless, but a faint whisper came out in the air. Full power? My random strike is the peak of this realm. Can you block it? The words were not yet spoken. The crowd was shocked to find that Shinfan actually appeared in front of his body with a half-saint level ancient Qin, only a half-saint level weapon? This is too careless. Next moment, the Star Luo secret method within Shinfan's body operated to the extreme. The body around him even erupted with a bright and burning light. Boom! Above the vault of heaven, the 12 stars of the ecliptic fell strips of starbursts into Shinfan's body, instantly illuminating the roiling blood mist with 1,000 holes. System, copy his slayer feats. Locked on Soul Chaser. Assassination skill identified as Great Emperor level. At this time, Shinfan, who was like a big star in the sky, was not afraid of the 7 figures that attacked and killed, and he secretly said in his heart at the same time. Raising his hand, he curled his fingers and plucked the ancient zither in front of him. Great sound. Buzz. When the strings tremble slightly, the half-saint level ancient zither looked like it couldn't withstand the terrifying power of this move and instantly disintegrated. In a split second, a regal wave of sound that made everyone's souls tremble swept across the room. Great Emperor stunts? This son actually has a Great Emperor stance. The older generation figures of the Eastern region's forces had a brilliant light in their eyes. There was the doubled power of the Star Luo secret technique added to it. How appalling was the killing power of an Emperor-level stance. The moment the 7 soul-chasing old man figures were swept by the sound wave, the sea of consciousness seeped as if the sky was breaking with a loud noise. Rumble. A boom. Put. The 6 doppelgangers in the air were instantly shaken apart, and the old soul chaser who was connected to the bilocation's mind. It was equivalent to enduring the divine soul impacts of 7 people. The soul-protecting secret treasure in the sea of consciousness didn't even have a shred of defense. It was reduced to pieces on the spot. The soul-chasing elder was even spewing blood out of his 7 orifices under this blow, and his soul flew out of his body. Boo! The body crashed through the air to the ground with a muffled thud. Then, heaven and earth are silent. The entire room was silent to an unimaginable degree. All the cultivators had their pupils shrinking, looking at the white-clothed figure standing in the void. It's just a zither sound, instantly killing 7 half-saint 9 heavens powerhouses. The battle was devastating, and it's also the Kingslayer of the Temple of Slayers, the Soul Chaser. This kind of world-shaking battle performance made the crowd feel as if they were in a dream. However, the hearts of the few forces present at the level of elder ancestors knew the reason this fight ended so quickly. The first reason lay in the fact that Old Man Soul Chaser's 6 doppelgangers were connected to him mentally and spiritually. The second was Shinfan's 12 stars of the Zodiac secret method, which seemed extremely strong to the crowd, coupled with that Emperor-level zither that specialized in suppressing divine souls. Perhaps the combination of his 2 moves was the nemesis of these types of split feats. Yet it is undeniable. Shinfan's strength and heritage were simply too terrifying to know the leading figures of the major forces in the Eastern domain. Many people knew that Shinfan was in the Sevenstar Mountain, used one of the great emperor's fingerprints, and this time, it was actually an emperor-level zither sound. Even Lu Zhentian, who had a slight understanding of Shinfan, could not see through the young man in the air at this moment. One move to kill the Godslayer. Is this the style of an emperor's son? After this battle, the name of the emperor's son will surely be known in the Xiantian continent. Sure enough, a demon cannot be judged by common sense. However, his star secret technique is definitely the key to this battle. The god-slaying temple isn't something to be messed with. It's just that I don't know if he'll be able to grow up. The temple of the killing god has been passed down from ancient times to the present day. An Old Man Soul Chaser was only at the bottom of the god slayers list, ranked 8th only, half-saint 9th heavenly slayer. It only ranked at the end of the 8 godslayers. How terrifying is the strength of the other 7? This was also one of the reasons why the crowd was creeped out when they realized that it was the killing god palace that had attacked and killed Shinfan. Looking at Shinfan, who slowly landed in the air, the older generation of cultivators in the land, the colors in their eyes were uncertain. Many of the forces that had come to Vulsing Mountain had received the news of the Emperor's son's appearance for the first time. This battle, as bystanders, they were bound to have a layout when they returned, And learning about Shinfan's strength and secret method was even more important. In this way, the younger generation of the major powers would be able to defend themselves against him if they had the chance to step onto the Emperor's path. At this time, Shinfan in the air had slowly landed, walked towards the body of the old man chasing his soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the great Emperor-level assassination technique, Dead Man's Scripture, to the Killing Immortal Scripture, the Ancient Killing Technique. Killing Immortal Scripture Ancient Killing Technique, Dead Man's Scripture Main Vein Killing Immortal Technique, contains the three main mainstream killing techniques of concealment killing, puppet killing, and doppelganger killing. Killing effect, status 1, after using the Ancient Killing Technique to kill a target, the power of the killing technique feat will be increased. Speed, stance, and killing power when striking will be greatly increased. State 2, after beheading a number of 5 people, the strength of the Ancient Killing Technique is doubled. After killing 50 people, it is increased tenfold. The upper limit of the killing life state, 20 times. Note, when the killing effect is increased by 5 times or more, the status disappears with an effect on the body's constitution and enters a weakened state. 10 times or more will produce a physical load. Severe cases will die of chi and blood depletion. Use with caution. Warm reminder, assassination technique, Dead Man via Cum. Comprehended by the first temple master of the god of killing temple, Emperor Jieli, who comprehended the remnants of the ancient killing technique engraved on the ancient steel. Comprehending the proceeds of the technique. Nice guy. Directly becoming the ancestor of killers. The ancient killing technique that flooded into his mind caused Shinfan's mouth to turn into a smile. The ancient killing technique contained all kinds of killing techniques, treacherous body techniques, hiding means, secret methods of killing arts, and so on, which were extremely useful if we meet another cultivator like a killer. In front of Shinfan it was purely playing a big sword in front of Guangong. The secret method of identity of the old soul-chasing man before was recorded in the life-killing technique. The 6 doppelgangers were simply sharing the might of the main body realm, but when striking out, the old man chasing the soul could switch positions at will. This secret method did have a terrifying deterrent power if used in a life-and-death battle with others. Imagine the scene of one person taking on 7 cultivators of the same realm. Anyone else would be afraid that they wouldn't even have the courage to fight against each other. Coupled with the killing intent field released by the 7 killers, it was extremely easy to affect the opponent's mind. Under the mind shock, the soul-chasing elder was indeed able to decimate his target. The hegemony of the ancient killing skill lay in the killing state. Extreme increase in physical strength by 20 times. This was like adding wings to Shinfan, who possessed immortality and a peerless physical body. As for the physical load, in Shinfan's opinion, ranked among the top 10 holy bodies of the human race in terms of physical strength, it could definitely carry the ancient killing technique's killing state. Chapter 69, Increasing the Magnitude of the 13 Great Roads, Extrapolating the Killing God Palace Residence. Shinfan, who had recovered his thoughts, looked at the corpse of the old soul chaser on the ground, curving his fingers to use his aura to take the space ring and the broken sky ring in the other party's hand, into his pocket. The black stone from before was, unsurprisingly, the supreme treasure recorded in the Xiantian Continent's Fengshe, the boundary-suppressing stone. Shinfan naturally wouldn't miss it. Just then, a sob came from the silent field. Duke! Shinfan turned with a puzzled face, and then he saw Sului directly flying over. Hands tightened around his waist and he buried his head on his chest. Just now, soul-chasing elder's terrifying figure stared Sului into thinking that Shinfan had fallen in this way. 1-on-1, or even 1-on-2. She felt that Shinfan could win steadily, but a pair of 7s is just beyond what most people realize. From the beginning Shinfan had evaded the assassin's attack. Then he faced 7 great cultivators of the ninth sky of Half-Saint. Then one strike decapitated the soul-chasing elder. This scene made Sului's heart skip a beat as she watched. It wasn't until it was all over that her lifted heart dropped. Shinfan rolled his eyes and said breathlessly, screaming so miserably, "I thought you had been sneak attacked." Okay, it's okay. Shinfan patted her back at the same time. His gaze swept the entire room. Sului's shout also brought the crowd back to their senses. After seeing him look, the cultivators present suppressed the palpitations in their hearts. He bowed to him and turned away, leaving the place to the 2. System. Copy the great Dao sense of all the half-saint level cultivators present. Looking at the more than 10 half-saint level cultivators who had departed from the major forces, Shinfan secretly said in his heart, already having been benefited by the ways of wind and gravity, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Okay host, copy increase on. Locked on Lu Wu. Identified as, beginning to enter the way of water. Locked on Lu Zhentian. Target has been copied. Copying failed. Locked on Feng Gao Yang. Identified as, beginning to enter the way of thunder. At this time, the visions of Volsing Mountain had already subsided. Only the golden circle of light that enveloped the entire mountain remained. Due to the fact that this great battle had attracted everyone's attention, the treasures that had flown out from within Volsung Mountain had gone nowhere. The crowd had some more searching to do, and there might be pieces of immortal weapons hidden in them. Even Lu Zhentian flew away from this place with a vertical leap. As for the other forces, they began to create buildings in the ruins of Wutan Town for future use. Congratulations to the host, who has increased his initial entry into the Sealing Avenue to the perfect Sealing Avenue. When the last system broadcast ended, Shinfan then withdrew his sight. This time, a total of 13 avenues were replicated, which was quite a rewarding experience. There are 7 perfection paths, which are Sealing, Bloodbath, and Treasure Sacrifice, as well as the 7 of Cutting, Gold, Wood, and Water. And there were 6 great paths that increased to Mahayana, Phantom, Entanglement, Point Probing, Dance, and the paths of Earth and Thunder. What most concerned Shinfan was undoubtedly the 7 of the Perfection Avenue, especially the way of cutting, where everything can be cut, even a cultivator's attack can cut. Treasure Sacrifice, on the other hand, is to sacrifice a magic treasure to make an extremely powerful explosion to attack and kill the enemy. As for the other avenues, they are all literal and well understood. Cultivators who can comprehend the great Tao do have strong capital. Shinfan was quite emotional. This cutting avenue was exactly what he had copied from a man of the half-saint realm and the divine emperor Holy Land. The other party's aura was extremely strong. It should be the stream of Zheng Tao's protector. However, the more powerful the Tao, the harder it was for the cultivator to comprehend it. So far, Shinfan hadn't copied the extremely perverted avenue either. For example, the word is a great way to say what you want to say. Really, he's just going to open lay and come up with a line. I was invincible in my time and proved to be an emperor. There shouldn't be such an outrageous avenue. Shinfan barred his mouth. Of course, the use of the avenue is not without limitations. Distinguish between other attacks. When using a great Tao attack, the consumption of aura and chi and blood within the cultivator's body would increase geometrically. The power was also terrifying. However, for Shinfan, who possessed the peerless saint body, this was not a problem. After all, the 10 great sacred bodies were all notorious gold-swallowing beasts. The volume of chi and blood in his body was horrifying. Looking at the 13 extra great Tao swimming fish in the sea of consciousness, Shinfan was satisfied. Let's not forget that he also had the extreme Tao immortal scripture that could fuse great Tao attacks. To be honest, Shinfan didn't know what height his current strength had reached. That lied about a casual strike being the peak of this realm was not a false statement. I've heard that a great emperor of proof is a proof of one's own Tao. I've already possessed 17 great Tao. So what kind of great emperor would it be to replicate a great emperor cultivation in the future? The future cares about him. Shinfan threw out the thoughts in his mind. Seeing that the Su Luoi in his arms did not have the slightest intention of letting go, strangling him tightly, and every now and then there were whimpers coming from him. Looking at her sobbing petite body, Shinfan's eyes stared. Feeling the softness on his chest, that pressed tightly against him, he sank his voice. Still crying? So much for not believing in this Gongzi's strength? You little maid owes it to yourself, don't you? Quickly spread your hands. While speaking, Shinfan pointed his toes and floated into the carriage. I'm just scared, whispered whimpering. Su Luoi shook her head repeatedly, and her arms once again tightened around his waist. Then as you wish. Shinfan let out a whisper and raised his hand to draw it under her waist. Snap! A crunch! Su Luoi never expected it. The familiarity came in such a way. A burst of tingling sensation came, causing her to shamefully put a head on Shinfan's chest and cry, "Oh, if you want to fight, fight! I'll give you a good fight." Hearing these words, Shinfan whispered quietly as he placed his hand on her back waist. It's still not spreading, but the feel is really good. It seems that this Gongzi has to use the eagle claw technique and try his hand. Eagle claw kung fu test hand feeling? Feeling the big hand coming down smoothly behind her. The pretty face flushed red as Su Luoi hastily let go of her hand. She was a yellow girl. How could she stand such torture? Wiping tears from her eyes, Su Luoi covered her behind and said in shame, "Who did you learn that from? You don't learn. Can't cure you yet." Shinfan cast a sidelong glance at her. Then he took out the arcane turtle armor and placed it on the floor, bending down to write a word. Kill. At the same time, a stream of information flooded into his mind. Meaning of the word kill. Where is the nearest organization of the Temple of the Kill? Since the other party dared to kill him, Shinfan didn't mind directly dismantling the organization. As for the person behind the dispatch of the assassin, Shinfan's Wind Avenue was only known to the Yi family ancestor and the Lu family. There was no need to think about it to know that it was the Yi family's oldest ancestor. When the time comes, we'll kill them on the way and be done with it. Xuanji Turtle Armor Analysis, 50,000 miles away in the southwest, under the Huayun Mountain, the town of Phoenix Set. The original people are all members of the Temple of the God of Murder. Decrypted, tortoise shell pattern not consumed. There was one difference between the Xuanji turtle armor and Tianji house's maneuvers. That is, the Xuanji tortoise armor can deduce what is in the mind of the person who puts down the pen, thus extending the result. The Tianji building, on the other hand, is a place that sells news, and relatively speaking won't put too much detail into it. Not to mention an overwhelmingly terrifying and powerful force like the god-slaying temple. Even if Tianji House knew about it, it was impossible to inform others. Neutral forces that have been able to exist for so long, well versed in the ways of neutrality. But there's something good about the Tinker House. That is, if Xinfan has something on the way, a trip to Tianji House can save a lot of tortoise lines, like before asking Su Fengxian if there were any larger monuments around. It saves you from consuming the metaphysical turtle armor's lines. This baby is his fishing treasure, and when it runs out, it's gone. It seems like we'll have to replicate the Tianji House secret technique in the future, so as not to be revealed at the time. Xinfan, who had set a small goal for himself, collected the Xuanji tortoise armor and then suddenly heard a rustling sound from behind him. He turned with a puzzled look on his face. He saw Su Luoyi, who was standing at the end of the carriage, was lowering her head and undoing the girdle around her waist. I'll go. He blanched in disbelief. And to say I don't learn. You actually tried to seduce me. P.S. Thanks for the support. If you like it, 5 stars to support it. Thank you all. Chapter 70, Traveling to the Slaying God Palace Residence. The Willow family's good comrades, the Mangdrake clan. It should be said or not, Su Luoyi's posture is truly extraordinary. If you put it in the modern world, the term goddess is out of bounds. Xinfan rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before nodding and saying, although we are a decent person, but which expert can resist this kind of temptation? Also, let this gentleman make an exception. Which has seduced you? This sudden exclamation scared Su Luoyi's delicate body and she turned around in a hurry. But when she heard what Xinfan had just said, her entire face was covered with a blush and her heart trembled dramatically. Also, broken. Broken what? Suroi, ****. The atmosphere was instantly awkward to the extreme. It was good that Xinfan, as a modern person, was more open-minded. Ha ha, he broke the awkwardness with a dry laugh, rising to his feet in curiosity. Just kidding, then what are you doing undressing? Nothing to do, whispered Su Luoyi, who was full of shyness, and took out a reed from the space and tied it around her waist on her own. One reed crossing the river? Xinfan had an odd look on his face. Aha! This way we can be the first to escape when we encounter danger in the future. Su Luoyi pursed her lips and saw him walk over, turned her back and took out the quasi-emperor level divine traveling talisman, quickly tucking it in her lapel. This time she wore a tighter lining, and it was still more than enough to hold a charm. Okay. After doing all this, Su Luoyi turned to look at Xinfan's eyes curved, smiled and patted his chest. Even if there are saints attacking us in the future, we won't be afraid now. If we really encounter danger, Your Excellency, remember to run first. Don't worry about me. This time Xinfan was relying on the great Tao of gravity to break the surefire game, but it's not guaranteed that there will be a more horrific kill waiting for him later. After this attack, Su Luoyi thought about a lot of things clearly. With Xinfan's unfathomable depth, he must also have an instantaneous transfer magic treasure. Otherwise, how good would it be for him to take the quasi-emperor level divine walking talisman and keep it for himself? She had gotten one reed crossing the river from the beginning, thinking of taking Xinfan with her to run away when she encountered danger. After getting the quasi-emperor level divine traveling talisman and knowing in his heart that Xinfan also had such a secret treasure, the mindset has shifted dramatically. Suroi knows, in a killing game like today, she's a liability. If it wasn't for Lu Zhentian protecting her once Xinfan was distracted from protecting her. If you face an attack from a strong person of the same realm again, even more terrifying opponents, Xinfan's distraction meant the possibility of death. Even if she no longer wanted to separate from Xinfan, it was impossible for her to harm him because of this. Looking at Su Luoyi, who looked like she had no worries and was full of smiles, Xinfan raised his eyebrows. If you teleport away, you'll probably enter a vicious place, like some kind of forbidden zone of life. Ah, a demonic evil place, a demonic graveyard. Seeing Xinfan talking more and more vigorously, Su Luoyi, who was listening to the blushing face, hurriedly shook her head and said nervously, "No, it won't. One reed crossing the river can be shifted 3 times, and there's also the quasi-emperor divine traveling talisman. I have so many chances, I'll definitely be safe." "That's right too." Xinfan nodded. Only then did Su Luoyi breathe a sigh of relief. But when she saw Xinfan looking at her and lifting his hand to count with his fingers, her heart immediately lifted up. "I did a little math and realized you're not very lucky. Gongzi, don't forget it." Su Luoyi was so scared that she directly grabbed his hand. She was very much admiring Xinfan's deduction together, especially when he thought about the fact that his luck was really bad except for meeting Xinfan. She couldn't help but gather enough courage, took a deep breath and looked at Xinfan nervously. "Let's just die. I'm giving up." I can't stop it even if I have to die. Shinfan smiled faintly. Courageous. Well, time to get out of here. Watching him turn to leave, Sului hurriedly followed. Sir, where are we going? We're not going to continue the fortune-telling here? In her opinion, Shinfan came here and didn't rob the treasures, as if it was just for fortune-telling, and this is about to go? Hey, it's a pity that Gonzi's cultivation level is too high, otherwise he would still be able to enter Voltron Mountain, and he would definitely be able to obtain the immortal weapon fragment. Sului rather felt sorry for him. Sometimes a high level of cultivation is also a kind of helpless awe. Go to Huayun Mountain, 50,000 miles away in the southwest, to the town of Phoenix Set, which is the residence of the god-slaying temple. Shinfan walked out of the carriage after saying a place name, looking ahead at the scene of building a city in the ruins in the heat of the day. His gaze was long. Perhaps if we wait for some time, many more forces will rush to Volsing Mountain, but Shinfan didn't intend to linger any longer. Perhaps one of the young cultivators who came afterward had entered it to obtain great opportunities. When they grew up, they might still have a chance to meet up with Shinfan. It's kind of a long shot to replicate it when the time comes. The Killing God Palace residence? Sului was startled in her heart. This is clearly going to be a reckoning. She hastily collected the carriage behind her and took out the cloud-piercing shuttle. Although she was a little worried, she felt that Shinfan could be much smarter than herself and must have already plotted. When the two of them boarded the flying boat, Shinfan saw that many of the cultivators who had left before had already returned to Wutan town. Looking at Lu Zhentian, who was smiling and arching his hand in the crowd not far away, Shinfan smiled and arching his hand. Elder Lu, I'll see you again. Lu Zhentian arched his hand and smiled. If the Emperor's son has any leisure time, he can come to the Lu family for a visit. The Lu family naturally had no fear of the thoughts of the god-slaying temple, or else he wouldn't have stepped in to protect Sului. This was also the attitude of the Lu family to make their position clear. But in his opinion, Shinfan was able to kill the soul-chasing elder with a single move, and he was also able to protect Sului. His move was kind of the icing on the cake. The conversation between the two allowed many cultivators to listen in. However, hearing that Lu Qingchang was all saved by Shinfan with pills, the crowd felt that it was not surprising that the Lu family had such determination. There are quite a few people who are well-read. It was evident that the Lu family valued Shinfan, because if one dared to hire the god-slaying temple to kill an emperor's son, that employer was not a good master to deal with in itself. Rumor has it that the emperor's son doesn't have the support of the emperor's clan, and after this attack, it's indeed possible. Otherwise, the god-slaying temple wouldn't have picked up this hot potato. It's just that I don't know if the bet placed by the Lu family this time is accurate enough. Watching the flying boat disappear into the night sky in a few flashes, Lu Zhentian, who had withdrawn his line of sight, swept his afterglow at the few peer cultivators present, and slowly walked towards the Manhwa clan, who were constructing a residence not far away, and secretly said in his heart, my Lu family is well versed in the way of keeping a low profile. How can I possibly resist pressure on my own? Isn't there a group of capable buddies here? Seeing the way he was talking and laughing with the Mangniu of the Mangrai clan, the elders of the lands were quite emotional in their hearts. You have to wonder about the Ryu family's network of connections. Even this group of barbarians can say something. But thinking about before, Lu Zhentian dared to request Shinfan's fortune-telling in public for those casual cultivators. It was not something an ordinary person could do. If the Lu clan can tie the Savage clan together, but it's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. But the Barbarian Wasteland clan isn't a little cutie either. Should be able to know the Lu family's calculations. The wind is changing. Looking at the star-dotted night sky, the leading elders of the major powers were in a state of languid thoughts. After this battle, 19 years old, half-saint, 9 heavens, Shinfan's emperor's son's might will surely be like a mountain pressing on the shoulders of all the force's heavenly pride. After leaving Volsing Mountain, Shinfan, who was lying on the flying boat, dragged the black boundary-suppressing stone the size of a man's head in his hand and said in his heart, System, increase this stone. Okay host, locked boundary stone. Identified as, top grade supreme treasure, upper grade supreme treasure. Don't know increase out of a treasure. Shinfan was filled with anticipation. This was still his first increase in the top grade supreme treasure. Chapter 71 Holy Spirit Treasure that breaks the qualification limit. Spirit filling holy stone. Reproduction increase opens. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Increasing the boundary suppressor stone to a spirit filling holy stone. Quality, Holy Spirit medium grade. Spirit charging sacred stone, a strange stone of the Holy Spirit nurtured by the laws of heaven and earth. A rare treasure for all ages. Effect 1, when worn for a long period of time, it can consume the natural essence in the spirit-filling sacred stone to break through the limits of one's qualifications. Rhymes and nourishes the body's spirit and physique, and enhances enlightenment and the sense of the great Tao, etc. Effect 2, toughening the Tao heart. when the Tao heart is breached, the spirit-filling sacred stone will transform into a chain of natural law to help the cultivator restore the broken Tao heart. The little thing is quite chic, with such a strong effect. Looking at the fist-sized 7-colored holy stone in the system space, Shen Fan, who was rubbing the boundary-suppressing stone, was full of smiles. In his opinion, the heart of the Tao was formless and faceless, and it all depended on the insistence of the cultivator's heart, or a belief. But to say that Shen Fan he had some kind of Taoist heart, that would be too much of a stretch. After all, he didn't even have the heart to certify the Tao, let alone cultivate any Tao heart. For him, another effect of the spirit-filling sacred stone was much more practical than the nebulous Tao heart. That is to push the limits of one's qualifications. By way of analogy, it is well known that cultivators have 12 grades of divine souls. Then by breaking through the limit, you can reach the 13th grade. If that was really the case, wouldn't his peerless saint body also work? This idea was more or less exaggerated, and Shen Fan still wanted to confirm it. System, is it okay for me to think so? In answer to the host, yes indeed, TSK, it's worthy of being a Holy Spirit mid-grade supreme treasure. Accompanied by the system's affirmative reply, Shen Fan had already drawn the spirit-filled holy stone in space, into the chaotic sea of consciousness. The moment the spirit-filling sacred stone appeared, Shen Fan felt the pores of his body open up comfortably. Whether it was the soul or the body, it was soothing from the inside out, and the entire chaotic sea of consciousness shook even more, and even the divine soul underworld lamp brightened up quite a bit. The wick was even standing straight up. It's like an old man on his last legs, suddenly realizing that there was a big beautiful woman dancing next to the bed. His spirits were all the better for it, and the chaotic sea of consciousness, a total of 17 great avenues swam directly to the perimeter of the 7-colored spirit-filling sacred stone. This scene illuminated the entire chaotic sea of consciousness in colorful and gorgeous. In particular, the 17 great avenues extend out to things such as wind, thunder, water, and earth. Taking a place in the chaotic sea of consciousness adds a lot of life. This brain of mine is almost becoming a small world. Shen Fan, who looked internally at his sea of consciousness, lamented after a while. Sudden realization. The lone divine soul underworld lamp, the wobbly green smoke in the middle of it. There was a thumb-sized golden shadow that loomed. It is the divine soul golden body. However, at this time, the divine soul golden body hadn't fully coalesced yet. Fortunately, the other side crossing soul technique could automatically cultivate, and coalescence was only a matter of time, allowing Shen Fan to save a lot of heartache. Once the divine soul golden body is successfully condensed, the power of the divine soul attack would multiply, not to mention, even if a cultivator died, he could escape from his shell by virtue of the divine soul secret method, which was equivalent to having a second life. As for parasitic seizing or specializing in the soul body, it's up to the individual to choose. Shen Fan, who had withdrawn his inner vision, put the boundary-suppressing stone into the system space after taking out the broken blade weapon and spatial ring used by the soul-chasing elder. He secretly said in his heart, "System, copy this weapon and copy everything inside the spatial ring." Although this was a remnant soldier, it was at least at the level of a quasi-emperor. Okay host, locked on Broken Heaven's End, identified as quasi-emperor's remnant armor, badly damaged. Reproduction increase opens. Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining the quasi-emperor soldier, the Dragon Song Boneblade. Dragon chanting Boneblade, crafted from the dragon bone of an ancient demonic powerhouse. It is exceptionally heavy and possesses the power of a dragon elephant. When wielded, it is accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, which can shake the 4 fields and psyche the mind, making it exceptionally powerful. In the system space, a 1 meter and 5 long white jade bone knife was suspended in the air. The bone blade was covered in a faint black mist and had an astonishing aura. There was also a turquoise-eyed black dragon in the black mist, circling around the bone blade with a sense of oppression. It seems that broken things can also copy the increase. Not bad, Shen Fan with a smile on his face, after collecting the broken sky, starting to take stock of what he had gained from this trip to Sevenstar Mountain. One of the 10 major physical qualities of the human race, the perfection realm's peerless saint body. His cultivation level had even reached the night sky of half-saint, and the quasi-emperor quality divine soul underworld lamp actually had a reminder effect when the slayer appeared. It made Shen Fan feel the throbbing of his soul at the first moment. It's like trying to be too much of an alarm. It's not much use to him at the moment, but it's a really good ability. There was also the Great Emperor's Stance, the Great Sound, the Saint Great Upper Grade Pisan Soul Transition Technique, as well as the 13 Great Tao, and the Killing Immortal Scripture Ancient Killing Technique. As for the treasures spewing out from within the Sevenstar Mountain, and the items from the soul-chasing Elder's spatial ring, aside from the Dragon Ming Bone Blade and the Broken Heaven's End of the Remnant Soldier, not even the quasi-emperor quality had increased. Instead, it increased a few holy weapons. It was considered to have allowed Shen Fan's reserve of holy weapons to break through the 50 mark, reaching 56 pieces. At this time, Sului walked over with a plush blanket and covered Shinfan's body and laughed. My lord, it's a bit far from Phoenix Set. It might take me days to drive. Do you have a place to stop? Shinfan stretched and lifted the blanket casually. No need to stop. Just drive straight through. The death of a single Godslayer was not enough to cause the entire East Domain's Godslayer temple compound to move. And with a killer base like this, the level of concealment must be extremely high. As for whether or not anyone dared to come to the door and confront the entire god-killing temple, perhaps no one sees and no one ever thinks about it that way. Aha! Then you rested first. This familiar lazy look of his put Sului extremely at ease. This showed that Shinfan wasn't afraid of the so-called quarters of the god-slaying temple at all. In the past, she had thought that Shinfan's love of sleeping and laziness and not practicing was a bad habit, but now it's soothing how it looks. Seeing Shinfan burrow his head into the quilt, Sului stroked the hair around his ears and twisted the quilt corner for him with a smile on her lips. Then she got up and went to the bow of the flying boat, resting on her knees while practicing, separating a sliver of his mind to control the cloud-piercing shuttle. He flew toward the Huayun Mountain 50,000 miles away in the southwest direction. Middle Emperor Continent. Marble City. In a quiet courtyard within a giant mansion, there sat a beautiful woman sipping tea and enjoying flowers. The beautiful woman was dressed in a long, light dress, with a graceful and noble posture. There is a pleasing beauty in even the simple act of raising a cup of tea. However, when she used her divine sense to check the information of the jade slip in her hand, her willow brows frowned slightly. This scene saw the corners of the eyes of the two maids beside her tremble, slowly lowering their heads. Half Saint Nine Heavens, hiding his cultivation? Or is this the Yi family's calculation? Yi Nantian. In an icy whisper, the spiritual tea of enlightenment in Zhang Roland's hand instantly steamed dry. Thinking of Yi Nanshan's visit to the Qin family a few days ago, Zhang Roland's eyes flashed with a cold light. A few days ago, Qin family council hall. After seeing Yi Nantian, who had walked into the hall, take his seat, Zhang Roland, who was sitting on the main seat, laughed. Yi family master, my husband has important matters to deal with in West Lin Tian recently, so please bear with me. Mrs. Qin is overstating the case. Mr. Ye's visit is just a small matter. No need to bother brother Zun. Yi Nantian smiled faintly and looked at Zhang Roland and went straight to the point after receiving the spirit tea handed by the maid. This time, Mr. Yi has come here for the matter of resource trading. Within the next 100 years, the Yi family will purchase the required cultivation resources from the Qin family at a price higher than the 20% acquisition at the market. I wonder what Mrs. Qin is willing to do? Chapter 72, The Wasted Water Leads to the East. Cultivation resources in 100 years for the Arakanese family? It was important to know that the consumption required for cultivation was extremely terrifying for the sons and daughters of the desolate ancient family. Most are top-notch resources. The resource supply and consumption of the many cultivators within the clan alone. It wouldn't be comparable to other forces, and that's without the middleman's cut, where the profits can be imagined. Although the Qin family didn't care, but the Zhang family didn't have such a thick family foundation as the Qin family. But given the benefits for nothing, Zhang Roland was naturally wary. After she took a light sip of spirit tea, she put down the teacup and looked at Yi Nantian and asked with a smile. The East Domain Yi family's resource reserves aren't that low. Yi Nantian shook his head and smiled helplessly. There's an emperor's son in the Eastern Domain. A great power has come. I think Mrs. Qin knows the meaning of that. Perhaps it won't be long before the Qin family's orders go up. I'm saving some spirit stones in advance. Hearing these words, Zhang Roland's jade hand in her sleeve trembled slightly. In this world, there's even an emperor's son coming out? The news can be heavy. Seeing that Yi Nantian stopped talking and just drank tea by himself, Zhang Roland knew that the other party did not need to lie to her. The emperor's son wouldn't come out of the world without a reason. Unless one senses that the laws of heaven and earth have an opportunity to witness the Tao, and the big moment opens. Undoubtedly, it would cause the resources of the major powers to be consumed in the form of a pouring sea. This was undoubtedly heavy news for the Qin family, which specialized in business, and she's now getting a first-hand account. If you lay it out in advance, the profits are bound to be immense. Then her lineage, including herself, the future position in the Qin family will not be ignored. Zhang Roland, who had retrieved her thoughts, took a deep breath and looked at Yi Nantian and laughed softly. Yi family master's news is not heavy. I had wanted to waive the 20% price increase, but the Yi family's quota is too large, so I can't make a decision. At that time, I will discuss with my husband and give Yi family master a favorable price. Hearing this, Yi Nanshan's mouth smiled slightly as he looked at her and arched his hand. There's no harm in it, whatever the price should be. In that case, Mr. Yi will take his leave first. Come back next time to catch up with brother Zun. I will inform my husband. Zhang Roland spread a smile and got up to see him off. Just then, a maid came through the door. It's Zhang Roland's personal maid. Ma'am, It's a jade slip sent by the Wuji Valley Master. Listening to the other party's voice transmission, Zhang Rolan, who had received the jade slip, introduced her mind into the slip while climbing with Yi Nantian, Mother-in-Chief. That Qin Wendian climbed up to the eastern domain's freshly minted emperor's son. Not only did the other party kill the disciples and elders of my sect, he even destroyed the treasure house, and Qin Wendian was sent by him to seek refuge in the Lu family. Qin Wendian is a man with a deep city and a heart of thieves. It is likely that he will follow the trend, so please be on your master mother's guard. I didn't expect that this sinner would actually be involved with the emperor's son. Destroying the treasure pavilion? Zhang Roland's eyes flashed with a cold light, collected the jade slip, and inquired to Yi Wentian who was beside her. I don't know, Yi family master, if you can know information about that emperor's son. Yi Nanshan's eyes flickered with streams of light, and after pondering for a moment, he murmured, when my clan's 5 ancestors traveled in the clouds, they did meet this son. At such a young age, this son has reached the triple sky of Half-Saint and has even comprehended the perfection of Wen Dao. However, from the intelligence of the major forces in the eastern domain, this son does not have the support of the Imperial clan and is alone in the world. This is something that many forces have concluded, and the 5 ancestors of my clan have not found any protectors behind him. Good a madman, thinking that being an emperor's son makes you arrogant and domineering. Times have changed, ah boy. Zhang Rolan, who secretly said in her heart, smiled faintly. Thank you for informing family master Yi. Then he sent Yi Nantian out of the Qin family residence. When Yi Nan reached the Yi family flying boat in the sky, he looked at the huge Qin family city below, and the colors in his eyes were bright and uncertain. Want to give me a 20% price increase free? If you really exempt it, I'm still uneasy. Ah, greedy woman. Just don't know if you can solve him. In his opinion, with Zhang Roland's snake-like heart and greedy character, it would certainly not allow Qin Wendian, who was hiding in the Lu family, to have a day of reckoning. The Wuji Valley, the loyal dog, was only a top-tier sect that originally didn't have any Half-Saint realm powerhouses sitting around. It was Zhang Rolan who had sent someone to use pills to spawn a Half-Saint realm ancestor. But no matter if she was approached by Xin Fan or by the future Qin Wendian to settle the score, there was no way she would let this dog's heart get cold. Then Xin Fan, the roadblock, became her obstacle. A mere Half-Saint Third Sky dared to destroy the Qin family's treasure pavilion auction house. With these few reasons, he believed that Zhang Rolan would never be soft when she laid her hands on him. Xin Fan, I don't know if you're still satisfied with this trick of drawing water from the east. I hope that your chi luck can last a little longer. With a calm face, Yi Nantian looked at the eastern region from afar, took a deep breath, turned around and entered the compartment of the flying boat. Is it Yi Nanshan's intention or not? Zhang Rolan in the garden had her mind spinning after she retrieved her thoughts. However, judging from Yi Nanshan's behavior when he came to the Qin family that day, there was nothing wrong with it, and she was the one who had asked the other party for information about Xin Fan. Her eyes slightly condensed as she looked down at the jade slip in her hand. This is exactly what the Hall of Slayers sent. The God-Slayer elder of our temple is dead, and there is no need for the lady to compensate for the loss of the quasi-emperor divine warrior. Broken Heaven's End. Although my temple failed this time, it will continue to kill that emperor's son, and the price will remain the Jin boundary stone, which my temple will take for itself, without the need for your ladyship to raise the price. The Killing God Palace has been inherited to this day, and has always been fairly priced, so I'm sure your ladyship is aware of that. In order to show our sincerity, our hall will enter the Lu family to kill Qin Wendian. If you are willing to continue trading, please reply within 3 days. Sincerity? I'm afraid that you guys are dogged. Zhang Roland's tone was disdainful. This time, the god-slaying temple had failed in their bid, and they still dared to demand the boundary suppression stone. There is no regard for the employer's willingness to proceed with the order. It was evident how much they valued the boundary town stone. Although the boundary suppressor stone was precious, Zhang Roland could still afford to lose it. Zhang Roland dared to lay her hands on these two to kill them, so it was clear that she no longer had the patience to tease Qin Wendian. Because of the Ryu family's insertion, things had gone out of her control, but to her surprise, Xin Fan had actually managed to escape the attack of the Killing God's palace and even killed it back. Qin Wendian, you have a good eye. Zhang Roland, who had a cold aura flashing in her eyes, shattered the jade brief in her hand before turning her head sideways to a maid beside her and said indifferently, tell them that the boundary suppression stone is considered compensation. Qin Wendian doesn't need them to bother with it, and as for what happens afterward, it has nothing to do with me. Yes, ma'am. Anyway, the Killing God Palace would continue to send people after Xin Fan, so why should she continue to get involved in this muddy water? As long as Xin Fan died, Qin Wendian would still be a waste. Everything will be back on track. Looking at the maids departing back, Zhang Roland's mood finally improved. But if that emperor's son really dodged this robbery? Thinking of this, Zhang Roland's eyes stared. If you can get away with it the first time, Can't there be a second accident? If the other party really rose up to wipe out the Killing God Palace, perhaps she, as her employer, would be exposed, though the likelihood of that is slim to none. But Zhang Ruolin had to be defended. Thinking of this, Zhang Ruolin took out a token and whispered to the maid at her side, "Red Spirit, make a trip to the Eastern Domain and find that Emperor's son if he escapes this calamity. You can use my authority to give him any help you want. Don't say I did it." Chapter 73, Congratulations, barely second rate. Hearing these words, the maid's mind became clear. The lady is trying to secretly bestow favors on the other side. If that Emperor's son really rises, later, knowing that the lady had assassinated him, perhaps she would let it go. The maid frowned and whispered, "What if he won't accept it?" "Ma'am." Zhang Ruolin raised an eyebrow, got up and looked at her stunningly beautiful face and smiled faintly. "Whether you use the beauty trick or the bitter meat trick, it's up to you. I do hope you can find a man of your choice, with the stunning beauty of the Red Spirit's ability to make the sun and moon lose their colors. Even the Qin family had many people willing to marry her. Even the head of the Qin family was interested in moving. Unfortunately, she was the personal maidservant of the Qin family's main mother and had been raised from a young age so that no one could taint her. Of course, if Xinfan died, everything would be over. Looking at Zhang Ruolin's departing back, the maid sighed softly. This time, traveling to the eastern region, the odds are against us. On the cloud-piercing shuttle, Xinfan, who was sleeping, seemed to have had a dream. It was a picturesque place. He wore a white lining and a green shirt, holding a folding fan like a fluttering gentleman, standing under a peach tree by the river. Not far away there was a small village of curling smoke, with the occasional chicken and dog barking. It was as if he was waiting for someone, and within a short time a woman, wearing a light veil, came out of the village. Although he couldn't see the other party's appearance, that shapely figure made Xinfan look extremely appreciative. The next two talked and laughed under the willow tree. It was as if they had known each other for a long time, and the atmosphere was extremely cordial. Until after nightfall, the dream Xinfan saw the woman get up and fall, could not help but raise a hand to help. Warm fragrance into the bosom. For eyes, love, Xinfan lowered his head to bar a kiss. TSK. That taste. Even when he was sleeping, he subconsciously barred his mouth. Unfortunately, when he lifted up the hem of his coat and did that Zhao Zi long charging the enemy camp, the woman was so frightened that she screamed and her dreams became a blur. Scratch that, it's actually an aphrodisiac dream. Somewhat confused, Xinfan opened his eyes and muttered in his heart, could it be the reason why I ate the kidney origin blazing sun fruit? Then he raised his eyebrows and revealed his head from the fox skin blanket, looking at Su Luoyi in front of the flying boat. A breakthrough? The girl was seen surrounded by dozens of inferior spirit stones, her aura surging and her aura climbing. In the next moment, the surrounding aura madly surged into her body. Boom! The green silk flying Su Luoyi trembled and snapped her eyes open. Who? Su Luoyi, who exhaled a long breath of turbid air, felt that the flying boat was a little shaky, and hastily controlled her balance and turned back to look at Xinfan. Seeing him lying down again, Su Luoyi excitedly stepped forward and shook the leather blanket in delight. Gongzi, I've broken through, yay! Cloud Sea Realm First Heaven. Awesome, awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations, came a series of perfunctory sounds from the bedding. This did not hit Su Luoyi in the slightest. She excitedly ruffled the blanket and dug her head in excitedly. It's only been a few days. I was only at the 6th level of the granite body realm before. Gongzi, what do you think of my qualifications? I don't know how it compares to those holy sons and daughters. Divine sons and daughters? I guess it's not that far off. After all, after following Xinfan for many days, she had seen quite a few geniuses and naturally wanted to compete. Happy to swell. However, she would only reveal the delicacy belonging to a young girl when she was beside Xinfan. If it were the old days, only when it was late at night and she was alone in her futon would she feel happy for the sake of getting some cultivation resources. There was a gabble in his ear, which caused Xinfan to directly roll his eyes. He raised his hand and strangled Su Luoyi's neck as he pressed it to the carpet in a cloying manner. Just you and want them to compare? Yikes! What's wrong with not being able to compare? Cocking her head, Su Luoyi pouted and looked at him with a defiant face. At your age and cultivation, if you were to compare yourself to someone from a second-rate sect, you might still have something to play for. Hearing these words, Su Luoyi said incredulously, seriously, I'm only second-rate? Xinfan gave her a sidelong glance after letting go. You think? The inheritance of the lands varies from tens to millions of years, and many of them have even produced great emperor inheritances and saints without end. All the great saints are the number one among the powers and the younger generation. Let's not talk about their qualifications and power base. Even for the top sect, the heaven-asking sect, the disciple with the strongest qualifications, Mo Qinger, has the 9th heaven of the soul condensation realm, and her age, well, it's about the same age as you. Speaking of this, Shinfan remembered the girl who was extremely agile and called him senior brother from time to time, and the corner of his mouth was happy. I don't know when we'll see each other next. Then tell me, third rate, second rate, first rate, top ranking sect, superpower, Holy Land family, where can you rank these? Even if Qin Wendian of the Qin family is a concubine disciple, the Sea of Qi being abolished used to be an extreme spiritual route. That's called heritage, not to mention cultivation resources. Give you a second-rate level and go steal your joy. Shinfan teased. Lying outside the blanket Sului, some exasperated top Shinfan, then carefully thought about it, found an excuse to look at him and raised his eyebrows and smiled. That doesn't count. I'm only cultivating properly by following Gongzi. I should be able to catch up after a few years. Hey, I also don't know when I can catch up with you. Thinking of this, Sului's eyes were full of hope as she looked at Shinfan. Shinfan smiled and struck. Waiting for you to catch up? People took off long ago. Ha ha. Before the words fell, Sului slammed headfirst into his arms defiantly. Liar. I'm that bad. Shinfan shook his body and lamented. Hey, there's no way Every power's young generation is different, especially those superpowers above the heavenly pride. You see the Lu family goddess. Lu Qingcheng is only a few years older than you? Already king realm. In the middle of saying this, Sului directly put her hand into the quilt and grabbed Shinfan's waist, tickling him with a burst of laughter. I'm sure I can catch up. Ha ha, this is still just the Tianjiao. Seeing her aggrieved look, Shinfan laughed up and down, grabbing her hand and continued. Isn't there still a demon then? Look at Yi Luangjia of the Yi family, a heavenly figure. He reached the half-saint realm at just 30 years of age. This kind of demon deserves to be the number one in the eastern region. If there's another character in the younger generation that overpowers an era, do you understand the concept? He found it quite amusing to tease the little maid with boredom. Only halfway through he stopped. He saw Su Luoyi's eyes redden and tears rolled down like a dike. Drawing back her hand, she just sat on the flying boat, her head lowered as she silently wiped her tears. Why are you suddenly crying? As far as it goes, Shinfan whispered with some embarrassment. It was the second time he'd seen a girl cry. The first time it was drawn was the East King Moonfall, but that's a different situation than this one. Did it speak to her sadness somewhere? Somewhat embarrassed, Shinfan lifted the quilt and directly laid his head on her lap, looking at Su Luoyi above him and laughing. Are you so fragile? It doesn't look like it. If you talk about sadness, you talk to me. This gentleman will help you solve your problems. Su Luoyi wiped the tears from her chin to prevent them from dripping onto his face, and whispered softly with a sideways glance. Nothing. Think about it this way, I really am quite bad. Second rate is also okay. Go Gongzi. Almost to the phoenix set. Seeing Sului, who wiped her tears and smiled at him, Shinfan smiled faintly and got up and stretched, maneuvering the flying boat to fly to the town ahead. He thought for a moment and turned his head sideways to Su Luoyi, who was putting away the quilt, and said seriously, cultivate well with your feet on the ground. There are countless examples of people coming up later. Don't be discouraged. Well, I can definitely catch up. Su Luoyi looked at him and spread a smile, her tone full of determination. Hearing these words, Shinfan's eyes lit up in admiration. I told you that you are not fragile. Why don't I talk to you again about what the concept of a Gai Generation Heaven's Pride is, so that you can gain some insight? Right, there's also the Emperor's Sun class. That's a great Emperor's personal seal. This qualification, TSK. Gongzi. Su Luoyi's pretty face frowned. Ha ha, no kidding, let's go. Chapter 74, uprooted if not disbanded. Not for a while. The two then arrived outside the Phoenix set. It was an ordinary town with a bamboo forest and clearing outside. Right at noon, 6 or 7 kids were kicking a hayball around in the clearing. When they saw Shinfan and Sului walking into the town, a group of children looked at the two curiously. Phoenix set is a market town, the surrounding countryside neighborhood to catch a lot of people. But like Shinfan and Sului, these two people with extraordinary temperament, they could rarely see them. Shinfan, who walked slowly into the town, found that no matter whether it was outsiders rushing to the market, or the aborigines here, most of the people here are actually normal people. However, with the ancient killing technique, these ordinary people in Shinfan's eyes still had the subconscious behavior of a killer. As many people walk, they use their forefoot to generate power. This was the most common way of powering up in killer stance and silent sneak. If one is coincidental, then it's no coincidence that more than a dozen people along the way are like that. Shinfan, who had withdrawn his sight, had his divine sense fully opened and explored the town at the same time. Just ahead, outside a landing teepee, stood an old man dressed in cloth, smiling and arching his hand. The old man was only at the 7th level of the Dharma realm, still the highest cultivation in the entire town. Unsurprisingly, he was the guardian of the killing god palace here. The old man's face did not look displeased with his divine sense probing, and he still wore a smile. Seeing Shin Fan and the two of them coming, he smiled and introduced the two of them into the teepee and shouted at the strong young man who was cooking tea in the teepee. Tiger, serve good tea. Okay, old ma. Tiger spotted the two airy strangers early on. Listening to the old horse's yelling, his hands and feet became numb. The so-called good tea is nothing more than tea made with chrysanthemums and 2 extra mints. Compared to the pedestrians rushing around the shed with only a bowl of cold white tea, it does count as good tea. Looking at the young man named Tiger, red-faced will be 2 bowls of tea handed over. Sului light smile after receiving. Light sip. Feeling that there was no reaction from the poisonous body of the Holy Spirit in his body, he placed it in Shin Fan's hand. Old Ma looked at Shin Fan, who was surveying the surrounding area, and the woman beside him who was testing the poison, and smiled faintly. The conditions are simple, so I hope that the Imperial son will not be offended. When these words came out, Suluoyi's hand trembled gently, and in her heart she said, receiving the news so quickly. Shin Fan, who had withdrawn his sight, looked at him and inquired, "These are the families of the members of the god-killing temple?" Although the two were talking, in the eyes of the surrounding mortals, the three were just sitting in the shed drinking tea. The old horse nodded and laughed as he looked at the pedestrians on the road. From the orphaned refugees, the Killing God Temple selects those with potential to become assassins. The legacy has been passed down for so long that there are people under their command who have started families, and over time, there have been these market towns. I didn't expect to be found by the Emperor's son. With that said, the old horse raised his cup in honor of the tea and smiled as he finished the bowl. Shin Fan said blandly, "It's all mortal, you don't need to be." These words were heard by the side of Sului heart suspicion at the same time, but smelled the old man's tea bowl, the silk cold piercing flavor, not the medicinal scent of peppermint, but a highly poisonous substance. Does he want to die for the peace of the town? Suluoi looked at the old man in front of him with a slight frown. Ha ha, it's really not in my heart, so I'd made the Emperor's son laugh. The old man put down his empty bowl before giving a valiant smile. Then his gaze was full of love as he looked at a group of children not far away, running. Seeing his grandfather beckon, a sweaty child at the head of the group grinned. "Grandpa, I scored a goal today. Ha ha, well well well." The child who had jumped into the old man's arms had a face full of curiosity when he saw the man and woman who had risen up in front of him. He'd never seen anyone so good looking. "Tell the Killing God Palace that if it is not disbanded, I will uproot it." The calm tone was filled with an unrivaled sense of oppression. Watching a man and a woman in the distance, the assassin hidden in the town was relieved while his heart was filled with shock. Is this the Emperor's son who beheaded the soul-chasing elder? Such a big mouth. Does he not fear my temple at all? It's still the first time I've heard that someone dared to declare war on the god-slaying temple. Ah, Grandpa, what's the temple of the killing god? Yeah, Grandpa Ma, that sounds so awesome. There's a little jade bottle here. I saw that it was left by that big brother. Hey, the voice behind him faded. Sului, who had boarded the flying boat, looked back at the town below and saw that Shin Fan had taken out the Xuanji tortoise armor and was deducing there by himself. Apparently, he was measuring the next residents of the god-slaying temple again. However, this time Shin Fan had censored the conditions and only targeted the assassin strongholds of the Killing God Palace. Next, we'll control the cloud-piercing shuttle, so you cultivate. Watching him with a calm face, he collected the turtle armor and sat down on his knees. Suluoi hurriedly sat down, tightening her pretty face, full of tension. This was the first time she had seen Shin Fan so focused on one thing. Threatened to have the Temple of Slayers disbanded? This was the Killing God Hall that made many forces in Volsing Mountain. Talk about it. Even at that time, Lu Zhentian had a grave expression on his face. The killers sent out by the other side were all half Saint Nine Heavens. So wouldn't there be Saint Realm cultivators in the lair? Thinking of this, Sului swallowed her saliva and looked at Shin Fan and whispered, "Gongzi, have you reached the Saint Realm?" Along the way, Sului realized that it was most apt to describe Shin Fan's strength as unfathomable. She felt that Shin Fan had probably hidden his cultivation. Shin Fan looked at Sului, who had a nervous face, and said indifferently, "A Saint Realm can overthrow an absolute top power? Do you think it's possible? Pattern higher. It's also right. I dropped my mama." Sului trembled dramatically, her eyes rounded, looking at Shin Fan incredulously. You're a paragon emperor? What does a district quasi-emperor count for? Why are you fainting?" Looking at Sului, who was paralyzed with fear on the flying boat and fainted with rolled eyes, Shin Fan smiled and manipulated the cloud-piercing shuttle, and disappeared into the sky with a few flashes. Only half a day had passed. Shin Fan, who was maneuvering the flying boat, came to the sky above a clan. The moment he appeared, the Divine Concealment Sect's mountain protection formation below him directly opened. "Shin Fan, you mustn't make a mistake." Icy cold angry voices rumbled out like thunder within the Divine Hidden Sect. Chapter 75, Great Dao Attack. Overthrowing the top forces. Outside the Divine Hidden Sect's main hall, The man at the head of the dozen or so strong men looked at Shinfan in the air with an ice-cold gaze. As a top-tier force on one side, and with the background of the god-slaying temple, when had the divine hidden sect, which was like an earth overlord, ever suffered such humiliation? Many disciples within the gate even flew out of their cultivation places. Hold your breath and look at the sky. The atmosphere at this point was oppressive to the extreme. How the hell did he find us? Could it be the Tianji house? What everyone didn't expect. Shinfan just went to the Phoenix set and really dared to hit the divine hidden sect's mountain gate? The crowd had learned from the Phoenix set guardian, Marvin, who had sent in the secret voice transmission from the slaying god's palace. The other party actually wanted to dissolve the god-slaying temple that had been passed down for millions of years with their own power? A fool's errand. However, what responded to the divine hidden patriarch was only a whisper. Gale. Exhale. A gust of breeze swept past Shinfan on the flying boat, blowing his white clothes hunting. With his black hair flying, he slowly raised his hands, his aura all around him. Rumble. The powerful half-saint nine heavens might shook the surrounding space with ripples. Shinfan gazed indifferently at the crowd below and drank in a deep voice. Rise. Next moment, the Perfection Wind Avenue in Shinfan's sea of consciousness erupted with a brilliant divine aura. The moment the wind road rushed out of the sea of consciousness, like a swimming fish lingering behind Shinfan's circumference, transformed into heaven and earth thousands of strands of golden wind road law. Phew! In an instant, the winds and gales roared, a gale wrapped in a monstrous wind. From the four directions of heaven and earth toward the divine concealment sect whistled. Wherever the gale passes, the Dao laws were imprinted in the void, like an irregular golden meteor, crashing down to the divine hidden sect's crowd below whose faces suddenly changed. Shinfan, my temple will execute you. Boom! Deafening roar. The divine concealment sect's protective mountain formation instantly burst. The raging winds of the great Tao even instantly strangled all the cultivators inside. The wind disperses. The divine hidden sect disappeared without a trace. All that was left was earthy yellow earth that looked like it had been plowed, as well as the ground exuded an aura of the great Tao that made the surrounding cultivators tremble with fear. The four fields were silent. The cultivators watching the battle from a short distance away were all horrified as they looked at a white-clothed figure in the air. The eyes of some cultivators were even directly frozen. As a party of top power, even the old ancestor of the divine hidden sect failed to show up and was directly exterminated, or completely and utterly wiped out. Is this the great Tao attack? It's really too terrifying. This person must be a legendary Saint Realm cultivator. A cultivator looked at the traces of the great Tao on the ground not far away and his heart shook with horror, even if the aura of the great Tao had dissipated. However, the terrifying aftermath of the silk overflowing in all directions also made one's scalp feel numb. Everyone under the Saint Realm is an ant. Is this the strength of a saint? I've lived for hundreds of years, but I've never seen the true face of a saint. Shinfan? Never heard of this name before. Feeling the remnants of the great Tao stirring out from within the ruins of the divine hidden sect, cultivators in all directions didn't dare to utter a single breath, and they all looked at the distant flying boat with fear and trepidation. This is extermination. If it's not a life and death feud, why would a saint need to degrade himself and take matters into his own hands? In the view of those of them who were not in a high realm of cultivators, Shinfan's might was simply too terrifying. One move to destroy the top clan, and the other party didn't even have the ability to put up a single ounce of resistance. It was feared that not even a half-saint realm cultivator would be able to do it so easily. It's really a matter of blowing your breath away. The cultivators looked at each other with shock in their eyes. When the cloud-piercing shuttle stopped outside a large city, Sului looked back at Shinfan who was on all fours behind her. This is the first time he's killed so many people. Earlier, when Shinfan closed his hand and turned around, Sului saw that there were obviously waves flashing in his eyes. He had nothing to kill the enemy with. Just lying directly on the flying boat, looking at the turquoise blue sky, she didn't dare to ask more questions. Silently controlling the flying boat and flying aimlessly through the air, Sului knew in her heart the reason why Shinfan did not make a move in the Phoenix set before. That's because they're all a bunch of ordinary people. And that old man's act of voluntarily taking poison for the peace of the town was also one of the reasons why Shinfan let them go. Shinfan had killed so many people this time, so he might have had some changes in his state of mind. As for what Shinfan had said before about the district quasi-emperor, it must have been bluffing her again. Thinking of this, Sului frowned in her heart. With such a fast spread of information from the god-killing temple, it's them who didn't listen to the warning, even if they ran away. Deserve to die. Just kill them. With this in mind, she directly lowered the flying boat and shouted at Shinfan, "My lord, let's take a stroll around the big city and buy some food." Whenever Sului is in a bad mood, shopping for food instantly puts you in a better mood. "You go by yourself," Shinfan returned lazily. "How meaningless for me to be alone now." Sului quickly stepped forward and tugged on his arm to urge him on. "Together. You must not have eaten much of the cultivator's delicious food. I haven't eaten before either, and now that we have money. No, it's Gongzi who has money. This must be a good treat. Shinfan directly closed his eyes and played dead, not bothering with her. Now he doesn't want to think about anything, he doesn't want to move, he doesn't have the energy. Seeing this scene, Sului thought about it, got up and bent over. Once she pulled Shinfan's arm, she directly carried it on her back. It was just that when Shinfan's body pressed up, Suluoyi's pretty face was suffocatingly red. The veins on his forehead popped. Wow, Gongzi, you're so heavy? Can you control it? Suluoi, who was supporting the flying boat with both hands, felt that there was a huge mountain on her body, and her eyes were almost glaring out. The might of the holy body, even if the chi didn't leak out. It was a struggle for a small cultivator like her to carry it. Well, not a moment later, after a gust of breeze brushed past the two of them, Suluoi felt that Shinfan was much lighter. Her eyes curved with a smile at the corners of her mouth, and after collecting the flying boat, she carried Shinfan toward the Fuyang city ahead. Fuyang city was a large city, and Suluoi searched for half a day before finding the bazaar where the stalls were set up. Looking at the giant bazaar where people were coming and going, Suluoi lifted Shinfan's leg and whispered with excitement. Phew, it's so big here. Shinfan subconsciously shrunk his waist. Barter, 6th order mixed yuan dan, for a healing elixir. A small candy man made of 5th order gold silk, a middle grade spirit stone, a cluck. Listening to the yelling around her, Suluoyi's eyes lit up and she came to the Candyman booth and shouted, Uncle, make me too. Do what kind of a little girl? The middle-aged man smiled back and took a spoon to scoop up the sugar water in the pot. Just follow the mold of my family's son and me. While speaking, Suluoi turned around, stalking her neck to reveal Shinfan's handsome cheeks. Here, see, Agu, your master and servant are not bad in temperament. Why don't we just do a you carry him? Well, in the ambiguous eyes of the stall owner, Suluoi smiled and took out the spirit stones and placed them on the stall. Compared to the mortal world's blown candy man, the stall owner directly used his aura to drive it, and it was ready in no time. Looking at the living and breathing sugar man in her hands, Suluoi was filled with joy and asked the stall owner to make a few more poses before she left with a large handful of sugarmen. Being rich is great. Gongzi, do you want to eat it? Suluoi bit off Shinfan's body in one bite, her eyes narrowing with laughter. Unfortunately, Shinfan behind her back ignored her, and there seemed to be a slight snoring sound. Chapter 76, Nothing Tonight, listening to songs at the Hook Railway. Then it's a pity that Prince's share can only be enjoyed with my help. After Suluoi lamented a bit, she ate the candy man and strolled around. However, many cultivators were quite heartbroken about her. The pretty maid who was carrying her male son on her back, they want to be treated like that too. For the strange looks of the people around her, Suluoi ignored them in the slightest. When she finished shopping, it was getting dark. Out of the bazaar she was walking down the street, trying to find an inn to rest her feet at. Just ahead of them, outside a building decorated with colorful ribbons, there was a crowd of rowdy passers-by. I heard that Miss Lan Ron will offer a dance tonight. Hey, that's my dream girl. A cultivator in a strong suit looked excitedly towards the building. Seeing him in this state, the cultivator beside him laughed. Tonight, Miss Lan Ron will be wearing a skeletonized veil, so she's bound to be fabulous. Ga 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 ga. It's a pity that the entrance fee all costs one extreme spirit stone. We can only take a look outside. Maybe we can steal a glance. Don't talk nonsense. Where did you hear the news from? Don't ruin Miss Lan Ron's innocence. This cultivator immediately turned pale and glared at the other party. Another infatuation. No money, not to mention a broken brain. The crowd lazily ignored him and cocked their heads to look inside the building. Although Luanfeng Court is not a greenhouse, the power is also quite large. The building girls are only selling art, not selling their bodies. But this rule is like a piece of paper to the real big boys. Only the brainless would believe it. Seeing that the crowd was actually surrounded by a geisha house, Suluoi withdrew his sight in a bored manner. But Shinfan on his body woke up, looking at the serious appearance of Shinfan after landing, tilting his head to look at the sky and pinching his fingers to deduce. Suluoi nervously said, "My lord, did you find something?" Shinfan, whose eyes were slightly condensed, nodded and mused. "Well, I watch the sky at night and realized that there is nothing to do tonight, so I can hook up and listen to the music." "Oh, so that's the case. What? Gongzi is going to Luanfeng Pavilion?" Watching him walk directly towards the colorful building ahead, Suluoi had the heart to pull him back. This place is definitely unorthodox. But thinking that Shinfan had not been in much spirits all day, and now that he was suddenly in the mood, she was not in a good position to disturb him. Not for a while. The crowd of onlookers outside the Luanfeng Pavilion suddenly felt an invisible air current that separated the crowd. They were just about to turn around and start spraying. A pair of men and women with extraordinary temperament were seen walking towards the gate of the Luanfeng Pavilion in front of them. Cough. Mom. It's a nice day today. The old. Amidst the donkeyish vocabulary, The crowd looked in unison at the pugnacious man who had wildly roared out the word old. Everyone knew that this pair was certainly not simple, though the woman's cultivation was low. However, this airy and dusty eunuch was actually silent when he separated the crowd. Not even a hint of cultivation could be perceived. It's unfathomable. The old, burly man looks like a reckless man. Old half a day is not out of the next words. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he held his red face and slapped the shoulder of the cultivator beside him in his haste. Old cousin, you're here too. The passerby looked at him with a confused look on his face. Gao Ming. The crowd had a face of admiration. Seeing Xin Fan walk in first, the Turtle Duke standing at the entrance of Luanfeng Pavilion, arched his hand and smiled. This gentleman, the Luanfeng Pavilion stipulates that women are not allowed to enter. As soon as the words fell, the crowd saw this male at the door, raising his hand and waving it. In a dazzling burst of light, there were enough 100 extremely high-grade spirit stones that landed by the gate. But this Turtle Duke still smiled unabated and just arched his hand at Xin Fan without saying a word. Ha ha, this Taoist friend. This is the rule of Luanfeng Pavilion. Even if the city lord of Fuyao City comes, it's the same thing. Yes, fellow Taoist. I think it's also the first time to come to this Luanfeng Pavilion. Not knowing which doorway is really normal. A few of the passers-by who had nearly opened fire earlier laughed and explained a few things, sort of giving each other a leg up. It's also a bit of a plea for mercy. As for the taunting, this eunuch waved his hand and there were 100 extreme spirit stones. Where was it for the likes of them to ridicule recklessly? Gonzi, why don't you go in and take a look? I'll stay outside, Su Luo whispered. Since they had this rule, it wasn't like the two of them were here to pick a fight. Su Luo felt that it didn't matter if she went in or not, but Xin Fan couldn't lose face in front of the crowd. Xin Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Turtle Duke, who stood with a smile on his face and said blandly, "Take your pick and see if she can get into it." As he spoke, 6 treasures with majestic breaths hovered at Xin Fan's side. In particular, a treasure in the center of the room gave off just a hint of pressure. It then suppressed the remaining 5 pieces of magic treasures, and suppressed them below. When they saw the lavender ripples lingering around this treasure, all the cultivators present sweated. Purple Chi. This is a holy weapon? There's also a half-saint artifact with a golden pattern. My god, this person is Soho? This is a real tycoon, striking out with a holy weapon. There was a huge gasp from the crowd. The many great powers inside the building had already appeared in the hall the moment the holy weapons pressure was released. Gazing at the unfamiliar-looking man and woman outside the building, and by now Kamek was sweating profusely, arched and hunched over. He was close to falling to his knees. You are my own grandpa. Such a character is bound to be the son of a powerful family, either that or the holy sons of the lands. Where did he dare to pick any treasures? But the question is, how could such a person be idle enough to come to Luanfeng Pavilion? Let him come in. Listening to the soft voice of words in his head, Turtle Duke arched his hand as if he was relieved. I'd like to trouble you and this girl to enter the pavilion. After Xin Fan collected his magic treasure, he slowly entered it. As for the spirit stones on the ground, they were put away by Su Luo, and followed behind him step by step. Fengluange is a 4-story building with a large stage right in the center of the lobby. Just as Xin Fan walked into it, there was a beautiful woman who guided the two of them up to the 3rd floor. Even the Luanfeng Pavilion's pavilion master has personally greeted them. Even the Fushan city master doesn't have this kind of treatment. This son's identity is indeed not simple. The hearts of the people in the pavilion were shocked. In a room on the 4th floor with an excellent view, when Xin Fan took his seat, the woman owed a bow and laughed softly. The emperor's son's presence is fluffy. I just came to listen to a tune. No need to be polite. Xin Fan, who was lying on the chair, waved his hand. Seeing Xin Fan's lack of interest, the Luanfeng Pavilion master didn't say much, and after saluting the two of them again, he turned around and left. It didn't take long for a large pile of spirit fruits to be brought into the room by the female servant girl, and downstairs on the stage appeared 3 beautifully poised women dancing. There were even bursts of soft zither sounds that came from behind the curtain. Perhaps it was because of Xin Fan's arrival. Let what was originally a fragrant dance with some kind of skeletonized light veil become a dance appreciated by the refined. Guests are also extremely supportive of the scene. See the beauty of the words of appreciation. Have become a full of elegant scholar. But it has to be said, the Luanfeng Pavilion did have 2 brushes, and the selected geisha masters were extremely pleasing to the eye, no matter whether it was their posture or their dancing skills. Even Su Luo was watching with great interest. Sure enough, looking at beautiful women can soothe the mood. Xin Fan, who was eating the spirit fruit, smiled faintly. Chapter 77. Where did the goblin come from? Alert! When the Luanfeng Pavilion master personally took to the stage and showed off his zither skills, Xin Fan smiled and clapped his hands, pressing the button on the side of the seat. See the curtain slowly descend in front of you. Su Lui glanced sideways and saw Xin Fan get up and come into the room, taking out a bathtub from the space. My lord, we'll sleep here tonight? This room was extremely large. Not only did it have a bedroom for resting, but also a cultivation room. Well, take a bath and go to bed. Xin Fan yawned. Seeing that he had begun to take off his clothes, Sului somewhat twisted and grabbed her shirt and whispered, Gonzi, need my help? As a maid she was still aware. It's just hard not to be a little shy in your mind. No need. You go and cultivate. After Xin Fan gave a faint smile, he took out the rhyming body divine liquid from the system space and directly filled the half-human tall bathtub. A rich aura instantly filled the entire room. Sului, who was walking towards the cultivation room, turned back to look curiously and laughed. Then I wish the gentleman good dreams. In her opinion, the current Xin Fan was indeed in a much better mood. I don't know if the sacred body is complete, and if there is still any effect with the rhyming body divine liquid. Seeing that the door of the room of the cultivation room was closed, Xin Fan took off his pants, revealing a pair of modernized big pants. This is what he took the time to do. After all, he wasn't an ancient and couldn't wear those baggy crotches. Comfortable Xin Fan, who was leaning against the tub, was sore. Although the rhythmic body divine liquid was a supreme treasure, it didn't have much effect on the peerless saint body that had currently reached the perfection realm, but the bouts of tingling coming from his skin were very relieving, and it still felt good. Some tired Xin Fan slowly closed his eyes. At this time, the Wanfeng Pavilion was already empty. Tonight, although there was less of a colorful dance session, but to be able to listen to the Wanfeng Pavilion master play the Qin for a song, the crowd felt that it was not a wasted trip. Inside the elegant pavilion on the 4th floor, Ji Painting, who was combing her makeup, looked at the sleeping beauty on that bed in the mirror and faintly said, If Senior has something to say, just say so. It's just a small thing. Don't be afraid. The delicate words were filled with extreme enchantment. Even Pavilion Master Ji Painting, upon hearing this seductive voice, couldn't help but bite her tongue to keep her spiritual platform awake. Could it be that her target is the Emperor's son? In the Battle of Volsing Mountain, Xin Fan's amazing qualifications and terrifying battle strength had been familiarized by all the major powers. As the well-informed Wanfeng Pavilion, it naturally received this message. It's just that what Ji Painting didn't expect. Xin Fan actually came to Fuyang City, and the woman on the bed was charmingly bony, with a bewitching appearance. Cultivation was even more difficult for her to fathom, and she was not to blame for her associations from this. Thinking of this, Ji Painting said solemnly to the woman walking towards the closet, My Wanfeng Pavilion wouldn't dare to make an enemy of the Emperor's son. Oh, the woman in front of the closet, fading her own clothes, chose a transparent light veil to put on her body, turned around and looked at Ji Painting with a faint smile. Then you dare to make an enemy of the Palace of Eternal Life? Upon hearing this, Ji Painting's pupils shrunk, looking at the demonic-looking woman in front of her with astonishment. The Palace of Eternal Life? When did the Emperor's son have a problem with the Palace of Eternal Life? Watching the woman walk slowly, the trembling veil made Ji Painting subconsciously divert her eyes. Even as a woman, she had this eerie feeling that she was going to fall into the other woman's body. All women, you're shy. The woman slowly stepped forward, stretching out her jade hand to pick Ji Painting's chin, and softly laughed. Don't worry, I'm just chatting with Taiko. A burst of ethereal fragrance surged into Ji Painting's agitated nose, making her brain dizzy for a while, and she directly fainted in the woman's arms. Xin Fan, who had a feeling that sleep was coming his way, suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. He raised his eyelids. He saw a woman wearing a black light veil, slowly opening the door of the room with a tray in her hand, poking her body and smiling softly at him. Your Excellency, my concubine is quite knowledgeable about massage, so I can relieve your tiredness. The woman's beauty was too bewitching, and there was a strong way of seduction in her voice. Coupled with its light black shirt, it illuminated the snow-like skin more and more brightly. Gee, that's gotta be 36. The corner of Xin Fan's eyes jumped, and the calm water surface rippled slightly, pressing down the surging qi and blood. Xin Fan did not refuse and slowly closed his eyes. This was obviously arranged by the Luanfeng Pavilion master. He's been running around for so long, it's okay to enjoy himself. The woman who had received permission had just stepped into the tub when the smile on her pretty face faltered. When she smelled the spiritual mist emanating from the rhyming body divine liquid, the qi and blood in her body boiled. With shock in her eyes, she looked at the milky white spirit spring bubbling with spirit mist in the bucket. Her tone of voice pressed as calmly and slowly as possible. Your Excellency, I'm afraid this spirit spring is extremely precious. Not bad. Seeing that Xin Fan was somewhat perfunctory, the woman didn't mind. After putting down the tray, she smiled and pressed her slender hands on the other's broad shoulders. Xin Fan thought she was going to press her shoulders. I didn't expect the other party to step right into the tub after signaling him with a slight force to get out of his seat. Good thing the tub is big enough. But this was the first time Xin Fan had encountered this operation. His body was a little stiff, and he slowly leaned his back against the other man's body in embarrassment. Looks like you guys are pretty professional. Due to the powerful effect of the rhyming body divine liquid, the woman's snow-white skin was instantly tinted with a blush the moment she came into contact with the divine liquid. Close to Xin Fan's back, her pretty face was slightly red. Her jade hand teased the rhythmic body divine liquid striking on Xin Fan's body, and softly laughed, which has, as she spoke, she pressed her delicate chin on Xin Fan's shoulder and pressed her jade hand on his chest. She couldn't help but tease as she felt the sound of her heart beating more and more violently. Looks like the male is nervous now. Xin Fan rolled his eyes and said breathlessly, my back is going to be shaken apart by the sound of your heartbeat, and you're still talking about me? That's so direct nah. Surely no woman likes Gongzi. The woman's tone was shy, her eyes filled with water mist. Ha ha, by the way, what's your name? My concubine's name is Bai Quan. Where is your son? Bai Quan, who let out a light laugh, rubbed her hands over his broad chest and began to press on various acupoints. Xin Fan. The two made small talk to pass the awkwardness in the atmosphere, but Bison's approach is truly unique. Every time the jade finger pressed an acupoint, it could stir up the surging chi and blood in Xin Fan's body. It could even pull his holy blood under his fingertips, and in combination with the medicinal effects of the rhyming body divine liquid, the effect of revitalizing the blood was extremely desirable. However, as time went on, Bichuan was getting more and more alarmed. The chi and blood of the man in his arms was simply too strong, tough enough to be a little unrealistic. Even with her cultivation level, it was a bit of a struggle to press down. The greenish jade fingers were even slightly numbed by the blood in the other party's body, shocking them. Looking at Xin Fan, who was lying in his arms, his eyes closed and pretending to sleep, Bichuan pressed her slightly hot, pretty face against his cheek and murmured, Gongzi, your physique bloodline is so special. Seeing that Xin Fan didn't say anything, she lightly opened her pink lips, playfully bit his ear, and her hands explored in the pool. Xin Fan inhaled slightly and whispered, it's just a spirit body. Up for it? My Eternal Life Palace is specialized in researching special physiques, and you still want to lie to my old lady? This is definitely a holy body. No wonder it can kill the soul-chasing elder in seconds. Bai Quan, who secretly said in her heart, bit her pink lips and whispered, well then, it's indeed powerful now, compared to the previous divine liquid spiritual mist. At this time, the spirit mist was somewhat churning, and there were still ripples on the surface of the pool. The room was silent. With the passage of time, feeling Xin Fan in his arms breathing slightly heavier, jade shoulders slightly trembling, Bichuan slowly approached Xin Fan's ear and exhaled like an orchid, murmuring, would your excellency like to give this bath water to my concubine? Bath water you also take? Luckily you can think of. The beauty plan is useless. Before the dry voice fell, Xin Fan felt that Bai Quan behind him was like a swimming fish, slipping in front of his body. He raised his eyes. He saw Bai Quan, who was sitting on her knees in front of him, slightly tilting her head, lifting the long hair at the back of her head with one hand and tying it in a knot. Her pretty face was full of shyness as she looked at him and softly said, such a treasure. You won't be stingy if you have a taste of it. Spiritual mist. Beauty is delicate and hidden. It's really picturesque. Her words, in particular, were full of charm. But before Xin Fan spoke, Bai Quan, who had something in her other hand, gave him a flirtatious look. With that, he slowly bent down and dived into the top-grade supreme treasure, the rhyming body divine liquid. Xin Fan, who had originally drooped his hands on the edge of the barrel, slightly clasped his 10 fingers and tilted his head to look at the roof and muttered, where's the goblin? Whispering, Xin Fan bit his cheeks and took out the Xuanji tortoise armor from the system space and levitated it to the side. Then he stiffened, his fingers shivering, and on the tortoise shell, he wrote the word, eyepiece, for purpose. At this very moment, even if he couldn't feel the woman's killing intent in the slightest, and the reaction of the divine soul underworld lamp, it also remains extremely vigilant. Such a sultry and beautiful woman. Xin Fan doesn't believe a word of her bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He swept his eyes at the white jade back that was sometimes revealed in the rhythmic body divine liquid. Xin Fan reddened his eyes and quietly waited for the information of the Xuanji tortoise armor's character measurement. Have to say, being able to survive in the soul-devouring sect for as long as 3 months, Xin Fan's willpower and alertness wanted to be terrifying. Chapter 78 Bison of the Everlasting Palace? Magnificent. Slipping away. Meaning of the word I, this woman has some purpose. Xuanji tortoise armor analysis, Bai Quan of the Palace of Eternal Life, came to understand Xin Fan's situation. Decrypted, tortoiseshell pattern not consumed. Hall of Eternal Life? Xin Fan's eyes stared and his body trembled. Wasn't this the same organization that had targeted Sului earlier? It's hard to believe that the other side still has the guts to do this after the battle at Volsing Mountain. How dare you stare at me? Taking the risk with your body is quite bold. Think about it. Xin Fan, who had collected the Xuanji tortoise armor, had a cold light in his eyes, and evil was born. He was seen probing his hand into the rhyming body divine liquid and pressing it on the back of Bai Quan's head. Like a mountainous pressure, it blatantly pressed down. Bai Quan in the pool stared wide-eyed and almost cried out. Furious, her hands repeatedly pounded Xin Fan's chest. In an instant, the rhyming body divine liquid was like a river turning over, and the spirit mist was raging. Too bad those pink fists don't have much power. After a long time, until the jade hand on his chest pinched him, Xin Fan then let out a long sigh of relief and removed the force. Crashing sound. Bichuan, who had probed her body, covered her pink lips and looked at Xin Fan with a sense of grievance. But just to open my mouth. Hiccup. The subtle sound was so loud that the two men froze right in their tracks. You bullied me. Bai Quan, who had tears in her eyes, directly pounced on Xin Fan, who had an embarrassed face, listening to cries that I don't know if they're real or not. Xin Fan was also acting online, patting her back and laughing. Who told you to give me this? Originally, Xin Fan thought that she was an assassin sent by the Killing God Palace. I didn't realize that even the Palace of Eternal Life had their eyes on him. However, knowing the identity of the other party, Xin Fan was not in a hurry to reveal her. After a while, the Bichuan in his arms cried much less. Poof. Bichuan grunted softly, somewhat negatively tightening her hold on his waist in her heart. After all this, you still say such things. You really are a log. In that case, she raised her hand and suspended a silver needle and a concave stone from the tray. The point is coming. Xin Fan took a sideways glance. The concave stone was slowly inverted onto the thin needle that lay horizontally in the air. Due to balance issues, the inverted concave stone wobbles back and forth on the fine needles, emitting a pleasant sound. What is this? Xin Fan looked at Bai Quan with a puzzled expression, like she was still aggravated. Bichuan pressed her slightly hot cheeks against his chest and hummed softly. Gongzi is so unsympathetic. A little impatience goes a long way. Xin Fan could only hold a bitter smile and gently patted her back. At that moment, he realized that Bichuan's willow waist was gently swaying. The scene is as different as the concave stones suspended around it. Coupled with the subtle light ringing sound of the silver needle against the concave stone, there was actually a strange sensation of emptying the soul, and the degree of perception around Xin Fan's body had increased by several times. Looking at the Bai Quan that was synchronized with the rhythm of the divine concave stone, Xin Fan secretly said in his heart, hiss, sure enough, it's a goblin. But who is Xin Fan? There was no need to mention the willpower of someone who could travel through March and still live in the soul-devouring sect. He only thought of it as a method of toning the body and soul. Indifferent to Bichuan, whose pretty face was getting redder and redder. Not only had Xin Fan's perception increased by several times, Bichuan's perception had also increased several times. She waited to see which of the two would be the first to falter. However, what disappointed her was that Xin Fan's willpower was too terrifying. This kind of move, which damaged herself 1,000 times and injured the enemy 800 times, made her entire consciousness a little fuzzy. Is this the Emperor's son? Sure enough, his qualifications are close to demonic. Looking at the sweaty Xin Fan, Bai Quan no longer hesitated at the moment when there was still a trace of lucidity in his spiritual platform. It was as if he had fallen to the ground like a routed army. Same time, the snow-covered earth, filled with the blood of defeated routed troops, yet swept away by waves of snow. It disappeared again without a trace, and Xin Fan on horseback was like a general who had won a great victory. A pull on the reins of the horse. When the war horse neighs, blow the victory straight out of the gate. A deadly charge of iron horsemen was launched against the routed enemy. With victory, shouts and applause filled the snow-flecked battlefield. Magnificent! When Wanfeng Pavilion Master Ji painting was awakened by the female servant girl, she was still a little uneasy about Xin Fan's safety. After thinking about it again, she came to Xin Fan's room and knocked on the door. Come in. Phew! Hearing the answering voice in the middle of the room, Ji Shui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he opened the door, he saw Xin Fan sitting on a chair, drinking tea to himself. The remaining light swept the figure on the couch. Ji Painting lowered her head and came to Xin Fan's table. Oda Bowen said, Emperor's son, Shi Paint has come to greet you. Xin Fan raised his hand in vain and smiled lightly. There is no need for the courtmaster to do so. If there is nothing else, take her away. It is. The mindful Ji Painting did not talk nonsense, and walked slowly to the couch, only to see the pale Bai Quan's breath a little confused, obviously fainted, especially when she saw the other party's scattered eyebrows. She Painting wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. It's really a sheep in a tiger's mouth. She hastily wrapped it up and slung it over her shoulder, and left the room at a brisk pace. The whole thing is the same as a human trafficker, Xin Fan said with an odd face. It seems that ancient emperors did this, but they did it at night. Before long, when Sului woke up from the cultivation room, the two left the Luanfeng Pavilion together. Inside the Luanfeng Pavilion, it was near noon when Bichuan in bed woke up leisurely. Seeing that she was lying inside Ji Painting's room, she stretched out with a lazy posture. She deliberately approached Xin Fan, naturally in order to secretly place a bet. Su Luoyi's Holy Spirit poison body was important though. However, after knowing Xin Fan's battle power, the Lord of the Palace of Eternal Life would never expose it in advance. It's even likely to give up this particular physique. Enduring a moment of courage, the Eternal Palace Lord's ambition was extremely great and not as simple as it appeared. Once the two sides clashed on the road to proving the Emperor, she would also be able to seek a way back. The reason why he chose Shinfan was not only because of the other party's heaven-defying qualifications. More importantly, it was Shinfan's person. In Bai Quan's opinion, Shinfan was an extremely sentimental person. Although Bichuan was also a first in life, the experience was there. Naturally, he knew that Shinfan was also a fledgling in the forest. This would undoubtedly intensify her position in Shinfan's heart. Looking down at the green and red bruises left on her torso, Bichuan smiled charmingly and raised her hand to gently caress over her petite body. Nah to herself. That's quite a little calf. Just then, she had a feeling that there was a note in the bedding, took it out and looked at it, and her face darkened. Bichuan girl, yesterday's battle made Shin quite emotional. Consider it a battle to end the enmity. If the Palace of Eternal Life dares to pick a fight again, I will directly demolish your lair. The mountains don't meet. We won't meet again. Damn. Bichuan was so angry that he directly crushed the note in his hand. She never expected it. Shinfan actually knew her identity. Could it be that he didn't even let his guard down and deduce my identity in that situation? Wouldn't that be being whored out yourself? Chapter 79, The Empty Slayer Residence. Holy Forging Technique, Swinging Heavenly Tattoo Hammer Technique. What an honorable position for the third protector of the Hall of Eternal Life. I didn't expect to be staged for all kinds of tricks, not to mention, more than that, they were plucked up and left behind without mercy. Thinking back to her extremely flirtatious and cheerful voice, and Shinfan's feigned look of infatuation, Bichuan was so ashamed and angry that he said in a cold voice, "Shameless, you can't escape from me." At this time, the two of them, Shinfan, had already arrived at the boundary of a land called Kanglan City. Looking at the empty, saffron house in front of him, Shinfan raised his eyebrows, running pretty fast. Obviously, the personnel of the god-slaying temple here had all withdrawn. Sului on the side whispered, "Definitely run. If the Duke comes, they must all die. A normal person in his place would have to run. It seems that in the future, we'll have to look for places where there are killers gathering. As for sparing the killing temple, what Shinfan put down in the Phoenix set before was not empty words, unless he became a Buddha on the ground." At this time, Shinfan suddenly sneezed. "Achoo! What's wrong, Gongzi?" Sului looked skeptical. "Monks sneeze too? Maybe it's some old person who is missing me." Shinfan smiled faintly, carried his hands behind his back, and walked blindly on the street where people came and went. In the morning when he had deduced the next residence of the Killing God Palace, Shinfan had also deduced why Bai Quan had found him. Unexpectedly, it was Yi Xingqian's corpse that had his offensive marks remaining on it, and was found by that demoness. It had to be said that the secret methods of the immortal cultivation world were varied, but he had warned the other side. "I believe that the Eternal Hall of Fame can distinguish between the good and the bad." As for the other party's purpose, Shinfan could know it in his heart by guessing one or two. It's nothing more than trying to control yourself with a beauty trick. Wouldn't it be nice for him to just come up with a plan to white whore and flash people then? The main reason is that Shinfan had eaten a kidney source fiery young fruit before, and recently had a spring dream without a trace. What's not to love about being able to enjoy yourself while releasing the boredom in your mind? Since he was invincible, there was no need for him to be as cautious as a small cultivator who couldn't do this or that. Thinking ahead, what the heart wants, the action is. Besides, he's not a eunuch, but in all honesty, it does flow. Of course, it was the Eternal Palace's people who had thrown themselves into the net, and he was completely stress-free. Looking at Shinfan with a smile at the corner of his mouth beside him, Sului pursed her lips. This morning she realized that Shinfan's mood was much better than yesterday. It seems that pleasing dance skills and the sound of the zither can indeed make one's mood happy, but one has to find a proper art gallery. Should I learn geisha as well? Just when Sului was considering whether or not to become a dance everyone. Instead, he saw Shinfan walking towards a clanking forge in front of him. The forge hangs, Joe's build, covers a small area. It should be a vertically extended building. Next to the forge, there was also a Joe's treasure warehouse. The cultivators who bought magic treasures inside were at least 40% more than the other treasure weapon stores on the street, and business was very good. Seeing Shinfan, who was dressed in white, walked directly into the forge, a dark and strong man at the door who was cool, wiped his sweat and laughed. "Guest, the workshop is quite cluttered. If you're purchasing a magic treasure, you can take a look at my family's treasure weapon row." The man in front of him had an extraordinary temperament, and the white clothes he wore were all a magic treasure of notable quality. The Hanyu was naturally afraid that the man in front of him would make any mistakes or rush the other side in the forge. Shinfan just wanted to copy the other party's forging technique, but he saw a stout, naked old man walk out of the workshop. "System, copy this old man's forging technique." Let's not talk about the fact that this store has more customers than other treasure warehouses. Shinfan used his divine sense to scan the treasures within the Ijo's treasure weapon house, before realizing the magic treasures inside actually had attribute bonuses. This is unusual. With this, either the other party has mastered advanced forging techniques, or the demonic beast crystal cores were used to supplement the building materials to have a chance of producing attribute-added magic treasures. Okay, host. Locked on Zhou Chang. The forging technique has been identified as a 9th order middle grade forging technique, the mutilated version, Tangi Great Forging. 9th rank? This is really picking up a treasure. Shinfan was delighted in his heart. Unlike an alchemist, a forger's 10th grade was the ultimate, and was considered a holy forge. The 9th product was already in extraordinary existence, and although the 10th product could only forge a half-saint weapon, however, it was recorded in the ancient books that some saint forging masters who had comprehended the forging Tao were able to create saint weapons. This is the ultimate in forging. This was because each and every half-saint artifact needed to coalesce the cultivator's own comprehension of the Tao pattern engraved on it in order to maximize its power. It was not like an alchemist who could directly refine Quasi-Emperor Dan or Emperor Dan. The two paths are not the same. That means a half-saintly weapon crafted by a 10th grade forging master. It was equivalent to a half-saint weapon embryo with no Tao lines. This required the cultivator who purchased it to imprint their own Tao lines onto it, forming a half-saint Dharma treasure that suited their heart. Even so, the embryo of a half-saint weapon forged was also more pure and powerful than a cultivator's own refined magic treasure. However, there were only a handful of forces that could afford to invite a 9th grade forger and a holy forge. Most of the magic treasures were refined by the cultivators themselves. As for the likes of quasi-imperial soldiers and imperial soldiers, it is the existence of the cultivator who undergoes countless years of rhyme and refinement, inscribes his own laws and avenues, and grows up together with the cultivator. It was clearly impossible to create an emperor's soldier simply by virtue of a forge master. Even if a saint forge wanted to create a saint artifact, it was like ascending to heaven. Reproduction increase opens. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the half-saint upper grade forging technique, the swinging heavenly tattoo hammer technique. Dang heavenly tattoo hammer technique. When forging a magic treasure, the hammer in your hand can absorb spatial aura and inject it into the embryo. Combined with pounding, it can remove impurities from the spare tire with great effect. 1000 hammers Tao texture technique, swinging the forging hammer 999 times in succession, smashing out only one hammering sound, capable of condensing the aura of the great Tao released by the surrounding cultivators, and inscribing the Tao texture on the embryo. Note, the more skillful a person with a strong divine soul is at mastering the 1000 hammers Tao tattoo method, the higher the quality of the whacked embryo, and the higher the chance of creating a holy weapon. TSK, this hammering method is not simple. Shinfan was quite surprised. Strike the Tao pattern onto the embryo, and there's even a chance of a sacred weapon? These two conditions alone were not comparable to an unusual forging method. Forging a technique could be more pure than a cultivator's alone refined magic treasure. The power of the magic treasure that was created was also extraordinary. Even if the power of the magic treasure only increased by 1 to 2%, that was still a difference in hardware. Ha 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 ha. Is this gentleman here to purchase a magic treasure? Or is there something that needs to be built? The old man who walked out of the forge arched his hand at Shinfan and laughed. The other party's temperament was not bad. Not like they were looking for a fight. He's got a good business, and there's a lot of jealousy. But Zhou's treasure warehouse has been able to open until now. It relies not only on skill, but also on relationships with the city's owners. Shinfan thought about it and smiled archly. Old man, lend me your home's building table for a moment while I build something. Ha! The old man and the man at the door froze directly in place, looking at the young man who looks like a crown of jade and has a dusty temperament. He doesn't look like a person who swings a hammer. It was Sului who was rather calm. Shinfan, as an emperor's son, might know the ancient forging method. The old man recovered after just a single stare, smiling and arching his hand before guiding Shinfan inside. Ha ha, sure, use it if you want. Stick to a point. Ding. There weren't many forges in the workshop, only 3. After glancing at Shinfan, he went back to pounding the vessel tire on his own. This is my workstation. Just ask if you need anything. Your Excellency, led Shinfan to the building platform. Old man then retreated to the side, and the Han man and Sului beside him, curiously looked at him. Shinfan, who came to the front of the stage, took out a blood-colored stone the size of a human head from the system space. The moment the blood-colored stone appeared, the temperature of the entire building workshop instantly rose. The hearts of the people present were shocked. It was seen that in the red aura emanating from the stone, there was actually a beast that looked like a Qilin, tilting its head and roaring at Shinfan, but not yet out of breath. Snap! Shinfan slapped on the Qilin bloodstone, directly sealing the might it emitted. Looking at the unicorn vision with its teeth bared on the bloodstone, the burly man's eyes glazed over and he exclaimed, Pops, this is a divine material vision? It can't be wrong. Zhou Chang looked at Xin Fan's back with a grave expression. As for the other 3 forged stones in the workshop, they were filled with shock as they looked at the stone that was as fiery red as blood. Only divine materials above the 9th rank could condense a vision. The man in front of him was striking out with divine materials that were above the 9th rank, so it was hard not to build a 9th rank magic treasure. Half-saint artifacts were something they hadn't even thought about. After all, the faces of this master and servant duo were too young to be like senior cultivators pretending to be them. Xin Fan did not start forging. Instead, he took out another fist-sized brown stone and set it aside. And the Zhou forges looked at each other. Instead, it was the well-read old man, Zhou Chang, who frowned in thought as he looked at the brown stone. Seeing that this person is so confident and using divine materials, this one is not a weapon spirit stone? Thinking of this, Zhou Chang's old eyes lit up. If that's true, he would have to take a good look at the other party's forging techniques then. Maybe there's something to be gained in it. Chapter 80, Weapon Spirit Stone Molting. Creation Bell Stone. Do you believe in immortals? Then Xin Fan raised his hand and waved it. An arcane Dao pattern blocked off the entire building platform, preventing the sound waves of the pounding from harming those around them. After getting ready, Xin Fan lifted the half-human high sledgehammer on the side of the stage and swung it a few times to try his hand. The hammers are not of high quality. However, with his half-saint 9th heavenly cultivation and the 1,000 hammers Dao tattoo method, it was barely enough. Exhale. Paging. In the gust of strong wind, Xin Fan operated the 1,000 hammers Daoist art, and the sledgehammer in his hand had already transformed into a residual shadow. The 999 hammers were accomplished with ease under the addition of his wind Dao. The next moment his eyes glazed over. The sledgehammer in his hand fell boldly towards the unicorn bloodstone on the stage. Just then, a woman's trilling voice suddenly appeared in Xin Fan's ears. You, don't you hammer me. Before the words fell, Xin Fan did not stop at all. Boom! There was a loud, deafening roar. This hammer shattered the Qilin's shadow on the spot. The Qilin bloodstone, which was an emperor-level divine material, was even dented by 1/10. It may seem like only 0.1%, but in the eyes of Zhou's forger, it was like a miracle. The crowd found it mind-boggling. A single hammer can produce this kind of effect from a divine material? Girl, what grade of forger is your son? Even the veteran Zhou Chang was filled with shock at this moment. His eyesight was insufficient to see the mystery of this young man's hammering technique, but the other guy looked just too young. Wanting to refine the forging technique to greatness and having this effect, it could never be as young as it appeared. Must be a master forger on one side. Zhou Chang was like a low-ranked alchemist who had encountered an existence like a Dan saint. The tone was full of excitement and urgency. Looking at the astonishment and shock in the eyes of the people present, Sului smiled haughtily and softly said, I also don't know what grade of forger your son is. Hey, Zhou Chang sighed regretfully, knowing that the other party did not want to talk to them. Don't misunderstand guys, I really don't know. Sului explained with some embarrassment. Ha ha, no harm no foul. Today is also considered an eye-opener. Zhou Chang laughed bashfully and waved his hand without caring. Old uncle, I really don't know, but I can tell you the cultivation of the male son. Cultivation? This is able to pipe in some. Zhou Chang nodded, looking at the little girl in front of him with a serious face. Cough cough. Xin Fan began to swing the hammer again. Sului dry cough. Look at this crowd of people double eyes curved smile. Half-saint 9 heavens. Hiss. The crowd's pupils plummeted as they stared at her in horror. Half-saint? Looking at the old man's shocked face, Sului pursed her lips and said, yeah, I guess the grade of the forge master isn't low. Xin Fan was already a celestial being in her eyes, and it was normal for him to be even more magical, but it's such a great feeling to watch someone else be shocked. Zhou Chang stumbled and was hastily assisted by his son beside him. Half-saint that's at least an 8th to 9th ranked forging master Hey, I haven't said my age yet, just in case I scare you guys. Sului looked at the old man with an apologetic face, but in her heart, she was happy. However this time, the crowd suddenly realized that Xin Fan had put down the sledgehammer in his hand, and that divine material was beaten into a discus by his extreme whacking speed. Surprisingly, another fist-sized brown stone on the build table was actually densely covered with tiny cracks on its body, like something was coming out. Not a weapon spirit stone? Xin Fan took the stone on the building table in his hand with an odd expression. That sound before. He thought it was coming from the artifact spirit inside, but it couldn't be that it wasn't? Thinking of this, Xin Fan drove his aura to shatter the case after. A soft haze of light was seen emanating out, occupying the entire forge. Xin Fan frowned and activated the sealing avenue to try to block the vision, but he was shocked to find that a sealing Dao pattern the moment it touched the stone in his hand. It actually dissolved on its own? The Dao does not touch your body? This stone is not simple. Luckily, the visions were only instantaneous, and they were all collected in the stone. At this time, the stone had already faded its skin. taking on a grayish-white color, and was emitting a silky spirit mist. The moment the silk spirit mist surged into Xin Fan's body, the extreme Tao immortal scripture in his body unexpectedly sped up more than 3 times. With a doubtful heart, he just wanted to inhale it, but he saw that these spirit mists had already been sucked into the stone, and on the stone, a thumb-sized woman in a long, pale pink dress suddenly appeared. Hello Thumbelina's voice was soft and extremely gentle, and she greeted him with some formality as she sat on the foreign stone. You're not an artifact spirit? Tell me what the mist was just now. Xin Fan dragged the stone in front of him with one hand on his chest and narrowed his eyes at the woman. The woman's appearance 17 or 18 years old. Goose-egg face, the eyebrow was curved, and the center of the eyebrow was dotted with vermilion sand. A pair of large eyes containing spirituality fluttered beautifully, but there was a nagging flash in her eyes. Its skin was as delicate as lamb's fat jade, under the spiritual mist. It seems like that exiled fairy appears to be immaculate and unearthly. Even if it was just a wisp of divine thought, her appearance was enough to move people's hearts, and her body even exuded an innate noble temperament. The woman who looked like she was thinking about it pursed her pink lips slightly and subconsciously puffed up her pretty face. This playful look added a touch of spirituality and loveliness to her previous aura of being like an exiled immortal. After hesitating for a moment, the woman looked squarely at Xin Fan in front of her and said softly, "This one is the creation bell stone, which can protect my body. Do you believe in Xian?" While speaking, she looked at Xin Fan with a curious face, a 19-year-old half-saint 9 heavens with a perfect peerless saint body. "In this world I'm afraid it's a demon that doesn't come out of the world." Quite impressive. Hearing this, Xin Fan raised his eyebrows and nodded. "The mist within this stone should be immortal qi, so it's no surprise that you are the so-called immortal?" It was impossible for the extreme Tao immortal scripture to increase its operating speed for no reason. "That explains it. You're not surprised?" The woman's eyes glared. Although she was sealed within the creation bell stone, she knew from her perception that there were no immortals in this world at all. Cultivators all have the ultimate goal of becoming immortal and ascending to the heavens. The man in front of him heard the immortal message. "I can't believe you're so calm. Che, Xian counts for nothing." Xin Fan rolled his eyes and looked at her curiously. "What's your name? Can you come out?" A wisp of divine thought simply cannot fulfill the conditions for replication. Xin Fan thought that if the other party showed his real body and copied a wave on the spot, wouldn't he become an immortal on the spot? The woman shook her head back and forth, looking at him and whispering, "My name is Lai Miaoan. My main body has suffered a serious injury and was blocked by the creation bell stone, and there's no immortal energy here, so even if I come out, I'll dissipate, so I can only use a trace of my divine thoughts to communicate with you. Immortals are so simple? A brain that says everything?" Xin Fan looked at her strangely and whispered, "So you're not much help." After saying that, he placed the stone on the edge and swung the sledgehammer once again, hammering at the Qilin bloodstone in front of him. Chapter 81, The Great Tao Perfection. The benevolent sacred artifact comes out. Copy the thunderbolt. The unparalleled speed transformed Xin Fan's sledgehammer in his hand into a residual shadow. Boom, boom. In the deafening pounding sound, Xin Fan activated the Great Tao in the Sea of Consciousness. Incorporating the aura of the Great Tao into the Thousand Hammers Taoist art, he bombarded the body of the Qilin bloodstone. His qualifications are indeed good. No wonder he doesn't care about immortals. I think he is confident that he can ascend. But becoming an immortal isn't that simple. Looking at the bloodstone which has been pounded and imprinted by Xin Fan on the bloodstone has already been imprinted by Xin Fan's pounding on 3 Tao lines. Lai Miaoan was quite surprised to be able to comprehend 3 great Tao paths at such a young age, and to have a perfection realm peerless saint body. For this side of the world, it was already counted as one of the most powerful people to witness the Tao. But next, seeing Xin Fan releasing 17 great avenues one after another, even Lai Miaoan was a bit surprised. Such amazing enlightenment? The 17 great avenues were not the great avenue laws after extreme sublimation though, but Lai Miaoan knew that she couldn't compare this place to the immortal world. In this way, Xin Fan's existence was somewhat terrifying for this world. That's a proper ascension stance. It's hard to believe that he's also from the immortal realm? No, he doesn't have an immortal grid brand. Definitely a native. Lai Miaoan looked at Xin Fan with unblinking eyes, filled with doubts and curiosity, and transmitted his voice. "How about I teach you to cultivate immortality? Of course, my aim is to leave this place and return to the immortal realm. Don't worry, my family's power is not bad, and I can help you in the future. It's considered mutually beneficial. Don't look at me as being down and out right now. That's because I was attacked by someone. No need." The other side is still quite honest. It was a pity that Xin Fan had never thought of cultivating in his life, let alone having someone teach him. After seeing Xin Fan's direct refusal, she pulled out a pair of large golden scissors of extremely low quality from her spatial ring, and Lai Miaoan pursed her lips and smiled. "It won't fit. You have too many Tao paths. Even if this emperor-level stone can suppress Tao lines, The power isn't something this scissors can withstand. She really couldn't figure out how the man in front of her could take out a pair of scissors to fit this divine material. At this point, the Qilin bloodstone had already become a reddish and incomparable discus. There were also 17 differently colored great Dao lines on its body. Hearing Lai Miaoan's voice transmission, Xin Fan frowned and looked at her on the creation bell stone curiously. So what's the best weapon? The conversation between the two was not audible to the people outside, so they could only wait. But for this pocket-sized woman who had suddenly appeared, the crowd marveled in their hearts, especially Sului. She felt that the other party's appearance and temperament was a bit stronger than even Lu Qingcheng, which really surprised her a bit. Hearing Xin Fan's question, Lai Miaoan thought for a moment and tilted her head to look at him and said softly, "The ultimate magic treasures all follow the path of integrating everything and encompassing everything, such as the common tripod, 3 feet to stand up for heaven and earth, 2 ears to contain yin and yang, and a rounded silhouette to accommodate chaos. There is also a scroll that blends heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, as well as magic treasures imprinted with the sun, moon and stars, the endless universe, and so on. These are indeed more classy than my big scissors ah." Xin Fan rubbed his chin and smiled lightly at Li Miaoan. Good advice. Watching him pick up the sledgehammer and continue to beat the iron, Lai Miaoan was curious. Have you figured out what to build? Xin Fan, who wielded the hammer, punched the originally flattened Qilin bloodstone into an oval shape and casually said, "Since the sun, moon, and stars are round, and the continent where cultivators live is also round, then why should I waste my efforts? Just directly build a round ball, a round orb." Lai Miaoan looked at the embryo that was gradually taking shape on the build-out with a confused expression. Xin Fan, who was seriously pounding the iron, said in a deep voice, "Heaven and earth are originally round, divided into yin and yang. Round means complete, implying that the great Tao is complete and seamless." Xin Fan suddenly realized that this concept fit well with his own extreme Tao immortal scripture, which fused all the paths in one. Speaking of the end, his tone was like a brilliant sound coming from within and spreading out in all directions. Same time, Xin Fan used the 1000 hammers Tao texture art to the extreme. This hammer was augmented to 9,999 strokes, and the hammer fell. Boom! The moment the sledgehammer in his hand turned into pieces, Xin Fan curled his fingers and pointed his fingertips, shooting out a drop of essence blood to fall into the orb on the building table, and drank in a deep voice, "From this day forward, you will be known as Avenue Ball." Next moment, boom! The orb on the building platform erupted with a brilliant divine aura. Above the orb, there were even 17 golden auras of the great Tao burning brightly, illuminating the entire building workshop. Rumbling. Suddenly, a muffled sound of thunder came from the sky of Kanglan City. The cultivators in the city looked up in unison, only to see that a large dark cloud had gathered above the firmament at some point in time, and thunder arcs flashed with a horrifying sound. Looking at the ripples of laws emanating from the purple gold thunder arc, everyone was shocked by the terrifying pressure. It's actually a purple gold thunder tribulation? It's hard to believe that someone has entered sainthood? This is too incredible. Could it be that we are fortunate enough to witness a saint's tribulation today? Look! Amidst the shocked yells, the crowd saw a dark aura in the city cut through the sky and shot towards the sky's thunderbolt. And in the sky, a purple gold thunder arc swooped down like a swimming dragon. Rumble! The moment the two touched, a landslide roar erupted. The horrifying aftermath of the collision spread out in the void like a canopy. It's not a saint transiting, it's a holy weapon that has come out. That direction is the city's forging area. The strongest people in the city leapt forward in unison. And at this time, Xin Fan, looking at the orb and the robbing cloud in the air resisting the thunderbolt, secretly said in his heart, "System, duplicate the thunderbolt in the sky." Okay host, locked on purple and gold thunderbolt, identified as Sainthood Thunderbolt. Reproduction increase opens. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Quasi-Emperor Realm Thunderbolt, the 9 Heavens Purple Cloud Thunder. 9 Heavens Purple Cloud Thunder, also known as the Transcendent Thunder Tribulation. After entering the Quasi-Emperor Realm, the laws of heaven send down their own thunder tribulation, possessing the terrifying power to obliterate all things. The system's voice had just fallen, and a purple thunder arc was added to Xin Fan's sea of consciousness. I go. This can be. Xin Fan, who was standing outside the building workshop, grinned and tilted his head to look at the orb suffering from the thunderbolt on the dome of the sky. There were a total of 6 sacred entry thunder tribulations, and the power of each one was extremely terrifying. However, it was only a matter of time before an emperor-level divine material succeeded in the face of a mere sacred entry thunder tribulation. Sweeping her eyes at the stone and Lai Miaoan suspended beside Xin Fan, Sului curiously said, "Gongzi, is this treasure really called the Avenue Ball? Would it be too hasty?" Hearing this, Lai Miaoan really wanted to give her a nod of approval, but the other party's next words made her directly cover her forehead. These two. How about adding 2 more words? Call it the Invincible Avenue Ball. you're a cheesier name than I've ever gotten. Ha 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 ha. Shinfan looked at her with a disgusted face and laughed. Seeing him in a good mood, Sului pursed her lips and smiled. Which is, Invincible is so awesome. While the two were talking, the cultivators in Kanglan City had already surrounded the place. The crowd all looked at the holy weapon transiting in the air with astonishment, as well as Shinfan and his group outside the building workshop. As for the old man Zhou Chang and the forges in the workshop, they had long been staring at the airborne visions as if they were dumbfounded. This hammer of the young man in front of him had actually created a holy weapon? Buzz. When the thunderbolt in the air dispersed, the great Tao orb exuded a powerful pressure that belonged exclusively to the Saint Realm. At this time, the great Tao ball was black. 17 great Tao were engraved on it, and the Tao rhythm was abundant. In its body is a light purple and gold gas lingering. Looks extremely extraordinary. When the divine aura converged, the great Tao ball on the dome instantly disappeared and appeared in front of Shinfan in the blink of an eye. Then like a naughty child, it flew around his circumference in a far circle before landing on his palm. Looking at the dissipating shadow of the ball around Shinfan, this terrifying and overwhelming speed made the hearts of the onlookers startled. That's too fast. If you're attacked, I'm afraid you won't even be able to dodge. Speed, on the other hand, is just one of the 17 abilities of the Avenue Sphere. As Shinfan rhymed for a long time, the power of the great Tao ball would become more and more terrifying. Chapter 82, leaving a handful of immortal cards. The great Tao ball was slightly heavy in the hand, one size smaller than an adult fist. 17 differently colored Tao lines lingered on the surface of his body, emitting a faint glow. At the same time, there was a trace of mind connection between the great Tao orb and Shinfan. Compared to the various magic treasures in his space, there was more of a sense of arm's length between the great orb and him. However, the great Tao orb was created from Kirin bloodstone and did not replicate the increase. If you gather all kinds of great avenues, it would also be invincible. Shinfan turned to the old man Zhou Chang behind him after putting the great avenues ball, arched his hand and laughed. Thanks old man, the damaged sledgehammer will be paid for here. Seeing Sului take out a bag of spirit stones, Zhou Chang waved his hand repeatedly and nervously arched his hand. Just a broken hammer isn't worth much. I'm honored to meet the sacred forge master today. I have no regrets in this life. A master of the holy forge has built a holy weapon in his own home. This name is the supreme honor of a forge master. Sului smiled and handed the bag over to the hand of the Han beside Zhou Chang. This can't be refused. The compensation should still be compensated. Hey, then thank you to this gentleman and girl. Zhou Chang and the Zhou forge masters hurriedly arched their hands in thanks. At this time, a middle-aged man in black brocade clothes on the street arched his hand at Shinfan and respectfully said, My name is Chen Feng, City Lord of Kanglan City. Congratulations to Senior for creating a holy weapon. In his perception, the cultivation of the man in his eyes was extremely internalized. Even if he had reached the 8th level of the Dharma realm, he could not detect a single trace of the other party's aura, but it can forge holy weapons. The other party, regardless of his status or cultivation, was too much higher than him, the lord of a city. After Shinfan nodded with a faint smile, he turned around and left with Sului. As for the creation bell stone, it was controlled by Li Miaoan and landed on Shinfan's shoulder. Looking at Li Miaoan, who had revealed half of her head from the stone, Sului stared at her wide-eyed with a curious expression. My lord, is she the artifact spirit stone? Pretty much. While speaking, Shinfan looked sideways at Li Miaoan and raised his eyebrows. There's no harm if you want to follow me, but you need to sign a 100-year contract with me to take me as your master. Don't worry, I won't let you do anything beyond the bottom line, and protecting my divine soul shouldn't be difficult for you. As for whether or not I can leave this place, it's not good to pack your bags for this kind of thing. Although Li Miaoan was only a divine thought, it was not guaranteed that she had some kind of killer weapon along with soul cultivation. Ever since the last time he encountered the saintly divine thoughts of the Yi family's ancestor, Shinfan realized that he was faced with this kind of powerful divine thought that could not be duplicated, unless the divine soul of the being is strong enough. Either that or you have to beat magic with magic. And Li Miaoan, as an immortal, not to mention the geometry of his cultivation, his divine thoughts were absolutely powerful. With her by his side to protect him, Shinfan was equivalent to having an additional divine soul protection umbrella. This way, his divine soul enhancement could also have a safe period of development. He is confident that he is fearless of any challenge, but he was naturally happy to have an extra bottom card when he was in a position to do so. Hearing these words, Li Miaoan thought carefully, then looked at Shinfan's cloudy-side face and said softly, That's fine, but don't you think 100 years is too short? Only 100 years? She probably hit a daze and fell asleep. Regarding Shinfan's proposal, Li Miaoan was still more agreeable. We're all smart people, and she's been honest before and told mostly the truth. The reason why she chose Shinfan was because in her tens of thousands of years of slumber, she had encountered the Xian Tian continent, the young man with the strongest talent, There isn't one. It was only because his peerless saint body was not a great success. Rather, it is the realm of perfection. Once Xin Fan reached the quasi-emperor realm, he could be invincible with his physical body and forcefully suppress even the proven emperor. Such a human physique would have a place even in the immortal realm above the 10,000 realms. As long as the other party was bent on proving the Tao, ascension would be a matter of time. But a mere 100 years of time and you want to ascend after witnessing the Tao. It was too short in the eyes of Lai Mian. 100 years is still short? With this time my divine soul is afraid to be all 13 grades. Thought. Xin Fan whispered. 200 years then. If I'm hopeless, you might as well find someone else. He can be really honest. Ri Mian, who secretly said in her heart, nodded with a smile and said softly, good, it's a deal. 200 years was enough time for her to see where the limits of the man's qualifications were in front of her. It would be great if we could actually ascend. It's just that I don't know that after ascending to the immortal realm, when you learn of my identity, will you regret signing for too short a period of time? Lai Miaoan pursed her lips and smiled, looking at Xin Fan with a hidden color of anticipation in her eyes. Dare to sneak up on me. Damn old six. When I go back, Lai Miaoan, who already felt hopeful of ascension, began to plan how to fix his opponent. Chen Feng, the city lord of Kanglan City, saw that the two of them, Xin Fan, turned to leave and had no intention of talking to him. With his heart tangled up in his mind, he gritted his teeth and quickly stepped forward to Xin Fan's side, arching his hand. Senior, why don't you stay in my Kanglan City for a few days, so that the late generation can fulfill the friendship of a landlord? Xin Fan glanced at him, and after raising his hand to block the surrounding area, he blandly said, say what you have to say. Chen Feng also did not whispered, late generation in the city within the mountains, found a spirit stone vein. The production estimate is very amazing. At present has not been mined. Today, there are seniors who have created a holy weapon that has given birth to a robbery cloud, and I'm afraid that it will attract the prying eyes of many powerful people. I would like to mine 70% of the spirit stones and send them to seniors to seek shelter. Chen Feng's tone did not complain about Xin Fan's intention to build a holy weapon, but told the truth. An existence that was most likely a saint forge. The strength behind it was definitely not to be underestimated. Chen Feng wanted to find strong people to shelter this vein that could produce extremely high-grade spirit stones. Xin Fan was undoubtedly his best choice at the moment. Spirit stone mine? Xin Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at him doubtfully. You don't have a superior force? Chen Feng smiled awkwardly and arched his hand. Kanglan City belongs to the zone of unregulated areas. All the forces do not see eye to eye, and there are only 3 lineage families in control of the city. In the past few years, it happens to be the late generations family that has taken control of the position of city lord. Leaving 30% of the vein is also for the 3 families to share equally. Sending 70% to Xin Fan and the forces behind him was already considered the highest share that Kanglan City's senior management could come up with. However, this thing, spirit stones, was of little use to Xin Fan except for buying things, but it wouldn't take time to make a trip to replicate it. After all, he didn't have a lot of spirit stones in reserve. As for the distribution, forget it, he didn't have the time to wait for the 3 families to finish mining and give it to him. After thinking slightly, Xin Fan looked at him and inquired, what forces are around Kanglan City? Chen Feng was delighted in his heart and hurriedly arched his hand. Back to senior, there is only one strongest top-tier power in the neighborhood. 3 first-class Imperial dynasties and 4 sects. They are the Wind Spirit sect, Lu Dynasty, Yen Kingdom, and Qi Kingdom. Ha, Yen country? This country Xin Fan seemed to have heard of it somewhere, with a look of reminiscence. And Chen Feng also stopped the introduction, knowing that Xin Fan had asked him to introduce the neighboring forces, most likely to find a backer for him. But Yen is only a first-class power. Chen Feng is filled with helplessness. It looks like he can't tie this big leg in front of him. Chapter 83, Duplicate Increase Mining Vein, 10 million level Spiritual Marrow Mining Vein. Don't say it's first-class strength. Even the top sect, Wind Spirit sect, might not be able to protect this vein. Because the holy weapon vision created by Xin Fan had likely attracted more than just the neighboring forces. One must know that unusual top-tier forces don't have half-saint level powerhouses sitting within their clans, not to mention a holy artifact appearing in this fishy land of his. Inevitably, it attracted attention from all sides. Is there a general in Yen also called What Feng came? And a prime minister called Wang? Seeing Xin Fan's thoughtful look, Chen Feng arched his hand and said, Senior, it is none other than the prime minister of the Yen kingdom, Wang Wenru. Although the Yen kingdom is a power belonging to the great Qian dynasty, its location is extremely remote. Although its strength is among the first-rate ranks, would pulling it over like this harm others? Speaking later, Chen Feng's tone vaguely revealed caution for fear of upsetting the other party. De Qian? Hearing this news, Xin Fan smiled faintly and looked at him and said, You write a letter with the signature Xin Fan. Let Wang Wenru inform the great Qian. Let the Great Qin send people to Kanglan City to protect you to open the mine can be. Originally, he had wanted to have the questioning heaven sect come over, but since Yen was a power of the Great Qin, it doesn't matter if we let the Qin pick up the slack. What? Super Imperial Dynasty de Qin? Chen Feng looked at the man in front of him with eyes full of astonishment. Originally, he thought that the other party would be lucky if they could help him find a top-tier power to press his case, but when he heard about Yen his heart went cold. Unexpectedly the other side actually blew up a superpower, de Qin, and to be able to greet the other side with a piece of paper? How could this not shock Chen Feng? The immortal cultivation world wasn't one where you could come to your door and seek cooperation just because you'd heard of a superpower's reputation. Otherwise the other side eats you down to the bone crumbs. I didn't realize that the man in front of me actually had this kind of connections. I'm afraid that only people from the Holy Land have this kind of backbone. Chen Feng, who had recovered his shocked color, hurriedly guided Xin Fan to the city lord's mansion and said in a low voice, "Elder, don't worry. Senior will arrange for someone to travel to Yen right now. Please also ask Senior to go to my city lord's mansion to rest for a few moments. I think it won't take half a day for the people from Great Qin to arrive. No need. Go directly to the Orvane area." Xin Fan waved his hand. Such a rush, but an existence that is comparable to a sacred forge should not lie to me. Thinking of this, Chen Feng took a deep breath. After giving a voice to an old man in the crowd, he took Xin Fan and the two of them to leave the place. Yen, the Golden Palace. After the civil and military officials who had just finished the court walked out of the Great Hall, they saw a general under the royal steps holding a letter, quickly came to the front of the Prime Minister Wang Wenru, and said in a deep voice, "Prime Minister, Kanglan City has an urgent report. A letter from City Lord Chen Feng." When these words came out, the crowd looked at Wang Wenru with odd faces. Good fellow. I didn't expect Wang Wenru to actually have collusion with the Kanglan City Lord. Humph, this Prime Minister position. You're afraid you'll have to move your ass. At this moment, Wang Wenru really wanted to jump and curse. When did Lousy get involved with Kanglan City? Sweeping the general in front of him, he blandly took it and opened it, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Xin Fan, Prime Minister Wang, please send someone to Deqian to notify. Imperial son Xin Fan? Wang Wenru, who had always been old and dignified, could not help but be shocked. The hand holding the envelope shook. That day, he had the honor of meeting Xin Fan once at the city's restaurant outside the Heavenly Questioning sect. Within a few days, he was summoned by the Great Qian princess to find out what the son had said to Elder Qin Shangqing at that time. However, with his cultivation level, where he was able to peek into the duo's chat, the information he obtained was not much, but never expected. This young man, who was addressed as Emperor's son by the Great Qian Rapunzel, actually remembered himself? And the Sevenstar Mountain rumors that Xin Fan's battle performance of suppressing Dong Huanyu in one move had even shaken Wang Wenru's heart. Wang Aiqing, what has made you so out of sorts? Amidst the tunes and laughter, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe came out in a row. Your Majesty, it's a letter from Imperial son Xin Fan. What? His Majesty Yen, who was filled with astonishment, hastily took the letter handed over by Wang Wenru and quickly skimmed through it before saying in a deep voice, Wang Aiqing, quickly send someone to Deqian. No. You go with me. Yes. At this time, Xin Fan had already arrived at the Orvane area that Chen Feng had mentioned. This place was located in the northwest of Kanglan City, with a large river and a large rolling mountain on the opposite side. There were also 3 Kanglan City cultivators hidden among them. Listening to Chen Feng's previous introduction, it was when the cultivators in the city entered the mountains to hunt demonic beasts. Washing and straightening up by the river, he discovered a pile of lower-grade spirit stones under the riverbed. Senior, at that time, that cultivator had several other companions, and after a conflict erupted due to unequal distribution, each of them dispersed. When I got the news, I thought that those people were already looking for the upper house as well. This was one of the reasons why Chen Feng was eager to find Xin Fan to strike. Xin Fan nodded, looked at the mountains and rivers ahead with a flash of light in his eyes, and opened the void-breaking divine eyes. Next moment, the mountains and rivers in his eyes gradually vaporized, revealing the veins of spirit stones hidden within. In the line of sight, the spirit stone mine was white and flawless, emitting a faint glow, especially the crisscrossing spirit veins that extended for more than a few miles. In the center, there was also a large area of deep blue spirit marrow in the spirit stone mine that dazzled the eyes. Apparently, this was a large spirit stone mine. Moreover, Xin Fan visually estimated that this mine could at least extract tens of millions of spirit stones. If it was mined wisely, it might even double. However, Xin Fan also discovered that naturally formed formations existed within this large mountain. This was the sense given to him by the probe. Point 1. Perhaps it was as if the fruit had ripened and the heaven and earth formation had automatically dissipated, which allowed the cultivator to discover the spirit stones under the riverbed. So big. System, copy this spirit stone mine. Xin Fan smiled faintly. Okay host, Locked Spirit Stone Mine. Identified as Extreme Spirit Stone Mine. Reproduction increase opens. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Spiritual Marrow Mine. Spirit Marrow Mine, 9/10 of the Spirit Marrow output, with the remainder being extremely high-quality spirit stones. Total estimated spirit stones, around 36 million. Comfortable, more than 30 million spirit marrows. It's a direct profit. Xinfan was content and smiled faintly at Qinfeng, who was on the side. Your wish to leave 30% behind. I'm afraid that it will come to naught. It's up to senior to decide. Qinfeng did not mind at all and smiled archly. If one could climb up the line of the great Qian dynasty, it was not something that could be compared to a spirit stone mine, but Xinfan's next words made him feel like he was in a dream. At most 10%. You guys don't mind if it's too little. This place is a large spirit stone mine, enough for the three of you to get fat. If it's more than that, you should know better than me about the reasoning behind harboring a jade. Large spirit stone mine? Qinfeng looked at Xinfan dumbfounded. Large spirit stone mines were extremely eye-catching to even superpowers. If the three great families of Kanglan City were to ever privately mine and be discovered, the consequences of this. Seeing that Xinfan directly took out a carriage and placed it on the riverbank, Qinfeng, who had survived the robbery, bowed deeply and respectfully. Thank you, Elder, for pointing out the way. He didn't regret telling Xinfan this piece of news, but was filled with gratitude, even felt a little grateful. He was glad that he had been able to invite this great god. Xinfan, if they were to unite the three great families of Kanglan City to dig alone, they might be headed for destruction as a result. This is not a false statement. Recovering his thoughts, Qinfeng once again bowed to the white jade carriage with a heart full of gratitude. He knew that this was his predecessor waiting for someone from Diqian. Otherwise, if this vein was discovered first by other powerful people, it might lead to a disaster. Then he hurriedly flew towards the large mountain in front of him to notify the three families of cultivators who stayed here. He needed to have someone invite all the three family ancestors here to conspire. Chapter 84, The Might of the Emperor's Son. Seeing Xinfan, who walked into the carriage and took out the tortoise shell to tell fortunes again, Sului knelt down and sat beside him and said excitedly, Sir, 70%. We're rich. However, only 20% for Diqian. Will it be too little? Seeing that your son should be planning to wait for the people from Daqian to come and go, why don't we give them a little bit more, and also let them feel at ease to mine for me? Xinfan nodded his head as he detailed his thoughts. The suggestion is good, and since we're giving out favors, let's make it a big one. Then give them all, so that they will remember our goodness. What? All for them? Sului was filled with incredulity. Even Lai Miaoan in the creation bellstone spoke out to remind him. You should know that it takes a lot of resources to cultivate yourself, and this kind of grace is too much. Consuming resources? If I use a single spirit stone to cultivate, it's all counted as my loss. No one in the world understands me. Xinfan shook his head rather emotionally and with great bravado. My mind is made up. It's settled. Gongzi, you also have to consider the future life. No spirit stone, how to do? Save some also. Sului's tone is full of blood loss. Tugged Xinfan's corner of the coat and begged. With a wave of Xinfan's hand, he saw a bathing bucket appear behind the carriage. Supreme treasure level bath water. Cultivate yourself. Phew. Sului directly disappeared into thin air, because the moment the bath water appeared, the whole carriage was filled with aura. And then I don't know where she found a screen to block the tub. The pale green gown was undone in no time and hung on the screen. Plop. This feels so comfortable. It's even more comfortable than the Lu family's dragon transformation pool. Gongzi, I adore you too much. Ha, it's the heaven and earth treasure rhyming body divine liquid? Lai Miaoan was quite surprised. No wonder this person's sacred body is growing so fast. To be able to give such a supreme treasure to a maid by her side. In Lai Miaoan's opinion, the other party was afraid that there were still a lot of treasures on their body. This is also a type of chirography. Seeing Xinfan writing on the turtle shell, the bored Lai Miaoan directly drilled into the creation bell stone, wanting to witness the Tao in 200 years. I'd like to see where you get your confidence from. Since she had agreed with Xinfan for 200 years, she was naturally unwilling to enter the space ring. I'm really afraid that my godly thoughts will sleep for 200 years and then I won't know which nook or cranny they've gone to. Regicide. Meaning of the word regicide, the location of a regicide resident in the eastern domain. Xuanji Turtle Armor Analysis, Godslayer Moro. Resident region, Grand Canyon of Tendong Mountain. It has been decrypted, and 10 of the tortoise shell lines have disappeared. Listening to the clues in his mind, Xinfan collected the Xuanji tortoise armor and decided to wait for the Great Qian to send someone to Kanglan City before moving to the Grand Canyon of Tiandang Mountain. The minions of the Temple of the Slayer will run away, but such self-respecting big fish don't leave easily. Since Xinfan was in the eastern domain, it would be better to directly dismantle the eastern domain's most cutting-edge branch of the Killing God Hall. Just then, several wind-breaking sounds came from outside the carriage. Xinfan got up and came to the door. and saw Chen Feng with 5 cultivators, bowing with his hands. "Greetings, Elder." These 5 people were none other than the family heads and ancestors of the 3 great families of Fei, Zhang, and Chen within Kanglan City. Xin Fan raised his hand to support him with a faint smile. "There is no need to be polite. I believe it won't take much time for the great Qian's men to arrive." Shoo, shoo, shoo. There were dozens more wind-breaking sounds coming from far and near, causing the hearts of Chen Feng's 6 to lift. There's no way the people of Deqian would be this fast. Xin Fan and the others glanced sideways and saw more than a dozen figures suspended in the air. As the overlords of Kanglan City, Chen Feng's 6 were familiar with the several people in the air, all of whom were high-ranking members of the neighboring forces, such as the elders of the top sect Wind Spirit sect, the Taishang Emperor of the Imperial dynasty of the first-class powers, the great generals, and so on, as well as the disciples of other sects. Not only that, there were also a few people whose faces were unfamiliar, but the clan logos on their chests were invariably people from the top forces in other regions. It seems that those few cultivators who went up the mountain to hunt demons have already spread the news. It's fortunate that this brat Chen Feng has found a big mountain. Otherwise, these powers alone would not be something that the 3 families of Kanglan City could withstand. While the people in charge of the 3 families secretly said in their hearts, they saw a few people in the air landed and took out their precious weapons for deducing geology and probed. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng frowned and arched his hand in a deep voice. "Fellow Taoists, this vein is already under the control of Great Qian. What do you mean by this?" Chen Feng preempted the crowd by directly saying Deqian to shock the crowd. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, the cultivator exploring the geology hastily stopped his hand. However, what made Chen Feng's heart sink was this. The principals from the major powers who came were as if nothing was wrong. Their faces were stress-free and even showed a hint of a smile. "Superpower Deqian? Fellow Daoist Chen, it seems that the vein here is not small." A man with a round face in the crowd swept his eyes at the crowd of the 3 families and smiled lightly. "Coincidentally, today we have also invited the true disciples of the superpower. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint fellow Daoist Chen. First come, first served. Since no one from Great Qian has come, this spirit stone mine naturally does not belong to Great Qian." "What?" Chen Feng and the others were shocked and their faces changed. Right in the middle of the crowd, a young cultivator with a blood-colored tunic came out in a row and looked at them indifferently. "Since it's Kanglan City's territory, we'll share a piece of the pie with you at that time, so leave quickly." For the other party to be able to invite a power like Deqian was something this blood-clothed man never expected. But this also confirms that the vein here is not trivial. As for the division of benefits with Deqian, it is not something that these people in front of us can participate in. Saying a share of the pie, that's just giving Deqian a face. Looking at the sharp claws and gold silk embroidery pattern on the other party's blood-clothed chest, the corners of the eyes of the Chen clan's old ancestor jumped, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice to Xin Fan. "Elder, it's a true disciple of the superpower Rakshasa Cliff. This is troublesome. Rakshasa Cliff has always been overbearing, and its methods are ruthless and ferocious. Even Great Qian, as a national imperial dynasty, has to retreat when it encounters such a vicious force." The appearance of Rakshasa Cliff undoubtedly made the 6 people from the 3 great families of Kanglan City feel uneasy in their hearts. That's quite a hot potato to dig up. Seeing that the 6 people in front of him were muffled and silent, they all looked at the man in white standing at the side of the carriage. This true disciple of Rakshasa Cliff then sized up Xin Fan and blandly said, "Your Excellency is the one in charge?" Before the words left his mouth, an excited, petulant cry came from inside the carriage. "Oh, Gongzi, I'm going to break through again." Duke, the blood-clothed cultivator's brows furrowed, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Handsome white male, pretty purple-skirted maidservant, no horse carriages? Obviously, the news of Volsing Mountain had already spread amongst the powerful forces of all parties. He then looked at Xin Fan's bland smile and dusty aura, and could not help but stiffly arch his hand and inquire in a low voice. But, 2 simple words, but they were spoken by him in an unusually dry and extremely difficult manner. This caused the crowd present to look at it with disbelief. The blood-clothed man took a slight breath and arched his hand in a deep voice. "But the Emperor's son in person. Chapter 85, Lord of the Great Qian Kingdom. Donghuang Ao is here in person." "What? What's a taiko? Emperor's son?" Many of the top powers present were horrified in their hearts. As for the old ancestors of the 3 families of Kanglan City, they even stared at Xin Fan with wide eyes in disbelief. Originally thought that the other party was the Holy Son of the Holy Land, so that the party could summon the people of the Dakian dynasty with a paper letter. "I didn't realize it was actually the Emperor's son?" Amidst the sounds of shock and doubt, Xin Fan smiled faintly and raised his hand to support the other party in vain and laughed. "Since you're here, you take a copy of the Spirit Stone vein here and go back." "I don't dare. The Emperor's son has already distributed it, so how would I dare to ask for it?" The true disciple of Rakshasa Cliff arched his hands repeatedly, sweat stains spilling out from his head. He was now repenting in his gut. I should have known better than to come here and pick up a bargain. A 19-year-old half-saint, 9 heavens. This was fiercer than even their Rakshasa Cliff's old ancestor. We can't make a trip for nothing, so let's do it. With a light laugh, Shinfan turned around and walked into the carriage. Then, the late generation is flattered. The Rakshasa Cliff disciple rose again and bowed, his tense body finally loosening up. Watching the nervous way he looked as he got up and took a deep breath. The room was silent. Everyone secretly gulped, their eyes still filled with shock. Emperor's son. This title could only be possessed by those who were personally sealed by the great emperor of the ancients. The breeze brushed by, and the crowd, who had been sweating profusely, shivered, which brought them back to their senses. After both sides arched their hands and saluted, they slowly left the range of the carriage to prevent disturbing Shinfan. Even the 3 great families of Kanglan City did not stay at this time. They and Shinfan only had a one-sided relationship, and it was already a fluke that the other party could help. It would be a bit ungrateful to be cheeky and climb up the ladder, but it is still necessary to know more about the other side. Thinking of this, after the 6 looked at each other, Chen Feng arched his hand at the Rakshasa Cliff cultivator. I don't know your name? That senior is actually an emperor's son. We really don't know the reason for that. I am Jedi. The man smiled archly. If it wasn't for the sect's law enforcement hall releasing a message that disciples under the Rakshasa Cliff were not allowed to mess with the emperor's son, where he has that kind of eyesight and insight. Seeing the crowd look at him in unison, Jedi pondered for a moment before whispering, I don't know much about it. I only know that at only 19 years of age, the emperor's son has attained the astonishing cultivation of the 9th sky of the demi-saint. As for the news that Voltron Mountain had subdued the godslayer of the god-slaying temple with a single move, the Jedi didn't say anything about it. You can't just say something like that as a brag. Otherwise, if he let the god-killing temple get on his mind, he would really die without knowing how. Hiss, so scary? While their hearts were appalled, the crowd gathered around Desperado in unison, wanting to learn more. And after Chen Feng had thought about it, and after transmitting his voice to the people in charge of the 3 families for a few moments, he then took a slight breath and gazed at the Jedi, transmitting his voice. Fellow Jedi Taoist, this place is a large spirit stone vein. Since the Imperial Son is willing to send a share to Rakshasa Cliff, the share is bound to be not small. I suggest that fellow Taoist quickly return to the clan to gather the strongest people, in order to prevent the smallest of people from coveting it. At those words, the Jedi's heart trembled. What? A large spirit stone vein? Without even thinking about it, he turned around and bowed to Chen Feng before flying off into the distance. Such important news was no longer something that he, a true disciple, could profit from alone. It's even likely to lead to murder. After seeing Desperado leave, Chen Feng and the 5 people around him secretly sighed in relief. Since Shinfan is willing to give, then he, the 3 families of Kanglan City, went along with it and sent this message. In this way, they could at least be able to set up some thin air with the superpower. Rakshasa Cliff. Sure, the tone of all this was built on Shinfan's might, otherwise they wouldn't have dared to profit from Rakshasa Cliff. For these small forces of theirs, connections and friendships are so slowly accumulated. More than an hour later, roar. The sound of a dragon's roar was faintly heard in the sky. Coming. The crowd at the river looked up in unison. One could see 6 green-colored auger dragons pulling a huge carriage, slowly descending from far and near from the distant sky. Behind the carriage, there was also a flying boat with hundreds of Deqian generals with a formidable aura standing on it. When they saw the large flag with the embroidered pattern of purple bauhinia flowers stuck on the carriage, the hearts of the cultivators present were aghast, especially Chen Feng, who had sent the letter, did not realize Shinfan's ability until now. How strong it was. The Great Qian Bauhinia flag? I didn't realize it was the royal family themselves, and it's coming in a private capacity, not the Great Qian flying dragon banner, until a middle-aged man in brocade clothes came out of the carriage. Looking at the crowd with a smile on his face, everyone present arched their hands in unison and said in a deep voice, Greetings, Great Qian country lord. This person was none other than the superpower, the lord of the Great Qian kingdom, Dong Huang Ao. Fellow Taoists need not be courteous. There is only Dong Huang Ao here. There is no Deqian state lord. Dong Huang Ao smiled faintly, his tone spontaneous, and after getting off the carriage, he walked straight to the white jade carriage by the river. Behind him, there were 2 old men with white hair, following along. Just a few steps away, one of the old men seemed to have a feeling in his heart, looking sideways at the big mountain on the other side of the river. The light in his old eyes exploded as he transmitted his voice. State Lord, this mountain's spiritual chi is extremely dense. It is comparable to a large spirit stone vein, but if it's not true or false, we still need to personally mine it to verify it. Large spirit vein? The other old man was shocked in his heart. To them, a large spirit vein was more than just a terrifying amount of spirit stones. More importantly, it was an unbeatable place for top powers to establish their mountain gates. once located here. As long as it develops steadily for 1,000 years, the top forces here will be able to surpass most of the forces at the same level in terms of their depth. It was important to realize that not every top-tier power sat on top of a large spirit vein. More often than not, they found several medium-sized spirit veins and suppressed them under the forbidden land of power. Since Emperor's son is waiting here, he naturally won't have a medium-sized spirit vein in the district. Dong Huang-ao smiled faintly and lifted the curtain of the car in front of him and walked in. These words woke up the two old men, and they couldn't help but smile slightly. It wasn't that their pattern wasn't as big as Dong Huang-ao's or that they didn't see things thoroughly enough. It was mainly this heavenly bargain for nothing that made the two men quite surprised. Smiling at each other, the two stood in the doorway like two pines. Dong Huang-ao, who entered the carriage, saw that Xin Fan was making tea in front of the desk table and smiled archly. Today, Dong Huang-ao has finally seen the true face of Emperor's son. This gift is to make amends to Emperor's son. And many thanks to Emperor's son for being merciful during this Sevenstar Mountain. Xin Fan smiled and gestured for him to take a seat. The State Lord is polite. This matter has long passed. You and I can just call each other Taoist friends. Dong Huang-ao, who had come close, glanced at Sului, who was practicing on her knees in the corner, and laughed as she took her seat. I wonder if fellow Taoist Qin has something important to discuss when he stays here. At their position, every word and action has a deep meaning. Dong Huang-ao felt that Xin Fan must have his intentions in sending this great gift to Daqian. What deep meaning can I have? Xin Fan raised his cup and lightly sipped his tea, smiling lightly. It's just a matter of coincidence that I came across this matter, and since Daqian is the closest to this place, I just waited for Daqian to come and then left. I didn't expect that Dao Yu Donghuan would come here in person. Chapter 86, Terrifying Killer. Blackmail? You're not worthy of it. Ha! Dong Huang-ao was slightly stunned. I didn't expect Xin Fan to simply give them such a thick and big gift. Returning to his senses, he looked at Xin Fan and laughed. Ha ha, it seems I was overthinking. Why don't we get this over with? And how about traveling to my Daqian for a tour? Fellow Taoist Shun? It's also a way to make amends and express my gratitude. Next time, I still have important matters. Xin Fan shook his head. Beheading the elder of the god-slaying temple was already his next plan, so naturally he wouldn't take the time to go to Daqian. He then explained the 10% spirit stones from the three families of Kanglan City, as well as the benefits he had previously promised to the disciples of Rakshasa Cliff, to Dong Huang-ao to handle. Dong Huang-ao, on the other hand, listened attentively and asked from time to time if these forces were involved with Xin Fan, so that the benefits could be shared equally. Outside the wagon, the two old men standing in the doorway, seeing the Dong Huang-yu, who had gotten off the carriage in front of them and walked over in a serious manner. One of them opened his mouth. Your Highness, the Lord of the land has already said to only let you follow. Don't think about going in. The East Emperor Moonfall, who was in full dress, stood on tiptoe to look at the alabaster car window and shouted, Can't even look? Obviously, she wanted to use her voice to attract Xin Fan inside the car. Don't waste your time, princess. The compartment has been blocked from the six senses, and the sound can't get through. With regards to these two oily old men, Dong Huang-yu directly collapsed his face and turned to leave with a fling of his robe. Humph, you guys are so pedantic when I told you that he has forgiven me. What's the point of being nervous? Seeing her return to the carriage, the two old men remained expressionless. One move to kill a half-saint, 9 heavens. One must be pedantic without being pedantic. Isn't this because I'm afraid that you'll cause bad memories for Empyrean son? Little girl, old me has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. Seeing Dong Huang-yu's depressed face, Rong Mama, who was standing inside the carriage, said indignantly, Those two old guys are really elm-brained. That emperor must be in a good mood after seeing the young lady's appearance? Why would he care about what happened before? As an old servant of the Eastern royal family, Sister Rong was naturally inclined towards her own young lady in everything. Sitting in front of the desk table, Dong Huang-yu propped up her chin with one hand, looking at her own carefully dressed makeup in front of the dressing mirror with an expression of lack of interest, and said in a bored manner, Well, Daddy and the confessor have their own ideas. The young master had spoken, and Sister Young was immediately silenced. Stroking the hair around her ears, Dong Huang-yu took out a portrait from her spatial ring and spread it out in front of the desk table. The man in the portrait was dressed in white and stood with his arms folded. Each stroke is just right, drawing the man on the paper alive and extremely evocative. It is enough to witness that the painting skill of the person who put down the brush is very extraordinary. Across from the man, though, an old man with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth was a bit scribbling, and not far from the painting, outside the mountains, the old crone lying on the ground could not even see her face, but the court dress on her body could vaguely see some identity. Looking at the glowing man in the painting, the Rong Mama on the side marveled. Mrs. Painting skill is a masterpiece. She almost jumped out of the painting. As for the old man Dong Huang-yu himself lying on the ground, they were automatically ignored by Rong Mama. Eastern Emperor Moonfall smiled faintly and waved his hand. You go outside and keep an eye out. Call out to me when they come out. Okay. After seeing Sister Rome leave, Donghuan Yuezhuan took out another brush, ink, paper and inkstone and another piece of drawing paper. Ready to start drawing. The painting was already half drawn, and even young Ma hadn't seen the contents of the painting. The man and woman in the painting were seen sitting in a beautifully colored garden, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. What made Donghuan Yuezhuang a little shy was that she was leaning on Xin Fan's shoulder, pointing at the bright moon in the air as if she was saying something, and Xin Fan in the painting was smiling, one hand holding 10 fingers with her, and the other hand covered the back of her hand. The scene was extremely cozy. With a slightly reddened face, Donghuan Yuezhuang smiled as she picked up the brush and continued to dot the unfinished sky with stars. But just then, she suddenly realized that the windows of the car in front of her were somewhat dimly lit. Looking up slightly, she saw an old man in cloth with a thin face. Looking at the scroll on the desk, the old man's hair was thinning and his skin was furrowed like dead wood. Not a single emotion or ripple flowed from the deep gaze. Oh, it's a great secret to discover. In a hushed whisper, the window of the car in front of her opened silently and automatically. Why can't the confessor discover him? The horrified Eastern Emperor Moonfall screamed out in his heart. Somebody! However, the generals outside with their backs to the carriage like statues didn't move as if they couldn't hear her shouts. Looking at the dry palm that slowly reached out, Donghuan Yuezhuang realized that he couldn't even move. Next moment, the dry palms of her hands were like iron hooks, clasping her white neck in death. Compared to the last time when Xin Fan stuck his neck, this time, the Eastern Emperor Moonfall was chilled all over, and his body couldn't stop trembling, because she felt the breath of death coming. In just one breath, her cheeks, which were locked in a necklock, turned a purple-red color. The veins on his forehead were even bulging like earthworms. Seeing the offerings and Sister Rong in the distance and the afterglow, as well as the motionless carriage door curtains, Donghuan Yuezhuan was filled with despair. Sage Realm. Those 3 words exploded in her mind like thunder. It was definitely a Saint Realm powerhouse from the god-slaying temple. The heart is dead as ashes of the East Emperor Moonfall, remembering what the old man had said before, grasped the other party's leathery wrist in death, and uttered a voice with difficulty. You, ahem, don't try to blackmail him with me. Blackmail? As if the old man had heard some funny joke, a sneer appeared on his expressionless cheeks. And you deserve, or think too highly of him? As he spoke, he swept the white jade carriage in front of him, and suddenly had a crystal jade-like bone spur in his hand. Looking at the East Emperor Moonfall, who was trembling violently and showing a look of horror, the old man smiled faintly. Destroy my temple killer, then let him also feel what it is like for the people around him to die. The words fell. The old man casually stabbed the bone spikes into Donghuan Yuezhuang's abdomen and tossed her aside like a piece of trash. The moment the bone spikes entered the body, shocking killing intent instantly ravaged the entire body of Eastern Emperor Moonfall. The killing intent was like a lingering scraping of the bones, cutting the chi-si vortex and meridians in her body by inches. An unspeakably sharp pain filled her brain, causing her body to shake like a sieve and spurt blood from her mouth. Yet the Donghuan Yuezhuang, whose eyes had lost focus, refused to let out a single groan of pain. Boo! The dull sound of a body hitting the ground broke the eerie quiet of the place. Regardless of the 2 great Xian offerings at the entrance of the carriage, it was still young Ma and the hundreds of generals around him, as well as the forces watching. All of them were attracted by the sound and looked at the Deqian carriage in unison. Chapter 87, Cultivation Surge. Sage Realm's 6th Heaven. Upon seeing the cloth-clothed old man who suddenly appeared at the side of the carriage, and the Donghuan Yuezhuan who fell to the ground with bone spikes sticking out of his abdomen, everyone's faces changed drastically, and they all brought their auras to the limit. Seeing Donghuan Yueho's face like gold paper, Rong Ma was even more enraged as she sped away, shouting harshly and sadly, "Miss!" And when Donghuan Ao lifted the curtain of the car with a smile on his face, he instantly heard this mournful cry like the cry of a stern ghost. His gaze froze, and his pupils suddenly shrank as he fiercely looked towards the Eastern Emperor Moonfall, who was lying on the ground, bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. Drop! Next moment, boom! A scalp-inducing terrifying aura swept out from the cloth-clothed old man at the side of the carriage, shaking the 4 directions. The moment the people present came into contact with this trace of breath, it was like being pressed by the entire dome of heaven, making it difficult to stand, and being directly subdued to the ground. Put! The mid-air Rong Mama even sprayed out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, blood staining the sky. Even for the 2 old priests of Deqian, the slightest resistance to this aura made them kneel on one knee, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. The 2 men, who were full of shock, looked at the purple-gold ripples lingering around the old man in front of them and were appalled. Sage Realm. At this point, looking at Xin Fan who lifted the curtain of the car, the cloth-clothed old man's body's increasingly strong breath slapped towards him like a big wave at the same time. Indifferently said, "Emperor's son? Oh, You killed my hand and foot chasing souls. I wonder what it's like to watch a red face pass away today. District Half Saint 9 Heavens. Even if the other party's qualifications were even more unbelievable. One day without entering the Holy Spirit is like a gap between heaven and earth. If a demon of the ninth sky of the king's realm was able to buck a cultivator who was at the beginning of the half-saint realm, then in the case of a half-saint against a sage realm powerhouse, the likelihood of successfully crossing the rank is slim to none. Sage realm powerhouses not only cultivated the sage golden ripple to perfection, they were extremely powerful. Even more so, the aura in his body was refined to produce the innate purple aura that belonged exclusively to the saint, quasi-imperial, and great emperor levels, even if Xin Fan's stance had reached Wing Dao perfection. However, under the suppression of the laws of the saint realm, it was also difficult to use one's full strength. This is the majesty of the saints under the certification of the heavenly Tao. Speed, on the other hand, was one of the most proud feats of the Slaying God Palace. The cloth-clothed old man admitted that Xin Fan's strength was very stunning, maybe even have a fight with him, but he came this time to avenge his brother-in-arms, Old Man Soul Chaser. Even if he had to pay a price, he would have to kill the other party. Feeling the might emanating from the old man became more and more terrifying. Everyone in the room was as if their hearts were dead. As soon as the two sides crossed paths, the aftermath of a Saint Realm attack was enough to turn everyone present into flying ash. The people of the three families of Kanglan City were even more pale. Don't say they won't survive. The whole city will fly into oblivion. It's over. The Emperor's son actually provoked this kind of powerhouse, and I even met him. What a ing bad luck. If I had known it would be today, it would have been better not to come to this bargain. The Emperor's son. Emperor's son should be guarded by a strong member of the Emperor clan, right? Where is the protector of the Tao? Why hasn't it shown up yet? Old me can't stand it anymore. Xin Fan, who was standing outside the carriage at this time, faced the sage pressure that the cloth-clothed old man covered in pressed. The peerless holy blood in his body surged like 10,000 horses galloping, spontaneously resisting the might. At the same time, Xin Fan gazed at the expressionless cloth-clad old man and said in his heart, "System, copy his cultivation. Lot to capture the spirit. Identified cultivation level, first heaven of the sage realm. Reproduction increase opens. Sage realm first heaven. Sage realm second heaven." Rumble. Listening to the gusts of landslide like loud sounds that roared out within Xin Fan's body, the cloth-clothed old man's eyes stared as he seized the spirit. Is it finally time to use the bloodline power of a special physique? It wasn't uncommon for an existence like the Emperor's son to have a special physique. He who said in his heart, fully energized the aura that belonged exclusively to a sage realm powerhouse, and blasted at Xin Fan without any reservation. Put. Even if it wasn't directed at the people present. This saintly pressure, which was like substance, all but crunched the bones of the people's bodies. The cultivators with weak cultivation were even spraying blood on the spot and directly fainted. Scanning the breathless and disoriented Donghuang Yuezhuang on the ground, as well as Xin Fan's expression as he gazed intently at himself, Raider's brows furrowed. The look in the other party's eyes was too calm. Not the slightest bit of pain from the fading of a red face. It wasn't what he wanted to see. With that in mind, Raider of the Spirit raised his hand and waved it. He saw a piece of drawing paper float out from within the Deqian carriage and levitate at his side. Looking at the scene of the two snuggling together in the painting, Raider pulled the corner of his mouth and teased, "This girl is afraid to ask you whether the moon in the sky is good looking, or the person under the moon is more beautiful?" As soon as the words fell, the crowd saw the East Emperor moonfall as if returning to the light. His eyes filled with despair as he looked at the old man and coughed up blood in a trembling voice. "Ahem, give me back." The voice is as thin as a fly. There was no petulance, no anger in his tone. The only thing left is the aggravation and pain of having the secrets of your heart revealed in public. It's desperation under extreme humiliation. There was even a hint of begging in her tone. Dong Huang Ao, who had never seen his daughter with this kind of look, his tiger eyes turned red and his fists clenched. He was trembling violently, but then he clenched his cheeks in death and lowered his eyes. The temple of the killing god, Sage Realm. These 6 big words were like a huge mountain pressing on his heart. He didn't even dare to show a hint of killing intent, fearing that Great Qian would be destroyed in this way. So what if it's a superpower? In the face of such a terrifying, overwhelming power, one could only endure. Ha 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 ha. Deafening, maniacal laughter resounded from the mouth of the vampire-snatching elder. What a laugh! That was the feeling he wanted. Even if it's not the main one, it's enough. Sweeping the despairing eyes of Dong Huan Yulu, Raider of the Spirit's eyes condensed, snapping his fingers and shooting the drawing paper toward Xin Fan, smiling morosely. "Take a good look at your red face and how well you paint." Phew! The piercing sound of breaking wind. The drawing paper broke through the spatial barrier like a blade and instantly arrived in front of Xin Fan. A mere piece of paper? Under the enchantment of a Sage Realm powerhouse, wherever it passed even space cut a tiny black line. When really, it's appalling. and the old man who had seized the spirit had already disappeared into thin air. When the drawing paper did not arrive, he came after him, and the sharp blade in his hand flashed coldly and sliced at Shinfan's neck. In the meantime, Sage Realm 4th Heaven, Sage Realm 5th Heaven, 6th Heaven of the Sage Realm. The moment the cultivation level was raised to the extreme, Shinfan's eyes condensed and he drank in a deep voice. Seal. Next moment, boom, a roar that shook heaven and earth. The aura around Shinfan was like being boiled, and the fog rose. In the spirit mist, a chain of golden laws coalesced in front of his body, transforming into a large golden character haunted by a purple aura. Sealed. Buzz. The large golden letters suspended in the air trembled slightly. The ripples of purple chi on the word, seal, swept across the field like a white horse. The boiling spirit mist in the air stopped in an instant. Even if it was the breeze around them, the shaken clothes of the crowd, the dust raised on the ground, as well as attacking and killing Shinfan's raiding spirit and the piece of paper. All of them, in this moment, stood still in the air. The people who saw this scene were horrified. The words of a saint. The words follow the law? Is it hard for the Emperor's son to have long been sainted? Chapter 88, Killing the Saint Realm Godslayer. Everyone present stared blankly at the golden seal character in the air that emitted ripples of law and was extremely dazzling. They could only see the large golden letters and could not even turn their eyes for a fraction of a second. This shocking scene, it's like a dream come true for everyone. The Emperor's son has entered the saints? It's too unbelievable. I heard that he's only 19 years old. Is this the words of the Sage Realm? I'm finally saved. PFFFFFFFFFFFF. Just when the excitement in the hearts of the crowd was hard to understand, a series of dull plops came through the air. A few cultivators who were lying on the ground with excellent sight saw the old man who was fixed in the air with a hideous face, his body bursting with blood and flesh. Rumble, deafening roar. Drops of essence blood shot out from the body of the vampire snatching elder. It rushed towards the sealing field around him. Obviously, he wanted to use the terrifying energy in the blood of the saints to impact the surrounding, seal, word ripple laws. Yet this last struggle remained futile. It was only because his essence blood was sealed in the void on the spot when it was separated from his body. No exceptions. The old man who knew in his heart that it was fruitless to seize the spirit. A lurid flame flared up in his eyes. Boom! He directly burned out the saint's essence blood in his body. His body aura had skyrocketed more than several times from before. At this moment, he erupted with a brilliant red light, like a blazing sun suspended in the air. That Sage Realm's innate purple chi was even completely burned by him, burning the surrounding law ripples with a nuisance sound. When I saw that the seal was about to be loosened, Old Man Raider of the Spirit looked horrified at the arcane dowel lines revealed by the loosening of the burnt seals. His heart was in despair, and he stared at Shinfan in front of him with a deadly stare, bursting out with a heart full of unwillingness. This isn't a Saint Realm divine ability. You've comprehended the sealing avenue. The so-called words follow the law, which was just the touting of cultivators below the Sage Realm. Otherwise what else would they cultivate in the Sage Realm? Old Man Snatchers didn't understand until now. Shinfan actually used the sealing avenue. It was not by virtue of cultivation that he suppressed this heaven and earth with the laws of the saints, but the seal avenue is different. This path is extraordinary. There was even the comment that it was difficult to realize to Mahayana unless one was a supreme demon. Moreover, the sealing avenue that the other party has comprehended is at an extremely high level. Its cultivation was also unfathomable, because again, as a Sage Realm cultivator, there was no way he could even offer a hint of resistance. Next moment, buzz. The word, seal, in the void trembled slightly, and its light flourished. A shocking sealing aura swept out. A radiant Tao pattern appeared from the void, like dots of stars, illuminating this side of the heavens and earth. And the old man who wanted to burn his essence blood and fight to the death to seize the spirit. The surrounding visions were even sealed in the air on the spot. No more sound. When the golden sealing characters in the air that were haunted by the purple aura disappeared, the people present who had resumed their actions looked at the old man who had seized the spirit in the air for the first time. It was seen that Raider's body was as black as if it had been burned by a great fire. After a breeze, his body turned into a speck of dust and disappeared into the air. Phew! Holy crap! It's finally alive. It still has to be an Emperor's son. Otherwise, with one strike from a saint, this area would be reduced to pieces. The crowd, who wiped away their weak sweat, sat down in unison with relief. Suddenly, a whisper in the middle of the field had the crowd puzzled. It's quite an act. Acting? Could it be that it's a divine-souled golden body of the Saint Realm? The well-read cultivator was shocked in his heart. A stream of light flashed in the eyes of Shinfan, who spoke softly. It was only in the eyes of the Voidbreaker god. A divine-souled golden body in front of him fled at lightning speed. Shinfan towed the body into a shadow, instantly appeared in front of the old man's soul gold body, brazenly raised his hand and drank in a deep voice. Soul sacrifice net. Phew! The moment a large gray net coalesced in its palm, the power of the prancing man's divine soul. Even the cultivators from afar were provoked to have their souls trembling and their backs chilling. What a powerful divine soul power. My goodness, this emperor's son is afraid he's become a spirit. So fierce. Just how terrifying is his strength? Even this extremely powerful divine soul secret method. An old man Snatchers looked at the large net of divine souls that enveloped him and was so frightened that his liver and gall bled. No! Sound of escaping laughter. The soul sacrifice net was like a dense network of gray lasers, directly penetrating through old man vampire Snatcher's divine soul golden body. The golden body instantly split into pieces and dissipated into the air along with the soul sacrifice net. The battle was instantaneous though, but it was over in the blink of an eye. Everyone thought that a battle between saints was bound to be terrifyingly powerful. However, Xin Fan only made one move. Just forced the old man who took the vampire to burn his own essence blood, begging for a ray of life not to mention. It even obliterated his divine soul and killed him on the spot, unopposed and utterly crushed. If it's not unexpected, Emperor Sun's cultivation must be more than the third sky of the Sage Realm. Otherwise, it would never have been possible to defeat the Spirit Snatcher so easily. Inhuman. I haven't even comprehended the Great Tao, let alone the way of sealing. This is just pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. It's too damn fierce. Watching Xin Fan in the distant sky flashing, the crowd did not even dare to utter an atmosphere, their eyes unblinking as they watched him. Xin Fan, who had landed on the ground, raised his hand and took the drawing paper on the ground in his hand, and walked towards the side of Donghuang Yuezhu, who was lying on the ground. Seeing him squat down, the East Emperor Moonfall, whose body was convulsing, murmured with slightly trembling lips, You, don't talk. Xin Fan frowned. However, East Emperor Moonfall's body trembled more and more, coughing up blood in large mouths while looking at him with eyes full of tears, pleading in a trembling voice, Listen, cough, listen to me. At this moment, her meridians were broken all over her body, and her bones were even eroded by the killing chi of the old man who had seized her spirit, and she was injured all over her body. It is difficult to eliminate the saintly realm's Tao injuries unless it is an ancient divine medicine. Maybe it's on Xin Fan. After all, the Willow family's business is known to anyone with a heart. But she didn't want the other party to use this supreme divine medicine and waste it on herself. Listening to his impatient tone, East Emperor Moonfall revealed a smile with difficulty and said in a trembling voice, I'm so good-looking not. The words broke off, which must have taken her a long time to think about asking. Xin Fan looked at her septuagenarian appearance, as well as her makeup that was wet with blood and tears, and nodded neutrally. If it weren't for my steadfastness in Taoism, I would have to be scared out of my wits by you. These words fell on deaf ears, causing the East Emperor Moonfall to almost pout. Chapter 89, This day has opened his eyes, and his hand is an Imperial Dan. The words fell. Xin Fan directly took out an elixir that was full of spiritual chi from the system space. Boom! At the moment the elixir appeared, a horrifying purple aura rose up like a fog and swept through the heavens and earth, and the elixir even emitted a horrible ripple, vaguely showing signs of breaking free from Xin Fan's fingertips. Only for a moment, a Tao pattern sealed from Xin Fan's fingertips to the elixir, wrapping it in a way that made it difficult to move. Imperial Dan? Shocked out loud, Dong Huang Ao's eyes were covered in shock and joy. It's not just him. Behind the two Dakian worshippers are also eyes round. Even the breath around the body is difficult to control. Chinese clothes hunting. My god, this day is a real eye-opener. Out of the blue is an Imperial Dan. Landlord. A cultivator took a big gulp of the Dan fragrance left around him. I suck. An old cultivator in the crowd, who had returned to his senses, sucked violently, like a whale sucking in. It bulged the entire body. The Imperial Dan was definitely out of the question, and they didn't have the guts to do it. But sucking on a Dan Xiang TZ won't save them, right? For them, Dan Xiang was also a great creation. I suck. Even the three great families of Kanglan City had joined in absorbing the surrounding purple Qi Dan fog. As the air is sucked in a bit of a vacuum, the already breathless Eastern Emperor Moonfall's chest cavity dented violently. Seeing that Xin Fan had sent the elixir over, she took the strength and stared at him with a deadly trembling voice. Don't. Me. I'm not worth it. When she finished speaking, she closed her lips tightly with effort. However, her gradually moist eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Xin Fan. At this moment she felt that even if she died, it would be worth it. At least he was willing to save her. And that was enough. This statement was made. Not far away, Dong Huang Ao sighed in his heart, but he had a smile on his face and murmured rather emotionally. The Eastern Emperor has a daughter named Moonfall. Good for you. He can be a father and the lord of the great Qian kingdom. Watching his beloved eldest daughter fall, how could he talk to others about the sorrow in his heart? And not far away on the ground Rong Mama, has long been old tears, full of grief. Miss Xin Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a hesitant face as he inquired. So I'm not giving it to you? Donghuang Yuezhuang, whose consciousness was somewhat scattered, looked at the blurred silhouette in front of him and murmured, "Painting, give me my painting, eat yours." Shinfan pulled the corner of his mouth and sent the Emperor Dan in his hand into her mouth. Then while using his aura to help her dissolve the medicinal power, he pulled out the bone spikes in her abdomen with one hand. The intense pain provoked Dong Huang Yulu to tremble and cough up blood from his mouth. The moment the powerful medicinal power surged into the body, Dong Huang Yuezhuang could clearly feel that the scars of the Great Tao, which were like a bone attached to the bone, were being disintegrated one by one. At the same time, the majestic breath of life filled within her limbs and bones. It only took a few breaths for the wound in her abdomen to heal. Due to blood loss combined with nervous tension, the now relaxed Eastern Emperor Moonfall felt sleepy all of a sudden. But she was full of nervousness as she grabbed Shinfan's coat corner and weakly said, "Are you leaving?" Maybe it's a woman's sixth sense. She felt that Shinfan was like a kite with a broken string, and it would disappear from her eyes in no time. In particular, he has not the slightest comment or ripple about his paintings. This made Dong Huang Yuezhuang gasp in some panic. Looking at the reluctance in her eyes, Shinfan smiled blandly and raised his hand to point at the center of her eyebrows and said softly, "When you're free, visit Dixian and get a good night's sleep." "Don't," murmured a low voice. East Emperor Moonfall slowly closed his heavy eyelids. "Hey." Looking at the tear stains slipping from the corner of her eyes, Shinfan sighed softly and placed the drawing paper in her hands. He also didn't know what Eastern Emperor Moonfall liked about him. Perhaps he was too stunning, and that's what left a shadow in her mind. This kind of thing is normal. Who's young and hasn't seen someone who's wowed them for life? However, Shinfan knew in his heart how fast he was improving. It's simply not something that can be understood by the unusual. Perhaps you'll be able to recognize reality when I'm certified after a while, when the gap between the two is as wide as heaven and earth. It was thought that Dong Huang Yueho would seal up this relationship as a fond memory. Shinfan, who had recovered his thoughts, got up and swept the previous battlefield. The old man who had taken the vampire's essence blood in violet chi and burned the spatial ring out of existence. There was nothing to collect as loot. Seeing Shinfan walking towards him, Dong Huang Ao and the two offerings behind him hurriedly arched their hands and bowed. "Thank you, Emperor's son, for your help." East Emperor Ao is grateful. "If I can be of any use to you, I will go through fire and water and die." As the head of a country, he couldn't pull down Dixian because of his emotions, but as a father, he was willing to make a big promise. Words are too strong. "After this matter is settled, I will leave it to fellow Daoist East Emperor." Shinfan smiled faintly and walked into the carriage. Emperor Dan is just not enough to use to go to the major forces. Dan Palace slipped around to look at a few eyes have. As for him being seriously injured and needing elixirs or whatever, that's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Entering the carriage, Shinfan took out the cloud-piercing shuttle and put Sului, who was practicing, on it. Not for a while. Seeing that Shinfan, who was sitting on the cloud-piercing shuttle, collected the carriage and flew into the distance. Dong Huang Ao at the side of the Dixian carriage took a deep breath and looked toward the line of people walking not far away. The old man in the center of this group of blood-clothed cultivators was none other than the Rakshasa Cliff's supreme elder, Erwia. It's actually him who has come. It seems that Rakshasa Cliff is quite attached to the matter of the Emperor's son. Dong Huang Ao arched his hand and smiled. Late generation Dong Huang Ao, meet the Rakshasa Cliff supreme elder, Erwia, who had come close, stroked his beard and laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, there's no need for the state lord to be polite. It's a pity that old me came a step too late to see the Emperor's son." "Vladimir, coming late? You're afraid that the Emperor's son will lose and be approached by the prana-snatching elder, aren't you?" Dong Huang Ao smiled faintly and walked with him towards the distant open space. "I don't know how the state lord will distribute the spirit stone mines here," Erwia asked with a smile as he looked at the large mountain in front of him. Dong Huang Ao narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "How about you and I support a force out together?" As for the profits of the three families in Kanglan City, he would personally come to the door to discuss. It was thought that these three families were also extremely happy to put their descendants' sons and daughters into the mountains to cultivate. If such a large vein of ore is demolished, it is a real pity. Earl Wuya did not hesitate and nodded with a smile. For Rakshasa Cliff to send a supreme elder to come, it was obvious that he wanted to pull the strings with Shinfan. In particular, Shinfan's battle performance of crushing the Prana Snatcher's Comer just now had strengthened Wuya's determination. Such qualifications and extraordinary battle prowess. Let's not talk about the eastern region. Even the entire Xiantian continent couldn't find the same young generation. The great power comes. Rakshasa Cliff at this time does not follow the pole to climb up. Wait for a better time? And the reason why Dong Huang Ao sought cooperation from Rakshasa Cliff. The main purpose was that Rakshasa Cliff was known far and wide for its ferocity. The Dixian Imperial dynasty wanted to go further and take the lead of the superpowers. Dark means are essential. Then the Rakshasa Cliff in front of him was undoubtedly a very good partner. With the invisible mountain of Shinfan looming over him, He wasn't afraid that Rakshasa Cliff would turn against him. Both of them are smart people. After 3 words to determine the target, they looked at each other and turned to leave. Chapter 90, Lai Miaoan's Speculation. Reincarnation of a Great Power? The Grand Canyon of the Tendong Mountains. Since the Battle of Kanglan City, Shen Fan had come here without stopping. Looking at the bottomless canyon below, Shen Fan, who had withdrawn his divine sense, frowned. Running away? Looks like I'm going to have to sneak around the lair of the god-slaying temple. He didn't find the aura of the Saint realm in it. Obviously, the old man who snatched the spirit should have a soul lamp dharma treasure left in the god-killing temple. After the man dies and the lights go out, the god-slayer Moro, who was hidden here, directly chose to run away. The monk can run away from the temple. Rubbing his chin, Shen Fan took out the Xuanji turtle armor from the system space and placed it on the ground. Just as Shen Fan was about to put down his pen to write, he glanced sideways at the bottom of the canyon. A black figure was seen flying up. The man landed a short distance away, bowed to him with an arch and said nervously, Slayer 9, 723, 000. Stop. Shen Fan rolled his eyes and frowned. What's the matter? Killer Man stopped his self-introductions in a hurry and looked at him with a solemn arch. My hall master asked me to inform the Emperor's son that from today onwards, the god-slaying hall will never assassinate the Emperor's son again. At the same time, the employer's information will be handed over to Emperor Z. Hearing this, Shen Fan looked at him in amusement. If someone kills you and doesn't, do you take revenge? This, Killer Man secretly gulped, his face full of tension. The man in front of him was an existence that had killed 2 major godslayers. If he had that power, who cares if the other guy would kill him? Straight to the door. Too bad he's just a messenger minion. It was still a minion of the god-slaying temple, so how could he dare to make more comments? Filled with nervousness, he ferried a jade slip and a piece of paper to Shen Fan and whispered, the paper contains information about the employer. The jade slip contains a map of a quasi-imperial soldier's route buried by the hall master, as well as information on an ancient divine medicine, as a way to make amends to the Emperor's son. These are the temple master's original words. Shen Fan took it and swept his divine sense through the jade slip. Except for 2 place names, nothing special. It was just that what he didn't expect was that the employer was actually the Qin family's main mother, Zhang Ruolin, the big gold master Qin family. Shen Fan, who had a slight frown on his brow, collected the jade slip and looked at the killer man and said indifferently, tell your hall master that if you want to ambush me, you'd better pull out all your family's money and try it. Having been intercepted twice, the god-slaying temple wanted to make peace with him? Pure heaven. My god, he still really wants to demolish the killing god palace. The forehead-sweating killer man arched his hand repeatedly, backed up and left before leaping into the large canyon below. Since you guys are starting to wimp out, whispered Shen Fan, raising his hand and writing a word on the Xuanji turtle armor. Ground. Meaning of the word earth. Where is the address of the lair of the temple of the killing god? Originally, he had wanted to dismantle all the branches of the East region's god-slaying temple. Then when he traveled to the northern border, West Lin Tian, South Wasteland, and the Middle Imperial continent to wander around blindly, he incidentally dismantled the various branches of the god-slaying temple. But now that the killing god palace had already egged out, Shen Fan could only destroy the other party's lair first. Xuanji Kamehameha Analysis. Deep in the 100,000 mountains of the southern barbarians, it has been decrypted, and 60 of the tortoise shell lines have disappeared. Blood loss I-60 turtle lines. Depends on you to kill the god temple. Enough to pay back the debt. Looking at the turtle armor disappeared on a small piece of lines. A face of meat pain. Shen Fan sat on the cloud-piercing shuttle after flying towards the nearest big city. He needed to find a teleportation array and head to the southern barbarians. Although his great emperor formation pattern could teleport to extremely far places, it was all random. Unless the place where Shen Fan had stepped foot, he could reach it by teleporting with a thought after carving a great emperor formation pattern. Now if he used the great emperor formation pattern, hell knows where he would go. At this time, Lai Miaoan on the flying boat controlled the creation bellstone and landed on Shen Fan's shoulder, looking at him curiously. You're really only 19? Not the reincarnation of a great power? When something was beyond the perception of an existence like hers, it was not something that could be described as a demon. In Lai Miaoan's eyes, Shen Fan had clearly only had the aura of a half-saint realm before, and just in a blink of an eye he had reached the saint realm? There are only 2 possibilities. Shen Fan pretended to look shocked and looked at her eyes that emanated wisdom and wondered. What? I'm the reincarnation of a great power? Lai Miaoan's eyes flashed as she smiled. That's right. Either you are hiding your cultivation, pretending to be a pig, or you have a cultivation shielding treasure on you, so even I can't detect it. Either you are the reincarnation of a great power, or the Tao body of a certain great power, coming to experience the red dust tribulation. Once you encounter a life and death danger, the seals in your body will automatically be lifted and your cultivation will skyrocket. Am I right? Needless to say, her guess was indeed well-founded. Shinfan came to a realization, and to the smug Lai Miaoan, he said in a serious manner, "No wonder I always have a dream that the immortal realm was all created by me with the wave of my hand. It seems that I really am a great power. Immortal domain was created by you?" Lai Miaoan's face was filled with disbelief, but when she saw Shinfan's grinning appearance, she was obviously teasing her. Lai Miaoan puffed up her mouth in anger and glared at him. "Humph." Shinfan, who had finished bragging, saw Sului's face of excitement when she woke up and admired. "Awesome! Another breakthrough. Quickly maneuver the flying boat to the nearest big city to find a teleportation array. I need to recuperate my energy." With that, he came to his exclusive reclining place on the flying boat and took out a large quilt to smother his head. Sului, who was still planning to claim credit, arrived in front of the cloud-penetrating shuttle with a face full of helplessness and controlled the flying boat to fly towards the nearest big city. Seeing her chin in her hand, she stared ahead unfocused. Lai Miaoan controlled the creation bellstone to land on her shoulder and said softly, "Aren't you happy about the breakthrough? You're already very good." A forlorn Sului, her fingers fiddling with her pink lips, whispered, "No more powerful than him. What's there to be happy about? It really isn't worth being happy when the things that are most worth showing off are optional in the eyes of others." Li Miaoan pursed her lips and smiled. She had learned about Su Luoyi's past and understood her current mood. After thinking about it, she followed the other party's example, sitting on her knees with her hand on her chin, and said softly, "In the past, when you were alone, you should have been very happy after your breakthrough, and you wouldn't have cared about what others thought, but you put your mind on him and couldn't get the encouragement you wanted, so you naturally felt unhappy." Hearing these words, Su Luoyi looked back at Shinfan behind her in some panic. "Don't worry, he can't hear you." Lai Miaoan looked at her with some amusement. "Just you are smart." Su Luoyi glared at her with some shyness, then took out the extreme spirit stones and stuffed them into the grooves of the cloud-penetrating shuttle, and sped off at a rapid pace. It was fast, like she was trying to put the awkwardness and nervousness from before behind her. Su Luoyi, who had planned to ignore her, panicked in her heart when she heard the next sentence. "While you were cultivating, a saint from the god-slaying temple came to attack. He's hurt?" Su Luoyi looked at her with nervousness. "No." Lai Miaoan smiled slightly and looked at her seriously. "During the sparring match, he broke through to the sixth sky of the Sage Realm." "Oh," Su Luoyi whispered, continuing to look blankly at the mountainous landscape ahead. Only the gleam in her eyes was much darker than before. "Sage Realm sixth heaven." Without realizing it, the mountain around us was already towering into the sky. Right now, her mood was probably the same as those Eastern region celestial pride. All that was felt was unreachable despair, and a heaviness that prevented breathing. Chapter 91 Poison Saint Ischung. Lai Miaoan flew to her eyes and laughed softly. "There's nothing to be discouraged about. You can't compare yourself to him, otherwise wouldn't you be making a fool of yourself? What do you want to say?" Su Luoyi looked at her quizzically. Lai Miaoan smiled faintly. "I have quite a few immortal scriptures suitable for you. How about teaching you to cultivate immortality? Consider it a good karma." She really didn't want the girl to be like the sleeping guy and just say no. Shinfan was an alien in the eyes of Lai Miaoan, impossible to speculate on. However, this kind of person, himself possesses a chi that is extremely powerful. The maids at their side naturally possessed notable chi. It was a pity that Shinfan did not accept her goodwill and found it difficult to let her shine. She had to settle for second best. After Su Luoyi pondered for a moment, he took a slight breath and looked at her and solemnly said, "Good, count me as owing you a favor." "Hey, smart, this could be your chi-yu." Lai Miaoan's eyes lit up. This thing of chi luck, although indefinable, but there is a hidden trajectory to follow. As the current Su Luoyi was subject to her transmission, it was also a manifestation of chi. In this way, there was karma between her and Su Luoyi. As for the cause and effect, it is still an exercise in futility that can only be assessed by time. Next, after Lai Miaoan had gone through Su Luoyi's consent, she probed her divine sense and Holy Spirit poison body, as well as the gong methods she was currently practicing, and then rummaged through her mind to find an immortal scripture that was suitable for the other party's cultivation. Misty City. The city is as its name suggests. The entire city is wrapped in a naturally occurring mist. As this mist was quite beneficial to the cultivator's cultivation, this leads to extremely expensive entry fees, not to mention, cultivators who wanted to stay in this city were all of great wealth. At this moment, Shinfan and Su Luoyi were walking on the streets of Misty Capital City, preparing to head to the teleportation array square. Su Luoyi raised her hand and grabbed the mist in the air and inquired to Shinfan, "Gongzi, when you were in Kanglan City before, did you have any feelings about Princess Moonfall's feelings?" "Feelings?" Shinfan thought seriously and lamented. "It does feel a little smug to be adored." "That's it? Then why don't you go to Deqian? Maybe you can hold a beauty." Su Luoyi looked at him with a gossipy face. Snap! Xin Fan raised his hand and pressed it on her brain, saying breathlessly, "Am I such a person?" As Sului pretended to be dizzy and staggering along, bewildered, just a little smug? No? Seeing that she is good and pleasing, Xin Fan shook his head and laughed lightly. What else can there be? I can't stay anywhere character. Why should I try to make her wait for a while? If I leave, after a long time, won't I let her become a red powder withered bone? Wouldn't both of them be sad? What the eunuch said makes so much sense. Sului nodded with extreme approval. Why do you think strong people are lonely? Xin Fan cast a sidelong glance at her and walked towards the square in front with his hands behind his back, with a lonely and masterful face. Sului, who was following him, pursed her lips and smiled, but she realized that Xin Fan had suddenly stopped. Just ahead of them, they saw a woman with a full head of white hair and a cold face blocking the way of the two of them. Compared to the cloudiness on Xin Fan, the aura emanating from the opposite woman's body was extremely strong as she stopped walking. There were even faint green-colored ripples rippling out around his body. The moment the mist in the air collided with the green ripples, it instantly turned into chunks of ice and fell to the ground, looking extremely bizarre. This confrontational trio was naturally seen by the crowd in the square. Upon seeing the strange ripples emanating from the white-haired woman and the visions produced, the captain of the cultivators guarding the area around the teleportation array, his head cracked in horror. Poison Saint Icecheong? What? Run! Amidst the terrified yells, the cultivators in the square were like birds of prey, exercising their body techniques to the extreme. Shoo shoo shoo, in the blink of an eye, on the square of the teleportation array, there were just 7 pale-faced misty city guards left. Just a simple name can scare the crowd away. It could be seen how terrifying the prestige of Poison Saint Icecheong was, when she saw this white-haired woman, revealing a stiff smile to herself. Sului suddenly felt the Holy Spirit poison body bloodline in her body. It actually has a tendency to boil over. She hid behind Xin Fan with some trepidation, looking at the other party with a heart full of nervousness. Poison Saint Bing Cheong, who had withdrawn her sight, looked at Xin Fan and faintly said, "Imperial son Xin Fan, did the god-killing temple send you here?" After Xin Fan, whose face was indifferent, whispered, his aura was catalyzed to the extreme. Boom! A powerful aura was vented from his body, instantly blowing away the mist of the entire city. Looking at the faint purple aura lingering on his body surface, the city's strongest people watching from a short distance away were filled with shock. Sage Realm? I heard that not long ago, the Emperor's son was only at the half-saint realm at Volsing Mountain. How long has it only been since he made a breakthrough? He's most likely hiding his cultivation. Such a young saint realm. I'm afraid I'm not dreaming. Unlike the shock of the crowd, as Misty Capital City Lord Dongjiang, he was already sweating profusely at this point. It was important to realize that the city was inhabited by people from various powerful forces with extraordinary backgrounds. Once these two made their move, his city was considered completely ruined. That would be the end of it. Officiant's son, do you have a good plan? Dongjiang asked the old man beside him with his forehead sweating. Sun Confessor looked at the two men confronting each other in the distance of the field with a grave expression and said hoarsely, although the old man is a saint realm, but compared to these two, the gap is quite large. City Lord, seek your own happiness. I'm afraid that opening the Misty Capital City's law-protecting array won't help, so prepare to evacuate the cultivators in the city as the best strategy. Confessor Sun knew that the City Lord meant for him to stop the Emperor's son. After all, the Poison Saint Icecheong had been famous for a long time, and was far from being able to fight against him. In Dongjiang's opinion, it was rather that the Emperor's son had an unlimited reputation and could still take a shot. But the problem was that Emperor's son's sage pressure was even stronger than Poison Saint Icecheong. Dongjiang couldn't feel it, but Provider's son, who was also a great cultivator of the sage realm, naturally knew it in his heart. Of course he couldn't say this kind of thing explicitly. He could only hint at Dongjiang. Hey! Dongjiang sighed lightly and led him away quickly, preparing to evacuate the cultivators in the city. The plaza. Killing God Palace? Poison Saint Bing Xiong gazed at Xin Fan and shook her head. Compared to her previous blandness, at this time, her face had an additional look of gravity. She never expected it. Such a young cultivator in front of her actually had the strength of a sage sixth heaven, a line stronger than even her. Then she looked over at Sului, revealing a smile that was barely amiable, and faintly said, I'm going to take her on as a firstborn, and you can ask anything you want, as long as I can do it. Accepting disciples? Sului froze slightly and looked at Poison Saint Bing Xiong with some bewilderment. Xin Fan, on the other hand, frowned and rubbed his chin and whispered, any requests? Although the woman in front of her was only at the 5th level of the Saint Realm, her strength was bound to be terrifyingly abnormal. Otherwise it would not be possible to have such a hefty reputation. If I had brought such a gas bomb with me when I went to kill the temple. Seeing Xin Fan sizing himself up, Poison Saint Bing Xiong blandly said, I wonder what the Emperor's son would like. Xin Fan shook his head and said softly, The matter requires her approval. It's useless to ask me. It couldn't be better. Ding Xiong nodded and looked at the somewhat dazed Su Luoyi. Chapter 92. Su Luoyi worships her master. They separate. After a long time, seeing that Shinfan had been looking at himself with a smile on his face, returning to her senses, Su Luoyi lowered her head somewhat guiltily, not daring to meet her eyes. See the scene. On Ding Xiong's clear and cold face, she finally revealed a trace of a smile and said in relief, "Don't worry, this seat will treat you as if you were my own." These words were like a judgment, shocking Su Luoyi to the point that she trembled. "Gongzi, sorry," sobbing voice. A few drops of tears fell on the green stone road. She didn't want to leave Shinfan either. However, when Li Miaoan gave her the cultivation technique, she asked her an extremely realistic question. If Shinfan ascends one day, what can you do? All the way to Misty City, Su Luoyi had been thinking about this, but it all turned out to be impotent. Which brings us to her earlier question to Shinfan about what was in his mind for Dong Huan Yulu. The answer received was, no doubt, even more brutal. Red powder and dry bones. Only by doing her best to raise her cultivation would she be able to look over her shoulder. It's not just Li Miaoan's suggestion, and also Suroyi's own thoughts. Seeing the lowered head of Su Luoyi's delicate body slightly trembling appearance, Shinfan smiled. What's there to be sorry about? Since it's your decision, then go for it. I'm with you. Hearing these words, Su Luoyi slowly raised her head and looked at him in a trembling voice. You're not angry, my lord? Shinfan scratched her agitated nose in amusement. Ha ha, I've been wanting to get rid of your little heel for a long time. Gongzi. In the midst of sobbing, Su Luoyi directly jumped into his arms, her tears like a dike. She knew that Shinfan was joking, otherwise where would she be today? But hearing it in her ears at this moment, the only thing in her heart was a strong sense of reluctance. The two of them walked all the way. Shinfan did not treat her as a maid, tolerated her like a sister and taught her a lot of lessons in how to behave in the world, such as inside the Voltron Mountain Tavern. Shinfan was also reminding the clueless Food Xiaoran when he set up her three views, as within the Killer Village Phoenix set, those ordinary mortals and that Grandpa Ma, the contrasting branch of the god-slaying temple, the entirety of the Divine Concealment sect, was annihilated. He said that if you should be killed, you should be killed, and if you should not be killed, you should not be killed. Even if she and Shinfan met that restaurant owner, self-slapping to sell the good behavior, Shinfan stopped. He also said that cultivators should have a bottom line in their hearts and not take pleasure in bullying the weak. It didn't matter if they faced anyone, even if they faced the ferociously poor and evil Rakshasa Cliff evil cultivator. As long as there is no conflict with Shinfan, he continued to treat people like a spring breeze, never feeling superior just because he was an emperor's son and had a super high cultivation level. Sometimes Shinfan wouldn't say anything to her and just did his own thing, but what he said and what he did was remembered by Su Luoyi. If Shinfan's qualifications in cultivation were an insurmountable mountain in Su Luoyi's heart, it was difficult to reach and look up. Then his persona, even more so, made Su Luoyi feel unspeakable admiration and respect. Although Shinfan was her male son, but more often than not, Su Luoyi always treats him as her elder brother, never caring about anything and saying what she has to say. And sometimes, the two were of similar age and playing and teasing each other was the norm. It made her feel relaxed and even a little fond of Shinfan. That's when Su Luoyi decided to leave him, and guilt and reluctance filled his heart. It was difficult for her to control herself for a while, and her tears were wetting Shinfan's clothes. Shinfan just patted her back with a smile on his face and didn't say anything more. Only until Su Luoyi's crying stopped did Shinfan hold her upright and said with a smile, "Alright, in the future, follow this master of yours and cultivate properly. At least you are a Sage Realm poison cultivator. You'll have a better future than following me." While speaking, Shinfan raised the fingertips of his right hand and carved strips of array patterns in the void. Buzz! Every time the fingertips carved a spot, the array pattern would erupt with a brilliant divine aura. The surrounding aura was even more like a shocking wave, forming a huge vortex in the sky above Misty Capital City, surging into the formation pattern he had carved like a whale. The moment the formation pattern was formed, boom! Dazzling purple auras shot straight up from the array pattern, in conjunction with the aura vortex and the fog in the city that converged in the air, such as the visionary purple gas skyfalling, magnificent and unusual. Great Emperor formation patterns? Ding Xiong was shocked in her heart. She had only vaguely heard about Shinfan's reputation as an emperor's son, but it wasn't until after the meeting that he realized how strong this son's depth and strength was. Shinfan curled his finger to point at Su Luoyi's brow and sent the Great Emperor formation pattern into her sea of consciousness before laughing. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, you can come to me with a thought. At that time, this Gongzi will help you out. Aha! Su Luoyi, who was tugging on the corner of his coat, wiped her tears and was all smiles. You can also comprehend this Great Emperor formation pattern on your own. Right. There's also this spatial ring. It's full of treasures inside. Don't let anyone see it. Fan hurriedly stuffed the spatial ring into her hand while whispering in her ear. Seeing Su Luoyi look over cautiously, Bing Qiong smiled helplessly. She wants the mantle. It would have been perfect if Fan had given his entire body to her as a freshly accepted disciple. After the two of them whispered some more, Su Luoyi then loosened his lapel with fondness. Then she took out, from her space, a black-covered gungfu and handed it to Fan in a low voice. Gongzi, this back to you. Soul pinning and crossing Zen scripture? Fan looked at her inquiringly after receiving it doubtfully. Doesn't fit? Somewhat blushing, Su Luoyi didn't dare to look at her, lowered her head and took the creation bell stone on her shoulder in her hand, and softly said, Lai Miaoan gave me a soul cultivation secret method. I'm going to talk to her. Watching Su Luoyi running to the side of the open space as if she had fled, Fan smiled faintly and turned to look at Poison Saint Bing Qiong. Curious, since fellow Taoist wants to be her master, I wonder how many grades of soul cultivation you have. There's no harm in saying if it's inconvenient. Ice Qiong willow eyebrows slightly knit. Heart secretly said, this little girl has the Holy Spirit poisonous body. Think the soul repair qualification is quite high. This is to see if I am qualified enough for the teacherate. Thinking of this, Bing Qiong looked at Fan with a calm face and said, 9th grade of soul cultivation. Awesome. Fan arched his hand with a face of admiration and secretly said, System, copy her divine soul. Okay host. Locked on Ice Qiong. Soul identified as 9th grade. Reproduction increase opens. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10th grade divine soul. 2 products short of 12. The future is promising. Fan smiled faintly. In the sea of consciousness, his divine soul golden body was no longer in the shape of an imaginary shadow. Instead, it coalesced into a substantial golden man sitting on his knees, radiant with light, and was emanating powerful ripples. The stronger the divine soul was, the more powerful it would be to execute the divine soul secret technique. Fan felt that 100 years for the divine soul to break through to the 13th grade was still a bit conservative. Chapter 93, The Great Tao of 10,000. Only I am invincible. Fan, who had recovered his thoughts, casually turned over the Pinyin Duo Zen Sutra in his hand, and his face suddenly stiffened. Scratch that. Soul mingling? So outrageous. He then remembered as if the woman in the dream he had last time was most likely Su Luoyi. Especially the deep kiss was still fresh in the memory for first-time brother Fan. That feeling was still fresh in his mind now that he thought about it. Cough. Fan coughed dryly, and collected the pinning soul transition Zen scripture without moving. At this time, Su Luoyi was whispering with Lai Miaoan, telling her about some of Fan's little habits. For example, they love to sleep in, get up, like weird and wonderful things, etc. Just listening to it, Lai Miaoan's expression became a bit odd. Lying on the creation bell stone, she said breathlessly, I'm not his maid. Why are you talking to me about this? Su Luoyi's eyes curved as she looked at her and smiled. You're partners too. It's good to get to know each other better. It seems a bit reasonable. Oh, then you continue. Ri Nyoan propped up her chin and looked at the small cultivator in front of her. In the other woman's eyes, she could see a strong sense of reluctance. Whenever she talked about Fan's habits, she couldn't wait to break it up and explain it in detail, afraid that she wouldn't understand. It was actually all the little things of life. But in Su Luoyi's mouth it was said with great interest. It wasn't until she finished speaking that Lai Miaoan smiled faintly. Then you cultivate well. I'll keep an eye on you. Oh. Su Luoyi inhaled slightly and looked at her seriously. The prince is counting on Miss Lai. Thank you. What she thanked was naturally the other party for giving her the immortal scriptures to use for cultivation. Mutual benefit. Let's go. After Lai Miaoan and Su Luoyi smiled at each other, they turned around and walked towards the square. Seeing Fan looking on with a smile on his face, Su Luoyi quickly stepped forward and backward and hugged him tightly, rubbing her cheek against his chest and whispering, Gongzi, remember to miss me. Luoyi will miss you too. Well, cultivate well. Fan smiled and patted her back, looking at Bing Qiong who had come closer and laughed. Fellow Daoist, Luoyi is counting on you. Ice Qiong pursed her lips and said, it will be taught with care. The Holy Spirit poison body was a 1 in a million poison cultivation physique. Ice Qiong, who had been searching for a suitable mantle disciple, didn't expect to encounter one just after coming to the Eastern Domain. She wasn't good with words, but a look of solemnity and contentment was written in her eyes. After a while, Su Luoyi then let go of Fan and came to Bing Qiong's side. Farewell. If Emperor Sun wants to see her, a letter to the northern border ice family will suffice. After Bing Qiong slightly arched her hand, she took Su Luoyi's hand and turned towards the teleportation array. Gongzi, you remember to write to me when you're free. Su Luoyi, who was standing at the teleportation door, shouted. Ha ha, good. Fan laughed and waved his hand. Seeing that she disappeared into the teleportation array, Fan then lowered his hand. Lai Miaoan, who was hovering in the air, manipulated the creation bell stone to land on his shoulder and asked with a smile, The heart is not in the right place? Two orphans coincidentally together, all the way to always get used to it. Is it not normal not to give up? Shinfan smiled faintly and walked towards the teleportation array in front of him. Lai Miaoan thought about it and said with a smile, I didn't mean to stir up trouble. You really don't think she's a liability? Tired? Shinfan gave her a puzzled look. Lai Miaoan nodded, her eyes filled with a sense of entitlement. Yeah, like that god-slaying temple. Wouldn't it be troublesome if they sneak up on you guys? Although I've been with you guys for a short time, you faced strong people with your strength. Sului is obviously not suitable to follow you around. It's too dangerous after all. Shinfan looked at her in amusement. Your sentence doesn't suit me. It only suits those weak cultivators who haven't grown up yet. It's only a trouble to bring her along like that. It's also only the weak that think before they think. But I'm different. I think I'm not afraid of any challenge. And it's easy to protect her life. So why would I think she's a burden? Looking at Lai Miaoan's somewhat dumbfounded expression, Shinfan teased. I thought your pattern would be bigger, but I didn't realize it would be just this little. Ha ha. While speaking, Shinfan revealed a bit of nail slit. In the respectful eyes of the surrounding formation guard cultivators, he smiled and walked into the transmission formation marked, Southern Barbarians. Returning to her senses, Lai Miaoan looked at his handsome side face, her willow brows slightly knitted in darkness. It seems like he's following the path of following his heart and proving invincibility. There are thousands of great paths, and I am the only one who is invincible. But this path is not for everyone. Who dares to say that he is undefeated in life? Not even if it ends in a draw. I really want to see how far you can grow. Lai Miaoan smiled faintly and dived into the creation bellstone. The southern barbarian realm was not like the eastern region, where most of the area was covered in plants and mountains. Even the temperament of the cultivators here was different from the poised and graceful east domain, filled with a pugnacious aura. Casually copying the teleportation array behind him, Shinfan pointed his toes and disappeared in a longitudinal manner. More than an hour later, looking at the large mountain stretching for 100,000 miles in front of him, Shinfan did not hesitate and dashed into the mountain after opening the void-breaking god's eyes. As he went deeper, the illusionary formations around him were like nothing to him. It didn't take him long to realize that there were people from the god-slaying temple, hidden in various key locations in the mountain. Luckily, I didn't run away. Shinfan, who secretly said in his heart, exerted his stance to the extreme. With the support of the slaying immortal scripture, his stealthy stance was simply hard for people to detect. Until Shinfan hovered outside a giant dead volcano, the people who stayed out suddenly realized his appearance and were shocked. Since the establishment of their god-killing temple, no one had ever dared to come directly to this lair. Sound the alarm. Shoo shoo shoo. In the sound of breaking wind, 5 pale figures shot out from the cracks of the dead volcano. Seeing that the visitor was actually Shinfan, the cold light in the eyes of the head old man flashed and he coldly drank. Shinfan, do you really think that I, the killing god Palace, am a soft persimmon? I didn't realize that he, the killing god Palace, had already chosen to back down. This son actually doesn't know how to restrain himself and still dares to come to the door. While speaking, the sadly pressure on the 5 people was like pouring sky, pouring towards Shinfan. Within the ripples of the pressure, there were even 2 treacherous divine soul impacts hidden within, stabbing into his sea of consciousness. Since negotiation was fruitless, the only way was to decapitate the other party. And Shinfan also did not have half a word of nonsense, directly raising his own aura to the extreme. Boom! At the same time that the holy might, which was even more powerful than the 5, was declared, the golden body of the divine soul sitting cross-legged in Shinfan's sea of consciousness opened its eyes violently. The 2 invisible divine soul attacks were seen to instantly fall apart. But, in just one round, the 2 god slayers who were the ones releasing divine soul impact had blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. The 2 men with horrified eyes looked at Shinfan, who had 12 stars lit up around him, and yelled, this son has actually reached the 6th sky of the sage realm? Be careful, his divine soul is powerful. Chapter 94 13 Saints Realm Surroundings. Rumble. So what? At the same time the elderly man in the center drank lowly, the surroundings of the dead volcano suddenly rumbled and filled with a large amount of blood-colored fog. In just an instant, the people present were covered by a monstrous mist of blood. It's the Shura Blood Sea formation. Feeling the increasingly lighter state within their bodies, many of the slaying god palace slayers below were filled with exhilaration. Oomph! This is the supreme formation of my god slaying palace. It can increase the speed of the slayer by 70%. Not only that, the cultivating sea of blood formation can also suppress his speed and divine soul attacks. With the great elder of the 5th sky of the sage realm's soul fulfillment suppressing the formation, he'll die for sure. What emperor's son? I think it's most likely an old demon, pretending to be a god. Amidst the tense and agitated yelling, the crowd below flew in unison into the cracks of the dead volcano. Such a battle was not something they could urge their feet to watch. They had no worries about the outcome behind them. The alliance of the 5 Godslayer elders was also augmented by the great formation of the Sea of Cultivating Blood. It was easy to kill the other side. At this time, Shinfan realized that his divine sense probing was compressed to an extremely low degree by the Blood Sea formation, and it was very difficult to move around. Like being stuck in a quagmire. This great formation is quite extraordinary. Shinfan's eyes stared, and he said in his heart, "System, copy the formations here, as well as the avenues of these 5 people." Okay, host. Locked on Shura Blood Sea. Identified as Quasi-Emperor level formation. Reproduction increase opens. Just then, in Shinfan's void-breaking god's eyes, the 5 Godslayers hidden within the Blood Sea suddenly manifested more than 20 breakups. Apparently, after his divine soul was suppressed, divine soul attacks would no longer be a move that the Slayer split technique was afraid of. Same time. Instead, 8 silhouettes rushed out from the cracks of the dead volcano and merged within the airborne crowd. These people should be where the bottom of the Killing God Hall is, but they want to perform that sneak attack. Unfortunately, in Shinfan's void-breaking divine eyes, it was unobstructed. These 8 people's chi and blood were somewhat depleted though. However, the might emitted was similar to the Godslayer's strongest transmigration soul. There were even 3 people who were even stronger than the duo soul, having already reached the 6th sky of the Sage Realm, 13 Sate Realms. It could be seen that the degree of importance that the Killing God Palace attached to Shinfan had reached such a level. It seems like this is the bottom of the God-slaying temple. Shinfan turned his wrist and held the Quasi-Emperor's remnant weapon, Broken Heaven's End, that he had taken out from space. At the same time, the ancient slaughtering skill within his body operated rapidly. Next moment, boom! Amazing killing intent and dark red blood waves erupted from Shinfan's body. Compared to the blood mist released by the Sea of Shura blood, the wave of blood on Shinfan's body was like a king's landing, shattering the blood mist attached to him on the spot, and he radiated a monstrous killing intent. It even pierced into the sea of consciousness of the people present in an instant, causing a chill to run through their bodies. The moment he felt this trace of killing intent, the souls of Watanabe's soul and the others were as if they were doused with ice water, and their chilly hairs stood on end. This son has such terrifying killing intent. Why do I feel that his killing intent is suppressing me? Quickly behead this son. Yes, old ancestor's song mo. While Watanabe's soul and the others were alarmed in their hearts, they raised their speed and aura to the extreme, because there was a vague feeling of uneasiness growing in their hearts. The might of several Saint Realm powerhouses erupted, freezing the air of the entire heaven and earth. If it weren't for the guardianship of the Emperor-level formation, this area would have long since been turned into flying ash. Looking at Shinfan, who was still standing calmly in front of him, Dodo Soul and the others had murderous flashes in their eyes and struck out brazenly, playing God, Death, Puppet 7 Killings, Cross-Shadow Killing Formation, Rumble. An amazing attack cut through the sky and blasted toward Shinfan. How terrifying was the scene with the simultaneous strikes of 13 Saint Realm Great Cultivators? Wherever the attack passed through caused space to crumble by inches, revealing a large dark and deep hole. The scene was appalling, yet Watanabe's soul and the others were shocked to find out. The split secret techniques released by 2 of them actually disappeared in large swathes. Put, put. 2 sudden muffled noises startled the crowd, and they looked sideways at the sound. 2 Godslayers whose heads had been decapitated were seen, their bodies falling from the sky, and the 2 identical-looking Shinfan were holding daggers and looking at them with an interested face. The Grand Formation actually couldn't restrain his stance? Fairy Soul and the others' faces changed drastically. In particular, the various attacks directly penetrated Shinfan's residual shadow, causing disbelief to be written all over the faces of the crowd. Old Ancestor Tsongmua's heart sank even further, and he shouted in a low voice, 2x2 combined battle formation. Be careful of his splitting technique. As soon as the words fell, the crowd formed a 2-man group in a horns attacking technique. Coincidentally, I also know doorcraft work. Shinfan smiled faintly and once again manifested 4 figures, each looking for an opponent to attack and kill. Looking at his surroundings not being affected by the blood mist of the Great Formation, Old Man Songmua then realized the reason for this and shouted out angrily, use Divine Soul Impact, kill. The crowd used their strongest Divine Soul attacks in unison, blasting towards him after covering the 4 fields. Perhaps Shinfan's speed couldn't be restrained by the big formation. However, the combined Divine Soul impact of many powerful people could not be topped even if his Divine Soul was strong. Once the Divine Soul was damaged, the speed advantage would not be broken. Unfortunately, they still underestimated Shinfan's depth and strength. Possessing the Divine Soul Underworld Lamp, he was able to directly ignore Divine Soul attacks at the Quasi-Emperor level, not to mention the Sage Realm. Even more won't help, and Shinfan's ancient killing technique was the real great terror. Facing the crowd of the Killing God Palace, Shinfan looked like he could see through the trajectory and weakness of each of their strikes. The moment the attack switched, it was the moment the killing move came out. Even people such as Old Man Songmua, whose cultivation was equal to his, were being pressed by him. sneaking and stealth killing, puppet substitution, counterattack before death, and many other killing techniques were used by him one by one. What makes them even more desperate is this: Shinfan was not only able to see through their detached shadows, its detachment was actually not a flashy false move. Rather, it was a being as powerful as his own body. PFFFFFFFFFF. In the space of a breath, 5 Godslayers were killed on the spot. It's simply hard to resist. There was even an old ancestor of the god-slaying hall in the 6th heaven of the Saint realm who was killed by his doppelganger in the same place. When he saw Shinfan once again condense a detachment and attacked and killed the crowd whose faces changed drastically, an old ancestor roared with a face full of grimace. He definitely can't use his detachment without limitations. Stop holding back. Rumbling sounds stirred out, as if cheering up the crowd. He was the first to catalyze his strength to the extreme, wrapped in a horrifying killing intent that even shook and roared in space, and turned into a residual shadow rushing towards Shinfan in the middle. In the meantime, Shinfan, who had finished killing the 5 people, opened the most domineering state in the ancient killing technique. Killing effect, a double boost, or an all-around kill technique boost. Chapter 95, Killing State. Chop. The bottom card of the God-slaying palace, the God-slaying overlord body, facing the attacking slaying god hall ancestor. Shinfan lifted the skybreaker in his hand, as if spanning the long river of space and time, and wiped across the other party's neck noiselessly. Put. Until a head full of white hair rises into the sky. It was only then that Broken Sky's cold aura was in the air, surfacing the trajectory of the falling blade. Seeing this fast and unparalleled slash, and the shocked look that froze on the face of the slaying god hall's old ancestor, everyone was horrified and creeped out. Asterisk. How can this even be a fight? Although the Shura Blood Sea Grand Formation had transported the old ancestor's divine soul and golden body into the dead volcano in the first place, but the strength of easily killing the 6th heaven of the Saint realm, how could it not make the crowd feel shocked? It's your turn, whispered Shinfan, and instantly disappeared in place. The hunt opens. In just a matter of breaths, 3 people could not withstand Shinfan's strong and bizarre knife speed and were defeated on the spot. However, the crowd had discovered that the killing art Shinfan had mastered was extremely powerful. Even if they possessed great emperor-level killing techniques, it would still be difficult for them to resist. Although his detachment's strength was substantially weakened under the crowd's all-out siege, but there was not a single being present who could match it. Even if this treacherous diversion technique was broken, what could it do? As time passed, the crowd knew in their hearts that they would die. Put. Watching another old ancestor-level figure being beheaded on the spot by Shinfan, the crowd of powerhouses in the god-slaying temple felt an overwhelming sense of despair. This son is so vicious that he still refuses to let us go. Could it be that my god-slaying temple is about to be destroyed? Nope. Why hasn't the Hall Master shown up yet? Has he already run away? The 2 remaining Godslayers were in a state of shock. From the start of the war until now, aside from the old ancestor who had come out of the world, they hadn't seen the Hall Master show up either. If it wasn't for the fact that these few old ancestors were still fighting to the death, the remaining Godslayers were afraid that they would run away on the spot. Just then, rumble. With a roar, the dead volcano behind the crowd split a huge crack down the center, and the blood mist that densely covered the air was the first to pour into the crack. The moment the roiling blood mist was sucked into the crack, a trace of terrifying pressure swept through the heavens and earth, shaking the heavens and earth. The crowd suspended in the air fell to the ground on the spot when the pressure was upon them. Shinfan, on the other hand, stood in the air as if nothing had happened. However, the blood of the sacred body within him was roaring like a mountain torrent descending from the sky at this moment. Looking at a silhouette in the crack of the mountain, Song Mua, who was covering the wound of his broken arm, said in his heart, the Hall Master has finally made a move. In the lineage of the Killing God Palace, only the Palace Master could grasp the strongest cards in the deadly volcano. At this moment, the chi and blood of several corpses on the ground, as if drained, surged into the crack along with the blood mist, losing the bodies of so many Saint Realm powerhouses of my god-slaying temple. Shinfan, it will be difficult for you not to die. Old Ancestor Tsong Mua's eyes were filled with killing intent, and after looking at each other with the crowd, he flashed and retreated into the mountain. Same time, the silhouette in the crack that had finished absorbing the blood mist of the Great Formation and the corpse's chi and blood revealed its true appearance. It's a middle-aged man. The dried-out body was engraved with dense purple lines, which looked very bizarre. An unrivaled and appalling aura filled its body. The powerful ripples of breath shook the surrounding space and broke apart by inches, as the man slowly opened his eyes. Wherever the divine aura in his eyes passed, the entire space collapsed in a large area, turning into a large black hole with a horrifying sound. Powerful Sage Realm powerhouses have the ability to crack the sky and shatter stars though, but compared to the man in front of him, it wasn't even on the same level. When his gaze looked down at Shinfan, his tone was ghostly, husky and cold. Shinfan, this seat has made a concession and you're still rushing to kill everyone. Have you ever thought that there would be a day today? Rumble. Accompanied by the fall of the words, Shinfan obviously felt an even stronger pressure that swept towards him. Quasi-emperor pressure? Shinfan, whose clothes were hunting, looked at the other party's body to emit the innate purple gas without a trace of golden aura, and secretly said in his heart, "System, copy the other party's cultivation." Okay, host. Locked the ancient corpse as deicide hegemony body approaching great completion. Identified as having no cultivation. Copying failed. Ha? Bullying body? This is also possible? Shinfan, who had doubts in his heart, gazed at the sea of consciousness of the Godslayer hegemony body. In the eye of the void-breaking god, a golden divine soul sat in the void, penetrated by a mysterious arcane chain. Chains of laws like a spider web connected the entire Godslayer overlord body. This was clearly Morone Killing, the temple master of the god-slaying temple, using an ancient secret method to control the god-slaying hegemony body with his divine soul. If the most original and purely powerful physiques of the human race were the 10 great sacred bodies, then the hegemonic body of the extraterrestrial alien race is also a unique existence for the ages. I didn't expect that the bottom card of the god-slaying temple would actually be a god-slaying hegemony body that had nearly come to a great completion. Noticing that Shinfan was actually able to resist his dominating body pressure, Morone Killing's eyes flashed with a refined aura and laughed coldly. It seems that your physique is quite extraordinary. He who had used a secret method to self-destruct his physical body and integrate into the god-slaying overlord body was in dire need of a body that could host his divine soul after this battle. And Shinfan, who had extraordinary qualifications, was undoubtedly a good choice. Before the words left his mouth, he slowly took a step. Click, click, click. The power of one step swept out like a great wave. The earth outside the dead volcano instantly turned into pieces. Even the large mountains and dense forests not far away were turned into flying ash. Once the two went to war without any limitations, the 100,000 mountains here would surely disappear. It's even likely to spill over to other places. Go to heaven and fight. Looking at Shinfan, who rose up from the ground, Morone Killing smiled morosely and urged the domineering blood in his body to raise his hand blatantly. You're also worthy of inviting a battle with the seat? Rumble. A huge handprint exuded unrivaled might. Poking out from the clouds above the dome of the sky, it fell towards Shinfan's head. How terrifying was the Godslayer hegemony body that had nearly come to a great completion? The vision of the sky-covering giant hand that was triggered with the hegemonic blood was as horrifying as the dome of the sky pressing down. This startled the southern barbarian cultivators to look in the direction of the 100,000 mountains in unison, especially hegemonic blood's innate berserk and overbearing aura. Even cultivators with special physiques had the vague illusion that the blood in their bodies was about to solidify at this moment. Hiss! What kind of bloodline attack technique is this? It actually stopped and slowed down the old man's precious body chi and blood. This strike is truly terrifying. Just what kind of person can enjoy this kind of powerful strike? That seems to be the direction of the 100,000 mountains. It's hard to believe that it's a strong demon clan member striking. The crowd of cultivators looked at the 100,000 mountains with shocked faces. The cultivators who were farther away in the southern barbarians' borderlands were even more horrified by the power of this strike. At such a distance, there was still this kind of overbearing and overwhelming chi and blood pressure coming from such a distance. The other party's cultivation and appalling physique and bloodline were no longer something that an ordinary cultivator could comprehend. But the Manhwa clan of the southern barbarians, the desolate ancient food family, the demon clan, and many other overwhelmingly powerful forces. But know the depths of the 100,000 mountains, hiding the lair of the killing temple. Is this the bottom card of the god-slaying temple? Such overbearing and overwhelming bloodline might has already reached the quasi-emperor level. What kind of physique is it? Within the Manhwa clan, the wise old man with a crutch muttered suspiciously as he looked at the visions in the dome of the sky. This has hit the lair. Could it be that the god-slaying temple has incurred a strong enemy? Many of the top southern barbarian powerhouses were puzzled. Shinfan? When those two words came to mind, the crowd thought it unlikely. If the person who fought on the Temple of Slayers was his protector, then when the Killing God Palace first attacked and killed Shinfan, it was afraid that it would have already hit the door. It doesn't drag on for so long. Chapter 96, Peerless Saint Body Alteration. Combat Law Extreme Sublimation. Numerous powerful people had the intention to go and have a look though, but this kind of inheritance of long years of power, gossip about them to lose face, is undoubtedly a move to make enemies for no reason. Moreover, the god-slaying temple was also an existence that was not easy to deal with. No one wanted to be in their thoughts at this time. Who exactly is it? Looking at the vision on the distant dome, many powerful people gazed and watched while speculating in their hearts. Over the dead volcano, this pussy let you pretend. Swept the giant hand on the dome of the sky. Shinfan in the air looked sideways at Morone Killing, who had a morose face below. Next moment, boom! A violent sound like a landslide cracked the ground the moment it came out of his body. His entire person unexpectedly exuded A horrifying battle intent that made even more own killing feel heart-stopping. Shocking battle intent swept through the heavens and earth. It caused the gale to stop and the gathering clouds to dissipate. When turning on the peerless holy body in full bloom, Shinfan felt every drop of blood in his body rushing and roaring. Rumbling, rumble. Countless amounts of holy blood bombarded his body like thunder in a continuous stream. When Shinfan raised his battle intent to the extreme, a brilliant golden aura erupted around his body, shining brightly in the heavens and earth. It seemed like the entire southern barbarian sky dome was covered with golden awns, causing many cultivators to squint their eyes in shock. The great hand that covered the sky on the dome of the sky was even disintegrated by this amazing battle intent at the first time, and it fell apart on the spot. But what is even more shocking is this. In the midst of the burning golden aura, slowly, an old man with a thin figure and a somewhat stooped back emerged. The old man, with his full head of white hair coiled up in a bundle and a kind face, sat withered on the top of a high mountain at the sea of clouds. Above the old man's head, the canopy opened and the stars appeared. The many stars shed their divine radiance and merged into the old man's body. The crowd couldn't see what kind of vision this was, until the old man's head surfaced when 12 divine soul golden lotuses appeared. Everyone was horrified. 12th grade divine soul? There are 12 grades of divine souls at the Saint Realm. Looking at the golden aura contained in the innate purple aura emanating from the old man's body, many Saint Realm cultivators murmured. A Saint Realm powerhouse who could ascend to the 9th grade of divine soul was already an absolute powerhouse in this realm. The 10th grade divine souls were even fewer, and the old man in the void vision actually had a 12th grade divine soul? However, when 12 of the most brilliant yellow starbursts descended from the sky above, falling into the star imprint floating above the soul lotus, the entire southern barbarian world was silent. The seal of proof. Everyone is in a dream. With the realm of a mere saint, he broke the shackles of heaven and earth and witnessed the holy seal of the Tao. Throughout the ages, the only one is the great sage master of the ancients from 30 million years ago, the holy empty. Throughout the endless years of the Xian-Tian continent, Saint Realm demons were as numerous as the secretary of the river. However, the only ultimate realm that could allow the vast majority of Saint Realm powerhouses to view this realm as a lifelong seeker of this realm was Saint Emptiness. Even the great emperor of the ancients, when he entered the 9th heaven of the sage realm, also tried to witness the Tao in advance and condense the holy seal. If the sages can do it, I can do it. Whoever became an emperor was ever willing to be subordinate to others? Unfortunately, times are different, and perhaps the times have made the heroes, or perhaps the heavens have been negligent. No one else succeeded. It was important to know that at that time, Elder Empyrean, the period in which he was located was the darkest and most turbulent period in the Xian-Tian continent, which is so peaceful like the 5 continents now. Inside, not only are the forces of the Forbidden Zone in turmoil and the demonic races wreaking havoc, there are even more foreign races outside the domain after the discovery of the Xian-Tian continent, thus slaughtering the living, destroying the local qi, refining the great medicine to seek their own proof of the road. During such a dark period, Elder Empyrean Brightness used his own strength to certify the Saint Realm Tao seal. He then led the most powerful of the human race and started the feat of pacifying the Xian-Tian continent. To fight for the interior, we must first secure the exterior? As a Buddhist monk, Elder Empyrean took the lead in waging war against the extraterrestrial alien race. He died of exhaustion after cutting down 3 major quasi-emperor powerhouses in a formation. He even used his personal divine soul to visualize a resident demon city, put the entire demon race of the Xian-Tian continent into it. It was blocking the path that the extraterrestrial alien race must take to invade the Xian-Tian continent. If any of the demon personnel leave the city, they will be killed by their gods and souls. One could only engage the foreigners in a hard-fought battle, or else one would die if slaughtered by the foreigners. Although Elder Empyrean was killed in battle, but the importance of this battle cannot be overstated. The strong people of the human race rose to the occasion, and there was also the demon race to judge the situation. The Forbidden Zone sinks and floats, and the Xian-Tian turbulence is leveled. After that, although there were foreign races that entered the Xian-Tian continent through other nodes, but this battle allowed the Xian-Tian continent to get a long period of cultivation and recuperation, and there were many talented people, and this was all an afterthought. But the greatness of Elder Empyrean is not something that time can hide, and the holy prefix was written by an ancient great emperor who personally erected a monument when he traveled to the resident demon city to reinforce the seal of the demon city. Although the ancient sages have passed away, then people never forget. The ancient emperor towered over them, but as the strongest person in the ancient and modern Saint Realms, the many Saint Realm cultivators had an even deeper reverence for Saint Emptiness. Even the ancient emperors were the same. Looking at the old man's figure in the void, the half-saints and Saint Realm powerhouses of the entire southern barbarian world arched their hands into the void in unison. Are the 12 stars of the zodiac really your protectors? The wise man of the Manhwa tribe, more and more puzzled, withdrew his hand. A line of ascetics who had crossed the mountains and mountains saw the old man's figure gradually dissipating in the air, sat on their knees and chanted Buddhist sutras, seemingly sending the old man off. It was all in a flash. The moment the old man disappeared, the moment a figure appeared amidst the dazzling golden aura, the heavens and earth roared. The man was dressed in a green shirt, with one hand behind his back, and his face was so exquisite that heaven and earth lost their colors. It was his appearance that showed the world what it meant to be ridiculously handsome for young and old. First, ancestor, Lu Zhentian, who had come to the Manhwa clan's deliberation if this person, directly froze in place when he saw this person, looking at his own old ancestor's several dodges, as if he was performing the Lu clan's stance of floating light and shadow. He was puzzled. I'm going. The great emperor is really impressive looking. Mangneo looked on in wonder, and was slapped on the head by the old patriarch beside him, shouting lowly, "Bastard! The ancient emperor is also something you can talk too much about." Yes. Mangnea had a look twice, but saw that the silhouette had already disappeared. Perhaps the appearance of these two silhouettes had already been guessed by those who were interested, until the third incomparably magnificent figure, with his back to the crowd, raised his finger to the void and struck across the domain. It was then that the major powers knew who was in the 100,000 mountains. Wasn't this the emperor-level fingering technique that Xin Fan had used for the first time when he came out of the world? Definitely Xin Fan's protector. After all, the previous heaven-shielding handprints of the god-slaying hall had all reached the level of the quasi-emperor realm in terms of their might. Xin Fan of the Nine Heavens of Half-Saint was still unaware of which part of the eastern domain he was dashing around in, but everyone looked uncertain. With so many visions, could it be that this strong man was making an attack? But why were there no powerful aftershocks of the attack coming out of the 100,000 mountains? When the wise man of the Manhwa clan came to the council chamber, wanting to ask Lu Zhentian if Xin Fan had learned the Lu clan stance, he saw the last figure appear in the void again. The figure was extremely illusory compared to the previous few. One could only roughly see out that he was holding heaven and earth's yin and yang in one hand, and boundless emptiness in the other. This bizarre scene watched the old eyes of the wise man of the Manhwa clan glaze over in horror. The principal manifestation? Nope, he is Xin Fan. This vision is the peerless sacred body's extreme sublimation in deducing the combat method. Chapter 97, Blasting the God-Slaying Hegemony Body, Overthrowing the God-Slayer Temple. What? Xin Fan. While the crowd was shocked beyond words, they saw that the shadow in the air had dissipated. At the same time, boom, a terrifying aura erupted from within the 100,000 mountains. At this time, Xin Fan's body was surrounded by divine light and his black hair flew. A shockingly powerful battle intent was declared from his body. Looking down at Morong Killing, who was locked in battle intent and had a gloomy face, Xin Fan dashed to his front and blasted out with a fist. Flying Fairy Fist, 10 times the combat law enchantment of the peerless saint body. Wherever this punch passed, the air burned with spiritual energy and space collapsed, and Morong Kills couldn't even raise his hand to block, and was directly blown onto his chest by a punch. Click! A crunch! Morong Killing, whose chest collapsed, crashed into the dead volcano behind him like a cannonball. Rumble! The entire giant volcano roared and trembled violently, and smoke rose in all directions. Morong Killing, who crashed into it, even exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. Even his divine soul was hard to get out of the way, and was completely turned into flying dust in the raging power of this punch. Xin Fan pointed his toes and rushed directly into the dead volcano. With the blessing of the killing immortal scripture, the old ancestor of the killing god hall hidden within it could not hide. My temple has already been defeated. Are you going to drive everyone to extinction? I surrender. Put. Xin Fan showed no mercy and killed them one by one. In half a tea's time, there were no more survivors inside the volcano. After pocketing all the space rings, Xin Fan swept his eyes over the silent cave and slowly walked towards the depths of the mountain. Not for a while. He then came to a huge ancient bronze door. After pushing the bronze door open, he saw that the mountain inside had been created with storage chambers. For example, hide Dan, hide scriptures, hide treasure room and so on. Xin Fan walked around and after copying and collecting all the things inside, he walked towards a white skeleton. On it was resting an inky black dagger. Looking at the faint purple chi lingering on the dagger, Xin Fan smiled faintly. System, copy this dagger. Okay host. Locked dagger trial. Identified as quasi-imperial. Reproduction increase opens. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Emperor's Soldier, the Flying Sword. Shocking. Flying Sword. Shocking, 3 inches long. Incredibly fast, like a shocking sword sweeping by, killing people invisibly. Flying sword? Xin Fan curiously looked inward into his sea of consciousness and saw a pocket-sized flying sword that appeared in it. The flying sword shocker was transparent through and through, not to mention, it's impossible to see its trajectory when it's flying. If this is used for a sneak attack, it is really defensible. Not only was there an extra flying sword in the sea of consciousness, there was also the great Dao orb he had built and the 12 great Dao he had just received. All of these were piled up in the chaotic sea of consciousness. And it was a hoot. Sneak attacking someone? It's better than nothing, right? Shinfan pulled the corner of his mouth and collected the dagger on the skeleton. What need did he have for a sneak attack? Then he went to the alabaster pillar in the hall and picked up the sound tube that was placed on it and shaped like a trumpet. The sound cylinder is palm-sized and has a jade-like texture. Oi oi. Ahem. The unfamiliar voice that suddenly rang out from the megaphone filled the receptionists of the killing temple everywhere with confusion. But the sound tube in his hand turned purple. It indicated that it was sent by the highest-ranked hall master of the Slaying God Hall, and they didn't dare to slack off. However, what the other party said next shocked the receivers of the major Slaying God temple branches to the point where their scalps went numb. Hello everyone, I'm Shinfan. I'll say a couple of words next. Shinfan? Why is he in the main hall? Where's the hall master and the old ancestor? President, the branch president, come on. The cacophony from all over the world did not reach Shinfan's microphone, which was obviously a one-line transmission. Shinfan, who was speaking for the first time, straightened his lapel and spoke aloud into the microphone. Your family's lair in the 100,000 mountains has been demolished by me, and in the future, the god-slaying temple will be disbanded. Of course, I'm a very reasonable person. Crowd, it doesn't matter if you guys continue to be killers or quit from now on to just be an ordinary cultivator. Just don't let me find out that there's still a branch of the Slayer God Temple. When no more sound came out, the many members of the Killing God's temple who were holding microphones were as wooden as dumbfounded. The temple of the Killing God, just like that? At this time, Shinfan had already walked out of the dead volcano. This trip to the lair of the God-killing temple. In addition to harvesting the 12 great avenues, Shinfan also had the 2 Imperial pills that had increased within the storage room, and the Imperial weapon from earlier, the flying sword shocking, as well as the replicated quasi-Imperial level formation Shura Blood Sea, the acquired Imperial level Grand Formation, the 10 square sword formation. The 10 square sword formation was similar to the Grand Formation that guarded the mountain gate, perfect for both offense and defense. As for the rest in the miscellaneous stuff, I'll leave it at that, though things look less. However, Shinfan, who possessed the killing immortal scripture, it was obviously more costly to copy the killer's attack method than it was to copy the Great Tao. However, most of these 12 avenues were related to the way of the Slayer, such as stealth, sure shot, shadow, transported, bone tickler, light and shadow, and so on. Instead, there's an extra ice avenue. At this time, within the creation bell stone on Shinfan's shoulder, Li Miaoan then revealed her small head and looked at him curiously. Where do we go next? She was not the least bit surprised that Shinfan was able to win the battle just now. Shinfan looked at his surroundings and raised his eyebrows. Hanging around? I haven't been to the southern barbarians yet. Hanging out? You don't cultivate? Or consolidate your cultivation? Li Miaoan looked at him with an odd expression. That's what unusual cultivators do. My cultivation is to experience the red dust. Shinfan looked like a tall man and slowly left. More than an hour later, that's how the crowd of the Mangu clan came to be here. Looking at the crumbling volcano and the ruined earthen mountains, the crowd hurriedly probed their divine sense into the mountain, only to find that there was no one inside but the body. The mangaka wise man at the head of the group was filled with emotion. It's actually the peerless saint body. I still underestimated the emperor's son Ah. With his own strength, he overthrew the long-inherited killing god palace, and a young man who had just come out of the world. This unimaginable strength was truly breathtaking. Looking at the old man's departing back, the Mangu patriarch said out in a deep voice, pass down the order that the people within the clan must not clash with the emperor's son. Send someone to Volsing Mountain, and once little barbarian comes out, tell him to keep a low profile. Apparently, the crowd within Volsing Mountain had not yet come out. Yes, the Mang Nyo on the side arched his hand and left. Unlike the nervous, grave, and contemplative looks of the crowd, Lu Zhentian was full of smiles. The stronger Shinfan was, the better it was for his Lu family, and he naturally deserved to be happy. Since the god-slaying temple had been overthrown, there was no need to join forces with the Mandrake race against the god-slaying temple. But it's not the Ryu family style to find people when there's something going on and kick them when there's nothing going on. Looking at the frowning appearance of the Mangu patriarch, Lu Zhentian stroked his beard and laughed. Patriarch Mang needn't worry too much. In my opinion, fellow Daoist Qin should only come to southern barbarians for the killing god palace, and next should be a tour and then leave. Monshan looked at him and laughed. Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid that the boys at home don't have the eyesight to see. It's not like you, Daoist Lu. Don't know that the cultivation atmosphere here is extremely tough, so I'm afraid that there will be mistakes. The example of the temple of the killing god in front of him was a living, breathing example. Thinking of this, he arched his hand at Lu Zhentian and said, why don't fellow Daoist Lu stay with me for a few more days? If there's really a conflict, I can't stop it. Lu Zhentian naturally knew what he was fighting for and nodded with a smile. That's a rant. Ha ha, fellow Taoist is too polite. Chapter 98 Let your wife hang herself. Xinfan who left the 100,000 mountains. Along the way, it was discovered that the cultivators here were compared to the eastern region. It's full of killing and pugnacity. Because the southern barbarians have many mountains and forests, they are even more of a land where the demon race has taken root. Without a bit of savagery, one would really be treated as a dish by a demonic beast. It became a specialty over time. However, the demon race was not able to protect the demonic beasts of the entire world. After all, there was still a difference between humans and monkeys, not to mention between demon races. Unless a demonic beast that had opened its spirit and traveled to the demon clan territory to seek refuge, this would be marked as a member of the demon clan. The southern barbarians are not only mountainous, and it's surrounded by the sea, and there are many islands surrounding it outside. At this time, Xinfan arrived in front of a beach pier. There were more than 20 docks, and a large ship was docked. The sound of unloading and the yelling of boarding the ship are all over the place. I heard that Flying Sand Island had a big shipment. A cultivator fished up a mermaid. A passing cultivator was filled with envy. The companion beside him hemmed and hawed. TSK, those are all stunning colors. And grabbing them back as wives to cultivate. The effect is outstanding. If I had caught it, I would have carried it straight home to warm the bed. Ha 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 ha. There are still mermaids? Listening to the laughter of the crowd, Xinfan rubbed his chin and walked towards the transportation ship with the Flying Sand Island sign in front of him. No way. You want to go catch a mermaid? Lai Mian, who was inside the creation bell stone, cocked her head and looked at him. What words? I'm going to rescue a lost girl. Xinfan was serious. Really? Why don't I believe it? By the way, can you eat? Xinfan pulled out a saint-grade spirit fruit and ate it on his own. Although the fruity scent was sealed by him, Lai Mian on his shoulder could clearly be smelled. After being sealed within the stone for so long, she naturally wanted to eat. Unfortunately, she was just a wisp of divine thought. Don't want to eat it. Lai Mian, *__. The afterglow saw her lying on the stone with an exasperated face. Xinfan grinned and ate crunchy. Little girl, still fighting with me. After paying the spirit stones and boarding the boat to Flying Sand Island, Xinfan found a deck with good sunlight and lay down on a chair to sunbathe. Second deck of the transport ship. The red spirit standing by the handrail looked down at the young man lying on the bamboo chair below, filled with helplessness. She had spent a great deal of money to learn of Xinfan's whereabouts, but what was never expected, he actually witnessed the other party's feat of annihilating the god-slaying temple. As for the task given to her by Mrs. Qin, Hongling felt that there was no hope at all that she would be able to accomplish it, and if Mrs. Qin were to learn of this, she was afraid that she would have trouble sleeping and eating. He most likely learned that it was the lady who placed the order from the Slaying God Palace. Thinking of this, the red spirit felt more and more that this matter was tricky. Just then, Hongling suddenly realized that Xinfan, who had his back to himself below, waved at her with his sideways head. He really found me. The red spirit with a light veil on her face, looked at him with her eyes curved and turned around to go down to the deck. You can actually found her. Lai Mian looked like she had discovered something new and interesting. Stepping on a stone like an acrobat and rolling off Xinfan's shoulder. It was really that Xinfan was too leisurely all the way, completely unlike a guarded cultivator. Looking at her already idly playing with the stones and turning back and forth on her body, Xinfan rolled his eyes. I'm idle, not stupid, okay? At this time, the red spirit dressed in white had already arrived at Xinfan's side. She confessed directly after isolating herself from the surrounding sights and sounds. Emperor's son, my lady is interested in reconciling with you before the destruction of the god-slaying temple. It was necessary to name the attitude of Mrs. Qin before the destruction of the killing god temple. There's no point in hiding it anymore. There was no hope of accomplishing her mission, so it would be better to speak plainly. In the red spirit's opinion, Xinfan letting Qin Wentian personally resolve this matter was the best outcome. In this way, his relationship with Qin Wentian remained pure, and when Mrs. Qin faced Qin Wentian, she at least had the ground to meander. It was believed that after this incident, Mrs. Qin's attitude towards Qin Wentian was bound to improve, nor dare he continue to oppress his mother. Hearing this, Xinfan smiled faintly and waved his hand languidly. It's the same with the god-slaying temple. You don't know regret until you've done it. Don't worry, I'm not so angry with the Qin family yet. Let your lady hang herself, or I will take the time to take her head. Let Mrs. Qin hang herself? Red Spirit's face choked. I didn't realize that Xinfan had nothing to worry about at all. Still not leaving? Xinfan looked sideways at the stiff-faced Hongling and teased. Such a pretty little maidservant. Your lady wants to use a beauty trick? If you don't leave now, I'm really going to destroy the flowers with my hot hands. Although his tone carried a smile, when she saw the undisguised killing intent in his eyes, Red Spirit's back chilled. Concubine will leave. After she owed a somewhat unnatural curtsy, she turned to leave, but her mind was filled with worry. To a person of Mrs. Qin's status, even if the Killing God Palace was overthrown, she would not willingly hang herself. As Madame's personal maid, it was even more unlikely that she would betray Madame and inform the Qin family of this matter. Then this is certainly a dead end. It seems that we can only have Madame look for Qin Wentian. Red Spirit sighed in her heart and flashed and disappeared into the ship. Hey Beauty Sarona, like tired of playing. Lai Miaoan returned to Shinfan's shoulder, revealing her upper body lying on the stone. For this treasure that could hide one's divine soul, many of the surrounding cultivators were looking at it. Especially since Lai Miaoan was so colorful, how could she not attract the crowd's attention? Unfortunately, no one of the cultivators on the ship dared to have a heart, because the captain of the boat had already secretly sent word, regardless of whether you are a draconic ancient family or a disciple of the Holy Land. Whoever dares to disturb this gentleman will be directly thrown into the sea and fed to the fishes. Awesome! The people are not stupid, they just look at it for freshness. Shinfan smiled faintly. Just a poor man, but still has some eyesight. If you really use any beauty tricks, it's purely self-seeking. After saying that, Shinfan looked at Lai Miaoan and curiously said, tell me about the above? Saying that will stress you out. Maybe you won't even bother to go. Ri Miaoan followed his example and barred her mouth. Pressure? Shinfan cast a sidelong glance at her and said proudly, where is the motivation without pressure? Cultivators of my generation should cut through the thorns and face all challenges in order to reach the top. Under Shinfan's bragging, Lai Miaoan nodded her head extremely pertinently and laughed. Alright then, I'll tell you something simple. In the immortal domain, the lower realms like the Xian Tian continent are known as the 10,000 domain. After ascending you'll realize that the children born to immortal domain cultivators have the strength of a certified great emperor. Isn't that stressful? Shinfan felt a sudden headache when he heard it, plus the sleep path invaded him, and he grunted with his eyes closed. So perverted. It's a good idea not to go. What? Lai Miaoan anxiously and directly pestled the creation bellstone on his cheek anxiously. You're not trying to get to the top. How can you wimp out? Unfortunately, Shinfan has entered the realm of second sleep. Chapter 99, Sea Beast Transition. Since the boarding was in the afternoon, the sky darkened before the transport ship reached Flying Sand Island. Good thing the sea is calm. Cultivators with good eyesight could already see the outline of the island in the extreme distance. It's finally almost here. I heard that the last time a mermaid was caught, it was a full moon, and tonight happens to be a full moon. I also don't know why there is a no-fly heaven and earth boundary in the sea of the southern barbaric realm. If there wasn't, how good it would be. We'd fly over directly. Ha 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 ha. Then by the time you enter the half-saint realm, the suppression will naturally be gone. Rumor has it that there is an overlord-level power in the deep sea. It seems to be called something like the Abyssal Dragon Palace. I don't know if it's true or not. Many cultivators stood by the handrail and talked about the news they had heard. The reason why the crowd took a boat to Flying Sand Island. The reason for this was that the entire sea area had a kind of heaven and earth suppression, making it difficult for people to cross the sea to where they wanted to go. However, this suppression was extremely small for heaven and earth certified Saint Realm cultivators. Listening to the conversations of the people around him, Shen Fan, who was lying on the side of the handrail, blew the sea breeze and was happy. Just then, he raised an eyebrow. The huge full moon reflected in the sea in the distance was seen to ripple slightly, and the sky, where the stars had been high, was covered by a huge cloud. Exhale. Phew! The speed at which the sea hurricane struck was extremely fast, making the hearts of the people on the ship startled. All hands on deck. Attention all crew. The transporter is now preparing to turn around. Please infuse your aura into the handrails to accelerate the ship. The moment the captain's voice came out from within the third-floor cockpit, most of the cultivators had already spontaneously put their aura into the handrails around them. It was something big and unpredictable that had happened before the captain had ordered the crowd to help out and slip away. But the next moment, rumble, the roar of the mountains and the seas. The crowd was horrified to find that tens of thousands of feet of waves had actually risen from the surface of the sea not far away. The giant waves were as loud as a huge barrier. If this comes crashing down, not to mention becoming a falling chicken, it's a question of whether or not you'll live. It was important to know that under the sea, it could possess a large number of sea beasts and elves, coupled with the fact that in the sky above the giant wave barrier, there were actually several kilometer-long purple and gold thunder dragons flickering and roaring towards the bottom. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a ING sea beast crossing. Run. Full output of aura ah. Amidst the horrified voices, all of them turned pale with fear and mangled their strength to urge their aura to be injected into the hull of the ship. If you felt lapped by a big wave before, there was a silver lining in the water, but now it was so close to the thunderbolt. A single pass down will put them over the top en masse. Not to mention that this was still a purple gold thunder tribulation exclusive to the Saint Realm. The gusty winds and seawater slapped against the cheeks of the crowd, making the atmosphere seem more and more oppressive. But Shin Fan by the armrest frowned. looking at the gradually falling wave barrier in front of him and frowned. This thunderbolt aura isn't right. In the meantime, a loud and powerful roar carried through the entire sea. Roar! Dragon song? The crowd rushed to look back. A large dragon's head was seen to be revealed in the descending barrier of giant waves. In the deep purple dragon's eyes, a cold light flashed as he looked at the void. That one purple and gold thunder dragon. The giant dragon took on a silver-white color. The dragon's head was like a mountain. Its whiskers were like a long river, and its scales and armor were radiant, making it look divinely handsome. At the same time, the prancing man's sense of oppression emanated from his body, sweeping across the 8 wastelands. A terrifying aura swept over, causing everyone's hearts to give birth to a sense of despair that could not be resisted. This, so big? It's over. It's all over. Looking at the silver-gray dragon that was flush with the sky, everyone was scared out of their wits. Boom! The moment it appeared, the sacred realm thunder tribulation in the air came crashing down. The dragon, on the other hand, spat out a silver dragon's breath and collided with it. Rumble! This strike directly caused the huge waves in the sea to accelerate once again, like the momentum of a mountain collapsing, rushing towards the large ship of the crowd. Inside the third-floor cabin cockpit, the sweaty captain, looking desperately at Shinfan, who was still watching from the bow, yelled, "I'm dropping my own grandpa yo, you make a move, don't panic." With a soft whisper, the crowd saw this white-clothed male, who had been honored as a VIP by the captain of the ship, curling his fingers and pointing at the void in front of him. Buzz! The moment the void trembled slightly, bone-piercing coldness swept through the heavens and earth. Click 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 click. It was seen that the large waves that came rushing in were condensed into ice by a crystalline Dow pattern at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Seeing that the huge waves had formed an ice sculpture behind the ship, making it difficult to cause any more damage to the hull, a hijacked cultivator excitedly said, "I'll go." "Awesome. What kind of ice technique is this that's so domineering?" "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your righteousness. That's a ing ice avenue." The captain's body was filled with motivation after he gave an exhilarating yell. It's a good thing the Lord had nothing better to do than to come and ride in his boat. Otherwise he's kind of screwed today. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at the white-clothed male who was levitating with a heart full of shock. Shinfan raised his hand and sent the transportation ship behind him to an extremely distant place. Then he stood on top of the giant ice cone at sea and watched the dragon crossing in the distance. Rumble! Thunder roared and the rain poured down. The loud crashing sound produced by the collision of the dragon's breath, the dragon's body, and the thunderbolt caused the sea beasts in all directions to hunker down, not daring to show their heads. However, the giant dragon in the lightning tribulation was not damaged, and it was easy to fight against the Saint Realm heavenly tribulation. But over time, the look in the giant dragon's eyes shifted from a chilling light to one of resignation and anger. When at last a thunderbolt descended, it revealed a hideous color and violently opened its huge mouth to roar out. Roar! A dragon roar shook away the thunderbolt. Unfortunately, the aura on its body was still stuck at the 9th heaven of Half-Saint. This type of existence should be a foreign species. The heavenly Tao does not recognize it, and it will be difficult to break through the realm even if it crosses more Saint Realm robberies. Lai Mian, who was standing on Shinfan's shoulder, whispered, "Heaven is unjust." In a mournful hissing sound, the entire body of the giant dragon poked out from the sea and circled up towards the void, seemingly wanting to tear this heaven and earth apart. Unfortunately, the sea area prohibition made it difficult to inch forward after it flew 10,000 meters into the air. Roar! Listening to the unwilling hissing sound, Shinfan raised his eyebrows and transmitted his voice to the giant dragon in the air. "I can help you cross the threshold into the Saint Realm, and if you survive, I'm just short of a mount." It should be said, not said, that this dragon is truly remarkable looking. What a great ride for such a big guy. The silver and white dragon that was descending in the air looked askance at the humans below. It was just about to turn back, and then unconsciously looked away. A 19-year-old bone age to enter sainthood? How is this possible? Does he really have a way? Whether it's a success or not is another story, but given the chance, it naturally wants to give it a try. After thinking about it, it rolled its eyes and nodded its massive head. As for being his seat? What a joke! What is her status as a princess of the Dragon Palace? The human below was seen raising his hand and snapping his fingers, shooting a purple lightning arc into the sky. Looking at the traces left by the thunder awns in the air, the giant dragon's eyes stared, sensing the terrifying energy in them that made her extremely palpitating. Next moment, rumble, a roar like a heavenly crash resounded in all directions. She jerked her head up and saw a purple thunder dragon that emitted a destructive aura, falling down on her head. 39 Thunder Tribulation? Amidst the screams, the huge dragon's body was blasted down into the sea on the spot by the thunderbolt that was covered in purple Tao patterns. Wow! Just a split second, the huge dragon with chipped scales and blood-covered body then flew out from the bottom of the sea. With excitement and madness in her eyes, she roared out towards the purple thunder falling from the sky. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the four directions. Chapter 100, The Abyssal Dragon Palace. The Quasi-Emperor Thunder Tribulation, also known as the 999 Thunder Tribulation, a round of thunderbolt with 9 heavenly thunders, totaling 3 rounds, was extremely treacherous. At this moment, the sky had long been covered by purple patterned and dense lightning arcs. The violent crashing sound of both sides made the sea rough, like 10,000 horses galloping and sweeping. In the midst of the thunderbolt, the silver-white dragon was already covered in scars, with large swathes of dragon scales falling off and bloodstains. However, the divine aura in her eyes grew brighter and brighter. Feeling the breath of a long-lost breakthrough brought her essence to its peak. Rumble! In the deafening roar, the thunderbolt's might became more and more terrifying, and time again, the giant dragon was blasted down into the water, only to rise up into the air again and again to resist the thunderbolt. It wasn't until the giant dragon resisted the last thunderbolt and sank into the sea that the dark clouds in the air dissipated. Looking at the surface of the sea that raised shocking waves, but did not see the giant dragon sinking and floating, Xin Fan smiled faintly. Take my stuff and try to slip away? As soon as the words fell, the giant ice under his feet all crumbled. Xin Fan, who was slowly descending, the moment his feet touched the seawater, a waterway pattern spread out under its feet, separating the sea automatically and going straight to the bottom of the sea. As Xin Fan flew into it, his divine sense swept over millions of miles. In just a moment, the appearance of a group of strange sea beast elves was reflected in his mind. What with the human-legged toads, the sphinx sea spiders, the minotaur mermaids, all sorts of things, but there were indeed mermaids, with 2 large shells on their chests and pointed ears, a thin willow waist, a delicate and exotic look. The men, on the other hand, are muscular with forks in their hands and bare shoulders. Just seeing the gaze cast by Xin Fan, the group of mermaids turned around and ran like scared birds. It's too dark under the sea. If it weren't for the various undersea vegetation and elves, the light emitted by the waterfish, even Xin Fan wouldn't be able to see extremely far away. I don't know how long it took, but Xin Fan felt that he had flown all over the eastern domain, and only then did he see a huge transparent film of light below. In the light film of the seabed, the magnificent palace stretched hundreds of thousands of miles away, looking extremely magnificent. Looking at the ancient complex below, Xin Fan locked his eyes on the entrance. A 2-meter-tall crab. Does the visitor have an invitation? The big crab's vertical eyes stood erect and imposing. He, the Abyssal Dragon Palace, is the overlord of the sea. Even a disciple of the desolate ancient Holy Land would have to be courteous when they saw him as a gatekeeper. The man in front of him looked young and imposing though, but there wasn't any clan embroidery on his chest, so he naturally had to put up enough of an Abyssal Dragon Palace facade. After landing, Xin Fan smiled faintly. Honestly, he wanted to stew this big crab with a mossy back for dinner. Watching him sizing himself up, the big green-backed crab unconsciously scrunched his pair of vertical eyes. Next moment, boom! Xin Fan's Sage 6th Heavenly Majesty's pressure was in full swing, and his white clothes hunted. At this moment, he was like a huge dazzling sun that burned brightly in the perceptions of the undersea creatures. How dare you call for battle in front of the door? Arrogant! Who dares to come to my dragon palace to act recklessly? A powerful dragon roar resounded from the ancient hall in the film of light, shaking the 4 seas and scattering the elves and monsters in all directions. Shoo shoo shoo! Several wind-breaking sounds came. The 4 silhouettes directly passed through the light membrane and hovered in the air. All 4 had dragon horns on their heads and white faces with long beards. The most dazzling, undoubtedly, is the head of a middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe, his vertical eyes upside down, angrily looking at Xin Fan, drinking in a deep voice. What kind of Taoist friend? So ungrateful. Amount, Emperor's son? When looking at Xin Fan's face that looked askance at the crowd, the man hurriedly landed and arched his hand, dryly smiling. It's actually the Emperor's son in person. The Dragon Clan AO Mad has missed the welcome. No offense. Imperial son? Wasn't it just a few days ago that the Killing God Palace was overthrown? Why did he come to my Dragon Palace? Could it be that the Princess Breakthrough was related to this person? The remaining 3 were shocked and hurriedly landed on the ground, standing behind AO Maniac. As for the gatekeeper crab, he had already slumped to the ground, his limbs curled up, as motionless as a large stone. Xin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and gazed at the 4 people while secretly saying in his heart, System, copy the strongest moves of these 4. Okay host, locked on AOU. The strongest move was identified as a holy grade lower, sign Dragon Claw. Locked on AO Maniac. The strongest move identified as Quasi-Imperial, Dragon Soul Possession. Locked on AOU. The strongest move was identified as a holy grade medium, Swimming Dragon Flash. Reproduction increase opens. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for possessing the dragon soul and increasing it to the great emperor level, the divine dragon's true body. Divine Dragon's true body. The body is an illusion of a true dragon descending into the world, subjugating all beasts and possessing terrifying dragon power as well as all kinds of divine abilities of the dragon race. Extra transformation skills. As for the other increases that did not enter the Quasi-Emperor, Shinfan was no longer concerned. Only until AO Maniac was made uncomfortable by his look, did Shinfan casually arch his hand and blandly said, "Fellow Daoist AO, let's not speak in the dark. I'm the one who made it break through the realm into sainthood. Let her come out. It's really him." AO Maniac's heart sighed. He thought that his daughter's breakthrough to half-saint was a happy event, but he didn't expect it to be Shinfan's hand. As for saying Shinfan swindled him, no one feels the need for such a godly man. He laughed dryly and said, "Emperor's son, please come into my mansion to have a chat. My daughter has just been seriously injured and is in the process of recuperating." Shinfan nodded and slowly walked into it. Under the leadership of AO Maniac, the crowd entered the main hall and took their seats one by one. "Emperor's son, I wonder what the situation was like." AO Maniac smiled as he arched his hand and inquired. Shinfan did not add fuel to the fire, and after telling the matter once, he started drinking tea by himself. "Hey, maybe this is the certainty." Seeing that his interest in climbing was not high, AO Maniac laughed. "In that case, I'm going to check on my little girl." "Thank you." Shinfan nodded. A gilded courtyard. AO Jiao, who had already recovered from her injuries, was sitting cross-legged on the jade platform to exhale the essence of the sea. Behind it, there was also a giant silver dragon silhouette that shone brightly. Sensing the arrival of her father, AO Jiao, after exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, opened her eyes and jumped off the jade platform, smugly saying, "Father Sama, that man was scared off by you, wasn't he?" AO Maniac shook his head inside. "Let's go and give him a mount." When these words came out, AO Jiao directly froze in place. When she came back to her senses, she screamed like a cat with fried fur. "Old man, are you not awake? To think that she was a princess of the dragon clan and gave someone a ride?" Anxious AO Jiao red-eyed, glared at him and sobbed. "You're bullying me when mother is gone." AO Mad's face darkened with anger, clenching his hand in his sleeve, almost striking out to grab her ear. Then his hand loosened again, helplessly. "He's Imperial son Shinfan. One man annihilated the god-killing temple. Hurry up, don't keep people waiting." Chapter 101 Traveling to the Forbidden Zone of Life. Emperor's son? No wonder he was able to enter the holy. But the killing god temple was destroyed by him? Are you taking me for a fool? AO Jiao looked at her own old man with an odd expression. The temple of the killing god is full of people who can't see the light of day though, but there was no doubt about the strength of the other side. This was destroyed by a sage realm cultivator, not the forces behind him? As for AO Jiao's aggravation just now, it had long disappeared. What made her speechless was that she had actually met an emperor's son of the emperor clan. With this kind of background, even the dragon clan couldn't top it. Since she had taken the chance, she should not think of seeking refuge. "Lord Father, why don't we use a heavy treasure?" Just as an indemnity, AO Jiao hugged AO Maniac's arm with an aggrieved face. In the past, AO Maniac couldn't wait to pick the moon in the sky for her, but now his face straightened and he spoke in a deep voice. "That's the sixth heaven of the saint realm. Don't be paranoid. You heard right. It was him who destroyed the god-slaying temple all by himself. Think about the consequences of this yourself." Six heavens? How did he cultivate? Wouldn't that 20 years old be entering the quasi-emperor realm? AO Jiao, who was dumbfounded, was pulled out of the courtyard by AO Mad. "Ha ha 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 ha, Emperor's son, my daughter is here. In the future, I still hope that the Emperor's son will take care of her more." Entering the hall, AO Mad arched his hand and laughed, stretching his hand. Shinfan, who put down his teacup, got up and smiled. On a whim, "I hope that fellow Taoist AO will not be offended." Where? My dragon palace also has to thank the Emperor's son for coming out to help." AO Maniac stroked his beard and smiled. More than that, Shinfan was able to break the 1,000-year prohibition on his own daughter as soon as he appeared. This in itself is a heavenly opportunity. What's wrong with being a ride? If the other party proved to be an emperor, then the dragon palace would benefit along with him. In fact, the most important reason was that the dragon palace couldn't do Shinfan. Otherwise, with that proud character of the dragon race, how could they be so nice? Shinfan nodded his head and smiled, landing his eyes on the silver-skirted woman behind AO Maniac. The woman had a full head of silver hair, her face was as full as jade, there were 2 fluffy horns on her forehead, and a pair of bright eyes were looking at him curiously. Seeing Shinfan looking over, AO Jiao owed a bow. "My daughter, AO Jiao, meet the Emperor's son." On the way here, Pops had already told her all about Shinfan. It didn't matter if there was an emperor clan behind the other party. His intimidating power alone could suppress the group. Sage Realm Second Sky. Not bad. Shinfan raised his hand to support himself in vain and smiled faintly. he meant it as a genuine compliment. Not to mention the longevity and talent of the dragons. Ao Jiao, who was still young in the dragon clan, was the strongest person Shinfan had ever seen in the younger generation. Where do you find this kind of hitter plus mount? Naturally, he deserves his praise, but to the ears of the crowd, how it sounded was twisted. Especially Ao Jiao. Her face showed a trace of embarrassment in her heart. I'm thousands of years old. It's weirdly embarrassing for you to praise me like that. Shinfan, who withdrew his sight, looked at Ao Maniac and laughed. 100 years is enough for her to follow me, and at that time, he will let it return to the Dragon Clan. Hearing this, Ao Maniac waved his hand repeatedly. It's fine whenever you want. The Emperor has the final say. It's fine for you to just be an envoy. There's no need to take into account the face of my Abyssal Dragon Clan. You cheap old dad, just throw me away? Ao Jiao, with her head lowered, wanted to give her old father's old cold legs a kick. The other 3 dragon elders in the hall were also puzzled on one side, but in just an instant, they figured out what the matriarch was planning. 100 years is indeed a bit short. 1,000 years is just right. The great emperor's years are 10,000 years long, and this son is so young. I'm afraid that he can live for 30,000 years, and perhaps even ascend. If I take Ao Jiao and ascend, my South Sea Dragon Palace is also considered to have produced an immortal. That would be too much of a long face. As expected, the patriarch is very resourceful. Considering the face of your dragon clan? I just want to ride a dragon when I'm in the mood. Shinfan smiled faintly, knowing that the other party was a scene, not to be taken seriously. Since the dragon clan kept its promise, he naturally wouldn't embarrass it too much and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Ao, don't worry. Mr. Shin isn't going to let her do anything beyond the bottom line. Ao Maniac's face flushed and he said in a deep voice, that's an out-of-the-way thing for an emperor's son to say. I, Ao Maniac, believe in you, which is why I entrusted my daughter to you. Otherwise, if I were to replace her with someone else, I'm afraid that if I dumped the power of the Dragon Clan, I'd still want her to have no return. The voice was resounding, eager for Shinfan to do that out-of-the-ordinary thing, so that the Dragon Clan could have more golden son-in-laws. Shinfan? Ao Jiao? Shinfan didn't know what to say. As for Ao Jiao, she had already reddened her face, her slender right leg rubbing against the floor tiles as she stared at Ao Maniac's leg in death. There is a sense of old cold legs, gusts of cold. Ao crazy, smiled and interrupted. The Emperor's son hasn't come to my dragon palace yet, so we'll have to have a good tour today. Shinfan shook his head and smiled lightly. No, I still have important things to do, so I'll take my leave now. After speaking, he gave a slight arch to the crowd and turned to leave. Dragons have always loved collecting treasures, but don't look at Ao Maniac so polite. If he took Shinfan to visit the palace, those heavy treasure areas would inevitably not let him see. Defense is not an option. Once Shinfan had set his eyes on the Dragon Clan's greatest treasure, the Dragon Clan would definitely have a lump in their hearts. After all, the two sides crossed paths under a misunderstanding, and Shinfan was so strong. The reasoning of not revealing one's wealth is naturally known to Ao Maniac. Since he knew in his heart that he couldn't copy the treasure, Shinfan simply left. While sending him out of the palace, Ao Mad whispered instructions to Ao Jiao by his side along the way. It was nothing more than letting it put away its messy nature. Listen and watch more, and perhaps learn some insights on Shinfan's body. After the crowd exited the Dragon Palace formation, Shinfan and Ao Jiao flew off in a long line. When the two of them were out of the sea, seeing Shinfan looking around blankly, Ao Jiao curiously said, Emperor's son, where to next? He said he had something important to do before. Shinfan, who withdrew his sight, looked at her and laughed. Take me to the forbidden zone of life. Currently, with his cultivation level, if he wanted to continue to improve, he would not be able to do so unless he went to the forbidden lands of the major powers and slipped around to see what cultivation level those sealed old monsters were at. Doing so would be too time-consuming, not to mention that it was expected that most of the forces, like the god-slaying temple, didn't have too many Supreme Saint realms sitting around. And among the major forbidden areas of the Xian-Tian continent, all of them are lurking with unnameable powerhouses, and are undoubtedly the best place to go. And only these top areas. Only then could Shinfan's cultivation level continue to rise. Since the mermaid had also watched and received a mount, he, who had never been to the forbidden zone, naturally wanted to gain insight. A raw, life forbidden zone? Ao Jiao's eyes glazed over. Even if she had entered the sage realm now and her heart was extremely swollen, she would not dare to enter such a forbidden place for cultivators. Shinfan swept a glance at her and said indifferently, if you want to surpass the cultivation speed of normal people and put them to death in order to have achievements like mine, do you think my cultivation is for nothing? This, Ao Jiao looked at him incredulously. Never would have thought that Shinfan was using this 9 deaths to raise his cultivation level. That's just not taking your life seriously. If you are afraid to give me a ride, come back yourself. I don't need people who are afraid of death by my side. I'm afraid to die? Don't you look down on people. Such pretentious words. Angry Ao Jiao, surrounded by white awns, directly revealed his true body. Roar! In a powerful dragon roar, the 10,000 meter long silver dragon covered the sky. She slowly turned her huge dragon head towards Shinfan, her eyes full of fighting spirit. You get to go. I can go too. Emperor's son only, not counting her age. She was only 4 heavens above her, so why shouldn't she be able to compare? Shinfan smiled faintly, dodged and sat on the smooth forehead right in the center of her dragon horn, smiling faintly. Then let's go. The dragon threw back its tail and took off into the clouds. This day, the southern barbarians, all cultivators, will see in the South China Sea area. A silver dragon to soar clouds and fog. Extraordinary power. Chapter 102 West Lin Tian, Mountain of Enlightenment. West Prosperity. The forbidden zone of life. Outside the Mountain of Enlightenment. It's time for the Enlightenment tea to mature again. Looking at the forces from all sides that had come to pick the tea, a cultivator in the crowd spoke out with emotion. At this time, the outside of Mount Gautama was already overcrowded. The major forces were clearly separated, occupying various favorable locations outside the mountain. Once the ancient tea of enlightenment was ripe, people from various forces would rush in and grab the enlightenment tea leaves with their own skills. Rumble! There was a roar that rang through the sky. The crowd then saw an ancient copper carriage emitting amazing ripples, traveling from afar. Looking at the iconic Lin banner on the copper car, the hearts of the cultivators were startled. The desolate ancient forest family is here as well. This enlightenment tea maturity is more lively than ever. Every 100 years, the enlightenment tea only produces 50 tea leaves, which is clearly not enough to share. And this year, 7 of the Western Adventist heaven's topmost forces had already come. It is difficult for other forces to profit from it. After seeing the Lin family's copper car land, a cultivator on the sidelines whispered, I've heard that an emperor's son has emerged from the eastern domain. Perhaps it has something to do with this matter. It shouldn't be wrong. As the great power descends, all parties need precious cultivation resources, and this time, the maturation of the enlightenment tea. The major powers are obviously using it as a reserve for the future. An old cultivator nodded his head as he stroked his beard. At that moment, the Lin family's crowd, who had gotten off the carriage, saw a group of young men walking slowly. There were a total of 6 people coming, each with an extraordinary aura and a divine light lingering around them. They were all the strongest generation of heavenly figures within the 6 powers that had come to the Enlightenment Mountain this time. The people of the Lin family were honored with it. It was because their family, too, had produced an unearthly heavenly pride. Lin Yun, ha ha, gentlemen, goodbye. Among the Lin family's crowd, a young man with an extraordinary temperament came out in a row, arching his hand and smiling. One of the 6, a male holding a folding fan, smiled faintly and said, I hadn't expected fellow Taoist Lin to be here in person. So it seems that this time, the pressure to compete has increased by another point. Lin Yun smiled helplessly and bitterly. When entering the Mountain of Enlightenment, everyone's cultivation will be minimized, purely based on their individual physique. Don't joke about it, fellow Taoist Jian. Then he arched his hand and smiled at the woman with a bland face in the group. Miss Yao, it's been many days since I've seen you. You still have the same elegance. Among this group of people, only Yao Shi of the Yao family had the highest cultivation, and was vaguely known as the strongest of the younger generation of the Shiling Heaven, having already reached the cultivation of the second sky of Half-Saint. After Yao Shi nodded faintly, the crowd saw the depths of the Enlightenment Mountain, where light flourished. The crowd that saw the scene was filled with exhilaration. Once a cultivator took the leaves of the Enlightenment tree, his understanding of the great Tao could be taken to the next level. It's the tree of enlightenment maturing. Senior brother, be careful when you enter it. Eldest sister, hurry back if you can't snatch it. Don't fight for the moment. Amidst the noisy exchanges, Yao Shi, Lin Yun, and the others looked at each other before they each left, preparing to enter the mountain to grab the enlightenment tea. For a pride like them, the enlightenment tea was also an indispensable existence. Even if there were reserves in the sect, they hadn't come here simply to seize the treasure. It's more for the experience. Just then, a pale dragon's roar came from the distant sky. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar was deafening and resounded in all directions. Look, it's a dragon! The crowd looked up and out in unison at the shouts of disbelief. A 10,000-meter-long silver dragon was seen, like a god descending from the heavens, and it came over the crowd in an instant. A terrifying pressure swept over, causing the demonic beasts ridden by many forces to tremble violently and lower their heads in fear. Igo is really a dragon. Many cultivators were filled with shock. Augurs and subspecies of dragons are common, but true dragons are not something anyone is fortunate enough to see. On the other hand, the leading elders of the 7 absolute top powers were filled with gravity as they looked at the silver dragon in the void, overlooking the crowd. Even at the high level of the half-saint realm, they all felt the terrifying pressure that emanated from the silver dragon. Saint Realm Dragon Cultivator? Could it be someone from the South Sea Abyssal Dragon Palace? How did the Abyssal Dragon Palace come to my West Lin Tian? Just as the crowd's minds were spinning, they saw that above the dragon's head, there was actually a young cultivator sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Hiss! This! The hearts of the powerhouses of the various forces were shocked. One must know that the people of the South Sea Abyss were extremely arrogant, especially since the Silver Dragon had already reached the Saint Realm. Even the clan leader, AO Maniac, could not sit on the heads of his clan members in a dignified manner. That's extremely disrespectful behavior. But when they saw the man's face, everyone's hearts trembled. Shen Fan? Why did he come to Xylinshan? And also, sitting on the head of the dragon? The cultivator's presence sensed that the atmosphere was a bit oppressive, and seeing the shocked looks of the elders from the various lands, the noisy environment gradually quieted down. Even the group that was preparing to enter the Enlightenment Mountain stopped in their tracks and looked at the giant dragon in the air in unison, because to silence so many top powers, the visitor was extraordinary. When the giant dragon gradually shrunk, Shen Fan slowly opened his eyes, dashed to the ground, and slowly walked towards the Enlightenment Mountain in front of him. Wherever he passed, all the cultivators automatically gave way and eyed him with a look of astonishment. As for Ao Jiao, she followed him and rubbed her head, curiously surveying the surrounding cultivators. It could be seen that this girl didn't travel much and was quite curious about people and things outside the southern region. Ao Jiao? In a light voice of doubt, Ao Jiao looked sideways at Yaoshi, who was in the crowd with a grave expression on her face. As a woman, the dragon demon Ao Jiao half-saint Ninth Heaven's great name, but the #1 powerhouse in the hearts of all female cultivators. It's also a target for catching up. Although the other party was already thousands of years old, the difference in lifespan between the human and demon races was quite large. Ao Jiao is indeed still very young if you do the hard math. But what everyone didn't expect was this. The other party had already entered the Saint Realm. However, Ao Jiao didn't recognize her and just raised her eyebrows and whispered after Shen Fan. I heard that if you go in here, you can only rely purely on physical strength. Are you okay with that? What's the strongest dragon? Undoubtedly it's the physique. She asked this, naturally because she was afraid that Shen Fan would have any missteps. If you're afraid, stay outside and wait. I will be afraid? Ao Jiao's eyes glared, her chest puffed out, and she arrogantly said, hiding behind me when things go wrong. Think of it as returning your favor. Shen Fan pulled the corner of his mouth, and saw an old man in front of him, arching his hand at him and smiling. Yao Xing of the Yao clan, meet the Imperial Sun. I don't know if the Imperial Sun has come for the Mountain Enlightenment Tea. Once it was confirmed that Shen Fan was going to take this Enlightenment Tea leaf, the heavenly pride of the lands would have to think twice, not to mention that there was an Ao Jiao present at his side. He's the Emperor's son? The unknown cultivators realized who the person in front of them really was. I didn't realize that the East Domain Emperor's son actually had this kind of power, to be able to make the major powers so careful and cautious. I'm afraid that there's some big deal going on in the Eastern Domain. I thought the Emperor's son was just famous. While Yao Xing was speaking, all of the Yao family members looked at the young Emperor's son in front of them in unison. There were already quite a few Yao family disciples who knew that the East Region Emperor's son knew the Yao family Emperor's void transformation Dao Finger. Chapter 103, Forbidden Land Supreme. Replication Increase, 9 Heavens of the Quasi-Emperor. This kind of untold secret technique. The Yao family should have asked the other party about the origin of the secret technique. If it's really the family great emperor himself, then Shen Fan's relationship with the Yao family was extraordinary. But Elder Yao Xing and the family's heavenly pride, Yao Shi, both knew about it. The patriarch and the family saints have decided. This matter was put to rest and would not ask about the origin of Shen Fan's void transformation Dao Finger. A number of people found this decision mind-boggling. It is puzzling that this relationship, which has the advantage of great power, is not utilized. But the family had already made a decision, and Elder Yao Xing couldn't say anything more. Hearing his question, Shen Fan smiled faintly and said, Mr. Shen is just going in to have a look, and has no idea about the Enlightenment Tea, so all of you can just make yourselves at home. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief at these words. After seeing the two men enter the Mount of Enlightenment, the queue to enter the mountain was restored to order. Within the Enlightenment Mountain, only the highest mountain top in the distance had the Enlightenment ancient tree planted on it. When Shen Fan and Ao Jiao entered the Mountain of Enlightenment, they did feel that they could not use even a trace of aura in their bodies. With this kind of heaven and earth rule, even the older generation of cultivators didn't dare to enter it, fearing that his physique and Qian blood would be insufficient. He would be decapitated by the young cultivator and end up in the gutter. Watching a number of people walk towards the huge mountain ahead, Shen Fan realized that the distance his divine sense was released was almost useless. After he scanned the surrounding area, he walked towards the depths of the Enlightenment Mountain. As for Ao Jiao, she followed him step by step, looking at the stone on his shoulder from time to time. She had seen before that the stone would reveal a little girl, Very pretty. The 4 fields were silent. The scenery of Mount Gautama was still good, not much different from the normal mountains. As time went on, the two went deeper and deeper, and the aura in his body was compressed to the extreme, unable to move the slightest bit. I don't know how long it took before Shinfan stopped walking. Just before the two of them, underneath a huge mountain peak, a cave emitting a gust of black mist was revealed. Ao Jiao, whose body was a little chilly, rubbed her arms and whispered, "TZ, how do you feel about your physique? Does it hold?" The moment he entered the confines of this mountain, she clearly felt a trace of unspeakable suppression in her bloodline power. The confidence that Ao Jiao had been full of before was gone, because the more she entered the confines of this mountain, the weaker her physical strength would become. And this cave in front of him, there was bound to be an extremely terrifying existence hidden within it. Right at that moment, a ghostly whisper came out from the cave. "Empress, is something wrong? Holy, what the hell is his identity?" Ao Jiao was dumbfounded by what she heard. In the forbidden area, none of the ancient supreme beings sealed themselves here, which made it a forbidden area for cultivators. Such existences don't say anything about holy places. I'm afraid that the Imperial clan wouldn't dare to easily stroke their whiskers. Shinfan's area was the 6th heaven of the Sage Realm, and he could actually make the other party ask what was going on. This was like her old man suddenly becoming an ancient great emperor, making Ao Jiao feel full of wonder. Shinfan raised his eyebrows and smiled archly. The late generation just came in to gain insight. No other purpose. Ao Jiao on the side secretly gulped, similarly bowing her head and arching her hand in salute. Getting a better view? That's when she really rose to the occasion. But it was not what Shinfan expected. The sacred body aura he had released in the 100,000 mountains should have been detected by the absolute powerhouses of the Xiantian continent. It was not surprising that the owner of this cave had such words. The atmosphere was a little stiff. To say that Shinfan came to gain insight, this directly came to the other party's residence, always like a random perfunctory excuse. However, at that moment, the black mist inside the cave cleared and an old man in a black robe with a dry face appeared, smiling faintly. "How about Emperor's son coming to the old man's residence? Consider it as doing your duty as a landlord." System. Copy his cultivation. Okay host. Locked on Elder Black Cloud. Identified cultivation, Quasi-Emperor 4th Heaven. ******* Quasi-Emperor 4th Heaven? The corner of Shinfan's eyes jumped. Doesn't this mean that reproduction of the increase begins at Quasi-Imperial Realm 5th Heaven, Quasi-Imperial Realm 7th Heaven, Quasi-Imperial Realm 8th Heaven, 9 heavens of the Quasi-Emperor Realm? This cultivation level rattled upwards, causing Shinfan to freeze in place for a moment. The eyes of Old Man Black Cloud at the cave entrance narrowed slightly as he faintly swept the two people in front of him. Although the might of the Emperor's son was strong, he, Old Man Black Cloud, as the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, was not an existence to be trifled with. But when he saw Shinfan's cultivation level, the corner of his eyes suddenly raised. The 6th heaven of the Sage Realm in the district. Ha! He was surprised to find that he had difficulty detecting the other party's cultivation after just a glance. Even Old Me can't see it. Can't it be some kind of supreme treasure? In Elder Black Cloud's shocked and uncertain look, Shinfan slightly arched his hand and smiled. No chatter. When he finished speaking he turned to leave. Ao Jiao on the side hurriedly saluted the old man before quickly following behind Shinfan. Sure enough, coming to the forbidden zone of life to slip around has yielded a harvest, and his cultivation level has directly reached the 9th heaven of the Quasi-Emperor. But what to do next? The smile on Shinfan's face froze. One must know that the current Xiantian continent didn't have any certified great emperors. Quasi-Emperor 9 heavens was already the strongest. It would be too difficult for Shinfan if he cultivated himself. Shinfan thought as he walked, the divine soul can still be improved a bit. The streams of Gongfu, Emperor soldiers, and Dao Dao can only be considered as icing on the cake. Just go around to other places. Thinking like this, Shinfan felt that if he didn't cultivate, apart from sneaking around blindly, one could only wait for someone to witness and become an emperor to replicate the cultivation this one way. AI. This is the trouble of raising cultivation too quickly. Shinfan shook his head and walked slowly in the Enlightenment Mountain. But it can't be helped. With the system in hand, there was no way he could grind his way up slowly. A cultivation level of the 6th sky of the Sage Realm already made it difficult for him to meet experts of the same level in the various Holy Lands. Only the old monsters that were in the Forbidden Zone, or sealed in the Forbidden Land by the Great Holy Lands. It was only then that his cultivation could be replicated successfully. Until the two of them were out of the Enlightenment Mountain, Ao Jiao still had a puzzled look on her face. Emperor's son, this is coming out? Or else? Shinfan had an odd look on his face. Ao Jiao gulped and whispered. This kind of place is a forbidden area for those supreme existences. Whoever goes there will die. Why are you so calm? Really going for a slip? Which is as exaggerated as you say. That old man has lived to such a great age, which is so much of a battle of wills. After Shinfan had a taste of lecturing his juniors, He patted her head and laughed. Sneak off to some other forbidden place next, and transform into a little dragon man quickly. Ao Jiao, __. Don't touch my head. As she spoke, she once again transformed into a giant white dragon. At this time, the two had already gone out of the range of Mount Enlightenment, and in the stone on Xinfan's shoulder, Lai Miaoan's head was revealed. Phew, finally out. She stretched her back in a cozy tone. Obviously, she didn't want to meet with the old monster in the mountain, lest she invite trouble for Xinfan, but as soon as she came out, she turned her head violently to look at Xinfan with both eyes glaring, wondering, how did you get to Quasi-Emperor 9? What did you do? What a fuss! Xinfan smiled faintly and flew up longitudinally on the head of Ao Jiao, who had a bewildered face, and said casually, just looking at the scenery and having a heartfelt epiphany. Let's go. That's okay? Lai Miaoan's eyes glared. He's already reached the 9th heaven of the Quasi-Emperor? Is it really true? As for Ao Jiao, she was trembling, confused and looking for a direction to fly. Xinfan directly closed his eyes and lazily paid no attention to the chirping little person on his shoulder. Chapter 104, Visiting the Yi family, Seeking Revenge. After seeing the dragon in the air far away, it was only then that the scene outside of Mount Enlightenment returned to its previous bustle. The Emperor's son came out so soon? I guess it's likely that it's in some kind of danger. That's why it ran out. Maybe there are treasures of the Imperial clan in them, and it's not possible for him to take them away. In the Yao family camp, Elder Yaoxing looked at the huge dragon that disappeared into the sky and whispered to the Yao family disciple beside him. You go back and inform the family head about the Emperor's son's visit to Mount Enlightenment. Elder West Lin Tian, Yao family. After the Yao family head learned of this piece of news, he told the old ancestor in the Forbidden Land at the first opportunity, don't mess with him. Regarding the old ancestor's meaning, the Yao family head naturally followed it unconditionally, because he knew far more than the rest of the Yao family knew. In the Yao family's Forbidden Land, an old man with a withered face came to the depths of the earth. As far as the eye could see, a huge palace was full of aura and ancient charm. The old man slowly walked into the palace that no one was watching and stood in the middle of the square, bowing to the ancient coffin in front of him. Emperor's son. Xinfan just went to the Enlightenment Mountain and left in less than 2 hours, and there were no battle visions in the mountain. It was seen that the ancient coffin was covered with a life source stone. In the middle of it, a young man with a jade-like face lay with his eyes closed. Even so, he had formed his own Tao lines all around him, and his divine light shone brightly, looking extremely divine. This life is not a fight. Go down. Yes. The old man who whispered a word, bowed and turned away. That's right. The Yao family, which had been inherited for 10,000 years, also had an emperor's son. It was the only heir of the Yao family's great emperor, and Xinfan was not a disciple of the Yao family emperor, which the Yao family emperor knew very well. It was likely that Xinfan had obtained the great emperor's true transmission by chance, or it was a secret move left behind by the great emperor. No one knew. This was also the main reason why the Yao family did not go to inquire about Xinfan. And the reason why the emperor's son of the Yao family chose not to come out into the world was because Xinfan was simply too young. It was also supported by the peerless saint body that was at the top of the battlefield. He didn't have the certainty of victory over his opponent. The destruction of the Killing God Palace was no longer a secret amongst these top powers. Even the battle of the God-slaying temple passed through the vision, and all the major powers had a copy in their hands. Combat time is just too fast. So fast that it was mind-boggling. The temple of the Killing God was overthrown, and these battles only destroyed 1/10,000th of the boundaries of the 100,000 mountains. It could be seen that Xinfan's control over his own power had reached such a terrifying degree. Once he was on fire, the emperor's son of the Yao clan asked himself that it would be at most a 30/70th split between the two. Since there is no certainty, coming out of the world will not help. He can only wait for the moment. As for Xinfan, he was led by Ao Jiao all the way to tour the mountains and browse through the various forbidden zones of life in the Xintian continent. Not to mention, there really wasn't a single forbidden area existence that dared to make a move against them. The reason for this was that as long as Xinfan entered a forbidden area, he would emanate an aura that belonged exclusively to the 9th heaven of the Quasi-Emperor. To Ao Jiao, a cultivator who had just entered the Saint realm, it might not feel very strong. After all, this wasn't emperor-level pressure. But for the old monsters of the same realm, the aura was like a drop of thick ink falling into a bowl of clear water, and the reaction could be imagined. To an existence of Xinfan's cultivation level, deliberately hiding one's cultivation and pretending to beat one's face was no longer necessary at all. Moreover, Xinfan had traveled all the way from a low cultivation level. It was found that most of the monks had a good head on their shoulders. Rarely would any ungrateful cultivator deliberately target him, especially after learning about his cultivation. And the old forbidden monsters who have lived for so many years are no little darlings. The heart knew that he was releasing his aura was to avoid unnecessary conflict. As long as Xinfan didn't tear down their coffin boards, the forbidden area powerhouse lying in it wouldn't step forward. so just do whatever he wanted. The crowd also turned a blind eye. No way. He's just too sick. A 19-year-old quasi-emperor in 9 heavens. He also possessed a peerless holy body with heaven-defying battle power. If this wasn't the reincarnation of any of the great emperors of the ancient world, or a Tao body planted by a great emperor, no one would believe it. This caused Ao Jiao to feel that Xinfan entering the Forbidden Land was like playing. It's really just playing around. At this time, Xinfan turned around and returned to the misty forest, the forbidden area of the eastern domain. Looking at the little kid in front of him who was sealed, Xinfan said in his heart, "System, copy the lifespan of this ancient divine pill." Okay host. Locked ancient medicine sun and moon fruit. Identified life remaining, 35, 600 years. Reproduction increase opens. Ding. Congratulations to the host, who has gained 72,000 years of lifespan. Awesome. Slipping around I've added more than 300,000 lifespans. Xinfan barred his mouth and lifted the restriction around the sun and moon fruit. You really don't eat me? Sun Moon Fruit stared at Xinfan nervously with her ebony eyes. Xinfan rolled his eyes. If you don't leave, I'm going to want to try my mouth. Phew, where did the sun and moon fruit in open pants dare to stay? A flash and disappeared into the mist. As Xinfan turned to leave, he secretly said in his heart, "System, take a look at my current panel." Okay host. As soon as the words in his mind fell, a set of data appeared in front of Xinfan's eyes. Host, Xinfan. Realm, 9th heaven of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Physique, one of the 10 great sacred bodies of the human race, the peerless sacred body. Physical increased characteristics, ancient poisoning body, golden stone divine body. Spiritual roots, holy, divine soul, 10th grade. Lifespan, 376,872 years. Eastern domain, northern border, western Lin Tian, southern wasteland. Xinfan traveled idly all the way. Not only did he raise his cultivation to the 9th sky of the quasi-emperor, the previous divine grade spiritual root had also been increased to the holy grade level by him. The lifespan was even more than several times that of the ancient great emperor. These are panel increases. There were also increases coming from the great Tao, spiritual medicines, secret treasures and techniques, as well as a line from the Dan Palace that had copied many imperial pills and so on. Slipping around the major forbidden zones, the enhancement is just fast. Xinfan was satisfied. When the two left the misty forest, Xinfan stretched his waist and smiled faintly. Going to slip into Ye's house. Ao Jiao has already been accustomed to it, nodded to visualize the dragon body, and took him to fly longitudinally to the deserted Yi family, the draconian Yi family. When Ao Jiao came here, Xinfan flashed to the top of the Yi family. A terrifying quasi-emperor realm pressure tilted down like a mountain. Rumble. The Yi clan's protector formation opened at the first moment, directly isolating this might. System, duplicate this grand formation. Okay host. At this point, shoo shoo shoo. In the sound of breaking wind, several figures stood across the sky. Imperial Sun. Why is this? Xinfan did not say a word. The divine light around his body soared, and the bloodline of the peerless saint body rushed like thunder. Next moment, he stomped his foot on top of the large formation below. Boom! The terrifying force shook the entire Yi city as if an earth dragon was coming, and the earth trembled. Click, 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 and the Yi clan's great formation collapsed on the spot under this strike. I've come to seek revenge. A loud cry exploded in the sky like muffled thunder. Put! The Yi family's numerous old ancestors in the air with horrified faces directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Chapter 105, heartless to prove the way. Only wishing to battle a great emperor. Just one kick, blasting the Yi family's imperial formation. With a furious cry, he even heavily injured several Yi family's old ancestors. Such terrifying might and invincibility caused everyone in the city to be terrified to the extreme. Yi family's 5th ancestor, family head Yi Nantian, come out and die. A thunderous and furious cry once again resounded in the sky. Looking at Xinfan whose white clothes were hunting in the air, everyone's hearts were startled. The head of the family? The 5 ancestors? When did their lineage mess with Imperial Sun Xinfan? It's too terrifying. With such terrifying battle power, can my Yi family withstand it? Deception is too much. Don't forget that my Yi family has Imperial soldiers in the world. This sun is so rampant. The jittery crowd realized that 2 figures in the city had, at some point, stood in the air. One is an old man with a pale face. The other person was none other than the head of the Yi family, Yi Nantian. In the meantime, a pale voice rang out in the Yi family's forbidden land. As of today, the Yi family is sealed. I hope that the Imperial Sun will be merciful. Everyone's face changed drastically when these words came out. Seal the clan? It was then that they realized what kind of existence the Yi family had incurred. Seeing Xinfan's nonchalance, Yi Nantian arched his hand and smiled. The grudge between you and I is only personal, and Mr. Yi has never used his family's power. As soon as the words fell, The bodies of Yi Nantian and the 5 ancestors of the Yi clan spontaneously combusted, and in the blink of an eye, their bodies dissolved between heaven and earth. Even the divine soul was dissipated. The end was a decisive one. Looking at Shin Fan's face remained indifferent. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. This is a wimp? Hair didn't even get Shin Fan frowned. Buzz. In the middle of the Yi family's forbidden land, a 3-legged purple cauldron slowly hovered in the air, emitting an unparalleled and appalling pressure. At the same time, in a vision that could only be discovered by the quasi-emperor realm, a trace of invisible bloodline power flowed out from everyone in the Yi family, converging into the cauldron. It's finally out. System, copy this grand tripod. Shin Fan was happy in his heart and secretly said without moving, just frowning and pretending to be displeased. He had indeed forced the Yi family to use an Imperial weapon. Okay, host. Locked on the human emperor cauldron. Identified as an Imperial artifact. Reproduction increase opens. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the immortal artifact, Chaos Cauldron. Chaos Cauldron, a treasure born out of chaos. A strand of chaos gas can suppress a side of heaven and earth with extraordinary power. In that case, I have cleared my grudge with the Yi family. After Shin Fan whispered softly, he returned longitudinally to the head of Ao Zhao, who was stiff. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief at these words, and the human emperor cauldron slowly landed in the Yi family's forbidden land. My mom, is he really a quasi-emperor? Ao Zhao's body tensed up, and a chill ran through her heavenly aureole. With her cognition, she really didn't know what kind of existence Shin Fan fell into. To the middle Imperial continent. Listening to the sound of words overhead, Ao Zhao responded repeatedly and quickly disappeared into the sky. But when the two of them set foot on the middle emperor continent, the cultivators around the transmission array, however, spread the news that the Qin family's main mother had died violently in her home. Could it be that this matter is related to him? Even the death of the main mother of the Qin family. Looking at Shin Fan with a slightly furrowed brow, Ao Zhao on the side was scared with trepidation. From the initial self-belief that he was an emperor's son, to the current terrifying might, Shin Fan's power had exceeded her imagination, strong to the point of being unbelievable. Go and turn around in the forbidden area of the middle Imperial continent. Shin Fan had a bored face. He was still planning to slip into the Qin family. Aha! Ao Zhao nodded, transforming into a giant dragon as the crowd stared in disbelief. He flew off into the distance. As the central emperor continent was a place that gathered great fortune, the living beings within the forbidden area were also exceptionally powerful. However, all of them seemed to have a tacit understanding, ignoring Shin Fan's appearance and doing whatever he wanted. A few days later, Shin Fan and his duo arrived at the forbidden area that existed in the middle Imperial continent and had the most ferocious reputation, the time and space forbidden area. Looking at the large river in front of him that could even absorb the light, he whispered to Ao Zhao at the side, "You go back, back, back." Ao Zhao had a puzzled look on her face. Seeing Shin Fan take out a large tripod that emitted a destructive aura and directly drilled into it and flew into the river, Ao Zhao anxiously said, "Empyrean son, this is a long river of time. Don't you think about it? The long river of time, once you sink into it, you don't know how long the years have gone by. Trying to get out of the river is even more of a pipe dream. You're in your prime, how can you kill yourself?" Shin Fan lay on all fours inside the chaotic cauldron. The flow of the river made the whole tripod float and sink, like a cradle, and comfortably he stretched out. Seeing Ao Zhao's anxious face, Shin Fan curled his finger and sent the great emperor formation pattern into the other party's brow and laughed. "Alright, I just want to sleep. You comprehend this great emperor formation pattern and consider it your creation." The river of time is a great terror though, but for Shin Fan's current lifespan, it stood up to consumption. Besides, with the immortal weapon in hand, it wouldn't be a matter of minutes for him to come out, if he hadn't deliberately restrained the pressure of his immortal weapon. Even the laws of this great river would have been difficult to get close to. The reason why Shin Fan came here was really because there was no one else to replicate his cultivation. Moreover, with a divine soul of the 10th grade, he also needed a lot of time to catalyze his divine soul. The long river of time, no doubt, suited him very well. As long as he sleeps, maybe someone will be certified as an emperor? Wouldn't it be nice to wake up and be able to replicate it? After saying that, Shin Fan waved his hand and laughed. "Go back, don't worry, no one here dares to make a move on you, Taiko." Seeing Shin Fan sink directly into the river, Ao Zhao was sweating anxiously and stomped her feet repeatedly. "It's over, it's really over." In Ao Zhao's opinion, Shin Fan had traveled all the way and had only struck out once at the Yi family, still just stomping around. This invincible loneliness made him feel unlovable, and he directly chose to banish himself in the river of time. How can you be so thoughtless? It's just God's jealousy. Looking at the slowly flowing river, Ao Zhao's entire body appeared to be at a loss for words. Shin Fan was too invincible. It must be a lie if she didn't say she admired it. This coupled with the Great Emperor formation pattern that the other party had just given her, caused her to become somewhat uncontrollably sentimental for a moment. However, the River of Time was not an idle place, and Xinfan's protective seal on her body had already vaguely crumbled a bit. Anxious in her heart, Ao Zhao stomped her foot hard and turned around with red eyes and flew out of the restricted area, transformed into a dragon. She tilted her head back and charged into the sky. Roar! A berserk dragon roar resounded through the 4 fields, and in a few dodges, she disappeared into the sky. When she left, the chaos cauldron surfaced again in the river. Are you really going to sleep for a while? If you use this for cultivation, you'll definitely be able to certify the Tao. Within the creation bell stone on his shoulder, Lai Miaoan revealed her small head and curiously said, "What can I do if I don't sleep and wait for these demons to be certified as emperors?" Xinfan paralyzed in the chaotic cauldron with a face of emotion and looked at the gray sky and blandly said, "Do you know what my biggest dream has been so far in my cultivation?" When these words came out, not only was Lai Miaoan curious, even an old man with a stooped back inside the cabin by the river pricked up his ears in curiosity. "What dream?" Ri Miaoan inquired. "With the realm of a quasi-emperor, the power to suppress a proven emperor." Xinfan had a bland face. "Really fake. Why don't I believe it?" Lai Miaoan muttered with a full heart. In terms of Xinfan's peerless saint body, would he not know how strong it was? Is it just his bad taste? Lai Miaoan thought it was very possible. Then Xinfan looked at the grinning and arching old man outside the bamboo house and laughed. "Fellow Daoist, please send these words out so that all the cultivators who are interested in certifying the Tao can hear that Mr. Xin has no intention of certifying the emperor and only seeks a battle. Let them not be too pressurized. Ha 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 ha, the emperor's son is so bold. Old me admires it. Don't worry, in just half a day, I'll make sure that these words spread throughout the entire Xian Heaven continent." The old man grinned, full of beauty, and stroked a few whiskers around his lips. Unexpectedly, the young man's youthful words, it made even an existence like him feel somewhat empathetic and free-flowing. "What about certified great emperors? I have the intention of a battle force press." "Look at that. That's a pussy. It's their lineage of Forbidden Zone supreme beings." But he hated that he didn't know when Xinfan would come out. Otherwise, he would have long ago taken him into the door and strengthened his Forbidden Zone lineage. Seeing the giant tripod of unknown origin sink into the river, the old man turned around with a smile and walked into the cabin behind him. A few moments later, all the major Forbidden Area supreme beings on the Xian continent had received this message. The Forbidden Area shook, and the manifestation perimeter sent out the words of the law to notify heaven and earth. Emperor Sun Xinfan has no intention of certifying the Tao, and only wishes to fight with the certified great emperor. Cultivators in the world who have the heart to prove themselves, will they dare to fight in the future? Boom! The whole world boiled over. Chapter 106, Visions from Everywhere. Emperor's son emerges. In the meantime, rumble. There was a roar above the heavens that lifted the clouds. Tao lines spread out like a spider web. The thunder of 69 and 99 flashed across the firmament like a traveling dragon. At the center of the heavenly dome's Tao lines, an illusory emperor seal crumbled and spilled out into the middle Imperial continent's long river of time. Is this the emperor seal that belongs exclusively to the emperor's son? Ha 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 ha. The heavenly Tao had already certified it, but I didn't expect him to be so defiant. The cultivators outside the spacetime Forbidden Zone shivered with excitement when they saw this scene. Arrogant. The emperor's son is actually so ignorant. How dare he treat the demons of the world as nothing? Ha 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 ha. Self-inflicted woe. Many of the surrounding cultivators stationed by the major powers were filled with excitement. The Imperial seal crumbled. The demons within the sect are then expected to witness the Daoa. The news spread throughout the Xian continent within half a day. The Lu clan, the Manglo clan, the Divine Emperor Holy Land, the Desolate Ancient Food clan, the Qin clan of the Middle Imperial continent, the Dacian Imperial dynasty, and the Heaven-asking sect were among the various forces. The first time he traveled to the southern Savage Abyss Dragon Palace to find out about this matter. In the main hall of the Dragon Palace, Quasi-Emperor Nine Heavens, listening to Ao Jiao, the crowd was filled with shock. Even the sect leader figures of all parties found it somewhat unimaginable. On the other hand, the younger generation present, such as Divine Emperor Zhang Taiyu, Mangu Barbarian, Yao Shi of the Yao family, and others, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was undoubtedly a good thing for them that such a terrifying person had no intention of proving their path, especially Zhang Taiyu and the others, who had just come out of Sevenstar Mountain when they heard that Xinfan had entered the quasi-emperor realm. It's like a pot of cold water thrown down. Through and through, the crowd came and went quickly. Now that the cause of this matter had been determined, they needed to go back and lay out the opportunity to witness the Tao. On the contrary, it was Lu Qingcheng of the Lu family, and the Eastern Emperor Moonfall of the Great Qian dynasty who stayed behind. "Sister, little sister wants to ask him what he's been doing these days," Lu Qingcheng, who was walking in the Dragon Palace garden, said curiously to Ao Jiao. Even the always proud Ao Zhao appreciated this beautiful Eastern region beauty. Hearing her ask that, he couldn't help but look at her with an inquisitive face and snicker. Oh, looks like you look up to Taiko as well. As she spoke, she purposely glanced at Donghuan Yuexuan beside Lu Qingchun with an I understand look on her face. Not to mention them, the dragon clan that had always worshipped the strong. Ao Zhao also greatly admired Xin Fan. Although Xin Fan was even younger than her, his age could only be counted as a fraction of hers. But cultivation is not based on age. Such a young quasi-emperor hadn't been produced for ages, and deserved the admiration of all the younger generation. The heart knew that Xin Fan was the reincarnation of a great emperor, or a great emperor Dao fruit, and was out of reach. But who let Ao Zhao become his mount? Naturally with honor. Lu Qingcheng pursed her lips and said softly, I'm just curious to ask. I haven't seen him become a quasi-emperor for many days, and I always feel a bit like I'm in a dream. Tough mouth. Ao Zhao smiled faintly and said, it's just blindly wandering around. Wherever it's dangerous he lets me go, either that or just look at the scenery. Speaking of this, Ao Zhao was also speechless. Just by wandering around blindly, people reached the ninth heaven of the quasi-emperor. She had cultivated this for 1,000 years and had to rely on the treasures that Xin Fan had casually thrown out before she succeeded in breaking through the realm into sainthood. This man-to-man comparison is simply exasperating. Rather like his nature. He can't stay anywhere. Donghuan Yuexuan laughed softly, but helplessness was written deep in his eyes. Such a person is hard to reach in an exhaustive lifetime. To the side, Lu Qingcheng nodded and said softly, if nothing else, he should be searching for the dark hand left behind in his previous life. And it's not unfathomable that his cultivation would increase rapidly as he awakens dusty memories every time he goes to a place. Either that or he was a quasi-emperor 9 heavens when he was born and has just been hiding his cultivation. After saying that, Lu Qingcheng did not move and inhaled a breath in her heart. It's so stressful. Although her physical lesions had been eradicated and would no longer affect her cultivation, even to the next level. But compared to Xin Fan, the difference was too great. Witnessing the Dao, Lu Qingcheng thought leisurely, the color in her eyes unknown. Ao Zhao whispered with extreme approval, I feel the same way. It's just too unbelievable. This was the only reason that could explain why Xin Fan had improved so quickly. After that, Ao Zhao and the three of them settled down in the garden and told about her and Xin Fan's experiences along the way. Cultivation has no age. In an instant, 1,000 years have passed. The disappearance of the heavenly Dao Emperor's seal caused the demons of the major powers to rise up and seek the opportunity to witness the Dao, trespassing in forbidden areas, treading ancient paths, entering stargates, battling extraterrestrial foreigners in the demon city, and so on. The young generations from all sides experienced 10,000 difficulties and dangers, only to fight for the Emperor's road. If it was said that before the millennium, the gap between the heavenly prides of the various parties was not obvious, then 1,000 years later, it's clear as day. Ao Zhao of the South Sea Dragon Clan, after breaking through his own shackles and entering sainthood, 980 years into the ninth heaven of the quasi-emperor, Divine Emperor Zhang Taiyu, by virtue of the chances of Volsing Mountain, obtained a corner of the Great Desolate Diagram Immortal Artifact Fragment, and after repairing the dark injury of his physique, his cultivation grew by leaps and bounds all the way up to the ninth heaven of quasi-emperors in 830 years. Lu family Lu Qingcheng, 920 years ago, into the Deadland to stimulate the divine nature of the bloodline. The divine body will be upgraded to the Dao body, inherited the ancestor's physique floating like a dream body, into the quasi-imperial 9 heavens. The achievement of the Lu family's emperor son of the name, Yi family's pride, Yi Langya, lives up to the name of the eastern region's #1 pride. 800 years into the 7 heavens of the quasi-emperor, the Manhwa clan's barbarian polished the Manhwa sacred body for 1,000 years, entering the sacred body's great completion realm, and his cultivation had even reached the quasi-emperor's 7th heaven, northern border Holy Land Tianyan Sword Pavilion, the holy son of Jian Wufeng, 10 years ago in the demon sealing city, a sword to kill the alien race quasi-emperor 5th heavenly major cultivator, come and go like the wind, cultivation through the heavens unmeasurable. It's not just these guys. In the 5 major regions of the eastern region, northern border, western Lin Tian, southern wasteland, and the central emperor continent, the cultivators that had risen were like the stars of a river, although not as good as these top demons, but there were far more youngsters who had risen to prominence than in any previous era. This is the real big moment coming. It's even a little unbelievable. It was because there were simply too many strong people of the 9th heavenly sky of the quasi-emperor. If this were to lose one on the emperor's road, it would be an immeasurably huge loss for the Xian-Tian continent's immortal cultivation world. The human race's quasi-emperor 9 heavens was not just a huge undercurrent of the One Clan. It's more the bottom of the human race, the foreign races beyond the Xian heaven, the demonic races, and the bizarre beings in the Forbidden Zone were all hostile forces of the human race. What's even more mind-boggling is this: 700 years ago, the Imperial son of the Yao family of the Western Adventist heaven, Yao Ling Tian, emerged from the gate. His appearance was like a drop of rich black ink dotted into a pool of clear water, scattering in all directions. Same time, the golden cicada sun, the reincarnation of the ancient Buddha of West Lin Tian, was born, just out of the world. The Buddha's light from the heavenly mountain in the west prosperous sky shone on the earth, and all beings' thoughts were enlightened, and the power of faith gathered on the heavenly mountain to help the golden cicada enter the 9 heavens of the quasi-emperor. The central imperial continent rose on the same day with sun and moon visions, illuminating a region with dazzling abnormality. Not only these people, but the demon race and other hegemonic level forces all had emperor's sons out of the gate, and the Forbidden Zone was agitated, with a vague appearance of coming out of the world. When things go wrong, they go wrong. This caused clouds to form in the hearts of all forces. Chapter 107, The Immortal Path begins. Sword cultivators go to their deaths. When it's time. A few years ago, Ao Jiao and Lu Qingcheng, and even the barbarian races Mang Benan Barbarian, had all entered the time and space forbidden zone of the central imperial continent and explored the long river of time there. Even if they had already reached the 9th sky of the quasi-emperor, Ao Jiao and Lu Qingcheng didn't have the slightest possibility of coming out from the bottom of the river. This news caused the hearts of the major forces in the eastern region to be extremely heavy. Because Xin Fan was born in the eastern domain, he was not close to them. If someone from some hostile force were to witness and become an emperor, then the fun would be great. This, coupled with the emergence of the various great emperor's sons, made the path to witnessing the emperor more and more confusing. The many patriarchs of the eastern region's forces had gathered at the Blackstone City's Tianji building, wanting the building's owner, Su Fengxian, to tell their fortunes. What is it that causes so many people to come out of the woodwork in this life? Su Fengxian did not calculate the fortune, because he knew that this calculation, he was afraid that he was going to die. However, Tianji House has been passed down to this day and has its own secret code. He said only one thing, and the eastern region shook. There's only one possibility for so many emperor's sons to come out. The immortal seeking path has opened. Then the world was shocked. Even the great emperors of the ancient times, there were only a few who had become immortals. Perhaps the great emperor has the strength to do so, but the opportunity has not yet arrived, and the time is not with me, so it is in vain. Never did he expect that this life of the Xiantian continent would actually open the path of seeking immortality. No wonder when Xin Fan came out of the world, he did not see the various great emperor's sons come out of the world, and 700 years later, it came out in unison. Could it be that the Xin Fan back then already knew that the immortal road would open? That was the crowd's guess, but at this time he is dead or alive are unknown. The crowd just guessed one or two will not do other thoughts. From then on, the major powers went all out to cultivate their clan's heavenly pride who had the posture of a great emperor, waiting for the immortal path to open. Many celestial pride is even sinking their hearts, sharpening what they have gained, and participating in the realization of their own Tao, to meet a more brutal competition. Yet another 200 years passed. The foreign race passed through the newly opened spacetime node and led an army of 10 million, entering the Xiantian continent. The foreign race is only in this campaign to steal the immortal sect of the Xiantian continent and ascend once and for all. Since the alien army's landing point was right at the northern border's boundary, overnight, lives were lost. The alien army had expected to be able to destroy it with a devastating force. Take the northern border territory into your pocket and use it as a stronghold to receive the following army. But after tens of thousands of years of development, the Xiantian continent was not what it used to be. Again, there is an ascension to immortality and great power descending on this life. It made the overall strength of the Xiantian continent double that of even the past. Although the Middle Emperor continent is known as the gathering of heaven and earth's chi, the 5 continents as a prosperous place. However, the bitter cold land of the northern border is the entire Xiantian continent, the heaviest place to kill, because the northern border continent cultivators all wear long swords on their waists. Northern border Holy Land, outside the mountain gate of the Heavenly Diffusion Sword Pavilion. Looking at the alien army that was densely assembled in the distant void, Tianyan Sword Pavilion Master Jian Fengyan held his sword in one hand, and his clothes were windless as he droned aloud. Sword Pavilion disciples obey. Here, 7,632 Sword Pavilion disciples let out a united cry. The soaring sword intent cut through the sky, causing the black clouds pressing down on the mountain gate in the void to fall apart on the spot. Sword Fengyan took a deep breath and bellowed. Today, there is death and no life. There is death and there is no life. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the Heavenly Diffusion Sword Pavilion's mountain protection formation shattered with a loud bang, transforming into a Tao of sword chi that surged into the bodies of the mountain disciples. Looking at the sword intent rushing into the clouds in front of him, in the head of the alien army, A majestic man with a face full of black lines and wings spreading on his back, surrounded by a radiant divine aura, sat on a bone dragon chariot and raised his eyebrows as he laughed. Mantis in a carriage. Why not you sword pavilion? Subservient to my clan how? The rumbling sound came from far and near, like compelling the hearts of the people, washing away the sword intent released by the people of the sword pavilion and wearing down their willpower. The Fae had some losses, but not enough to hurt. If they were too weak, they wouldn't have come to snatch the chance of ascension from the Xian continent. If he could conquer a holy land without bloodshed, it would be a bit easier. As the commander-in-chief of this attack on the heavenly diffracting sword pavilion, the Quasi-Emperor Nine Heavens Black Demon Monarch, it was indeed appropriate to say a mantis. Because of this, the sword pavilion master, Jian Fengyun, knew in his heart that the Protector clan formation could not withstand the other party. This is what lifted it and helped the disciples under the door. Hearing these words, Jian Fengyun threw a sword flower, looked at the alien army in the void, and snorted, "To die for the human race? The sword cultivator is not to blame." The words were not yet spoken. Boom! Sword Fengyun was the first to transform into a long rainbow and rush towards the endless army of foreigners in front of him. 7,632 disciples of the sword pavilion. No matter how young or old they are, they all hold long swords and follow closely behind. The black demon monarch on the bone dragon chariot pulled the corner of his mouth and curled his finger. Phew! A dark light was as if it had cut through space and time, striking Sword Fengyun on the spot. Put! A blast! The sword pavilion master, Jian Fengyun, instantly turned into a roiling mist of blood, and even his divine soul and golden body were shattered into pieces, disappearing between heaven and earth. The pavilion master's body fell, and not a single sword cultivator spoke out, because they knew what would happen to them. They all had red eyes and wanted to kill more of the alien army. The black demon monarch who saw this scene waved his hand and blandly said, "Kill them all." Rolling, the army launched itself, crashing like a black cloud into the sword formation that only had a mere 7,000 people in it. At that moment, the black demon monarch on the bone dragon throne frowned and raised his hand to block right in front of him. Next moment, a long sword with a cold light suddenly appeared and directly stabbed into his palm. However, when the tip of the sword enters half an inch, it is difficult to store it. When the two collide, boom, deafening roar. The members of the alien race around the throne were all torn into pieces by the terrifying sword chi. Such a young quasi-emperor fifth heaven, able to break me in the slightest. Not bad, enough to be qualified to be my demon general. Looking at the young sword cultivator who suddenly appeared in front of him, the black demon monarch smiled morosely. He raised his other hand and swept towards the human race in front of him like a black cloud, but he was disappointed. When Jian Wufeng failed to strike, the sword intent avenue in his body was like the shining sun, shining brightly. Shoo shoo shoo, a sword chi came out spontaneously from within him, sweeping towards the surroundings while slicing his body into pieces. The icy cold-faced black demon monarch's aura sword, and his 5 fingers fiercely clenched. Click, click, click. The powerful sword chi that scattered in all directions was instantly crushed and exploded on the spot by him. Holy sun! Watching the holy sun, Jian Wufeng, fall to his death. Dozens of Sword Pavilion's best friends and closest associates who followed him have exploded themselves on the spot with cries of sorrow, dying with the surrounding foreigners. The rest of them remained buried in their heads as they decimated the endless army of foreigners. 1 is enough. 2 blood money. 3 poofs can be a shame. Chapter 108 Two Great Battles of the Two Regions. The tragic battle colored half of the sky dome red. The black clouds gathered and dispersed, scattered and gathered, slowly eating away at the remaining sword cultivators. The grim-faced black demon monarch droned in a cold voice. Inform the other great generals to kill all the cultivators here. Let's see how hard their bones are. Here. Just then, roar. A roar that sounded like a dragon or a lion rang out from the sky. The black demon monarch, whose eyes were slightly condensed, saw an aurora ray shoot out in front of him. Watch me whack you off. Explosive shouts came from far and near. A young man wearing a beast skin was seen, instantly arriving in front of the black demon monarch whose face changed slightly. A fist blasted into the arm he had raised to block. Boo! Muffled sounds. The black demon monarch with a blue face flew out backwards. Same time, a series of wolf-like yells came from the sky, only to see a large group of barbarians wearing animal skins holding weapons, wailing and screaming strangely as they rushed to kill the alien army. The Manhwa clan is here? The hearts of the Sword Pavilion crowd were shaken, and they just gratefully glanced at the beast-skinned young man in the air as they continued to hack and slash at the enemies in front of them. The eyes of the black demon monarch who stopped his stance narrowed slightly as he looked behind the beast-skinned young man in front of him, looking at the great mountain of visions that emanated an aura of barren antiquity, and droned lowly. 7th heaven of Quasi-Emperor, Mongdao sacred body. The opponent's saint body might and cultivation made the black demon monarch not dare to take it lightly. It was worthy of the world where the gate of the immortal realm had opened and great power had descended. With this kind of demon coming out of the world, the Black Demon Monarch was not surprised in the slightest. Otherwise, the alien race wouldn't have sent them as the advance force to conquer the Xiantian continent. Mang barbarians didn't even bother to talk nonsense, and their entire body was like a shining sun in the sky, illuminating thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. The bloodline was even like a flash crash roaring. The sound was horrifying as it transformed into a divine aura, striking towards the other party. It wasn't just the Manhwa clan that came to the northern border. Cultivators from the other 4 continents who had rushed to support them had appeared all over the northern border. Even the Abyssal Dragon Palace had come out. Ao Jiao will lead the strongest members of the South Sea clans to support the northern border. Even the demon race hibernating in the depths of the southern barbarians. All of them had great powers come out of the world and led their banners to the northern border. Although they looked at the majority of the human race with displeasure, the demon race also understood the reasoning of the death of lips and teeth, compared to the alien race's murderousness and their descent into Xiantian as if they were looking down on ants. The human race is pretty good compared to that. Everyone would not watch the northern border sword cultivation lineage be completely annihilated. Otherwise, the only thing waiting for the other 4 continents' cultivators was to be broken one by one. The 2 domains were at war, but the alien army was too powerful. The leading 9 were all Quasi-Emperor 9 Heavens, not to mention the 18 generals under his command were even more superbly strong, all with Quasi-Emperor realm cultivation. It was far from being comparable to this aspect of the Xiantian continent. On the other hand, on the Xiantian continent side, there were more upstarts leading the crowd of cultivators against the enemy, such as Ao Jiao of the South Sea Dragon clan, Divine Emperor Zhang Taiyu, Lu Qingcheng of the Lu clan, Emperor Jun Knight of the Demon clan, and Golden Cicada Z of the West Prosperous Heavenly Mountain. All 5 were Quasi-Emperor 9 Heavens. After that was the Quasi-Emperor 8th Heavenly Skies Central Imperial Continent twins, the Sun and Moon Twin Pride, the Yao family's Imperial Son, Yao Ling Tian, and other Emperor-level figures from various parties, and the Heavenly Prides of the major powers. Under the Great Power, the Heavenly Pride came out. The Fae had expected this, although both sides appeared to have about the same number of Paragon Emperors, but there was a difference of 4 in the 9th heaven of the Paragon Emperor. If it wasn't for Mang barbarians holding back the Black Demon Monarch of the Heavenly Diffusion Sword Pavilion, the pressure on the congregation will be even greater. Not everyone had a great completion sacred body next to them and could cross the ranks to challenge the terrifying powerhouses of the Quasi-Emperor 9 Heavens. The pressure on the Xiantian continent's side could be imagined. There is simply no room for reconciliation between the 2 sides. As soon as they met in the Heavenly Sword Wilderness in the Northern Territory, a great battle broke out. No one wanted their side of the living force to be consumed by the aftermath of the attack. On the side of the Xiantian continent, Ao Jiao, Lu Qingcheng and the others flew out of the sky and fought with the 5 9 Heavens Paragon Emperors of the foreign races in the extraterrestrial starry sky. Rumble! How terrifying was a strike from a 9 Heavens Paragon Emperor. Under the aftermath, tens of thousands of stars in the universe were obliterated and turned into flying ash, and the great Dao Law chain broke. Especially the strike that erupted from an ice crystal furnace in the void vision. It illuminated the entire Xiantian continent's sky with brightness and darkness, like the candle dragon's divine eyes between opening and closing. Heaven and earth changed. It's the Willow family's Ruoming divine furnace. Lu Qingcheng has sacrificed an imperial weapon. Many cultivators shouted out in excitement. However, the heart of Lu family head Lu Shifeng and the crowd sank. It hadn't been long since the war had started, and it was able to make Lu Qingcheng sacrifice an imperial weapon. It shows how tricky her opponent is. And aside from the Black Demon Monarch who was being held back by Mang Savage, the remaining 3 Quasi-Emperor Realm 9 Heavens alien powerhouses were delayed in their hands and feet by the Middle Imperial Continent twins, the Emperor's son Yao Ling Tian, the 3 Quasi-Emperor 8 Heavens, Yao Ling Tian, the Imperial son of the Yao family, needed no introduction, though it's only been 500 years since it came out of the world. But as a great Emperor's son, even if there was a difference of 1 heavenly realm between him and his opponent, it still showed an invincible posture and did not lose the slightest bit of ground. As for the twin stars of the Central Imperial Continent, the Sun and Moon twins, although they were also at the Emperor's Sun level, but the 2 were characterized by the art of combining attacks. If the 2 of them were to face off against an alien powerhouse of the ninth sky of the Quasi-Emperor, they might be able to gain a slight advantage. However, after the 2 were separated, there was a hidden tendency to fall behind when killing with their respective opponents. However, they were already the strongest group of people in terms of cultivation and battle power on the human side. Once they let any of their opponents' Quasi-Emperor 9 Heavens alien powerhouses fall into the camps of the 2 warring sides below, that for the human race, undoubtedly a devastating blow. Let's not forget that the 18 battle generals that the foreign race brought this time were all at the Quasi-Emperor level. There were even a few of them with the terrifying strength of a Quasi-Emperor's 7th or 8th heaven. If it wasn't for the rest of the Emperor's sons, Yi Langya, and the taboo-level old ancestors of the major powers that didn't come out of the world to make a move, the human race is afraid of a total collapse. Compared to the older generation of cultivators, the younger generation of this generation was even more brilliant. 1,000 years, a snap of the fingers for the older generation of cultivators, but the young demon who was born with the trend was undoubtedly the favorite of the heavens. Under timelessness, it was not the case that the older one was, the higher one's cultivation would be. Once this group of people grows up, this is the result today. But it is an indisputable fact that the human race is at a disadvantage. At this time, above the dome of the sky, Hao Ri, the twin star of the Middle Emperor continent, was struck by a palm handprint from his immediate opponent, and flew backwards with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, many discerning cultivators were shocked in their hearts. I hope Hao Ri can hold out. Once Zhang Taiyu defeats his opponent, the balance of victory will be tilted. I hate that we are too low in cultivation. We can't even see what the situation is outside the domain. Gemini Silver Moon, who was fighting with his opponent, saw his elder brother being knocked away, his aura soared, and he rushed towards his opponent with a murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't be distracted in the slightest, and could only put his best foot forward to attack and kill the alien woman with a playful gaze in front of him. He also knew that the key to this battle was the battlefield of the 10 people of the outer regions, especially the amazingly powerful Zhang Taiyu. As long as he won in one battle, the ones who had gone through all the trouble of dragging down the alien powerhouses would be able to have a chance to catch their breath. Chapter 109 A Fierce Battle. Mysterious man, I'll just ask who else is there? Yet Silvermoon's behavior was undoubtedly disorganized. How could he not be in a hurry when his brother was already at a disadvantage? Seeing this scene, Hao Ri, who wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, shouted a reminder. Steady! Before the words fell, the center of his brow blatantly cracked open. A bone rod emitting a destructive aura was seen to inch out from the divine platform in the center of his brow. The bone rod was as polished as jade, and it exuded a faint purple aura. Chains of laws were engraved on it, filling it with unparalleled pressure. Buzz! Shocking might erupted from Hao Ri's body, clearly intending to fight for his life. The blood-sacrificed Taoist who was his opponent tugged at the corner of his mouth, his bloody clothes bulging as he mocked. I said, who is it? So it is the heir of the Blazing Sun Emperor. What? Just a quasi-emperor soldier? I'm afraid it's your old man's thigh bone. Ha 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 ha, humph. You'll only show off your tongue too. A cold light overflowed from Hao Ri's eyes as he charged towards his opponent. The blood-sacrificed Taoist swept the extra-dimensional battlefield and frowned. He never expected it. The strongest young generation of the foreign race had actually fought so hard against the likes of Zhang Taiyu, and had yet to distinguish a winner. With this in mind, he looked at the charging housey, pinched his fingers with a spell, and drank in a low voice. Bloodbath Mirror. Though the battle against the Void 10 was planned by the Fae, let the young generation of the alien race achieve the battle of proof. But at this point, the blood-sacrifice Taoist no longer wanted to play around. Even if he killed the opponent in front of him, it still wouldn't affect the battle outside the domain. The words fell. In the void, a huge copper mirror filled with the color of blood suddenly appeared in the void. The human camp immediately felt the appalling Imperial level pressure pressing down on them like pouring sky. Rumble. The moment the bloodbath mirror appeared, a blood-colored divine aura shot out directly from the mirror towards the stony-faced Hao Ri. Wherever the blood on passed through, the void collapsed by inches, and the power was astonishing. Hao Ri knew in his heart that he could not hide. It wasn't that he didn't have an Emperor's soldier, but the other half of the Emperor's soldier was in Silvermoon's divine soul. It takes two to make a great power. Jinjutsu, who also knew this in his heart, had just tried to get rid of his opponent, but he was effortlessly entangled by him. Seeing the teasing still in the eyes of the woman in front of him, he fought for his life with crimson eyes. Once Hao Ri fell, the balance would be instantly broken. Everyone knows this by heart. It was all in a flash. Yao Ling Tian, the imperial son of the Yao family, also knew the stakes. The moment the bloodbath mirror appeared, after he forced his opponent back with a finger to transform the Tao, he was in the midst of the vast galactic visions behind him. An ancient cauldron with flickering stars swam out from the starry river, illuminating the dimly lit heaven and earth as bright as day. The moment the ancient cauldron appeared, it slammed into the red aura of chi and blood in front of it. It's the great Emperor Taishu's starry Yu cauldron. The hearts of all the cultivators stirred while they secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, Yao Ling Tian had stepped in to block the blow. Otherwise the day will surely fall. Tenjin. But before the crowd could relax, a scoff rang out in the void. However, he saw that the opponent who was forced back by Yao Ling Tian was just a residual shadow. The honored one, however, was already holding a trident with an overwhelming aura and blasted it on top of the starry Yu cauldron. Rumble. With a deafening roar, the aftermath of the attack opened up like a great curtain. The dome of the sky was instantly shattered. revealing a lurid rift that revealed the scene above the dome of the sky. Hiss! Many cultivators were even able to use this to see beyond the domain, the heaven-destroying 10-man battle vision. And this halberd not only knocked the starry upright cauldron out of the way, it even caused Yao Ling Tian's face to turn white as he took a step back, a powerhouse of the night sky of the quasi-emperor, holding the might of an imperial weapon. Even he, who was an emperor's son, was not allowed to be careless in the slightest. Not good. Emperor Zhao, brother! The hearts of the crowd were in their throats as they watched the red aura destroy and blast toward Haori. And at this moment, Haori had already injected the power of his bloodline into the bone rod in front of his body. In the vision behind him, a dark as ink sun will even merged into the bone rod, rendering the crystal and bone rod as black as ink. The black ripples of the bone rod shook the void, shattering the surrounding space into a large black hole. The quasi-emperor's soldier had been catalyzed to the extreme by him. This strike would definitely not be able to be carried by the quasi-emperor artifact, but he would have to think of ways and ways to preserve the power of a battle. As long as it dragged on, they could have more hope, even if it's just a sliver. He's going to try. Their group of emperor's sons came out of the world. It's not just about getting the opportunity to attain enlightenment and ascension. More importantly, sealed by the great emperor, they had one more mission as emperor's sons. That is to come out at the time of the human race's peril and swing the world. This is an ancestral teaching, passed down only by the great emperor himself. Even if no one in the world knows about it, they are still willing to do it. And 500 years ago, even when the emperors of all parties met, they only looked at each other and never easily engaged in battle, because they all knew in their hearts that the Xintian continent would lead to an unprecedented crisis. By my blood, summon the divine might of the ancient emperor. Haori let out an explosive roar, just about to use the bloodline secret technique. However, he saw that at some point in front of him, there was an additional slim silhouette holding a rusty lance. With a resolute mind, he didn't even think about it and pushed his stance to the extreme, rushing towards his brother. Ing Don't even say thank you. The sudden appearance of this figure made everyone a bit stunned. Cursing, he bared his teeth and twisted the lance in his hand. Buzz! The lance in his hand trembled violently, and the rust on the body of the lance instantly detached. A Xin purple spear with an ancient aura was revealed. Boom! The red aura directly blasted onto the long spear in the man's hand. The man holding the lance gritted his teeth in death, his body bending like the body of the lance. However, radiant array patterns erupted beneath his feet, as dense as a spider web in the air without retreating a step, standing horizontally and motionless. Blocked! He blocked it! Ha 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 ha! Another heavenly pride has appeared in my human race. Noticing that the bone age on the man was only over 1,000 years old, many cultivators were filled with excitement. And above the battlefield, the aura of the human army surged even more by 1 point. When the red aura of the bloodbath mirror's attack dissipated, only then did the crowd see the man's face. With a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, and a domineering aura in his squinting eyes, he violently straightened his body, crossed his waist with one hand, and stomped into the void with a long spear in his hand. Then looking disdainfully at the bloodshed Taoist with a slightly furrowed brow, he droned aloud. Who else? I'll just ask. Who else? The tone of his voice was full of sightless dominance. Overly rigid? Arrogant? That also depends on who the opponent is. It was that the man's voice was a bit shrill, like a cockney voice, but it didn't hinder the human army's momentum in the slightest. Hearing these words, the two brothers, Haori and Silvermoon, had their mouths agape as they looked at the grin-faced alien woman and lowered their voices in unison. Pressure. It's on you. With that, the two of them connected their breaths, and with all their strength, they erupted with a might that did not lose to the ninth heavenly palace of the quasi-emperor, attacking and killing each other. And Imperial son Yao Ling Tian also withdrew his mind, and directed all his attention towards the alien powerhouse holding a hand trident in front of him. The man who had finished pretending to be a man saw the crowd fighting again and did not compliment him in any way, more or less dissatisfied with himself for this last-minute Big Brother scenario of stepping in to save the day. At this time, the rear of the human army, the longevity eyebrow of the Mongao clan's wise man, who was cross-legged and closed his eyes inside the tent, quivered and muttered, "How did my clan's emperor's soldier get into his hands?" The frowning old man raised his hand and threw out a few broken bone fragments with purple aura and began to deduce. And just coming down from the battlefield, within the camp of the Xianmei Holy Land, Lin Yuran, who was covered in blood, saw that familiar face in the void and gritted his teeth as he shouted down, "Zhang San, little thief." Chapter 110, Human Race Turnaround, God Emperor Zhang Taiyu. The man with the gun in the air was the same kid who had plowed Lin Yuran's her family's ancestral tomb and stolen the boundary suppression boots back then. Zhang San, the saint of thieves. Not only that, due to the fact that Shen Fan was at Volsing Mountain that year, and said that he had stolen his embroidered shoes, his reputation was directly stinking. Who is Shen Fan? That was the number one person of the young generation who was most expected to witness the Tao 1,000 years ago. Although he disappeared for 1,000 years, his deeds are still talked about. How could he be lying about what he said? This led to a miserable life for Zhang San, who never dared to show his true face in the world. But who made him hit Shen Fan's turtle shell back then? Luckily, Zhang San's disguise was quite unique, and very few people could discover his true form. After all, this bastard was disguised as a woman back then and almost disgusted Shen Fan to suppress him on the spot. These are the fine print. What was most abhorrent to Lin Yuran was, the thief simply did not do anything and stole her embroidered shoes every few years, and drawing turtles and pig heads on the soles of her feet, especially since the other actually used rouge on the center of her foot and drew a big red lip. At that time, Lin Yuran couldn't wait to chop off her feet on the spot. Now that she thought about it, her pink toes in her embroidered shoes tickled and gushed. Unfortunately, she couldn't do anything about this lecherous thief and couldn't catch the other party at all. But having had her embroidered shoes stolen for 700 or 800 years, there was nothing Lin Yuran could do about it. I was going to put my foot on a piece of for him to smell. Face cold, she is a woman after all. At least the soles of her feet still smell good every time Zhang San steals her shoes. But after not meeting for the past 500 years, the pent-up anger at today's sight made her blacken her face on the spot. How sharp are Zhang San's sixth senses? Otherwise, it wouldn't have become an existence that was deeply detested by all the great holy places. Hearing Lin Yuran's distinctive raspy voice, Zhang San looked back at the crowd below and bellowed, "Which mother duck is quacking? After this battle, I will marry you and go home to have ducklings." Ha 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 ha. This way of speaking that hurt 100 people and harmed 10,000 of his own, enlivened the tense atmosphere of the human race. Bah! Just you are still a male son. Shameless. Lin Yuran spat out a mouthful of blood with a black face. Instead, it was the black-veiled woman on the side who raised her eyebrows and laughed. This son is quite remarkable. If he survives, you will marry him. Master. Lin Yuran's heart inexplicably trembled as she spoke out anxiously. Holy Lord Xianxian patted her head and laughed. After nearly 1,000 years of stealing embroidered shoes, you still don't know what he's thinking? Lin Yuran was still about to retort, but he saw that the blood sacrifice Taoist had already appeared behind Zhang San, and he could not help but say anxiously, "Look out." However, it was as if Zhang San had eyes in the back of his head and instantly disappeared into the void, sweeping his eyes over Lin Yuran's secretly relieved appearance. Holy Lord Shenhua smiled faintly and turned to leave. The alien army was too strong for weaker cultivators to resist. They need to be well rested so they can deal with the tough battles ahead. Zhang San's appearance undoubtedly made the hearts of the human race that were lifted up relax. Although his strength was not strong, his body technique was extremely strong. Imperial lines were frequently generated under his feet, making it difficult for the blood ritual Taoist to capture his form. This son had clearly comprehended a great Empress-level void formation pattern. On the contrary, it was the few old men in the demon race who looked at the lance in Zhang San's hand and frowned slightly. The Imperial armament broken vault was actually stolen by him? The deity thoughts that were suppressed in that forbidden area, have they been released? Several old men looked at each other with sorrow in their eyes. Once the deity thoughts suppressed by the Manhwa Emperor were released, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Xintian continent, which was already in deep water. Don't look for the penalty box to sink or swim in this battle. Those old coins are waiting for the two to lose and reap the benefits. Now there was the news that the southern barbarian deity Nian might be released, and the deity Nian happened to be in the hinterland of the demon race. So naturally, the demon race powerhouses felt nervous. After the people looked at each other, one of them, an aged old man, dashed to the barbarian clan's camp. Deep in the camp, a tent sat only an old man, looking at the wise man of the barbarian race inside the tent with his eyes closed. The strong man from the demon race who had come arched his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Ada, the matter of the Imperial soldier." Wise Ada slowly opened his eyes and whispered in an extremely old voice, "Heavenly demon Tao Lord friend needn't worry. The Eternal Life Hall Master has already carried Imperial soldiers and led the crowd to suppress the demon god Ridge. There's no major obstacle for a while." Elder Sky Demon frowned and sat down on his knees, whispering, "The Eternal Life Palace will actually make a move? I also did not expect that these young people would have this trick." As he said this, the furrows on Ada's face livened up, and it was clear that he was in a good mood. Seeing that Elder Sky Demon was still a bit uneasy, Wise Man Ada smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, they know what's right. They're even more savvy than us old guys." Only then did the heavenly demon nod, rising and arching his hand as he left. In the meantime, the battlefield between the foreigners and the human race became more and more anxious. Zhang San's strength was the weakest amongst the crowd, only at the 5th level of Quasi-Emperor. However, holding an Emperor's weapon, he blocked the blood sacrifice Daelord's strikes on several occasions. If it wasn't for the fact that this metaphysical purple, ancient and simple spear was an Emperor's weapon of the Manhwa Emperor's witnessing an ascension, it possessed a greatness that could not be fathomed. Zhang San, who was already spilling blood from the corners of his mouth, was afraid that he would die on the spot. Everyone knew that one of the turnarounds of the battle, the twins of the central Imperial continent, counted as one. It had to be said that the fusion of Haori's and Silver Moon's gong methods multiplied their power. The alien woman was pressed back. If it wasn't for the blood sacrifice Daelord's intervention from this, the alien woman was afraid that she would have been killed on the spot by the twin stars that erupted with full force. But Zhang San's godly efforts to help the twins block attacks were okay. If he was allowed to attack the blood sacrifice Taoist, even if he was as fast as he was, there was a chance that the other party would seize the opportunity and kill him with a single move. A difference of 4 heavens? Or the quasi-emperor realm? The fact that Zhang San was able to effect the blood ritual Taoist strikes like a flea was already a rare feat. The second turnaround, identified by the crowd, is even more important. That was the battle of the extraterrestrial Zhang Taiyu, carrying an immortal weapon fragment and having peerless battle power. He was undoubtedly everyone's hope. Thinking of this, many of the cultivators resting in the formation tilted their heads up to look at the sky, as if they wanted to see through the endless void and look out over the extraterritorial battlefield. Humph, delusional. The blood sacrifice Taoist who was present there took in the eyes of the human cultivators below, and then frowned at Zhang San who was flying around, secretly saying in his heart, "Gotta find a way to swat this fly." Extraterritorial battlefield. In the middle of the endless starry sky, not a single star, ringed and crumbling, dimmed. At this time, Zhang Taiyu's divine light around his body was dim, his clothes were torn, and the divine blood on top of his skin was lying in a great sweat. Breathing heavily, he stared dead ahead at the green-shirted man with a face like a demon. Compared to him, the man in front of him had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth since the beginning. Looking at the monstrous battle intent in his Zhang Taiyu's eyes, the green-shirted man smiled faintly. "Not bad, being able to make me sacrifice 30% of my strength. You are proud enough." It was as if he was talking about something sparse and normal, with a bland look in his eyes. But in the ears of Zhang Taiyu, it was so harsh. Chapter 111 Taoist Heart Breakdown. The living bodhisattva with a blackened heart. Oh, 30%? Zhang Taisho, who had snorted out a laugh, had a ferocious light in his eyes, and his body's chi and blood shot out like a pillar of blood. Rumble! The radiant divine blood flew out of his body, manifesting a 10,000-mile mountain river behind him. The dragon veins of all dynasties converge in the central palace, like the coming of 10,000 nations, which is magnificent. This was precisely the bloodline anomaly that belonged exclusively to the divine emperor Holy Land, the human emperor Jiangshan. Above the central palace, a 9-colored divine aura emanated wisps of immortal might, swirling around the universe with unparalleled power, while Zhang Taiyu, whose body was dyed and drenched in divine blood, was like a bloody man coming out of the abyss. The two are filled with a highly incongruous sense of shock. Emperor shatter. A popping roar. Zhang Taiyu offered a fist, causing the surrounding ring to collapse and roar, but the green-shirted man across from him still wore a smile and said softly, "Immortal weapon fragments only. This time, 40% is enough." As soon as the words left his mouth, he curled his fingers and flicked them. Phew! A white aura shot out from its fingertips. Wherever the white on passes, the dark universe around them was like a black cloth, dragged by the white ons and shot away in folds. How amazing is this appalling scene? Even Ao Zhao and the others who were fighting in the distance, all of them had shocked looks in their eyes. The white on attack was not even close. The Emperor's shattering fist seal that was blasted out was like a painting of scenery being rubbed and pulled by the surrounding space, instantly disintegrating and disappearing into the U. Immediately, the strange white aura directly pierced through Zhang Taiyu's chest. Put! Zhang Taiyu, who was spraying blood from his mouth, had a face like gold paper. On his chest, a giant hole the size of a man's head shattered his heart. The divine blood overflowed and the divine aura dimmed. Is it only 40%? Zhang Taiyu, who had blood gushing wildly from his mouth, dissipated the divine splendor in his eyes. Tilting his head back, he fell towards the Xiantian continent below. Anum! Buzz! The heavens tremble. A drop of divine blood was like a heaven-sent inflammatory meteorite, coloring the dimly lit dome of the sky with a reddish hue. The many powerful people who were resting at the back of the human army rose violently. Shocked, he looked at the divine blood falling in the air, especially amongst the divine blood. A majestic man with his chest pierced through looked horrified at everyone. Zhang Taiyu, lost? Shoo shoo shoo. In the human camp, several wind-breaking sounds attacked towards the void, shielding the heavily injured Zhang Taiyu in the center. Tao, my son. A middle-aged man in purple and gold robes looked at Zhang Taiyu, whose chest was hollow, and roared lowly with crimson eyes. But Zhang Taiyu's gaze was no longer glowing, and he just looked blankly at the dome of the sky, trembling. Is it only 40%? At these words, hot tears rolled down the middle-aged man's face. Zhang Taiyu's invincible Dao heart had been shattered under this strike. Seeing the fragment of the great desolate diagram on his chest, which was emitting a faint immortal might connecting to his internal veins. The Manhwa clan's wise man, Ada, said in a deep voice, "Divine Emperor Lord, quickly take him to the dance stage." Looking at the group of people in the air in a careful and cautious manner, as well as the opponent in front of him desperately striking out to stop them, the blood sacrifice Lord and the remaining two Fey powerhouses were filled with disdain. Is this a fear that they'll make a sneak attack? As for that, with Hua Wudao around, no matter how strong the human demon was, he wouldn't have a single chance in front of him. The strongest of the human race, Zhang Taiyu, was the best proof. The scales of victory had been predetermined long ago. Why do they need to sneak up on you? Seeing that the situation was reversed, Zhang San, who felt extremely dangerous, screamed as his sweaty hairs exploded. "Sului, you're taking a. Why are you so inked up?" The ear-piercing Cockney voice spread across the void, causing the crowd of foreigners to frown. "Sului, that little poisonous girl?" Not to mention the shock in the hearts of the head teachers of the major powers. Even the masses of cultivators in the human army standing in the midst of the fierce battle shook in their hands. That little poisonous woman is simply a deranged existence. 1,000 years. The various holy places and cultivators that she had pitted were as dense as the stars in the sky. This black-hearted little poisonous girl just likes to use her poisonous skills for experimentation. As soon as she broke through her cultivation level, she would look for disgruntled cultivators and forces to try out her poisonous power prowess. This naturally aroused extreme discontent among all forces. A proper tumor in the cultivation world. There were even holy places that clamored for this tumor of the immortal cultivation world to be put to death on the spot. Unfortunately, the other party was armed with all sorts of secret treasures, not to mention first-class escape techniques. What's even more abhorrent to the crowd is this. Shen Fan, the once Imperial son, had actually given that fortune-telling tortoise shell to the other party. That really is to hide from the monks but not the temples. Wherever she runs, she will be pulled out. When this little poisonous girl's cultivation was extremely high, she even poisoned the various holy places that were looking for trouble from her all by herself. Though the poison was not long in coming and the person could not die, but living is also an agony, and it's really a cry for help. The worst of all is the Wuji Valley. The entire clan was turned into pus and blood by her alone. And then there's the underground, black organization that is the temple of eternal life. Even more so, she poisoned her and almost became a righteous person, abandoning the darkness. If it wasn't for the Yi family sealing the clan early and reaching an agreement with Shen Fan, I'm afraid that they would have to suffer a lot. Luckily, the Lu family wife brought Lu Qingqing to search half of the Xian continent before she was able to convince her to let this little poisonous girl settle down. But it was a bitter experience for little Barbara. At a young age, the good Mangu's sacred body was almost refined by her into an all-poisonous physique. It is not known what she said to Ada the Wise to make him agree to Suroi's experiment, but it has to be said, little Barbarian was able to achieve saint body completion so quickly, and Sului's poison work had a pivotal part to play. At this time, hearing the screams of the male duck's voice in the air, many cultivators were reminded of the once unbearable years. Just then, a dainty cry rang out from both sides of the battlefield. "Run or eat the poison." A familiar voice directly penetrated the eardrums of the human army cultivators. Why do you think it's so familiar? Sului's voice has been collected by many cultivators with jade slips, and they listen to it before going to sleep in order to fall asleep. As for her portrait, it was even hung in every major cultivation room. The crowd was on the verge of burning 3 sticks of incense and praying that they would not encounter this black-hearted living Buddha in their lives. In the dumbfounded look of the alien army, the warring human army was defeated. "I'm yet. Why is she here? Run. The living Buddha is going to release poison. Put. I won't put this knife on my record." The human cultivator who had been backhandedly stabbed by the foreigner grinned a hefty grin and covered his wound as he scurried and flew out like a monkey. That stance when escaping was even swifter than when they fought just now. Obviously this man is also a story with a past. I almost forgot there's this poison Yen King. Even the cultivators who reacted half a beat slower turned around and ran when they saw something bad. Next moment, boom! A dense green poisonous mist rose up from the ground, covering most of the battlefield in an instant. The crowd of foreigners then saw that on the ground of the battlefield, a colorful poisonous creature had appeared at some point. These poisonous creatures were tilting their heads and opening their mouths in unison, spewing out a thick green mist. Naughty naughty. With a sound like roasting meat, the alien cultivator was horrified to find that the muscles on his leg bones slid off his body like muddy water. The poison alien actually felt no pain except for a slight tingling sensation. By the time they reacted, half of their bodies had already been exposed to the ghastly white bones, and the green poisonous mist, winking, spread 2/3 of the alien army. Chapter 112 Sului, don't run if you have the guts. Hurry, get out of here. My lord, help me. Ear-piercing screams ran through the entire battlefield. Many foreigner powerhouses struck out with grim faces, wanting to disperse these poisonous mists. However, The strongest people under the Quasi-Emperor were all eroded by the poisonous mist from the astral winds they released, making it difficult to shake them in the slightest. Even if he killed the poisonous insects on the ground, the green poisonous mist had already spread. On the other hand, the foreign race's Quasi-Emperor level powerhouses were deadlocked by the human race's powerhouses, making it difficult for them to come to their aid at all, even if someone desperately tried to dispel the surrounding poisonous mist with a traumatized hand. However, it was too late. In just a few breaths, the alien army wrapped in the poisonous mist was exhausted in casualties. Watch as a series of white bones from the alien army crumpled to the ground. Even the human cultivators felt chills running down their bodies and were filled with shock. It's horrible. The scene was like hell on earth. Especially some of the cultivators and major powers that had been dominated by Sului looked on with a shiver. If the other guy had gotten up to killing back then, there would have been good. Extraterritorial battlefield. When Hua Wudao, who had defeated Zheng Taiyu with a single finger, scanned the entire field. When it was confirmed that Ao Jiao, Golden Cicada and Lu Qingchang, as well as June Knight could not pose a threat to the 4 members of the foreign race. This was how he fell into the Xiantian continent below, to suppress the human race in an invincible manner. But as soon as he appeared, he saw the alien army below him, with piles of white bones. A different look finally appeared on Hua Wudao's face that was wearing a light smile, ice-cold and murderous. His eyes slightly condensed as he looked at a silhouette wandering in the alien army below, flashed to the other party's body, and indifferently said, "What an outlaw woman." Before the words left his mouth, he raised his hand and inhaled the poisonous mist of the entire battlefield into his hand. There was even a rich dead chi lingering in it, transforming into a thin bead that emitted a slight black ripple, and shot towards the other party with a flick of the curved finger. This bead is extraordinary. The death chi gathered by millions of people was energized by Hua Wudao, and once it struck, it was enough to destroy the vitality of a cultivator under the 9th heavenly sky of a quasi-emperor. The soul will even be attached to the dead chi and suffer from soul devouring, and if it can't hold out, it will be transformed into madness. Phew! The black aura arrived instantly, shooting towards the head of the woman in front of her. Sului was too late to react, and could only have a flash of thoughts. A huge earth-colored turtle shell was seen appearing in front of her. Boom! The ear-piercing roar was heavy, and the white bones on the ground around them instantly turned into flying ash. Click, click, click. In a series of intensive crashing sounds, the Xuanji turtle armor split in pieces. With a trusty strike, the quasi-imperial artifact was shattered on the spot. It was evident how terrifying Hua Wudao's strength was. Although it hadn't been hit, the Xuanji turtle armor had been sacrificed by Sului for 1,000 years. The turtle armor was destroyed, and she, who was connected to it by her heart and soul, immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground with a pale face. Looking at the pieces of tortoise armor on the ground, she snapped her head up and stared deathly at Hua Wudao in a low voice. "How dare you hit me? Don't run if you have the guts." Upon hearing these words, the alien armies and alien powerhouses that had managed to survive were slightly stunned. Violent laughter then erupted. Ha 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 ha. Although the alien army had suffered heavy losses from this sneaky woman, however, the cutting-edge power had not been lost, and there was even an existence like Hua Wudao who had covered an era. The defeat of the human race is doomed. But I didn't expect this human woman who couldn't tell the difference between what was good and what was bad to actually be so brainwashed as to say such nonsense. Couldn't she have seen that? With Hua Wudao's appearance, the warring human powerhouses directly dodged and exploded back, waiting in tight formation. And at this moment, in the human camp, many cultivators were either frowning or looking at Sului with astonished faces. Does she really have some kind of card? After taking in the expressions of the crowd of people, Hua Wudao looked with interest at the woman in front of him with blood spilling from the corner of her mouth and shook his head with a faint smile. "You go ahead and find the so-called bottom card. In order to seek the quasi-imperial realm to ascend, he created greatness that no one had ever seen before. How could the district's human underpinnings enter his eyes?" Sului didn't say much. The formation lingered around her, and she instantly disappeared in place. Only then did Hua Wudao turn around and look at the human camp. The moment he turned around, a terrifying aura swept out, pressuring the crowd of people to step back. It was simply difficult for one person to resist his might. Even the twin stars and Yao family's imperial son, Yao Ling Tian, who were now at the forefront, all retreated back and forth with grave expressions on their faces. Everyone was anxiously thinking of ways to counter it. All the more reason to expect the extraterritorial battlefield to take a turn for the worse. As for Xin Fan, who didn't know whether he was alive or dead, the crowd didn't have much hope. To know that Sului had gone through many trials and tribulations within 1,000 years, and did not see Xin Fan show up. In the meantime, the disappearing Sului suddenly appeared in a pitch-black space. Even with her current cultivation level, it was difficult to see her surroundings clearly. It was a good thing there was someone pressed up underneath her, and she hastened to sniff down. The familiar smell on her clothes made her nose sore. and she sobbed with tears in her eyes. Gonzi! Gonzi! Someone is bullying me! Full of excitement and aggravation, she realized that it appeared the other woman was still sleeping. Sului hastily raised her hand to rub it at the same time, grasping the other party at the wrist and shaking it vigorously. The battlefield outside was still unknown, and at this time, Sului was filled with anxiety. Gonzi, you quickly wake up na! Fearing that Shinfan would sleep karma over, she came close and sniffed his nostrils and touched his cheeks, realizing that it was indeed Shinfan's appearance and that he was still out of breath. Sului was relieved, but just then, she suddenly realized that Shinfan's mouth was puckered up, like he was going to smooch her. Not only that, but Sului realized that she was holding the wrist in her hand. It was vaguely expanded. Holy crap, caught the wrong one? Sului, whose pretty face was flushed red, let go of her hand as if she had been scalded like a lightning bolt, but the situation was too urgent for her to make a womanly gesture. Sului hurriedly pinched Shinfan's nose, lowered her head and blocked her pink lips on his mouth and blew. Phew! Sului, whose pretty face was bulging, clearly blew that breath out of her mouth. Well, ahem! Shinfan, who was dreaming of being held at gunpoint by a beautiful woman, fiercely widened his eyes. At the same time, the laws within the chaos bell lingered, emitting a faint glow that illuminated the environment within the tripod clearly. What are you doing? Shinfan wiped his mouth and looked at Sului with an odd expression. The only person who could come inside the chaotic cauldron was Sului. However, Sului seemed to have grown up quite a bit. Her appearance and temperament had matured quite a bit compared to her youthful face from her previous girlhood. At this moment, her breath was a bit weak, and blood was spilling from the corner of her mouth, so it didn't look like she was mixing well. Seeing that Shinfan finally woke up, Sului excitedly jumped into his arms and sobbed. Gonzi, the turtle shell is shattered. The foreigners are invading. The human race can't hold out much longer. The extremely defensive Xuanji turtle armor was shattered? Shinfan subconsciously shrunk his waist and frowned. How long have I been asleep? And where is the top? Sului wiped the tears from her cheeks and said quickly, 1,200 years. The warring parties are in the Heavenly Sword Wilderness in the Northern Territory. 1,200 years? Not bad, not bad. Even Sului has reached the 7th heaven of a quasi-emperor, and the others are afraid that they've already certified. I'd become a great emperor with this single sleep? Shinfan was still very satisfied with his decision to take a nap. Next moment, boom, the chaos tripod shot out directly from the bottom of the river, and the waves splashed. The entire Grand Cauldron was haunted by array patterns and radiant. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared into the penalty box. Chapter 113 Out of the World. Unrivaled mighty pressure. It was comparable to an ancient emperor in person. Northern Frontier Heavenly Sword Wilderness. Two-domain battlefield. When Hua Wudao faced the crowd, the atmosphere was condensed to the extreme. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, Zhang San in the crowd screamed, "This fellow Daoist! The younger generation of the human race is not Zheng Taiyu, but the male son of that poisonous woman just now. You have to win against him to convince us. A point is a point if you can drag it out." Regarding Zhang San's words, the human cultivator knew it by heart. Once Hua Wudao made his move, the human race would surely suffer heavy losses. Hearing these words, Hua Wudao smiled faintly. You seem to be mistaken. My clan is not here to subdue the human race. What does it matter if you guys die or not? The words were not yet spoken. Hua Wudao's divine light was radiant around his body. His might was in full bloom, covering the entire sky with a layer of white aura. His voice was horrifying. Rumble. The entire northern territory roared and trembled as the earth crumbled, revealing strips of bottomless canyons. The space around him even collapsed, sweeping towards the human army. Just by releasing his might, he was able to cause heaven and earth to change color. The human cultivator dodged and flew back like a startled bird, but the speed of the space collapse was too fast. The space in front of everyone's eyes crumbled like a bright mirror, and the ripples came towards the army at lightning speed. The suffocating and appalling aura stirred everyone's liver. Once they were approached by the spiderweb cracks in space, then they would be reduced to pieces just like the lenses. Same time, the roar of the extraterrestrial battlefield in the firmament became more and more deafening. The aftermath of the attack even tore through the canopy, revealing a pitch-black extraterrestrial landscape. Obviously, Ao Jiao and the others also knew what kind of situation the human army below was going through, but they were distracted, not to mention that if they were distracted they were likely to suffer heavy damage. Just then, buzz! Suddenly the void shuddered. A radiant rune appeared out of nowhere before the human army. Boom! The moment the spatial crack struck, the runes erupted with a scorching light, directly suppressing the collapsing spatial cracks on the spot. The scene was like 1,000 armies attacking, but an impenetrable figure stood under the city. As one man can do nothing, Hua Wudao, who was in the void of the black hole, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up to gaze at the runes in the void, as well as the sudden appearance of the giant cauldron. Upon noticing the chaotic aura emanating from the giant cauldron, he smiled faintly and said softly, "Not bad, finally a decent opponent." And among the human army that had stopped, the powerhouses in the Divine Emperor Holy Land looked at the runes that had appeared in the void and whispered with hearts full of shock. "A consummate level ceiling avenue? How is this possible?" The rest of the people were looking at the giant cauldron that emitted an ancient aura with a look of astonishment. A man with his back to the crowd was stretching his back. Slapping, slapping, slapping. A series of dense bone-popping sounds rang out from his body. Upon seeing the gold-embroidered auspicious clouds on his white coat, regardless of whether it was Dong Huang-ao of the Great Qin dynasty, Mo Chang-kong of the Heaven-asking sect, and Lu Chengfeng of the Lu clan, all of them showed excitement in their eyes, until the tripod revealed Su Luoyi's head, grinning at the crowd and winking smugly. "My son is here." Boom! All the cultivators in the human army shouted up to the sky in excitement. "Taiko! It's Shinfan! It's Shinfan coming! 1,000 years ago, the 9 heavens of the Quasi-Emperor. After 1,000 years, I'll ask who else is there." Like Zhang San, who was pumped with chicken blood, he finally dragged Shinfan's arrival. Even if Shinfan failed to witness the Tao, so what? The arrogant oath of that year? No matter how the people's hearts speculated, testify to defeat Shinfan. It has become a goal in the minds of all aspirants, and the cultivators of the many forces sat paralyzed on the ground as if a burden had been lifted off their bodies. The Lu family's crowd was even more barefaced, directly lying on the ground, their chests heaving as they gasped for breath and looked at the back of the man in the air. If even he couldn't do anything about it, then there was really nothing the human race could do. The excited and panging bellow ran through the clouds, causing the alien generals to furrow their brows in unison. To be able to make a pact so revered, it was equivalent to Hua Wudao's position in the Fey race. At this moment, Hua Wudao had already raised the importance of the white man on the tripod to a higher level than Zhang Taiyu. Since the alien generals could think of this, he naturally wouldn't be too arrogant. It was only the first sentence the other party said next that caused everyone present to faintly stare. Shinfan frowned after his divine sense was fully open to sweep inside and outside you. "It's been 200 years, why hasn't anyone been certified?" This unpleasant tone caused the cries of the human army to come to an abrupt halt. The awkwardness instantly spread throughout the room. "How can I compare to you? 1,000 years of Quasi-Emperor 9 heavens. These demons are already very heaven-defying." At this time, Shinfan couldn't mention how depressed he was. His intention of sleeping to prove the way had just gone down the drain, and the dream of a beautiful woman is gone. With an unfriendly face, he looked at the imposing Hua Wudao in front of him, and with a flash of cold light in his hand, he directly threw out the broken heaven's end and shot it into the alien army. Pffffffffffffff. In a series of muffled sounds, hundreds of alien cultivators died. Hua Wudao didn't stop it, but smiled faintly. But, at his position, wanting to provoke his Tao in such a way? The pattern of such opponents is not high. Before the words fell, Shinfan directly excited the peerless saint body. Rumble! The blood veins in his body were like thunder roaring, 10,000 horses galloping, shocking the hearts of the people. Amidst the muffled sound like thunder, a white-clothed shadow that was like substance emerged behind him. The figure held the sun, moon, yin and yang in one hand, and chaos and nothingness in the other. Like a deity descending, it exuded an unparalleled pressure. At this moment, Hua Wudao's pupils suddenly shrunk, because even he couldn't resist the pressure emanating from the other party. His knees actually bent slightly. Peerless sacred body? There's no way there could be such a strong pressure. Hua Wudao burst out, his face changing drastically. The peerless saint body was indeed powerful, but in the eyes of a heaven-defying powerhouse like Hua Wudao, naturally, there wouldn't be such a terrifying pressure. But after adding the battle power of the 20-fold surge of the killing state, it wouldn't be a simple peerless holy body pressure. Do you really think that Shinfan is too idle to kill 100 people of the foreign race? Shinfan, whose eyes were slightly condensed, hurriedly operated the killing immortal scripture in his body, and let out a loud cry, like rolling thunder. "Kneel for me." "It's nothing more than that? This kneeling? Let's see if you collapse." The killing immortal scripture's 20-fold surge in battle power was coupled with a 10-fold increase in the peerless saint body. How terrifying was Shinfan's strength? Boom! Just the might emanating from it made it difficult for Hua Wudao to fight, like the sky pressing down on his own body. Hua Wudao's face grimaced as his knees roared and slowly bent. Hiss! Seeing this scene, all the cultivators of the two races sucked in a breath of cool air and were horrified. That's never going to happen. The generation-covering demon who defeated Zhang Taiyu with a single move actually couldn't withstand a furious shout from Shinfan? The might of an emperor's son is as terrifying as this. Is this your true strength? Yao Ling Tian, the imperial son of the Yao clan in the crowd, looked at the back figure standing in the void with shock in his eyes. Even if it was him, he didn't even have the qualifications to make Hua Wudao look at him squarely. And the might of Shinfan. It's comparable to an ancient emperor in person. Chapter 114 Extreme Dao Sublimation. Subduing and killing Gai generation demons. Seeing that he was really going to kneel, Hua Wudao, whose eyes were crimson, let out an explosive roar. Open! Boom! A dazzling immortal aura erupted from its brow, instantly sweeping away the surrounding pressure. Next moment, a canopy fell from the sky and landed on him. Inside the canopy, a figure surrounded by an immortal haze stood in it, looking down on all beings. In the center of its brow, a brilliant crystal burned brightly, illuminating the Xian Tian beings who couldn't bring themselves to pry into it in the slightest. Feeling the sense of familiarity emanating from the other party's brow, within the creation bell stone on Xinfan's shoulder, Lai Miaoan transmitted a voice. It's the immortal grid inheritance. His origin is not bad. Be careful, Xianga. Xinfan narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously, the opponent was going all out by exposing his bottom card. Extinction. Hua Wudao, whose black hair was flying in the middle of the field, let out a furious cry and held the sky with both hands. Rumble. It exuded an appalling might. The heavens and the earth roar, and the great sun is in the dust. The entire dome of the sky was instantly blackened. Only the immortal haze silhouette behind Hua Wudao was like a bright light in heaven and earth, illuminating the heavens. At this moment, Hua Wudao descended like an immortal, unrivaled. Phew! At the center of the shadow's brow behind it, strips of Xia-like immortal light shot out, shooting straight toward Xinfan. Wherever the colored haze passed, it tore the chains of laws manifested in heaven and earth into pieces. If this strike materialized, even if Xinfan could withstand it, but the entire northern border will be destroyed. It can even ripple through its domain. The pressure Xinfan put on Hua Wudao was unparalleled. The high-minded and proud man had never suffered such a strange humiliation and no longer cared about anything else. Hua Wudao only wanted to blast the enemy in front of him with one strike. In the face of such a shocking blow, the crowd only saw Xinfan slowly raise his hand. Same time, his clothes were hunting, and he actually exuded an aura that shook the hearts and minds of many emperors. Many emperors' sons had felt the might of the ancient emperor. However, compared to the aura emanating from Xinfan, it was simply not on the same level. His aura was even more powerful and incomparable than Hua Wudao's visionary void. A comparison of the two. A thought rose in the hearts of all the emperor's sons. The flying immortal technique. He must have mastered an even more advanced flying immortal technique than Hua Wudao. No wonder he's so calm. But under this strike, the beings of the northern border. Hey! The many powerhouses whose thoughts turned sharply carried the human army behind them and flew up into the sky. Buzz! At this time, a touch of invisible ripples stirred out above Xinfan's head, sweeping across the 4 fields. Under the dark night sky, a golden lotus flower that was radiant to the extreme blossomed one by one above its head. The night is like sludge, and the soul of God blossoms into a golden lotus. In total, the 13 divine soul golden lotus shone brightly in the heavens and earth the moment they came out. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. 13 divine soul golden lotuses? My goodness, I'm not dreaming. The divine soul of the emperor's son has actually transcended the ancient emperors? This qualification is truly unprecedented and unprecedented. In the 13 divine soul golden lotuses, a closed-eyed golden body with radiant golden aura and sullen dharma appearance. Its eyes snapped open. Next moment, a radiant great Dao pattern traveled out from the golden body's eyes and converged in Xinfan's palm. The aura of the extreme Dao seal grew more and more amazing with the addition of dozens of great Dao paths. When the hand seal is formed, the ultimate sublimation of the great Tao in India, the aura of destroying all laws stirred out, causing the canopy to swing open and thunder to roar. Xinfan pushed out a palm and drank in a deep voice. Extreme Dao seal. Rumble. This strike seemed to make the heavens and earth roar with grief, and the void cracked. The colorful handprints crashed into the beams of light that shot out with a destructive force. But the moment the two attacks collided, not a single ripple came out. Even more shocking, Hua Wudao's world-destroying strike unexpectedly turned into nothingness without a sound as the Great Seal approached. A move to obliterate. This can't be right. With an unwilling roar, the extreme Dao seal directly tore apart Hua Wudao's body. Bang! The immortal haze silhouette in the visions behind it. The godhead at the center of its brow collapsed on the spot. Instantaneous. This was like a temporary shadowy vision of the immortal king that cracked intensely and disappeared into the heavens and earth along with Hua Wudao, and the mighty extreme Dao seal, like a wisp of wind, disappeared into the air. The extreme Dao mastery dazzled everyone present. Between heaven and earth, there was no longer the powerful aura that had oppressed all beings before. The only thing that was left was the collapsed void slowly healing, and a figure dressed in white, standing with his back to the crowd. Just one move. Hua Wudao, the Geisher demon who forcefully suppressed the human race, had his soul scattered. Looking at the substantial shadow that was gradually dissipating in the air, all the human cultivators burst out in excitement. Winning! We won! Emperor's son is invincible! Emperor's son is invincible! In a unanimous shout, tens of millions of cultivators of the human race transformed into long rainbows and flew towards the alien army with miserable faces. Rear crowd. Ada, the wise man of the Mangalki clan, muttered, "Heaven and earth, yin and yang contain all paths. Hand on nothingness to indicate that the cultivation is endless?" Until now, it was only then that the old man realized how unimaginable the Tao that Xinfan was seeking was. The old man had also had an understanding of the peerless sacred body, knowing that this physique pushes the combat method. It will show the founder of the secret method that the body has learned, tracing back the origin and raising the battle power extremely high. The origin vision of the peerless sacred body, on the other hand, was a manifestation of the Tao vapors pursued by the physique possessor himself. The reason why Ada was able to deduce the great Tao that Xinfan was pursuing, the key lay in the fact that he had comprehended too many great avenues, and holding the yin and yang of heaven and earth in one's hand fits the saying of integrating all the paths into one's own body. As for the other hand resting on nothingness, for a generation like Xinfan whose qualifications poured into the heavens, the only endless realm of cultivation was the ultimate end that people like him sought. Ada the Wise was convinced that his deductions were in no way incorrect. Extraterritorial battlefield. When Xinfan killed Hua Wudao with a single move, the hearts of the remaining 4 foreigner powerhouses shook dramatically. With a slight distraction, 2 of them were heavily injured by Ao Zhao and the Demon Emperor June Knight. Seeing a sealing rune suddenly appear around the 4 members of the alien race, the 4 people who were unable to move were filled with despair. 1,000 calculations. And who could have predicted that the human race would have such a big killer? One move to kill the brightest and most dazzling star of the alien race. What kind of horrible battle power is this? With the addition of Xinfan's sealing avenue, the human race instantly gained the upper hand, and the battle in the northern border Tianyin sword sect had also ended. Covered in blood and with a weak breath, Mang barbarians carried the Black Demon Monarch's human head and rushed to this place at fire speed. It was just that at this time, the Heavenly Sword Wilderness battlefield had been reversed on 2 levels. After a tea break, all of the foreigners were killed on the spot. None of them were spared. After the battlefield fell silent, all of them looked into the void in unison, bowing to Xinfan who was slowly landing, with solemn expressions on their faces. This was the case even for the Emperor's sons of the lands. Xinfan, who landed on the ground, saw the scene and waved his hand and said softly, "There's no need for that. Compared to the northern border sword cultivators and you guys, I'm just going along for the ride." Although the words were humble, the crowd made another bow before getting up to clean up the mess. "You're really something." Mang barbarians walked over with an astonished look on their faces. "Ha ha, little barbarian has grown up too. Ha, you are also very powerful." Xinfan wore a smile as he looked at the majestic youth in front of him who was half a head taller than himself. A black demon monarch who could cross the line and kill a quasi-emperor 9 heavens. The Mangwu sacred body was indeed overbearing. Chapter 115, Bichuan's ally. Hearing these words, Mang barbarians scratched their heads in some embarrassment. Compared to Xinfan, where was this bit of his battle record worth showing off? Then he seemed to think of something and came closer before whispering to Xinfan, "That mate of yours is so bad, always bullying me. You have to teach her a lesson. Little brute, you're just going to tattle, aren't you?" Sului, who had just come out of the chaotic cauldron, was furious and her pretty face darkened. This bastard saw Xinfan twice and sued her, so he was angry. "Ha ha," slipping away, Mang barbarians grinned, dodging and rushing towards the camp of the Mang Wasteland clan. This time he was badly injured and needed to be treated. Looking at Zhang San not far away with a bitter face surrounded by the Mangdos, Xinfan curiously said, "How did he obtain the Mangwu clan's Imperial soldier?" Coming closer, Su Luoyi explained, "He approached me to tell my fortune about where the Mangwu clan's Imperial soldier was and planned to steal it. I didn't tell him until the foreign races descended, and in the meantime, I asked the Eternal Palace to send someone to suppress the deity in there. It's a risky thing to get the Winged Palace to do." It was evident how miserable they had been made whole by Su Luoyi. "The Hall of Eternal Life? You can." Seeing Xinfan's snarky face, Su Luoyi smiled faintly with some embarrassment. "I'll go. This king of hell can also laugh? Time to say no. It's pretty good looking." Many of the surrounding cultivators peeked over, but when they saw Su Luoyi's icy cold sight, they shivered and hurriedly walked away. "Emperor's son." At this moment, Ao Jiao walked over with an excited face. If it wasn't for Xinfan giving her the great emperor formation patterns for her to comprehend back then, in this battle against the extraterrestrial heavenly pride, the great emperor formation patterns were crucial to her. Behind him, Lu Qingcheng, who had come close, Oda bowed and laughed softly. "The emperor's son is not well," Xinfan said with a speechless face. "You guys still haven't certified the Tao even though your qualifications are so strong." Ao Zhao's face stagnated. Lu Qingcheng, on the other hand, pursed her lips and looked at him somewhat bemused. Both of them could hear that Xinfan's tone was quite disappointed, but witnessing is not easy for the two. especially from alien opponents. The thought of Hua Wudao ascending with the quasi-emperor realm further pressurized the crowd. Throughout the ages, those who could ascend were only recorded to have succeeded if they were great emperors of the ancient world. Hua Wudao's move was nothing more than to verify his own heaven-defying qualifications. After ascending with the quasi-emperor realm, he gained importance in the immortal region, because his legacy is clearly extraordinary. Compared to Ao Jiao and the others, the two patterns were naturally worlds apart, not at all at the same level. Ha ha, I was hoping you guys would cover me. Cheer up, I still think highly of you guys. Shinfan smiled and encouraged. Maybe I'll have to sleep on it myself before I do. It would be rather unattractive to strike at the confidence of these people. These two Shinfan have copied. Cannot continue to copy wool gathering? Said cover him is also a joke between friends. As for Mang barbarians as well, Shinfan had once copied the other party's sacred body realm. Instead, it was June Knight and Golden Cicada, which Shinfan still had a chance to copy. The former had heavily defeated his alien rivals, and the latter was the reincarnation of a great Buddha, both of which were extremely likely to witness the Tao. Then, he chatted with the many sect masters from the Lu family, the heaven-asking sect, and the Qin Imperial dynasty who had come. Seeing the woman hiding behind the sect leader of the heaven-asking sect, Shinfan raised his eyebrows and laughed. Yo, if it isn't little sister. Watching the crowd gather their eyes over, Mo Chinger's eyes curved and she laughed softly. Greetings, elder brother. She had thought that Shinfan had forgotten her after disappearing for so long. Mo Changkong on the side was honored with it, stroking his beard with a smile. Shinfan smiled and nodded, and after sizing up Mo Chinger, he complimented. Not bad, half saint now. Work hard. If you don't understand, ask Ao Zhao Qingcheng and the others more. Don't be shy. Hearing these words, Mo Changkong and the others on the side were filled with emotion. At the same time, he was also very grateful to Shinfan. With his words, at least Mo Chinger would be able to have fewer bumps in the road of cultivation. Don't forget, even the maid beside him didn't have Shinfan's introduction. To be more thorough, after bidding farewell to the poison Saint Ischong, Sului can be said to be self-generated over the years, and the dangers on the way to cultivation are unknown, all depending on the individual. And ask the heavenly sect and Shinfan only had a little friendship, but received a lot of care from the other side. The sentiment was also known only to the inquiring heaven sect and others. Of course, over the years, whenever they received news that Sului was in danger, the old ancestor of the heaven-asking sect would then lick his old face and head to the Lu clan and the Manglo clan, requesting the two saints to help out a little more. Human words are slight, but they are an effort. The pain and suffering is not for outsiders to know. On the contrary, Ao Jiao, Lu Qingcheng and the others knew it in their hearts. The reason why Shinfan didn't care about Sului was to let her walk her own path. And Mo Chinger's qualifications were too different compared to Sului. The two are not comparable at all. And it is not bad to let this little girl suffer less and be more at ease. Then thank you senior brother O. Mo Chinger pursed her lips and looked at him seriously. And what did she not know? I can't catch up with him myself. As if she had opened certain knots in her heart, she took the extreme initiative to come forward and drag Shinfan's hand, smilingly telling him one by one the interesting things she had encountered over the years. Shinfan, on the other hand, wore a smile and did not have the slightest shelf. It was also like the time when he was touring the questioning heaven sect, listening to the young girls chattering and praising a few words from time to time. But Shinfan realized, one woman who had once adored him was missing from the crowd, the eldest princess of the Great Qin dynasty, the Eastern Emperor Moonfall, and the former lord of the Great Qin kingdom had already shed his dragon robe and was wearing a golden battle armor. Seeing Shinfan turn around and look at him, he slightly arched his hand and smiled. Shinfan, who smiled and withdrew his sight, was quite emotional in his heart. I think she has become the Great Qin kingdom lord over the years. Should have married someone as well. Back then, this sister also secretly drew her own portrait to express her feelings, making Shinfan quite self-satisfied. A young man is naturally pleased with the way a beautiful woman feels about him, but times change and people have their own trajectories. Maybe this will become a nice memory for both of them to remember. As for what the Eastern Emperor Moonfall was doing at this time, she was sitting in the back garden of the Great Qin Palace covered in fatigue, when the incomparable figure from the northern border disappeared. Shinfan comes out and quells the alien unrest with a single move. Hearing the battle situation in the northern border sent by the secret treasure's voice transmission, it was as if she had put down a 1,000-pound burden and directly paralyzed on the bamboo chair. Phew, he really won. Dong Huangyulu let out a long sigh of relief. At its side, a demure woman with a slightly bulging abdomen comfortably ate a spirit fruit and laughed. Look how nervous you are. It's a good thing I didn't let you go over there. Or wouldn't you be wearing out your welcome? What do you know? I'm afraid something will happen to him. Right. When my son is born, you, the second wife, is also considered to be in the family. So you should indeed be nervous. If you lose, You'll become the moon in the water and the flower in the mirror. East Emperor Moonfall rolled his eyes, got up and came to Baiquan's side and squatted down, laying his pretty face on her abdomen and frowning. It's been 1,000 years, why is it only this big? There's no movement at all. Bichuan smiled softly and stroked the abdomen. Softly. He's a freak. The child is definitely going to go against the grain. I feel like it's about right to wait another 1,000 years. It's a good thing I have a high level of cultivation, or else I'd all be old and gray. If it wasn't for the fact that the Palace of Eternal Life had a unique secret method for the physique one, Bichuan preserved the essence in his body at the cost of falling out of the realm. For a physique like Shinfan's to want to leave an heir, it was as difficult as heaven. This was one of the main reasons why the Palace of Eternal Life was being pressured by Sului and didn't dare to fight back, having bullied people back then, and now having received retribution. The Palace of Eternal Life could only swallow its bitterness. And the secret of Bichuan's pregnancy? If that poisonous woman knew about this secret matter, it would definitely be a chicken and egg. Luckily, when the Great War between the foreign races broke out, the Poison Lady's conscience was still intact, and she had the master of the Palace of Eternal Life carry Imperial soldiers and send the strongest members of her clan to the Forbidden Zone to suppress the deity's thoughts. Compared to the Emperor's soldier of the Eternal Life Hall, the greatness of the Emperor's soldier of the Manhwa clan was even more powerful. As for whether or not the Hall of Eternal Life would be able to hold up against the resistance of the deity Nen, it was up to them. Compared to annihilation, this is the only chance for the Palace of Eternal Life. That's what puts an end to the feud between the two. However, in Baiquan's opinion, the battle ended extremely quickly, and it was still fine for the Palace of Eternal Life to hold out. The reason why Baiquan had chosen East Emperor Moonfall to form an alliance was that there was no other choice. Lu Qingcheng appeared to be notoriously intertwined with Shinfan, but in the eyes of outsiders, the two did not have any special relationship at all. But let her pick Sului if she wants. As soon as the fetus is born, he or she will see Hades. Chapter 116, Heavenly Certification. Ascender, the only person On the contrary, Donghuang Yuezhuang's move to show his love for Shinfan was already known to the whole world. The 1,000-year wait for Moonfall beauty, plus the powerful aura of the fetus in her womb. Baiquan felt that Shinfan would inevitably not be so desperate as to ignore her existence. Hey, I really admire myself. Bichuan stroked his abdomen rather proudly. Hearing her explanation, Donghuang Yuezhuang deeply recognized it, then got up and looked at her. First things first, I'll be the second wife. Bichuan threw a wink at her and smiled. You've been saying that for 1,000 years. Can you give it a rest? Don't worry, you and I have an offensive and defensive alliance, good sister. Donghuang Yulu pursed her lips and smiled. This is not for fear that you, a demonic spirit, will back out. Wait, the Eternal Life Palace has sent the roots of the ancient divine pill. I'll go and make soup for you. Thanks, sister. Bichuan waved with a slight smile, until Donghuang Yuezhu disappeared within her line of sight. The smile on her face suddenly turned bitter. She also just bluffed the East Emperor Moonfall. If you really want to press Sului to be a big head, I'm afraid that you'll die early and red. Fate is bitter nah. How your father accepted a mixed-up miser. Baiquan was full of helplessness and stroked his abdomen. Heavenly Sword Wilderness. Little girl. Quite bold. Sului saw that Shinfan and Mo Chinger were chatting with each other and took a deep breath. Watching Mo Changkong give her a dry smile, Sului nodded with a smile. Just then, rumble, above the firmament, like an open canopy, a huge domain gate was seen appearing, occupying half of the sky. A gust of chaotic aura emanated from the domain gate, and the immortal haze lingered. There are even many fairy silhouettes playing music on their knees, and ancient beasts roaming the void, like a dream, and in the domain gate, there seemed to be the scenery of the immortal world reflected in it, attracting people's desire. Same time, dots of peaceful light descended from the domain gate, bathing everyone in the blessings of the domain gate. The immortal realm has opened. I'm afraid that only Imperial Sun Shinfan has the chance to ascend. Not good. I have a breakthrough opportunity. Look, a pillar of light was seen falling from the firmament, landing in the camp of the human army. What makes this so incredible is, it's not just Shinfan. A pillar of light descended from the bodies of Ao Jiao, Lu Qingcheng, Golden Cicada and Demon June Knight. As for the others, even Mang barbarians and Zheng Taiyu in the Dan Sage's tent, there were pillars of light falling. In the meantime, everyone in the room noticed, Shinfan's body, actually levitated. On the other hand, Lu Qingcheng and the others remained where they were. Obviously, the only person who was certified by the Heavenly Tao to ascend is a human being. The Emperor's son is going to enter the immortal realm. Emperor's son is invincible. Greetings to the Imperial son. Many cultivators witnessed this scene with their own eyes. I don't know whether they were too excited or their emotions were surging. Their crimson eyes roared out in unison, venting the stirring feelings in their hearts. Duke! Seeing Shinfan flying higher and higher, Sului anxiously shouted out. This has just meant to be separated. She is full of reluctance. her eyes are red, 1,000 years of light, and she had so much more to say to each other. But in the end, heaven and earth are separated. Looking at Sului below who was tilting her head, Shinfan laughed. Cultivate well, and cover you when you also ascend in the future. Then what if I can't go? Sului jumped up and down anxiously, tears flowing from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Lu Qingchang and the others leaping up into the sky, she also pulled herself up. However, the heavenly Tao suppressed her, making it difficult for her to inch closer after flying only tens of names. What's the hurry? Really can't wait for me to be invincible and come back to pick you up to get some insight. Shinfan smiled faintly. Your honor, don't lie to me. The silhouettes below were getting smaller and smaller, and Shinfan smiled and waved his hand. Never a falsehood, but if you marry then forget it. Live well. Ha ha, I'm the Dukes, don't forget about Loki. Yo-Yo's voice was full of determination. Hearing Shinfan raise his eyebrows, looks like I'm still attractive. As for cultivation enhancement and all that, isn't it just a slip for him? A matter of minutes? Shinfan, who was quite pleased with himself, saw Ao Jiao, who was seeing him off below, scowling at him. Even Lu Qingchang also arched her hand in blessing and smiled as she made a gesture of finding a beautiful woman, her two slender thumbs wiggling for a while. Even the bald golden cicada made a Buddhist starting gesture at him with a smile and a blessing. On the contrary, it was the demon clan's Imperial son June Knight who was more serious, and he nodded his head to show his blessing after seeing Shinfan look over. Shinfan cast a sidelong glance at the four and said arrogantly, "Look at me funny? Don't expect me to cover you guys when you get a chance to come up here." At these words, Ao Jiao instantly wilted and explained, "Emperor's son, I'm certified by the heavenly Tao." Excited nah, that's right, all were certified by heaven. Unfortunately, it was not the time for these people, and their strength could not be compared to Shinfan. As for whether or not they could ascend in the future, it would depend on their future endeavors. June Knight of the Four thought about it and arched his hand with a serious face. "I'm just here to witness the Emperor's son's ascension. It's an honor." Poor monk. Seeing the four people looked over, the golden cicada Z's handsome cheeks suffocated redness, rose his hand and said, the poor monk was wishing the Emperor's son Godspeed, not bamboozling him. Awesome. Shinfan nodded, recognizing the monk who would blush when he lied. He then looked at Lu Qingcheng and raised an eyebrow. "That gesture of yours, cutie. We all know what it means. What excuse are you trying to make?" Lu Qingcheng acted as if he didn't see it, and was carrying his hands behind his back with his head lowered, his right foot lightly kicking the void underneath his feet. Just the delicate earlobes peeking out from between the strands of hair were vaguely red. Shinfan was too lazy to care about them, but his heart was puzzled. You can ascend before you reach greatness yourself? He wasn't afraid of any conspiracy theories in this. He just felt a little puzzled. It would be understandable to say that he already had the strength of a great emperor, or even stronger than a great emperor. It can directly ascend. This makes Shinfan puzzled. Seeing his slightly frowning appearance, Lai Miaoan within the creation bellstone transmitted her voice with a smile on her face. It is you who have been recognized by this world. This is the will of heaven and earth, and it is equivalent to the benefits of fending off the foreign races, as you have guarded the chi of this heaven and earth. As for what happens to them in the future, it's up to you. I'll talk to you first. We'll be randomly transported after ascension, and I'm no exception. You have to protect yourself well, and when my body recovers, I promise to come and find you, so that your future will be worry-free. Finally returning to the immortal world, Li Miaoan couldn't be happier. Is the will of heaven and earth. Shinfan slightly tilted his head and looked at the vast emptiness and the extraterrestrial immortal gate above. As for the girl covering him, there's no need for that. Same time, within the light descending from the heavenly Tao, strands of arcane breath merged into Shinfan's body. It allowed him to gain a deeper level of understanding of his own sense of the great Tao. I guess that's a heavenly blessing. Just as Shinfan was about to enter the domain gate, he curled his finger towards the bottom. Phew! A spatial ring cut through the void and shot into the Dan Sage's tent below. It's from the Emperor's son. The Dan Sage in the tent hurriedly took out a thumb-sized stone from it, his face shaking. Spirit-filled holy stones? And the rhyming body divine liquid? Quickly put Zheng Taiyu into the divine liquid. Whether or not he can achieve it depends on his destiny. Hearing these words, the divine Emperor Holy Lord on the side was filled with excitement. Spirit-filled sacred stones were holy spirit stones that were nurtured by the laws of heaven and earth on one side. The biggest effect at the moment was that it could make up for Zhang Taiyou's shattered Tao heart, and the rhythmic body divine liquid was more than capable of tempering his broken body at this time. Together with the great desolate diagram immortal artifact fragment and the heavenly Tao blessing, Zhang Taiyu might even be able to recover. Thinking of this, the divine Emperor Holy Lord hurriedly rushed out of the tent and looked towards the dome of the sky. However, the domain gate on the canopy had slowly dissipated. Where was Shinfan's figure? Full of gratitude, the divine Emperor Holy Lord solemnly bowed toward the void. Chapter 117 11 Realms of the 9 Heavenly Immortal Realms. Human Immortal Domain. When Xinfan entered the domain gate, he appeared at a riverside in the blink of an eye. The sound of waves in the breeze is like a flurry. As far as the eye could see, there were heavy mountains and clouds ahead, and the scenery was quite pleasant. But to say that there was any difference between the scenery of the Immortal Domain and the Xiantian continent, Xinfan felt that there was only an additional sense of ancient heaviness. Between the mountains and the water, there is a sense of richness from the inside out and a sense of precipitation over the years. This was equivalent to his heartfelt feelings when he was on Earth and traveled to the ancient emperor's tomb to view the scenery and climb the ladder. Compared to the Xiantian continent, the aura of the immortal realm had changed qualitatively, and it wasn't too much of a stretch to describe it as immortal aura. Moreover, the world wall here was extremely sturdy, far from being comparable to the Xiantian continent. Xinfan estimated that with his current strength, tearing the void was impossible. It's really flying to the upper realm and becoming the bottom of the pile. The great emperor is running all over the place. Xinfan smiled faintly. Then he inhaled the immortal qi around him, and his body was soothed. And the extreme Tao immortal scripture that was running on its own in the body also sped up by more than tens of times. To say that his speed when he was in the Xiantian continent was no different from a turtle crawling. Then Xinfan put his hands behind his back and paced along the riverbank, checking the wisp of divine message given to him by Li Miaoan in his mind. When he entered the immortal realm, the creation clock stone on his shoulder disappeared and was randomly transported elsewhere by the laws of this heaven and earth. Xinfan, after coming to the immortal realm, cultivators who ascended from the lower realm will bring their own lower realm aura, which will make the native cultivators think that they are here to grab the opportunities of heaven and earth, and are not treated very well. You hold steady but don't be impulsive. This is not like Xiantian continent. I left a mark on you, and will come to pick you up in a month at most without any surprises. A great man can submit. First endure humiliation, then turn the tables. I'll help you out at that time. Listening to the girl's divine thoughts, Xinfan pulled the corner of his mouth. There's actually a chain of contempt? It doesn't matter if a man can bend and bend. There's nothing dishonorable about it. But for him it was completely unnecessary. But Li Miaoan's good intention Xinfan still accepted. After all, no one knew that he had a system, right? Next I'll tell you about the realm of the Nine Heavens Immortal Domain. Listen carefully to prevent any losses. Most of the realms in the Nine Heavens Immortal Domain are of 1 to 9 grades, with the first realm being the realm entry realm. It's the realm of the certified great emperors who have ascended up from the 10,000 domains. Although it's also called the pseudo-emperor realm, no one in the immortal domain will take it seriously, so don't you dare shout it. The word emperor possesses supreme greatness, so you can't just say it in the immortal realm. You'll be hated. Next is a realm suitable for cultivators like you, called the breaking cataclysmic realm, also known as the transitional realm, which only has 1 grade. This type of realm is specially established for cultivators in the 10,000 domains, who have broken the Great Tribulation. This kind of cultivator is favored by the heavenly Tao of the lower realm, and can obtain the blessing of the heavenly Tao of this domain to enhance the understanding of the Great Tao, so that they can easily enhance their own Great Tao to the ultimate sublimation, and transcend the ordinary cultivators. You are of this type of realm, and the Fei Hua Wu Tao also walks in this type, wanting to obtain the blessing of the Fei heavenly Tao to have a smoother path in the future. That is to say, am I now at the breakthrough realm? Xinfan pursed his lips. No wonder. When he entered the immortal domain, the breath in his body was as if he had broken through certain shackles, and his strength had inexplicably increased. The second realm of the Nine Heavens Immortal Domain is the Tao Fusion realm. Cultivators in this realm need to fuse their 5 perfect Tao, realize the sublimated mysteries of the Tao, and perceive the wonderful principles of the heavens and the earth, and their strength is by no means idle, so you shouldn't challenge them so easily. The children born to these types of cultivators are born into the realm, which is what I meant when I said to you earlier that all the children have the strength of a great emperor. The third realm is the Tao Sacrifice realm. Cultivators can burn the Tao within their bodies, jumping out of their own shackles and transforming the heaven and earth Tao into an attack. However, the sacrifice of the Tao is extremely dangerous. Once the control is not good, the body of the Tao pattern obliterated. Fall realm traumatized and perish are unusual things, and the 9th grade sacrifice realm need not I say more. You also know how horrible. The 4th realm is the Xianming realm. The law can be penetrated into the mystery. Self-explanation of my body. Sacrificial Tao tattoo law has entered the peak. The sense of their own avenue into the Mingmi through the source. Can touch the source of the avenue with this, mostly for a party of strong, head teacher level characters. 5th is the Tao Saint realm. Most cultivators in this realm are at the level of great sect ancestors, and can make it difficult for low-level cultivators to resist with just their pressure, and their strength is terrifyingly unparalleled. Cultivators of this realm are also the backbone of Origin Ancient City. Speaking of the ancient city of origins, to introduce you to it, the ancient city of origins is a major ancient city built by the ancestors of the various races of the Nine Heavens immortal domain after the division of the heavens and the earth, and was specifically used to fend off the prey of exotic races. Importantly, there were a large number of origin veins in them, possessing opportunities that could allow cultivators to become emperors. Strong people from all races in the Nine Heavens immortal region would travel to the ancient city of origins to seek out the origin veins left behind by their ancestors while traveling to defend against foreign races. It was because the grudge of the foreign races against the immortal domain ancient city had been passed down from ancient times and was difficult to resolve. They were bound to overthrow the Nine Heavens immortal domain. The origin ancient city also became the battlefield of the Nine Heavens immortal region. After the Dao Saint realm is the Domain Emperor realm, the Dao of Domain Emperor realm cultivators have already reached extreme sublimation, comprehending the Imperial Dao laws that are exclusively their own, and most of them are commander level and city lord level figures of the origin ancient city. Let's say you don't get angry. Domain Emperor realm powerhouses, with a snap of their fingers can destroy tens of thousands of Xian Tian continent, for all. You previously broke through the apocalypse in Xian Tian continent and ascended. There's a high chance that you will be able to enter this realm. I'm optimistic about you. The seventh realm is the Exalted Lord realm. Cultivators in this realm have already reached the transcendence of the three realms, and will not be easily tainted by karma, seeking only the opportunity to break immortality and enter the Emperor. If you meet this kind of cultivator, don't be coaxed by them. This kind of person says one or two words and it's all karma. When the time comes to get screwed over, you'll be counting money for someone else. The eighth realm is the immortal true immortal realm. This is a true immortal, not a legend. There is such an existence within the ancient city of origins, a supreme powerhouse who presses for the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Anyway, this senior existed in the world before my ancestor was even born, and no one knows how long he has lived. Known by the cultivators of the Nine Heavens immortal domain as the immortal everlasting one, he is revered by all races. Rumor has it that the old senior found the chance to break the immortal in the ancient city of origins, but it's a wonder that he hasn't found the opportunity to be able to enter the Empyrean realm after all this time. Otherwise, when his old man enters the Emperor realm, he would have waved his hand and destroyed the foreign domain. I don't know how many grades of immortal true immortals there are. Above the true immortals is the immortal king realm. That's still what the old senior himself said. So I guess the strength must be impossible to speculate on. The last is the legendary immortal emperor realm, the one who is invincible for all the heavens and all the worlds. Counting the transitional breakthrough realm, the Nine Heavens immortal domain has a total of 11 realms. Go for it, Xin Fan. So fierce. Xin Fan's eyes jumped slightly. A domain emperor realm powerhouse can snap his fingers and break 10,000 domains? Although Lai Miaoan had only said a generalization. But you can get through the tube. Realm entry realm, breakthrough transitional realm, Dao fusion realm, Dao sacrifice realm, Xianming realm, Dao saint realm, domain emperor realm, exalted lord realm, immortal true immortal, immortal king realm, immortal emperor realm. After writing these realms down, Xin Fan tilted his head and looked at the scenery of the heaven and earth with a ghostly gaze. Then there's no need for forces from all over to go directly to the ancient city of origins. Lai Miaoan's news directly allowed Xin Fan to identify his target. After all, the best place to raise one's cultivation level was the origin ancient city. Now that we know this place, it would be a pure waste of time to go to other forces to replicate the increase. And again, it would be just as well for him to go around and hit the sauce blindly when he's stronger. But where is this origin ancient city? Xin Fan was a little blind. The Dao Saint realm was the middle force of the origin ancient city. To put it bluntly, there were also restrictions on entering the city, or else low-level cultivators would be giving away food if they went there. Just then, not far away flew a haze of light. Oh, actually a fellow Daoist who ascended from the lower realms? Xin Fan glanced sideways and saw a middle-aged mailman with a warm smile, slowly landing on the ground. Isn't this it? Xin Fan smiled faintly and arched his hand. Taoist friendly eyes. Chapter 118, Flying Cloud Dao Sect Fortress. The man smiled and arched his hand. My name is Gao Yuan, a disciple of the nearby Flying Cloud Dao Sect. My sect is recruiting disciples, so why don't you follow me forward to have a look? Don't worry, if you don't want to you can leave on your own. I am Xin Fan, then I will be grateful to you, fellow Daoist. Xin Fan smiled faintly and flew away from this place with him in a vertical leap. He was about to find out information about the ancient city of origins, and he could still get a feel for the situation by making a side trip. While chatting with the other party, Xin Fan secretly said in his heart, the system copies the other party's cultivation. Okay host, locked on Gao Yuan, identified as cultivation of the 6th grade of the realm of entry. The host is higher than the other party. Copying failed. Looks like this one didn't hide his cultivation. The copying failure. Xin Fan was not surprised. After all, he had just ascended to the immortal realm, and it was natural for him to be on the defensive against this kind of self-interested person. Don't forget that Lai Miaoan warned about it. Native cultivators could sense the aura on the lower realm cultivators and were not treated very well. Although Takato seemed enthusiastic, defense was not an option. Over time, Gao Yuan's speed was getting faster and faster, as if he was testing the strength of this lower realm cultivator, and Xin Fan remained half a body length behind him since the beginning. The smile on his face remained the same. Sensing the aura emanating from his body, Gao Yuan pondered slightly before arching his hand in admiration. It's actually a cultivator who has crossed the great tribulation in the lower realms. Fellow Daoist is remarkable. If it was a realm entry realm cultivator, Gao Yuan would naturally be able to feel it. However, Xin Fan's body did not have the same realm aura, nor did it have the great Dao pressure of a powerful person at the Dao Ruxian realm. However, the aura he released was much stronger than his own, and he had ascended from the lower realms. Naturally, it was a breakthrough realm cultivator. Just a fluke. Xin Fan didn't hide it either. Haha, this is the first time I've encountered a cultivator like you. I think that you, fellow Daoist, have an unusual status in the lower realm, but after coming to the immortal realm, fellow Daoist's temperament should be tempered, Gao Yuan kindly reminded. Instead, it made Xin Fan feel a little better about him, and he couldn't help but take the initiative to inquire. Fellow Daoist Gao Yuan, I wonder what kind of land is here? Gao Yuan laughed. This is the area of Linglong River, which belongs to Tianyuan Luzhou, one of the 12 states of the human immortal region. The two opened up the conversation as a result. Xin Fan mostly asked some of the simpler questions of the immortal domain, and Gao Yuan knew everything. Only then did Xin Fan realize that the immortal domain power levels were divided into 4 types. There are 4 categories: sects, Dao sects, Imperial domains, and immortal sects. My sect's headmaster has reached Mingmi Tong Yuan, entering the Xianming realm. His cultivation is unfathomable. I don't know when we can reach this realm. Gao Yuan said rather emotionally. Indeed powerful. Xin Fan nodded in recognition. For an ordinary cultivator, it was not easy to enter the Xianming realm, even for a great emperor of the lower realms. This is a qualitative leap that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Seeing Xin Fan nodding his head in praise, without the slightest hint of the arrogant aura of a king of the lower realms, Gao Yuan's face was filled with smiles. After an hour or so, the two came to a large river. The whole river stretched for an unknown amount of time and could not be seen to the end. The river emanated a gust of cold mist and the waves were turbulent. Landing on the ground, the two came to an ink-colored city gate. The ink-colored city gates were incredibly tall, with a formation boundary rippling in the middle. At Gao Yuan's gesture, Xin Fan and he entered it slowly. When entering the city gates, Xin Fan saw a city fortress that stretched for hundreds of miles standing to the side. At the head of the city stood cultivators with the same light blue-green shirts as Gao Yuan. The gates are U-shaped and encircle a beach, and on the beach by the river, a tent was set up. Many bare-chested cultivators were sitting on the beach and cultivating on their knees. What puzzled Xin Fan was, even some of the female cultivators were only wearing some cool, close-fitting clothes. Many women with extraordinary appearance with skin like jade were just so grandly naked, sitting on the beach with their knees closed and toning their eyes. It was important to know that the posture of several of them was not even inferior to Lu Qingqing's appearance. This white-shaking long-legged girls, looking at Xin Fan, was full of curiosity. I'll go. These female cultivators are so beautiful? Could it be the cultivation style of the Flying Cloud Dao sect? After all, it's a fairy realm. It's normal to be pretty. But most of the female cultivators Xin Fan had seen were more reserved. Showing a toe was extremely rare, and this time he was considered to have gained a wave of insight. Not far away, there was also a group of disciples patrolling back and forth. Seeing Xin Fan's sight looked, a few male cultivators who were lying on the beach sunbathing grinned towards him, revealing a mouthful of large black teeth. Xin Fan frowned as he watched the scene. In the meantime, a line of people in front of the beach, walking slowly towards the two. Takara arched his hand and smiled at the woman at the head of the group. Deacon Elder, this is a breakthrough realm cultivator found in the perimeter. Just ascended from the lower realms. Not bad. Meeting an elder in the opening, her cultivation took off straight away. System, copy her cultivation. Okay host. Locked on Luyu. Identified cultivation, 2nd grade of the Fusion Dao realm. Reproduction increase opens. The 2nd grade of the Fusion Dao realm. The 3rd grade of the Fusion Dao realm. The 5th grade of the Fusion Dao realm. The 7th grade of the Fusion Dao realm. It's been a long time since I felt my cultivation level rise, and there's an illusion of skyrocketing. Xin Fan's mouth was tinged with a smile. Although there was no enhancement of the great Dao Upanishads or the myriad principles of heaven and earth, the enhancement of the realm was pure, even if it was an empty shelf. For Xin Fan's innate condition of having comprehended many great roads, it still could not be underestimated. Currently, he could only use the extreme Dao seal by virtue of the extreme Dao immortal scripture infusing his own Dao. This was the advantage of the Gong method, not one's own sense of the great Tao. Shinfan naturally wouldn't deliberately cultivate these. Just find someone to copy the Avenue Upanishads and senses when you have the chance. Hearing Gao Yuan's report, Luyu's pink lips on that exquisite face were slightly outlined, and her eyes flashed as she sized up Shinfan. 1,000-year-old Bone Age breakthrough realm cultivator in the lower realm? That's a heavenly blessing added na. TSK. Gao Yuan. I'll take this credit. Hey, many thanks Elder. Gao Yuan hurriedly arched his hand and smiled, turning to leave on his own. Shinfan raised his eyebrows and arched his hand. I do not intend to worship the Flying Cloud Dao sect. Worship my clan? You're overthinking it. Luyu sized him up again and turned around with a faint smile. Handsome looking, from now on you will be my favored slave. After I deprive you of your blessings, if you are still alive I will take care of you for a while. Don't resist. A small life can be only one. Oh. Behind him, two cultivators holding crystal and locking cuffs slowly stepped forward and sneered. I advise you not to resist, or this soul-locking buckle will make you suffer. You're luckier than them. Coming up to serve Elder Lu. This statement drew a heckle from the cultivators on the beach. What envy! I've been ascending up for 1,000 years, so I can only look at it. Grrrrrrr. What are you looking at? The Flying Cloud Dao sect cultivators who passed by on patrol picked up the whips in their hands and lashed out at these peeping cultivators. Snap! A crunching sound hit the group of cultivators with a pained look on their faces, and they hurriedly turned and rolled to avoid it. Obviously, the whips in the group's hands were no ordinary things either. Favored slave? Shen Fan, whose face was blackened, drank low. I'm not even looking for a date to serve you, old hag. Chapter 119, Sacrificial Dao Realm 8th Grade. Immortal weapon. Boom. A boom. Powerful aura stirred out from Shinfan's body, shaking the beach with smoke and dust. Seeing Shinfan's murderous face, the two cultivators had not yet reacted. Shoo shoo shoo. An invisible silk thread shot out from his body, instantly wrapping the two. Pffffffffffff. How could a mere realm cultivator resist the cutting avenues he unleashed? The two instantly turned into two puddles of mud. The scene filled the beach cultivator with emotion as he watched. TSK, still a grumpy lad, remembering the old man was so impulsive in the past. It's a pity that he was beaten and broke his leg. The lad's temper is just flaring. Serving down the old hag is such a wonderful thing. I can only dream of it every day. But the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. Lu Yu, who felt a strange movement behind her, turned around with an icy face. But just as she moved, a radiant rune around her body directly fixed her in place. What? Lu Yu's face was filled with shock. Shen Fan, who slowly came closer, raised a big mouth and smacked her cheek. This scene caused Lu Yu's face to turn blue and he snapped out. You must not mistake yourself. Snap. A blast. Put. A large good head was instantly smashed into pieces and blood soared. How many years? How many years has it been since anyone dared to cause trouble in the Cold Pearl River? This is the territory of the Flying Cloud Dao sect. Even in the other realms of the Flying Cloud Dao sect, there hadn't been any incidents of lower realm cultivators beheading deacon elders. Shinfan coldly swept his eyes at the dazed Flying Cloud Dao sect disciples around him. Immediately, he who had revolved the killing immortal scripture to the extreme, when he released a horrifying killing aura that swept out, the crowd only saw a slight tremor in his figure. Next moment, shoo shoo shoo, a white-clothed residual shadow swept past the crowd's eyes. It was like the white man's doppelganger. It instantly appeared in front of the many disciples of the Flying Cloud Dao sect. These people still wore shocked faces, still immersed in the shock of Deacon Elder Lu Yu's death. Pffffffffffff. In the blink of an eye, a mass of blood flowers rippled up on the beach at the same time, startling the red-bladdered cultivator on the beach to dodge and disappear in place. I'm wasting my time. He really just ascended? So strong? Damn it, he's actually at the Dao fusion realm, actually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? These cultivators weren't afraid of a big deal, and each of them looked at the bloody scene in the field with excited faces. It's long past time to kill all these bastards. It is certainly not daring to let them speak out, but only to cry out in their hearts. The people were all great emperors who had ascended up from the lower realms, only to be educated into obedience. Perhaps after this battle, they would be suppressed by the Flying Cloud Dao sect after the fact. But the people have experienced the life and death of the people have long been indifferent. Since they cannot live, death is dead. Besides, they could only watch the show with their cultivation level. No, he is definitely a lower realm cultivator. A man with wrinkled skin stared at Shinfan with his eyes glowing in death. It wasn't just him. Many of the red bladder cultivators who had come back to their senses were all showing looks of shock and disbelief. They were more familiar with the aura of the lower realm cultivators. There was absolutely no mistaking the aura on the other side. But the point is, Shinfan's bone age of 200 years at the end of the day had actually reached the Dao fusion realm? It would be excusable to say that native cultivators, after all, within 1,000 years of the immortal domain, There were quite a few native cultivators who had reached the Dao fusion realm, but don't forget, the other party was ascending up from the lower realms. It's hard to be certified in the lower realms in 800 years? This is too damn heaven-defying, isn't it? There aren't many of them even if they've been certified for 1,000 years, right? Then how many years did it take for him to reach the Dao fusion realm? A female cultivator wearing a close-fitting lining spoke words that shocked everyone present. This ing really up afraid of the immortal domain cannot find it? It's also possible that it's an old-timer who took over someone else's life. It's in the cards now. Finally we can leave this hellhole. As soon as these three voices fell, the cultivators on the beach jumped in unison towards the cold and bone-chilling river behind them. Cold one is fine. At least this magical river can withstand some of the aftermath of the attack. Everyone knows that. Once this unknown being makes his move, the city fortress of the Flying Cloud Dao sect in front of him was probably going to be breached. Just then, sins! A powerful roar rumbled out from the city fortress. The sound wave came like a big wave, shocking everyone's souls like 10,000 needles, extremely stabbing. Painful scalp numbness. In the meantime, the divine soul underworld lamp in Shinfan's sea of consciousness shone brightly. The killing immortal scripture that was running wildly in his body was even more exciting, causing the hairs on his body to stand up and sweat. Danger! Shinfan's eyes condensed without even thinking about it, and immediately offered the chaos tripod to block in front of his body. Wisps of chaotic chi descended from the inverted tripod and protected his surroundings. Instantaneous. An old man in a green shirt who suddenly appeared in the void landed a palm. Phew! Wherever the palm wind passed, a wind-breaking sound that pierced one's eardrums erupted. Boom! A deafening roar came from the tripod. However, the chaos tripod did not move. This tripod is not bad. System. Copy his cultivation. Shinfan was happy in his heart. It can make him perceive danger. Unsurprisingly, the other party was a Dao sacrifice realm powerhouse, and Shinfan also found out. It was extremely difficult for the current him to cross the ranks and challenge him. Otherwise there couldn't have been such a drastic warning of danger. This was the most obvious manifestation of the lack of a base after a sharp increase in strength. If one truly thought that immortal domain cultivators were the same as the Xiantian continent, then one would be too naive. Many thanks for the host's compliments. Saying that it's an immortal weapon is an immortal weapon. It doesn't carry a bit of falsehood. Locked on Jiang Xian. Identified cultivation, 3rd grade of the Dao sacrifice realm. Reproduction increase opens. Sacrifice of the 3rd grade of the Dao realm. Sacrifice of the 5th grade of the Dao realm. It's Jiang Xian, the inner sect elder of the Flying Cloud Daoist sect who sits here. Heifer upside down. This tripod is awesome, rushing to the heavens. It's actually able to resist a strike from a powerful person at the Dao sacrifice realm, but when you look at the chaos gas hanging down from the tripod, the greatness and infinite pressure emanating from that provoked everyone's scalp to tingle and their eyes to look appalled. Immortal weapon? How is this possible? Fellow Daoist has gone against the grain. Awesome. Flying Cloud Dao sect elder Jiang Xian even had his pupils shrunk, closing his palms and then whispering, "You, what is your heritage?" Where was he at this time with his previous fury? The heart turned over in shock. 9 heavenly immortal realms. It can be called an immortal artifact. It can only be a magic treasure that possesses chaos chi. But this supreme immortal weapon, it actually appeared in the hands of a teenage boy? And at this time, Shinfan had already increased his cultivation to the 8th rank of the sacrificial Dao realm. He didn't even bother to bull *******. Dodging around, he grabbed the tripod ear of the chaos tripod and smashed it down blatantly at Jiang Xian. Phew! The piercing sound of breaking wind. The ebony black chaos tripod left a black residual shadow in the air as if it had torn through the void. This instantaneous surge in speed caused Jiang Xian's pupils to shrink. Chapter 120, smashed into flying dust. Jiang Xian, who was horrified, quickly offered up his own secret treasure, the rune pen, to block it. Boom! Only one collision. The powerful aftermath of the attack was like a big wave, blowing the surrounding sand in all directions. Ka-ching! The unrivaled chaos cauldron directly smashed a talisman pen across the sky. Jiang Xian, whose essence magic treasure was destroyed, roared as blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. 9 revolutions demonic sound. Roar! An arcane and inexplicable sound rhythm burned in the air, erupting into a soul-deterring and astonishing wave of sound that surged wildly towards the great cauldron that smashed down in the air. The cultivator in the cold Pearl River didn't even think about it and directly buried his head into the big river. The might of the Tao of Sacrifice was not something that their group of low-ranked cultivators could resist. Anum! Buzz! The giant tripod trembled. Tao radiant patterns sealed out, suppressing the wave-like sound waves on the spot. But even so, the waves of sound were still able to shake the sealing Tao patterns in the air. If not for the fact that Shinfan's cultivation level was 5 ranks higher than his, it was feared that even the sealing avenue would be breached by it. The power of the Way of Sacrifice is seen in a number of ways. However, that's enough. The killing machine in his eyes flashed Shinfan. His body was like thunder roaring, blood veins rushing, and the sound was horrifying. The great cauldron that swung round in his hand was under the enchantment of the peerless saint body. The rate of descent exploded another 50%. Phew! The tripod scratches the black aura of the full moon, as if cutting through the void, blatantly falling. Boom! The unstoppable giant tripod drowned Jiang Xian, whose face was like gold paper, on the spot and blasted to the ground. The entire beach was shaken and uprooted from the sand. The earth was even crumbled into a huge crack by this strike. Roaring! As for Jiang Xian's divine soul, in the first moment, he was crushed into flying dust by the chaos chi released by the tripod body. You want to talk nicely if you can't beat them? Xin Fan's eyes stared. Raising his hand, he grabbed the ear of the chaos tripod by his side and flung it to smash the gate of the fortress in front of him. Phew! The black giant tripod rushed out of the smoke and shot towards the huge city gate like a meteor. Run! No! Rumble! The huge gate of the ancient city was like being bombarded by a heavy hammer, and rubble flew. The cultivators standing guard at the city's head were even shaken to the point of vomiting blood and dying. The moment the gates of the city, which had stood for who knows how long, collapsed. The speed of the great battle was not too much to say that it was in the blink of an eye. Ridiculously fast. When the grains of sand in the air landed with a bang, all the crowd could see was the white-clothed man with his clothes flying in the dust. And Jiang Xian, the strongest person in the Tao sacrifice realm, had already gone up in smoke. Looking at the young man's invincible stance and the blasted city wall, all the cultivators hiding in the cold Pearl River flew out in unison. Then the crowd stopped in front and bowed solemnly. I also ask Senior to make a move. Unlock the soul-locking buckles on us. If they didn't undo the soul-locking buckle, they could easily be found by the people of the Flying Cloud Tao sect, and it would be difficult for them to run away. Xin Fan swept a glance at them and curled his fingers. After a breath rushed into the crowd and tautly snapped the crystalline lock roast in his divine soul, he dashed into the collapsed fortress ahead of him. Fellow Taoist, I also have no choice. Gao Yuan, who had dodged and evaded, spoke out in horror. He never expected that he would find a living king of hell. After all, it was the first cultivator that Xin Fan had encountered in the immortal domain. His treatment was naturally extraordinary, the same as Jiang Xian, an elder of the Flying Cloud Tao sect. Put! The chaos bell transformed into a black aura, directly smashing the faraway Gao Yuan into a handful of blood mist. As for those Flying Cloud Taoist sect disciples who didn't have time to escape, they were even killed by Xin Fan. I will travel all the way to come to Origin Ancient City. If the Flying Cloud Tao sect dares to look for trouble, prepare a coffin first. Rumbling sounds came from the distant fortress. These arrogant words caused many of the Flying Cloud Tao sect disciples who had escaped the disaster to turn green and red in the face. Is he really from the lower realms? A heartbroken cultivator whispered. Lower realm my ass. Have you ever seen such a young Tao sacrifice realm in the lower realm? Go back and report to the Tao sect first. Hurry up and go. Otherwise no one can escape from the kill. In no time, the surrounding cultivators dispersed. At this time, Xin Fan rubbed the chaotic tripod in his hand and wondered in his heart, system, why is this tripod so fierce? Or is it some immortal weapon? The shouts of shock from the cultivators in the field earlier had caused Xin Fan to be quite alarmed. If one were to look at the Xian-Tian continent's treasure increase, there was indeed nothing wrong with an immortal artifact above an emperor artifact. However, the Great Desolate Diagram was also an immortal artifact, and it was clear that it could not be compared to the chaotic cauldron. But the point was that the immortal weapons from the Xian-Tian continent were bound to be of low quality when they arrived at the immortal domain. To answer the host, this is because the Yi family's human emperor cauldron is made of extraordinary materials. But unfortunately, when it falls into the lower realms it can only emanate the level of an imperial artifact, making it difficult to reach its heyday. The system's copy increase doesn't care about this. It only looks at how the material of the human emperor cauldron is thus upgraded. It's worthy of being a tutelary son. Xin Fan nodded with a face of recognition. Many thanks to the host for the compliment. This is the same reason as the killing immortal scripture that the host increased from the killing god hall. The slaying art itself possesses infinite greatness, but unfortunately, it is limited by the user's qualifications and cultivation. It's already not easy for the god-slaying hall to be able to cast the secret art to control the god-slaying overlord body. Xin Fan, who had collected the chaotic tripod, secretly speculated, in that case, Lu Fuxing's floating dream scripture is also extraordinary. The terror of the extreme Tao immortal scripture needed no introduction. I didn't realize that this family, which had always kept a low profile, had such depth. Yes, host. According to the strength of the techniques Jiang Xian used earlier, the killing immortal scripture and the extreme Tao immortal scripture are already one of the top techniques in this world. As for the Lu clan's great emperor Lu Fuxing, if nothing else, he should have broken through the realm and ascended. Such an underling easily wouldn't die in the Xian heaven continent. It should be that the descendants of the Lu family didn't know of his whereabouts, thus determining that he had transformed into the Tao. So that's the case. It's a pity that there are still so many treasures left out. Shenfan was quite emotional. I didn't realize that before. In the lower world, shopping for leaks didn't have him, but the replication increase did allow him to pick up 3 big hits. The surprise came too suddenly, leaving Shenfan extremely speechless. If I had known it would be today, it would have been better not to sleep for this 1,000 years. Maybe there's a gem for him to replicate the success. With a face of blood loss, he suddenly thought of something. If Lu Fuxing hadn't died, I'm afraid it has made a difference after all these years. If he's mixed up too badly, and I come across pretending to be a senior high-ranking person, giving some guidance or something, when Lu Qingchang comes up, won't he be happy to be an old ancestor? Thinking of Lu Qingchang's appearance of kneeling 3 times in front of him, Shenfan had a bad smile on his face. Elder! A soft whisper came from behind him. Shenfan raised his eyebrows and turned around to see the group of bare-chested cultivators standing not far away. By this time, however, the crowd was dressed in a variety of costumes. The woman who had spoken out first took a few steps forward before arching her hand inquiringly. My name is Mu Shui. I wonder if Senior would be willing to take us, together, to the origin ancient city. Don't worry, Senior. After we go to the ancient city, we will live or die by our fate. We'll never bring trouble to Senior. The man behind him arched his hand and solemnly said. The crowd deliberated a bit. Still think the ancient city of origins is the best place for them to go, though the mighty there could kill them with a breath of air. But the strong would never strike out to kill an ant for no reason. This was true even if they were cultivators from the lower realms. Most importantly, the ancient city of origins is a line of defense against the otherworld. The cultivators who could go there spent most of their time searching for the opportunity to break immortality and enter the emperor though. But if the foreign lands attack, they will also be the first to go up to the line of scrimmage. The great righteousness in the hearts of the powerful there is not yet gone. It is their silver lining. Chapter 121, there's no way around it. It could allow them to survive in the human immortal realm. The experience of staying in the Flying Cloud Dao sect all these years was the best proof. Once captured by other forces for mining, bead picking, and demon hunting chores, it's hard as hell to come across this kind of opportunity to get ahead again. Fights within the nest and unanimity were not at all uncommon in the human cultivation world. All of them were great emperors who had ascended from all walks of life, and they still had this realization. Have to say, their choices are dangerous, but they do have a fighting chance. Seeing Shenfan looking at them in silence, Mu Shui smiled faintly and arched her hand. Even if we go and die immediately, it's better than being in the dark, and this is the only chance we have. If Senior is too troublesome, we will leave now. Mu Shui had a stunningly beautiful face and a cool temperament, but her qi and blood were weak and her face was as pale as paper. Not only that, but so did one of the other women whose posture tipped the scales. With the ability of Shenfan's void-breaking God's eyes and under the perception of his current strength, all of these mind-blowing women are broken. It was not a case of entering the cold Pearl River to collect beads, resulting in a cold into the body condition. Even now, he had not recovered, so it was clear that what he had been subjected to before was unimaginable. Shenfan took a deep breath and looked at Mu Shui and smiled. How come you're not looking for a way out? At these words, the scene fell silent, and the atmosphere was stagnant to the core. Especially the male cultivators beside those stunningly beautiful women subconsciously lowered their heads, though they suppressed their fluctuating auras to the extreme. But under Shenfan's sweeping gaze, it was all in sight. The only thing in his breath was anger and powerlessness. Not even a hint of killing intent was dared to be released. Life is hopeless, 9 times out of 10. And with whom can I speak? On the contrary, these stunningly beautiful women had no expression, just calmly gazing at Shenfan. Some of them were still smiling, throwing a wink toward him. There is even a woman with a cool face, a smile that shows the delicate beauty of women. It seemed that those former experiences were not worth mentioning, and it was still difficult to shake their Taoist hearts. After collecting her hands, Mu Shui owed a bow and smiled softly. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. This is just a fleshly body and a Dao fetus. If I can survive, I will replace it when I enter the celestial immortal realm. Afterward, I will kill all the filth in the 9 heavens to prove my Dao. The voice remained calm and unruffled. But there is a will to break the sky that should not be underestimated. Seeing them salute again in unison, Shenfan helplessly raised his eyebrows. You don't blame them. I would have done the same in their place. Go away. Go away. Don't talk about it. It's annoying. It's just easier to talk to smart people. 3 words and you're done. When Shenfan asked this, the crowd knew in their hearts that he had already agreed to bring everyone along. As for his questioning, it was likely just simple curiosity. And the male cultivators beside these women were obviously couples who had a crush on each other over the years. But as soon as these male cultivators bowed their heads, Shenfan knew what the outcome would be. That's why he advised on it. You said it got to the point where even he was a little depressed. Sure enough, when Shenfan turned to leave, these women exuded an aura of rejection around them. The strangeness caused the male cultivator beside him to freeze directly in place. Let's go, brother. The girl doesn't even care about her flesh. You're nervous for half a day. Won't you hurt the beauty? An older man patted the frothing man beside him with a helpless face. This kind of thing would agonize the heart of any man. No one cares about what happens to their beloved and forgets about it. He even used this as a goal to work towards. Like Mu Shui, killing all the filth in the world. It's not that they have a grudge against each other and think the other is physically unclean. Otherwise this yo-yo wouldn't have been there for them. They care about the bad memory that will traumatize the other person. But the girl doesn't care. What do you care? Are you going to reason with them? I care because I like you? The starting point is good. But the more you care, the more you bring harm to each other. It's an unresolved ending. No one is at fault. Life is hopeless, by and large. An awkward laugh of questioning came from the front of the frozen atmosphere. So, how do I get to the ancient city of origins? Mu Shui explained with a slight smile. Senior needs to go to the large teleportation array to the Void Realm Gate in the human immortal region. Only there can you lead to the origin ancient city. However, it requires a Dao Saint Realm cultivation to enter it. And the Dao Saint Realm can take 300 cultivators into it for training. Our number is exactly 283. These words caused everyone to look at Shinfan in unison, because none of them knew Shinfan's realm geometry. Even if he didn't know the location of the origin ancient city, the crowd felt that he was faking it. It was really because his cultivation was too unbelievable. As for things like bone age, they automatically assumed that the other party had probably taken over some cultivator. Otherwise it's hard to explain. Shinfan nodded and directly took out the chaotic cauldron. Buzz. The body of the tripod trembled slightly and grew larger in an instant. After everyone flew up to the chaos tripod, Shinfan simply let Mu Shui manipulate the chaos tripod, while he himself lay on the edge of the chaos tripod and looked at the scenery below. Just then, an old cultivator who was resting on his knees and meditating, jerked his head up and looked at Shinfan with an incredulous trembling voice. I can actually absorb chaotic breath? The crowd was shocked and hurriedly looked down. It was seen that in the void space under the tripod, wisps of chaotic chi had converged underneath the crowd at some point. The crowd tried to pull chaos chi into their bodies. It was found to be indeed feasible. Although the chaos chi absorbed was extremely small, this was undoubtedly a supreme opportunity for them. Thanks a lot, senior. In a unanimous low voice, all of them were closing their eyes and plopping down their knees, fearing that they would miss this opportunity. Shinfan didn't move at all, just surveying the scenery below, his eyes unfocused. Letting them suck it up for a year and a half would be a drop in the bucket, and it wouldn't hurt him with his wealth. Anyway, it's time to go to the ancient city of origins, and the treasures are all at your beck and call. Shinfan was just a bit bewildered, compared to his smooth sailing. These great emperors who ascended up from the lower realms were really too bitter. Miserable doesn't even begin to describe it. Even if a good-looking male cultivator became a favored slave, it was likely that he would be wasted after he was done being comfortable. Not to mention these stunningly beautiful female cultivators. So many lower realm cultivators encountered many tragic situations and were still able to hold fast to their Tao. Shinfan's heart had sympathy, but more than that, it made him feel bewildered. The years are long. How miserable was the life of a being who could really become immortal and call himself an emperor? So what's the point of practicing immortality, anyway? Among the crowd, Mu Shui was also the only one who was maneuvering the chaos cauldron and was not cultivating. She knew what she had to do. Even with a heavenly chance like the chaos chi in front of her, she could not be swayed. On the contrary, it was the bewilderment in Shinfan's eyes beside her that caused her, who was carrying the innate Tao body, to furrow her willow brows. How the mind was invaded by demons. Chapter 122, Zhongbei City. The more people that come, the better. The aura emanating from Shinfan's body had clearly entered the realm of being overwhelmed and bewildered. This was clearly a heart demon that had arisen during the questioning of the heart, making it difficult for him to trace the root of it. But Shinfan's cultivation level was here. How could you have gotten so easily into the devil? After slight contemplation, she closed the six senses around her and pulled a strand of her mind into Shinfan's ears. Elder, is there something on your mind? The voice is ethereal, hypnotic and not at all jarring. Just as this voice had just entered his ears, Shinfan broke her gong method and gave her a sideways glance and said, "Do what? Just asking." Mu Shui froze slightly. This is a freak, isn't it? To actually be able to easily break free from a heart demon? It's just that I feel that you guys are quite miserable and I have a feeling about it. Shinfan returned uninterestedly. Could it be that it's really only 1,000 years of bone age? Thinking of this, Mu Shui faintly smiled and said, "Seeking immortality and eternal life is originally an act against the heavens. And I think it's because Senior had less experience that he felt this way. Only a young, angry teenage boy could sympathize with those of them. To put it bluntly, what Shinfan lacked was the sharpening in the immortal cultivation world. Or else he wouldn't be like this. Perhaps he is extraordinary and has a deep background, But these Mu Shui no longer wanted to think about it much. At least the other guy's heart is in the right place, even if they are pretending to lead them to the fire. It's their lack of eyesight that's to blame. You mean I'm lacking in poisonous beatings? Shinfan looked at her with an odd expression. Mu Shui stroked the hair around her ears and did not make a sound, pursing her lips. The journey continues. It just made Shinfan regret. Until they arrived in front of a giant city, no one from the Flying Cloud Dao sect had appeared, to realize that bringing along Mu Shui and the others would be a naked provocation. But the other party actually did not come, making Shinfan, who had fewer opportunities to copy the increase, quite helpless. The huge city in front of him was called Jiangbei City, with a gate that stretched for dozens of miles and was 100 feet high, with an unusually majestic atmosphere. Cities that can have large cross-domain level teleportation arrays. Obviously the depth is extremely deep. Entering the city in banning flights is an unspoken rule in the immortal cultivation world. Mu Shui and the others naturally didn't want to be nosy. Before getting off the tripod, she reminded Shinfan, Senior, lower realm cultivators entering the city are required to pay spirit marrow. It was better to do more than less, and they didn't want to cause trouble for Shinfan. If Shinfan could directly explode his Dao Saint realm cultivation, it would be less of these trivialities. It had been said before that going to the Dao Saint realm of the origin ancient city was the minimum standard. Shinfan was insistent, indicating that there was a bottom in his heart. Shinfan, who was lying on the side of the tripod, barred his mouth when he heard this. Where was he a Dao Saint realm powerhouse? Shinfan took a look at the Jiangbei city gate not far away and saw that the cultivators entering it were unimpeded, so there was no queuing or not queuing, and raised an eyebrow, and really classified people into 3 or 6 classes. Before the words fell, he slapped his palm on the tripod. Phew! The chaotic cauldron was like a cannonball, flying directly towards the city in front of it. Arrogant! The city gate guards below let out a roar. A group of lower realm cultivators, and they dare to ignore the rules of Jiangbei city? It's a real bear's guts. Just then, a rumbling sound came from the city. When did the Dao sacrifice realm become so ungrateful? Rumble. Rolling waves of sound accompanied by endless pressure swept towards the giant cauldron. Shinfan took a distant look, and saw a man in a black fancy dress not far away, standing in the air. System, copy his cultivation. Okay host. Locked on Wang Jiefeng. Identified cultivation, Xianming realm 7th grade. Reproduction increase opens. Seeing this scene in the air, the sect leader of the Flying Cloud Dao sect, who was drinking tea at a restaurant in the city, smiled faintly. The maniacs have taken in their own people. Upon receiving the news of the immortal artifact coming out, Chen Wuji, the sect leader of the Flying Cloud Dao sect, came to the nearest large city, Jiangbei. It was not what he expected. If this group of people wanted to leave in the first place, they would inevitably choose the nearest Jiangbei city. An elder at his side whispered, "Sect leader, that tripod on the other side has an extraordinary origin. Wouldn't it be a great loss if it was obtained by the Jiangbei city lord?" Chen Wuji shook his head and smiled faintly, not knowing its background. It's better to wait and see what happens. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to show the power of the immortal artifact in front of the people of the world, which is no different from seeking death. Even if Wang Jiefeng obtains this tripod, we will exchange 1 or 2 at the door to dry him out and he won't dare to swallow it privately. And it's not bad to make an alliance to use this tripod for each other. High opinion of the patriarch. Hearing this, the 3 surrounding elders stroked their beards and nodded. Although one cannot obtain an immortal weapon in the first place, but no one can guarantee that behind the other party, there is no powerful background, and sit back and reap the benefits. Undoubtedly the best choice for the Flying Cloud Dao sect at the moment. But the next moment, Chen Wuji, who had suddenly been slapped in the face, stood up with an iron face, his eyes glaring icily at the sky dome. Boom! There was a roar in the void. All the cultivators in the city looked up in unison. It was seen inside a giant tripod in the air. A chaotic aura that seemed black and white swirled out. The tripod was like a smoky haze rising up, covering half of the sky in an instant. Same time, a ray of terrifying pressure poured out, like the dome of heaven pressing down, provoking all the cultivations in the city to be filled with horror. This chaotic aura? It's an immortal weapon? Good boy. I can't believe he's still from the lower realms. Jia. Only the Dao sacrifice realm. This tripod is a great opportunity na. Shoo. A sound of breaking wind shot out from the teleportation array square in the distance. There was no shortage of cultivators with high cultivation levels who came to the teleportation array. However, since there were more than a dozen high-ranking fighters who would come, the crowd did not strike at the first opportunity. Once a melee breaks out, it's not a simple process of capturing treasure. It is likely to be hit hard as a result. While each of the people were vigilant, they locked their minds on the large cauldron in front of them. Prevent your opponent from escaping in the first place. Xianming Realm 9th grade, Taoist Sacred Realm 1st grade, Taoist Saint Realm 3rd grade. and at this time Shinfan, it had already increased its cultivation to the 3rd rank of the Dao Saint realm. Looking at the dozen or so cultivators gathered around the chaotic tripod, Shinfan secretly pondered, Dao Saint 3rd grade, system, copy these cultivators' great Dao source sensations. Dao sacrifice realm cultivators were sacrificing their own Dao lines. On the other hand, the Xianming realm cultivator will cultivate the sacrifice to the peak, and enter the Ming Mi Tong Yuan, and can touch the source of the great Dao based on the sensation when sacrificing the Dao, copying the other party's sense of the source of the great Dao. It was considered to give Shinfan this empty frame and directly fill the foundation. Okay, host. Locked on Jiangsu. The source of the great Dao is identified as the first glimpse of the 5 elements origin. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Increasing the first glimpse 5 elements origin to fusion 5 elements origin. Chapter 123 Shock. The origin of the Dao at the revered level. Misting the opening of the heavens. Locked on Yufei. Identified the source of the great Dao sense as first glimpse space origin. Locked Tai Hu Hong. Identified the source of the great Dao sense as the first glimpse of the source of the body protecting. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Increasing the primary glimpse origin of potential to return to truth origin of potential. First glimpse, fusion, ascent, return to truth. When the last avenue origin replicated the increase, Shinfan knew the 4 realms of the origin avenue, the 12 principal avenues of increase. The minimum are all fusion levels. There's even a reverie level origin of potential. As for whether there was a great Dao realm above return to truth, that Shinfan did not know. Gentlemen, since none of you are going to make a move, then this seat will take the first step. At this moment, the Zhangbei City Lord Wang Jiefeng in the middle of the field dodged and offered a palm after he gave a low shout. If they delayed any longer, the chaotic aura would surely be perceived by other powerhouses. That's not something they can decide to belong to. However, before Wang Jiefeng could offer his palm seal, rumble, in the chaotic cauldron, a wisp of supreme pressure was declared. A scene that shocked everyone in the city appeared. The ancient formation of Zhangbei City automatically opened when this thread of pressure appeared in the heavens and earth. Yet it was only an instant. The void cracked thickly, and the ancient formation dissipated with a bang, closing once again. The Zhangbei City Grand Formation can't even resist it? Before the crowd could speak out in horror, boom! An unrivaled and terrifying might emanated from the white-robed man on the giant tripod. The pattern of the great Dao around its body was like an immortal mist that was lit up and surrounded its body, like the descent of a true immortal. Even the thick clouds in the dome of the sky subconsciously scattered in all directions. Just the might emanating from it could cause the heavenly vault of the immortal region to change color? This is not the lower world wall. Instead, it's the 9 heavenly immortal realms. This appalling scene made everyone's scalp numb as they watched, and Mu Shui and the others were even frozen to the spot, because they all know, the lowest manifestation of a reversionary level great Dao origin, it's just fogging up the open sky. Is this misty open sky? He's comprehended the return to truth level Dao. Retreat. The closest Wang Jiefeng was filled with despair. It was as if he was facing the pressure of an entire immortal domain, and in the blink of an eye, he was crushed into pieces by this unstoppable aura. Buzz. It seemed that the might was too strong. It shook the void with ripples. Pffffffffffffff. A series of skin-cracking explosions rang through the air. It was seen that the remaining 11 powerhouses didn't even have a chance to escape. He was killed on the spot by the sweeping aura, and his body fell and his soul was destroyed. Even the Flying Cloud Taoist sect and the others who were hiding in the restaurant not far away were hardly spared. The 3rd floor was directly reduced to flying dust. The large Jiangbei city was silent. Everyone looked at the figure standing blandly in the air in fear. Shen Fan, who had collected his aura around his body, looked proudly at the entire field as rolling thunderous sounds came out of his mouth. Shen Fan, come for the lower realm cultivators. Wait until I come out of the origin ancient city. If there are still forces in the 9 heavenly immortal domain targeting lower realm cultivators, I will make a personal appearance. Rumble. A thunderclap exploded from the vault of the sky, drawing the cultivators within the millions of miles, curiously looking up into the sky. How dare someone take an oath on the immortal realm's great Tao? I'm afraid another cultivator has a blood feud. It doesn't happen much, but it's not uncommon. The crowd just looked on curiously and stopped paying attention. But if one were to know that this statement would change the pattern of the 9 heavens immortal region, one didn't know how they would feel. And at this moment, all the cultivators in Zhangbei City swallowed their saliva in unison. They were tempted to think that Shinfan was bragging, but the oath has been made, and the heavenly Tao has certified that there is no way back. My God, what was he thinking? Isn't he afraid of the bombardment from all the forces? Even Imperial domain level powers have enslaved many lower realm cultivators. How dare he? Don't even mention the Imperial domain level. Many immortal sects have neither rejected nor opposed this matter. It's become an unspoken rule. Although this sun is strong, but the district Dao Saint realm dares to confront the 9 world seats, An old cultivator shook his head and turned away after withdrawing his sight. No one would dare to say such big words even with a more terrifying background. This statement was made. Undoubtedly, the many forces of the 9-seat world had been offended. After Xin Fan finished speaking, he led the crowd to fly towards the giant teleportation array below. As for the idea that he would be afraid? What a joke! It was only good to come looking for trouble, so that he wouldn't have to skulk around blindly to find the strong man who was meeting out. As long as he dared to come, he would replicate the wave and destroy the opponent in the process. And the lower realm cultivators might not even dare to go out on the streets for fear of being caught as hard laborers. Regarding this kind of harsh environment, Xin Fan was angry when he thought about it. Generally he's still reasonable and doesn't get into much trouble. But the thought that if his friend were to ascend up and suffer such a tragic experience, what a load of crap. If we wait for him to come out, those sightless forces will turn a deaf ear and still be in power. That Xin Fan door-to-door passes a crunching mess to kill will not be soft in the slightest. Seeing him walking with a group of people, the cultivator guarding the teleportation array whispered with his forehead sweating, "Elder, are you traveling to the Void Realm Gate?" "Aha." Xin Fan nodded. "Open formation," he yelled in a hurry. The guards around them quickly rotated the teleportation nodes on the side of the teleportation array. Adjust the star position to the orientation of the Void Realm Gate. After watching this line of people walk into the teleportation array, the surrounding guards let out a sigh of relief in unison. Phew, this bogeyman is finally gone. Once the news reaches the Origin Ancient City, this person is afraid that he won't live for more than half a day. Patterns are bigger. I think within 10 breaths, all these 284 people are dead. It's open. 5 to 10 breaths of time. 5 times. Half a day 10 times. 50 times a day. Minimum pressure of 50 immortal crystals. The forces in the city opened their handicaps directly in the square, laughing their asses off, because the number of cultivators who came to place bets was simply too many. Many cultivators went forward, took out a space ring and threw it to the dealer, and each of them placed the desired multiplier. After all, he was the head of the treasure pavilion, and no one was afraid of him running away, idle and bored. Old man bets that he can suppress the Origin Ancient City. Hearing the pale voice coming from not far away, the cultivators glanced sideways. He saw an old beggar in rags, eating a half-drawn roast chicken, tossing in a lower-grade immortal crystal, and suppressing the Origin Ancient City? Why don't you say he's a stop-realm powerhouse? Ha 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 ha. The so-called stopping point is the immortal emperor, but you can't talk about such taboos. Only change the words. Old man, keep it and you can buy a few more roasted chickens. You're pure leaks. A cultivator laughed. The banker did not refuse, and after receiving the crystals, he raised his hand to touch the beard at the corner of his mouth and laughed. Mark it down. If you hit it, count the old man 10 million billion times. Ha 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 ha. This huge multiplier has reignited the atmosphere, but when the leaks are no one down except this old beggar. Ha ha, I'll take the next half day. I have a feeling that he has quite a background, a day and a half of pestering at most, and he is bound to be abandoned. 100 lower grade immortal crystals. Looking at the lively scene, the old man grinned and gnawed on the roast chicken wobbling away from the crowd. Chapter 124 Arrival at the Ancient City of Origin. Human Immortal Domain. The door to the world of emptiness. When Xin Fan and his group came out from the teleportation array, they saw the barren desert in front of them. The wind and sand were rustling and the sun was fierce. In addition to the cultivators running the grand formation on the square, only Xin Fan's group was teleported over. And right in front of the big formation, a giant domain gate made of jade and stone stood between heaven and earth. By the domain door, there was also a rather old crone sitting at the door, looking at Xin Fan's side from a distance. System. Copy her cultivation. Okay host. Locked on soft beauty. Identified cultivation. Tao Saint Realm. 4th grade. Reproduction increase opens. Taoist Sacred Realm 4th grade. Taoist Holy Realm 6th grade. 9th grade of the Tao Saint Realm. Worthy of being the Origin Ancient City. Even a gatekeeper is a Tao Saint 4th grade. Feeling the euphoria brought by the breakthrough in his body, Xin Fan smiled faintly. One must know that a Tao Saint Realm powerhouse already belonged to the level of a Taishan Elder within the Tao sect, and extremely rare. To be able to have 2 Tao Saints sitting in the town, they were all top-notch existences within the Tao sect's power, and would not come out of the world easily. He was more and more looking forward to what level his cultivation would rise to after entering the ancient city. For Xin Fan's arrival, the old woman guarding the door did not stop him. After just sweeping the crowd, he faintly said, "Lower realm cultivators, even if they enter it, don't mix well." The thoughts of these people could be known one way or the other by looking at their cultivation. They were all a group of low realm cultivators. On the contrary, the man at the head was quite unimpressive. His realm was a bit stronger than hers. "Thank you senior for mentioning it." Mu Shui and the others bowed. The old woman also ignored the crowd, but looked at Xin Fan and blandly said, May I be guided by the lord of the city of one square? It seems like there are quite a lot of origin ancient cities. Shinfan shook his head and laughed. We don't belong to any forces, so feel free to teleport, fellow Daoist. Teleportation at will? Hearing these words, the old crone grinned and whispered, You're not afraid to die? Seeing that Shinfan just smiled faintly, and the people behind him also looked frankly, the old crone nodded and stopped talking nonsense, took out the compass in his hand and adjusted the teleportation coordinates. When she stopped moving for a moment, Shinfan entered the void realm gate that was emitting light first. Mu Shui and the others also followed him into it without hesitation. Exhale. The breeze came with an everlasting aura that had been baptized by the ages. When Shinfan and the others came out of the void realm gate, as far as the eye can see, 100-meter city wall covered in brown bloodstains came into the crowd's eyes. The walls were full of potholes and smelled faintly of blood. There was even a remnant of the Great Tao engraved on the city stone. It highlights the ferocity of the battles that were once fought here. Compare it to outside buildings. The buildings here are much more unusual, and are not far removed from the border passes. The houses are made of boulders, without the splendor of pavilions, monotonous and primitive. The cultivator on guard at the top of the city glanced at the crowd and frowned. What are people from the lower realms doing in my heavenly demon city? Not bad, not bad. There are a few stunning colors. I'm afraid it's the city lord who came to treat us. A cultivator was lying on his back on the city's head, his eyes flashing with essence, greedily looking at Mu Shui and the others. This hellhole was extremely boring, not to mention that there was no breakthrough opportunity whatsoever. But if you want to leave, you'll have to defend the city for 10 years. This pitiful setting caused many cultivators who came to the origin ancient city to be extremely chagrined. The problem is that no one even mentioned it before they arrived. You can't talk about it when you get out, or you'll be physically disintegrated on the spot. Those who came after that were all pitted against each other. This wavy language caused the surrounding cultivators to giggle strangely. Even quite a few female cultivators of the evil sect looked at Shinfan and the others with a gloomy face. The crowd began to lock in on their favorite targets, intending to unleash a good wave after the shift. Looking at the 30 or so guarding cultivators in front of him, Shinfan's face was satisfied. It's all about preparing the ground for this empty frame of his system. Copy their source of the Great Tao. Okay, host. Just then, not far away, a man wearing armor with an extremely tough aura shot over with a cold face. Chancellor, Chancellor. After the cultivators at the top of the city arched their hands in unison, they hurriedly turned around and scanned the vast earth in front of them like tags. You are Shinfan? After this imposing man landed on the ground, he drank in a cold voice. Obviously, this person had already learned about Zhongbei City. It came quite fast. Listening to a message in his mind about the increase of the source of the Great Tao, Shinfan said in his heart, System, copy his cultivation first. Okay, host. Locked on LV ping. Identified cultivation, Domain Emperor Realm 1st grade. Reproduction increase opens. Domain Imperial Realm 2nd grade. With a bottom in his heart, Shinfan did not panic at all and looked at the other party and blandly said, What can I tell you? Instruction? LV Ping's eyes stared as he scanned Mu Shui and the others before speaking in a cold voice. Since there is no introduction from the city lord, you and the others must follow my orders. If you dare to resist, you will be killed on the spot. With this level of cultivation, you still want to protect the lower realm cultivators? There were 100 ways he could show this group what whimsy was all about, but the words were not yet spoken. A residual shadow instantly appeared in front of Lu Ping's body. He didn't even have a chance to resist. Boom! Shinfan blasted his fist onto his opponent's chest. The pitch-black armor erupted with a dazzling divine aura, but it was still difficult to resist the power of this punch. Put! LV Ping, who was spraying blood from his mouth, flew out backwards and crashed straight into the huge stone building at the back. Rumble! The buildings that had been penetrated burst with a loud bang, filling the city with smoke and debris. How fast was the speed of Shinfan, who had sensed the source of fusion space, and had the cultivation of the 6th grade of the Domain Emperor realm to add to it? Lu Ping, who was flying backwards, had a green face and was just trying to control his body shape. Just then, he saw a silhouette flashing incoming, and from the side, he swiped at his head with a full-force kick. Phew! The ear-piercing sound of breaking wind was like tearing through the void, causing everyone present to be dumbstruck. Bang! A muffled sound. A powerful whip kick directly whips away Lupin's helmet, and his entire body whirled and flew directly out of Sky Demon City without knowing where he was. Looking at the few teeth that fell after the blood in the air landed on the ground, the cultivators of Sky Demon City were silenced. My god, the Chancellor is actually defenseless? Domain Emperor Realm high-level cultivator? When did the lower realm produce such a demon? I'm afraid it's not an old monster who took over someone else's body. Under the crowd's thoughts, they heard a loud shout from the man in the field. Where is the heavenly demon city lord? The sound spread throughout the entire city. An even more powerful divine soul ripple swept out. Seeing that no one answered, Shinfan looked sideways at the city guards, one of the cultivators who was being stared at, arching his hand in trepidation. Back to Senior. City Lord Ho Koan has already traveled to other cities to discuss guarding matters. Shinfan nodded and looked at him and said blandly, "You go and tell him that from today, I will be the City Lord of Heavenly Demon City, and if he doesn't submit, he can come to me." The cultivator only hesitated for a moment before arching his hand and flying high into the sky, as opposed to refusing in person to be subdued by the other side. Go to Hao Gon and say there might be a way out. Chapter 125 Increase, 7th grade of the Exalted Lord Realm. A wisp of mighty pressure suppressed the entire scene. Shen Fan, who had withdrawn his sight, swept the entire field and drank aloud. "If you want to leave, be my guest." Shoo shoo shoo. Instantaneous. The cultivators in the city flew into the sky in unison and disappeared in a few flashes. Even the cultivators who had their hearts set on hugging their thighs only hesitated for a moment before slipping away. If Shinfan didn't carry a lower realm aura, maybe the crowd would still take a shot at it, but just by virtue of his cultivation, it was too naive to think that Ho Koan would give up the position of City Lord. After all, Ho Koan's strength is not an idle generation, but also operates the Heavenly Devil City for a long time. The relationship network is intricate and complex. As soon as the cultivators in the city left, only Shinfan and his group remained. Shinfan was not surprised by the departure of the cultivator. He raised his hand and took out the chaos tripod and made it bigger, buckling it upside down to encompass the area, then turned to look at the crowd and laughed. "There is no need to guard the city, cultivate on your own." "Thank you, Senior." Mu Shui and the others bowed in unison, knowing that this was the other party protecting them. As for whether Shinfan could resist the retaliation of the Heavenly Demon City Lord, that was not something they could consider. If he dies, all will fall. There's nothing to think about. The scattered crowd each looked for a place to cultivate. Shinfan, on the other hand, came to the top of the city, got up and sat down, and looked at the vast land in front of him. The sky was dark, and there were no buildings above the earth, and the view was unobstructed. The earth crumbled, broken soldiers and shattered armor littered the ground, revealing a sad and desolate aura. Though there is no foreign land to press, but the past tragedy of this battlefield is evident. The nest is a good hand, and going to death for the human race is not false awe. Shen Fan, who was sitting against the city head, pulled the corner of his mouth. The soft breeze blew against his handsome face, and in no time he fell asleep. After the tea break, 17 figures appeared in the sky above Heavenly Demon City. Each person was like a heavenly dome covering the sky above the Heavenly Demon City. Even without half a breath showing, all of them were able to make Mu Shui and the others, who were in cultivation, open their eyes at the first time, and show a look of astonishment. "I wonder if Senior can withstand so many people?" "It's hard. Elder to the Domain Emperor realm is already extreme. It's possible to hold up the crowd's attack with the immortal weapon, but it's not a long-term solution." This was what Mu Shui and the others felt was the best outcome. The might of an immortal artifact would be difficult to suppress by a non-Zun Lord level powerhouse. If Shinfan was just solidly defending, and had this kind of immortal weapon in his hand, it would be considered a great killing weapon for the origin ancient city. There might be a negotiation or two with the strongest of the crowd. 17 mighty ones. Among them were not only the close friends of Heavenly Demon City Lord Ho Koan, and many others who came to see the fun. After all, Shinfan's previous wild words in Zhongbei City had already spread into the origin ancient city. Perhaps the grandiose words of a tiny cultivator were not worthy of a party of Domain Emperor realm powerhouses placing in their hearts. However, with a light strike, the other party was able to crush the Heavenly Demon City's Grand Commander, Lu Ping, without any resistance. This has to make the crowd think deeply, and more importantly, it is this black immortal artifact in the air. Even at their Domain Emperor realm cultivation level, immortal weapons were only existences to look up to. No one wants to take advantage of the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. It is indeed an immortal artifact, but this son's bone age is too young. He should have seized another person. A cultivator standing beside Ho Koan said with a faint smile, "It's the Domain Emperor realm's 6th grade without a doubt." The other woman collected the trigrams in her hands and whispered softly. Hearing these words, Ho Koan's eyes stared and he drank in a deep voice. "I don't know where you are. Can you reveal your name? Since you can't feel the other side's low, probing is necessary." Shinfan yawned and looked sideways at the airborne crowd. In addition to Ho Koan, around 2 men and a woman, scattered around many great powers, are a picture of interest. Shinfan slowly got up and looked at the 4 Ho Koan people, secretly saying in his heart, "System, copy the Imperial Dao laws of these 4. Okay host, locked Ho Koan, identified by the laws of the Imperial Way as, beginner's entry Imperial Way of Heavenly Devil. I am currently in the 6th grade Domain Emperor realm." Listening to the prompts in his mind, Shinfan scanned the other 13 figures in the air one by one and continued to secretly say, "System, copy the cultivation of these people. Once one of these people was the 7th rank of the Domain Emperor realm, then Shinfan would be able to directly break through to the Exalted Lord realm. Even if there were twice as many Domain Emperor realms, they wouldn't be a match for him. Okay host. Locked on Yuan Chen. Identified Cultivation, Domain Emperor realm 5th grade. Copy failed. Locked on Kong Ying. Identified Cultivation, Domain Emperor realm 6th grade. Copy failed. Locked Long Yuchuan. Identified Cultivation, Domain Emperor realm 5th grade. Copy failed. Shinfan wasn't the least bit panicked. After all, he currently possessed 4 grand completion level Imperial Dao laws. The laws of the Imperial Dao possessed a great chance of touching the threshold of the Exalted Lord realm, and there was no need to mention that it was strong. And his own foundations, at present, were already very strong. Not only are there many fusion and summit level origin avenues, there is even the origin of the return to truth level of potential. Coupled with the great completion Imperial Dao laws, he was already not the least bit afraid of the cultivators present at the same realm. Looking at the crowd in the void, he slowly hovered in the air, standing on top of the chaos tripod, and smiled faintly. No need to try. I don't have any power behind me. I just don't like the rules here. The crowd did not take this statement to heart, to the point where they are. The lives and deaths of cultivators in the lower realms were not yet worthy of their excessive attention. Hokuan sneered after looking around. In that case, let this sea try to see if the water is deep enough for you. Daoist. Perhaps the source of the opponent's return to truth level great power was quite tricky, but there were 3 of his closest friends present to help. It wasn't difficult to defeat a Domain Emperor realm powerhouse that was at a similar realm as them. The words fell. A heart-stoppingly powerful aura stirred out from Hokuan's body. Only for a moment. The dense black fog emanating from its body covered half of the Sky Devil City, like a god descending into the world. But just then, the prompting sound in Shinfan's mind caused him to be slightly stunned. Locked on Zhao Tianyu. Identified Cultivation, 2nd grade of the Zune Master realm. Reproduction increase opens. The 2nd grade of the realm of the Exalted Lord. The 4th grade of the realm of the Exalted Lord. Exalted Lord realm? There's actually an old 6th hidden? Regarding the Hokuan who attacked and killed, Shinfan ignored it in the slightest and instead looked at Zhao Tianyu, who had a faint smile on his face. What is this little guy looking at me for? Zhao Tianyu, who was secretly saying this in his heart, had an unchanged expression, but his heart was quite startled. Could it be that the other party had already detected his cultivation? Impossible. He is clearly a Domain Emperor realm cultivation. The mind broke in Zhao Tianyu, who was looking at Shinfan, changed his face drastically. Next moment, boom! A shocking divine aura that swept away heaven and earth shone out from Shinfan's body. Rumble! The void collapsed. Terrifying ripples tore through the impenetrable space like a spider web. If it is said that there are gods in the world, then at this time to the terrified Hokuan, the white figure in front of him was a PFFFFFFFFFF. More than 10 Domain Emperor realm powerhouses. It was simply difficult to resist this trace of the horrifying breath that overflowed, instantly spraying blood from their mouths like a star meteorite smashing into the ground. Only Zhao Tianyu and the other old man were unaffected, but they also flashed and burst back with their pupils suddenly shrinking, horrified. Exalted Lord Realm 7th grade? How is this possible? Only a wisp of might. 15 Domain Emperor realm powerhouses were all heavily injured. Chapter 126, The handsome boy is getting sad too. Greetings to your family's oldest ancestor. In a large pit in the ground, Hokuan and the other 15 Domain Emperor realm powerhouses staggered to their feet, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths as they looked at the man with divine light overflowing in the void. It's actually the Honorable Lord. Even if they think about it, neither knew how such a character could be involved with the lower realms. It is not uncommon for great powers to take over, but who had thought that someone in the lower realms had reached the Zune Lord realm? Zhao Tianyu and the old man not far away were racking their brains to recall if there had ever been such a strong person in the lower realm. Nai knows nothing about it. Could it be that a certain ancient sage has awakened? Zhao Tianyu and that old man were quite shocked in their hearts after looking at each other. Ancient sage, that is, for the ancient sages who created the ancient city of origin. But the ancient sages cannot be documented for years from now, to have remnants of souls left behind. They were all once toddy and peerless generations. But like Shinfan, this kind of ancient sage who was like a normal cultivator after taking over the body, it was difficult to come up with one person in the past and present. No wonder the Zhao Tianyu duo made this association. If a true immortal returns his soul to take over and be reborn or something like that, there was absolutely no need to stand up for the lower realm cultivators, because such existences would only care about the opportunity to become an emperor, and the one who dared to fight against the 9 worlds with his own strength and who was willing to consider the cultivators of the lower realms. Only the ancient sages. What is a sage? In their eyes, all the living beings of the 9 worlds were equal. And what the sages of the past have protected is all living beings. It wasn't just Zhao Tianyu's duo who associated this with it. Just as they saw Hokuan and the remaining 14 Domain Emperor realm powerhouses who had suffered heavy injuries, they also figured this out. Hokuan, in particular, had a palpitating look on his face. Your lord is not to be insulted. He hadn't been subdued on the spot for provoking him in the first place. Apparently, it was because this strong man was looking at his own merits of sitting on one side and fending off the foreign realm that he was merciful. After suppressing the injuries on his body with a pale face, he arched his hand and respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior, for being merciful. Heavenly Demon City will be under Senior's control from now on." Mr. Ho takes his leave. "I'm sorry for bothering Senior. Farewell." The 15 people bowed once more before dodging and disappearing into thin air, and the Zhao Tianyu duo had long since disappeared into the air. After all, these two were planning on coming in on the sidelines. It would be embarrassing to be approached by the other side. Xin Fan did not stop them, but watched the crowd leave with an indifferent face. Even so, are they refusing to say what to do with the cultivators of the lower realms? These 15 people in power from all sides did not even utter a word to compensate the cultivators of the lower realms. It's thought-provoking, but thinking about it differently, if Xin Fan suffered this kind of treatment from the cultivators in the lower realm, once the dragons flew into the sky vault, it wouldn't be too much to kill all the other party's entire family. If this group gets loose, maybe one day they would be exterminated by the lower realm cultivators who took off. In the world of cultivation, the premise of being able to reason is, you're tough enough, and if the weak want to survive, they can only endure and seek survival. Xin Fan had traveled all the way, and there were quite a few such smart people, but reason and right and wrong are greatly differentiated in the immortal cultivation world. Without the 9 heavenly immortal domains to fend off the foreign domains, under the sweep of the foreign domain, there is no egg when the nest is overthrown. Not to mention the lower realm cultivators, it was questionable if they could even live. This kind of thing makes Xin Fan, who has always had nothing to do, come to look deeper, much to his chagrin. Bah, damn. Which dangling hair started to take the lead in targeting lower realm cultivators. Xin Fan had a rare foul mouth and viciously spat a mouthful of saliva on the ground. Then he lay straight down on the town, all lazy. If it wasn't for the fact that this group of goods guarded the origin ancient city and added to their merits and sufferings, Xin Fan would have long ago subdued and killed the crowd. When did I start to heart the world? Xin Fan barred his mouth, a speechless face looking at the blank sky, some sadness in his gaze. Is this the same handsome guy who used to just wander around? Sweeping his eyes over the cultivators who were surrounding him in the extreme distance, they were moving away in unison. He raised his hand and summoned a running cultivator to his side. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This male cultivator was shocked in his heart. When he saw Xin Fan lying on the city head, he couldn't help but smile awkwardly and bowed with an arch. Elder, is there anything else you want to order? The late generation absolutely completes the task perfectly. This person was the same heavenly demon city guard cultivator who had informed Hokuan earlier, only his face became bitter. I'm too lucky. What's your name? Late Maple Late Car. The cultivator hurriedly returned. Xin Fan looked at the reddish sky on the large land outside the city and curiously said, "Does the sky go red here at night? Or does it say something?" He vaguely felt that there was something weird at the end of the red on and couldn't help but feel quite curious. Maple Evening Car looked at the distant sky and respectfully said, "Back to Elder. It's the otherworldly teleportation that's about to begin. Every 100 years, there will be a small battle between the two sides. If you're lucky enough to get a fight, it's over and won't last long. It's estimated that in 10 days, the foreign domain army will be approaching." Speaking of this, Maple Evening Car's dark cheeks that had been baptized by heaven and earth were rather helpless. He wanted to enter the Taoist sacred realm to come to the ancient city to seek a breakthrough opportunity. I didn't expect to step on a piece of and encounter the 100-year war that was about to start. What's worse is newcomers like him. It will take several more years of defending the city before you can move freely in the ancient city of origins. Even if Xin Fan occupied Sky Demon City, then wasn't there still other cities? He still had to go to the next town to guard the pass. This big brother actually doesn't know about the exotic red haze? It's a bit strange. Seeing that he had been staring at the red aura in the void, Maple Evening Car thought about it and chimed in. A godly person like Senior, going there is simply chopping up melons and cutting vegetables, but they are all small heads of foreign domains. Where is it worth Senior's hands? Otherwise it will look like my human race has no brand name. He naturally read the meaning in Xin Fan's eyes. That's trying to juggle a bit up front. Since the other party had the intention, how good it would be for this great god to be a strategic level undercard. Well, at least it's less death for them shrimps. Xin Fan nodded and said to himself, so what if I go straight into the otherworldly realm? Ahem. Maple Evening Car hastily lowered his head after a dry cough. He felt that Xin Fan was already rampant enough. I didn't realize it had gotten to the point of lawlessness. Going exotic? If they could suppress it with a single force, the elder beings sitting in the origin ancient city would have already made their move. which can be stalemated for such a long time. This matter will be discussed later. Xinfan rubbed his chin, feeling that smoothing out the immortal domain's harboring is the proper thing to do. Crossed his legs. Xinfan, see the side of the maple evening car, repeatedly nodded. Deep expression of approval look, raised his hand and patted the other side's shoulders and laughed. Not bad, quite resourceful. You won't have to guard the gate next. Hearing these words, Maple Evening Car looked at Xinfan with a face of surprise. Unexpectedly, the appearance of the man in front of him. That is, the more you look at it, the more you look at it. Ah, no one wants to die. With this great power over him, he still guards the Harry Pass, going straight for the breakthrough opportunity. But the other party's next sentence made Maple Evening Car's face instantly collapse. Here's a task for you. Before the Great War, get the information of the genealogies or ancestors of the major powers targeting the cultivators of the lower realms. I only need those above the Zune Lord realm. Just do your best. Go. Xinfan needed to go through the genealogies of the major powers and greet the old ancestors of this group of powers first. Chapter 127, The Army of the Foreign Lands. Feeling that he had stepped into the ghost gate of the Maple Evening Car, in order to make a living for himself, gathered courage and smiled dryly at Xinfan. Senior, how about a discount? How about I find you a domain Emperor realm ancestor? Going to collect information on powerhouses above the exalted Lord realm? This kind of existence shouts a name and has a sense. He really wants to go, most likely won't even have a chance to enter the wheel of reincarnation, and will be directly superseded. Isn't this a case of the old man eating arsenic and living too long? Xinfan looked at him and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'll leave a mark on you, and I'll step in when I'm in danger. Seeing that the bastard still had a reluctant face, Xinfan raised his hand. Dozens of great avenues were suspended in its palm, slowly burning and releasing amazing energy fluctuations. It's not like you can't get a discount, or I'll just override you right now. It's not necessary. Evening Che guarantees to complete the mission. Phone Evening Car hastily arched his hand, and with a face of righteousness that would go to the fire and would not be hesitant to do anything, he leaped into the distance. But a sudden rolling thunder from behind him scared Maple Evening Car pale. Everlasting One, immortal, true immortal old-timer. You come out to catch your breath. I Nima. The Maple Evening Car stumbled and crashed directly into the bunker in front of it. With his legs and stomach shivering, he patted the dust on his body and sped madly, as if there were a foreign army of 10,000 chasing him behind him. Xinfan shouted 2 more times and did not find that the ancient city's bottom immortal true immortal showed up. With a face of pity, he rested his hands on his head, crossed his legs and rocked slightly, his eyes looking ghostly at the earth in front of him. Since we can't help Senior, we should also cultivate. Mu Shui, who had withdrawn her sight, turned to look at the crowd and spoke softly. Hey, I suddenly feel a bit sorry for the Flying Cloud Dao sect. Otherwise, when the old man rises, it will be hard for them to die even if they want to. An old man transmitted a voice in his heart, and the color in his eyes was hard to understand. Not only him, but others had the same idea. Perhaps at one time the crowd would not have even derived such thoughts. However, after seeing Xinfan leave his hands on these domain emperor realm powerhouses, the crowd understood his intentions. It's not good to distinguish between merits and demerits. Maybe that's what's bothering him. 2. The reason why Senior has such considerations is that his cultivation in realm is higher than ours, and he is not in his position. That's right. This is something that Senior should consider and has nothing to do with us. Even if we strike out in retaliation, we won't chill Senior's heart. Even Senior has suppressed and killed quite a few people from the Flying Cloud Dao sect. So much for karma. It all depends on strength alone. Let's go. Let's go. Hurry up and cultivate, it's important. The crowd slowly dispersed, each sinking their hearts into cultivation. Ding Shang, Tao Wu, Voth Witch, the city's head. Xinfan took the roster in his hand. The great Dao lingered around him, and shaking his head, the god began to invoke the god. But it's been an hour of shouting, and there's not a single person in sight. He had a strong suspicion that all the information collected by Maple Evening Car was fake. Waiting to shout a few more to be all shrinking violets then, Xinfan decided it was time to go to Origin Ancient City and slip around. Seeing that Xinfan's face was vaguely impatient, the Maple Evening Car on the side didn't dare to utter an atmosphere. There must be something true about the list, but the fact that none of them came out was really out of his expectation. Could it be that a great battle is imminent, and these powerhouses are building up their strength? Maple Evening Car could only suppress his aura to the extreme, preventing it from attracting the attention of this big man in front of him. Along the way, Maple Evening Car saw that the heads of various cities had been fully loaded. Only Heavenly Demon City was guarded by Xinfan alone. But for an exalted lord-level powerhouse, it doesn't matter if they, the little shrimps, come or not. Looking at the scarlet sky in the distance outside the city, Maple Evening Car's face gradually became grave. Going to war means dying. This is about the fate of these 9 worlds. Even if he does not want to defend the city, there are worries lingering in his heart. Old hag Song Danyu. At this time, Amidst the impatient low drink, a silhouette suddenly appeared outside the city head. Looking at Shinfan with a bland gaze, Shinfan's eyes stared, slowly got up and collected the roster, adjusting his breath to the extreme. Watching the void ripples, the sight of the maple evening car flashed and flew back into the city meticulously, while at this time, Shinfan looked at the haze lingering around the other party, and after slight contemplation, he secretly said in his heart, "System, copy her sense of entering the Exalted Lord realm." The cultivation level from the other party's aura wasn't very high, but the feeling given to Shinfan was not simple. It's a sense between the powerful, and if one wanted to enter the Exalted Lord realm, it didn't only depend on one's qualifications and perception of the Great Tao. More than anything else, it is about what one seeks for the ultimate in one's own path. It was also the key point of whether or not one could enter the Exalted Lord realm. Okay, host. Locked on the Phoenix 9 heavens. Identified as the opportunity to enter the Dharma, Dengphone, Nirvana Tao source. Reproduction increase opens. Ding. Congratulations to the host. After the increase, you have obtained the return to truth, Nirvana Tao source. Wrong guess? But it's actually Nirvana Tao source. Isn't this the body of immortality? Shinfan was quite surprised in his heart, but the expression on his face was without any semblance of abnormality. When the Nirvana Tao source converged into the divine platform in his brow, only then did Shinfan realize how perverse the Nirvana Tao source of the Return to Truth level was. Return to Truth, Nirvana Tao source, the body can be reborn in Nirvana after a battle loss, instantly increasing battle power by 10 times, and entering a weakened state after the battle. Note, rebirth by dropping blood, not limited by spatial distance. It would be hard to die if you shed a drop of blood in any nook or cranny. It had to be said that Exalted Lord level Tao sources were indeed strong. From this, it could also be seen how powerful the woman in front of him was. At this moment, Phoenix Jotian shook his head and looked at the man in front of him who wanted to make a move and faintly said, "My master's father is about to leave the gate and has sent me forward to call for battle in a foreign realm. His old man asked me to bring you along." "Your master?" Shinfan borrowed the slope and frowned. "Can it be that it's an immortal true immortal? Not bad, it is none other than my master." Phoenix Jotian nodded, her pretty face filled with solemnity. Immortal true immortal, even her master teacher. Just mentioning the nomination has a kind of invisible pressure of mountains pressing on the body. Phew! Shinfan did not talk nonsense and dashed and flew toward the blood-colored dome in front of him. "Go and return quickly, and let me admire the old-timer's elegance when the time comes." Phoenix Jotian was slightly stunned. "I thought that the other party was someone extremely difficult to deal with, not used to seeing the cultivators of the Nine Heavens immortal domain, but I didn't expect to be so good at talking. However, isn't he afraid of his master?" After pondering slightly, Phoenix Jotian saw that the silhouette in front of him had disappeared and couldn't help but quickly follow with a flash of his body. What a fast speed, just following between breaths, she realized in disbelief. He actually couldn't catch up with his opponent's speed. A flash of 9-colored divine aura flickered out around his body at the same time. Phoenix Jotian turned into a long rainbow and rushed towards Shinfan. But Shinfan had not only comprehended the spatial origin, his cultivation level was also higher than hers. So where was she able to catch up? Another residual shadow. The disconcerted Phoenix 9 Heavens once again sped up after dispersing the residual shadow in front of him, and at this time, Shinfan had already come to the front of the alien domain army formation, gazing at the crowd below. Visually, the alien army was in the tens of millions, spreading to the left and right ends of the earth, densely packed, though the other party was a humanoid creature. His face was etched with bizarre golden godly patterns. The aura was also extremely strong, with the lowest being a Tao Saint realm powerhouse. The powerful aura released by the army even coalesced into a blood-like red cloud over the military formation, which was incredibly powerful. Chapter 128 Immortal True Immortal emerges. In the sky behind the army, there was also an extremely illusory teleportation array. Shinfan had also learned quite a lot of information about the 9 heavenly immortal region in the past few days. This great formation in front of him was built in the ancient times of the foreign realm. It's a human powerhouse. Upon seeing the white-clothed figures suspended in the air, the foreign domain army below immediately tensed up. Dare to come alone to the front of the army. It doesn't take much to figure out that there are two of them. Oh, in the midst of the commotion, a mellifluous horn sounded through the army. Shoo shoo shoo. Several figures with strong breaths shot out from this party's army, gazing at the humans with flat breaths in front of them. Don't act rashly. The other party should be hiding their cultivation. Let's see what he says first. Ha, that? The faces of the 5 people present changed when they saw a flash of 9-colored red awns cut through the sky. Phoenix 9 Heaven? This man is the personal disciple of a true immortal of the human race. His cultivation was even at the 5th rank of the Exalted Lord realm. There was even an immortal bloodline Nirvana Tao origin to protect him, and his strength was extraordinary, where it was something that they, the Domain Emperor realm powerhouses, could fight against. When Phoenix 9 Heavens arrived in the arena, The sound of clear words ran through the entire arena. My master is about to come out of the gate. If you don't want to die, this battle stops here in the foreign realm. The bland words were like a huge mountain. The atmosphere of the entire exotic region's army that was pressed was stagnant to the extreme. Immortal, true immortals, actually planning to strike in this life? The hearts of the crowd of the army below were beating wildly. The moment Phoenix 9 Heaven appeared, the two exotic domain exalted lord-level powerhouses had already appeared in the void. Shen Fan, who saw this scene, directly came with a first-hand copy. System, copy the opportunity for these two to enter the exalted lord realm. Locked on Demon Knight. Identified as the opportunity to enter the Dharma, initial entry reincarnation Tao source. Locked on Taoist Jiao. The opportunity to enter is identified as fusion of Yin and Yang Tao sources. Reproduction increase opens. An exalted lord level powerhouse. It's really tough. With this qualification and sense of Tao source, could it not be compared to an ordinary cultivator? Nirvana, reincarnation, Yin and Yang, these are not simple goods, but it was all cheap for Shen Fan. People enter the realm of the Lord of the World that is 9 deaths and a lifetime of worry. He was good, directly copying and increasing the other party's opportunity to enter the dignity, especially the increase in the reincarnation Tao source. It even allowed Shen Fan to roughly guess the direction of the 6 paths in which the exotic cultivators below were reincarnated. The reason why I say probably, it was because he wasn't sure if the group had a chance of getting into the 6 paths. After all, the reincarnation technique and the Great Destiny technique were different in direction and fundamentally different. At this point, one of the exotic domain exalted lords, whose body was densely covered in Tao, said in a cold voice with a flash of cold light in his eyes, Phoenix 9 Heavens, if you've come to dismount, you can leave now. Compared to the gravity on the faces of the other low-ranked cultivators, these two had a cloudy face and a look of disdain in their eyes when they looked at Phoenix Jotian. Could it be that they also have an immortal level pressing formation? Shen Fan's heart stirred, and an existence such as an immortal true immortal still needs to come and call for these superficial efforts? Could it be that? Thinking of this, he looked sideways at the bemused Phoenix Jotian and raised an eyebrow. You're not leaving yet? The two exotic region powerhouses frowned. Could it be that there are still conflicts within the human race? A bit of fun. Phoenix Jotian was unmoved and looked at him and said softly, Master said that he asked me to come and help you press the battlefield and let me take you away if you can't beat him. He also said that if you lose he'll take you as a close disciple. No wonder. But your master's calculations are afraid to fall through. Shen Fan raised his eyebrows. The words were not yet spoken. The killing immortal scripture in his body operated to the extreme. Boom! Amazing killing intent radiated from Shen Fan's body. It directly dispersed the blood cloud condensed by the army of 10 million people on the spot. The horrible killing intent is even more enveloping the whole field. The souls of the cultivators below were instantly eroded, and they killed each other without warning. Berserker! Two exotic domain exalted lord-level powerhouses had killing motives in their eyes, bringing monstrous momentum towards the madman in front of them. But with the 20-fold increase of the killing immortal scripture, the might that Shen Fan exuded caused the two approaching men to clearly perceive the danger. No good. He's hiding his cultivation. Two white-clothed residual shadows instantly arrived in front of the duo whose pupils suddenly shrunk. However, before Shen Fan's residual shadow could strike, the duo in the void actually magically disappeared. The remnants dissipated. Shen Fan, who was standing in place, frowned and looked in the direction of the teleportation array. Next moment, rumble, heaven and earth roar. Just above the otherworldly teleportation formation, the space slowly cracked open, revealing a mottled and gigantic ancient coffin. The coffin was as long as old leather and emanated ripples. Wisps of pale ancient aura swept across the heavens and earth, taking in the hearts of the people. Even if Shen Fan's body around the vision of the sea of blood and clouds, all of them were shaken apart by the opponent's might in the space of a breath. When Shen Fan came into contact with the aura released by the other party, it was even more like entering a quagmire, and it was extremely inconvenient to move. The Phoenix Jotian on the side was already having trouble moving halfway. His phoenix eyes slightly condensed, and he was fixed in place on the spot. Upon seeing the word, silence, on the ancient coffin with its divine aura shining brightly, the alien army erupted into a thunderous roar of excitement. Immortal silent sky? It's the immortal true immortal of my clan. So the legend is true. My clan also has a true immortal pressing the battlefield. Ha 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 ha, click here. The moment the ancient coffin opened, a linen-clothed old man with a withered and bony face and an ancient Taoist immortal style was displayed in the eyes of the world. System, copy the other party's cultivation. Out came a big guy. And Shen Fan didn't do much thinking at all. Okay host, locked on silent sky. Identify cultivation, immortal true immortal 5th grade. Reproduction increase opens. Immortal true immortal 6th grade. Immortal true immortal 9th grade. Immortal king 1st grade. Buzz, instantaneous. The irresistible pressure erupted on the old man's body. and the wisps of immortal aura made the earth and sky roar and the earth tremble. The dazzling immortal aura instantly enveloped the foreign domain army, raising the wariness of all the cultivators to the extreme. This amazing scene, it made the cultivators of the origin ancient city, which was guarded by the 9 worlds, feel horrified in their hearts, especially the mountainous roar of the alien army in the distance. Even the ancient city of origins could hear it clearly. Could it be that an immortal true immortal from a foreign region has come out? I heard Elder Phoenix Jotian say that the elders have come out of the mountains, so it should be related to this matter. An origin city lord who had luckily heard the news had his brows furrowed. I didn't expect that the 2 great immortal true immortals have come out, and I don't know if my immortal domain can withstand it. Above the city, a man with wings on his back had sorrow written all over his handsome face, although the everlasting one is a human powerhouse. However, the 9 seats of the world are connected by the same breath, and each race complements the other's strengths, and they share each other's strengths and weaknesses. The ancient city of origins was made into a brick wall, but once an immortal level battle breaks out, even the aftermath of the attack would cause great damage to the ancient city of origins, even if the ancient city was guarded by the ancient origin vein. But trying to defend against the aftermath of an immortal level powerhouse was extremely consuming. Sooner or later, this will be breached. Chapter 129 Human Immortal King, Mighty Visit to the Foreign Lands, Exotic Frontiers. The moment the hemp-clothed old man appeared, the exotic armies whose aura had risen greatly looked at the human duo. With my clan's true immortals present, the 2 of you will surely die. What? But when the crowd turned their heads, Phoenix Jotian fell to the ground without any resistance. Even his face was pale as he resisted the pressure on his body, and that white-clothed figure actually remained standing in the air. Amidst the pale voice of doubt, the hemp-clothed old man frowned and slowly opened his eyes, but the old man suddenly froze in the ancient coffin. Everyone was appalled. Not only was this celebrity powerhouse fearless of true immortal pressure, even more so, without knowing when, he had already appeared in front of the ancient coffin. Looking at the 2 identical figures of the human powerhouses in the air, the eyes of the crowd in the otherworldly region were written with unbelief. How is this possible? Even if he's faster, why hasn't Elder Silent Sky made a move yet? The foreign domain army that had originally set off the sky in flames could not be heard at this moment. In the midst of the many gazes of shock, incomprehension, suppression, and horror, Shinfan raised his hand and made a move. The moment he saw a huge blackened cauldron in the distance, it fell into his hands. Hundreds of great Dao paths lingered on the tripod, shining brightly. The unparalleled aura caused the heavens and earth to fall silent and lose their voices. But when he saw the big tripod in his hand smashing into the old man in the ancient coffin, the crowd of cultivators in the otherworldly region hissed in resignation. Why hasn't Silent Sky Senior resisted? This can't be right. Boom! With one strike, space collapsed and the ancient coffin sank to the ground. Rumble! The ancient coffin that smashed into the ground shook the hundreds of thousands of foreign domain armies below into flying dust. The hemp-clothed old man whose physical body was destroyed, his divine soul didn't even have a chance to escape far away. The ancient coffin was directly covered by a large amount of chaos chi. Shen Fan, on the other hand, stood on the chaos tripod, tempered his body's cultivation and injected it into the chaos tripod, and began to refine the other party's divine soul. There is a big realm difference, unless it's a peerless and rebellious person. Otherwise, an immortal true immortal wanting to reverse cut down an immortal king was like a fool's dream. The silent sky in front of him was clearly not one of them. On the contrary, his coffin was quite powerful. Under Shinfan's strike, just the case was shattered. Looking at the ancient coffin that was plunged into the ground, Shinfan said in his heart, "System, copy this ancient coffin." Okay, host. Locked sycamore breath wooden coffin. Identified as immortal grade immortal artifact. Reproduction increase opens. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an immortal king level essence spirit divine coffin. Shinfan raised an eyebrow. It wasn't the immortal king level immortal weapon that caught his attention. Rather, he sensed that in the chaotic chi, the strength of Silent Sky's divine soul resistance was not weak, but it was only a matter of moments before the other party was refined. It seems that the strength of a true immortal level's divine soul is not to be underestimated. Sweeping the cultivators in the air who were speedily withdrawing from the exotic array, Shinfan looked sideways in the direction of the ancient city of origins. He saw a white-clothed old man with his back to the ancient city, standing in the air, looking at him with a smile and arching his hand. Elder is truly a man of God. Liu didn't think that his tentative move had actually blown up an immortal king. Moreover, with his old eyesight, it was difficult to tell the limit of the other party's cultivation. Exactly. System, copy the opponent's divine soul strength. Locked on Liu. Soul strength identified as immortal king level. Immortal king level? Shinfan was delighted in his heart. I didn't realize that the immortal elders of the human race were quite powerful. Also right, to be able to hold the top for 9 worlds for so long, You don't have the skills to do the job? Reproduction increase opens. Congratulations to the host. Increasing the Immortal King level Divine Soul Strength. 2. Immortal Emperor level. Stimulating This cultivation hasn't even arrived yet, and the strength of the Divine Soul is directly pulled full? When the Divine Soul reached the Immortal Emperor level, Xinfan's divine platform opened up to the heavens and the earth, and all the great Tao in the sea of consciousness automatically sublimated at this moment. It's just that outsiders can't drive it. In a good mood, he was full of smiles and laughed as he looked at the old man in the air. Alright, next I will personally travel to the foreign realm. As for the matter of the 9 worlds targeting the cultivators of the lower realms, I wish to end it there. As for whether the forces of the various parties live or die, the cycle of cause and effect. Hearing this, Li Yu's longevity eyebrows trembled at the corners of his eyes and he arched his hand. As it should be, the other party's cultivation was stronger than his. It could already be ranked as a protector of the 9 immortal domains, regardless of whether or not the other person makes it out of the other world alive. This request must be carried out by Li Yu. It can't be denied. As a protector chosen by the previous generation of powerhouses, Li Yu only cared about whether or not the ancient city of origins was breached. As to whether the fly-by-night of the major powers of the immortal region could wake up at the other side's word, all of them are karmic determinants. In the meantime, Buzz, the chaos tripod trembled slightly. The silent sky divine soul in it was refined into nothingness on the spot. Ripples of slight trembling swept across the void. The alien army that hadn't had time to fly into the formation was swept into pieces. Watching Xinfan collect the chaotic cauldron, he took out an ancient coffin with brilliant immortal light and flew into the exotic teleportation array in front of him. Li Yu, who had withdrawn his line of sight, turned to look at the city lords of the various parties on the origin ancient city and spoke out. The heavenly chances have their own owners, and with immediate effect, the persecution of cultivators from the lower realms is forbidden. Yes. In response to the shout in unison, Li Yu shook his head and walked slowly as he drifted away in the void. It's better to sleep with a full stomach of roasted chicken. He could naturally see that a number of people were not amused by this finalization. Maybe the surface promised a little restraint, but behind the scenes it's a matter of benevolence and wisdom. The reason why the crowd dared, that was because they didn't think Xinfan could come out of the foreign realm alive. Throughout the ages, it's not that no one has taken advantage of the weakness of the foreign realm to enter the foreign realm and kill back. Too bad none of them made it back alive. When Xinfan came out of the exotic domain formation, an ancient city was also built in front of the great formation. The moment he appeared, the exotic cultivators who stayed around the grand formation froze slightly. The returning crowd dodged and exploded back, yelling, "It's him! He's the one who killed Elder Silent Sky! Dare to come to my foreign realm! Let you enter the earth without a door!" Boom! Boom boom! Same time, a roar came out from the ancient city ahead. One could see an exotic true immortal emitting an appalling aura, wrapped up with a monstrous momentum. Xinfan could not help it. The extreme Tao immortal scripture instantly turned 10,000 times, and the divine aura in the center of his eyebrows exploded. A radiant avenue flew out from it like a swimming dragon. When the sound of heavenly explosions erupted from its body, a brilliant golden aura was lit up around it. This scene was like a great sun shining across the sky, illuminating the entire exotic continent. Among the divine awnings, a silhouette as if it was substantial, holding the sun and moon in the void, stood between heaven and earth, its black hair flying. The appearance of the shadow made Xinfan's aura reach the extreme. The amazing aura swept the entire field and swept through the 8 directions. Instantly, the several exotic true immortals that shot ahead were shaken to the point that they spat blood and flew backwards. There is actually no one enemy? This scene caused everyone present to die. Put. An old man with a face full of white divine lines lost his voice as blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Human Immortal King? Chapter 130. One thought from the Immortal Emperor and all beings are silent, erasing the will of the heavenly Tao. Click, click, click. When an avenue in front of Xinfan's body converged between his palms, a horrifyingly destructive aura dispersed in all directions from the handprints in its palm. Rumble. The earth cracked and the ancient city collapsed. There was an endless stream of screams. Phew. Just then, a flash of aurora residual shadow came from far and near, falling towards Xinfan with a sword. The great sword was like possessing the power of opening the sky, instantly tearing through the void wherever the sword blade passed. Large swaths of collapsed space flooded the surrounding millions of foreign cultivators. System. Copy his cultivation. Good host. The speed of this sword was too fast, so fast that Xinfan could only move his mind slightly, and it was difficult to wait until his cultivation increased. His eyes condensed, and the visionary shadow behind him raised his hand at the same time as he did, his slender 5 fingers slightly snapping towards the sword manes, and he drank in a low voice. Killing secret art. Blood reversal. Under the increase of the killing immortal scripture and the holy body battle power, this loud cry was like a thunderstorm rising from the flat ground, filled with a powerful will that could not be resisted. Boom! The person who made the sword suddenly felt the blood around his body flow backward without any warning, and his face was filled with incredulity. Put! A mouthful of golden blood spurted out from its mouth, spilling into the void. The golden blood landed on the ground and crumbled into tens of thousands of miles of abyssal cracks, and this galactic greatsword that seemed to run through the universe instantly fell apart. The man with the sword had a head full of white hair with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, and his gaze was cold as he looked at Shin Fan, once again raising his aura to the extreme. The two domains were at war, and life and death were already doomed. There is no room for sloppiness. In the meantime, buzz, the canopy opens up, the Great Way is revealed. The Tao lines were as bright as a spider web as they densely covered the void. Rumble! An extreme divine aura descended from the sky and fell into the foreign land. Even for the sword-wielding man who was injured, there was a great Tao divine radiance falling down, instantly repairing his injuries at the same time. He, who was already an immortal king 5th grade, had his cultivation skyrocketed even more. Same time, an aura like the mighty presence of a giant mountain converged from all directions. Sweeping his eyes at the extreme Tao hand seal that was still condensing in Shin Fan's hand, the sword-wielding man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. You are indeed strong, but you have come to the wrong place. An immortal king 1st grade would be able to shock him back with a single move. The opponent's strength was truly terrifying. Pity. The words were not yet spoken. The white-haired man actually condensed an immortal crystal in his brow. Terrifying cultivation stirred out from its body, and behind it, the stern sword intent was even penetrating the sky with a terrifying might. At this moment, he was like an unrivaled god devil, with a shockingly monstrous battle intent emanating from his entire body. Shoo shoo shoo. At the same time, there were even 5 men and women with immortal might lingering around their bodies, descending in a supreme posture and enveloping Shin Fan expressionlessly. However, the hearts of the 6 were filled with shock. This human powerhouse, he actually forced the heavenly Tao to forcibly raise our cultivation levels, barely reaching the immortal emperor realm? I never thought there would be such a chance. It's not easy. But before the thoughts in the 6 people's minds could stop for a moment, on the brow of the human man in front of him, it actually exuded a ghastly aura that made the souls of all beings tremble. Upon looking at the brand of the immortal emperor condensed on his brow, the pupils of the 6 people present suddenly shrunk. What? Immortal emperor? Shin Fan, who had already entered the realm of immortal emperor, had a divine aura on his brow that cut through the sky and shone across the world. Just one thought. The 10,000 domains of the universe were all in his eyes. We are also immortal emperors. Make a move. Kill. The 6 of them moved their minds and directly crossed the void. Anum. Rumbling. The 6 people whose Tao laws had already been activated to the extreme. Like a heavenly god in an unrivaled manner. Strike out to kill down. Reincarnation chop. Void stack kill. Origin deprivation. The white clothes of Shin Fan in the center were hunting, looking at the 6 destructive killing moves coming in the air, and he was still light and breezy. Even if I make a seal with one hand, I am still invincible. The words were not yet spoken. The Emperor's might is at hand. Buzz. A touch of stirring invisible ripples swirled around its body. It's not just the foreign continent at this moment. The immortal domain's 9 worlds, or even 10,000 starfields. The emptiness stops at this moment. Instantaneous. Shin Fan launched the extreme Tao seal in his hand with a palm. The combination of the 2 great Tao paths would enhance the power of the extreme Tao seal, and at this time, the handprint had been infused with more than 100 great Tao sensations. How terrifying was the power. Rumble. Wherever the handprints pass, the sun shone brightly in the world, and space was void. The 6 false emperors who were immobilized in the air by the emperor's might. There was no resistance at all. He was killed on the spot by the extreme Tao seal. The might of the handprints that emanated an aura of annihilation did not diminish. With lightning speed, it fell towards the exotic beings below with pale faces and lax pupils. The immortal emperor struck with all his might. The great alien domain will also be reduced to flying dust. Exhale. There seemed to be a mournful sound coming from above the firmament in a leisurely manner. After Shin Fan pondered slightly, he waved his hand to disperse the extreme Tao seal that was about to blast into the foreign domain army. My god. Almost we're done. The many exotic region cultivators sweated profusely and fell limp on the ground, unable to lift half of their strength, gasping for air. If it is destroyed by the immortal emperor's palm, that exotic inheritance has since been cut off from the heavens. This intangible terror is too much for anyone to bear. The cultivators on the otherworldly continent looked at the white-clothed figure standing in the void in unison. The gratitude and shock of the aftermath was written in his eyes. The posture of the immortal emperor. I'm afraid that the people will be hard-pressed to witness it in their entire lives. At this time, Xinfan did not pay attention to the gazes of the beings, but raised his head to look at the densely covered dome of the Great Avenue and said in a cold voice, "Heaven shouldn't have emotions. You crossed the line." This Feng Tiandao even did that old 6 move and engaged in a behind-the-scenes move. No wonder the 9 Heavens immortal domain was unable to crush the foreign domain when it was strong. Even an extreme immortal king of the 9 worlds couldn't withstand the bombardment of a group of false emperors. Rumble! The divine aura of the great Tao in the canopy flickered, and gradually dimmed as if it was softening, turning into a blue cloudy sky. Xinfan frowned and said in his heart, "System, is it possible to replicate this side of the heavenly Tao?" He always felt that the other party was a bit perfunctory. If not for the fact that Xinfan had already reached the stopping realm, there was no need to subdue the beings to show their power. He really wanted to see what kind of face this Feng Tiandao had again. If the system doesn't work, then Xinfan will have to tear the other party with his hands. "No problem, host. This is also possible?" The corner of Xinfan's eyes jumped. That must be the host. Locking the heavenly Tao of the foreign continent as unification heavenly Tao of all heavens level. Note, unification heavenly Tao of the heavens level. The continental heavenly Tao level after the ascension of cultivators from the 10,000 domains of the lower realms. Reproduction increase opens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for duplicating and increasing the unification heavenly level heavenly path to origin void. Origins of nothingness. There is no way, no law, no thought, no appearance. Passing through this realm can be one thought of nothingness, one thought of creation, and one thought of being with nothingness. Awesome! If I had known I would have come up here and done this. Xinfan was amazed. At this point, he felt like he had really reached the marvelous realm of thinking what he wanted. This feeling was extremely magical, and it was impossible to describe the mystery of it in words. He looked at the sky rubbing his chin and thought, erase the will of this side of heaven? Boom! The original turquoise blue sky was like an open canopy. In the midst of the crowd's shocked gazes, the great Tao laws that covered the dome of the sky collapsed inch by inch, as horrifying as the sky collapsing. The will of the heavenly Tao instantly dissipated at Xinfan's thought. Looking at the broken Tao lines, a trace of haze connecting each other seemed to be repairing. Retracting his sight, Xinfan had a look at the beings of the foreign continent. TSK, it's really gotten to the realm of true-speak. He raised an eyebrow and thought darkly again. Erase these people's hatred for the 9 heavens immortal region. Maybe cruelty. However, more cultivators invaded the 9 heavenly immortal realms under high-level decisions. No one is born loving death. Even the 9 heavenly immortal realms were the same. Besides, it was good to be alive. So Xinfan didn't care what unwilling thoughts they had. Immediately, in the bewildered gaze of the crowd below, Xinfan's figure gradually dissipated in the air. Chapter 131 8,000 Years in Xiantian. Xingcheng Ascending. Human Immortal Domain. Falling Hills. A group of cultivators who were going up the mountain suddenly felt the fluctuation of heaven and earth's immortal chi around them, and they turned to look at the bottom of the mountain. Phew! A heavenly flash of light fell to the ground. A stunningly beautiful woman in a green shirt was seen, her eyes curiously surveying her surroundings. Upon seeing their party coming up the mountain, the woman visibly showed a wary look, because the first time the other party saw her, the condescension and disdain in her eyes seemed as if it was innate. Lower realm ascender. A man in the crowd frowned and whispered, "After all, lower realm cultivators came with their own heavenly aura." With a little sensing the crowd could tell. With that he turned around. The ancient city of origins has already put out the word, so it's better for us to ignore it. This kind of great person's confrontation is not something that my fallen cloud sect can participate in. There's definitely a problem. Lu Qingqing couldn't help but slightly knit her willow brows when she saw that the crowd just glanced at her and turned to leave. Couldn't hear what they were saying though, but the contempt and disdain in her eyes was still visible. It seems that the immortal domain isn't a good place either. She who said in her heart, decided to find a place to understand the environment of the immortal domain. On her toes, she dodged and disappeared. Good thing there's a town around. After entering it, Lu Qingcheng did some poking around. Only then did he realize that the treatment of cultivators in the lower realm was in the immortal realm, and it was extremely grueling. If it wasn't for the fact that the major powers of the origin ancient city had spread the word that they must not continue to target cultivators from the lower realms, she could have been taken for hard labor if she'd gone out on the street. Afraid that the lower realm cultivators will snatch the opportunity? Inside a cave, Lu Qingcheng, who was sitting cross-legged, frowned. Unexpectedly, the immortal realm's native cultivators were even uptight about this matter that only depended on one's chance and was nebulous. Even if the cultivators in the lower realms could not obtain the opportunity, but then they get it? Off the charts. It should be related to the heaven and earth's chi luck. It's good that something happened to the origin ancient city, otherwise it would have been difficult for us. Thinking of this, Lu Qingcheng let out a slight sigh of relief. Since Xinfan's ascension, being certified by the Xiantian continent, she and Ao Jiao, Golden Cicada Z, and the demon race June Knight, cultivated for 1,000 years before they successfully ascended. Unfortunately, Zhang Taiyu was too injured during the extraterritorial battle and was unable to witness the Tao, still stopping at the 9th heaven of the quasi-emperor. Back then, the opening of the immortal realm caused the Xiantian continent to have too many heavenly prides. It is impossible for all people to witness in the same sky, and the result of the great war between the two races has made the human race cohesive like never before. Many demons formed a deep friendship over this, and then left the Xiantian continent one after another. All of them set foot on the ancient path of the starry sky, seeking a sight of the world where they could witness the Tao. Remembering the years of the past, only a flash of more than 1,000 years has passed. I don't know how you are again. Lowered her eyes to look at the reflection in the pool of water beside her. Lu Qingcheng stroked the hair around her ears. Her eyes were ghostly. When she soared up, she just casually strolled around the town she was in before. It was discovered that the cultivators here not only had unbelievable face values, but their temperament was even more outstanding. Even she, who was the #1 beauty in the eastern region, couldn't dominate when she arrived here. Slightly inhaling a breath, she collected her mind before cultivating on her knees. The immortal realm's immortal chi was not like the aura of the lower realms, and there was no room for her to waste time. It was just that while Lu Qingcheng was cultivating, she felt a dizzying sensation in her brain, and her delicate body was hot and dry. Her eyes snapped open and she saw a handsome man in fancy dress walk into the cave entrance in front of her, looking at her with a wavy smile on his face. He. I never thought that there would be this kind of stunning beauty in the lower realms. This Gongzi is considered to have picked up a big leak na. Sweeping the two strong-suited men guarding outside the cave entrance, Lu Qingcheng forcefully suppressed the agitation within her body and said in a cold voice with a frown on both eyebrows, I advise you to quickly hand over the antidote, or else. Looking at the beautiful woman who was shivering with her words and her pretty face reddened and paralyzed on the ground, this brocade-clothed male brother rattled and laughed. Otherwise the little lady want to do what ha ha. His heart was in his mouth as he came forward with a strange grin. Looking at the delicate flower-like beauty with a monkey's face on his vapid cheeks, the beauty is shy. More and more moving on, this gentleman quickly come to help the girl to cure the poison. Seeing the other party stepping forward quickly, Lu Qingcheng wanted to die. I didn't expect to be unknowingly followed by the other party, not to mention being poisoned with a strange poison. It was then that she realized how miserable it was for cultivators from the lower realms to come to the immortal realm, not to mention being bullied for having a low cultivation level. It's hard to die for fear. Suddenly, she recalled the scene before her ascension when the people gathered at the Tangi building in the eastern domain. Xiantian continent, Blackstone City, outside the Tangi building. Luoi, what are you doing here? Lu Qingcheng curiously looked at Sului beside her. By his side, Ao Jiao and the Golden Cicada and June Knight were also somewhat puzzled. Sului said smugly, you're all going to ascend, so let the owner of the building calculate where my son is, so you can find him then. Right. Speaking of this, Sului looked at the four and said seriously, when you guys go up, you must remember to let Gongzi not be in a hurry to look for me affecting my cultivation. Maybe it won't be long before I also ascend. Although her tone was relaxed, how could the sullenness in her eyes be hidden from the four people present? After all, according to Shinfan's natural talent, after the past 1,000 years there is still nothing moving. I think the upper world is not easy to mix. If it had been longer, she was afraid that she would have really become a red powder withered bone. Unfortunately, her qualifications were difficult to compare with Ao Jiao and the others, so ascension was naturally hopeless. Lu Qingcheng, who was holding her, tightened her jade hand and smiled softly as a consolation. Ao Jiao on the side also smiled and relieved. I've never seen the Emperor's son get serious. Even if it's hard to survive in the upper realms, once he gets serious he'll definitely do something. Don't worry Lui. The Emperor's son certainly hasn't forgotten you. Poor monk feels the same way. Golden Cicada Z rose his hands and chanted the Buddha in response. June Knight from the group of 5 also nodded in agreement. I think that's the reasoning too. Since suppressing the great calamity of the Xian heavenly continent, many demons had left one after another, and the 5 of them also traveled in company for 1,000 years in the star realm, and each of them proved to be an emperor, and their friendship was great. As for the seal of proof for the Xian continent, it was left to Yao Ling Tian of the Yao family. At that moment, Su Fengxian, who had appeared at the entrance of the Tianji building, smiled and bowed with an arch. Su Fengxian, welcome the 5 emperors. Hey, they're all old acquaintances. No need to be polite. Building master, Sului, who had gathered her mood, smiled and greeted. And then the crowd made their way to the 3rd floor of the Tianji building. After taking his seat one by one, Su Fengxian looked at the crowd and smiled archly. The emperors might as well have something to say. Bongxian really can't guess the intention. He naturally couldn't guess the thoughts of the proof emperor. Sului said softly, building master, Is it possible to figure out what position my son is in the immortal domain? Su Fengxian's face stiffened and he said bitterly, I'm afraid that even if it takes my life, I won't be able to figure out where the Emperor's son is. He couldn't even guess what the crowd was thinking, let alone Xin Fan, who had become an immortal. We can understand this, but do you have any other ideas? Help us think about it? Su Luoyi naturally knew the reason for this and inquired. Chapter 132 Celestial Sensations. Upon hearing these words, Su Fengxian fell into deep thought after frowning slightly. The 5 people in the building, however, each sipped tea and waited quietly. There are specialties in the arts. Although the 5 people had an understanding of the algorithmic method, it was naturally insufficient compared to the inheritance of the Tianji house that had been immersed for more than 10,000 years. After a tea time, Su Fengxian then raised his head to look at this kind of person and softly said, if your cultivation level is too low, you can't determine the location of the Emperor's son by deduction and fortune-telling, but you can try to use celestial sensing. Celestial sensing? Su Luoyi and the others frowned. That's right, Su Fengxian explained with a smile. This method is not a priority in my sect. This is because the celestial sensing method is extremely esoteric and requires the cultivation of the one being sensed to reach an extremely high level of profundity. As for what level the other party is required to reach, I don't know. Saying this, Su Fengxian looked at Su Luoyi and smiled archly. Let's say, for example, if I call out Emperor Su Luoyi's name at home for no reason, could it be useful? Could it be possible that it would be perceived by Emperor Zun? How can I know this? Su Luoyi was speechless. If it's really that amazing, wouldn't she know all the people who are cursing her behind her back? This shall not come to the door and demolish the other's lair? Ao Zhao and the others also knew what method this celestial sensing was. I call out to you and you sense it wherever you are? Arcane indeed. Perhaps it was because their cultivation level was not enough to achieve such a divine ability. Su Fengxian nodded and said, that's why I don't know what cultivation level the Emperor's son is currently at, and if he can detect the celestial senses of all of you emperors, but at least this will allow all of you seniors to have a way to find the Emperor's son. As for how to use celestial sense, it's actually simple. Just collect your mind and think of the other person's appearance and call out the name. Perhaps the immortal realm still has these kinds of spells, so the emperors can pay close attention. This was the best advice Su Fengxian could give. Hearing these words, Su Luoyi couldn't wait to hold her breath and speak out with a solemn face. Your Excellency, Shen Fan, everyone present, O__O. You're talking about coming here. Don't you have any scruples? The crowd secretly gulped and sat up a little straighter. Unfortunately, after half a day of shouting, I didn't see any more people in the building. Under Su Luoyi's skeptical gaze on one side, Su Fengxian awkwardly laughed. I'm just a suggestion. Maybe my family's dharma is a bit lost. Some omissions can't be said. Inside the cave, thinking of Su Fengxian's once heavenly human sensation, remark, the paralyzed Lu Qingcheng could only treat the dead horse as a living horse. The divine soul in the center of the eyebrow that could only be manipulated turned into fine needles, blasting the golden body of the divine platform from herself to keep her clear for a moment. Immediately afterward, her mind fantasized about Shen Fan's invincible stance that killed Hua Wudao with one move, and she trembled. Shen Fan? This voice, as thin as a mosquito fly, caused the male who was picking up his clothes to raise his eyebrows and laugh cheaply. Yo, you think I'm your lover boy? I'm coming. Looking at the man who came flying at her, Lu Qingcheng was filled with despair. At this point, she couldn't even hang herself, and being able to gather a trace of soul needles was already her limit. But the next moment, an invincible figure with its back to the human race as it was back then, it just suddenly appeared in front of her. The man was still wearing a white coat with gold stripes and auspicious clouds, and his black hair hung down to his waist, just compared to the once soul-shaking invincibility. At this time, he has more than a return to the ordinary and serene. It seems to be his presence. Even the surroundings were silent. The male who was flying in the air looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, and his narrow eyes stood up in a cold voice. My father is. Before the words fell, the male's figure directly turned into dust. Even when the two men in power suits outside the cave turned around quickly, the entire body was like grains of sand, spilling to the ground. Only then did Shen Fan turn around and sidled up to Lu Qingcheng, who was limp on the ground with a bemused face. At this moment, Lu Qingcheng's delicate body was slightly trembling and her pretty face was pink. The white forehead was covered in sweat, sticking her hair to her cheeks. Only her eyes seemed to mist with water as she froze and stared at him. The long road to immortality. Seeking immortality is ultimately the mainstream. Perhaps it was the indifference in Shen Fan's eyes that made Lu Qingcheng not know what to say for a while. Inwardly mixed feelings. She seems to have something important, gradually dissipated in the heart as the serious Shen Fan suddenly raised an eyebrow at her and grinned. What? Did the little fairy look dumbfounded by my invincible figure? As he spoke, he smiled and squatted down, slapping his palm on Lu Qingqing's forehead, dispelling the toxins in her body. But this is good. His sudden transformation caused Lu Qingqing's eyes to quickly redden, and then she cried on the spot as if she had suffered a great grievance. Wow! You scare me. What are you crying for? The corner of Shinfan's eyes jumped, and he saw that her stunningly beautiful cheeks were overflowing with tears in no time, and it's showing signs of getting out of hand. TCH, I'm just teasing you. As for that, Shinfan shivered his teeth and looked embarrassed. Shinfan, who had originally ended the battle in the otherworldly domain and returned to the immortal domain, had destroyed the otherworldly teleportation array outside the origin ancient city at the first time. Shinfan, who was quite tired after doing all this, was ready to walk around the 9 seats of the world, and in the meantime, he looked for whether Lu Fusheng was still alive and nagged him or something. It didn't occur to him that he hadn't even moved when he heard Lu Qingqing signal for help. High achievers tend to come out at the last minute, but shallow pretending a hand he didn't get the other party's adoring eyes not to mention, directly made the other girl cry? He was a little confused when you say this whole thing. Alright, it's not alright. Shinfan was speechless. One man against a foreign realm he hadn't even been this torn. Seeing Lu Qingqing still crying, Shinfan was quite emotional. True enough, women only affect the heart of the Tao. No wonder in ancient times there were those who wielded the palace to cut themselves off and those who killed their loved ones. With these words, Lu Qingqing stopped crying. Her pink lips trembled slightly as she closed her eyes and raised her arms with a little girl's aggrieved look on her face. Looking at the arm hanging in front of him, Shinfan was full of doubts. What are you doing? You get up by yourself. Even with her eyes closed, Lu Qingqing subconsciously sidestepped her head and moved her pink lips. Hug me. If it wasn't for Shinfan entering the immortal emperor realm and reading lips, who would have heard this voice alone? Cough. You this hole. Shinfan coughed dryly and bent down to pick her up. But the moment the beautiful person entered his arms, the blue lotus root-like arms directly strangled him tightly. Feeling the lightly trembling petite body in his arms and the tears on his neck, Shinfan sighed helplessly, patted her back and said softly, if you have any grievances, just tell me. I'm rather direct and lazy. Where can I guess your lingering thoughts? Chapter 133, Buzzing, Seeking the Immortal Door. After a while, Lu Qingqing calmed down. With a slight blush on her pretty face she rubbed his neck and whispered, how long have you been up here? Shinfan thought about it and said softly, it took a day to rush from Jiangbei City to the large teleportation array. Then it took 10 days to get to the origin ancient city. Almost 11 or 12 days. Only 12 days? Lu Qingqing jerked her head up and looked at the handsome face in front of her with a bashful face in astonishment. It's just that it's a bit of a tight hug. This movement made Shinfan subconsciously shrink his waist and let go of his hand in embarrassment. What? It's only been more than 1,000 years since I've been down there. Seeing him let go, Lu Qingqing hugged him tightly again, resting her head against his neck and whispered, that means that the rumor that the origin ancient city had spread out that it must not target cultivators from the lower realms was something you said. So you don't have any other women around you. I don't have the time for this. I've just finished settling the exotics and you called me here before I had a chance to walk around a bit. Even if it was short-circuited, Shinfan knew the heart of the woman in his arms and could not help but tense up. At this moment, he felt that it was more nerve-wracking than if he had fought against the entire foreign world. Lu Qingqing, who was satisfied, tightly wrapped her arms around Shinfan's neck and softly said, so do you have a crush on me? At this instant, Shinfan even felt the rapid heartbeat of the girl in his arms. The good feeling is definitely there, Shinfan whispered with a rare blush. Thinking about the first time he saw the stunningly beautiful Lu Qingqing, he definitely had a good feeling about it. However, at that time, he was intent on cultivating to the top and didn't care much about his children's love. After all, at his cultivation speed, no one could keep up with him. But not now. He was all coexisting with nothingness. There was no need to hide his mind. It was just a little awkward. Hearing these words, Lu Qingqing's stunningly beautiful cheeks were covered with a blush, her brain buzzing as she murmured softly, I like you too. You like me so quickly? Shinfan looked at Lu Qingqing, who blushed red, with a surprised sideways glance. Wrong word, it's having a good feeling. Lu Qingqing scrambled to bury her head. Haha, Shinfan laughed and patted her back, teasing, but it's hard to like it for so many years, even if the monks are long in years. But this kind of thing like mindfulness gets stronger the more time passes. At least Shinfan felt it. Shinfan smiled and picked her up, sitting on a boulder to the side. Lu Qingqing, whose pretty face was blushing, just pressed against his chest. Thereupon the two men spoke of their respective experiences. Rather, it was Lu Qingqing who talked a lot while Shinfan listened attentively. By the way, what is your current realm? After the shyness faded, Lu Qingqing returned to her former tranquil appearance and looked at Shinfan curiously. This question directly scratched Shinfan's itch, and he could not help but look down at her with amusement and raised his eyebrows and laughed. In 11 days' time, I've already achieved the immortal emperor. Stop. To say that nothingness coexists, this girl doesn't know what it means yet. Rather, the immortal emperor is easy to understand. But what made Shinfan unhappy was that this girl was actually not shocked at all when she heard that she was in such a powerful realm. So amazing. How did you cultivate? Or are you a great power? Lu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Shinfan bared his teeth and leaned down to whisper. You shouldn't be shocked? Surprised? What's so shocking about what happened to you? Lu Qingqing said as a matter of course, but subconsciously dodged Shinfan, who was getting closer and closer. Seeing that she hid her head into her cackling nest again, Shinfan raised his hand and grabbed her chin and broke it over. Looking at Lu Qingqing, whose eyes were closed tightly and her hands were holding her chest, and Jiejia's strange smile. I think you're still confused because the medicine hasn't finished and your brain is still foggy. No, it's been fine for a long time. It's been fine for a long time. Lu Qingqing's brain buzzed as she looked at Shinfan, who was close at hand. After only a few moments, her pretty face slightly reddened as she slowly closed her eyes. Not for a while. The cave was then devoid of the sound of the two men talking. Probably hungry. Even the sound of shivering powder came out. Until most of the day later, Shinfan held Lu Qingqing's hand and walked out of the cave. Lu Qingqing, who was covering her pink lips, angrily pinched his hand and whispered, quickly remove my seal. How can I live if people see me? Shinfan cast a sideways sidelong glance at her, then raised his hand and grabbed her hand covering her mouth and lifted it. No looking, he saw Lu Qingqing turn her head violently, but in the afterglow, the pink lips were red and swollen like a trendy bobble lip. Ha 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 ha, okay, go, take you around. Unlocking the prohibition on her mouth, Shinfan laughed and led her to fly away from here in a vertical leap. While the two traveled through the 9 heavenly immortal region, Shinfan looked for Lu Fuxing in passing. Unfortunately, there wasn't half of the Lu family bloodline in the immortal realm. This kind of thing should not be told to Lu Qingqing, lest the girl's family be sad. However, for those forces that still don't know how to restrain themselves and continue to oppress the cultivators of the lower realms, Shinfan slaughtered his entire clan's power holders every time he visited a place, and no one was spared. As for those forces that lifted the ban on the lower realm cultivators, Shinfan did not make a move. What the lower realm cultivators wanted was a cultivation environment where no one would dare to go dark for at least 10,000 years. It was because the exotic domain grand formation that had collapsed in the origin ancient city had given all the forces a warning. In particular, the wisp of immortal might that swept across the heavens was clearly perceived by the cultivators of the Xiantian continent. Even the dumbest of people know that. That mysterious lower realm cultivator that appeared in Sky Demon City was extremely terrifying. As to whether they will live or die in the future, it depends on their respective destinies. Traveling on the road, Shinfan also discovered that there were still hidden immortal king realm powerhouses in the 9 heavens immortal domain. It was just that such existences were all dusted off in the immortal realm forbidden zone. Unless the 9 heavens immortal domain cataclysm arrived, it didn't appear. For example, in this mountain gate below, Shinfan then sensed an immortal king realm powerhouse, hidden in the underground forbidden zone, dormant. The immortal seeking sect? You have an acquaintance here? Lu Qingqing, who stepped on the auspicious cloud, held Shinfan's arm and looked at the imposing mountain gate building below with a curious face. Along the way, she also learned about the immortal domain's clan levels, and it goes without saying that the immortal seeking sect in front of us, it is one of the most powerful immortal sects. This is the only one that might make Shinfan promote footwatching at the moment. The two became much closer along the way, and Shinfan was not a hypocritical do-gooder. Since the cultivation had reached a stopping point, he had already accomplished what he had set out to do in the first place, awesome to wave with peace of mind. Naturally, he was not repulsed by the rather favorable Lu Qingqing. Plus Lu Qingqing's nature was very comfortable in Shinfan's senses, and dared to take the initiative to show your feelings. The two seem to have a good relationship and there is no semblance of separation, but the ninny was always a little reserved. After Shinfan unintentionally revealed the comment that immortal emperors had difficulty giving birth to heirs, there was the addition of his seriousness and good manners. Many billions of goodness became the daily theme of Lu Qingqing. Shinfan, who grasped her delicate jade hand, smiled lightly and said, "Do you remember the girl in the small stone on my shoulder back then? Here, it's that back in the temple." Hearing these words, Lu Qingqing's heart tightened as she grabbed his hand and pushed him down with her petite body, saying unhappily, "Eating from the bowl isn't enough. Falling in love really makes people change." Looking at her with a pouty face and lowering her head to slightly beak her mouth, Shinfan grinned, intending to tease her. "Who can blame me? Who makes you dizzy all the time? It doesn't work. You." Lu Qingqing's pretty face was instantly covered in redness as she glared at him in shame and indignation. Chapter 134, Letting Go of Lai Miaoan. The thought of passing out every time. Lu Qingqing's clear eyes were filled with watery mist. It's been an easy month for her. She had also bought into Shinfan's bull and reassure him that there will be a day. Looking at her pouting pink lips that could hang a jar of vinegar, Shinfan smiled and scraped her agitated nose. Ha ha, just kidding. She said before that after coming to the immortal region, she would come to me in a month or so. It's been more than a month and there's still no movement. I'm not curious. Hearing these words, the water mist in Lu Qingqing's eyes instantly dissipated, and her eyes curved, joyfully wrapping her arms around him and laughing lightly. She's quite a heartbreaker then. I just don't know how she'll look when she sees you. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Since Shinfan said that he teased her, Lu Qingqing naturally chose to believe it. The Great Hall of the Immortal Seeking Sect. The atmosphere of the Great Hall at this moment was oppressive to the extreme. Lai Miaoan stood in the middle of the hall and scanned the entire room, then looked at the bland-faced Immortal Seeking Sect patriarch in the crowd and said in a cold voice, "A year ago your daughter, Li Chou, secretly attacked me, and half a year later my parents were dead? Lai Guy, you're a great bully as the head of a clan, daring to brutally kill people of the clan." A softly bellowing voice spread through the hall. It made the various elders around the Immortal Seeking Sect patriarch frown, their gazes icy cold as they stared at the woman in front of them. Even though Lai Miaoan's cultivation had not yet recovered, she still dared to make a direct entrance, for no other reason. Behind it were 7 elders from her own lineage. One must know that back then, Lai Miaoan was the pending first great disciple of the Immortal Seeking Sect. The natural talent is hard to be outdone in the Immortal Seeking Sect, and the first great disciple is the future candidate for the head of the sect, if there is no accident. Unfortunately, one move fell, and it was all an afterthought, but to the surprise of no one, Li Miaoan actually came back alive after a year. Even the clan's soul lamps went out and she was miraculously reborn? To say something about her being fake and needing a wave of bloodline certification or something, that would be treating the people in the room like idiots. The Immortal Seeking Sect patriarch, Lai Boy, smiled faintly and said softly, without any real evidence, "If you can produce evidence, I, the clan head, will voluntarily receive the clan's penal code." Lai Miaoan's eyes stared. At first, Richiu had given her the strange poison Absolute Breath Scatter, which caused her to be unable to defeat the assassin's attack. Even the protector of the way has fallen because of this. This incident created a great sensation in the Immortal Seeking Sect at that time. But even at this point no one would believe her if she said it. But if you use the soul-searching method to search the memories in her mind, rather, we can rely on the clues to prove that her words are indeed possible. However, it will undoubtedly take a long time to convict the other side. The time difference was enough for Mr. Lai to plan well and clear his name. But for Lai Miaoan, having that little bit of suspicion was enough to keep Lai from continuing to move her. Thinking of this, Lai Miaoan looked at the other party and sneered. "I'll accept the divine soul search of the clan elders. I'd like to see if the clan elders have all been bribed by you." Caution! A white-robed old man standing at the edge of the two confronting parties shouted in a deep voice. Lai Miaoan pursed her lips and smiled, arching her hand at the old man. "Don't be offended, clan elder. Miaoan is just afraid that Mr. Li only has his hands in the sky and will take advantage of the opportunity to destroy my Dao Foundation. This has been ripped off on the spot. On the contrary, Mr. Lai smiled faintly, not caring. The old man swept her a glance and said indifferently, "Although your physical body is attuned to your soul, your qualifications are not as good as they used to be, so who cares about you?" The old man's words were indifferent, but they spoke the truth, not a deliberate attempt to squeeze her. Lai Miaoan got up and then looked at the bemused Lai Guy and sneered. "I came back knowing that I couldn't dismantle you, but there was a hint of suspicion that was enough to keep you from touching me, and my purpose lies in seeking the immortal sect's cultivation resources. Sovereign, it's called being stuck in the throat." Speaking of this, looking at the still smiling Lai Guy, Lai Miaoan turned around and blandly said, "The 37,000 years of bitter waiting and hatred in the lower realms will become my strongest Dao heart. Lai Guy, pray that I won't have a chance to be reborn in Nirvana, or else your lineage. Fend for yourself." The hearts of the people present sank. Even the longevity eyebrows of the clan elders who had left the Great Hall with Li Miaoan could not help but tremble. From the sound of her words, the crowd would be able to know that the memories within Lai Miaoan's divine soul were bound to have a hint of a vital clue. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to call out the Immortal Seeking Sect patriarch to his face. Can't even say call the shots. Instead, it's a naked threat. Of course, if it was an ordinary Immortal Seeking Sect disciple, they naturally wouldn't dare to have such a strong backbone. I'm afraid I won't live long if I dare say that. However, Lai Miaoan's lineage was quite powerful in the Immortal Seeking Sect, adding to her former qualifications. In the past she could even be on equal footing with the inner sect elders. Once Lai Miaoan does not go out of the Immortal Seeking Sect by virtue of this, he will only cultivate within the sect. If anything else happens, then Mr. Lai is afraid of mud falling from his pants. At this time, the law enforcement elder behind the Ri-Guy blandly said, "Let's leave this matter aside for now. However, if you call the patriarch by his name within the sect and have no respect for his honor, you shall be punished by the 49-day punishment of the bone-scraping mountain's astral wind. That's the rule. Even if Lai Miaoan fell sick because of this, there was no reason to find a place to talk about it. That's where Li's reliance on not moving like a mountain lies. So what if she's in the Immortal Seeker sect? There are ways to hold her. Lai Miaoan smiled coldly and turned to arch his hand. Then, Elder Law Enforcement, how about doubling it when my body recovers? Upon hearing this, the law enforcement elder roared out in anger. Lai Miaoan, how dare you? With the authority of his law enforcement elder? When was he subjected to this kind of verbal anger? Although there was no semblance of power, the sound was loud enough to rumble the hall. On the other hand, Lai Miaoan, who had gotten up, did not move like a mountain, and just looked at the line of people in front of her faintly, as if she wanted to carve the crowd's appearance into her mind once again. Right at this moment, a pale voice of words spread across the immortal-seeking sect. Granted, you have no respect for your elders and you will be punished 3 times as much. Are you convinced? Upon hearing this legal decree coming from the back of the mountain, the people present bowed with their hands in unison. Old ancestor. Lai Miaoan smiled faintly and bowed with a heartfelt arch. If the old ancestor speaks, Miaoan will be convinced. Little cutie. All knew that Lai Miaoan was considered to have been named by the old ancestor. It also meant that as long as she didn't leave the mountain gate, nothing would happen to her. The pressure is on you, old dog. After getting up, Ri Miaoan looked at the Ri-guy who smiled faintly at her and turned to leave. Although the appearance of the old ancestor was a bit out of Lai's expectation, but as the head of a clan, the cultivation resources were tilted to his head daughter. He remained steady as a rock. Then I'd like to see, what qualifications do you still have to fight with me? The Ri-guy who recovered his thoughts, looked at the crowd and smiled lightly. Let's go elders. There are still many things to be dealt with within the sect. As he spoke, he smiled faintly at the cold-faced elders of Li Miaoan's lineage and took the lead to walk out of the main hall. Suddenly, a voice of admiration resounded outside the hall. It should be said or not, this immortal-seeking patriarch does have a bit of something in his city. There's a word called Smiling Tiger that says it all about him. Don't you think so? Ching Cheng. Aha! You're right about everything. The voice coquettishly smiled. Chapter 135 Old Immortal King Who Bootlicked. The unfamiliar voice caused everyone in the room's faces to sink. In unison, they looked toward the white-robed man sitting on the white jade railing in the corridor outside the hall, as well as the delicate woman at his side who leaned against him to look out at the crowd. And not far away, when Lai Miaoan heard this familiar voice, her petite body trembled and turned back violently. Shen Fan, why are you here? Actually still recognize? Thinking about this, the law enforcement elder in the crowd regenerated anger in his heart and dodged and flew toward Shen Fan and roared, insulting my immortal sect leader, looking for death. But before Shen Fan made a move, snap, a crunch, rumbling, the law enforcement elder who was slapped and sent flying directly crashed through the great hall, not knowing where he flew off to. The crowd that was present with a stunned face saw an old man with a full head of white hair wearing a basalt white costume with an ancient breath, bowing and arching his hand as he smiled. They're all juniors who don't have the right climate. Immortal Emperor, don't be offended, nah. When this old man bowed, that bone knuckle made a clicking and crunching sound, obviously caused by a long period of inactivity. But when they saw the old man's side face, the immortal-seeking sect's crowd's pupils shrunk and they shivered. They hastily kneeled down and trembled. Immortal King Ancestor. Even Lai Miaoan, who was not far away, directly prostrated himself on the ground, quite naked. Where is the woman who stood up to the crowd? It's just different from the nervousness and panic of the crowd. Lai Miaoan, who was lying on the ground, tilted her pretty face and looked at Shen Fan with a confused face. Maybe she was wondering when this guy knew her family's old man. Instead, it was Lu Qingcheng beside him who blinked her beautiful eyes at her. The smell of decay came to his face, causing Shen Fan to shrug his nose and spray out a trace of nostrils, and the air around him was then much clearer. The old man hurriedly arched his hand in admiration. The might of an immortal emperor is as terrifying as this. This hint of nostrils can have such. Alright, I kind of know why the human race likes to fight amongst themselves. This is simply a case of the upper beam not being straight and the lower beam being crooked. Shen Fan waved his hand with a derisive face. Before the old man could utter a word, the crowd kneeling on the ground looked up with shocked faces, their scalps tingling in horror. Immortal Emperor? Noisy! The old man's face darkened as he waved his hand and threw the crowd directly out of the way. This is a damn immortal emperor who has destroyed many immortal sects. Any more yakking around here seeking the immortal sect, I'm afraid it's going to be gone. It was a good thing that he had the foresight to shut down the industries related to lower realm cultivators on the spot, but Lai Miaoan was left behind by him. Then the old man arched his hand at Shen Fan and smiled bitterly. This jade is not cut into a weapon. Immortal Emperor should know. The major forces are doing so. I and other old undead cannot care. Stay a breath to guard the 9 seats of the world on it. If everything is inserted into a hand, is it not? Well, I've realized you're a talker. Was it buried for too long? Shinfan frowned with a speechless face. This tone of impatience to let go caused Lu Qingqing to pinch his thigh, signaling him to speak politely. Even though I'm invincible, how understanding to find a daughter-in-law. Having a good wife in the family will make you rich for countless generations. Shinfan was in a good mood again. Then he looked over to Lai Miaoan, who was still lying on the ground, and teased, "Yo, isn't this the fairy of the upper world? I remember what you said, that you'd take care of me after you ascended? There is actually such a wonderful thing?" The old immortal king of the immortal-seeking sect's eyes flashed with brilliance. Most of the forces had already known Shinfan's origin, and it was precisely the cultivator who had ascended from the lower realm. Unexpectedly, the late generation in his own family actually had this kind of relationship with him. Then the old man smiled and arched his hand at Shinfan and turned to leave, leaving the place in the hands of the three. As for the Lai boy's lineage, the old man decided it would be good to let them reincarnate. Save yourself the trouble of messing around and upsetting this great power. After the rising Lai Miaoan shook the dust off her body, she quickly stepped forward with a surprised look on her face. My goodness, you're actually an immortal emperor? At this point she was filled with shock. It's only been up for a month or so, and the other party has become an immortal emperor? Old ancestor's words were bound to be true, but this is too metaphysical. When he thought of when he boasted that he would cover him, Lai Miaoan's pretty face slightly reddened and was filled with embarrassment. Humph, that's not true. You still cover me? Shinfan had a smug look on his face. Then he shouted with a majestic face, kneel down and worship this emperor quickly. Lu Qingchang, asterisk. Lu Qingchang, who sighed breathlessly, saw that Li Miaoan really wanted to kneel, and hurriedly helped her up and softly said, he's being a jerk. Don't listen to him. We have you to thank for this, regardless of Shinfan's cultivation level. But at least Lai Miaoan had once promised to protect the path for him, and Lu Qingchang was still very grateful. Lai Miaoan then relaxed. Then she stole a glance at Shinfan and laughed in a low voice at Lu Qingchang. Didn't see it coming nah. You're the biggest winner. These words caused Lu Qingchang's pretty face to blush as she pulled her aside. It didn't take long for the two of them to talk about the physicality of a daughter's home. Shinfan, who had been left out to dry, barred his mouth and shook his legs in boredom. Then he thought about it and raised an eyebrow. After a while, Lu Qingchang then finished chatting with Lai Miaoan. When the two of them flew up into the firmament, Shinfan looked at the woman below who was shaking her hand to say goodbye and laughed. You didn't cover me, but I'll take the thought. Turn around and look at it as my gift to you. A gift? Lai Miaoan turned around with a puzzled look on her face. It was in the great hall of the immortal-seeking sect that several figures appeared in the hall at an unknown time. A man and a woman at the head of the group shared a few similarities with her and were looking at him with slightly reddened eyes. Lai Miaoan shuddered and murmured incredulously, Father, Mother. The man smiled and nodded, then took a deep breath and bowed towards Shinfan in the air. Thank you, Immortal, for recreating your life. Thank you, Immortal, for recreating your life. Amidst the chorus of voices, the old immortal king of the Li clan on the roof also held an ancient rite and bowed deeply towards Shinfan. He knew that Shinfan was in the immortal emperor realm, and then, without a word, he resurrects the long gone. This supreme greatness, even he had never heard of it. Perhaps immortal emperor is not the end of the line. Shinfan, thank you. Listening to the woman's excited shouts, Shinfan smiled and waved his hand, and Lu Qingchang, who hugged his arm with a proud face, slowly disappeared into the air. The journey continues. Shinfan and the two of them met Ao Jiao, Golden Cicada Z and June Knight, who had ascended up from the Xian continent, one by one on the way. It's not uncommon for old people to see each other. Shinfan simply introduced the three to the immortal true immortals of the human race and asked the old man Liu to accept the three as disciples. Relationships are just powerful. Coupled with the fact that the catastrophe of the 9 heavenly immortal domains has been broken, Liu naturally will not refuse and gladly accept. 1 year later, Shinfan and Lu Qingchang returned to the Xian continent. Husband, is the timing really okay? Lu Qingchang, who appeared in the sky above the continent, held Shinfan's hand and softly said, looking at her with a gentle face stroking the slightly bulging abdomen. Shinfan smiled and scraped her agitated nose and said softly, don't you think that I can give birth to an heir with my strength? Right. Lu Qingchang froze slightly and looked at Shinfan in astonishment. Seeing him with a bad smile on his face, Lu Qingchang shook his hand and said petulantly, Humph, you have little secrets to hide from me. Shinfan, who was secretly happy in his heart, laughed. I'm not afraid you won't be able to accept it. I've already transcended the immortal emperor, so I can have whatever I want at the touch of my heart. As for the time difference of 1 day in the upper world and 100 years in the lower world, I've already changed it. The Xian continent is only a year or so past, so don't be afraid. Hearing this, Lu Qingchang flipped her face faster than a book, and angrily flung his hand in shame. Then you're still clamoring for more. Me every day. I beat you up. Hit me? Come on. Come on. Shin Fan dodged and flew to the continent below with a bad smile on his face. Don't you run, stomping Lu Qingcheng, blushing face into a long rainbow, wildly chased away. Chapter 136 Bloodline Stirring. Hey, all gone. I'm left alone. On the top of a cloudy mountain, Sului sat on a boulder with one hand propped up on his chin, looking tastelessly at the sea of clouds below. Ascension is hopeless in this life. I don't know if they have found the male sun yet. Did they say that I am still thinking about him? Like her hand was a bit sore. Sului changed her hand to rest her chin and waved her hand with a bored face. Just see the sea of clouds rolling in below. Not for a while. A silhouette of a person gathered by white clouds appeared in the void. Looking at the white cloud silhouette's faintly smiling appearance, Sului's hand resting on her chin stroked her pink lips, and with her other hand, she extended a finger and casually shook it, only to see the handsome face of the white cloud silhouette directly turn into a big, joyful pig's head. Put, it's still cuter this way, Sului snorted. Just then, a loud cry rang out behind her. Whoa, yeah, good for you, little maid. This Gongzi was thinking of taking you to get a better understanding. It really pisses me off. Upon hearing these words, Sului's pupils shrank and her body trembled. She jerked around. She saw Shin Fan looking at her with a smile on his face. Duke! Sului didn't even think about it and directly flew over. Especially the familiar scent of the other's body made her agitated nose sour, and she tightened her arms around the other's waist and began to whimper. I wipe Lu. Why are you crying again? Lui has been waiting for Gongzi for more than 2,000 years. Finally came. Oh. The corner of Shin Fan's eyes jumped, and he saw the girl slowly raise her head and look at him with tearful eyes. Then she fluttered her eyelashes slightly, her pretty face shyly tiptoeing up. There are others. Well, what? With a slightly reddened face, Sului squirmed her pink lips, a bewildered look on her face. Ha, so Lui is here. Hearing this familiar voice, Sului flew back like lightning, and the tear tracks on her face even disappeared instantly. She carefully looked at Lu Qingcheng, who was not far behind Shin Fan. Few shouldn't have been noticed. What's wrong with a simple hug? Giving herself an excuse, Sului also relaxed and looked at Lu Qingcheng, who was walking slowly, and laughed dryly. Ha, dumping. Upon seeing her abdomen, Sului froze directly in place as if she had been struck by lightning. Hiss. Just then, Shin Fan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The two of them then saw him murmur with a shocked look on his face. There's actually a supreme power in this heaven and earth. Wait for me to go and take a look, and you guys can have a good chat. Call out. Before the words left his mouth, he simply disappeared into thin air, leaving behind two women with their toes buckled to the soles of their shoes. Ha, congratulations. Sului smiled and said a happy word, causing Lu Qingcheng to smile slightly and go forward to hold her hand in a soft voice. Consider me one step ahead of the game, and don't be mad. I can't eat your poison. These words caused Sului to freeze directly in place. Your heart is actually known to everyone. It's just that I've been a bit lucky. Don't be anxious. Lu Qingcheng's eyes curved and looked at Sului, whose eyes were gradually reddening, and whispered. Not angry? Sului quivered her pink lips in some aggravation, lowered her head to look at her body, and whispered. Who am I to be angry? Oh, then why were you so proactive just now? Lu Qingcheng laughed with a derisive face. You saw it all? Sului's eyes widened. This was caught red-handed, and embarrassment made her want to disappear where she was. Or what? Gee, that little mouth. Tilting. Ha, well, I won't tease you. Go and see where he's gotten to. Wimpy one. Lu Qingcheng made a rather grandiose outburst and held Sului's hand and flew towards the destination where Shin Fan was. Slow down. You're moving so much. Sului instantly transformed into an attentive little maid, assisting her hand with a nervous face. As for the earlier embarrassment and loss, it had long since disappeared. She was quite content now, and a smile, not seen for a long time, hung on her lips now and then. As for the goon Shin Fan at this time, he naturally sought the guidance of the bloodline in his body and came to the backyard of the Great Qian Palace. The moment the three met before, when Shin Fan's sea of consciousness swept Shin Tian, he suddenly realized that the blood veins in his body inexplicably throbbed. When will it be better if we don't go now? He naturally knew what Sului meant. It was just that Lu Qingcheng was in his face, and he had to wimp out and go first. When he came to the entrance of a palace in the backyard of the Great Qian Palace, Shin Fan was still frowning, a puzzled look at the child who was in front of the front program table, with his head lowered to write brushstrokes. Your Highness, if you're tired of writing, take a rest. Sister will bring you some snacks to eat. Sister Rong on the side bowed her body and looked at the little girl in front of her with a loving face. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old, with a small face carved out of pink jade, and eyes as big and round as black gems. While looking down to write, the 2 crochets on her head wiggled around. This is afraid to write with all the energy that you can muster. Thank you, sister. One air will write again. You rest. How tiring it is to stand. The little girl named Wanner smiled and tilted her head to look at Sister Rong beside her. The big incisors in his mouth hadn't grown in yet on that festive little face, and they showed when he smiled. I. Sister isn't tired, so we'll wait until His Highness finishes writing before we eat. The little girl's good behavior filled Sister Rong's heart with favor. At that moment, an unknown stirring rose in Wan Er's heart. She looked toward the entrance of the great hall with a puzzled look on her face. She saw a handsome man dressed in white, with sword brows and starry eyes, looking at her with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Wan Er looked down at the portrait on her desk table in confusion, and then looked up at the man at the entrance to the main hall. Then her eyes lit up and she timidly opened her mouth. "It's my daddy, no?" The voice was crisp with a hint of shyness and timidity, but more than that, it was a nameless joy. Sister Rong, who was on the side, turned around violently and looked at the entrance of the great hall with a morose gaze. But when they saw Xinfan and Lu Qingchang and Sului standing behind him, the old woman trembled, staring at the old eyes trembling. Emperor's son? In the meantime, seeing Xinfan nodding with a smile, Wan Er joyfully propped up the desk with both hands and swooped in like a swallow returning to its nest. "Daddy, Agu, so powerful." Xinfan hastily reached out and hugged the little guy, smiling with his back teeth exposed. From the doubtfulness of before, to the throbbing of his blood now, he had guessed who had made him happy. Who else but the Wanfeng Pavilion and the Bichuan battle? And at this time, Bai Quan happened to be in the Great Qian Palace and was flying in quickly. The little one, who was desperately arching into the arms of his body, giggled. He, "I told you Daddy would come to see me today." "Ha ha, how do you know?" Xinfan asked with a smile on his face. Wan Er squatted her butt, grabbed Xinfan's clothes and tilted her head playfully, because Wan Er thought of Daddy coming every day. And today, her dream has come true. Looking at the little girl's innocent gaze, Xinfan's smile froze. "Seems like I'm a bit of a failure as a father." With emotion in his heart, he favored his forehead against the little girl's and laughed. "Then in the future, Daddy won't leave. Stay with Wan Er every day." Wan Er's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. "Aha! Yang said that Father is going to save the world. When Daddy succeeds he'll come back for Wan Er." "Daddy, when you said you wouldn't leave, have you already accomplished it?" Xinfan winked towards the little girl and said with a smug smile. "That's a must." "Wow, I told you Daddy was a big hero." The little girl clapped her hands with a face of adoration, with little stars in her eyes. Xinfan, who was bubbling with beauty in his heart, suddenly felt that his eyes were piercing behind him, and then he remembered what Wan Er had said. The term earnest. Scrub. This place should not be stayed for long. Chapter 137, the grand finale, when floating a great white. Not good. It's hard to believe that it's the Eastern Emperor Moonfall. Vaguely feeling that there is a cultivation of the fiery prison attack, Xinfan's thoughts turned sharply, and then looked at Wan Er in his arms and asked with a smile, "Has anyone sent gifts to Wan over the years?" Hearing this, Wan Er followed Xinfan's earlier example and raised her eyebrows proudly, and began to wiggle her little fingers to calculate. But then she saw Pop scowl at her for a moment, and saw the 4 smiling elders at the door. Fu Ling Xin to the little one hurriedly clenched his little pink hand into a fist and shook his head repeatedly, looking at Xinfan with an aggrieved face. "No, it's not. Just Mother will celebrate Wan Er's birthday, and there's no one to play with Wan Er." That tears in the eyes of the aggrieved look. Angry Xinfan's face a cold, sullen voice drank. "How dare you bully my son into not having a father? Outrageous. Go. Father will back you up." "Aha!" Xinfan didn't even turn around and directly disappeared into the palace, looking like he was indeed infuriated. "It's over. The propped up one is gone." Bai Quan scanned Su Luo beside her with a palpitated heart. As for the East Emperor Moonfall on the sidelines, he wandered off into the heavens and dressed himself up as a passerby. I hate that when she came she was too beautifully dressed to look like a passerby. It's none of my business. I'm just a maid. Su Luo was still holding Lu Qingqing's hand. As far as she was concerned, she couldn't get involved in this sort of thing yet. But the stand should be clear. "I'll see how long you can run." Lu Qingqing took a deep breath, then looked at Donghuan Yuezhuang and Bai Quan and softly laughed. Wan Er is well behaved and pleasing to look at. The two were inexplicably relieved at this statement. Then Bichuan Oda Bowen whispered, "I also hope that sister will teach Wan Er more in the future." "Ha, that's not what you said back then." The East Emperor Moonfall on the side was dumbfounded. However, when she saw Lu Qingqing smiling and looking over, she hurriedly bowed, her cheeks slightly red as she whispered, "Meet sister." It's not an option not to be soft. Compared to Bichuan, Lu Qingqing was the one who was the rightful owner. "Quickly please rise." Seeing this scene, Lu Qingqing's smile grew more and more sincere. Then the 4 sat down in the courtyard and chatted about yesteryear with laughter. The big year is approaching. Though monks have no concept of festivals, but the arrival of Xinfan, coupled with the birthday of his youngest daughter, Shenwan, the Lu family clan notified the world that they had organized a grand welcoming banquet. At this time, the Lu family clan was decorated with lights and colors. The streets of Floating Life City, which could accommodate 10 million people, were even lined with wine banquets to entertain guests from all sides. The Lu family's children that were all smiling crookedly. He repeatedly arched his hand in thanks to the surrounding cultivators who were congratulating him. Lu Qincheng is also a woman who is not afraid to take down the immortal emperor. The Lu family is afraid that they'll be laughing their asses off. And Lu Qincheng already has a fetal phase, just by virtue of that it's not simple nah. The crowd of people who dropped by the table lamented with a look of honor. To be able to come and eat a banquet set up by the immortal emperor. This life is afraid of going into the coffin is enough to go down to the underworld to brag about it. Just then, the ceremonial officer not far away yelled out, "Sovereign of the Heaven Asking Sect, celebrating the birthday of Imperial daughter Shenwaner, presenting a piece of the 9 treasures glazed bead, Mang Wasteland Clan Chief Mang Barbarians, celebrating the birthday of Imperial daughter Shenwaner, presenting a quasi-emperor artifact, Qin Windian of the Qin clan, presenting a half-saint rhythmic fetal pill, Dragon Clan Patriarch Ao Mad, presenting a quasi-emperor reverse scale, Master Guru Wuming, an accomplished monk of the Western Prosperity Spirit Mountain, sends an ancient Buddha Bodhi string, Demon Race Ancestor Heavenly Demon Taoist, send a bottle of Demon Emperor's Essence Blood, Zhang San, a flunky from the Xianmei Holy Land, sends the greatest treasure of heaven and earth, a pair of Yin Yang Tui Jades. This piece of supreme treasure that reported its number was heard as the surrounding guests smacked their lips. TSK, all of them are magnificent guests. I'm afraid this is a gathering of the entire continent's greatest treasures. If it weren't for the fact that emperor artifacts are used to suppress the underpinnings, the major powers would be afraid that they would have to give away emperor artifacts. It's not easy for Qin Windian. Being invited by the Qin clan's old ancestor to become the head of the Qin clan 1,000 years ago is considered to be the end of his suffering. The crowd sighed in succession. In the case of the Qin family's main mother hanging herself, it was rumored that the matter was related to the emperor's son. But naturally this could not be said on this occasion. How did the thief emperor come? This thing is afraid that it is not in which graveyard. A cultivator carefully whispered raw. Put your mother's ass on the line. This is my initiation gift. Hearing the cockney voice pulled from within the Lu family clan, the cultivator shrunk his neck and laughed dryly at the surrounding fellow disciples who pretended to not recognize him. However, Zhang San's thick skin was considered to have once again taught Shen Fan. Looking at Zhang San, who was squeezing his eyebrows and had a lewd face in front of him, Shen Fan, who was standing in the doorway, smiled and arched his hand. You two are kind of a happy couple. A perfect match. Lin Yu ran hurriedly owed a return salute, while Zhang San was even sweating in his brain, arching his hand. No, 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 we can't afford this gift. If you feel bad about not drinking our wedding wine, just give me a few immortal weapons. I Nima. This bastard is really bold. Shamelessness of the thief emperor is something you've only seen in your life. With this kind of cheek, I'm afraid that you can also certify a party of cheeky emperors. Crowd clueless. As expected, Emperor Thief's thick skin and fat guts were not blown out of proportion. Lin Yuran, who was covered in embarrassment on the side, hurriedly walked towards Shenwaner, who was beside Shen Fan. Looking at the little one's joyful and smiling appearance, she took out a pair of Yin Yang Jade and gave it to the little girl and smiled. Keep this Yang Jade for your brother, as a small gift from you, your sister. Oh, this is good. Thank you, Auntie. This made the little girl happy, her eyes full of joy, and she hurriedly gave Lin Yuran a big hug. Obviously, this gift was more pleasing to the little girl than the others, but the little girl's excitement also filled Lin Yuran's face with laughter. After all, she was the first to enjoy a hug from a little girl, and the couple also took advantage of the opportunity to tie the knot. Being returned a gift by Shen Fan, the weight was no worse than a so-called immortal weapon, even thicker. Looking at Zhang San's smug look of having a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Shen Fan pulled the corner of his mouth. You bronchitis, just a smug ass. Then he laughed. It's useless even if I give you immortal artifacts. I won't change the side of the heavenly Tao suppression. Instead, after you and your husband ascend, I can give you 2 pieces. Ha, ha 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 ha. Well said. Zhang San smiled with his eyebrows, contentedly pulling Ling Yuran into the store. Fellow Daoist Shun, still in style. Right at this moment, Qin Wintian, who was walking alone ahead, arched his hand and smiled. Shen Fan also returned the salute and smiled. You're not so bad. You've become the head of the family. Ha ha. The scene was quite emotional for the surrounding guests. Sure enough, the two of them are as envious of each other as gentlemen. Even if the emperor's son is now in heavenly cultivation, he is still this easygoing. This style is really convincing. Not far away from the banquet, the Yin Yang sect's supreme elder, Zhang Ruofeng, strokes his beard and smiles. Time has changed, and there was a side of the deceased 2,000 years ago. Now greet the one who celebrates his life with the position of immortal emperor. Still disgraceful, rather saddening to the old man. His words caused the crowd around him to nod approvingly. On the contrary, it was Lu Tsunlong, the elder of the Lu family who was sitting with him, who stroked his beard and smiled lightly. It's one thing for the emperor's son to be graceful, but to stay in my Xian Tian continent, I naturally like the atmosphere here. I'm sure that immortal realm is not yet in the Imperial sun's sights. Ha 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 ha. Yes, extremely, yes, extremely. The crowd looked at each other before smiling and raising their glasses in unison. Dang floozy. Next, the Imperial son of the Yao family, Divine Emperor Zhang Taiyu, Gemini Haoji Silvermoon, and many other supreme powerhouses had come to the Lu family clan to congratulate them. After receiving the people from all the major powers who came to celebrate their birthdays, Xinfan then held Xinwaner by his side and walked into the main seat. As he took his seat and was about to raise his glass, the crowd saw him smile slightly. That's all together. Just in the middle of the hall, 3 rays of light flickered slightly. Ao Jiao, Golden Cicada and June Knight looked at the crowd with baffled faces, until she saw the smiling Xinfan and Lu Qingcheng and the others. Ao Jiao exulted. Oh ho, what a coincidence to be here. Then she quickly took her seat and squeezed into Soroyi's bench. The dragons and the others were originally pleasantly surprised, especially Ao Mad who was a father, but when he saw his own daughter in this posture, he was happy in his heart. The road is long. The golden cicada on the side hastily collected the Buddha beads in his hand and grinned. Hey, the poor monk cracked a few drinks today, so I don't think my Buddha can blame me. Get drunk. June Knight smiled faintly towards Xinfan and then took his seat. Xinfan smiled and raised his cup, and after looking around the large floating life city, he drank aloud. Fellow Taoists, drink this cup together. The emperor drinks first, please. After the crowd had finished drinking, the floating city talked and laughed. Xinfan, on the other hand, held his daughter in his arms and occasionally gave Wan Er her favorite dishes. This can make the little girl happy, eating even the eyebrows with force, staring at the big mouthful of food. This scene amused Lu Qingcheng and Sului who were full of smiles. One by one, they gave the little girl dishes. Aniang na, I can't even eat anymore. Looking at the dishes that were as high as her head, Xinwaner rubbed her stomach at the 2 of them, signaling that she was almost full. But as soon as Xinfan clapped it, the little girl got energized and started eating with a big mouthful. It's quite a stance of which has the flavor of your own father's sandwich. By Quan and Dong Huang Yulu, who were sitting beside Xinfan, were watching this scene with smiles on their faces. Little monk, a few cups won't do? You'll stay here if you can't finish this altar. June Knight looked like he had seized the opportunity and poured it into the drunken golden cicada. Hiccup can't really drink anymore. Buddha is going to be blamed. Golden cicada waved his hands repeatedly. Scattered Cultivation only drank 2 cups. He was dizzy. Where can top this fierce irrigation? Ao Jiao, on the other hand, talked to Su Luoyi Lantern about their ascension to the upper world. On the contrary, it was Bai Quan and Dong Huang Yulu who saw Xinfan looking over with a smile on his face and smiled lightly. His Xinfan shivered and felt a pinch at his thigh. He hastily raised his hand to grab the jade hand under the dining table. Just see Lu Qingcheng on the wine table, entertaining the guests on the table at the same time. The other hand directly gave Xinfan's thigh meat twisted into a twist. Xinfan did not move like a mountain and placed his hand under the table with a smile on his face. He was just about to grab Lu Qingcheng's hand when he did. Instead, she backhanded her fingers, tightening the slender jade hand in his hand. Xinfan looked at the crowd of people who were laughing and making a mess, his mouth smiling. It's still comfortable to stay here. End of book.